Family. Xing Tian has traversed into the body of a 5 or 6-year-old orphan, beginning his journey in a state of hunger for 2 days, only to awaken a martial soul that resembles a copy machine. Tang Hao discovers that he possesses the ability to replicate Tang San's twin martial souls, leading to a dramatic confrontation as he seizes Xingtian's arm and shouts in fervor. In a moment of intensity, Xing Tian suffers severe injuries from imitating Tang Hao's martial soul, making the plot exceedingly thrilling. Let me tell you, the scene was nothing short of extraordinary. Tang Hao, the renowned Dalu, was like a madman, gripping my arm with fervent intensity, his eyes ablaze as he bellowed. "Who are you? Who is your mother?" My goodness, the strength he exhibited was such that I felt my little arm might give way at any moment. But this tale must begin from the moment I first crossed over. My name is Xing Tian. In my previous life, I was a soldier, later becoming a police officer, and ultimately, I sacrificed myself to save someone, exchanging my life with the robbers. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself transformed into a mere child of 5 or 6 years in a dilapidated place called Imperial Soul Village. I must tell you, my initial experience in this new world was akin to a hellish difficulty level. I started in a thatched hut with both parents deceased, and as a small child of 5 or 6, I endured 2 days of hunger, nearly becoming the first time traveler to perish from starvation. Who among you understands? The villagers showed an utter lack of compassion. Leaving a child unattended for 2 days is nothing short of a disregard for life. While I was grumbling and sustaining myself with a few hard biscuits capable of dispatching dogs, the following day, an old man came knocking. Taiju, wake up. Still groggy from sleep? I retorted with, "Who are you?" This old man claimed to be the village chief, immediately apologizing for the villagers' oversight due to their busy lives. My anger flared, and I told him to leave. A 5 or 6-year-old child, and you simply forget? Is that how you treat a person? However, once the old man spoke further, my mind was set ablaze. He mentioned Imperial Soul Village, the neighboring Sacred Soul Village, and that tomorrow was the day of martial soul awakening. Good heavens, I had landed in the Douluo continent. Upon hearing martial soul awakening, my anger dissipated instantly, and my attitude made a complete turnaround. I urgently informed the village chief that I was also 6 and wanted to participate. In this world, lacking strength means nothing, and I must align myself with the powerful. Seeing that I was no longer upset, the village chief beamed with joy, bringing me meat and rice, finally allowing me to enjoy a hearty meal. Early the next morning, I rode with the village chief in a horse-drawn carriage to the village square. Upon reaching the village entrance, we were informed that our village was too small, with only a handful of children. The adults from the Martial Soul Hall found it troublesome and instructed us to go to the neighboring Sacred Soul Village instead. The village chief's face turned pale, but for the sake of the children, he had no choice but to comply. Upon arrival at Sacred Soul Village, I instantly spotted 2 individuals. One was the exceptionally delicate-looking young boy, the future sea god, Tang San. The other was the middle-aged man presiding over the awakening ceremony. I thought to myself, goodness, is that not the legendary figure, the blind Dalu, Su Yuntao in person? I stood in line, eagerly awaiting the performance, when as expected, Tang San took the stage. With his blue silver grass and his seemingly useless martial soul, he was met with disdain from Su Yuntao. However, when the crystal ball was touched, it revealed innate full soul power, delivering a resounding slap to the face of skepticism. Then it was our turn from the Imperial Soul Village. A sight truly pitiful. We were armed only with scythes and hoes, devoid of any soul power. The sighs of our village chief echoed through the air, relentless in their sorrow. Next, from the Imperial Soul Village, Taiju. It was my moment. I stepped forward, executing a series of actions with fervor. What emerged in my hand? A transparent, jelly-like orb of indeterminate nature. Su Yuntao was taken aback, inquiring about its identity, to which I could only respond in confusion. The most astonishing moment arrived when he requested I measure my soul power. As my hand touched the crystal ball, it erupted into brilliance, shining as brightly as the sun. Another innate, full soul power. Su Yuntao was astonished. The people of the Imperial Soul Village erupted in jubilation. After so many years, we finally had a budding soul master. Once the awakening ceremony concluded, Su Yuntao conferred with our village chief, expressing concerns about the size of our village. He proposed that I remain in the Holy Soul Village for the time being, alongside Tang San, until the enrollment for Nodding Academy in 3 months, when we could both attend together. Though reluctant, our village chief had no choice but to acquiesce. Before my departure, he grasped Elder Jack's hand tightly, reiterating with fervent insistence that while I could stay in his village, I would forever belong to the Imperial Soul Village. Thus, Elder Jack led me before Tang San. Hello, I am Tang San. Greetings, I am Xing Tian, also known as Tai Zhu. As we shook hands, a sudden revelation struck me. Martial Soul Blue Silvergrass discovered. 100 simulation possible. Martial Soul Haotian Hammer discovered. 100 simulation possible. Who among my kin could fathom this? My martial soul was akin to a copying machine. In that moment, I silently intoned the word simulate, and instantly, my jelly-like martial soul bifurcated, transforming into both blue silvergrass and the Haotian hammer. My heart swelled with joy. Tang San's fortune was now intertwined with mine, marking the beginning of our shared growth. Upon entering Tang San's home, the scent of alcohol wafted through the air. Elder Jack bellowed for Tang Hao, who appeared in a drunken stupor, hardly the demeanor one would expect from a titled Dalu. Elder Jack scolded him, lamenting that his son's martial soul awakening went unnoticed. Tang Hao paid him no heed and instead inquired about Tang San's awakening. Father, it's blue silvergrass. At the mere mention of those words, Tang Hao visibly shuddered. I observed closely, it was clear that he still harbored feelings for Ian. Elder Jack continued to boast, declaring that Tang San possessed innate full soul power and had secured a work-study position. Only then did Tang Hao notice me, asking who I was. After Elder Jack's explanation, Tang Hao merely responded with a dismissive acknowledgement. Once Elder Jack departed, Tang Hao scrutinized us for a while before suddenly asking, do you consider being a soul master to be a matter of great honor? Tang San was momentarily stunned. I spoke up directly. Whether it is honorable or not is uncertain, but possessing strength allows one to protect those they wish to safeguard. As a result, Tang Hao let out a cold laugh, asserting that no matter how powerful a martial soul might be, it is still worthless. At that moment, I felt a surge of determination and directly challenged him, declaring, that is merely a reflection of your own inadequacy. Why should your perceived limit define the limits of everyone else? This statement rendered Tang Hao momentarily speechless. After a prolonged pause, he suddenly instructed Tang San to manifest his martial soul. Tang San extended his right hand, revealing a sprig of blue silvergrass. The complexity of emotions that flickered in Tang Hao's eyes was remarkable. Father, it seems I possess another one, Tang San announced. He then raised his left hand, and with a flash of black light, a small black hammer materialized. Instantly, Tang Hao's breathing quickened, and he dashed forward to seize the hammer, his excitement rendering him nearly incoherent. A twin martial soul. My son possesses a twin martial soul. Observing his naïve astonishment, I smirked and retorted, is a twin martial soul truly that impressive? Tang Hao eagerly began to explain its significance, detailing its rarity and extraordinary nature. I responded with a mere "oh," and, judging by his reaction, he likely thought I was an ignorant child. At that moment, a sense of defiance surged within me. Was a twin martial soul so remarkable? I raised both hands, with azure light emanating from the right and dark energy from the left, and replicated the scene right before him. A perfectly identical sprig of blue silvergrass and a matching Haotian hammer materialized. This revelation left Tang Hao utterly dumbfounded, clutching two hammers and stammering incoherently, while Tang San was equally astonished, as he had no prior knowledge of my martial soul. Consequently, Tang Hao completely broke down. In a scene reminiscent of the beginning, he rushed over, gripping my arm tightly. His eyes reddened as he demanded to know who my mother was. The moment he grasped my arm, a notification resonated in my mind. Martial soul detected. Haotian hammer, 9 soul rings, 6 soul bones capable of 100% simulation usage prohibited. In a moment of impulsiveness, I pondered the meaning of prohibited usage and attempted to channel the essence of his martial soul. The result was a spray of blood that unexpectedly erupted onto his face. Tang San was horrified, fearing that Tang Hao had injured me. Tang Hao himself was baffled. Looking at his hand, and then at the dark purple handprint he had left on my shoulder, his heart momentarily skipping a beat. He hurriedly instructed Tang San to assist me back to my room for a thorough examination of my injuries, only to discover multiple fractures and internal bleeding. Muttering in disbelief, I didn't apply much force at all. Then, in a frantic rush, he departed, returning later that night with a soul beast resembling a pig. He instructed Tang San to prepare a broth while he used his soul power to heal my injuries, repeatedly murmuring, "Who exactly are you? Could you possibly be the son of my elder brother?" The meat broth, the source of which remained a mystery, was imbued with immense energy. After Tang San consumed a bowl, his Xiantian Gong advanced to a new level. Tang Hao spoon-fed me the broth, nurturing my body with his soul power gradually facilitating my recovery. Once I regained my strength, Tang San entered to check on me. Upon his departure, Tang Hao was found lounging in the courtyard, indulging in alcohol. "Come here, sit." He beckoned. Tang San obediently complied. Without preamble, Tang Hao posed a question. "Little San, do you aspire to become a soul master?" Tang San hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. At that moment, Tang Hao sighed deeply and remarked, "You have indeed chosen this path." He then added to the young boy, "Mark my words, this statement will set the tone for the decades to come. Remember, wield your hammer with your left hand and safeguard your grass with your right. Do you hear me?" The young boy nodded obediently, his compliance evident. Observing Tang Hao's unsteady figure, akin to someone who had indulged in counterfeit spirits, Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Yet, he dared not inquire further. He didn't even have the courage to breathe audibly. The following morning, Tang San dutifully ventured to the back mountain to engage in his peculiar training with the purple pupils. Upon returning, he reheated the leftover soup from the previous day. Just as he emerged from the kitchen, he was startled by a commotion emanating from my room. His heart skipped a beat. Goodness, the iron. Zhu awakened and immediately dashed towards my room. As soon as he opened the door, he found me leaning against the table, swaying unsteadily as I attempted to shuffle towards the entrance. Xiao San hurried over to support me, exclaiming, "Taizhu, you're awake. Lie down quickly. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet, so don't move around." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I managed to say, "I need to use the restroom." Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao San carefully assisted me out, and after I addressed my needs, he helped me back to bed, displaying an endearing attentiveness. Once I was settled, he suddenly turned to me with sincere apology, stating, "Taizhu, I am truly sorry. My father did not mean any harm. Please don't hold it against him." I apologized on his behalf. I quickly waved my hand dismissively, replying, "It's all right, I don't blame Uncle Tang." Just then, Tang Hao's unmistakable voice echoed from outside. "Xiao San, is dinner ready?" "Yes, Dad, I'm coming." Xiao San responded, before turning to me with another reassuring note, "Taizhu, rest well. I'll bring you some soup." With that, he hurried off. Lying in bed, I pondered the situation. Soup? I recalled that in the original story, Tang San consumed a porridge that could reflect a person's shadow daily. Where did this meat come from? Before long, however, Tang Hao himself entered with a bowl in hand. He glanced at me and simply asked, "Awake?" I nodded fervently like a chicken pecking at grain. Ever since witnessing his formidable hammer yesterday, I had developed a vague, yet profoundly intimidating understanding of his strength. "Here, drink this," he said, "offer me the meat soup." I accepted it with both hands, genuinely hungry, and took a large gulp. To my astonishment, as soon as the soup entered my stomach, I sensed something was amiss. A surge of warmth radiated throughout my body, and I distinctly felt my wounds healing at an astonishing rate. This was no ordinary soup. It was akin to a healing elixir. I eagerly finished the entire bowl. Tang Hao took the empty bowl from me, his gaze fixed intently upon me. "Now, can you tell me your name and who your parents are?" As I met his penetrating gaze, a sense of dread washed over me. I understood his intent. He likely believed I was another son of him and Ayin. But I was not. With a resolute heart, I stammered, "I am Taizhu, formerly known as Xing Tian." I do not know who my parents are." "Xing Tian? Isn't that a Tang surname?" Tang Hao's voice dropped to a near whisper. I quickly declared my loyalty. "Uncle Tang, I assure you, I speak the truth. I bear no intention of deceiving you." "I see." Tang Hao's expression was a complex mix of relief and disappointment, as if he had lost 500,000. To alleviate his turmoil, I revealed my secret. "Uncle Tang, my martial soul is a simulation martial soul, which is why I can manifest the Hao Tian hammer and Lanian grass." "A simulation martial soul?" His eyes widened with curiosity. "Show me." Without hesitation, I summoned my martial soul. To my bewilderment, the same imposing hammer and the unremarkable grass appeared. Where was my jelly-like, small ball martial soul? I was utterly confounded. Tang Hao observed my lack of progress for a moment before shaking his head in disappointment. "All right, no need. Focus on your recovery." The moment he left, I felt utterly numb. Just then, a startling realization struck me. Simulation martial soul, capable of infinite simulation. Once simulated, it will no longer retain its original form. I was left in a state of disbelief, akin to an elderly person on the subway, staring at their phone. My golden opportunity, my external support, had been rendered utterly useless. Now I was stuck with a permanent form, unable to change it even if I wished. This was quite the cruel jest. After Tang Hao exited, he summoned Tang San and assigned him 2 tasks. The first was Xiao San, visit old Jack and tell him I need to see him. The second, and most crucial, was, furthermore, Taizhu is now your brother. You must protect him. Understood? Xiao San paused momentarily, but quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Likely influenced by the hammer's might, he rushed to the village chief's house to summon old Jack. Upon entering, old Jack boisterously exclaimed, Tang Hao, have you finally come to your senses and allowed Xiao San to attend school? His loud voice nearly shook the rafters. Tang Hao, visibly irritated, waved him off. Enough. I didn't call you here to scold me. After taking a sip of his drink, he laid down his terms. I agree to Xiao San attending school. But you must perform a favor for me. What favor? Old Jack inquired. I wish to know everything about this Xing Tian. Tang Hao pointed towards my room. You mean Taizhu? No problem. Old Jack replied, his confidence soaring. I will head to Dihun village immediately and return with news this afternoon. With that, he dashed off, anxious not to miss his chance. As soon as old Jack departed, Tang Hao engaged in covert actions. He produced a letter from his pocket and, in a series of murmured tones, summoned a small gray bird that seemed equipped with GPS, landing precisely on his shoulder. He rolled the letter and placed it in a small bamboo tube attached to the bird's leg, gently stroking its head. Go, deliver this, and do not inform them of my presence here. The little bird nuzzled him, flapped its wings, and vanished into the distance. Watching the bird fly away, Tang Hao murmured to the horizon, I wonder how you all are faring? In the evening, old Jack returned with a horse-drawn cart, bursting into the room with a loud proclamation. Upon spotting Tang Hao still drinking, he couldn't help but chastise him again. Tang Hao, unbothered, immediately inquired, Did you find out anything? Indeed, old Jack began. Old Tom from Dihun village mentioned that Taizhu was brought here 5 years ago by a young couple. However, not long after, they entrusted the child to old Tom, claiming they had matters to attend to, and they never returned. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao instinctively tightened his grip on the wine gourd. What did that couple look like? I don't know. However, old Tom mentioned they likely weren't the child's biological parents, as they left without a hint of hesitation. Oh, and old Tom also noted that Taizhu was named Taizhu by him. The couple never mentioned the child's name. I understand, Tang Hao nodded. Old Jack further advised him not to reveal this information to Taizhu, as old Tom had deceived him, claiming the parents perished while hunting. Tang Hao agreed and decisively stated, I approve of Xiao San attending school. Come back in 3 months to fetch them. Old Jack left, satisfied, and Tang Hao turned to Xiao San, instructing him to summon me for dinner. I leaned against the wall, slowly making my way outside. Tang Hao glanced at me and remarked coolly, If you wish to become a soul master, you cannot falter at such minor injuries. Perhaps it is best you refrain. Upon hearing this, I realized he was trying to provoke me. I straightened my back, determinedly making my way step by step, steady and resolute. It took me nearly 2 minutes to traverse those few steps, and by the time I reached the table, I was drenched in sweat. A nearly imperceptible smile flickered across Tang Hao's lips as he said, Let us eat. The following morning, I awoke feeling remarkably well, with no pain whatsoever and a sense of overall comfort. I surmised that the meat soup must have worked wonders. It surely was concocted from a century-old soul beast. Unbeknownst to me, Tang Hao was astonished. The soul beast he hunted had barely surpassed a century and could not possibly yield such effects. It was purely my body's astonishing recovery ability. As I got up, Xiaosan also awoke and, seeing me sitting, urged me to lie back down. I chuckled. I'm fine now. I'm completely healed. He grasped my hand to examine it, and upon realizing I had indeed recovered, he felt relieved. I inquired why he was up so early, and he replied it was for training. Upon hearing this, I knew I had to join him. My martial soul was currently locked, and without a robust physique, how could I wield the Hao Tian hammer? Thus, we ventured to the back mountain together. He climbed to the summit to train, while I jogged around the base, running up and down until I could barely move. Several times, Xiao San considered teaching me his Xin Tiangong, but ultimately refrained, as it was his foundation. On the way home, I contemplated that merely training like this wouldn't suffice. I needed to increase the intensity. Therefore, I sought out Tang Hao. So Tang, may I request a favor from you? He leaned against the doorway of the forge, watching me with keen interest. Go ahead, he said. I explained to him the principle of weight-bearing that I had gleaned from a novel. After listening, he inquired, what do you need this for? To train, to enhance physical strength, so I can better utilize my martial spirit. He assumed I was referring to the Haotian hammer and remarked, you are still too young. Once you have a soul ring, you will naturally be able to use it. But practicing now is not a bad idea. I insisted. That makes sense, he nodded. Then I will help you and Xiao San each craft a set. You can wear them tomorrow morning. The next morning, Tang Hao announced he had matters to attend to. Just after he left, Xiao San locked himself in his room to tinker with his hidden weapons. With nothing else to do, I ventured outside to train again. As for Tang Hao, upon entering the back mountain forest, the gray bird from yesterday returned, this time clutching a bamboo tube in its beak. Upon opening it, he discovered a letter from his elder brother, Tang Xiao. I must tell you, the contents of that letter were nothing short of a tear-jerking drama of the year. Tang Xiao revealed that he indeed had a son who went missing 4 years ago. At that time, he believed the search by the spirit hall had subsided. So he secretly took his wife and child out of the sect for some leisure, only for the child to be abducted by the spirit hall, ultimately leading to the receipt of a child's lifeless body. After reading the letter, Tang Hao crumpled it in his fist, sorrowfully declaring, Brother, I'm so sorry for you all. However, almost instantly, a fierce determination ignited within him. He suddenly realized that Tai Zhu, which is me, must be his brother's child. There must have been a switch. Someone had exchanged me with his brother's child from the spirit hall. He stood up abruptly, exuding an aura of dominance, declaring, even if Tai Zhu is not my brother's son, as long as he possesses the Haotian hammer, I, Tang Hao, claim him as such. He swiftly penned a reply, sending the bird back with a single line. Nephew is with me. He is not dead. With the Haotian hammer as proof, he is now called Xingtian. After addressing this significant matter, Tang Hao felt a wave of relief and hurried off to hunt for soul beasts. As he had promised us, we would wear the weight-bearing gear the next day. That afternoon, I returned home, utterly exhausted. Tang San promptly presented me with a large bowl of meat soup, which I devoured ravenously. After dinner, Tang Hao returned, shouldering a soul beast resembling a pig, which he tossed to Xiao San for processing before immersing himself in the forge. The rhythmic sounds of hammering soon filling the air. I stood at the kitchen door, entranced by the captivating rhythm of the strikes. When I regained my senses, both Tang Hao and Xiao San stood before me. So, can you discern my forging rhythm? Tang Hao asked, somewhat astonished. I struggled to articulate my thoughts, but managed to express, yes. It is very rhythmic, akin to ocean waves, each one surpassing the last. To my surprise, Tang Hao suddenly asked, do you wish to learn? Xiao San and I were momentarily stunned. Could I contain my excitement? This was no ordinary blacksmithing. This was the Ruan Shifu hammer technique, a technique of explosive power. I hastily inquired, can I? Beside me, Xiao San couldn't help but ask, Father, can I learn too? Certainly. You both will learn together. It will be beneficial in the future, Tang Hao replied, affectionately ruffling our hair. Xiao San's eyes sparkled with delight. This meal was particularly satisfying for Xiao San. Observing his radiant smile, Tang Hao felt a pang in his heart, resolving to cast aside his despondency. The following day, when Xiao San and I awoke, we were utterly astonished. Where was the disheveled drunkard? The man before us was impeccably groomed, his beard shaved to a shine, exuding an air of handsomeness that was almost overwhelming. He had even gone so far as to prepare breakfast. After eating, he pulled us into the forge, tossing each of us a hefty chunk of iron and simply stating, transform this iron block into the size of a fist. Let your creativity flow. With that, he reclined against the wall, closing his eyes. Xiao San and I exchanged glances, summoned our Haotian hammers, and began hammering away. We hammered for 3 days, gradually grasping the technique. However, my progress outpaced Xiao San slightly, for I was, after all, a man who had read the script. I desperately recalled the details. Ah, yes. The Rwanshifa hammer technique emphasizes using the calves to generate force, driving through the waist, and finally transferring that power throughout the body before delivering a powerful strike. After 3 days of labor, the basketball-sized iron block had been reduced to the size of cantaloupe, though I still fell short of Tang Hao's expectations. Just as I pondered how to continue improving, on the 4th day, Tang Hao glided in like a specter, abruptly halting our efforts. I must tell you, the look on Tang Hao's eternally icy face left us both speechless. He hefted the iron block we had been hammering for 3 days, weighed in his hands, and then tossed it back with a resounding clang, his disdain palpable. With your current method, even a year of hammering would not yield a fist-sized piece. His words doused me with a bucket of cold water. I quickly asked, "Then Uncle Tang, what should we do?" He did not answer directly, but instead questioned us about our points of force application. Xiao San said it was the legs, while I said it was the waist. Our answers differed. He did not confirm or deny, but asked us, aside from a brain, what is the most important part of the human body? This time, we both responded in unison, the heart. My heart skipped a beat. The script was unfolding. Was he about to introduce the mystical theory of 3 hearts? Sure enough, Tang Hao asked quietly, "How many hearts does a person have?" Xiao San was immediately befuddled, his CPU nearly overheating. I, however, understood perfectly but needed to feign ignorance. After a moment, I ventured one, I suppose. Incorrect. Tang Hao shook his head. There are 3. He punctuated his statement by poking at our calves here and here are also hearts. He then began his lesson, introducing the so-called 3-heart theory, which I found intriguing. He explained that true masters generate force not through the waist, but starting from the soles of their feet. The 2 legs serve as your 2nd and 3rd hearts, transmitting power from the legs to the waist, then to the arms, culminating in a powerful strike. This is what constitutes a full-force blow. The expression on Xiao San's face was one of complete disarray. I knew the narrative, yet hearing it from a real person was profound. Tang Hao wasted no time, commanding, "Watch closely," as he seized a hammer. I must tell you, the spectacle was extraordinary. He resembled a bow drawn to its limit, his calf muscles tensed, then his body spun violently, the hammer cutting through the air with a whistling sound before crashing down onto the glowing iron block with a thunderous clang. As I leaned closer, my pupils widened in shock. With just that one strike, the iron block was indented by a 3rd. At that moment, I thought, oh no, I'm going to owe money. Just as Xiao San was about to take his turn, Tang Hao called for a halt. From now on, you are not to use the Hao-Ian hammer. You will use the regular hammers in this room. I smiled awkwardly, retracting my martial spirit. Good heavens! With the Hao-Ian hammer paired with this technique, it was practically a demolition tool. Xiao San switched to a regular hammer, attempting to replicate the action, achieving some success. But the recoil from his strike sent him stumbling. I was puzzled as to why I had not felt that recoil earlier. Tang Hao explained that it was due to my use of the Hao-Ian hammer. The overwhelming force negated any rebound. He then finally began to teach the real substance. He said that merely generating power was not sufficient. One must learn to guide that rebound energy or else risk injuring oneself and wasting effort. Pay close attention, Tang Hao instructed, taking the hammer from Xiao San's hands, closing his eyes, and then opening them with a fierce intensity. As the first strike descended, it was as forceful as before. Yet, in the very moment the hammer rebounded, he sprang into action. With a swift twist of his body, he harnessed the momentum of the rebounding force, swinging the hammer in a grand arc through the air, delivering a second blow with even greater ferocity. I barely blinked, astonished by the spectacle of 36 strikes. The hammer danced in his grip as if alive, producing a rhythmic symphony of clinks and clanks. Each strike leveraged the energy from the previous, accelerating in both speed and intensity. The iron block beneath his hammer twisted and transformed, defying the odds by remaining unscathed, instead becoming ever more refined. When he finally ceased his hammering, his face remained unflushed and breathless, as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll. How impressive! I could hardly contain my excitement, almost exclaiming aloud. Tang Hao tossed the hammer to us, leaving behind a parting remark about the mastery gained through practice, before turning away. For the subsequent 2 weeks, Tang San and I were invigorated, fervently hammering away in the forge. My chaotic cloak hammering technique had already allowed me to achieve a sequence of 27 strikes, while Tang San was not far behind with 25, though he was often distracted by his own precious hidden weapons. This lad proved to be quite generous, crafting a Tang Min hidden weapon, insisting on gifting me one, claiming that half the materials belonged to me. Very well, in light of this, perhaps I shall refrain from seizing his fortunes in the future. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and we had become close friends. Oh yes, since I was older, I had now become his elder brother. When the day arrived for us to venture to Nodding City for our studies, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Early the next morning, old Jack, the village chief, came to escort us, and to my surprise, Grandpa Tom from Dihun village had also arrived in a carriage. Upon seeing him, all notions of composure vanished, and I dashed into his embrace. Family is something only those who understand can truly appreciate. At that moment, I was merely a 6-year-old child. Tangsen stood by, utterly astonished, likely having never witnessed such a childish side of me. After bidding farewell to Tang Hao, the 2 carriages leisurely set off towards Nodding City. Upon our arrival, we headed straight for the primary Soul Master Academy. However, as we reached the entrance, 2 young gatekeepers barred our way. They scrutinized us with disdain, referring to us as country bumpkins, their expressions utterly infuriating. Old Jack and Grandpa Tom presented the proof from the Wuhan Temple with smiles, but the gatekeepers erupted in laughter upon seeing it. Blue silver grass? Innate, full soul power? Ha ha ha. And an unknown, mutated martial soul? Also full soul power? You think we're easily fooled? One of the guards tossed the proof back dismissively, his expression dripping with contempt. Old Jack grew agitated, insisting that it was indeed issued by the Wuhan Temple. The guard shoved him back. I say it's fake. It's nothing but a fabrication. Now scram. In an instant, Tang San's hand reached for his hidden weapon, but I swiftly restrained him. I cautioned him that striking out now would lead to defeat. I stepped forward with a grin, exclaiming, "Wow, the Soul Master Academy is so prestigious that it dares to declare the Wuhan Temple's proof as counterfeit?" The guard barely lifted his eyelids, dismissing me with a curt "Get lost." Excellent. I turned to the 2 elders and declared, "Let us depart." I recall there being a Wuhan Temple branch in Nodding City. We shall go and confess. We must inform the officials that we did not forge any proof. I raised my voice, deliberately making it loud. Initially, the guards took little notice, but as we genuinely headed towards the Wuhan Temple, they grew anxious. Upon reaching the Wuhan Temple, we were greeted by a sweet young lady. I immediately switched to my adorable demeanor, clinging to her arm and embellishing the earlier incident. Upon hearing my tale, her expression shifted dramatically as she examined our proof. This is correct. It was indeed issued by Lord Su Yuntao. How could it be false? She dashed inside, and shortly after, emerged with a burly man resembling a bear, followed by several muscular companions. The man, known as Bao Xiong, exploded with rage upon learning that someone had challenged the validity of Lord Su Yuntao's proof. What? How dare you deny the proof issued by my brother Tao? D'ici sans affront. Come, we shall confront them. What a sight to behold, as this grand procession stormed back to the academy entrance. Who dares to deny the Wuhan Temple's proof? Bao Xiong bellowed, causing the 2 gatekeepers to tremble in fear. I pointed at them, declaring, "There they are." Just moments ago, they were so imposing, claiming our proof was fake. One of them attempted to retort, citing the sanctity of the academy. But Bao Xiong swiftly slapped him down to the ground. The other was seized by Bao Xiong, who questioned him fiercely about the location of the dean while showering him with spit. I chimed in, "What did I say? Maintain your arrogance. And now you cower in fear." The guard, terrified, stammered incoherently, while Bao Xiong, still unsated, delivered another kick that sent the first guard sprawling. Ultimately, it was the young lady named Xiao Ro who intervened, advising against causing any fatalities. Observing the unfolding scene, I leaned toward Xiao Ro and whispered, "Sister, that big brother is smitten with you." Xiao Ro blushed instantly. Just as I thought I had set the stage for romance, Bao Xiong, after a moment of hesitation, stammered out, "Have you eaten yet?" I nearly burst into laughter. Only those who understand the absurdity can appreciate that this was akin to the latest model of an electronic neophyte. An AI could engage in conversation better than him. Xiaoro, exasperated, stomped her foot and walked away. Once the Wu Hun Temple personnel departed, I approached the two gatekeepers, wearing a cheerful grin. Their eyes glared at me with venom, and one finally erupted in anger, howling, "It's all your fault, you bunch of mud-legged fools. I want you dead." With that, he summoned his martial soul, a red fox apparition emerging behind him, accompanied by a white 10-year soul ring. He transformed into a grotesque figure, lunging at me. I clicked my tongue. "Is that all? Your Chi-Hu martial soul is wasted in your hands. Let me show you what a true Chi-Hu looks like." I too summoned my martial soul. "Chi-Hu, manifest." Instantly, a fox apparition appeared behind me, far more substantial than his. As the apparition merged with me, 6 black whisker marks appeared on my face. My pupils transformed into golden beast-like orbs, and a thin layer of soul power enveloped me, with 9 fiery red tails swaying arrogantly behind me. This, indeed, was a correct approach, you fool. My voice had altered, dripping with disdain. As he lunged at me, I deftly sidestepped, grasping his ankle and slamming him to the ground. Then, with a leap, I transformed my hand into a claw, shouting dramatically, "Soul-shattering iron claw." With a swift motion, I left 4 bloodied gashes across his body, from shoulder to abdomen. His eyes widened in shock, and he stammered as he pointed at me, before collapsing in a heap. I assure you, I'd shown him mercy. I spat on the ground, contemplating how his wretched martial soul was an eyesore. Merely imitating it would require an aesthetic overhaul, lest it offend my sensibilities. In mere moments, a crowd had gathered, encircling the entrance. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the throng, raspy and languid. "What is happening here?" The crowd parted like the Red Sea, revealing a middle-aged man. This man appeared utterly unremarkable, slender in build with an outdated hairstyle, yet exuding an air of profound disillusionment. To my astonishment, upon sighting this man, the previously arrogant gatekeeper fell to his knees, wailing and clinging to the man's leg. "Master, Master, save me." The man, referred to as Master, cast a disinterested glance at the gatekeeper, inquiring, "What is going on?" His gaze, while not fierce, sent shivers down the gatekeeper's spine. The guard, steeling himself, pointed at us, exclaiming, "It's them. They've come to stir trouble." The Master's tone remained unfazed as he simply asked, "Is that so?" "Yes, yes." The gatekeeper dared not even lift his head. The Master then uttered a statement that left me speechless. He addressed the gatekeeper, "You may leave now. You are expelled, and I shall inform the dean." The doorman became agitated, leaping to his feet and exclaiming, "On what grounds? Who do you think you are? You, a worthless being, have no right to dismiss me." At that moment, I thought to myself, "My friend, you have truly stepped on a landmine." The Master maintained an air of calmness, remarking, "There is nothing to be done. Such is fate." As soon as he finished speaking, several individuals surged from the crowd, seizing the 2 doormen as if they were dead dogs, their movements fluid and evidently professional. Once those 2 minions were dealt with, the Master turned around and courteously clasped his hands towards the village elder, saying, "My apologies. Could you please show me their credentials?" The elder promptly handed over our Wuhuan Temple credentials. The Master glanced over them casually, then looked up at me, then at Tang San, and back down at the paper, repeating this several times. Finally, he declared, "Come with me. I shall assist you with your enrollment." Grandpa Tom eagerly approached, humbly requesting if he could speak a few more words with us. The Master readily agreed with a nod. What followed were the customary parting admonitions, such as advising us to be obedient and not to be frugal. Both Tang San and I nodded obediently as we followed the Master toward the academy. The earnest Tang San expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, teacher." The Master chuckled, shaking his head. "I am not a teacher here. I am merely a friend of the dean, enjoying a bit of prestige. Henceforth, do not address me as teacher. Simply call me Master." I smirked, thinking to myself that this fellow was no simpleton. He was a master of theories, and half of Tang San's future success would undoubtedly be attributed to him. The Master and Tang San engaged in a delightful conversation, but suddenly the Master changed the subject, saying, "Tang San, One should not call me teacher unless you wish to become my disciple. Astonishingly swift, I thought to myself that he was indeed knowledgeable. Tang San hesitated, clearly troubled by the earlier insults hurled at him by the doorman. Recognizing this as a tremendous opportunity, I discreetly nudged him from the side. Tang San glanced at me, and I nodded vigorously. In the next moment, he knelt before the master, exclaiming, "Master, please accept me as your disciple." The master was momentarily taken aback and quickly helped him up, saying a simple bow would suffice. Tang San, however, was quite earnest, insisting that, once a teacher, always a father, and that he must kneel. The master, moved, gently ruffled Tang San's hair and remarked, "You are only the third person in a century to possess a twin martial soul." At this proclamation, Tang San's hair stood on end, and he instinctively stepped back, eyeing the master warily. The master laughed, shaking the credential paper in his hand, and corrected himself. "No, that was incorrect. It should be the third and fourth." He then cast a glance in my direction. I promptly responded, "Forgive me, I am Xing Tian, and we are not well acquainted." Jokingly, I added that I did not require his teachings, as his theories were not applicable to me. The master remained unfazed, continuing to explain to Tang San how he had deduced this. In summary, he asserted that the blue silver grass, being a seemingly useless martial soul, could not manifest innate full soul power. Therefore, Tang San must possess a second, immensely powerful martial soul. I, feeling somewhat drowsy from his explanation, interjected, "What if he is merely an exception?" The master surprisingly acquiesced. "You make a valid point." He then proceeded to elaborate on the theory of martial soul mutations to substantiate his claims. Just as he was becoming animated, he suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "In one day, I have encountered two geniuses." I swiftly countered, "No, there is only one. I have no intention of becoming your disciple." The master's laughter faltered immediately. I continued, "I acknowledge that your theories are impressive, but to be frank, no, you cannot teach me." He appeared intrigued and asked, "Oh, why not?" I, disinterested in further discourse, extended my right hand. As a blue light flickered, a blue-silver grass emerged, transforming first into a red fox and then into a pig. The master's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. It was evident that my abilities were not within the scope of his theoretical knowledge. With a smile, I remarked, "You recall, I presume, the blue-silver grass belongs to Xiao San, the red fox to that doorman, and this pig, well, it is yours." The master stared at me for quite some time before finally conceding, "You are correct. I indeed cannot teach you. However, grant me some time, and perhaps I can offer you some advice." I nodded in agreement. "That is acceptable. I am with Xiao San, as long as you do not mind me listening in." Thus, our arrangement was settled. The master led us to the administrative office to complete our enrollment process, where we were attended to by a director surnamed Su. Upon hearing Tang San refer to the master as teacher, Director Su's expression changed dramatically, as he seized Tang San and began delivering a lengthy lecture about how, in Douluo continent, one could only have one master throughout their life, cautioning him not to be deceived. Unable to endure any longer, I interrupted, "Director, could you please expedite the process? We are 6 years old and understand what we are doing." Director Su shook his head, likely perceiving us as naive children who had been abducted. Yet his actions hastened considerably. Once the paperwork was finalized, a teacher escorted us to our dormitory. I must say, this academy had only one dormitory building, where both teachers and students resided together. We were assigned to the 7th dormitory, evidently designated for work-study students. As we approached the entrance, we were met with a cacophony of noise from inside. My heart sank as I recalled the classic trope of dormitory bullying. Before I could contemplate intervening, Tang Sen had already pushed the door open. Inside was a vast communal space filled with a large number of young children. The moment we entered, an immediate silence fell over the room. A boy who appeared to be the leader approached us, saying, "New work-study students? I am Wang Shang, with the martial soul of a battle tiger, destined to become a battle soul master." Tang San politely introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Tang San, and my martial soul is Blue Silvergrass." Upon hearing Blue Silvergrass, Wang Sheng erupted into laughter, his expression exaggerated beyond measure. I swiftly shoved him aside. intending to claim a bed. He blocked my path, inquiring about my identity. With a grin, I mirrored his earlier introduction. Hello, I am Wang Sheng, with the martial soul of a battle tiger, destined to become a battle soul master. This boy initially seemed taken aback, but upon reaching the final phrase, his face turned pale, and he shouted, "You're mocking me," and lunged at me. I sidestepped, grasped his arm, and executed a shoulder throw, sending him flying. He rose, radiating a yellow light, clearly having summoned his martial soul. The onlooking lackeys cheered. The boss is serious now. This kid is in for it. I laughed, summoning a similar yellow light, stating, I've already told you, I am you. What you can do, I can do too. As he threw a punch, I countered with an identical move, resulting in him flying backward like a rag doll. I stepped over him and approached a bed by the window, adding, oh, by the way, I misspoke earlier. I am you. What you can do, I can do. And what you cannot do, I can do as well. At this point, the entire dormitory was enveloped in silence. Eventually, Wang Sheng, rather resigned, admitted defeat, declaring that I had bested him, thus making me the boss of the 7th dormitory. I had little interest in this trivial matter and promptly shifted the blame onto Tang San. Initially reluctant, Tang San was stirred to action when Wang Sheng rolled up his sleeves to reveal bruises all over his arms, claiming they were inflicted by those noble students. This revelation ignited Tang San's sense of justice, and he immediately agreed to take on the role of boss. Dear friends, the time it took for him to become the boss did not exceed 10 minutes. Just then, a clear and melodious voice belonging to a girl rang out from the entrance. Excuse me, is this the 7th dormitory? Upon hearing this, I thought, the female protagonist has made her entrance. A young girl stood at the door, her appearance radiant, sporting a scorpion braid and bright, twinkling eyes. The boys in the dormitory were utterly captivated. The girl introduced herself as Xiao Wu, with Wu meaning dance. Wang Sheng, ever the instigator, urged Tang San, our new boss, to assert his authority. Tang San hesitated, blushing as he approached Xiao Wu, suggesting they engage in a friendly spar. I shook my head beside him, thinking to myself, Xiao San, you have no idea of the power your future wife possesses. As anticipated, in a swift and decisive manner, Tang San was effortlessly brought down by Xiao Wu with a graceful technique. Consequently, the leader of the 7th dormitory underwent 3 changes within a single day, ultimately resting the title upon Xiao Wu, who we all began to refer to as Sister Xiao Wu. Just as the atmosphere grew lively, a teacher arrived bearing bedding from the master for Tang San. Upon seeing this, Xiao Wu inquired, why am I not receiving any? Wang Sheng attempted to assert himself, only to be silenced by a single glare from me. Then, a memorable scene unfolded. Xiao Wu naturally proposed to Tang San, I see your bedding is quite large. Why don't we combine our beds and sleep together? Tang San's face flushed crimson to the roots of his neck, repeatedly shaking his head in refusal. With hands on her hips, Xiao Wu retorted, what is wrong with that? I want to eat you. Tang San, flustered, considered giving his blanket to Xiao Wu and squeezing him beside me. I chuckled. I'm afraid I'm accustomed to sleeping alone. He then looked towards Wang Sheng, who, trembling under my gaze, quickly claimed he was an unsteady sleeper himself. Finally, Xiao Wu decisively declared, all right, it's settled. She then snatched Tang San's blanket and began making the bed. I stood by, thoroughly entertained, laughing until my stomach ached. After preparing the bed, we followed Wang Sheng to the cafeteria for a meal. As expected, we encountered some noble students looking for trouble. Ultimately, it was the master who intervened, leading us to the 2nd floor, where we had a special meal prepared. After dining, the master expressed his desire to discuss matters with us in the afternoon. Initially, I contemplated declining, as I had not formally apprenticed under him, but Tang San insisted that the master would surely share his insights. I considered this, and concluded that having a few esteemed theorists analyze my martial soul would be beneficial, and thus I agreed. In the afternoon, the 2 of us visited the master's dormitory. To my astonishment, the walls were lined with books, resembling a library. The master wasted no time and asked Tang San to reveal his 2nd martial soul, the ominous-looking Haotian hammer. Upon seeing it, the master's expression shifted dramatically, muttering, so he is of the Tang lineage. Then it was my turn. I explained that my martial soul lacked an original form, and right before him, I transformed into blue silvergrass, a fox, a pig, and a tiger in succession. The master pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "Does your martial soul have the ability to simulate even dual martial souls?" I nodded affirmatively, raising my left hand, and, with a flash of light, a Haotian hammer identical to Tang San's materialized in my grasp. The master's expression was nothing short of remarkable. He inquired about the limitations of my martial soul. I responded candidly, "The strength of my body. As long as my physical capability is sufficient, I can fully unleash the potential of the simulated martial soul." The master, after a prolonged silence, looked at me and stated deliberately, "I can now conclude that your martial soul will be the most powerful in the entire continent." I felt a rush of joy and humbly replied, "Surely not. I assenti the Haotian hammer the strongest?" The master shook his head, asserting, "The Haotian hammer is merely the strongest weapon martial soul, while yours will be the most formidable of all souls. Your path is clear. Focus on enhancing your physical body, and your soul rings must primarily consist of extreme soul rings." Upon hearing this, I was awestruck. The master had laid out my future trajectory with remarkable clarity. However, he swiftly shifted gears and imparted another lesson. "Taiju, let me tell you why your simulated martial soul is exceptional. Have you considered the possibility of encountering someone like Tang San, who disregards martial ethics? He possesses a plethora of Tang sect hidden weapons beyond just his martial soul. You could find yourself in quite a predicament. Therefore, you must keep a trump card hidden. My suggestion is to refine another martial soul to serve as your ace." I pondered this and realized the wisdom in his words. If I merely simulated Tang San's martial soul, and he retaliated with a technique such as the Buddha's Rage Tang Lotus, I would be in dire straits. Suddenly, a name for a martial soul flashed in my mind. Yes, that would do. Just as the master finished guiding me, he turned to admonish Tang San. "Little San, from now on, you must dedicate yourself to perfecting your blue silvergrass. Without my permission, you are absolutely forbidden from adding any soul rings to your hammer." Naturally, Tang San complied without question. The master then commenced his personal theoretical lecture, leaving the two of us in awe, as if the doors to a new world had been flung open. After concluding, he announced that we would not participate in the opening ceremony the following day, but would instead venture into the mountains to obtain our first soul rings. I was exhilarated. This meant I would soon acquire extraordinary abilities. Who could understand the thrill of having my own soul ring, while also simulating others? I would become the one with the most soul rings in the entire continent, able to intimidate merely by standing there. Tang San was equally thrilled. He believed that obtaining a soul ring would allow him to claim a salary at the Spirit Hall and elevate his Xin Tiangong to new heights. We hurried back to our dormitory, and when Tang San shared this news with Xiao Wu, she unveiled a significant secret. She too possessed innate full soul power. However, in a curious twist, when Tang San suggested they go together, she adamantly refused, insisting we should go first and maintain an air of mystery. The next day at dawn, the two of us rose early. Tang San headed to the back mountain to practice his Ziji magic, while I diligently honed my physical form at the dormitory entrance, sweat pouring down like it was free. When Tang San returned from his training and saw me, he muttered something about getting me that thing. Upon meeting the master, he wasted no time and procured a horse-drawn carriage for the two of us. On the way, Tang San fretted over the capabilities of his meager grass. I offered him advice, saying, "Little San, do you trust me?" He replied affirmatively. "Trust me when a master asks. Say you wish to pursue a path of agility and control." He looked bewildered. "Blue silvergrass? Agility? It snaps at the slightest tug." I insisted, "Just follow my lead. The master's reputation is not without merit." Sure enough, once we boarded the carriage, Tang San relayed my suggestion to the master. I must say, the master's expression was akin to winning a lottery. He slapped his thigh, declaring that we had both arrived at the same conclusion. He then proceeded to enlighten us on various topics, including soul ring years and colors, absorption rules, and even shared his groundbreaking theory that plant-type martial souls could absorb animal-type soul rings. Tang San immediately expressed his willingness to be the first to brave this new frontier. The most astonishing moment came when the master suddenly produced a belt adorned with 24 gleaming gemstones, handing it directly to Tang San. My eyes widened in disbelief. This was the legendary spatial soul guide, the 24 Bridges bright moonlit night. Tang San, in a gesture of camaraderie, offered to split it with me. However, I felt it was a token between him and his master, and thus declined, hoping to acquire something akin for myself in the future. Before long, the carriage arrived at a heavily guarded location, the soul-hunting forest. I was puzzled. Wasn't our destination supposed to be the Stardew forest? The master chuckled at my naivety, explaining that given our current levels, venturing into the Stardew would be akin to delivering takeout to soul beasts. The soul-hunting forest was a controlled environment for imperial soul beasts, safety first. Upon entering the forest, the master summoned his martial soul, Luo San Pao, which resembled a large pig, to scout ahead. Not long after, Luo San Pao suddenly grew tense, its body rigid as it fixated on a particular direction. From the grass came a hissing sound, and the air filled with a sweet, metallic scent. Tang San, an expert in toxins, instantly sensed the danger, exclaiming, "There's a toxin. Be careful, master." In the next instant, a massive black snake with a diamond-shaped protrusion on its head lunged out from the grass. The master's complexion paled. Mandala snake? How could such a ferocious creature appear at the outskirts? "Little San, be cautious," he muttered, hoping the snake wasn't too powerful. In a moment of recklessness, I turned to Tang San and declared, "You create a distraction while I flank for a sneak attack. This will be your first soul ring." With that, I stealthily maneuvered around to the snake's rear. The master shouted in alarm, "Taiju, don't be impulsive. That's a 400-year-old mandala snake. The two of you combined wouldn't be enough to even fill its teeth." But I was not in a mindset to heed his warning. Tang San, displaying remarkable synergy, swiftly picked up a stone and deftly hurled it, expertly directing the serpent's wrath towards him. The snake, incensed, immediately turned and lunged at Tang San. The opportunity had arisen. Just as I maneuvered to its rear, the master grew anxious, producing several white radishes and stuffing them into Luo San Pao's mouth, chanting incantations, farting like thunder. "Shake the heavens and split the earth, Luo San Pao." A resounding bang erupted, and a cloud of yellow smoke bewildered the mandala serpent, pushing it back several steps. Seizing this moment, I conjured blue silver grass with my right hand to bind it, while my left hand summoned the Haotian hammer, swinging it mightily with a resounding thud upon the creature's tail. The snake writhed in agony, baring its gaping maw. Tang San, a fierce contender himself, seized the moment, releasing a hidden arrow that shot straight into its mouth, claiming victory instantly. A golden soul ring began to rise gently into the air. I hurriedly called out, "Xiao San," quickly. However, the master intervened, his expression grave. "No, this serpent has nearly 500 years of age, far exceeding the limit for a first soul ring. Absorbing it would lead to your demise. We must find another." I countered firmly, "Master, rest assured, Xiao San's body is far more resilient than you imagine. Xiao San, go." Tang San, trusting my judgment, promptly sat cross-legged and began the absorption process. Remarkably, the procedure was seamless, leaving the master wide-eyed with astonishment. When Tang San finally stood again, his soul power soared to the 13th level, and the blue-silver grass underwent a transformation, becoming thicker and sturdier, adorned with peculiar patterns. The master, exhilarated like a child, embraced Tang San's blue-silver grass, examining it fervently, exclaiming, "It worked. My theory has succeeded." The following day, it was my turn. The master selected a formidable opponent for me, a nearly 600-year-old exploding bear. He inquired whether I dared to take on the challenge. Naturally, I consented. The battle proved to be arduous. The bear's hide was tough and resilient, rendering stealth attacks ineffective. Ultimately, we reverted to our usual tactics. The master's fragrant bombardment and Tang San's blinding arrows, while I clumsily wielded the still unfamiliar chaotic hammer, striking it down after several attempts. Exhausted, I slid off the bear, yet the sight of the deeper yellow soul ring made every struggle worthwhile. Eagerly, I positioned myself cross-legged, extending my hand towards the soul ring, bracing myself for the anticipated pain. To my astonishment, nothing transpired. While I pondered this anomaly, I noticed Tang San and the master staring at me, mouths agape, as if witnessing a ghost above my head. The soul ring within me unexpectedly floated out. Then, under our watch, the deep yellow ring gradually faded, becoming more translucent until it vanished completely. The soul ring dissipated. I remained seated, bewildered. Tang San approached, gently nudging me. Taiju, it's over. I opened my eyes, still exhilarated. Over? Xiao San. ISNT, it's strange. I felt no pain at all during the absorption. Not even a hint of discomfort. Tang San regarded me with a complex expression, hesitating to respond. My heart sank. What is wrong? Your expression is unsettling. Is something amiss? He encouraged me to assess my soul power and martial soul state. His words sent a chill through me. Taiju, still dazed, follow my advice. In the next moment, his smile evaporated, his entire demeanor collapsing. Witnessing this, I felt a pang of sorrow. However, the truth could not remain hidden forever. The master approached to offer comfort. Admitting this was the first time he had encountered such a situation and requesting time to investigate. You wouldn't believe Taiju's reaction. After a few seconds of confusion, he suddenly recovered, casually stating, "Hey, it's no big deal," but his voice trembled, betraying his facade. The atmosphere became so awkward it felt as though one could carve out a 3-room apartment. In the Douluo continent, a soul master unable to absorb a soul ring was essentially rendered powerless, forever stalling their soul power, regardless of how formidable their martial soul might be. Consequently, Taiju, in an attempt to alleviate the tension, pointed at the bear and exclaimed, "After all that effort, I've never tasted bear paw before. Let us have that for dinner tonight." I nearly wept, swiftly agreeing, "Sure, I'll prepare it." As I rushed to detach the bear paw, he called out from behind, "Make sure it's the right front paw. That's the most delicious. We need all 4, or there won't be enough to eat." I dare not glance back, my movements swift, fearing he might see my tears. That evening, as we set up camp, I prepared a braised bear paw for him. Yet, he sat there, staring blankly, his eyes hauntingly hollow, devoid of any vitality. When I urged him to eat, he merely responded with an absent "oh," his demeanor heartbreaking. The master, meanwhile, was engrossed in his notes, flipping through books and researching, visibly distressed. Taiju's inner turmoil must have been tumultuous. Consider this. Originally endowed with innate full soul power and a top-tier martial soul, only to be informed that he could not progress further. Who could endure such a fate? His mind must have been screaming, "Why? I, too, am a transmigrant. Why can Tang San succeed while I cannot?" Yet, no matter how much he screamed, the reality remained. After dinner, he embarked on an intense training regimen, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion, ultimately collapsing from fatigue, necessitating my carrying him back to the tent. The following day, upon returning to the academy, the master instructed him to await news while I returned to the dormitory. Upon entering, I found the room empty. As we pondered this, we overheard discussions on the playground about the 7th dormitory challenging the 6th-year elder, Xiao Lao, with a wager that included Xiao Wu. Alarmed, I turned to Taiju. "This is bad. Xiao Wu and the others are clashing with the upperclassmen. We must head to the back mountain." We hurried to the scene, where a crowd had gathered, all eager to witness the spectacle. Just as I intended to charge in, Taiju halted me, saying, "Xiao San, you go ahead." I paused, seeing his expression, and instantly understood. Given his current predicament, it was indeed unwise for him to involve himself in such matters. I nodded and ventured alone. I heard a muttering behind me, "This is your stage. If the master cannot resolve my issue, we may have to part ways. As you know, I single-handedly challenged Xiao Lao and his gang, and my blue-silver grass martial soul gained recognition within the academy. However, 3 days later, news from the master arrived, prompting Taiju to visit him. My brother stood at the master's dormitory door, his legs trembling, having to mentally prepare for quite some time before daring to knock. Upon entry, he got straight to the point. "Master, is there a result?" The master instructed him to sit, but he could hardly remain seated, insisting, "Please tell me." I can handle any outcome. The master remained silent for a lengthy period before finally speaking. I can tell you, this moment decisively shaped my brother's fate. The master began, Taizhu, you need not be so pessimistic. Upon hearing this, Taizhu's eyes brightened. Have you found a solution? The master then uttered 2 words. No. My goodness. My brother's demeanor collapsed instantly. He bowed to the master, muttering a thanks for his efforts, and turned to leave without a backward glance. The master called after him, but he was unresponsive. I stood by, wanting to kick him for not allowing the master to finish speaking. What the master had intended to convey was that although he could not personally attach a soul ring, he could simulate others' abilities. He could even replicate soul bones and soul skills. What a boon that would be! Yet, he did not hear it. He returned to the dormitory in a daze, muttering about being unable to attach a soul ring. He became ensnared in his own thoughts, convinced that others' abilities would always remain theirs. Suddenly, he declared, since I cannot attach a soul ring, there's no point in continuing my studies. With that, he hastily penned a letter and left it on my bed, casually packed a couple of items, and headed straight to the academic office to apply for a leave of absence. The teachers, absurdly, didn't ask a single question and promptly processed his request. As he exited the school with his leave of absence in hand, he himself felt somewhat bewildered. Gazing back at Naoding-shun, he sighed, addressing the small third party. I am departing. We're not destined to walk the same path. Should fate allow, we shall meet again at Shalake. With that, he turned away, his sights set on the Shingdo Da Senlin, where he sought to hone his physical prowess. Remarkably, at the very moment he completed his leave of absence, a sudden clarity washed over him. He realized that his greatest adversary lay within himself, in his own obsessions. So what if he could not add a soul ring? As long as others possessed it, he could as well. He did not aspire to be a soul master. Rather, he aimed to become the shadow of every talented soul master. I tell you, the smile that graced his lips at that moment sent chills down the spine. Upon returning to the dormitory after class, I found him gone, leaving only a note behind. The letter was nonchalant, mentioning his departure for training and instructing me not to search for him, bidding farewell to Shalake. Clutching the note, I felt a profound ache in my heart, blaming myself. Had I imparted the Tangmin's ultimate skills to him sooner, perhaps he would not have left. 2 days later, Tieju's silhouette appeared at the edge of the Shingdo Da Senlin. He knew that the small had emerged from here, a realm teeming with formidable beings. With a sigh, he plunged into the depths, prepared to remain for a year. Initially, he confined his activities to the outskirts, seeking out 10 or even several decades-old soul beasts to practice against, relying solely on hand-to-hand combat without employing his martial soul. He integrated all he had learned from his past life into his combat instincts. Half a month passed, and he had etched this process into his muscle memory. The attacks of those lower-tier plant-type soul beasts could not even graze his skin. Bored with the trivial challenges, he ventured deeper into the forest, seeking century-old soul beasts as worthy opponents. Just as he entered the periphery, he spotted a pig-like soul beast drinking water, only for a 1,000-year-old python to suddenly emerge from the depths. The two titans clashed fiercely, a scene both bloody and exhilarating. Eventually, the python strangled the pig, opening its jaws to feast. Tieju observed from the sidelines, waiting for the python to bask in the sun after its meal before stealthily approaching. I must say, this fellow possessed remarkable courage. When he was within 5 or 6 meters, the giant python sensed his presence, lifting its head to survey the surroundings. Tieju quickly crouched down, utilizing his soul power to regulate his body temperature, evading the serpent's thermal detection. Once the python relaxed, he summoned my mutated blue silvergrass, deftly ensnaring its head and injecting poison instantly. Then he brandished the Hautian hammer, striking the serpent's head with relentless ferocity. The 1,000-year-old python was no pushover, writhing in pain. It expelled the pig it had just consumed, regaining its agility in an instant. With a single sweep of its tail, it sent Tieju flying, causing him to spit blood and fracture 2 ribs. Yet, he was a resolute individual, enduring the excruciating pain and charging forward, using blue silvergrass to continuously administer poison. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered 2 crushing blows to the python's head, ultimately slaying the fearsome creature. After dispatching the python, he found himself on the brink of collapse. Dragging his battered body back to his concealed tree hollow, with his last ounce of strength, he swallowed the serpent's gallbladder and promptly lost consciousness. You believe this. The gallbladder possessed miraculous effects, healing his wounds at an astonishing rate. By the time he awoke the next day, not only were his injuries fully healed, but his physical capabilities had surged dramatically, adding 5 centimeters to his height. This opened the door to a new realm of possibilities. For the next 3 months, he engaged in a brutal self-training regimen, often leaving himself battered and bruised. On one occasion, his intestines were even extracted by Soul Beast, only to regenerate by the following day. Thus, he forged his way from the periphery into the inner sanctum, becoming a terrifying human entity that struck fear into the hearts of all soul beasts within the Xingdou Dasenlin, particularly the bear-type soul beasts, with their tough hides and immense strength, became his favorite sparring partners. He never killed them. After each bout, he aided in their recovery, resulting in a camaraderie with the inner circle of bear-type soul beasts. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Inside a cave near the forest center, Tieju slowly opened his eyes to find himself nestled beside 2 10,000-year-old dark golden terror bears. Astonishingly, he had been living alongside the apex predators of this forest. It turned out that 2 months prior, he had rescued their cubs, and in gratitude, the bear parents not only welcomed him into their den, but also trained with him daily. During these 2 months, under the relentless guidance of the ancient soul beasts, his strength skyrocketed, and he even devised a unique breathing technique. One day, caressing the small bear cub beside him, he addressed the massive bear father, Xiongda. In a few days, I must depart. I have a promise to fulfill with my brothers. Xiongda opened his eyes, a hint of reluctance in his gaze. Yet he did not try to keep him. Tieju smiled and added, "Before I leave, let us have one last match." After their final bout, Xiongma returned from a hunt. Tieju skillfully lit a fire, preparing a feast for the bear family. Ever since tasting his roasted meat, the cub refused to eat raw food, clinging to him incessantly. After the meal, Xiongda sat beside him, both watching the sunset. Tieju mused, "Isn't it amusing? Humans and soul beasts have been arch-enemies since time immemorial. Yet here we are, brothers." After a moment of silence, Xiongda replied in a deep voice, "Perhaps this is fate, for you should be the first in the entire continent unable to attach a soul ring." Upon hearing this, I was struck with enlightenment. I burst into laughter, realizing that this was a case of misfortune turning into fortune. The heavens seemed to be feeding me. My inability to attach a soul ring had morphed into my greatest safeguard. I exclaimed to Xiongda, "Suddenly, I don't wish to leave. This Xingdou Dasenlin feels like my joyous home." Yet, Xiongda did not take the bait. His gaze communicated the understanding that I, like a soaring eagle, would eventually leave this forest. We sat in silence, the atmosphere growing tinged with melancholy. Ultimately, it was the little cub, now resembling a fully grown dog, that broke the silence with its exuberant antics. As a 7-year-old child standing at 1.50 meters, I could hardly embrace it. It leaped upon me, showering me with slobbery affection, as if questioning my intent to abandon it. Xiongda and Xiong'er approached, and just as I was lost in thought, Xiongda stunned me with a bombshell statement. "Tieju, take the little bear with you." I was taken aback. "What? That's impossible. This is your own son." Xiongda's expression was a mix of bitterness and resolve as he replied, "Precisely because he is my son, I wish for you to take him. You know better than anyone the allure our dark golden terror bear's soul rings hold for humans. If he stays with us, I may never see him reach 1,000 years. But with you, the only person in the entire continent who does not require a soul ring, he will be safest." My mind was reeling. Xiongda looked at me, articulating each word with gravitas. "I have made my decision. Let my son accompany you to become the first soul beast pet, or mount, of the entire continent." I was momentarily dazed by this decision, for Xiongda was wagering the very future of its lineage on a mere 7-year-old child. It stated that few among the dark golden terror bears lived to see 100,000 years. This was a gamble for the future. with such weighty words spoken. What could I say? I immediately vowed with my martial soul, "Fear not, Xiongda, with the little bear by my side. I shall ensure its name resonates throughout the entire Douluo continent." Xiong'er approached and rubbed his head against Xiao Xiong, then left with Xiongda without looking back. That silhouette, so resolute, made my heart ache. I cradled the little creature in my arms and thought, well, from now on, we shall be brothers from different parents. Gulme, let me introduce you to the dazzling world of humanity. It took me a month to emerge from the Xingdo to Sanlin. During this journey, I was not idle. I sought out soul beasts every day to hone my skills. After all, I did not take lives. But if I encountered one that insisted on a fight, well, then I'm sorry. You shall be my dinner for the day. By the time we reached Nodding City, Xiao Xiong had already transformed into a century-old soul beast, and most impressively, he could change his size at will. Otherwise, such a hefty creature would not fit through the city gates. Upon returning to Nualing City, my first thought was of Tang San. It had been over a year since we last met, and to be honest, I missed this fellow quite a bit. I did not head directly to the school, but rather found a place to settle down, took a comfortable bath, and then brought the now smaller Xiao Xiong, who was perched on my shoulder, to stroll into the Junior Soul Master Academy. The gatekeeper had changed, and his attitude was somewhat better than the previous ones. I mentioned Tang San's name, and shortly after, I saw him and Xiao Wu rushing out from inside. "Taizhu, you're back." Tang San was overly excited upon seeing me. I smiled and nodded, but when I turned to look, I found Xiao Wu's gaze fixated on the little creature on my shoulder, unmoving. At that moment, I felt like a performer seizing an opportunity. I told Tang San to gather Wang Sheng and the others. I would treat them all to a meal. Tang San looked at me as if I were a stranger, claiming that I had changed, becoming more composed and taller, no longer resembling a 7-year-old child. Of course, after wrestling with soul beasts in the forest every day, how could I not change? While Tang San went back to summon the others, it was just me and Xiao Wu left. I went straight to the point and smiled at her. "What is the matter? Do I seem familiar?" Xiao Wu jolted, snapping out of her daze. "Huh? What did you say?" I continued to tease her. "I mean, the sin on me and this little guy on my shoulder, I senti it familiar?" As soon as I finished speaking, Xiao Wu's expression instantly turned vigilant. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She was still too young, and I had exploited the information gap, revealing her surprise with just a little tease. She stubbornly retorted, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." I waved my hand dismissively. "All right, stop pretending. I spent the past year in Xingdo to Sanlin. I even met Deming and Erming. Your little tricks can't fool me." In truth, I had never met them. It was purely a fabrication. Upon hearing the names Deming and Erming, Xiao Wu trembled, her voice quivering. "You know about them?" "Don't worry," I reassured her with a pat on my chest, a 1T spill a word. "After all, you are Tang San's future wife. I wouldn't want him to resent me later." My words left Xiao Wu blushing furiously. That evening, I treated them to a grand feast. Where did I get the money? Let us just say it was acquired through righteous means along the way. Tang San refused to return to school, insisting on staying with me, saying he had much to discuss. He told me that his father had disappeared, and upon returning home, he found the place empty. I offered him some comforting words, and then he asked if I would leave again. I replied, "Not necessarily, but I must go to a certain place." I gazed at him intently. "Do you remember the letter I gave you? After I rest, I will continue my training, and then I shall head to Shrek Academy. I will wait for you there." "All right, I will definitely go." Tang San's eyes sparkled with determination. After I finished my bath, Tang San was utterly stunned. When he looked at my body, his expression was akin to seeing a ghost. My body was riddled with new and old scars, no unblemished skin to be found. It was not the physique of a 7-year-old child at all. Tang San's gaze pierced through my facade, yet he asked nothing. He was perceptive. The next day, I bid farewell to Tang San, leaving him a letter, and set off once more. My destination, Shrek Academy. Then came a series of mentions of the Balak Kingdom and the Tiando Empire, but who cared? I fast-forwarded straight to Suatuwa City. After half a month, I finally arrived. Upon reaching Suatuwa City, I immediately spotted a place called the Rose Hotel. What a familiar name. I remembered that in the original story, Tang San and Xiao Wu would cause quite a stir here in a few years. I thought to myself, I must stay here. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to my identity as a traveler. However, upon entering, it appeared quite normal, not the couple S hotel I had imagined years later. I searched high and low for Shrek, traversing every village in the southern part of Suotawa City, yet not a trace was found. I pondered, something is amiss. I distinctly remembered Shrek being established for many years already. Failing to locate it, I decided to return to Qingdao to Sunlin and train for another 2 to 3 years. A month later, I returned to Xiongda's territory. Xiongda was overjoyed to see me. I told him, "Buddy, I plan to stay here for another year or 2. Is that okay?" Xiongda welcomed me with open arms. "Welcome. Stay as long as you like." Xiao Xiong returned home, instantly becoming a 1,000-year soul beast, which made Xiongda boast about his wise decision. In the days that followed, I lived a life akin to that of a monk. My days consisted of 3 main activities. First, training with Xiongda as my sparring partner, enduring the beatings. Second, refining my self-created breathing technique, observing Xiongda's habits daily. Third, preparing barbecue for Xiongda and his family, an endless supply of meat until I felt nauseous. This continued for an entire year. During this time, I discovered a waterfall and found a patch of spiritual herbs on the cliff beside it, resembling lingji, but with a strong metallic taste. Though unpalatable, the effects were explosive. My physical strength improved daily. Xiao Xiong also benefited, munching on spiritual herbs and skyrocketing from a century-old soul beast to a 900-year one. Only my family understands the intensity of my training, as I stood beneath the waterfall, battered by the cascading water. Initially, I could barely maintain my stance, but eventually, I managed to endure 3 minutes. Each time I was washed away, my body turned as red as a boiled shrimp. Xiao Xiong joined in my grueling regimen. And the funniest part was that its beautiful fur was completely washed away by the waterfall, leaving it heartbroken. However, the results were remarkable. After half a month, it broke through to become a 1,000-year soul beast, and its fur grew back. One day, while I was enduring the waterfall's force, I suddenly felt a sharp crack within my body, as if something had shattered. A tremendous force erupted from within, pushing the surrounding water away. I emerged from the waterfall, and the water at the shore hissed upon touching my body, my temperature alarmingly high. I sensed that I had once again surpassed my physical limits, my strength surging. Subsequently, I found myself floating once more. I decided to venture into the central area to witness the legendary 10,000-year soul beasts. What happened next? With my newfound strength, I advanced without obstruction, ultimately arriving at a vast lake. Upon seeing it, my legs began to quiver. Wasn't this the lair of the Tianqing Yomeng? Panic set in, and I turned to flee. Yet, fate had other plans. Just as I took a few steps, a deafening roar erupted from the nearby forest, and a gigantic, gorilla-like beast charged out. As I marveled at its size, a colossal head descended from above, fixating its gaze upon me. In that instant, I leaped from my hiding spot, sprinting away. I utilized the fastest speed of my life, but what happened? A gust of wind swept through, tripping my feet and tightening my body, sending me soaring into the air. In a mere second, I was lifted like a chick. A booming voice echoed in my ear. "Little insect, where did you come from?" I was utterly bewildered, and as I regained my senses, a gaping maw loomed before me. It repeated its question, noting the scent of Xiao Wu on me. I was nearly out of breath from its grip. In a moment of panic, "You blurted out of me. You're Erming, right? Be gentle. Be gentle." Upon hearing me call its name, the great gorilla, known as Erming, indeed loosened its grip slightly. I quickly exclaimed, "It was Xiao Wu who informed me. Please set me down." As I was placed on the ground, I felt as though my bones might shatter. This simple-minded Erming immediately demanded to know Xiao Wu's whereabouts. While grimacing in pain, I explained that Xiao Wu was safe at the Human Academy. To my surprise, this creature displayed a certain attentiveness and inquired why I was there. Unable to stand due to the pain, I resorted to lying on the ground in a display of defiance, saying, "Brother, find me some medicine, or I might perish." Erming dashed away and swiftly returned, tossing a large handful of precious medicinal herbs in front of me. I inwardly cursed the wastefulness, but hastily picked one up and consumed it. The effects of the medicine took hold instantly, and my injuries began to heal. I then confessed to Erming that I was undergoing training because I could not attach a spirit ring and had been residing with the dark gold fearsome bear for nearly 2 years. Upon hearing this, Erming suddenly offered to assist me in my training and refused to let me leave. I could not comply. I immediately began to protest. Brother, let us be reasonable. If you don't let me go, I will report you to Xiao Wu for bullying me. You dare? Erming bellowed in anger. I glared defiantly. Do you think I wouldn't? To my astonishment, this simpleton truly backed down. A clever idea struck me. How about this? Since I won't be leaving for another year, I will come and play with you every day, and you can train with me. When the time comes, I will bring Xiao Wu back to see you. What do you say? Really? Indeed. All right. Thus, Erming, the 100,000-year soul, beast, titan, giant ape, became my new training partner. After training with Erming for a year, my combat awareness skyrocketed, akin to a rocket taking off, and my proficiency with the Hao-Ian hammer improved significantly. Although I could only sustain the simulation of Tang Hao's martial spirit for 3 minutes, I realized it was not that Tang Hao was too powerful, but rather that my own soul power was insufficient. Nevertheless, against anyone below the title Dalu rank, my raw strength alone sufficed. Another year passed, and Erming and I had become inseparable comrades. I had even met the notoriously irritable leader, the Tianqing Yolong, several times. One day, after a sparring session, I lay on the grass and informed Erming that I would soon be leaving, as the time I had agreed upon with Xiao Wu was approaching. Erming was visibly reluctant. Previously, it had played alone while Daming trained without regard for it, and now that it finally had a companion, I was about to depart. I comforted it by saying I would return a visit. Suddenly, Erming stood up, grabbed a stone as large as a grinding mill, and hurled it into the lake where Daming was sleeping. The splash sent water soaring up to 10 meters, nearly drenching me. We sat on the shore, and shortly thereafter, the center of the lake began to swirl like a black hole. Moments later, a bull's head, larger than a truck, emerged with a face as dark as the bottom of a pot, and it bellowed at Erming. Erming, what madness have you unleashed this time? Erming quickly stood and pointed at me, saying, Brother, Xing Tian is leaving. He's going to find Sister Xiao Wu. The bull's head, identified as Daming, then turned its attention toward me, and the intensity of its gaze was overwhelming. You are leaving? I nodded. Yes, I have stayed for a year. It is time for me to return. Daming's voice boomed like thunder. Leave. This place does not belong to you. At this moment, Erming interjected, looking quite aggrieved. But brother, if Xing Tian leaves, who will play with me? What Daming said next was truly a classic retort. He cast a sideways glance at Erming and coldly asked, Is Sister Xiao Wu more important, or are you? With this single question, Erming fell silent and retreated in defeat. Daming then turned to me with utmost seriousness, saying, Human, I entrust Sister Xiao Wu to you. If she suffers even the slightest grievance, I shall not spare you. I patted my chest in assurance. Rest assured. As he continued, he opened his mouth and released a shimmering object that flew directly toward me. I reached out to catch it, and to my astonishment, it was a bracelet adorned with twin dragons playing with a pearl. Consider this your reward for taking care of Sister Xiao Wu. Initially, I intended to decline politely, but upon hearing the term storage, my eyes widened with desire. This was precisely the infinite backpack I had longed for. Who could refuse such a gift? I immediately adorned myself with it, exclaiming, Fear not, I will ensure that Xiao Wu suffers no grievances. With my newfound treasure, I wasted no time and waved goodbye to Erming. I returned to bid farewell to the bear family, packing a few special items from the previous tiger for my good brother, Tang San. 2 days later, accompanied by a little bear that had grown as large as a calf, I officially set forth on my journey. This time I was in no rush. With the storage bracelet, I was well equipped for the adventure ahead. After wandering leisurely for over half a month, I finally arrived in Suatawa City. Upon entering the city, I made a point to glance at the Rose Hotel. To my amusement, it had indeed been remodeled into a couple's hotel. Clearly, the owner understood the importance of customer appeal. I found it nearby to stay at and was enjoying my meal when I overheard a group of men gossiping at the next table. Hey, did you hear? A school has opened in the village to the south of the city, called Shrek. Their slogan is loud and clear. They only accept monsters, not ordinary people. I chuckled upon hearing this. Was this not the very place I sought? Their advertisement was perfectly tailored to attract the right clientele. The following day, after breakfast, I strolled leisurely toward the southern part of the city with the little bear in tow. Shrek Academy was indeed easy to locate, as I merely had to follow the flow of people. The line was so long that it resembled the queues for popular bubble tea. I could not see the end. Standing at the back of the line, I watched for the entire morning as the admissions officer, who resembled a towering iron statue, turned out to be Zhao Wujing. He was incredibly stern and merciless, rejecting every applicant regardless of their talent. One 12-year-old with innate soul power at level 9 and a martial spirit of the bash snake, who was already at level 20, was dismissed with a mere roll of his eyes. Level 20 at 12 years old. Useless. Next. The poor child and his mother were left speechless. Finally, in the afternoon, it was my turn. Zhao Wujing did not even look up, his voice rough as sandpaper. Tuition is 20 gold coins. No refunds for failures, understood? I produced 20 gold coins and tossed them into the box. As I withdrew my hand, I accidentally brushed against his arm. Only then did he glance at me, before lowering his head again to ask in a routine manner, name, age, martial spirit, soul power level. I cleared my throat and, in the most nonchalant tone, delivered the most explosive answer. Xing Tian, 11 years old, martial spirit, great strength diamond bear. 76th level battle spirit saint. As soon as I finished speaking, the entire venue fell silent. Zhao Wujing suddenly looked up, his gaze piercing as if he were ready to devour me. Kid, do you know what happens to those who mock me? The onlookers began to stir, their expressions suggesting they were ready to send me to an asylum. I shook my head and sighed, alas, it seems that speaking the truth is no longer believed. Then I turned to Zhao Wujing and smiled. I have heard that you only accept monsters at Shrek and do not take in geniuses. Today, let me show you what true excellence looks like. As soon as the words left my mouth, I summoned my martial spirit. The illusion of the great strength diamond bear emerged behind me, adorned with 7 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. 7 rings, not a single one less, floated around me in a mesmerizing display. The audience gasped audibly, and I could hear the collective sound of jaws dropping. Zhao Wujing's eyes nearly bulged out of his head, his mouth agape for what felt like an eternity before he managed to stammer out 3 words. I'm shocked. Just then, a bespectacled middle-aged man swooped down from the sky, grabbed me, and shouted to the crowd, qualified. Qualified. Exceptionally qualified. All right, everyone disperse. Our Academy S admissions for this year have concluded. As he spoke, he pulled me swiftly towards the village, his speed fueled by the fear that I might be snatched away in the next moment. I can tell you, the director was likely overjoyed at that moment. Though he did not voice it, internally, he was undoubtedly reveling in the thought. What a profit. This is a tremendous gain. He led me to the student dormitory, where 3 individuals were already present. A chubby boy, a bearded fellow, and a handsome young man with golden hair. The director pointed at me and proclaimed, "This is Xing Tian, your new roommate. He is, without a doubt, the first true monster in the history of our Shrek Academy." The golden-haired youth, Damu Bai, retorted, "Director, what about us?" To which the director replied, "You are merely little monsters." After finishing his statement, he patted my shoulder and said, "All right, you may converse amongst yourselves." Once the director left, the chubby boy, Ma Hongjun, approached me with a casual demeanor, declaring, "I am Ma Hongjun, 12 years old, and a level 28 battle soul master. And you?" The bearded man, Oscar, chimed in, "I am Oscar, 12 years old, and a level 27 support soul master." Finally, Damu Bai folded his arms, lifted his chin, and introduced himself, Damu Bai, 14 years old, and a level 35 battle soul sovereign. The director claims you are even more of a monster than us. I am eager to see just how monstrous you truly are. Observing the trio's self-satisfied expressions, I calmly replied, "Xing Tian, 11 years old, with a martial soul, the great strength golden bear, and a level 76 battle soul saint." The 3 of them were momentarily taken aback. Ma Hongjun shouted, "What? Say that again." Without further ado, I summoned my martial soul, and 7 soul rings illuminated around me. In the next moment, The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The chubby boy, Ma Hongjun, lunged forward and clung to my thigh, exclaiming, "Brother, dear brother, from now on, I shall be your little brother, serving you with every need." Oscar, the bearded one, was not to be outdone and grasped my other leg, insisting, "Big brother, I am from the food system. My support is extraordinary. Please accept me." It was bewildering how these two characters had me at a loss. Only Dalu Bai remained standing, though his astonishment was evident. I quickly retracted my martial soul and explained to them that my 7 rings were borrowed from the recruitment teacher, Zhao Wuji, and that my own martial soul was merely a simulation. To prove my point, I decided to cosplay their martial souls right in front of them. First, I transformed into Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix, then into Dalu Bai's white tiger, leaving both of them in a state of shock. Finally, it was Oscar's turn. I extended my right hand, and a sausage materialized out of thin air. In a rather mischievous tone, I recited the incantation. "I possess a grand sausage." I took a bite of the sausage myself, nodding in approval. The flavor is delightful, and the restorative properties are commendable, a perfect support. Oscar was elated, while Dalu Bai and Ma Hongjun appeared green-faced, as if poisoned. Ma Hongjun expressed his disdain. "You can actually eat that? That incantation is utterly ridiculous." My expression darkened at that moment. I pointed at Oscar and launched into a tirade. "What? Just because of a trivial incantation, you look down upon your brother? Have you ever considered that when you are out there fighting for your lives, it is he who may save you? When that time comes, will you still disdain him? Trust is paramount in a team. If you cannot even grasp this, you are unworthy to be my brothers." Dalu Bai and Ma Hongjun hung their heads in shame at my scolding. Oscar stood by, attempting to mediate, after being persuaded by my words. Dalu Bai took a deep breath and addressed Oscar. "Oscar, give me a sausage." Ma Hongjun followed suit. "I want one too." Oscar quickly conjured 2 sausages. Dalu Bai hesitated for quite some time with the sausage in hand, prompting me to shout, "Open your eyes, look at it, and eat it. If you cannot conquer this inner hurdle, your path as a soul master will come to an end." Dalu Bai trembled, no longer hesitating, and opened his mouth to consume the sausage. After finishing, his eyes brightened, and he bowed to me, saying, "Xing Tian, thank you. I feel as though I am on the verge of a breakthrough." With that, he rushed off to find the director. As for the chubby Ma Hongjun, after taking a bite, he began to retch violently. My temper flared instantly. "What are you afraid of?" I bellowed at him. "Is it your ridiculous pride that is causing this? Do you believe your martial soul is a phoenix, inherently superior? Do you consider support to be a burden?" "No." Ma Hongjun shouted back, "Nonsense. How absurd." I retorted, "Dalu Bai is a prince, and he can accept it. Why can't you? Just because your martial soul is an evil fire phoenix? In truth, it is merely a wildfowl that spews fire. When you were wreaking havoc among the girls, did you not act so melodramatically? Be quiet." Ma Hongjun's eyes reddened, flames igniting around him. In my eyes, he was nothing but a joke. I sneered and dropped the facade, declaring, "Today, I shall shatter your so-called superiority." As soon as the words left my lips, my soul rings exploded into view. Yellow, yellow. Purple, purple, black, 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 red. A total of 9 soul rings, the last being a glaring blood red. The oppressive aura of a tidal Douluo instantly extinguished the flames surrounding Ma Hongjun. He sat there, dumbfounded, paralyzed on the ground. I approached him step by step. Looking down from above, my voice as cold as ice. "Now, tell me, where is your sense of superiority?" I then pointed to the sausage he had just vomited on the ground and commanded, "Pick it up and eat it." I can tell you, the chubby boy was utterly stunned, but I was not tormenting him. I was saving him. I fixed my gaze upon him, articulating each word deliberately. "Reflect on what you have done since entering Shrek. Do not think yourself invincible. There are many stronger than you. If you remain in this state, I would rather incapacitate you than let you be slaughtered by others." With that, I turned and entered the dormitory without looking back. As for Ma Hongjun, it is said that he wandered about in a daze, stumbling off to find the director. He was also quite stubborn, insisting on asking the director whether he had truly changed. When he arrived at the director's humble abode, Daimú Bai happened to be there, requesting a private room to prepare for his breakthrough. Ma Hongjun ignored Daimú Bai entirely and rushed straight to Director Flinder, asking, "Director, have I really changed?" Flinder, the cunning fox, understood immediately. He sighed, likely thinking how perceptive this child is. He then began to lecture Ma Hongjun, recounting all his flamboyant antics since joining the academy, item by item. The more Ma Hongjun listened, the paler he became, realizing he had unwittingly inflated his ego to such an extent. This realization fully awakened him, and the fire in his eyes reignited as he declared to the director, "Director, arrange a meditation room for me. I must enter seclusion. If I cannot overcome this hurdle, I am unworthy to be his sole master." Flinder, witnessing the remarkable transformation, promptly made arrangements for him. Once Ma Hongjun left, only Daimú Bai and Flinder remained in the office. They began to discuss me, stating that I was far from ordinary, possessing an astute perception and a level of cunning that was unexpected for someone my age. Daimú Bai was quite astute himself, assuring the director that he understood I was acting for the greater good and would not harbor any resentment towards me. He would find an opportunity for the chubby boy to have a heartfelt conversation with me. Later that evening, Daimú Bai returned to the dormitory with 3 meals, only to find Oscar alone. The chubby boy has gone to see the director and has not returned yet. I understood that he had entered seclusion and would be unavailable for a few days. Daimú Bai set down the food and scanned the room. "What about Xing Tian?" Oscar slapped his thigh. "Oh, he asked me if there was a waterfall nearby at noon. I told him there was a small one on the back mountain, and he went there. He hasn't returned yet." "A waterfall? What does he want with that?" Daimú Bai appeared perplexed. "I don't know. Let us go find him. I assure you, the back mountain was only a kilometer or 2 away." Passing through a small bamboo grove to reach a pond with a small waterfall about 10 meters high. When Daimú Bai and Oscar arrived, they were greeted by the sight of me sitting cross-legged beneath the waterfall, allowing the torrents of water to cascade violently upon me. The mist created an ethereal atmosphere, leaving them momentarily stunned, likely perceiving me as a practitioner of some mystical arts. Oscar exclaimed in astonishment, "What the heck? Xing Tian is sitting under the waterfall?" Daimú Bai, too, gasped in awe, remarking, "No wonder he is so formidable. With physical prowess like that, we can hardly keep up." At that moment, Oscar leaned in closer to Daimú Bai, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret code, and whispered, "Dai, I need to tell you something, but you mustn't react. Xing Tian is not a 7-ring soul sage." Daimú Bai's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. "Not a 7-ring? How many rings then?" 9. "He is a 9-ring title Douluo. Fatty and I witnessed it ourselves. He possesses the best soul rings." "What on earth?" Daimú Bai appeared utterly flabbergasted, his mind seemingly trapped in a loop of the phrase 9-ring title Douluo. I had noticed their arrival, but I was preoccupied with my KPI for the day and chose to ignore them. When I felt it was time, I stood up against the force of the waterfall and walked out of the pool. Oscar and Daimú Bai stood there, mouths agape, for upon my emergence, they beheld my bare torso. My skin was a tapestry of scars, old and new, with one particularly gruesome laceration running across my abdomen. Daimú Bai pointed at my wounds, struggling to find words. "Xing Tian, you're..." I gestured toward my battle scars. "These? Just some minor injuries from my training." "Training?" I replied, "Indeed. I have spent 3 to 4 years in the Xingdo Great Forest, and this is the result." I smiled nonchalantly. The two of them were utterly petrified. The Xingdo Great Forest, the home of soul beasts. I had spent 3 to 4 years in there. They must have conjured an epic tale of survival in their minds. I grabbed my lunchbox and began to devour the contents, sharing amusing anecdotes from the forest. They listened, astonished, finally understanding why I had been so harsh with Ma Hongjun. Those who have faced death view life with clarity. For people like us, nothing is more paramount than survival. After Daimú Bai finished eating, he earnestly said to me, "Xing Tian, the dean has sent Fatty into seclusion. I hope that when he emerges, we can still be brothers." I replied while gnawing on a chicken leg. "I haven't taken it to heart. You should tell Fatty this. I only say such things because I regard you as brothers. Otherwise, why would I care?" After our meal, I urged them to leave promptly, for my tasks for the day were not yet complete. Once they departed, I returned to the pool. But instead of going beneath the waterfall, I ventured into the deeper waters, keeping only my head above the surface. I then commenced practicing my kicks and punches in the water. I must say, the resistance in the water is far greater than that of the air. Training here yields exponential results. My relentless dedication stems from bearing a significant secret. My second martial spirit, astonishingly, is a voluntary sacrifice from an ancient ancestor of the dark golden Fearclaw bear clan, having existed for 1,000,000 years. Naturally endowed with a dark crimson golden soul ring. Quite impressive indeed. However, this entity demands an extraordinarily high physical standard, one that my current body cannot support. It is akin to guarding a mountain of gold while living as a beggar, merely a tantalizing dream. Hence, my rigorous physical training is a necessity. By the time night fell, I returned to my dormitory, utterly exhausted, where a meal awaited me. I carelessly picked at it before collapsing into a deep slumber. Dai Mubai and Oscar were once again murmuring, commenting on my relentless training despite my strength, calling me inhuman. Dai Mubai, however, grasped the situation well, stating that my insatiable pursuit of power likely surpassed the aspirations of merely becoming a titled Douluo. The following day, true to his word, Dai Mubai accompanied me to the back mountain before dawn. What happened next? He stripped off his clothes and jumped into the water, attempting to emulate my training, only to be swept away by the current, spinning like a top, unable to reach even the edge of the waterfall. I suggested he try beneath the waterfall without using his soul power, but the results were even more disastrous. Observing him struggle in the water, I decided to provoke him. Dai Mubai, haven't you eaten? With your level, you might as well give up. You're not cut out for this. He proved to be quite resilient, recognizing my teasing for what it was, gritting his teeth and refusing to yield. In truth, I admired him. The white tiger martial spirit is a top-tier divine beast of slaughter in my homeland, brimming with potential. I began to ponder that with Dai Mubai as the white tiger and Ma Hongjun as the vermilion bird, if we could also gather the azure dragon and black tortoise, my team would surely soar to greatness, truly the strongest dream team of 2025. While I was lost in thought, Oscar arrived breathless, bringing us food. I casually remarked on his poor physical condition and suggested he should train too. Dai Mubai, utterly exhausted, crawled ashore, telling me he was so close to touching the rocks beneath the waterfall. I advised him not to rush and to take things step by step, tossing him some jerky. Here, eat this, it's a delicacy. After a bite, his eyes widened in astonishment. What? This jerky is made from a 1,000-year-old beast and is remarkably effective for recovery. I chuckled at his expression, which radiated envy and jealousy. Just as we were enjoying our meal, to our surprise, Zhao Wujing approached. It turned out Oscar had encountered him on his way back and shared news of our training. Zhao Wujing observed Dai Mubai being repeatedly swept away by the waterfall. His curiosity piqued. He inquired about the benefits of such training, and I explained at length how it enhances physical strength and speed. Then, with a sly grin, I asked if he wanted to give it a try. This old fellow surprisingly took the bait, promptly shedding his shirt and jumping into the water. The outcome? He faced the same fate as Dai Mubai, being tossed about chaotically by the waterfall. Initially there to spectate, he ended up joining us for the entire day. On our way back, I pulled out the jerky again, and Zhao Wujing was equally amazed after taking a bite. I casually mentioned, oh, it's from a 1,000-year magic tiger. I added, by the way, this bracelet, it was gifted by the Tianqing Yolong. Oh, and the cub I brought along is a young dark golden Fearclaw bear. Both its parents are 10,000-year-old beasts. What followed? Zhao Wujing and Dai Mubai were utterly flabbergasted, as if struck by lightning, leaving them speechless throughout our journey. Once Zhao Wujing regained his composure, he pointed a finger at me, scolding me for letting a young 10,000-year-old beast roam freely in the back mountain, claiming it was a waste of resources. I shrugged. What can I do? Should I confine it? Before returning to the dormitory, Zhao Wujing discreetly pulled Dai Mubai aside, advising him to keep an eye out tomorrow and prevent any conflict between me and Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai understood perfectly. His concern was not for me, but rather for Ma Hongjun's potential recklessness in provoking me. The next day marked Ma Hongjun's emergence from seclusion. Oscar called us back from the back mountain. On our way back, Bai was visibly tense, trailing beside me like a bodyguard, fearful that I might strike at any moment. Upon reaching the dean's office, we found Ma Hongjun seated there. The atmosphere was thick with tension, causing beads of sweat to form on the palms of both Bai and Oscar. Ma Hongjun stood up as I approached, and we exchanged no words, merely locking eyes in a fierce gaze. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, we both burst into laughter. Ma Hongjun then composed himself and sincerely said, "Xingqian, thank you." I too regained my composure, looking at him and asking now, "Can I trust you with my back?" "You can trust me with your back, I promise," Ma Hongjun assured me, thumping his chest. "Brother, congratulations on your rebirth through the flames." I stepped forward, opening my arms wide. "Thank you," Ma Hongjun reciprocated, embracing me tightly. At that moment, Bai and Oscar exhaled deeply, feeling as though the entire world had been enveloped in peace. Oscar immediately proposed, to celebrate Fatty's return, "Let us have a picnic in the back mountain." "Absolutely. Why wait? Let us go." We four linked arms, laughing and chatting as we made our way to the back mountain. In the office, Flander and Zhao Wuji, those cunning old foxes, watched our departing figures with smiles that could rival a mother's. It was a scene of sheer joy. Upon reaching the back mountain, we began our impromptu picnic. Fatty boasted about how he had triumphed over his inner demons and emerged anew, his words so stirring that one might think he had just returned from a transformative journey. Bai and Oscar, however, could not contain their excitement, spilling all the secrets of how I had pushed them to their limits. Hearing this, Fatty's eyes lit up, and he leaned in, saying, "Boss, can I get a membership to this devil's training camp?" What more could I say? Sure, the more, the merrier. Fatty promptly decided to join the training regimen the next day. Oscar timidly inquired, "What about me?" Fatty embraced him, declaring, "You shall handle logistics. Be our battlefield caretaker." I interjected, "Little AO, don't listen to him. Your sausages are far more useful than my dried meat. You are our portable energy bar, a strategic support." Upon hearing this, little AO stood tall and vowed to provide us with limitless stamina. The next day, before dawn, we were energized, each devouring 2 of Oscar's sausages, and rushed toward the back mountain. As for me, I resumed my usual spot beneath the waterfall, enjoying nature's soothing massage. Bai and Fatty splashed about in the pool like dumplings being boiled. The most outrageous was Oscar, who stood on shore, resembling an emotionless sausage-making machine, shaking sausages like mad. Before long, the shore was piled high with them. Fatty, astonished, shouted from the water, "Big Beard, are you trying to set up a sausage buffet? Planning to stuff us with your creations?" Oscar, brimming with pride, replied, "I'm just practicing. I've noticed my casting preparation has significantly shortened." I lounged under the shade of a tree, stretching my legs, lazily proclaiming, "Well done. In battle, every second counts, and every second spared means a life saved. Keep it up, don't stop." And then I fell asleep. Honestly, the weather was splendid, warm, and inviting, and I could not resist. Drowsily, I felt something tickling my face, as if something was nudging me. When I reached out, I was taken aback. It was furry. I opened my eyes wide, nearly letting out a scream. "Family, you must understand, it was Little Bear, my long-lost companion. It was nuzzling my face, licking me, and whining as if it had suffered great grievances. My heart melted instantly, and I hugged it tightly, exclaiming, 'Where have you been? I miss you so much.'" My laughter drew the attention of Bai and Fatty in the water. Bai remarked, "Did you see that?" The iceberg smiled. Fatty nodded, "Wow. It's like seeing a 200-pound child smile for the first time." After Little Bear's return, I confess I became somewhat neglectful of my training, spending my days playing with it. Yet my brothers understood, and they trained even harder. Remarkably, after about a month, everyone seemed to have skyrocketed in levels. Bai broke through the 40th level. Fatty and Oscar both reached the 30th level simultaneously. The numbers were truly explosive. Now, the 3 of them looked at me with eager eyes, their intentions clear. "Boss, it's time to unlock a new map and gather some gear." I promptly approached Flander, cutting to the chase. "Director, the 3 of us wish to acquire soul rings. We seek permission for a journey to the Xing Do to Sun Lin, and we require a bodyguard." Upon hearing this, Flanders' grin stretched from ear to ear, waving his hand dismissively. Go find Zhao Wuji. Let him accompany you. When we found Teacher Zhao, he was lifting weights. Upon hearing our intention to hunt for souls, he was even more excited than us, decisively declaring, we set off first thing tomorrow morning. That evening, I sent Little Bear to hunt a wild boar, and we four, plus one bear, held a pre-battle barbecue, indulging in a feast that left us greasy and satisfied. The next day, as dawn broke, Teacher Zhao knocked on the door. I placed the still sleepy little bear on my shoulder. It instinctively curled up, transforming into a plush ornament, resting comfortably. I patted it, teasing, look how big you are, yet you still act like an accessory. It ignored me, snuggling against my face, returning to slumber. Upon reaching the entrance of the Xingdou de Sunlin, I laid my cards on the table with Teacher Zhao. Teacher Zhao, I will be parting ways with you. I need to take this little one back to its family. We will regroup here in a month. Teacher Zhao was unperturbed, waving his hand. Go ahead. You're more familiar here than at home. Daimu Bai and the others looked a bit bewildered. Teacher Zhao shot them a stern look, lowering his voice before Xingtian left. He specifically instructed that we must not disturb any bear-type soul beast during this expedition. If anyone dares to touch one, he will have to face the consequences upon his return. Understood? The three nodded eagerly like chicks pecking at rice. Once separated from them, I found myself in my element with Little Bear. We traveled smoothly, making our way to the forest's heart, returning to the waterfall where I had once trained. I shouted at the top of my lungs, I'm back. In the next moment, two giant bears charged from the cave, Bearda and Bear Air. I rushed to embrace Bearda tightly. Little Bear jumped off my shoulder and dashed towards parents. After catching up, I had to address the matter at hand. Gritting my teeth, I confessed to them, Bearda, my friends are here to acquire soul rings. The atmosphere instantly turned icy. I quickly added, don't worry. I warned them. They absolutely will not touch any bears. After a moment of silence, Bearda nodded, saying I understand. After spending 2 days there, I set off to find Ming. Before I even reached the lake, I felt the ground tremble as Ming, like a massive marble, sprang into view. Asking right away, Xingtian, where's Sister Xiao Wu? Rolling my eyes, I replied, Sister Xiao Wu hasn't arrived yet. Upon hearing this, Ming slumped in disappointment. I reiterated our purpose for acquiring soul rings, and unsurprisingly, Ming exploded with anger. I sighed and spent considerable time explaining, and he reluctantly accepted. Later, to lighten the mood, we decided to have a spar. I initially relied solely on my physical prowess, only to be sent flying by his punch, tasting my own blood. All right, no more playing fair. I activated Zhao Wuji's powerful bear spirit, executing a series of combos that left him dazed. I then utilized Tang Hao's Haotian hammer, finally regaining my footing. However, this only fueled Ming's enthusiasm for battle. For the next 3 days, he insisted on sparring with me, growing increasingly aggressive, and once, he even broke one of my ribs. Realizing I needed to escape, I quickly concocted an excuse to return to Bearda. In the blink of an eye, the month's agreement had arrived. Bearda expressed a desire to keep Little Bear for specialized training, and I had no objections. After bidding farewell to Bearda and Bear Air, I headed to the meeting point. Upon arrival, I found no one in sight. I remained patient, waiting in place. It was not until the next morning that I saw Teacher Zhao and the others emerge from the woods, looking disheveled. I greeted them, asking what happened. You're a day late. Ma Hongjun wore a look of despair. Don't even ask. It was all because of Oscar. I was taken aback. What did he do? Daimu Bai chimed in to explain. He managed to acquire an external soul bone. I was momentarily stunned. An external soul bone? Wasn't he the unique enhancement for Sango? Where did Oscar sneak off to spend his resources? Teacher Zhao called out, Little Ao, show him. Oscar let out a triumphant cry, and suddenly, a pair of blood-red bat wings sprouted from his back. My eyes nearly fell out. Is this a foreign soul bone? These wings are rather sinister, aren't they? Oscar proudly recited the incantation for his third soul skill. I possess the essence of a blood bat's intestines. I was utterly perplexed. Wasn't it supposed to be mushroom intestines in the original text? How did it transform into a vampire's feast? Oscar clarified that his third soul skill not only allowed him to fly for 10 minutes, but also granted a 3-minute frenzy effect, enabling him to absorb blood for health and stamina recovery. How absurd! My mind buzzed. The plot had been utterly disrupted by my butterflies fluttering. However, upon reflection, chaos is indeed welcome. The narrative thrives on the unexpected. That is what renders it thrilling. Upon returning to the academy, the three of them entered seclusion, leaving me languishing in solitude, my bones nearly rusting from inactivity. With a blink, a year slipped by. During this time, my abilities stagnated at a bottleneck. While Daimubai and the others surged ahead, Daimubai reached level 45, the chubby one hit 38, and Oscar reached 35, each appearing as if they had consumed steroids. Dean Flander wore a constant grin, likely dreaming of counting gold soul coins. As for me, I spent my days lounging beneath the old tree on a mountain, chewing on a blade of grass, pondering when Tang San and the others would arrive. The Shrek 7 monsters, or rather, now the Shrek 8 monsters with my addition, were about to formally unite. A month later, one evening, the academy entrance suddenly buzzed with activity. I tell you, the scene was extraordinary. Dean Flander, our miserly four-eyed owl, called several teachers to his office, announcing that the new enrollment would commence the next day. He pointed at me and Zhao Wujia, stating, "You two will serve as the main attraction tomorrow." I was taken aback, exclaiming, "Dean, is it appropriate for me to do so? I'm still quite young." And you won't believe what he said next. "It must be you. We want those younglings to see that Shrek Academy only accepts monsters. And you are the monster among monsters." Goodness, I was momentarily at a loss, unable to discern whether he was praising or scolding me. That old fox, Flander, was chuckling, declaring that with me around, the prestigious signboard of the Monster Academy was firmly in place. After we departed, I overheard him laughing uncontrollably in his office, counting money. Another pile of gold coins. Keeping them with me is the safest bet. It dawned on me that every year he personally handled the registration to rake in cash. I thought to myself, wait a moment, wasn't Zhao Wujia the one collecting fees when I arrived? Did this old fellow look down on my small registration fee? Upon returning to the dormitory, I found Ma Hongjun and Oscar present. I inquired about Dai Mubai's whereabouts, to which Oscar replied, "Boss Dai has gone to Soto City." At that, I burst into laughter. Soto City, the Rose Hotel. Those in the know understand that this fateful confrontation is unavoidable. I could already envision how Dai Mubai would be pinned down by my third brother. The next day, before dawn, Flander roused us all, bustling about like a marketplace. Once everything was set up, a long line had formed at the village entrance. Flander, donned in fresh attire and with his hair slicked back, sat there like a landlord ready to collect rent. Zhao Wujia and I whispered critiques behind him. "Look at him, he just needs a birdcage in his hands." Zhao Wujia nodded in agreement. Who can argue with that? The moment money appears, he is the most affectionate. Yet he bore the weight of the entire academy alone, which wasn't an easy task. Enrollment commenced, and Flander's voice boomed. "The registration fee is 20 gold coins. No refunds for those who fail." Anyone daring to complain was swiftly dealt with by Zhao Wujia, who would toss them out by the scruff of their necks. Thus, waves of applicants came and went, none deemed worthy, yet I remained unperturbed. For I had already spotted Tang San and Xiao Wu at the end of the line, accompanied by two young women, one as icy as a glacier, the other exuding a quirky charm. Perfect, the original 7 monsters had gathered, and with my addition, we could form 2 tables of mahjong. As I pondered, a commotion erupted ahead. I focused and realized it was the boy from last year whose martial soul was abash. He had returned. He pointed at Flander, shouting, "Last year you said I wasn't good enough. I've trained hard for a year. Why am I still not enough? Don't you only accept monsters? Am I not one?" Flander shook his head. "You are a genius, but not a monster." Hearing this, the boy grew more agitated. "If I'm not a monster, then who is?" No sooner had he finished speaking than all eyes in the crowd turned to me. Flander, Zhao Wujia, and even the onlookers regarded me as though I were an exhibit. The attention was quite awkward. The boy, still defiant, pointed at me. "Him?" Someone nearby reminded him. "Don't you know who he is?" "Why should I know him?" Just then, Ma Hongjun strolled over, ready to unleash a tirade. "Who gave you the audacity to challenge our boss?" The boy appraised me disdainfully, then glanced at Ma Hongjun. I was too lazy to engage in banter. I simply stated, level 78 Soul Sage, and you? His laughter erupted. Ha ha, he claims to be a Soul Sage? Did you all hear that? I said nothing, merely releasing my great strength diamond bear martial soul, revealing 7 soul rings. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, floating around me. The boy's laughter froze, his expression turning blank as he muttered, "Impossible. This cannot be true." Flander waved his hand. "Wujia, throw him out." After dealing with this minor interlude, Flander turned to me. "Xing Tian, you may return. Your presence here is too pressuring for others." I shrugged and left with Ma Hongjun. As I departed, I heard Xiao Wu excitedly exclaiming, "Third brother, it's Taizhu. It's Taizhu." Tang San corrected her, saying I should be called Xing Tian from now on, as strong individuals must have a presence. Ah, my third brother truly understands. Upon returning to the dormitory, I collapsed for a nap. Not long after, Dai Mubai sneaked in like a thief. Without opening my eyes, I asked, "So, Boss Dai, is it true that the Rose Hotel's popularity surged because of you?" He was startled, looking exceedingly awkward. "How did you know I went to the Rose Hotel?" I turned over, uninterested in his response, merely advising, "Brother, I suggest you remain faithful in your affections. Otherwise, you may find your wife has run off with someone before you even realize it." On the other side, Tang San and the others successfully passed the earlier tests and reached the final challenge. Dai Mubai brought them before Zhao Wujia, explaining that the ultimate test was to endure under Zhao's supervision for the duration of an incense stick. The 4 quickly huddled together to devise a strategy. Tang San, a level 30 control system. Xiao Wu, a level 30 assault system. Ning Rongrong, a 28-level support system with a formidable 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Zhu Zhuqing, a 28-level agility attack system. Tang San swiftly devised a tactic. Ning Rongrong to assist, Xiao Wu to launch the main assault, he would control, and Zhu Zhuqing would flank and distract. Just as Dai Mubai lit the incense, and Zhao Wujia prepared to make his move, Ma Hongjun dashed over, shouting, "Wait." Dai Mubai was taken aback. "Fatty, what now?" The dean said, "There's no need for Teacher Zhao." "Then who?" "I. Not you." Ma Hongjun shook his head, pointing skyward. "It's the boss." "Xing Tian?" "Yes. The boss wants to personally test the abilities of these newcomers." The dean has agreed. As Ma Hongjun spoke, he lit the incense and declared, "The test begins." He then pulled Dai Mubai aside. Tang San and the others were left bewildered, searching for the examiner. Ning Rongrong, in a fit of temper, shouted towards Dai Mubai, "Hey, what is going on? There's no one here. What are we testing?" Tang San, however, remained vigilant, quickly warning everyone, "Be careful." As soon as the words left my mouth, I suddenly materialized beside Ning Rongrong. Before she could react, I struck her at the waist, sending her flying several meters, rolling on the ground and spitting out blood. I revealed myself and stood at the spot she had just occupied, coldly gazing at her. "If this were a real battle, you would be dead." Zhu Zhuqing was immediately enraged. "How could you be so harsh?" I chuckled, "Harsh?" In the next instant, I appeared before her and executed the same move. She flew even farther than Ning Rongrong, collapsing to the ground and coughing up blood. That was what I called harsh. Dai Mubai was anxious, shouting, "Boss." I shot him a sidelong glance. "What? Are you feeling sorry for her?" He quickly corrected himself. "I meant they're new recruits. If you go too hard, the dean will be displeased." I paid him no mind and instead focused on the struggling Ning Rongrong. The little princess went berserk, pointing at me and shouting, "You're finished. No one has ever dared to hit me. I will have my father kill you." I couldn't help but laugh at her fury. "Do you think I Haven T investigated your background? Do you think I fear your father Ning Fengji? Or are you under the impression that I am afraid of Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo?" I advanced step by step towards her. "Do you believe that even if your 7-treasure glazed tile school wanted to annihilate Shrek, you would have to ask me for permission?" I grew weary of her babble and addressed Ma Hongjun directly. "Fatty, take her away. She is unqualified." I tossed a healing Shuelingji to Ma Hongjun, instructing him to remove her from my sight. I then turned my attention to Zhu Zhuqing, who merely glared at me coldly. I finally spoke to clarify. "Spirit Masters are not playing house. One must always be prepared for death. I just reminded you that the trial had begun. Yet aside from Tang San, who among you took it seriously? The enemy will not grant you time to prepare. I pointed at Xiao Wu. And you? If I had wished to kill you just now, Tang San would not have been able to protect you. This is your first lesson upon entering school. Never let your guard down. After speaking, I tossed a Shuel Lingji to Dai Mubai, instructing me care for Zhu Qing. I then announced that the three of them had passed the trial. Ma Hongjun asked where I was going. I replied, I'm heading to the village entrance. If all goes as expected, Ning Fengji will come knocking tomorrow. I intend to meet him. I sat alone at the village entrance all night. The next midday, sure enough, three powerful auras approached from afar. Ning Rongrong, accompanied by her father Ning Fengji, along with Jian Daluo and Gu Douluo, arrived with murderous intent. I stood up nonchalantly, a blade of grass in my mouth. You're here? I've been waiting for you all day. The one carrying the sword must be Jian Daluo Qinshin, who wasted no time threatening. Kid, you've got guts to harm the little princess of my 7-treasure glazed tile school. I scoff, what? Can't she fight? You've entered my territory, so you must abide by my rules. Ning Fengji maintained an air of dignity, saying, Kid, sever an arm, and I will spare your life. I chuckled, dropping the facade of nonchalance, my expression darkening. The same goes for you. Sever an arm, or none of you will leave this village today. Qinshin burst into laughter, drawing his sword and lunging at me. I easily dodged, smiling enigmatically. That probing strike is the gravest mistake you've made today. No sooner had I spoken than a sword identical to his appeared in my hand. The three of them were momentarily stunned. I did not grant them time to react and unleashed his soul skill. First soul skill, sword SH. Fourth soul skill, killing intent revealed. Qinshin hurriedly defended himself, being forced back several meters. I followed with a sixth soul skill, myriad swords returning to the fold, unleashing a storm of sword energy that inflicted slight injuries upon him. Ning Fengji called out from the side, Sword Uncle, use sword techniques. Qinshin regained his composure, shouting and employing his self-created sword technique. First sword of the 7 killing sword technique, heavy sword with no edge. What happened next? I echoed his words perfectly, executing the exact same technique. The two sword lights collided in midair, erupting in a dazzling explosion. At that moment, Qinshin's composure shattered completely. He pointed at me, his voice trembling. This is impossible. This is my self-created sword technique. How can you use it? I shrugged, my grin as eerie as ever. I told you. I am you. A person can never defeat themselves. In that moment, it was as if I had activated a cheat. This fellow's mind was overwhelmed, muttering, You are me. Then who am I? Completely lost in confusion. Gu Douluo hastily pulled him back. I looked at them, smugly remarking, Hey, this isn't my fault. It's his own psychological weakness. Gu Douluo, enraged, bellowed, and prepared to charge. I would not grant him the opportunity. I swiftly countered with another myriad swords returning to the fold, striking Gu Douluo's bone dragon spirit, leaving it cracked and damaged. Ning Fengji realized the situation was dire and immediately activated the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, buffing Gu Douluo. Bone Uncle, let us go together. I thought to myself, great. 2 against 1. I immediately calculated my strategy. I must eliminate Ning Fengji, the support first, otherwise I would truly be at their mercy today. With the enhancement, Gu Douluo's momentum surged, and he grinned wickedly. Kid, I admit this is unfair, but once I kill you, who will know? I coldly laughed. Indeed, but can you kill me? No sooner had I spoken than I realized this fellow had no sense of martial ethics. While he shouted about moving mountains and filling seas, 12 beams of sword light surged towards Jian Daluo's unsteady form. Ning Fengji screamed at the top of his lungs. Bone Uncle, quickly, protect Sword Uncle. Good heavens. Gu Douluo was genuinely anxious. He dashed over to provide protection. What happened next? Those of you who understand know that this was a classic feint. I spun around and delivered a powerful strike right to Ning Fengji's face. I did not hold back. I watched as the sect leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school flew away like a kite with its string cut, crashing to the ground and remaining motionless for some time. I stood in place, taunting. In a team fight, revealing the support first is a rookie mistake. Ning Rongrong instantly crumbled, shaking her father and crying bitterly. Upon seeing their leader defeated, Gudo's eyes turned red with fury, and he roared, ready to confront me. Jianduo, roused from his stupor by his shout, exchanged glances with him, and thus began the 2-against-1. I must say, these two old men were quite the formidable duo. Jianduo Qinshin relentlessly harassed me from the front, sword energy flying chaotically, aiming to keep me occupied. The real threat was Gudoa, whose spirit skills were related to spatial manipulation, making him elusive and unpredictable, just as I stumbled from the onslaught of sword energy. That old bone suddenly appeared beside my waist, delivering a powerful punch that sent me flying, causing me to cough up blood. I clutched my waist, spitting out blood and cursing. Damn it, 2-against-1 is no skill. Have the courage to fight me one-on-one. Douluo laughed heartily. With these tactics, we can't afford to treat you as a child. Fine, since the 7-killing sword cannot contend with you two together. Shall I switch tactics? I grinned mysteriously and vanished before their eyes. Douluo panicked, shouting, "Be careful!" Yes, using my martial spirit. But it was too late. By the time they realized, I had already grabbed the unconscious Ning Fengji. I checked for his breath. Fortunately, he was still alive, and I hadn't killed him with a single punch. I held Ning Fengji like a human shield in front of me, shouting, "Don't move. If my hand slips and I accidentally break your sect leader's neck, I want to take responsibility." Jianduo was infuriated, his beard bristling. "Kid, despicable." I laughed, retorting, "What? You two combined are nearly 200 years old. Ganging up on a mere child of a dozen years is not despicable? Have some shame." Just as we faced off, unexpectedly, Ning Fengji began to awaken. I quickly whispered in his ear, "Ning de Zhongzhu, you're awake? Don't move, or your life is forfeit." The atmosphere became utterly frozen. Those two old men still attempted to employ their petty tricks, whispering amongst themselves in an effort to launch a sneak attack, only to be exposed by me on the spot. "Don't think I can't hear you. Move again, and I'll make sure to tear up your ticket without hesitation." Observing the scenario, Ning Rongrong began to weep anew, asking, "What do you truly desire?" I let out a cold chuckle. "Isn't that a question I should be posing to you? I've captured your father. According to your logic, shouldn't I be releasing you?" I feigned contemplation. "Well, that does seem reasonable." "Very well, you may leave, but I shall keep Ning Fengji." As I spoke, I dragged Ning Fengji along like a deceased dog toward the village. Goodness, the scene must have been a humiliation he had never experienced in his life. The two old men grew anxious, threatening to raze our village and uttering fierce words. I paid them no mind. Ultimately, it was Ning Rongrong who could no longer hold back, kneeling on the ground as she begged me, claiming she understood her mistake and would no longer be willful. At that moment, Ma Hongjun and the others arrived, stating that Dean Flinder requested their presence inside. My composure shattered. That old man chose the perfect moment to emerge, just as I had managed to gain the upper hand in a 1-against-2 scenario. In that fleeting distraction, Douluo executed a sudden move and snatched Ning Fengji back. Damn it! How dare he deceive me? This truly enraged me. I ceased pretending and revealed my true intentions. Instantly, 9 soul rings illuminated around me, my aura surging to new heights as a sphere of dark energy coalesced in my right hand, with the phantom of a hammer flickering into view. Let me tell you, at that moment, both the sword Dalu and Douluo turned pale with fear, their words faltering as they trembled, pointing at me. How my gaze turned icy. "If you dare to voice that, I assure you, you will not leave this village today." The two old men promptly covered their mouths, not daring to utter a sound. I issued my final ultimatum: sever an arm, then leave. They exchanged glances, their faces etched with bitterness, realizing they were doomed for the day. Just as they prepared to act, that old rascal Flinder rushed over like a gust of wind, blocking their path. "Xing Qian, stand down." I couldn't help but laugh, feeling my grin could freeze the very air. "You wish to stop me?" Flinder wore a serious expression. "They cannot move." I inquired about his reasoning, and after much hesitation, he leaned in to utter 3 words. "Because of the hammer." I paused, understanding his implication. Very well, I would grant him this favor today. I waved at Ning Fengji and the others. Leave. Before they departed, I warned them that what they had witnessed today should remain buried in their hearts. Otherwise, even the 7-treasure glazed tile school could not protect them. The 2 old men supported Ning Fengji, scurrying away in haste, leaving Ning Rongrong abandoned in place. I stretched lazily, feeling utterly exhausted, clutching my still throbbing back, and headed off to sleep. Once this incident passed, I found myself completely isolated within the academy. Dai Mubai and the others deliberately avoided me. The atmosphere was so awkward it could be cut with a knife. Only Tang San and Xiao Wu occasionally nodded in my direction, yet they dared not speak further. Ning Rongrong's gaze towards me was particularly striking, filled with resentment intertwined with unshakable fear. I was too weary to pay them any mind. I had thought I could integrate, but it seemed my naivety had led me astray. Thus, I decided to relocate to the back mountain. Guess what? A blessing in disguise. Once during a thunderstorm, I was training beneath a waterfall when a bolt of lightning struck the pool, electrifying me to the core. When I recovered, I was astonished to discover that my physical strength had increased slightly. Incredible. The power of lightning forged my body like a protagonist from a novel. From that day forth, I constructed a bamboo dwelling on the back mountain, eagerly awaiting thunderstorms, living a life where I had no interactions with others. Flinder, witnessing this, grew anxious and had Oscar deliver meals to me daily, hoping to mend our relationship. However, this inadvertently provided Ning Rongrong with an opportunity. This little girl, I must say, was the epitome of a princess with a petty mindset. Upon realizing that Oscar held an interest in her, she began to devise schemes. She secretly observed my daily routine with Oscar for over half a month before commencing her act. She first approached me on the back mountain, accompanied by Zhu Zhuqing and others, overtly and covertly showing her interest in me, igniting a fiery gaze from Oscar directed at me. Her actions were a textbook example of manipulation, laying the groundwork for her subsequent grand scheme. When the timing was ripe that afternoon, she calculated Oscar's arrival with impeccable precision and rushed into my bamboo hut unannounced. I had just finished training, shirtless, when she entered without a word, tearing her own clothing, disheveling her hair, and then shrieking dramatically, "Ah, Xingqian, what are you doing? Help!" I merely crossed my arms, watching her like one would a circus performance. Her acting was commendable, albeit a tad exaggerated. At that moment, Oscar burst through the door, and Ning Rongrong immediately transformed into a dramatist, leaping into his arms. Weeping like a heartbroken flower, "Wah, Oscar, Xingqian wants to end my life." Oscar was immediately flustered, unable to articulate his thoughts as he pointed at me. I clapped for the 2 of them. Well done. Outstanding performance. Ning Rongrong continued her act. "Brother Xingqian, I merely wish to apologize. Why do you treat me this way?" I gazed at her expressionlessly. "Your objective has been achieved. You may leave." As Oscar carried Ning Rongrong away, she turned back to cast me a triumphant smile. This was not the end. One failed scheme gave rise to another. A few days later, she escalated her antics. She informed everyone that she wished to speak with me, arranging a meeting, only to vanish the following day. When Zhu Zhuqing and the others frantically searched for her in the back mountain, they discovered only her tattered clothing beneath a tree. Zhu Zhuqing was infuriated, the first to storm into my bamboo hut, kicking the poor door open. I must say, the scene inside was even more chaotic. Ning Rongrong was left wearing only a belly band and underpants, her body bruised, with blood at the corner of her mouth, all self-inflicted. With a severity that was truly shocking, she glared at me, menacingly stating, "Xingqian, this time I will see who believes you." I lay on the bed, almost bursting into laughter. Hatred truly clouds one's intellect. As footsteps approached outside, she immediately resumed her act, wailing with gut-wrenching despair. Zhu Zhuqing rushed in, witnessing the scene, her eyes reddening as she removed her outer garment to drape it over Ning Rongrong, turning back to shout at me, "You beast!" I merely clear my ears. I'm not deaf. Dai Mubai and the others entered, each one stunned by the sight. Oscar, enraged, lunged at me, but I effortlessly kicked him aside. I sat up, surveying them all. "Do you all believe I'm the culprit?" Zhu Zhuqing trembled with fury. "The evidence is clear. Do you still refuse to admit it?" I shook my head, clicking my tongue. Long hair and short sight, big chest but empty mind. You keep repeating the same few lines. Are you not tired? I am weary just listening. It was Tang San who remained calm, stating, Xingqian, I believe you are innocent. I await your explanation. I simply laughed. Explanation? Why should I explain? Zhu Zhuqing, cradling Ning Rongrong, gazed at me with disgust. Humph. No explanation is needed. He is a monster with a human face and a beastly heart. I nodded, sincerely commenting, those 2 lines are quite innovative. Not bad, showing some growth. Upon witnessing my demeanor, the crowd sighed collectively. I must say, these individuals were well aware of the truth. They understood better than anyone that, given my strength, if I truly wished to do something, who could possibly stop me? Yet, I chose not to speak, too lazy to explain, allowing them to speculate as they wished. Sure enough, Zhu Zhuqing was filled with righteous indignation, casting me a glare before whisking away her wronged best friend Ning Rongrong, declaring her intent to find the dean. Well, this was splendid. Within a few days, the entire village's sentiment had completely shifted, with various rumors circulating, all disparaging me, spreading with considerable detail. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Oscar Golden Statue award ceremony was unfolding in the girls' dormitory. Ning Rongrong was utterly delighted, performing with flair. Humph, Xing Tian, let's see how you handle this. I sacrifice my own innocence, and do not believe you can withstand the pressure of public opinion. Beside her, Zhu Zhuqing genuinely felt for her, comforting her with a concerned expression. Rongrong, do not worry, those outside are merely spouting nonsense. Let us disregard them. Ning Rongrong instantly shifted into her innocent persona, her eyes glistening with tears. Yes, I am fine, sister. What remarkable acting. It was truly an epic display, deserving of applause. As for me, I chose to ignore the situation entirely. Early that day, I opened the door to my bamboo hut, took a deep breath, and decided it was time to change my scenery. I strolled down the mountain and found Flander. Principal, I am ready to leave, I stated directly. Flander appeared utterly astonished. Why? I shrugged. Isn't it obvious? The atmosphere has reached this point. The old man began to lament. Alas, it is all my fault. Enough of that. I waved my hand dismissively. I do not blame anyone. It is simply that I cannot connect with them. I had come merely to bid farewell. Should we meet again, especially on the competition field, I will not show any mercy. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth is in the hands of the heavens. Flander attempted to persuade me to stay. Are you truly leaving? I chuckled. What do you think? He sighed, utterly defeated. Before departing, I turned back with a hearty laugh. Oh, Principal, please convey a message for me. Soul masters thrive on adrenaline. It is a profession that dances on the precipice of death. When we meet next, I shall not be so courteous. If all goes as expected, we will undoubtedly cross paths in the academy competition, at which point they shall experience true cruelty. With that, I left without a backward glance. Flander watched my retreating figure, murmuring to himself, Alas, I may have truly misjudged. A Xing Tian is worth more than 10 Ning Rongrongs. Just as I departed, the 3 brothers from the boys' dormitory, finally realizing the situation, reacted. Tang Sen was the first to speak. Daimu Bai, I feel something is amiss. We must pay a visit to Xing Tian. Daimu Bai wore a perplexed expression. What good would that do? Everyone is siding with Ning Rongrong. Even Xiao Ao and Zhu Qing have fallen for it. Ma Ongjun, with his fiery temper, slammed his fist on the table, causing it to shudder. It is all Ning Rongrong's fault. She should never have been allowed into the team. Tang Sen began to regret. In truth, we share the blame. We should not have isolated Xing Tian. Daimu Bai thumped his thigh. Let's go. We must find him now. However, when they rushed to my bamboo hut, they found it empty, save for the whispering winds. Where is he? Let's find the principal. The group hurriedly stormed into the principal's office. Flander was gazing out of the window, staring at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Principal, where is Xing Tian? Tang Sen asked urgently. He has left. Where did he go? I do not know. Tang Sen was frantic. You just let him go? By doing so, it implies he bullied Ning Rongrong. What Flander said next was simply the highlight of the day. He turned sharply, his gaze piercing. And what about you? Did any of you stand up for him when he faced this unjust treatment? You all knew he was innocent, yet not one of you spoke up, did you? You merely stood by and watched as rumors flew rampant, did you not? His words rendered the three speechless, each of them resembling wilted eggplants, heads nearly buried in their laps. Flander waved his hand. Enough, return to your tasks. From this day forth, Xing Tian is no longer a student of Shrek. Upon exiting the office, Ma Hongjun exploded. I cannot swallow this. I will go find Ning Rongrong to settle the score. Dai Mubai grabbed him. What are you doing? She's our teammate now. Ma Hongjun's eyes reddened, incredulous. You still want her as a teammate? Dai Mubai remained silent, merely saying, let's go back, and forcibly suppressed the matter. Thus, the incident was considered closed. However, aside from the oblivious Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar, everyone else harbored a seed of doubt towards Ning Rongrong. As for me, after departing from Shrek, I made my way to the capital of the Tiando Empire. Initially, I had considered visiting the Stardow Forest to see my little bear cub, but I thought better of it and decided it was best for it to spend more time with its family. I wandered along, stopping to eat and drink, reveling in the pleasure of it all. Upon reaching Tiando City, I was awestruck by its grandeur. The towering city walls and well-equipped soldiers were truly befitting of an imperial capital. I found a hotel to stay in and embarked on my culinary adventure. To be honest, after spending over a decade in this world, filled with either cultivation or combat, I had never truly savored life. I resolved to indulge in nothing but food for the next few days. From street stalls to lavish restaurants, I visited each one. In this indulgence, I realized I had unknowingly grown strong enough to contend with the continent's top powers. Reflecting on my time at Shrek, I came to understand that I had been waiting for someone, anyone, to stand up and speak out. Alas, not a single soul did. So be it. If I am not welcomed here, there will be other places that will appreciate my presence. As it happened, my gluttonous pursuits led to my becoming somewhat of a local legend. The vendors of Tiando City buzzed with tales of a top-tier gourmand who was extraordinarily wealthy, ordering without regard for prices and casually tossing a gold soul coin after finishing a meal. This delighted the owners, some of whom even sketched my likeness to share around town. In no time, the moniker Gold Coin Brother resounded throughout the capital, reaching even the palace. Within the palace, Emperor Shui was reviewing documents when he casually inquired, "Is there any news from the city?" One of his attendants replied, "Your Majesty, the city is quite peaceful, but there are whispers that a top-tier gourmand has arrived." "Oh, what is the story?" "This person has devoured every stall and restaurant in the city within 3 days." "Is he eating for free?" "Not at all. He is quite generous." "Then all is well." This conversation was overheard by the Crown Prince, Xue Qinghe, who immediately expressed interest. "Oh, there are individuals who eat purely for the joy of it. How fascinating." The following day, the Crown Prince set out from the palace, accompanied by his guards, with the intention of seeking me out. At that moment, I was at a pancake stall, enjoying a pancake with a bowl of meat soup, savoring every bite. Suddenly, a flamboyantly dressed man, more beautiful than many women, sat directly across from me. I looked up. "Is there something you need?" His guard shouted, "How dare you speak like that?" I ignored him, took a sip of soup, and addressed the handsome man. "Your dog should be leashed properly." The guard was about to strike when his master shot him a warning glance. Chewing on my pancake, I mumbled to the beautiful man, "Would you like me to teach him a lesson?" Upon hearing this, the guard was enraged and slammed his palm on the table, causing my bowl to topple over. I shot to my feet. "Hey, that was my meal. I paid for it." The guard retorted, "You want to die?" How bothersome. I cleaned my ears and asked, "Could you repeat that?" I didn't quite catch it. I said, "You were just a..." Before he could finish, a loud bang echoed as his head exploded, showering the area with blood. I shook my hand and wiped it on his clothing. "Anyone who disrupts my meal deserves to die. Oh, by the way, I just killed your dog. I hope you don't mind." Across from me, Xue Qinghe's pupils dilated, yet his expression remained unchanged. I resumed my seat and called out to the now dumbfounded stall owner, "Hey, bring me 2 more pancakes and a bowl of meat soup." The owner trembled as he delivered the food, keeping a safe distance. I looked up at Xue Qinghe. "Would you like some?" He instinctively shook his head. "Very well, please remove your dog. It is affecting my appetite." Xue Qinghe chuckled. "You killed my people and yet expect me to collect their bodies for you?" I smirked, revealing a peculiar smile. Is that not permissible, Your Highness? At that moment, he truly appeared astonished. You know who I am? Of course, in Douluo City. Who else could possibly raise such a brainless and arrogant dog if not you? The prince? Moreover, I scrutinized him closely, remarking, You are remarkably handsome, so much so that you hardly resemble a man. Upon hearing this, Shueqing's heart visibly skipped a beat. Suddenly, I reached out, grasping his hand resting on the table, gently caressing it. His hand was as smooth as silk. He froze, as if shocked, yanking his hand back with a furious expression. I flashed him an enigmatic smile and requested paper and pen from the proprietor, swiftly jotting down a few words, folding the note, and passing it to him. Take a look later. There will be a delightful surprise. After that, I tossed a gold soul coin on the table and departed. Upon returning to the palace, Shueqing could hardly contain his excitement as he opened the note, which read, I bet you are eager to read this, as you feel I have uncovered your secret. Am I right? Ha ha. Indeed, I have. A man whose skin is better cared for than a woman's, and most importantly, you lack an Adam's apple. My dear, that is your only flaw. If you wish to know more, my address is below. Feel free to knock, little Shue. That night, as darkness enveloped the sky, I lay on my bed, contemplating when a knock echoed at my door. It's unlocked, come in. As the door swung open, an enchanting beauty-clad in palace-made attire entered. I sat up immediately, grinning. This has become quite dull, little Shue. She attempted to feign ignorance. I do not know what you are speaking of. I closed my eyes and inhaled deeply, reveling in the scent of her presence. Have you not noticed the fragrance emanating from your body? Lecher, she exclaimed, laughing heartily. Please take a seat. I gestured to a chair. How did you discover my identity? After she sat down, she countered with a question. I am here to rescue you, I declared unexpectedly. She was taken aback. I continued, revealing my hand. You are Qianrenshu, the saintess of the Spear Hall. Your mother is Bibi Dong. Your father is Qian Xuanji, and your grandfather is Qian Dalu. Am I correct? Who on earth are you? Qianrongsu stood abruptly, radiating a mur de aura. In the next instant, I appeared behind her, lightly placing my hand on her neck. Do not be agitated. Had I wished to kill you, you would already be dead. Remember, even if the whole world conspires against you, I shall not. She froze, realizing I had not used any soul power. It was purely physical speed. I resumed my position on the bed. There are matters I cannot disclose to you just yet, but rest assured I mean you no harm. In a couple of days, I will be visiting the Royal Academy. Should you wish to see me, you may find me there. She remained still, compelled by an impulse. I reached out and playfully tapped her nose. Be good. Hurry back. Her face flushed crimson, and after a few moments of stunned silence, she stomped her foot. Pa, rogue. With that, she dashed out. The following morning, I uncharacteristically tidied myself and made my way to the palace. As expected, the guards at the entrance halted me, insulting me as a commoner. My temper flared, and I engaged them in a scuffle. The commotion escalated, and soon, Shueqing arrived. Stop! Seizing the opportunity, I landed another punch on my opponent and grinned. Mistake. What business do you have with me? She asked, clearly exasperated. Well, I was hoping you could assist me in gaining entry to the Royal Academy. Are we that familiar? I wrapped my arm around her shoulder and whispered in her ear. We did share a meal together. Is this small favor too much to ask? By the way, you looked quite adorable when you were angry just now. Her voice trembled. Remove your hand. Ultimately, she had no choice but to agree to help me. Thus, we continued our playful bickering until we arrived at the Douluo Royal Academy. With the prince leading the way, our passage was remarkably smooth. Upon reaching the administrative office, the director politely inquired about my details. Name? Xing Tian. Age? 12. Martial soul and rank? I glanced at Shueqing, who encouraged me. Do not worry. The Royal Academy does not engage in favoritism. All right then, I clear my throat. Martial soul, great strength diamond bear, level 78, battle soul saint. The office fell into a profound silence. The director stammered, what? Please repeat that. I reiterated. Martial soul, great strength diamond bear, level 78 battle soul saint. See, could you possibly summon your martial soul for me to see? His voice trembled. Of course. I immediately summoned my martial soul, the enormous bear figure materializing behind me, adorned with 7 soul rings of vibrant yellow, purple, and black hues, creating a spectacle that left the director and Qian Rinxue in awe. The director rubbed his eyes, muttering, 7-ring soul saint, truly a 7-ring soul saint. I retracted my martial soul, grinning. So, can I enroll now? Yes. Yes. I shall process it immediately. 1 minute. Just 1 minute. The director was so excited he nearly knelt before me. Beside us, Qian Rinxue wore a look of sheer astonishment, likely pondering, what kind of prodigy is this? A 12-year-old soul saint. The spirit hall would struggle to find another. In less than a minute, my enrollment was completed. A teacher promptly escorted me to the dormitory. Along the way, Xue Qinghe, still in disbelief, gazed at me. I couldn't help but boast, just so you know, I have hidden some of my strength. To my surprise, she shot me a glare, stating she had to return to the palace. Before she left, I cheekily asked, could you revert to your female form for me to take another look? Her face flushed, and she swiftly departed. Watching her retreating figure, I smirked internally, thinking, this girl will eventually be mine. A teacher approached, addressing me as young Master Xing Tian, acknowledging my connection to the prince. I quickly interjected, please, just call me Xing Tian. I'm not accustomed to that title. Thus, I followed him to my dormitory. The Royal Academy was indeed splendid. The dormitory was lavishly decorated, resembling a palace, with 2 occupants per room. The teacher led me to a door on the 2nd floor and knocked gently. When the door opened, a handsome young man was seated inside. The teacher promptly stated, Yu Qianheng, this is your new roommate, Xing Tian. Please take care of each other. With that, he left to fetch my belongings. Inside, it was just the 2 of us. He extended his hand politely. Hello, I am Yu Qianheng, 19 years old, with a martial soul of Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, level 49 Battle Soul Master. I scratched my head, feeling slightly bashful as I shook his hand. Hello, I am Xing Tian, 12 years old, with a martial soul of Great Strength Diamond Bear, level 78 Battle Soul Saint. His expression was priceless. His eyes nearly bulged out, and his mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg, as he exclaimed, a prodigy. The sound echoed throughout the building. For those who understand, I assure you, I was not trying to show off. I was merely stating the truth. Yet, I was equally surprised. At 19, being level 49 was reasonable. I recalled that in my previous life, characters from novels often reached their 30s at this level, hardly deserving to be called the twin stars of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. This data was indeed more fitting. After a moment, Yu Tianheng excitedly grasped my shoulder. Brother, the academy competition is a year away. With you here, the championship is surely secured. I thought to myself, that is a given, while verbally affirming, no problem. I've got this. As we chatted, the teacher returned with my bedding and other belongings. Without hesitation, Yu Tianheng helped me organize my things, proving to be quite a good fellow. Once everything was set, he draped his arm around my shoulder, saying, let us go. I will take you to the cafeteria and introduce you to some teammates. Upon reaching the cafeteria, it was a bustling sea of people. Just as we finished getting our meals, someone called out, Boss, over here. Yu Qianheng guided me over, and at the table sat 2 remarkably similar young men. With a sense of pride, Yu Qianheng introduced me, saying, allow me to present my new roommate, Xing Tian, whose prowess is truly formidable. The 2 young men appeared rather simple-minded. One stood up and introduced himself. Greetings, I am Shimo, 19 years old, with a martial spirit of the Xuanwu turtle, a level 47 soul master. The other also stood. Hello, I am Shimo, 19 years old, with the same martial spirit of the Xuanwu turtle, a level 47 soul master. At that moment, I was utterly bewildered. What was this? Shimo? Shimo? Were they engaged in some sort of tongue twister? Yu Qianheng was beside himself with laughter, explaining that one was named after ink and the other after a grinding stone, with the latter appearing simple but possessing a cunning mind. Well then, it was my turn. I cleared my throat and announced, Greetings, I am Xing Tian, 12 years old, with a martial spirit of the Great Strength Diamond Bear, a level 78 soul saint. As soon as I finished speaking, both brothers sprayed their food everywhere in shock. The situation became exceedingly awkward. Yu Qianheng, having anticipated this, had already stepped aside, wearing a face that said, "I told you so." Once their astonishment wore off, we began to eat. After finishing my portion, I felt as though I had consumed nothing at all and quietly inquired of Yu Tianheng, "Can we have extra food in this cafeteria?" He waved his hand grandly, declaring, "Absolutely, eat your fill. Feel free to indulge." My eyes sparkled at his words. After all, this was his promise. I then approached the food counter. However, after finishing numerous servings, when I prepared to request yet another bowl, the cafeteria uncle exploded, blocking me and accusing me of causing a disturbance. I felt wronged, exclaiming, "Didn't you say we could eat our fill? What is wrong with me wanting more?" The uncle, furious, brandished a stack of bowls taller than myself, retorting, "Is this what you call wanting more?" A crowd gathered to witness the spectacle, and to make matters worse, someone in the throng shouted, "I remember now. He that bottomless pit, Xing Tian, who devoured the entire capital's cuisine in 3 days." At that moment, Yu Tianheng turned a shade of green. Without a word, he beckoned to Shi brothers, and they swiftly carried me out, while I mumbled, "I'm still hungry. I can eat more." Thus, I became notorious throughout the school. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yu Tianheng laid down the law. I was henceforth banned from the cafeteria, and he would prepare meals for me, but I would have to cover the costs. He confessed he was genuinely worried I might bankrupt him. What could I say? I could only agree with tears in my eyes. 3 days later, the commotion had finally subsided. Yu Tianheng suggested we go out to dine and formally meet the entire battle team. We arranged to meet at a restaurant outside the campus. And as soon as we stepped inside, the waiter greeted me with the enthusiasm one would reserve for a long-lost relative, exclaiming, "Young Master Xing, you have returned. Shall we sit at your usual spot?" Yu Tianheng was utterly dumbfounded. This establishment was of considerable status, and he had never received such treatment. The waiter proudly recounted my illustrious exploits, stating, "Once, young Master Xing single-handedly took down 6 of our kitchen's top chefs." My reputation as a glutton was now irretrievably exposed. When everyone had gathered, a group of handsome young men and beautiful women appeared, including Duguyan, Yu Feng, Asilluo, and a particularly demure girl named Yalingling. As they introduced themselves, each boasted a level in the 40s. The atmosphere was quite pleasant. Finally, it was my turn, and Yu Tianheng cautioned everyone, "Brace yourselves." I stood, smiled slightly, and declared, "Greetings, I am Xing Tian, 12 years old, a level 78 soul saint." At that moment, Duguyan, who had just taken a sip of tea, sprayed it all over Yu Feng's face. This scene was a perfect reenactment of the cafeteria incident. History indeed repeats itself. Everyone gazed at me as if I were a monster, while Duguyan wiped her mouth and murmured, "Have I encountered a prodigy today?" In the following days, we trained together daily. However, my strength felt akin to having a cheat code. They simply could not match my pace. Each time we sparred, I found myself standing idly, merely protecting our healer. Yalingling, feeling utterly underutilized, as though I were merely a security guard. Eventually, it was Duguyan who proposed an audacious plan. Instead of me integrating with them, everyone else would serve as my support. The entire team would revolve around me as the sole core. In essence, they would adopt a 7-to-1 strategy, with the rest acting as support, responsible for distraction and control, allowing me to reap the rewards. This idea was so bold that I was the first to oppose it, feeling it was not quite right. Yet, Duguyan was correct. The disparity in our strength was too great, and this was the only way to swiftly develop synergy. To test this approach, Yu Tianheng promptly summoned a group of teachers at the 7th ring Soul Saint level as sparring partners. I must tell you, the scene was extraordinary. As soon as the match began, I charged forward like a rabid dog, targeting one teacher and unleashing a flurry of blows. Teacher Qinming, observing from the sidelines, initially remarked that our strategy lacked coherence, but he quickly fell silent. I swiftly dispatched 2 teachers, only to glance back and notice my teammates struggling to hold their ground. I immediately shouted, "Hold on," and commenced my personal showcase. I darted around the battlefield like a ghost, assisting one after another. When a teacher attempted to sneak around and target our healer, Yalingling, I lost my temper, teleporting in front of him and bellowing, "Are you kidding me? If you succeed, how will I maintain my reputation?" And guess what? All 8 of us managed to take down those soul saint-level teachers. After the match, Teacher Qiming approached, his face alight with surprise, exclaiming that our strategy was exceptional. However, he also pointed out a critical weakness. Our healer, Ye Lingling, was too fragile and vulnerable to being eliminated early in the match. Without a moment's hesitation, I proposed, that's simple. From now on, let Lingling stick with me, and I could support her at all times. Yet, Teacher Qiming's response left me speechless. He asked, have you considered that if someone deliberately lures you away? Like a tiger leaving its mountain lair, what happens to Lingling? Good heavens, I was left dumbfounded. He was right. When I engaged in battle, I became so focused that I would hardly notice those around me. At that moment, Lingling timidly suggested, perhaps I should let Shimo take my place? Teacher Qiming immediately shook his head, stating, that won't do. Without you, our front line would collapse in no time. Upon hearing this, Lingling's eyes turned red, and she began to blame herself, saying, it's all my fault. I've held everyone back. I was suddenly agitated and rushed to reassure her. Who says that? You cannot say such things. You are the MVP of our team, the core of our strategy. Do you understand? Dugian also stepped in to mediate. All right, let us discuss this further. Ensuring Lingling's safety must be our top priority. Seeing that we had come to a consensus, Teacher Qiming took his leave along with the other instructors, allowing us to contemplate our strategy further. Once they departed, Yu Qianheng initiated a brainstorming session on how to protect our dear Lingling. Yu Feng suddenly had a bright idea. How about we have Lingling team up with Shimo? I raised an eyebrow, questioning what is the reasoning behind that. Yu Feng provided a thorough analysis. You see, both Aesiluo and I are agile attackers. But Lingling cannot keep up with us, which could lead to disorganization. Sister Yan is a control type, and if the opposing team has a control master as well, she would struggle to protect herself, let alone Lingling. Yu Tianheng interjected, what about me? Duguyan promptly responded, you're actually the most suitable, but you also present the biggest problem. Think about it. If Lingling stands beside you, the enemy has 2 choices. Either they focus fire on her, and you cannot protect her, or they ignore you entirely, charging straight at me. In that case, I will be left to face 4 opponents. That scenario is too terrifying to even contemplate. Shimo scratched his head, asking, why does it have to be me? Dugu Yan explained, because you are purely defensive, possessing the least mobility, essentially a moving fortress. If the enemy truly sends someone to sever the connection between you and Lingling, it signifies that, on our side, either someone has been liberated or the pressure has been alleviated by one less adversary. Do you comprehend? This is what we call strategically sacrificing a teammate. Upon hearing this, my mind instantly clicked, and I added, I understand. If someone is sent to deal with Shimo, and they are drawn from our ranks, then we shall remain still for the time being. I can swiftly resolve the battle here, and then rush to provide support. Conversely, if they originate from another faction, the vacated individual could assist me, allowing us to form a 2-on-1 or a 2-on-2 scenario, thus enabling us to clear the area expeditiously. Asura seemed a bit bewildered. Why not simply assist Shimo directly? Yu Tianheng slapped his thigh. Are you foolish? If you go to help, all their firepower would immediately redirect to you. Shimo is robust, and with Lingling providing support from behind, he is our formidable tank and will undoubtedly endure until I arrive. He turned to Shimo, his gaze serious. Shimo, do you have confidence? Shimo thumped his chest proudly. Rest assured, Lingling's safety is entrusted to me. Excellent. This matter is settled. The group decided to seek out our mentors in a few days for practical training on the new tactics. I glanced at Shimo, then at myself, unable to suppress my sarcasm. Goodness, after all this, our team is relying solely on us, one for offense and one as a shield, isn't it? Shimo responded gallantly. If you wish to harm Lingling, you must first step over my dead body. Having concluded this discussion, my stomach grumbled, prompting me to suggest, let us go, let us eat. How about the cafeteria? To my surprise, the 4 of them chorused vehemently, impossible. All right, I retracted my neck. How about dining out then? That is acceptable. We returned to the old tavern, and as I settled into my designated seat, the proprietor's eyes lit up upon seeing me. likely thinking that the god of wealth had graced them with his presence, and he immediately dashed to the kitchen to arrange for a grand procurement. After our meal, I chose not to accompany them back to the academy, but instead strolled leisurely towards the palace. I mused aloud. How long has it been? That young lady hasn't even come to check on me. Must I be the one to visit her? Does she think the palace is a marketplace? One can simply waltz in. Sure enough, as I reached the palace gates, I was halted by the guards. Upon closer inspection, I couldn't help but chuckle. Oh my, how is it you again, my friend? The guard's expression immediately resembled that of someone suffering from constipation, likely thinking in a frantic internal dialogue. Good heavens, why has this esteemed gentleman returned? Should I stop him or let him pass? I clear my throat. I am here to see His Highness the Crown Prince. Please hold on. He dashed into the palace with alarming speed. In a short while, he re-emerged, panting and breathless, saying, His Highness requests your presence. Lead the way. Upon entering the palace, I felt akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, gazing around in awe. My mouth agape. This place was indeed far more opulent than I had imagined. I even spotted a rare Lingji mushroom, and my fingers itched to pluck it, reasoning that no one would likely notice. The guard leading the way was so terrified that cold sweat poured down his back. His head bowed lower, and he hurried along. After what seemed like an eternity, we reached the Crown Prince's chamber, where he pointed at the door and said, His Highness is within. Please. Then he bolted away as if pursued by demons. I watched his retreating figure, rolling my eyes. Seriously, is it necessary? I'm not a beast. Approaching the Crown Prince's palace, I found it strange that no one was present. What is going on? In such a vast palace, not even a guard to be found. This is unreasonable. I strode confidently inside, only to discover that the space was excessively vast, resembling a labyrinth, and I soon found myself utterly lost. At that moment, I felt compelled to exclaim, What the? Were we not told the Crown Prince had summoned me? Where is everyone? Not even a guide to be found. The user experience is abysmal. I cannot find my way out. With no other choice, I wandered aimlessly, muttering, This young lady is rather pitiful. Not a soul in sight within the palace. Would she not feel fear at night? If it were me, I would certainly demand a 24-hour security rotation. Unbeknownst to me, Xueqinghe had no idea of my arrival and had specifically granted everyone a holiday. My ability to enter was solely due to the guard from my previous visit remembering my face, coupled with the Crown Prince's attendants instructing them to allow me passage. As I continued my aimless wandering, I stumbled upon an exceptionally lavish chamber. Such grandeur must belong to that young lady. Finally, I have located her. I must have a serious talk with her. I pushed the door open, but once again, not a soul was present. What the? Not a hint of life. I would not even wish to stay here. I grumbled as I made my way towards the rear hall. Suddenly, I heard a cascade of water. Following the sound, I arrived at a doorway. No way. My heart skipped a beat. Could she possibly be bathing inside? At that moment, an old, cliched thought flitted through my mind. It goes something like this. A man and a woman reside in a dilapidated temple. The woman draws a line and says, If you cross it, you are a beast. And the man obediently complies. The next day, she slaps him, calling him a creature even more despicable than a beast. I found myself in a philosophical conundrum. Should I act like a beast or be deemed inferior to a beast? This truly is a philosophical question. Lost in thought, I inadvertently stepped forward. With a creak, the door swung open. I stood there dumbfounded. What is happening? Is this door not locked? This cannot be my fault. Knowing I was coming, they left the door unlocked. Are they hinting at something? I touched my nose, steeling myself, and boldly stepped inside. The room was shrouded in mist. Visibility extremely limited, akin to stepping into a sauna. As I ventured further, the fog thickened, and I faintly perceived a silhouette. Gulp! I swallowed nervously, quickly checking my nose. Thankfully, no blood was flowing. Thus, one was bathing inside while the other stood outside. Yet my feet seemed to have a mind of their own, unconsciously inching closer. Who? Suddenly, Xueqinghe spotted me. It's me. I awkwardly fidgeted as if my toes could dig a 3-bedroom apartment. Then, inexplicably, I took 2 steps forward and suddenly, we were face to face. The air froze. In a moment of folly, I blurted out, "Pineapple." Shueqinghe, no at this moment. She should be Qianrenxue. Realized what was happening and swiftly submerged herself in the water, her face flushed like a boiled shrimp, shouting at me, "Get out!" Huh? Oh, oh, oh. I scrambled to flee. Just as I exited, my mind replayed the earlier scene, and I couldn't help but click my tongue. Then, with a loud thud, a sharp pain shot through the back of my head, nearly knocking me down. I cradled my head and turned to shout, "Hey, young lady, are you trying to kill me?" I saw Qianrenxue, clad in thin garments, her face flushed, brandishing a water ladle, angrily declaring, "Scoundrel, I might as well just end you." It was a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. I hurried to explain. "Then what were you reminiscing about earlier?" Her face was flushed to the roots of her ears. I couldn't help but grin. "I allowed you to misunderstand. I led you to this moment." She swung the water ladle at me. As I dodged, I shouted, "Young lady, that's enough. If you strike again, I might retaliate." "You dare to retaliate? Watch me not beat you to a pulp." Upon hearing this, her determination only intensified, likely thinking, "I've already suffered such a great loss. Can I hit you a couple of times to vent my frustration?" Aware of my guilt, I refrained from striking back. As she pursued, she stumbled, falling forward. "Watch out." I acted quickly, supporting her just in time. However, as she rose, her loosely worn garment slipped off entirely. Good heavens! Now it was truly embarrassing. A large-scale social death scene, plus addition. I truly did not intend for this to happen. My words stumbled as I spoke. Suddenly, Qianrenxue cast aside the water ladle, crouched down, and began to weep. I was instantly flustered. I cannot bear to see a girl cry. "Please do not cry. I truly did not mean it, I promise." I exclaimed, "What is going on here?" She lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears, and retorted, "Humph. I will cry if I wish. What is it to you?" I awkwardly chuckled. What I meant was, "Could you please put your clothes back on?" "You, turn around," she said, her voice filled with indignation. I promptly turned away, hearing the rustle of her getting dressed behind me. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through my shoulder. "What the heck? Are you a dog or something?" I shouted in surprise. "Humph. Who told you to bully me?" She grumbled from behind. I truly did not mean it. When I arrived, the entire palace was deserted, and it took me a long time to find this place. "I don't care. You bullied me. All right. It is my fault. I quickly raised my hands in surrender. "How will you compensate me then?" In a moment of foolishness, I blurted out, "Well, I could show you too." "Bah, you lecher." She spat at me. "What business do you have with me? Is it not permissible to visit you without any reason?" "Then I want you to take me out of the palace to play." "No problem. Easy as pie. Just wait for me," she said, dashing into her room. Watching her retreating figure, I felt a wave of emotion wash over me. So, you too possess a delicate side, having endured much over the years. Regardless of her portrayal in past stories, I knew that the Qianrenxue before me was spirited, willful, and very much alive. In this lifetime, I, Xing Tian, shall protect her. What am I thinking? At that moment, she emerged from her chamber adorned in the attire of a palace maid. I was not thinking of anything. You are not still pondering what just happened, are you? Her face flushed crimson once more. Unable to resist her adorableness, I burst into laughter. "Ha ha. You are simply too cute." "Humph. I will ignore you." She pouted. I do not know what possessed me, but seeing her charming demeanor, I leaned in and kissed her. Qianrenxue was momentarily stunned. I licked my lips and murmured, "Delicious." "Lecher," she yelled, chasing me out of the crown prince's palace. Once outside, she swiftly regained her composure, as her identity had changed. I continued to tease her, stepping closer. "Hey, come and hit me. Come and hit me." She shot me a glare, but refrained from retaliating. However, when I leaned a second time, she seized the opportunity to pinch the soft flesh of my waist, spinning me around in a full circle. "Ouch! Are you trying to kill me?" I exclaimed, clutching my waist and feigning great pain. In truth, with my current physical strength, even if she used her soul power, she could not harm me, but I thought it best to play along. She tossed her head in indignation and walked ahead. After exiting the palace, she found a spot to change into a white dress. With her golden hair cascading down and her smile illuminating the sunlight, I felt as though my heart might melt. "Is it beautiful?" she asked, twirling in front of me. I teased her, not beautiful. You. Not beautiful, but exquisite. Truly exquisite. You are quite the flatterer, she replied, rolling her eyes, though the corners of her mouth were already lifted in joy. I remarked, ever since my appearance, you have slowly begun to smile, discovering that the world is not solely filled with intrigue, but also possesses its beauty. Today, take me to taste all the delicacies of the capital. No problem, I treat. Eat whatever you like. And thus, we embarked on a culinary adventure, from East Street to West Street, sampling everything from roadside stalls to grand restaurants. She would nibble at 1 or 2 bites, while the rest disappeared into my stomach. Yet, she particularly relished this experience. Observing my gluttonous demeanor, she suddenly laughed, a smile that radiated warmth akin to the sun in winter. Gently, she advised, eat slowly. No one is competing with you. After our meal, we began to stroll through the marketplace. Xingtian, I want this. She pointed at a pair of earrings. Buy it. Wow, this bracelet is so beautiful. Buy it. This hairpin is lovely as well. Buy it. Before I knew it, my hands were laden with an array of packages. I felt no need for a storage bracelet. After all, when shopping, one must appear engaged. 2 empty hands would be akin to patrolling. As dusk fell, I escorted her back to the Crown Prince's palace. Just as I was about to leave, she unexpectedly asked, "Why are you so kind to me?" I shrugged. Perhaps it is fate. I cannot explain it. Will you always treat me well? Absolutely. Even if I am very wicked. Even if my hands are stained with blood. She looked at me, somewhat apprehensive. I laughed heartily. Is that all? It is nothing to worry about. I do not know why you are undercover here, nor will I pry. But if one day you tire of this, my embrace will always be open for you. My shoulders may not be broad, but wherever you are is where I belong. At that moment, I felt like her emotional anchor, her electronic guardian deity. She suddenly planted a kiss on my cheek. This is a reward. Hurry back, or the palace gates will close soon. I was left dumbfounded. Wow. You ambushed me. No, I cannot let this slide. She giggled, pushing me out of her room. I knew that when she emerged again, she would become the cold, aloof Xue Qinghe. I wished only to see Qian Renxue, not Xue Qinghe. Thus, as soon as she entered her chamber, I slipped away. Upon returning to the academy, I pushed open the door to Yu Tianheng's dormitory. To my surprise, I found Shimo, Yu Feng, and Ao Suiyuo all gathered inside, resembling a courtroom. Confess. Yu Tianheng commanded with a serious expression. Confess to what? I replied, utterly baffled. Still pretending? We all know. Yu Feng chimed in. What do you all know? Shimo, the honest one, displayed a mischievous smile and asked, Who is that girl? Wow. Shimo, I thought you were the most genuine, but it turns out you are the true hidden flirt. Ao Suiyuo exclaimed. Shimo countered, Don't you want to know? Ao Suiyuo immediately cowered. All right, I want to know. Oh, you mean about this matter? I refuse to tell you. I declared smugly. Come clean, or we will use torture. Shimo said with a wicked grin, lunging towards me. What is wrong with you big guys? Why are you so gossipy? I was at a loss for words. What are you joking about? Besides the leader, who here isn't a single dog. I thought you'd join our single dog family, but you silently betrayed us. Yu Feng complained. I lay on the bed and remarked, Is it my fault then? Love, when it arrives, is unstoppable. If you cannot resist, then enjoy it. If you cannot resist, then enjoy it. Wow, I cannot take this tone. I challenge you to a duel. Shimo shouted, lunging at me. Shimo, Ao Suiyuo, and even Yu Feng all pounced on me. Yu Tianheng laughed from the side. Serves you right for bragging. This resentment will not be quelled easily. Enjoy it slowly. I begged for mercy beneath the pile of bodies. Brothers, I was wrong. Please spare me. Shimo asked, How will you compensate us? I'll treat you to a meal. You can choose any restaurant in the capital. Come on, big brother. Let me help you get them to pair up. If not, just kill me. I truly lack that ability. When I mentioned lingling, everyone immediately released me, exchanging glances, and the atmosphere turned awkward. Yu Tianheng casually remarked, Is that even question? There are too many wolves and too little meat. Shimo quickly clarified, I see lingling as a sister. I have no such intentions. Shimo nodded in agreement. However, Yu Feng and Ao Suiyuo directly clashed over the matter. Yu Feng admitted, All right, I like lingling, but she is not interested in me. Ao Suiyuo exploded, What? You actually like my lingling? Did you not claim to regard her As a sister? How is it that Lingling is not even from your family? If you possess the capability, let's compete fairly. Observing the sudden shift in atmosphere, I quietly inquired of Yu Qianheng, by the way, boss. How did you know I was with the lady today? Yu Qianheng cast me a sidelong glance. What do you think? The news has spread throughout the streets. That glutton with foolish wealth has resurfaced. How do you suppose we found out? Oh my, how dare they speak of me in such a manner? Tell me who it was, and I shall never dine at their home again. Yu Tianheng, exasperated at the commotion between Yu Feng and Siluo, interjected, enough. If you like someone, pursue them directly. It seems you all have ample leisure time. How about this? I will request the school for a special training session in the Sunset Forest. Special training? Boss, really? She Montag lamented. Consider the timeline. The competition is not far off. If we do not improve, how can we succeed? Sunset Forest? A sudden realization struck me. Was it not the secluded abode of Douluo? The ice and fire two-element eyes. The immortal herbs. It was precisely those that propelled Tang San and his companions to greatness. Such a fortuitous opportunity. I immediately raised both hands in agreement. I concur. Let us embark on this special training in the Sunset Forest. Yu Qianheng decisively made the call, not permitting any dissent. The following day, the dean granted us a 2-month leave. Du Guyan, with her remarkable abilities, somehow persuaded the dean to waive even the accompanying teacher's presence, allowing just us youngsters to venture forth. Thus, we set off in grand fashion, our destination, Sunset Forest. Upon reaching the forest's periphery, a chilling aura of foreboding enveloped us. Yet Du Guyan appeared unfazed, cheerfully announcing, "Let us proceed. We shall survive here for the next month or two, and I will take you to a wonderful place." A wonderful place? Sister Yin, what could possibly be good in this cursed location? She Montag retorted. Enough chatter, just follow me. Du Guyan replied with a mysterious smile. However, unease stirred within me. This so-called good place was likely her grandfather Dugubo's lair. That old poison master was notoriously irritable. Was it wise for us to intrude so recklessly? Yet, thoughts of the ice and fire two-element eyes and those immortal herbs ignited my yearning. As we entered the forest, we tread cautiously, while Du Guyan strolled as if in her own backyard. In fact, we encountered not a single trace of soul beast. My instincts were acute. This path was likely a meticulously cleared, safe passage established by our grandfather. After approximately an hour of walking, Du Guyan turned to us. We shall soon arrive at our destination. Do not be astonished. Siluo, still skeptical, remarked, "What is there to be astonished about? Are we just surrounded by trees?" With a wave of her hand, Du Guyan led us onward. After another 10 minutes, the terrain opened up unexpectedly. I must say, the sight before me rendered me speechless. There loomed a mountain, half engulfed in flames, and the other half shrouded in polar chill. The left side radiated heat waves, while the right exuded an icy aura, epitomizing the duality of fire and ice. That girl Yi Lingling stood there, exclaiming, "How beautiful!" Unable to contain myself, I retorted, "Beautiful? What beauty? This place looks utterly deadly." Upon hearing this, Du Guyan immediately nodded in agreement. He is correct. Outside the mountain grows a flower, known as the Bai Lin Shiju Hua, which causes instant demise upon contact. I thought to myself, this is precisely the ice and fire two-element eyes, a familiarity too profound. Following Du Guyan's guidance, we approached the mountain's base and discovered a rather stylish treehouse. Du Guyan called out, "Grandfather, I have come to see you." No sooner had her words left her lips than a green-haired elder appeared before us, as if by teleportation. No one but me witnessed his arrival. Du Guyan approached him, affectionately clinging to his arm, and announced her intention to undergo special training for 2 months, taking advantage of his hospitality. This elder was none other than her grandfather, the poisoned Douluo. I must say, our team resembled a group of elementary school students meeting their principal, lining up to introduce ourselves. "Greetings, Your Excellency Poisoned Douluo. I am Yu Tianheng." "Greetings, Your Excellency, I am Shiramo." When my turn arrived, I calmly stated, "Hello, my name is Xing." The old man cast a lingering glance in my direction, while Du Guyan promptly chimed in, "Grandfather, do not underestimate him. He is our team's primary attacker, 12 years old. and a soul sage at level 78. Astoundingly, the elder's jaw dropped in disbelief, his expression questioning whether I had somehow cheated. He eagerly inquired if I was a disciple of the three sects. I replied that I was not affiliated with any sect, having self-taught and lived as a wildling in the Stardow forest for several years. Upon hearing this, Douluo chuckled. "Ah, you young rascal, you pique my interest." As we entered his humble treehouse, sparsely furnished with merely a bed and a table, Douluo waved his hand. "If you wish to stay, build your own abode." "I have no space." Well then, it appeared we must fend for ourselves. While we were conversing, Shurimo, ever curious, asked about the mountain outside. Douluo admitted he was unsure, prompting me to reveal the truth. The ice and fire two-element eyes. At the summit, there are two springs, one frigid and the other scorching, surrounded by a plethora of immortal herbs. At that moment, a profound silence enveloped the room. Douluo scrutinized me with an intensity akin to an X-ray. Douluo also inquired how I came to know such information. Could I confess that I had pursued a drama in my previous life? Certainly not. Thankfully, Douluo, ever the tactful individual, interjected, "Everyone has their secrets." He then shooed us out to construct our shelters. I must say, my teammates' construction skills were nothing short of disastrous. Shurimo, for example, simply erected 4 posts, surrounded them with leaves, and deemed it a house. I was left uncertain whether to label it a dwelling or a rather upscale doghouse. That night, as everyone else slumbered, I lay atop the roof, gazing at the mountain, my mind racing with scheming thoughts. Tang Sam, my apologies, dear brother. I shall be claiming your rookie gift pack on your behalf. The following morning, while they were busy reconstructing their shoddy structures, I decided to wander around the mountain, planning a route to ascend. Suddenly, Douluo appeared as if from nowhere, questioning my intentions. I replied, "I wish to ascend." He queried my purpose for climbing, to which I responded, "To temper my body. The immortal herbs can enhance strength." Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes lit up. "I shall accompany you." Sensing an opportunity, I directly asked, "What conditions do you have, esteemed elder?" He dropped the pretense, asking if I was familiar with detoxifying immortal herbs. I admitted I was not, but suggested he accompany me to investigate. Who knows what we might find? Thus, another day passed, and after bidding farewell to Yu Tianheng and the others, I followed Douluo up the mountain. Upon reaching the summit, what a sight it was! An expansive lake, distinctly divided into 2 halves, one shrouded in a white mist, the other radiating heat waves. The shores were adorned with a variety of exotic flowers, clearly not of mundane origin. Douluo's eyes widened in wonder as he stepped forward to pluck some. I hastily intervened. "Esteemed elder, haste makes waste. These immortal herbs possess sentience and are guarded by fierce plant beasts. Seizing them directly would render their efficacy negligible. We must first temper our bodies with the spring water, allowing us to absorb their essence." In truth, I was merely fabricating excuses, fearing he would storm in and collect everything in sight. Douluo believed me, gallantly offering to protect me. I steeled my resolve, shedding my clothing and preparing to plunge into the icy spring. Those who understand will know, even before entering. The biting cold pierced my bones like 1,000 daggers. Gritting my teeth, I resolved that if I were to perish, I would do so valiantly, and with a splash. I immersed myself. What a shock! The sensation was akin to leaping into liquid nitrogen. My blood froze instantly, and my limbs felt unresponsive. I swiftly enveloped my heart's pulse with spiritual energy, enduring for 3 grueling minutes before I could bear it no longer and scrambled ashore. Douluo approached to assist me, and I could barely articulate, I am fine. Do you know what happened next? On the way back down the mountain, I began to recover, with Douluo regarding me as if I were some bizarre creature. Upon returning to our dwelling, I examined myself and was astonished to find that in just those 3 minutes, my physical strength had surged dramatically. I have finally discovered the flaw. Since that day, I have been leaving home before dawn and returning only after dusk, immersing myself in the icy spring daily. Initially, I could only endure 3 minutes, but soon I managed 4. The breathing technique I developed surprisingly proved effective, allowing me to withstand the cold for a bit longer. That sensation was truly indescribable. Each time I emerged from the water, I felt as if I were on the brink of death. After more than a month, I could stay in the icy spring for over 10 minutes. Then I began to indulge in recklessness, contemplating whether to venture into the Yangtze across the way. Once that thought crossed my mind, I could not suppress it. I crawled out of the icy spring and plunged directly into the Yangtze. At first, I felt fine, but soon the scorching pain exploded from the depths of my bones, causing me to scream and roll back to shore, where I lay convulsing for nearly an hour before recovering. However, the results were indeed remarkable. That night, I noticed my physical strength had doubled. I made a firm decision. As long as I did not die, I would push myself to the limits, embracing the essence of extreme endurance. Another month passed, and the dual forces of ice and fire had nearly transformed the place into my private bathhouse. I secretly consumed the two immortal herbs from the original work, Liehua Xingjiaoshu and Bajiao Xuanbing Tsao, rendering me impervious to water and fire. I left the remaining herbs untouched, planning to take them all with me when I departed, leaving not a single strand for anyone else. With just 3 days left until our special training concluded, I was enjoying a leisurely slumber when suddenly chaos erupted outside. Upon stepping out, I saw Douluo with a grim expression, carrying the unconscious Yen. Aesiluo was nearby, shouting, "Sister Yen has been poisoned." Instantly, I understood that this was the manifestation of the inherent Bailin snake poison from her martial soul. Despite Douluo's efforts, he could only temporarily suppress it. Eradicating it was beyond his capabilities. Once Yen regained consciousness, he scolded her. Later, he summoned me to his room and inquired if I had known about this matter beforehand. I nodded and replied, "Senior, the poison within you is far more severe than that within your granddaughter, isn't it?" He did not deny it. I laid my cards on the table. "I have a way to save your granddaughter, and I can even facilitate the evolution of her martial soul." Douluo was immediately elated, grasping my hand, declaring that he would give me his life if it meant saving Yen. "Isait, Sinyo, it may indeed cost you your life." I explained that I needed the Chiluo Yu Jingxiang and Jiguan Huangfeng Kue, two immortal herbs, but with Yen's strength. She could not absorb them. It would require him, a title Dalu, to guide and refine them with his lifelong soul power. However, once his soul power was exhausted, the lethal poison within him would consume him instantly. I asked him about his chances, stating, "For your granddaughter, it is 80%. For yourself, perhaps only 20. Without hesitation, he replied, "All right." Watching from the side, my heart twisted in anguish. This was not merely saving a granddaughter. It was a trade of one life for another. We hastily gathered the herbs. Yen first consumed the Jiguan Huangfeng Kue, her face turning crimson from the pain. Douluo immediately channeled his soul power to assist her in refining it. After she stabilized, he fed her the Chiluo Yu Jingxiang. Instantly, Yen's martial soul erupted uncontrollably, enveloped in a luminous aura, beginning to twist and mutate violently. Douluo was pouring all his soul power into her, the Bailin snake martial soul behind him almost solidifying. Time passed, from day to night, and into the early hours of the next day. Douluo's face was now covered in green, poisonous patterns, and he appeared on the verge of collapse. I watched in horror and said, "Senior, let me help." I then transferred my soul power to him. Just then, the luminous cocoon above Yen began to move. Douluo, seeing this, revealed a grim smile, as if experiencing a moment of clarity. With a roar, he poured all his strength, along with his life force, into her. "I entrust Yen to you." This was the last sentence he uttered. As soon as the words left his lips, his hand fell limp, and he ceased to breathe. Almost simultaneously, the cocoon burst open with a loud crack, and a small red dragon with antlers and 4 legs spiraled out. Yen opened her eyes, feeling a new power within her. Just as she was about to share her joy with her grandfather, she turned around and saw Douluo lying in my arms, already cold. "Grandpa, what happened to you?" she cried out, heart-wrenchingly. Douluo, with his last ounce of strength, softly asked, "Yen, what is the name of your new martial soul?" Yen choked back tears and replied, "Grandpa, it is called the Fire Poison Dragon." Upon hearing this name, Douluo's excitement was palpable. What a splendid name. My Yen will no longer suffer under that wretched snake poison. However, just as he finished speaking, He suddenly spat out a mouthful of green blood. This shocked Douluo into a daze as she cried, "Grandpa, please don't scare me." The old man waved his hand dismissively, exuding calmness as he said, "Silly child, do not cry. As long as I can see you healthy, that is more than enough. I have lived my life fully. This poison has tormented me long enough. Now I am free, but it is you who must endure the suffering." The scene was heart-wrenching. Douluo turned to me, pleading through her tears to save her grandfather. What could I do? I felt utterly helpless. Just as I was about to speak, the old man interrupted. "Yin, do not plead with him. My body is already hollowed out. Even a deity cannot save me." With that, he cast me a glance, signaling for me to assist him back to his room. I quickly carried the old man back to his chamber, where he uttered a single request. I wished to spend a moment alone with my granddaughter. I understood immediately and stepped out. Outside, Yu Qianheng and the others gathered around, inquiring about the situation. I could only sigh and say, the senior may not last much longer. We waited for a full 2 days. Inside the room, neither of them knew what was said. On the 4th day, the door opened, and Douluo emerged as if she had lost her soul, her gaze vacant. "Speaking to you, Tianheng, Grandpa has passed." Yu Qianheng quickly embraced her, and Douluo could no longer hold back, sobbing heart-wrenchingly. "I have no family left. I have lost my only family." As she cried, she fainted in Yu Qianheng's arms. When she awoke, it was already the following evening. The first thing she asked was, "Where's my grandpa?" I hurried to explain, "Sister Yin, do not worry. I have temporarily sealed your grandfather's body using the Yin spring water from the ice-fire duality eye, creating a cybernetic ice coffin for him. It is absolutely safe." Upon hearing this, she thanked me and expressed her desire to visit her grandfather one last time alone. We waited outside. After about 10 minutes, she emerged, holding a letter and a sachet, which she handed directly to me. Opening the letter, I was taken aback. The old man was remarkably clear-headed. It read, "Young man, I know you have been wary of me since the beginning and that you are after the ice-fire duality eye. However, it matters not. If you can save my granddaughter, what harm is there in granting you this place? The sachet contains the seeds and methods to cultivate the Bailin Chijue flower, which I also bestow upon you. Lastly, I ask one thing. Please take care of my yen." Stunned by the letter, I looked at Douluo, who nodded in agreement. "My grandpa said that the ice-fire duality eye is now yours." We buried the old man at the foot of the mountain, and I casually uprooted all the immortal herbs, planting the seeds as well. On the way back, Douluo was enveloped in an emo state, not uttering a single word. Upon returning to the academy, she isolated herself in her dormitory, refusing to see anyone except Yilingling. After 3 or 4 days, Yilingling suddenly came looking for us, announcing that Douluo was treating us to a meal, marking her official return. At the dinner table, although she still appeared somewhat haggard, she had at least begun to recover. After the meal, we quickly moved to the training room, where the highlight awaited, witnessing Douluo's new martial soul. "Sister Yin, please show us." Yu Feng and the others could hardly contain their anticipation. Douluo wasted no time and directly launched into her performance. A new martial soul, Hu Du Long, possessing both fire and poison attributes, capable of controlling and attacking. "What about the soul skills?" I inquired with keen interest. The transformation was significant. She began her introduction. "The first soul skill, Du Hua Tu Shi, is akin to a fireball technique that inflicts damage over time. The second soul skill, Du Wu, not only paralyzes but also induces hallucinations, primarily designed to disorient you. The third soul skill, Jing Hua, can only purify my own poison." I couldn't help but interject, "Sister, your third soul skill seems a bit self-serving. Wouldn't that be useless in a one-on-one duel?" She chuckled and continued, "The fourth soul skill is Long Wei, a pure aura suppression that can freeze you in place with just a glance." I nodded in agreement, thinking that aside from the somewhat abstract Jing Hua, the rest were quite practical, capable of both single-target and area effects. This upgrade was certainly worthwhile. To test the new team's strength, Yu Qianheng immediately recruited others and arranged a high-intensity training session with teacher Qinming. Let me tell you, the opposing teachers started at level 75, focusing on a high-level match. As the battle commenced, the opposing strategy was crystal clear. The two teachers rushed straight for our backline, targeting Shimo and Yi Lingling. The teacher assigned to face me was still posturing when I swiftly disappeared. Truly, I vanished without a trace. Not even a shadow remained. In the next moment, I reappeared behind him and tapped his shoulder, saying, "Teacher, you have lost." The teacher was immediately petrified, stunned, and asking how I'd gotten there. I merely smiled and replied, "Just a moment ago." Without further ado, he exited the field. I was astonished myself. The effect of the Bing Huoliang Yin was utterly explosive. This speed was akin to physical teleportation. Having dispatched one opponent, I noticed the back line was in dire straits. Shima was on the verge of collapse, so I rushed to provide support. Upon seeing my arrival, the two teachers attempted to escalate the intensity. I decided to drop the pretense, initiating with my third soul skill, gravitational enhancement, followed by my fifth soul skill, gravitational compression, applying debuffs of slow and weakness to both of them, then executing my second soul skill, Great Power King Kong Palm, a dazzling golden strike that hurled both teachers out of the arena. I single-handedly defeated 3 opponents, and the remaining ones posed no challenge. Within a few minutes, the battle concluded. The teachers gazed at me with transformed expressions, their faces nearly inscribed with the word freak. After the fight, with nothing else to do, I pondered visiting my dear brother, Xue Qinghe, in the palace. However, upon reaching the palace gates, the guard's face turned pale at the sight of me, likely haunted by our previous encounter. Yet he respectfully allowed me entry without even a formal announcement. I strolled unimpeded to the crown prince's chamber, and upon entering, I found Xue Qinghe engrossed in a book, seemingly oblivious to my presence, exuding an air of aloofness. I instantly understood. He was upset that I had gone off for training without informing him. I hurried over to appease him, offering apologies and explanations, yet he remained indifferent. With no other options, I resorted to my trump card. Xue, don't be angry. I brought you a gift. At the mention of a gift, he finally lifted his gaze. I grinned and said, "You should send everyone away and change back into your female attire. Speaking to you like this is quite unsettling." Reluctantly, he complied. Moments later, Qian Renxue emerged from the inner chamber. I promptly exclaimed, "Isn't this more beautiful than a painting?" I directly placed a precious 8-petal xianlan in her hands, and after consuming it, her aura transformed into something even more ethereal. Seizing the moment, I added, Xue, will you accompany me to the Xingdou Great Forest in 3 days to fetch the son of a brother of mine?" Though she hesitated initially, my eager gaze ultimately swayed her into agreement. Before departing, I couldn't resist leaning in to peck her cheek, then dashed away, exhilarated. 3 days later, Qian Renxue indeed arrived in female attire at our academy. I assure you, the hearts of the boys at the academy shattered like fragile glass. I immediately embraced her, publicly announcing our connection, greatly satisfying my vanity. On our journey to the Xingdou Great Forest, we reveled in the beauty of the surroundings, with Qian Renxue completely letting loose, joyfully reminiscent of a child. Upon entering the forest, it felt like returning home. Initially tense, Qian Renxue soon noticed that the spirit beasts regarded me as a family member, some even nodding in greeting, which added a layer of intrigue to her gaze towards me. Finally reaching the cave of Bear Great, just as I intended to call out, a strong scent of blood wafted towards us. My heart sank, filled with an ominous premonition. As I dashed to the cave entrance, I was left dumbfounded. 2 skinned corpses lay at the mouth of the cave, identifiable as Bear Great and his wife, Bear 2. My mind went blank, and I rushed into the cave, where signs of struggle and scattered fur were evident. I felt utterly devastated, crouching on the ground, repeatedly muttering, "It's impossible. This cannot be happening." Qian Renxue came over and embraced me, helping me regain some composure as I recounted my childhood experiences in this forest and how I had forged a bond with Bear Great's family. Suddenly, I realized something was amiss. There were only 2 bodies. Where was Bear? Where was my godson? I immediately took Qian Renxue and charged towards the core of the forest to find Ming, the Titan Great Ape. I called out into the depths of the forest, and soon the ground began to tremble, revealing Ming's imposing figure. Upon seeing me, He anxiously exclaimed, Xing, you're back. Bear is with me. His parents have died. I knew the gravity of the situation as I spoke in a chilling tone. Who did this? Ming replied. Bear told me it was a group of humans, led by 3 individuals, one wielding a tower, one a bone dragon, and another a sword. A tower? A bone dragon? A sword? My family, who understands? The moment those 3 keywords emerged, it was as if they were etching the names of the martial soul hall into my very being. I exploded with uncontrollable murderous intent, my eyes instantly turning crimson, and the air around us seemed to solidify. Qianren Xue and Ming were terrified, fearing I would lose control. I took a deep breath, forcing down my rage, and told them, I am fine. My reason remains intact. My second martial soul is still active. Looking at Qianren Xue, I saw her eyes filled with concern. Moments later, Ming brought Little Bear to me. The moment the little one saw me, he rushed into my embrace, crying uncontrollably. I held him tightly, vowing in a solemn tone, Bear, do not cry. Your godfather will avenge you. None of those involved will escape. After bidding farewell to Ming and patting Bear's back, I took Qianren Xue and set off. She asked, where to? Back to the academy? I gazed into the distance, my eyes filled with a bloody hue, and uttered 2 words, no to kill. Qianren Xue tightened her grip on my hand, asking no further questions, only nodding resolutely. All right, let us go. At that moment, my mind was singularly focused, a taut string ready to snap. Shrek. It had to be Shrek. Ming informed me that a whole team had come and skinned Bear and his family. This was not mere hunting. It was blatant provocation and revenge. This incident was undoubtedly connected to them. With Qianren Xue and Little Bear in tow, I stormed toward the dilapidated village of Shrek Academy, filled with murderous intent. Upon reaching the village entrance, the 2 guards blocked my path, insisting that outsiders were not allowed entry. I was infuriated, thinking, who understands my explosive temper? I said, go summon Flinder for me and tell him I'm back. The guard, surprisingly defiant, claimed I lacked the right to address the dean by name, asserting I had come seeking trouble. I thought to myself, you are indeed correct. I have come seeking trouble. Sensing my shift in demeanor, Qianren Xue quickly grabbed my arm, reminding me that there were innocents in the village. I couldn't help but laugh. Even I found my smile somewhat eerie. Were Xiongda and the others truly innocent? If blame must be assigned, let it fall upon their ill fate. As soon as I finished speaking, I unsheathed my Qixia sword, unleashing the 5th soul skill that reverberated with might, a true indiscriminate assault. Countless sword energies surged forth, striking the village with unrelenting ferocity. In the next moment, a furious roar echoed from within the village. Stop! Flanda and Zhao Wujia burst forth like cannonballs, desperately attempting to shield against the onslaught of sword energy. Observing their disheveled state, I couldn't help but laugh aloud. You two? How much can you possibly block? Before the words left my lips, Dai Mubai and the others rushed out, managing to intercept most of the sword energies with great effort. Yet, several still slipped through, resulting in the collapse of numerous houses, leaving the inhabitants within to endure their fate. Flanda's face turned a deep shade of purple as he bellowed at me. Xing, what are you doing? What am I doing? I strolled leisurely towards them, pointing at the trembling little bear beside me, and asked, does this look familiar to you? I could see Ning Rongrong's face blanch momentarily. Though it was fleeting, I noted it distinctly. I directly called out to Zhao Wujia. Teacher Zhao, what did I once tell you? Do not provoke bear-type soul beasts. Have you forgotten? Zhao Wujia stubbornly retorted. We have never harmed them. Never harmed them? I laughed maniacally, gesturing towards Ning Rongrong. Ask her if that is true. Upon hearing this, Oscar looked utterly dumbfounded, gazing at Ning Rongrong in disbelief. The little girl feigned innocence, claiming, I don't know, Brother Xing. I let out a cold laugh. You don't know? Very well. Then I shall personally visit the Qibao glazed sect and have a word with your father. How does that sound? She immediately panicked. A life for a life is only just. I enunciated with clarity. What do you think I intend to do? Of course it is to kill. Flandiv attempted to intervene. Xing, you cannot do this. I shot him a glance. Are you instructing me on how to act? Zhao Wujia chimed in, accusing me of disrespecting the dean. Frustrated, I ignored them, turning my attention to Dai Mubai and the others, who informed Ning Rongrong about the bear. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun quickly shook their heads, while only Oscar, with his head bowed, dared not utter a word. All right, I have my answer. What do I intend to do? Naturally, it is to kill. The moment my words fell, I dashed towards Ning Rongrong. And guess what happened? Tang San, yet again. He actually stepped in front of me, solemnly declaring, Rongrong is my teammate. You cannot kill her. Teammate? Upon hearing those words, I nearly lost my last meal. For whom did I join forces with you all? And now you speak of teammates? My heart sank. Qian Rinxue quietly approached, grasping my hand. Looking at her, I suddenly felt that for those hypocritical individuals, it was truly not worth it. Enough of this banter. I swiftly shifted my martial soul. Haotian hammer. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Black, 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 red. The emergence of 9 soul rings, especially that final crimson 100,000 years, nearly blinded them. Except 3 strikes. And I shall spare Shrek Academy. I fixed my gaze on Fland, enunciating each word deliberately. Zhao Wujie bravely stepped forward, activating the immovable king body. I let out a cold laugh. Did he truly believe himself to be a king? I approached him with a single strike of my hammer, and with a resounding crash. His protective shell shattered, sending him flying far away, unable to rise for quite some time. Only 2 strikes remain. I didn't even glance at him. Tang San began his sanctimonious performance, insisting that Ning Rongrong had changed and deserved a chance. I retorted, if apologies had any worth, why would we need the police? When you see your father, ask him if he would grant the Spirit Hall a chance. I was done with idle chatter. I directly activated Haotian True Body, the massive hammer looming above them, heavy enough to prevent them from lifting their heads. Just as I was about to strike down, lo and behold, Tang San. This little rascal had resorted to underhanded tactics. He swiftly maneuvered behind Qian Rinxue, drawing a dagger to her throat, shouting for me to halt. I was so enraged that I could only shake my head. Tang San, you truly are a talent. I turned to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, take him down. To my surprise, Xiao Wu appeared conflicted, ultimately yelling at Tang San, brother, stop. You can't defeat him. Ha ha ha. I laughed uncontrollably. Tang San, do you feel the sting of betrayal from your own comrades? How does it feel? A flash of light enveloped Qian Rinxue, sending Tang San staggering back to my side. All right, let us proceed to the second strike, I said nonchalantly. The colossal Haotian hammer descended slowly, unleashing a thunderous sound, causing the entire Shrek village to vanish from map. As the dust settled, apart from Flanda, Zhao Wujie, and the resilient Shrek 7, the rest were no more. Flanda, spitting blood, shouted furiously, Xing, look at what you have done. Ning Rongrong pointed at me, shrieking, you are a devil. A devil? Indeed, I relish the title. I chuckled. Now, let us proceed to the third strike. Daksumiamir. At that critical moment, a middle-aged man's voice suddenly rang out behind me. Stop. Upon hearing that voice, I immediately ceased my assault, turning to regard the figure in black. I thought you would not show up. He appeared surprised, questioning how I knew him. I smiled without replying. With his appearance, Flandig seemed to regain his composure, daring to yell at me for ruining his life's work. The man in black also chimed in, claiming it was excessive to slaughter a village over merely 2 soul beasts. Merely? I laughed. Did he not find it excessive when he wreaked havoc for the sake of his woman? The black-clad man was momentarily taken aback, staggering back a step. Very well. Today I shall spare your lives for his sake, I declared, pointing at the Shrek group. Then, addressing the man in black, I added, however, I cannot overlook Flandus' earlier outburst. I cannot swallow this anger. Before he could react, I swiftly teleported, grasping Flanda by the throat. Amid Zhao Wujie's heart-wrenching screams, I cleanly snapped it with a decisive crack. I discarded the lifeless body, dusting off my hands. Shue, let us depart. Before leaving, I informed them that we would meet at the academy competition, and at that time, I would send them off to reunite. Oh, and I instructed Tang San to relay a message to you, Xiaojiang. I have severed the dragon wing of your golden iron triangle. Let him and Lu Erlong be cautious. The team must be cohesive. Tang San's eyes turned red with fury as he vowed to pursue me to the end. I gestured towards the man in black. Ask him if he dares to pursue me to the end. With that, I departed alongside Qian Renxue and the bear, striding away. What followed was simple. The Shrek group reacted as if they had lost their parents, with Ma Hongjun being the first to crack, slapping Ning Rongrong. Oscar shielded her, and chaos erupted among them. They approached Yu Xiaojiang, recounting the events, which incited his fury, vowing to pursue me relentlessly. I found it bewildering. Who granted him such courage? Qian Renxue and I returned to Tiando City, with the identity of Shui Qinghe completely vanishing. We purchased a grand residence adjacent to the Royal Fighting Academy, indulging in our world together. During this period, both the Qibao Glaze sect and the Spirit Hall sent envoys, one seeking peace, the other attempting to abduct Qian Renxue, both of which I dismissed, scattering the peace-seeking individuals. One night, Qian Renxue confided in me that she missed her grandfather. Looking at her, I suddenly realized that no main storyline, no vendetta, was as significant as the person beside me. I playfully tapped her nose. After the academy competition, I will accompany you to visit your grandfather. She beamed, planting a kiss on my cheek before shyly retreating to her room. I laughed heartily, chasing after her, pondering that it was time for her to return and accept the divine inheritance of the angel god. However, I must say, this matter is no jest. I distinctly recall that old man, Qian Dalu, who sacrificed himself to ensure Shui could inherit the divine position smoothly. I implore my family members who understand this. The risk factor is alarmingly high. Can I truly allow her to return alone? Absolutely not. I must accompany her the entire way, providing close protection. Should anything untoward occur, I would never forgive myself for such a failure. Before I knew it, the day of the academy competition was approaching, and within the city of Tiando, unfamiliar faces were increasingly evident, creating a veritable sea of humanity. I pondered that it had been quite some time since I had an earnest date with Shui, so I took her out for a shopping excursion. Shui, come, let us relive old memories. I exclaimed. Sure, I'll go change, she replied, her joy reminiscent of a little rabbit. As we strolled down the street, I intentionally paused in front of a sesame cake stall. What is up? Xue inquired curiously. I pointed at the stall and winked at her. Does this seem familiar? It's where we first met. She chuckled. Of course I remember. You frightened the owner so much. Just thinking about it makes me laugh. Indeed, I slapped my thigh, adding, and most importantly, during your last visit, you were so engrossed in watching the show that you didn't even have a single sesame cake. We must rectify that today. We found a spot to sit down, and I called out, owner, 2 sesame cakes and 2 bowls of meat soup. All right, please wait a moment. The steaming meat soup arrived shortly thereafter. The owner, upon seeing me, wore a smile that vanished as if a switch had been flipped, leaving him frozen in place. I quickly waved my hand. No need to panic. My good sir, today, we are merely here to dine. I assure you, there will be no trouble. Xue chimed in. Rest assured, if he dares to cause a disturbance today, I will be the first to deal with him. Upon noticing such a stunning beauty beside me, the owner seemed to think I could not be too outrageous, managing to force a smile that was more painful than a frown. Please enjoy your meal, he said before hastily retreating to the kitchen, casting wary glances in my direction as if guarding against a thief. Shui stifled a laugh. Look at you. You've become someone's psychological shadow. I glanced back, seeing the owner nodding at me, then pretending to clean an empty table nearby. How awkward. I burst into laughter. Just as we were enjoying our meal, a group of 6 or 7 individuals clad in matching uniforms approached, unmistakably from an academy participating in the competition. Normally, I would ignore them, but sometimes trouble seems to have a mind of its own and rushes right into your face. One particularly cocky individual, passing our table, had his eyes glued to Shui, unable to look away. Wow, there is such a lovely girl in Tiando, he exclaimed, his voice dripping with sleaze that nearly made me lose my last meal. Shui frowned, but remained silent. My expression turned cold, yet I thought it wise to avoid further conflict, so I restrained myself. That rascal, emboldened by my silence, leered at Shui, and reached out with his hand. Hey, little girl, sitting here eating sesame cakes with a poor guy like him is beneath you. Come with me, and I'll treat you to something better. I did not even lift my gaze, my voice icy as I said, "Try extending your hand 1 more inch, and you will lose it." He sneered, "You a pauper. Who do you think you are?" I barely acknowledged him. "Get lost. Do you know who we are? From Sanghui Academy. With your pathetic appearance. You think you deserve such a beautiful girl?" I was too weary to engage in conversation with him any longer. I pulled out some money and slammed it on the table. "Owner, we're leaving." "Stop." The group suddenly surrounded us. "Hey, you think you could just walk away? Didn't you just tell me to get lost? You have 2 choices. Kneel and apologize, or we'll make you kneel and take your girl." The stall owner, witnessing the escalating situation, turned pale and rushed over to mediate. "Gentlemen, please let us all calm down. Get lost," one of them shouted at the owner. I chuckled coldly. "Do you even realize where you are? This is Tiando City. And what of it? Does Sanghui Academy intimidate us?" "Oh, Sanghui Academy?" I feigned recollection. "ISN to your teacher, that old rascal, Shernyan. It makes sense. If that scoundrel Yijichio is your mentor, it's no wonder you're all so arrogant. How dare you speak of our teacher's name?" One of them pointed a finger at me. My eyes turned icy. I dislike being pointed at. "Point at you? What are you going to do about it?" In an instant, before anyone could comprehend my motion, I struck with such speed that his head exploded like a rotten watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. Schwer shot me a disapproving glance. "Look at you, always resorting to such brutality. Will anyone be able to eat in peace tonight?" The remaining thugs were left in shock, the previously brash one stammering, "You've killed someone. You're finished. Even the King of Heaven cannot save you. Go call Shernyan over here. I'll wipe my hands on non-existent blood. I'll be waiting." Hearing this, they lost their nerve and turned to flee. "Stop. One of you can go, but the rest stay put." Yet, no one heeded my command. As soon as I finished speaking, they ran even faster. I sighed, shaking my head. Why do some people never listen to reason and insist on provoking me? No sooner had I spoken than I vanished from sight. Moments later, a series of bone-cracking sounds and anguished cries echoed as the fleeing individuals fell back like broken sacks, all collapsing at my feet, their legs shattered. "I told you not to run, yet you refused to listen. Now look where that has led you. I pity you for a mere 3 seconds." I gazed down at the groaning figures, displaying a semblance of sympathy. Then, I turned to the only one who had managed to escape and smiled, ignoring him completely. I faced the stall owner, whose expression was a comical blend of disbelief and amusement. "Owner, I sincerely apologize. I truly did not intend to cause trouble. You saw it was they who struck first. Rest assured, they will compensate you for your losses." Suddenly, the owner slammed his thigh, his voice tinged with desperation. "I knew it. I knew this would happen. Sir, with your arrival, there's no good fortune in sight. I swear I'll move away immediately." "Don't. If you move, where will I go to eat sesame cakes? Please spare me. Grant me a chance to live." The owner was on the verge of tears. While we were speaking, the individual who had fled returned with a middle-aged man in a hurry. The man's expression was grim, unmistakably not a benign presence. Shernyan himself. "Is it you who injured my student?" Shernyan asked coldly, surveying the scene of chaos. "What? You come here to demand an explanation without knowing the circumstances?" "I need no explanation. I simply ask if you were the one who struck him. Are you implying that even if your student provoked the trouble, the fault lies with us?" I laughed, a radiant smile gracing my face. Schwer recognized my expression and braced herself for the impending calamity. Shernyan remained arrogant. "And what of it?" "Oh, I understand now. I can rest easy." "Rest easy?" Before he could finish, I appeared before him like a specter, grasping his neck, while my other hand struck with lightning speed, plucking out his eyes. My eyes! My eyes!" Shernyan screamed in agony, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. I tightened my grip on his neck, whispering near his ear, "I know your martial spirit is called Kan Meng, a master of illusion. Even titled Douluo fears you. However, I am uncertain how you activated it, so I deemed it prudent to render your eyes useless first. I will kill you. I will kill you." "Silence," I scoffed, applying slight pressure. Crack! The world fell silent in an instant. The demise of this individual was indeed unjust. Had he immediately summoned his martial spirit without pretense, I would have had to reconsider my approach. However, his insistence on posturing granted me an opportunity. I casually discarded his lifeless body aside and turned to the only remaining student who could still move. Does your Tsanhui Academy still have anyone else coming? Where's that old scoundrel Yijiqiu? Bring him here as well. The poor fellow, terrified and trembling, retreated repeatedly, stammering, "Demon. You are a demon." With a furrowed brow, I approached and gently grasped his neck, my tone unexpectedly softening. "Do not be afraid. I shall not harm you. Just tell me who else is leading, and I will let you go, all right?" Though my voice was gentle, my gaze was as cold as steel. The student had completely broken down, repeating the same desperate phrases. "Do not kill me. I beg you, do not kill me. I was wrong." "Very well," I said with a feigned look of regret. "Since you are unaware, I shall send you to meet your teacher. Rest assured, it will not hurt at all. Just a swift snap, my hands are steady." As soon as the words left my lips, I twisted my wrist, and his neck snapped, his body collapsing limply. "See? I told you it wouldn't hurt. Xing, let us depart." Shui Er tugged at my sleeve, her expression betraying her discomfort. "All right, we shall heed Shui Er's words." I turned to leave, but suddenly recalled something, and with a swift motion, summoned a colossal golden hand from the heavens. With a resounding crash, it flattened the remaining groaning individuals and the corpse into a gruesome pulp. I called out to the vendor, "Boss, you can collect your payment from them. My apologies for the trouble." Once we had distanced ourselves, the vendor burst into tears, lamenting, "What have I done to deserve this? I merely wished to sell some pancakes. What wrong have I committed? Wasn't it agreed I would not stir up trouble? And now I must retrieve my payment from this pile of flesh." Despite his tears, he ultimately mustered the courage to sift through the remains, finding a handful of golden soul coins. Wiping his tears, he began to pack up his wares, resigned. "Well, it seems I cannot sell pancakes any longer. Perhaps I should change professions." However, just as he finished packing and prepared to flee, he suddenly slammed his towel onto the ground, exclaiming, "Bah, I refuse to be intimidated. I, Zhang Lao-san, have roamed this imperial city my entire life. I fear no one. I shall remain. Tomorrow, I shall reopen for business, and if you dare, come again." Remarkably, the city guards who had arrived to clean up the mess were momentarily stunned by his boldness. The vendor, regaining his composure, cleaned his tables and chairs, rekindled the fire, and resumed his business amidst the chaos with unwavering calm. This act of defiance quickly garnered him fame throughout the city. The following day, feeling curious, Shui Er and I returned to see the aftermath. To our astonishment, the scene was unrecognizable. "Goodness, is this the same stall as yesterday? Why are there so many people?" I stopped a customer to inquire and learned that the vendor's fearless demeanor in the face of bloodshed had become the talk of the town, drawing crowds eager to witness the spectacle and sample the pancakes. Consequently, his business flourished beyond expectation. Shui Er and I exchanged amused glances and settled down at a nearby table. "Boss, 2 pancakes and 2 bowls of meat soup." Upon hearing my voice, the vendor's expression fell once again. "Sir, why have you returned?" "Fear not, my friend. Today, I swear it will merely be a meal. I shall leave once I have dined." As we enjoyed our meal, a new group arrived, led by a strikingly attractive girl. "Boss, 10 pancakes, 7 bowls of meat soup." Her voice rang clear. I glanced up and recognized her as Huo Wu from the Zhihua Academy, clad in golden red team attire and with flowing dark red hair. A captivating figure, indeed. "Where are you looking?" Shui Er gently pinched my waist. I can't help it." Our playful exchange did not go unnoticed by Huo Wu, who proudly lifted her chin in my direction, declaring, "What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before?" Her brother, Huo Wu Shuang, quickly interjected, "I apologize, my sister." Huo Wu interrupted, turning to Qianren Xue with indignation, "Sister, if you encounter a man who gazes at others while dining, you should promptly kick him to the curb." I couldn't help but laugh, and Xue played along, feigning victimhood, "But sister, I am bound to him. I cannot escape his grasp." At this, Huo Wu leapt her feet, indignant. "What? You dare to kidnap this sister? Do not fear. I shall come to your rescue." Huo Wu Shuang's expression was one of utter embarrassment, wishing for an escape. The vendor, sensing the escalating tension, rushed over, nearly in tears. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us keep the peace for the sake of commerce. My humble business cannot withstand such turmoil." Ultimately, it was Shui Er who pulled me away hastily. Before departing, I called back to Wu, little pepper. I look forward to our next encounter. I enjoy your spirited nature. Fuming, the girl stomped her foot in frustration. On our way home, Shui Air pretended to sulk, asking, "What? Are you interested in that girl?" I pulled her close, laughing, No. I merely find her amusing. None can compare to you, my dear Shui Air." As we playfully bantered, Yu Qianheng and Du Guyan arrived, bringing news of the upcoming academy competition. The draw would take place tomorrow, with the official matches commencing the day after. "Very well," I said, reclining with my legs crossed. "Go inform everyone to eat well, drink well, and rest well. We shall prepare to claim victory." Once they departed, Shui Air and I enjoyed the moonlight in the courtyard. I suddenly asked her, "Shui Air, if I were to kill Ning Fengji in the upcoming match, how would you react?" She gazed at me, her eyes filled with unwavering seriousness. "You are my man. Even if you oppose the entire world, I shall not abandon you. Regardless of life or death, I wish to be with you." I embraced her tightly, warmth flooding my heart. Indeed, the day after tomorrow would be my moment for vengeance on Xiaoxiong. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of the academy competition. Standing at the doorway, I adjusted my attire and called into the room, "Shui Air, are you ready?" "Almost there," came her cheerful reply. Then, Qianren Shui emerged, clad in a striking white ensemble. "Ah, splendid," Xing Tian remarked. "Let's depart." Qianren Shui naturally linked her arm with Xing Tian's. Dressed in black, Xing Tian and the white-clad Qianren Shui drew many admiring gazes as they walked through the streets. Upon arriving at the Royal Fight Academy, Yu Qianheng and the others had already gathered. As Xing Tian approached, Yu Qianheng stepped forward, presenting a set of uniforms. "This is the team outfit of the Royal Academy. Would you like to wear it?" "No, thank you. After today, I may withdraw from the Royal Academy, so there is no need," Xing Tian replied. "Very well. I shall not insist. Let us proceed to the venue." Yu Qianheng waved his hand, leading the group towards the arena. Chapter 82. Reunion with Shrek. Following Yu Qianheng to the venue, most attendees had already arrived. They reached the resting area of the Royal Fight Academy. "Xing Tian, we will be battling against an academy called Shrek, so it will depend on you," Yu Qianheng said to Xing Tian. "Shrek, you say? No problem." Xing Tian narrowed his eyes. Qianren Shui held Xing Tian's hand, offering him a resolute look. Xing Tian patted Qianren Shui's hand to indicate that he was fine. The little bear perched on Xing Tian's shoulder, sensed the name Shrek, and immediately released an aura befitting a Millennium Soul beast. "Little bear, do not be anxious," Xing Tian reassured the creature, which then retracted its imposing presence. Yu Qianheng had initially disregarded the little bear on Xing Tian's shoulder, believing it to be an ordinary pet. However, upon witnessing the bear's formidable aura, Yu Qianheng and the others were taken aback, realizing that it was, in fact, a soul beast of considerable power. Just then, a sudden cheer erupted from outside the lounge as the Emperor of Snow Night made his entrance. Accompanied by Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and Yu Yuanjin of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex School. Upon seeing Ning Fengji, Xing Tian's expression darkened immediately. "You have come after all. Now that you are here, do not leave." The Emperor of Snow Night rambled on at the podium, and just as Xing Tian began to feel drowsy, he finally announced the official commencement of the competition. Subsequently, various academies began their battles in accordance with the order of the draw. However, Xing Tian found no interest in the proceedings. To him, it was akin to chickens pecking at each other, utterly devoid of meaning. What is a soul master? A soul master is an existence that wanders the fine line between life and death. In Xing Tian's eyes, such competitions were mere performances, lacking any technical merit. Why expend so much effort executing a series of flamboyant moves when one could simply strike down the enemy in a single blow? While Xing Tian found the spectacle tedious, Yu Tianheng, Qianren Shui, and others watched with rapt attention. The little bear grew restless upon Ning Fengji's appearance. Had it not been for Xing Tian's calming presence, it would have charged out by now. After taking a brief nap, Xing Tian had yet to be called for the match, so he shook his head and returned to slumber. In a hazy state, he was stirred awake. "Xing Tian, wake up. It's your turn next," Qianren Shui urged him. "Huh? Is it our turn already?" Xing Tian replied, still bleary-eyed. Yes, it is time for us to take the stage. Yu Qianheng and the others stood up at this moment. Then let us proceed. I can hardly wait. Xing Tian exclaimed, adjusting his demeanor and forming a cruel smile. Xiao Shui, wait for me, he said, planting a kiss on Qian Rinshui's forehead. Go ahead. I'll be waiting for you. Qian Rinshui replied with a smile. Next up was the Tiando Royal Academy, facing the Shrek Academy. Please welcome both sides to the stage. When Yu Tianheng heard the announcement, he led Xing Tian and the others out, while Dai Mubai also brought Tang San and his companions onto the scene. Xing Tian. He is actually in the royal team. Did he join the royal team? Tang San suddenly remarked upon seeing Xing Tian. He shouldn't have, as he is not dressed in the royal team's attire. Dai Mubai replied. Upon seeing Xing Tian, Oscar lowered his head, unable to meet his gaze. Ning Rongrong was taken aback at first, but then a flicker of resentment crossed her eyes. All of this was due to Xing Tian. Otherwise, she would not have had such a rift with Tang San and the others. Since Xing Tian had disrupted Shrek, the seven monsters had become estranged. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing formed a small group, while Tang San and Xiao Wu formed another. Ma Hongjun stood alone, with Dai Mubai serving as a link between them. Are both sides ready? Indicate when you are. The host called out. Yu Qianheng signaled to the host, indicating that they were prepared. Dai Mubai also confirmed his side was ready. Since both sides are prepared, let the match begin, the host announced. However, after the host's declaration, neither side moved. Xing Tian stepped forward. We meet again. Do you remember what I said last time? In this encounter, let fate determine our paths. Tang San, we have misunderstandings between us. Can we not discuss this amicably? Tang San implored. There is no need. Our relationship is not one of misunderstandings, but rather one of hatred. Xing Tian shook his head. Xing Tian, we are brothers. Tang San suddenly exclaimed. Brothers? How laughable. Tang San, search your conscience. Have you ever considered me your brother? No. I would rather be with those whom you have known for merely a few days. Xing Tian's tone grew heated. Upon hearing this, Yu Qianheng and the others realized that Xing Tian's entry into the royal team was due to this very matter. At this moment, Yu Qianheng stepped forward. Brothers? You are not worthy. Ha ha. No objections there, Tianheng. I love that line. Xing Tian laughed heartily. Xing Tian, I have always regarded you as a brother. Ma Hongjun suddenly interjected. That is why I will not kill you, Xing Tian replied, shaking his head. Enough. Let us begin. Do not waste time. For I have other matters to attend to. Xing Tian was unwilling to converse further. After he finished speaking, the other members of the royal team successively unleashed their martial spirits. Xiao San, engage first. We will discuss our matters after the battle, Dai Mubai said, subsequently releasing his own martial spirit. Ah, the white tiger. What a pity. Xing Tian shook his head. Then he slowly released his martial spirit, the great strength diamond bear. 8 soul rings floated above him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 blinding the eyes of countless spectators. Cheating. The royal team is cheating. Someone suddenly shouted. Silence. The royal team has not cheated. Impossible. They have an 8-ring soul, Douluo. Do you think we are blind? Xing Tian, 13 years old, martial spirit, great strength diamond bear. He has not exceeded age limits. You. Continue the match. The host declared, his heart tumultuous. For he had never encountered a soul Douluo at such a young age. If 13 years could yield a soul Douluo, what if 14 or 15? Would they not be titled Douluos? Ning Rongrong, has your neck been cleansed? Xing Tian suddenly inquired. Xing Tian, you dare. Killing is forbidden in the competition. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed to him. You speak of rules to me? Ha ha ha, how naive. Do you not realize that rules only restrain the weak? Xing Tian laughed heartily. However, before his laughter could fade, Xing Tian had already vanished from his position. Be careful, Tang San shouted, and then the blue-silver grass surged forth, wrapping around Ning Rongrong. Useless. Tang San, you cannot keep pace with my rhythm. Suddenly, Xing Tian's voice echoed from within the blue-silver grass. Chapter 83. The onset of slaughter. Upon hearing Xing Tian's voice, Tang San retracted the blue-silver grass, only to find Xing Tian standing beside Ning Rongrong, gripping her by the neck. Xing Tian, do not act impulsively. The rules of the competition prohibit killing. Dai Mubai admonished him. Are you instructing me on how to act? Xing Tian replied with a smile. Xing Tian, you dare. At that moment, Ning Fengji rose from the podium and shouted at Xing Tian. Do not rush. Your turn will come soon. Xing Tian smiled. Preposterous. What a disgrace. Yu Yuanjin also stood up. Unless you wish for your blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex school to face annihilation, I strongly advise you to sit down. Xing Tian said coldly to Yu Yuanjin. You little brat, are you threatening me? Yu Yuanjin's anger flared. You may take it as such. Very well. If you have the courage, kill her. If you dare to do so, I will ensure you do not leave this venue. Yu Yuanjin slammed his hand on the table. Xing Tian, spare me. I was wrong. I beg you to let me go. Ning Rongrong tearfully exclaimed at that moment, snap. Subsequently, her eyes widened in fear as she gradually collapsed. What did you just say? I couldn't hear you. Xing Tian then cast Ning Rongrong onto the ground. You Yuanjin glared at Xing Tian, filled with rage. Rongrong. Ning Fengji could hardly believe that Xing Tian dared to commit murder right there. Xing Tian, you actually killed Rongrong, my Rongrong. You will pay for this. Suddenly, Oscar rushed at Xing Tian like a madman. Slap. Oscar's head burst like a watermelon under Xing Tian's strike. Enough. Seize him. At that moment, Emperor Shuya was also furious. Xing Tian, Zhu Zhuqing shouted in anger. Dai Mubai. If you wish to prevent her from meeting the same fate as Ning Rongrong, you had better silence her. Xing Tian directed his gaze at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai hastily covered Zhu Zhuqing's mouth. Xing Tian, you have changed. You now kill indiscriminately, treating human lives as mere weeds. Tang Xin remarked. Aren't you the same? Xing Tian chuckled, his smile exceedingly sinister. Tang San's heart skipped a beat, and before he could respond, a battalion surged forward. Boss Tiana, my apologies. I have some matters to attend to. You all may leave for now. And you had better advise your father, or I may not be able to resist killing him. Xing Tian declared. Xing Tian, please spare my father. At this moment, Yu Qianheng suddenly spoke up. If your father knows what's good for him, I want to lay a hand on him. Thank you. Seize him. Emperor Shuya bellowed. With these rotten sweet potatoes and foul eggs? Xing Tian retorted. He then vanished from his spot, and one by one, the soldiers fell to the ground. When Xing Tian reappeared, he was back at his previous location. Yet all the soldiers surrounding him lay defeated. Sect Master Ning, Sect Master Yu, I implore both of you to act and subdue this madman. Emperor Shuya urged Ning Fengji and Yu Yuanjin. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, Ning Feng Thisutendi Soptet. No sooner had he spoken than numerous sword energies surged toward Xing Tian from the void. Ha ha ha, today I shall show you what it truly means to be the unmoved king. Xing Tian roared as he unleashed the form of the unmoved king. The sky filled with sword energies clashed against Xing Tian, producing a metallic clang, as if striking metal. Xing Tian, how dare you kill the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect? You shall not leave here alive. The voice of the sword, Douluo, resounded. That should be my line, Xin. Today marks the downfall of your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Yu Yuanjin, I advise you to stay out of this for Tianheng's sake. Xing Tian addressed Yu Yuanjin. This time, Yu Yuanjin remained silent. Just moments ago, Yu Qianheng had approached him, revealing the enmity between Xing Tian and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. He subtly informed Yu Yuanjin that Xing Tian's strength exceeded what was currently displayed. Thus, Yu Yuanjin chose not to react to Xing Tian's words. Xing Tian, come and face your doom. Suddenly, the voice of the sword Dalu rang out from above Xing Tian. Still not learning your lesson? Xing Tian quipped. He then vanished in a peculiar manner. Where is he? Emperor Shuya suddenly inquired. Xin, be cautious. Bon Dalu shouted upon witnessing Xing Tian's disappearance. In truth, Xin had already become vigilant when Xing Tian vanished. However, as Xin remained alert, Xing Tian did not make his appearance. Xin assumed that Xing Tian was intimidated, given that Bon Dalu was beside him. Yet, Xing Tian often took unconventional paths. Suddenly, Ting Tian materializet beside Ning Fengxi. Seeing this, Ning Fengxi hastily retreated, but would Xing Tian allow him to escape? Certainly not. You coward. The sword Douluo and Bone Douluo cried out in condemnation upon witnessing Xing Tian's actions. I told you, you will always be the same, heedless of lessons learned. Xing Tian shook his head. If you have the ability, then kill me. The three great sects will not let you go. At this moment, Ning Fengxi suddenly declared to Xing Tian, "Oh, what has made you so bold today?" Xing Tian replied, somewhat surprised. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that this was the Continental Soul Master Competition, a significant occasion. If Ning Fengxi were to plead for mercy, it would bring disgrace to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Do you think that will save you from my wrath? Ning Rongrong has not gone far. Go and accompany her, Xing Tian stated. He then brutally snapped Ning Fengxi's neck and violently severed his head. Xiao Xiong catch. Xing Tian hurled Ning Fengxi's head toward a nearby Xiao Xiong. Xiao Xiong, who had been resting in the lounge, charged out after Xing Tian killed Ning Rongrong. At that moment, Xing Tian tossed Ning Fengxi's head, and Xiao Xiong transformed, catching it effortlessly. Qin Xin Gurong, Plipava to die. Xing Tian roared, unfazed by the blood splattered on him from Ning Fengxi's death. Suddenly, Xing Tian felt a gust of wind approaching and instinctively dodged. A chilling hidden arrow struck the spot where Xing Tian had just stood. Turning his head, he saw Yu Xiaojiang holding a hidden arrow, still aimed at him. Yu Xiaojiang, who gave you the courage to strike at me? What? Now, even the most insignificant creatures dare to seek attention from me. Xing Tian laughed. You killed Flander. It is a matter of life and death between us. Yu Xiaojiang shouted in fury. TSK, TSK, TSK. Just you? Where's Lu Erlong? Bring her out, and I will send you both on your way, you turtle. Xing Tian responded directly. You go too far. You go too far. Suddenly, Lu Erlong's voice echoed from the audience. Xing Tian, I will see you dead. Lu Erlong charged at Xing Tian, ignorant of your fate. Xing Tian remarked darkly. Chapter 84. All-out assault. As Lu Erlong rushed forward, Xing Tian took the initiative and charged ahead. With a single punch, he sent Lu Erlong crashing back into the audience, then chased after her. Lu Erlong, unable to rise, coughed up blood repeatedly. Xing Tian, can you spare her? Yu Qianheng suddenly called out to Xing Tian. Choose between her and Yu Engine. Xing Tian replied coolly, gazing at Yu Qianheng. Xing Tian, aren't we brothers? Yu Qianheng implored. That is precisely why I advise you not to let Yu Engine provoke me. I must kill Lu Erlong. After all, she has associated with the wrong people. Xing Tian declared. Yu Qianheng closed his eyes in anguish. He had hoped to persuade Xing Tian to spare Yu Xiaojiang, but seemed increasingly unlikely. If you have the ability, then kill me. Ha ha ha. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect will not let you go. Lu Erlong taunted. I just killed Ning Fengxi. Look at what Qinxin and Gu Rong are doing now. Do they dare to come forward? Xing Tian asserted, stepping on Lu Erlong's chest. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Erlong suddenly began to cough violently. Oh dear, my apologies for stepping on your chest, but go ahead, hit me. Xing Tian chuckled. Let go of Erlong. Yu Xiaojiang suddenly rushed forward. Erlong? Ha ha ha. You are indulging in incest. Do you realize that? Xing Tian exclaimed as he exerted force, crushing Lu Erlong's sternum. Xing Tian, you are declaring war against the three great sects. Yu Engine could no longer contain himself. I, Xing Tian, hereby declare that today marks the reckoning between myself, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and Shrek Academy. Uninvolved parties, please exit the arena. Xing Tian proclaimed. As thunder rumbles, the ground shakes, and suddenly, Yu Xiaojiang strikes at Xing Tian. With a swift movement, Xing Tian evades Yu Xiaojiang's attack and charges directly towards him. Is that a fart? Is that thunder? Is it a ground-shaking boom? How dare you? Who gives you the audacity to strike at me? Xing Tian seizes Yu Xiaojiang and delivers a resounding slap across his face. Xing Tian, murder is not merely about the act. Why must you humiliate my teacher so? Tang San, enraged, rushes forward. But would Xing Tian allow him to succeed? Certainly not. You cannot stand it. Ha ha ha. You must bear witness. Xing Tian bellows with laughter. The sound of slaps echoes throughout the arena. At that moment, Douluo mysteriously appears in Xing Tian's path, poised to ambush him. A slight smile graces Xing Tian's lips as he suddenly shifts Yu Xiaojiang to a different position. A sharp sound pierces the air. I succeeded, Douluo exclaims. Indeed, you have successfully killed Yu Xiaojiang, Xing Tian retorts. Douluo is momentarily stunned. Upon closer inspection, he realizes that the dagger in his hand is embedded in Yu Xiaojiang's chest, who gazes at him with utter astonishment before slowly closing his eyes. No, teacher! Tang Xin screams in fury, racing towards them. But before he can reach Yu Xiaojiang, Xing Tian delivers a powerful punch, turning him into a mere pulp. Xing Tian, I will make you pay. Tang Xin, consumed by rage, unleashes his blue-silver grass towards Xing Tian. You are pathetic. Xing Tian does not even glance at him, casually swinging his Qisha sword, sending a beam of sword energy towards Tang Xin. Tang Xin spits out a mouthful of blood. You are too weak. So weak that I cannot muster any interest. Xing Tian shakes his head. Why? Why? Tell me why? Tang Xin howls at Xing Tian. That question should be posed to you. Why have you become this way? Conscience in hand, tell me why you have become this way. I considered you a brother, but did you regard me as such? Clearly not. Therefore, the current state of affairs is entirely your responsibility. Xing Tian replies with a cold smirk. Enough. I shall no longer play around. Come fort. All of you together. Today, I shall send you to your demise. Xing Tian suddenly bellows. Arrogant, brazen, cursed. Various voices resound throughout the arena. Yet, Xing Tian pays them no mind, instead levitating in the air. The ensuing spectacle sends chills down the spines of all present. In his left hand, he wields the Qisha sword. In his right, the Haotian hammer, while above him float the 7 treasures glazed tower and the 9-heart sea pomegranate, accompanied by a sausage. Behind him stand the great strength King Kong bear, bone dragon, green-scaled snake, Xuanwu tortoise, white tiger, evil fire phoenix, battle tiger, and angels. Every martial spirit that Xing Tian has ever simulated is displayed in its entirety. What is happening? Some begin to lose their composure. Is this a dual martial spirit? No, is it a triple? A quadruple? What on earth is this situation? Not only the others, but even Qian Renshua is astonished, for she has never witnessed so many martial spirits concentrated within a single individual. Is there anyone else? Xing Tian calls out. The crowd falls silent, none daring to utter a word. Jian Xin, Gu Zong, you two should take your own lives. Perhaps I could spare the 7 treasures glazed sect. Xing Tian addresses the stunned Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo. They exchange glances, then burst into laughter. Kill. In unison, they charge towards Xing Tian. Obstinate fools. Xing Tian shakes his head. Suddenly, a gleam flashes in his eyes, momentarily stunning Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo. Yet, that brief moment cost them their lives. While they are momentarily dazed, the sword energy from Xing Tian's Qisha sword surges forth. By the time they regain their senses, it is too late. The sword energy pierces through them, turning them into a sieve. Why did they not resist? Someone inquires. It is not that they did not resist, but rather that they could not. A discerning individual replies. Why? Residual dream. Residual dream? Yes, the martial spirit of Shernyan. It can plunge one into an illusion. Even a title Douluo is not exempt. How do we combat this? I do not know. Now we must rely on the Spirit Hall. Spirit Hall? Yes, the Spirit Hall. Their people have yet to appear. The crowd clings to this glimmer of hope. From this day forth, the 7 treasures glazed sect is hereby expelled. At this moment, Xing Tian suddenly declares. He then beheads Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo. Tang Xin, are you angry? Helpless? This is all you're doing. Ha 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 ha. Xing Tian laughs uproariously. You engine. I am now opposing all 3 sects. Do you wish to kill me? Xing Tian suddenly turns his gaze towards Yu engine. Xing Tian, you promise me. At that moment, Yu Qianheng appears beside Yu engine. Very well, Xing Tian replies, shaking his head. Chapter 85. The first meeting with Bibi Dong. Hearing Xing Tian's response, Yu Tianheng breathes a sigh of relief. Xiaoxue, let us go. Xing Tian suddenly calls out. Just then, Qian Rinxue emerges from the lounge, making her way to Xing Tian's side. Brother, he is the vendor from that day. Fire Dance suddenly tells Huo Wushuang amidst the crowd. I know, Huo Wushuang replies, his gaze fixated on Xing Tian. The shock he has experienced today is overwhelming. Brother, do you think if I become his woman, he would accept me? Fire Dance suddenly asks, what are you thinking with that little head of yours? What are you thinking? Huo Wushuang exclaims, poking Fire Dance's forehead in frustration. But I have said it. My future husband must be a great hero, and he fits that description perfectly. Fire Dance points at Xing Tian. Great hero. I call you great hero. Do you not see he is currently at odds with everyone? You are pushing us into the fire pit. Huo Wushuang is left utterly speechless. I do not care. I have decided. He shall be my future husband. Fire Dance suddenly declares. Huo Wushuang quickly covers Fire Dance's mouth, glancing around to ensure no one is paying attention, then sighs in relief. Just as Xing Tian prepares to leave with Qian Rinxue and Xiao Xiong, two figures suddenly block his path. What? You're leaving just like that? Will you not provide the spirit hall with an explanation? One man, holding a chrysanthemum, states, Juju Douluo? The one beside him must be Gue Douluo. Xing Tian smiles. Indeed, the emaciated man beside him responds. You wish to stop me? Xing Tian asks with a grin. The rules of the tournament are set by the spirit hall. You disregard our regulations. Is that not a bit unreasonable? Gue Douluo states ominously. What do you intend to do? Xing Tian inquires. Step aside. Before they can respond, Qian Rinxue interjects. Saintus. I say, step aside. Qian Rinxue's expression turns icy. Saintus. Please do not make things difficult for us. We are merely following orders. Juju Douluo implores. Will you let us pass, or not? Qian Rinxue grows impatient. All right, Xiaoxue. Do not trouble them. Xing Tian tells her. But it is fine. Trust me. Xing Tian gently patted Qian Rinxue's hand. Qian Rinxue shot a fierce glare at Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo, falling silent. Where is your pope? Xing Tian inquired. What? Do you think my brother and I are unworthy? Gue Douluo replied. I possess everything you have, and what you lack, I also possess. Xing Tian declared. Then, in a peculiar manner, he vanished, only to reappear in an instant. As soon as he materialized, Xing Tian unleashed the Qirong Tongtianju and the Gue Mei martial spirits. Do you think the domains you two wield are stronger, or is my singular manifestation more formidable? Xing Tian asked. When did you? Just now. Xing Tian chuckled. Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo exchanged glances, forcing out a bitter smile before stepping aside. Thank you. Xing Tian waved at them. However, after taking a few steps, he abruptly halted. It seems I cannot avoid this. Xing Tian remarked. What is it? Qian Rinxue inquired. Your mother has arrived. Xing Tian said with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue immediately scanned the surroundings but saw no one. Why can't I see her? She exclaimed. Just as her words fell, she spotted Bai Dong swiftly approaching from the horizon, arriving before them within just a few breaths. Mother, Qian Rinxue called out. But Bai Dong completely disregarded her, focusing her attention on Xing Tian instead. Your Holiness, I am Xing Tian, he said, bowing slightly. I have heard of you. You are quite an intriguing individual, Bai Dong remarked. I suppose so. I am, in fact, a lover of peace. What I detest most is violence. Xing Tian replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, interesting. Would you care to join my spirit hall? Bai Dong asked, laughing. Your Holiness, I am not particularly fond of constraints. Xing Tian politely declined her offer. Joining the spirit hall would not limit your freedom. But if I happen to disagree with you, would you yield? Unthinkable. And I would not either. However, Your Holiness, you need not worry. I have no intention of becoming adversarial with the Spear Hall. Xing Tian asserted. Bai Dong glanced at Qian Rinxue beside Xing Tian, nodding in agreement. Your Holiness, may I take my leave now? Xing Tian asked. Bibi Dong stepped aside. Acknowledging that with Xing Tian's current strength, he stood on equal footing with her, thus granting him due respect. By the way, Your Holiness, once I conclude my personal matters, I will bring Xiao Shui back to the Spirit Hall. Would you welcome this? Always welcome. Thank you, your holiness. Xing Tian baon dou bibinon. Xiao Shui, let us depart. Xing Tian declared. Then, Xiao Xiong placed the severed heads of Ning Fengji, Jiandao, Guduo, Ning Rongrong, and others at Xing Tian's feet, subsequently shrinking in size and climbing onto Xing Tian's shoulder. With a wave of his hand, the heads were stored in his spatial bracelet, and he departed with Qian Renshua. Xing Tian. Just after taking a few steps, someone called out from behind. Xing Tian turned to see it was that fiery girl, Huo Wu. Xing Tian, may I accompany you? Huo Wu said, jogging up to him. Upon hearing this, Xing Tian was taken aback. What was happening? Qian Renshua looked equally perplexed. What are you doing? Qian Renshua asked Huo Wu. I wish to walk with you. Huo Wu replied. Do you even know where we are headed? Xing Tian questioned. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Huo Wu stated without hesitation. Give me a reason, Xing Tian said coolly. I want to be your woman, Huo Wu boldly declared. This statement not only startled Xing Tian, but even left Qian Renshua in shock. Sister, are you serious? Qian Renshua could not help but ask. Of course I'm serious. Huo Wu responded. Apologies for the interruption. At that moment, Huo Wu Shuang approached, pulling Huo Wu away. I'm sorry. My sister is quite naive. Huo Wu Shuang said to Xing Tian with a forced smile. No worries. I actually find Huo Wu quite spirited. Xing Tian chuckled. So, do you like me? Huo Wu inquired. Xing Tian suddenly fell silent. After all, Qian Renshua was right there. Answering would be akin to courting disaster. Brother, don't pull me, Huo Wu exclaimed as Huo Wu Shuang dragged her away, her expression one of reluctance. Chapter 86. The conclusion after Huo Wu departed. Qian Renshua gazed at Xing Tian with an expression of utter bewilderment. Xiao Shui, what kind of gaze is that? Xing Tian felt somewhat unnerved by her scrutiny. What do you think? Qian Renshua replied with a smile. You can't possibly think I have any involvement with that girl, right? By the heavens. I have only met her once, and you were there too, just that one time. Xing Tian hastily clarified. I never said anything. Why are you so eager to explain? Qian Renshua continued to smile at him. But that smile makes me quite uneasy, Xing Tian admitted. Uneasy? How could that be? My smile is delightful, don't you think? Qian Renshua remarked. Indeed, you are the most charming, Xiao Shui, Xing Tian replied. Thus, the two exchanged banter as they gradually faded from the crowd's view. After they left, Bai Bai Dong observed their departure with a flicker of satisfaction in her eyes. It is said that Bai Bai Dong despised Qian Renshua, yet Qian Renshua was, after all, a part of her. Bai Bai Dong's hatred for Qian Xuandai had been projected onto Qian Renshua. But what mother truly harbors hatred for her own child? Hence, witnessing the camaraderie between Xing Tian and Qian Renshua brought a sense of joy to Bai Bai Dong's heart. Let us return. Bibi Dong instructed you Douluo and Gui Douluo. She stepped forward, leading the way, with the two immediately following her. As Ju Douluo and Gui Douluo trailed behind Bai Bai Dong, they exchanged glances, sensing a shared relief. They were fortunate not to have engaged Xing Tian. Regardless of their ability to match him, Bai Bai Dong's attitude towards Xing Tian indicated that they would suffer consequences either way. Suddenly, Ju Douluo patted his chest. Feeling quite fortunate, Gui Douluo nodded in agreement. After Bai Bai Dong departed, the remaining individuals stood in a daze. Is that it? Shouldn't there have been a battle? Just like before? Someone questioned. I don't know, but one thing is certain. This fellow named Xing Tian has slapped the Spirit Hall's face. Yet the Spirit Hall has not retaliated. How intriguing. While the survivors speculated, Tang San and the others faced an abyss of sorrow. The Shrek 7, as they once knew it, had been effectively annihilated. Ning Rongrong had been killed, not even leaving a corpse, and Oscar had also perished, his soul bones taken by Xing Tian. Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong met their demise at Xing Tian's hands. In just one day, Shrek had lost 3 members. No, with Lu Erlong included, it was 4. Are you satisfied now? Happy? Ma Hongjun suddenly burst into laughter. Fatty, how can you laugh at a time like this? Dai Mubai's expression turned grim. Why can't I laugh? Tell me, why can't I laugh? We were once brothers, true brothers. Do you understand? Xing Tian inquired of me whether he could entrust his back to me. I reassured him, yet here we are now. Ma Hongjun erupted into laughter, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Is it amusing? Once brothers, now turn against each other. Ha ha. Zai Mubai, Dangshan, Zhu Jing, Xiao Wu. I pose a simple question. Can a Qi Bao Lu Li Zone rival a Xing Tian? Can a subpar auxiliary of level 28 stand against a title Douluo? Can an arrogant, deceitful girl with golden hair compare to a brother who has exchanged hearts? Ma Hongjuan's barrage of questions caused the crowd to lower their heads. From this day forth, I, Ma Hongjun, am no longer a student of Shrek Academy. I feel disgusted. Do you know that? Especially you, Zhu Zhuqing, large-breasted yet dim-witted. No wonder Dai Mubai would rather visit the Rose Hotel than be with you. I wouldn't choose you either. Ma Hongjun cruelly mocked Zhu Zhuqing. What do you mean, Ma Hongjun? Zhu Zhuqing intercepted him. Get lost. Ma Hongjun pushed her aside and strode away. Dai Mubai, gazing at Ma Hongjuan's departing figure, fell into deep contemplation, pondering whether he too should take his leave. Only Tang San, with a face full of rage, squatted beside Yu Xiaojiang. Xing Tian. Xing Tian, I, Tang San, will not rest until you are vanquished. I refuse to believe that my experience across 2 lifetimes cannot defeat a mere native. Xiao Wu, observing Xing Tian nearby, felt a heart-wrenching pain. Beyond the anguish, she contemplated whether she should remain by Tang San's side. After witnessing the events surrounding Xing Tian, she realized that Tang San had changed to the point where she scarcely recognized him. Moreover, Xing Tian was truly terrifying if one day he revealed his true identity. Xiao Wu could hardly fathom the chaos that would ensue. Over there, Huo Wu, having overheard Ma Hongjuan's conversation, broke free from Huo Wu Shuang. Hey, you over there? The fat one, wait, Huo Wu called out while running. Ma Hongjun turned to see a woman approaching him. Did you call for me? He inquired. Yes. Do you know Xing Tian? Huo Wu asked. What do you want? Ma Hongjun responded cautiously, aware that Xing Tian's recent actions had offended many. Don't misunderstand. I am Xing Tian's woman. I wish for you to take me to him, Huo Wu declared. Ma Hongjun was taken aback. Are girls today so forward? She immediately claimed to be someone else's woman. If you're truly Xing Tian's woman, then why did you not leave with him? Ma Hongjun queried. It's all my brother's fault. Otherwise, I would have gone with him, Huo Wu retorted angrily. All right, come with me. I might know where he is, Ma Hongjun replied. Huo Wu Shuang, wishing to intervene again, reconsidered and chose to let it be. He was well aware of his sister's temperament. If he obstructed her again, she might leave home without a word next time. As Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu departed, others began to leave as well. Remaining here served little purpose. This Soul Master competition had already reached its inevitable conclusion. After the crowd dispersed, the Snow Knight Emperor surveyed the blood-soaked ground and the ravaged arena, momentarily at a loss for words. Yu Qianheng stared blankly at the corpses of Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong, a wave of inexplicable emotions surging within him. Did he hate Xing Tian? Perhaps, but more than that, he felt a sense of relief that Xing Tian still regarded him as a friend. Otherwise, his father, Yu Yuanjin, might not have survived. What are you thinking? Du Yin approached. I was pondering how things escalated to this point, Yu Tianheng replied. This may very well be Xing Tian's true purpose in coming to our Royal Academy. But regardless, he remains our teammate, does he not? Du Yin remarked. Is he truly our teammate? Yu Tianheng questioned, doubt creeping in. Even if not a teammate, he is still our friend, is he not? Friend? Indeed. Xing Tian remains our friend, Yu Tianheng affirmed. If not for their friendship, Xing Tian would not have shown him any respect. Chapter 87. Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu, once everyone had departed, only Tang San and his companions remained. No, aside from Tang San and his group. There were also the Snow Knight Emperor and his entourage. At this moment, Tang San gradually calmed himself, gently lifting Yu Xiaojiang onto his back. Teacher, let us return to the academy, Tang San softly spoke. The others harbored little emotional attachment to Yu Xiaojiang, yet their spirits were far from high. Everything had been proceeding smoothly until Xing Tian's arrival. First Shrek was destroyed, then Flinder was slain, followed by Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Yu Xiaojiang, and Lu Erlong. It seemed as if heaven itself were conspiring against Shrek. After Tang San and his companions departed, the Snow Knight Emperor looked upon the devastation, aging significantly in an instant. Someone clean this up. return to the palace. He sighed. He initially hoped to seize Xing Tian during this tournament to interrogate him about the whereabouts of Xue Qinghe. Yet, he never anticipated that Xing Tian's power would be so formidable, extinguishing his hopes of uncovering Xue Qinghe's fate. Tang San and his group returned to the remnants of Shrek. He buried Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong beside Flender. Staring at the graves side by side, Tang San felt a sense of absurdity. When Xing Tian had once said that a team must be united, he had scoffed, never imagining it would culminate in such a scenario. What are we going to do next? Zhao Wujin suddenly inquired. I plan to return home for a visit. It's been a while, Dai Mubai declared. I intend to return home as well. Zhu Zhuqing added. What about you, Tang San and Xiao Wu? Zhao Wujin asked. I don't know. Tang San hesitated before shaking his head. I don't know either. Xiao Wu echoed, shaking her head as well. Why don't you both come home with me? Dai Mubai suggested. I think that's a good idea. With only you few left in Shrek, it would be better to stay together. If we let Xing Tian go, Zhao Wujin began, but trailed off. What about you, Teacher Zhao? Tang San inquired, looking up. As for me, I don't know. It doesn't matter. I'll go wherever, Zhao Wujin replied. Why not come with us, Teacher Zhao? Dai Mubai proposed. I'll pass. I know you're a prince. And I can't stand the atmosphere of the palace. It's been a long time since I've roamed the continent, so I won't accompany you, Zhao Wujin said. Very well. Dai Mubai ultimately did not press further. Casting one last glance at the remnants of Shrek, Tang San clenched his fists tightly and turned away, following Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu, who had always followed Tang San, accompanied him as well. Tang San recognized that his current strength was insufficient. Thus he yearned for a place to settle and enhance his abilities. Meanwhile, after departing from the Tiando Empire, Xing Tian and Qian Rinxue headed swiftly towards the Stardo Forest. Xing Tian intended to bring the heads of Ning Fengji's people as offerings to commemorate Xiongde and others. As he had stated, he had never regarded Xiongde as merely a spirit beast. He had always considered him a brother. Thus, he resolved to honor Xiongde in a human manner, proving that he avenged him. Xing Tian and Qian Rinxue moved rapidly, as Xing Tian wished to convey this news to Xiongde as soon as possible. However, not long after Xing Tian exited the Tiando Imperial City, he heard someone calling out to him from behind. As I turned around, I was surprised to find Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu. What brings you here? Xing Tian inquired. I've left Shrek, Ma Hongjun shrugged. Oh, why? Xing Tian expressed his astonishment. You once asked me if you could trust me with your back, brother. Do you remember what I replied? Ma Hongjun questioned. Xing Tian shook his head, having indeed forgotten. I assured you that you could rest easy with me at your back. I hesitated during the incident with Ning Rongrong, and I have felt remorse ever since. This time, I refused to remain silent. Ma Hongjun declared. Who would have thought? The very person I once looked down upon has become my brother. Xing Tian chuckled self-deprecatingly. I didn't expect it either, but here we are. Ma Hongjun laughed in agreement. Ha ha ha. Brother, may I entrust my back to you? Xing Tian laughed heartily and repeated the question to Ma Hongjun. Rest assured, with me around, your back will always be safe, unless I fall. Ma Hongjun responded. Ha ha ha. Good brother. Xing Tian enveloped Ma Hongjun in a bear hug. And what about me? I'm here too. Huo Wu finally interjected. By the way, she claims to be your woman. Ma Hongjun suddenly remarked to Xing Tian. Cough, cough, cough. What did you just say? Xing Tian choked. Isn't that the case? Ma Hongjun asked. No way. That's definitely not true. This is only the second time I've met her, Xing Tian replied, casting a meaningful glance at Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun quickly understood. What? You little girl, you deceived me. He exclaimed to Huo Wu. I did not deceive you. I am indeed his woman, Huo Wu declared proudly. Cough, cough, cough. Xing Tian coughed again. Is your throat uncomfortable? At that moment, Qian Rinxue finally spoke. No, I'm Fine. Xing Tian quickly replied. Then why are you coughing? Qian Rinxue's question left Xing Tian momentarily speechless, and he promptly closed his mouth. Standing there, Ma Hongjun felt a twinge of awkwardness, as Huo Wu was the one he had brought along. I don't care. I am your woman. I even fell out with my brother for you. Huo Wu suddenly grasped Xing Tian's hand. Xing Tian was rendered motionless, particularly with Qian Rinxue nearby. Ma Hongjun stood by, arms crossed, amused by the unusual situation. Sister, why must you insist on being Xing Tian's woman? Qian Renxue asked Huowu. Because he is a great hero, Huowu replied matter-of-factly. A great hero? Qian Renxue glanced at Xing Tian, who could only manage a sheepish smile. Did you not say just a few days ago that he was a villain and a kidnapper? Qian Renxue teased. Times have changed. I didn't know my husband back then. Huowu laughed. Hey, don't call me that. At the mention of husband, Xing Tian felt a shiver run down his spine. Sister, that title seems a bit premature, doesn't it? Qian Renxue remarked with a playful smile. Not at all. It's just a matter of time. Huowu observed the odd tone in Qian Renxue's words and added, Well, it's getting late. Let us make our way to the Xingdou Great Forest. After Xing Tian spoke, Qian Renxue shot him a glare before breaking into a smile. All right, let us head out. Sister, we are leaving. You should return. Return? Where to? Huowu protested. Back to where you came from. I refuse. I want to stay with Xing Tian. I'm not going anywhere. Huowu clung tightly to Xing Tian's other arm. Miss, what exactly do you like about me? Can I change? Xing Tian asked Huowu. I like that you are alive. Huowu replied earnestly. Actually, I quite appreciate that about myself too. Xing Tian admitted. It was futile. Huowu could not be persuaded otherwise, so Qian Renxue ultimately accepted her presence. With Huowu in the group, Xing Tian found himself in a tormenting situation, as she constantly teased him, which in turn provoked Qian Renxue. Each time this occurred, Xing Tian felt immense discomfort, as Qian Renxue's hand would find its way to his waist. Sometimes, he wondered if this was a skill possessed by all women in the universe. Hey Huowu, could you refrain from teasing Qian Renxue? Xing Tian implored one day. I'm not doing anything. Huowu replied with an innocent expression. Darn it, why did I even ask? Thus, amidst this peculiar atmosphere, Xing Tian endured a bittersweet experience. With Huowu's presence, Xing Tian, who had initially planned to reach the Xingdou Great Forest quickly, found himself slowing down. In the end, it took them more than 3 days to arrive at the forest. Upon reaching the Xingdou Great Forest, Xing Tian's mood darkened. The little bear that had been perched on his shoulder jumped down. Gazing at the forest before him, a wave of sorrow washed over Xing Tian. Let us go, he uttered, and the little bear led the way, with the group following behind. Where are we headed? Huowu inquired curiously. To the central region of the Xingdou Great Forest. Qian Renxue smiled. Oh, what S in the center? Did you just say we're going to the central region? Huowu exclaimed in alarm. What S wrong? Qian Renxue asked. Aren't you afraid? The central region is dangerous. Huowu exclaimed. If you're scared, you can wait outside. Qian Renxue responded with a smile. You? I'm not afraid. Xing Tian will protect me. Huowu insisted, unwilling to be left behind. Don't worry. If the boss dares to enter, he will ensure everyone's safety. Ma Hongjun chimed in. You talk too much. Qian Renxue shot Ma Hongjun a glare, causing him to promptly shut his mouth. Once inside the forest, Xing Tian ignored the playful banter between Huowu and Qian Renxue, as his mind was preoccupied with the path ahead. The academy competition was no longer feasible, leaving Xing Tian with 3 options. First, go to the Wuhuan Temple for Qian Renxue's inheritance. Second, journey to the City of Slaughter. Or third, excavate corpses at the Eye of Ice and Fire. However, he had yet to determine which to pursue first. Whatever. I'll take it one step at a time, Xing Tian thought. Following the little bear, they soon arrived at the place where the Bear brothers had once resided. This was not the large pond, but rather the very spot where they initially lived. Xing Tian decided to bury Xiongde and Xiong'er here, for it was their original home, and they had moved because of Xing Tian. Brothers, I have come to visit you. Xing Tian spoke to the 2 graves in the cave. Today, I have brought the heads of those who killed you. I have avenged you. Sitting on the ground, Xing Tian produced the heads of Ning Fengji and his associates. And this is the wine I brought back for you. You always want to taste human delicacies. You said it would be a perfect match with my roasted meat. And I have brought that too. As he spoke, Xing Tian revealed a bottle of wine and a roasted beast's leg from their journey. Rest assured, Xiao Xiong is fine. But I may no longer be able to keep him with me. I have attracted too many enemies recently, and it is too perilous for Xiao Xiong to accompany me. Therefore, I plan to place him under the care of the Titan giant ape, and once Xiao Xiong matures, I will return to fetch him. I have vowed to make the name of the dark gold terrorclaw bear resonate across the continent. Xing Tian sat before the grave, speaking at length, while Qian Rinxue chose not to interrupt him. Huo Wu, upon witnessing this, also refrained from disturbing him, and Ma Hongjun, without a doubt, would not dare to bother Xing Tian. Thus, Xing Tian remained seated from the afternoon until the following morning. As dawn broke the next day, when Xing Tian emerged from the cave, Qian Rinxue and the others were preparing breakfast. I made a pot of wild vegetable and mushroom soup. After drinking so much wine yesterday, a little soup would be nice. Qian Rinxue beckoned Xing Tian over. Is thoughtful of my little Shui. Xing Tian remarked with a smile. And me. The mushrooms were gathered by me. Huo Wu immediately chimed in. Indeed, the mushrooms were freshly picked by Sister Huo Wu. Qian Rinxue grinned. Sister Huo Wu? Xing Tian was taken aback, recalling their previous quarrel. What was happening today? He then glanced at Ma Hongjun, who shrugged his shoulders, indicating he was equally puzzled. After some contemplation, Xing Tian felt reassured. Wasn't it wonderful that the two of them were getting along? Indeed, it was splendid. In due time, one could embrace them both. Thinking of this, Xing Tian couldn't help but chuckle. What are you thinking, laughing so lewdly? Qian Rinxue playfully struck Xing Tian. I wasn't thinking anything. Xing Tian quickly responded. Brother Xing Tian, have some soup. It's particularly delicious. At that moment, Huo Wu presented a bowl of soup to Xing Tian. After finishing their meal, Xing Tian led them towards the central area of Erming, intending to entrust Xiao Xiong to Erming for a time. Where are we going? Huo Wu inquired. Zhou Fin Erming. Xing Tian replied. Who is Erming? Qian Rinxue explained. The king of the Star Do Great Forest. The Titan Giant Ape. The Titan Giant Ape? Brother Xing Tian, you know the Titan Giant Ape. Huo Wu looked at Xing Tian with admiration. Of course I do. I also know Daming. Xing Tian said proudly. Daming? Who is that? Qian Rinxue continued. The sky blue bull python. And who is the sky blue bull python? Huo Wu asked curiously. A soul beast even more formidable than Erming. Xing Tian declared. More powerful than the Titan Giant Ape? Then why haven't I heard of such a creature? Because Daming has been in seclusion for years. Well then, I have never encountered a 10,000-year soul beast, let alone those you mentioned. Huo Wu replied. You will meet one shortly. Just don't be frightened. Qian Rinxue laughed, covering her mouth. I won TB. Huo Wu retorted confidently. Before long, they arrived at the lake where the sky blue bull python resided. Daming, Erming. Xing Tian summoned with a firm voice, channeling his soul power. In truth, Xing Tian was tempted to throw a stone into the lake to see what would happen, but fearing retribution, he opted to call out instead. Chapter 89. The Stirring of the Martial Soul. After calling out several times, Xing Tian settled by the lakeside to wait. Typically, after a few breaths, he would hear Erming's approach. Sure enough, not long after sitting down, a thunderous sound arose from the distance. Brother Xing Tian, be careful. A powerful soul beast is approaching us. Huo Wu hurriedly dashed to Xing Tian's side. Fear not, it is Erming. Xing Tian reassured her with a smile. As expected, shortly thereafter, a massive shadow descended from above. Erming, you always do this. One day, all these trees will be destroyed by you. Xing Tian rolled his eyes. Ha ha ha. Erming chuckled in a simple-minded manner. Erming, I have a favor to ask of you. Xing Tian suddenly spoke with earnestness. What is it? Speak. Erming patted his chest. I would like to leave Xiao Xiong in your care for a while. I cannot trust anyone else. Xing Tian said to Erming. Erming glanced at Xiao Xiong at Xing Tian's feet, pondered for a moment, then nodded. At first, Xiao Xiong was ecstatic to see Erming. But upon hearing that Xing Tian would not be taking him, he panicked, clinging tightly to Xing Tian's pants and refusing to let go. Xing Tian had no choice but to stroke his head. Xiao Xiong, I cannot keep you with me any longer. The human world is too perilous. I once naively believed I was invincible. But if you accompany me, the obvious dangers are easy to evade, yet the hidden ones are not. Should anything happen to you, I would have no way to explain it to your parents. Xiao Xiong remained unyielding, and his body rapidly shrank, climbing directly into Xing Tian's embrace. Xiao Xiong, listen to me. Seeing Xiao Xiong's response, Xing Tian felt a twinge of reluctance, but he had to be resolute. Xiao Xiong, let's make a pact, shall we? When you become a 10,000-year soul beast, I will return to retrieve you. How did that sound? Xing Tian took Xiao Xiong from his embrace. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiong ceased his struggle and gazed at Xing Tian with tear-filled eyes. Xiao Xiong, listen closely. As a bear, you must carry yourself like one. I hope this is the last time you shed tears. When I come back to fetch you, I expect you to have become a king in your own right. Xing Tian gently patted Xiao Xiong's head. Ming, I entrust Xiao Xiong to you. He must not be allowed to leave until he reaches 10,000 years. Xing Tian instructed Ming. Rest assured, leave it to me. Ming replied. Very well. I shall take my leave now. I have matters to attend to. Xing Tian informed Ming. You are leaving already? Ming expressed some reluctance. I have offended too many people in the human world, so I cannot linger. Once I resolve these matters, I will return to spar with you. Xing Tian assured, patting Ming's leg. Then he waved goodbye and departed with Qian Renxue and the others. Ming also waved farewell. Young man, go now and strive to elevate yourself to a 10,000-year soul beast. After Xing Tian left, Ming looked at Xiao Xiong in his palm and thought, now I want to be lonely. Upon returning from Ming's domain, Xing Tian initially intended to head straight to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to deal with them decisively. However, due to some unforeseen circumstances, they were delayed. Before they set off, Xing Tian took a final glance at Xiongda. Just as he was about to leave, he felt an unusual stirring within his martial soul. Catching him off guard, let us postpone our departure for a couple of days. There's been a slight disturbance in my martial soul, and I wish to investigate further. Xing Tian conveyed to Qian Renxue and the others. A disturbance? Is it good or bad? Qian Renxue asked anxiously. I cannot say for certain. Let us remain here for a few more days. Xing Tian responded. All right, no problem. Fatty, I leave these two in your care. Xing Tian instructed Ma Hongjun. Do not worry, nothing will happen, Ma Hongjun assured. After issuing his instructions, Xing Tian began his seclusion in the cave where Xiongda was buried. Once in seclusion, Xing Tian probed his martial soul, but found no abnormalities whatsoever. However, he had indeed sensed a flicker of disturbance prior. What is happening? There seemed to be no abnormalities. Could it be my imagination? Xing Tian pondered, perplexed. I shall check once more. If nothing is amiss, then I will let it be, Xing Tian declared. With that, he began a thorough examination, and indeed, he discovered something unusual. The Lanine grass, the battle tiger, and the Qi who have all vanished. Xing Tian exclaimed in surprise. As the first batch of simulated martial spirits, with the enhancement of Xing Tian's strength, he had long since ceased to forget these spirits. However, forgetting does not equate to their non-existence. Yet, upon his recent exploration, they inexplicably vanished. How could they have disappeared in such a mysterious manner? Could it be that the martial spirits I simulated would vanish one after another in the future? The mere thought of this made Xing Tian break out in a cold sweat. If that were the case, would I become a mere shell of a man? Xing Tian pondered once more. However, this theory seemed implausible, for I possess martial spirits. Their disappearance must indicate a return to their primordial state. With this realization, Xing Tian resumed his search. Despite multiple attempts, he found no clues or traces whatsoever. This was utterly frustrating. Having just offended so many people, how could he continue under such circumstances? Xing Tian felt a wave of panic. No, there must be some aspect I have overlooked. It cannot simply vanish without reason. There must be something I have yet to discover. I must search again. Xing Tian muttered to himself. Thus, he began to examine once more, tirelessly and repetitively. Yet, regardless of how many times he searched, he found nothing of significance. Days passed, and after 2 full days, Xing Tian still discovered nothing. Those martial spirits seemed to have evaporated without a trace. This cannot be. I refuse to believe it. Xing Tian was in a state of utter dismay. Stay calm. Do not rush, for haste will only hinder the search. Breathe. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Xing Tian began to comfort himself. He must remain composed, for he realized that this was his own body, one he knew intimately. There must be areas he had yet to explore, so he suppressed his rising panic and embarked on yet another thorough investigation. Perhaps I overlooked something crucial. Once more, deep breaths steadied his mind, and he commenced his search anew. This time, his scrutiny was even more meticulous. In this latest exploration, Xing Tian truly examined every inch. Even considering the sizes and lengths of other martial spirits, he deduced that even if these spirits had vanished, they might have been absorbed by another, as they were simply too weak. However, after a thorough inspection, he found no anomalies. What is happening? Why did they disappear so suddenly? It is impossible, absolutely impossible. These thoughts echoed in Xing Tian's mind repeatedly. 3 more days slipped by, culminating in 5 days of seclusion. Outside, Wu expressed her concern. Why hasn't brother Xing Tian emerged yet? It's been 5 days. Ma Hongjun reassured her. Do not worry. The boss will be fine. In his heart, he regarded Xing Tian as invincible. Indeed, he should be all right. We must trust in Xing Tian. Qian Ruxue chimed in. Very well. Let's wait a while longer, Wu replied. Her gaze fixed anxiously on the cave entrance, pondering what thoughts occupied Xing Tian's mind. They placed their faith in him, oblivious to the turmoil he faced within. Nothing. Still nothing. How can there be nothing? Why is this happening? Xing Tian began to feel increasingly agitated. Ultimately, he surrendered, sitting despondently on the ground, lost. These martial spirits have vanished. I may become an ordinary person, he muttered to himself. His gaze fell upon the grave of Xiongda brother. I may soon be just an ordinary man, but rest assured, the Qi Bao Luli sect will face annihilation. I do not know when, but it will not be in the immediate future. I shall head to the Qi Bao Luli sect tomorrow and exact vengeance upon all those involved in this incident. Ingtian Vao Do Xiong Dai's grave. Xiongda, he suddenly exclaimed, his mind buzzing as if he had forgotten something important. How could I have overlooked him? He struck his forehead in realization. Xing Tian had examined all his martial spirits, save for one, his second martial spirit, the Anjin Kongjua Xiong. It was only now, while speaking to Xiongda, that he remembered his second martial spirit. Brother, I must go investigate. Thank you, Xing Tian declared. With that, he settled into a meditative posture to explore his second martial spirit. At first, he found nothing, likely due to his anxiety. Taking a few deep breaths, he calmed himself and initiated a second exploration. This time, he uncovered significant revelations. He discovered that his second martial spirit had notably shrunk in size, and beneath its fur lay faint markings reminiscent of Lan Yin Chao, akin to tattoos concealed beneath the pelt, almost invisible unless one examined closely. Having located the missing Lan Yin Chao, Xing Tian speculated, then the Zhan Hu and Qi Hu must also be present. With renewed determination, he continued his investigation. Ultimately, he noticed a difference in the fur on the forehead of the Anjin Kongjua Xiong. It bore a subtle resemblance to the character for king. Further, he discerned some crimson fluff deep within the fur, hairs belonging to the Qi Hu. What is happening? Is this a prelude to the fusion of martial spirits? Xing Tian gasped. If all these spirits have been absorbed by my second martial spirit, I cannot fathom what it may become. Thank goodness they have not vanished entirely. Xing Tian exhaled in relief. Since the fusion of martial spirits has commenced, I wonder what might occur if I simulate the entire continent's martial spirits for absorption. He envisioned a formidable figure in his mind, one with 3 heads and 6 arms, clad in armor, adorned with an array of weapons, wielding the Haotian hammer and the 7-kill sword, among others. By the heavens, if that were to happen, I could challenge the entire divine realm single-handedly, Xing Tian exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Thus, his next task was clear, to challenge various sects and masters. Since you wish to fuse, I shall facilitate that. I am eager to witness what extraordinary martial spirit will emerge. With a smile, Xing Tian declared, it is time to venture forth. I have tarried long enough, and they may be worrying. As he exited the cave, Qian Ruxue was the first to approach him. How did it go? She inquired. Mifine. He replied. Why do you look so pale? She asked, concern etched on her face. I'm truly fine, just a bit hungry. Do we have anything to eat? Xingtian questioned. Yes, we do. At this moment, Huo Wu approached, holding a dark, unrecognizable object. What is this? It's roasted meat. I made it, she proclaimed. Roasted meat? Xingtian looked at the blackened item before him, fearing it was nothing but charcoal. Forget it. I'll endure a bit longer, he sighed, shaking his head. He then moved closer to the fire, picked up the remaining ingredients, and began to cook. Suddenly, he noticed Ma Hongjun with a darkened mouth, rolling his eyes. Fatty, what happened? I feel nauseous. Before Ma Hongjun could finish, he hurried to the side to vomit, making quite the scene. Afterward, he staggered back to Xingtian. Boss, you have no idea what I've been through these past few days. If you don't come out soon, I might just perish. Ma Hongjun lamented. What happened? Xingtian asked curiously. This young lady insisted on honing her culinary skills. And look at me now. Ma Hongjun shook his head helplessly. Is she really that harsh? What dark culinary concoctions has she subjected you to? Xingtian exclaimed in astonishment. The first couple of days were bearable, but then it was either burnt or undercooked. The worst part was that I was poisoned for 2 consecutive days. If my martial spirit weren't fire-based, you wouldn't even see me here. Ma Hongjun explained. You've truly suffered. My brother, Xingtian responded. Wait a moment. I'll make it up to you with a piece of leg, Xingtian said, gesturing at the meat in his hands. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun eagerly interjected. That's acceptable. Boss, honestly, these past few days, I felt like I hadn't eaten at all. All right, I know you've been through hardship. So later, I'll give you a piece of hind leg. It's meaty and delicious, Xingtian assured him. Sounds good. Always complaining. I might not cook for you in the future, Huo Wu said with a frown after hearing Ma Hongjun's complaints. Miss, do you have some misunderstanding about the word delicious? Ma Hongjun said with a mournful expression. What do you think I worked so hard for? It's to ensure you are well fed. Huo Wu replied. No, please don't do it for me. I haven't had a proper meal these past few days. Not even a single decent meal. Ma Hongjun protested. Huo Wu, displeased, sat beside Xingtian. I must say, Xiao Wu, your cooking skills truly need improvement. You should learn from your sister, Xiao Xue, Xingtian remarked. I know, but I also wish to cook for you myself. Huo Wu pouted at Xingtian. Sister, how about I teach you in the future? Qianren Xue offered. Really? Of course, thank you, sister, Huo Wu said, squinting her eyes with delight. We are all family after all, Xingtian said with a smile. By the way, Fatty, I'll find a wife for you to keep you in line, Xingtian suddenly declared. I don't want that. What a hassle, Ma Hongjun replied while glancing at Huo Wu. Ha ha, you have no say in this. Don't come begging me later, Xingtian laughed. No, Ma Hongjun waved his hands. Fine, forget I said anything, Xingtian shrugged. After a while, Xingtian finally finished cooking the meat. All right, let's eat, he announced, tearing off a piece of leg from Ma Hongjun. Delicious. This is real food, Ma Hongjun exclaimed between bites. If it's tasty, eat more. I'm a bit hungry too. They probably can't eat much, so let us share, Xingtian suggested while eating. Qianren Xue and Huo Wu could only manage a few bites before they were full, leaving Xingtian and Ma Hongjun to indulge. The feast was so satisfying that even the bones could bring a tear to a dog's eye. After the meal, they rested for a while before Xingtian declared, Let us prepare to set off. Where are we headed next, brother Xingtian? Huo Wu inquired. To the Qibao Liuli Zone, for revenge, Xingtian replied. Count me in. Ma Hongjun licked his lips in anticipation. Qianren Xue always supported Xingtian in such matters. Upon exiting the Xingdou forest, Xingtian led Qianren Xue and the others towards the Qibao Liuli Zone. However, as they emerged, someone with ulterior motives noticed them, and their news began to spread. Hiss, their route seems familiar, someone remarked. Familiar? What's wrong with the route? If I'm not mistaken, it should lead directly to the Qibao Liuli Zone. What? The Qibao Liuli Zone? Just the 4 of them? No, technically it's just Xingtian. He truly intends to confront the upper 3 sects. No, it's solely aimed at the Qibao Liuli Zone. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect likely won to offend him, and the Hao Ian sect has already closed its mountain. Thus, only the Qibao Liuli Zone remains. So, if the Qibao Liuli Zone is destroyed, the upper 3 sects will essentially be rendered powerless. Exactly. And so the news of Xingtian's approach to the Qibao Liuli zone spread like wildfire. When Xingtian learned of this, he merely smiled. What difference does it make whether they know or not? Regardless, the Qibao Liuli zone is doomed, and no one can stop it. At the Qibao Liuli zone, the Grand Elder exclaimed, "What? Xingtian is coming for us?" "Yes, Grand Elder. The news has spread wildly." The messenger replied, "Send my orders. Seal the mountain." The Grand Elder commanded. "Yes, Grand Elder." Consequently, the Qibao Liuli zone sprang into action. When the news reached the sect, the Grand Elder was astonished by their reaction. Not a single person fled. Upon inquiring, they discovered it was just Xingtian. In their eyes, with just one person, there was no need for such heightened alertness. If Xingtian dares to come, we will ensure he never returns. The Grand Elder shook his head, wanting to keep Xingtian's true strength a secret to prevent chaos within the Qibao Liuli zone. In his heart, the members of the Qibao Liuli zone were born as such and would die as such once you entered the sect. You were marked with the label of Qibao Liuli for life. Then, someone foolishly leaked this internal news of the Qibao Liuli zone. The reaction from others was explosive. The Qibao Liuli zone truly deserves its place among the upper three sects. They dare to claim Xingtian will never return. Perhaps they had grown accustomed to their power, unaware that in the face of absolute strength, numbers were merely a figure. In any case, we shall simply watch the spectacle unfold. Indeed, the Tiando Empire had been quiet for too long. It was high time such an event occurred, and we must observe closely. I'm in. Thus, countless individuals began to follow Xingtian, some to watch the show, others to lend assistance, and still others to take advantage of the chaos. Every type of person imaginable. Upon hearing the news, Xingtian chuckled. People truly love to watch a spectacle. It's an unchanging trait. It can't be helped. The Tiando Empire has been too quiet for far too long. It's only natural for everyone to want to join in the excitement. Qian Rinxue remarked, "It matters not. If you wish to come, then come. I only hope that the Qibao Liuli zone does not show cowardice, for that would render the encounter meaningless," said Xingtian. "What? If they yield, will you let them go?" asked Ma Hongjun. "What are you thinking? It is only just that one pays for a life with another," replied Xingtian with a smile and a shake of his head. "Brother Xingtian, you are so handsome. Will we become famous then?" inquired Huowu. "You little girl, where does your focus lie each day?" Qian Rinxue said with a smile, tapping Huowu on the forehead. "Is it not so?" Huowu pouted. "Indeed. Ha ha ha. We shall be famous." Xingtian laughed heartily. "Boss, do you have confidence?" "I have heard that the Qibao Liuli zone boasts a considerable number of members," remarked Ma Hongjun. "Fatty, in the face of absolute power, numbers are but a mere statistic," declared Xingtian. "Very well," replied Ma Hongjun. Chapter 92. The Annihilation of Qibao Liuli zone. In truth, Ma Hongjun wished to offer his assistance, yet upon witnessing the confidence radiating from Xingtian, he swallowed his words. Nevertheless, a decision had been made in his heart. Should Xingtian show even a hint of despair, he would charge forth without hesitation. Xingtian, aware that word would spread, deliberately slowed his pace, allowing for a later arrival. Qian Rinxue and the others found this behavior perplexing. In their eyes, should not such matters be dealt with swiftly? If the adversary had ample time to prepare, would they not be targeted? However, Xingtian explained that protagonists often make their entrance last. Should he arrive too early and end the battle prematurely, would not those who followed have made the journey in vain? Moreover, after so many years, encountering such a significant event, one cannot allow the adversaries to leave in disappointment. Qian Rinxue rolled her eyes at Xingtian, always seeking the limelight. "Ha ha, a youth must be reckless," replied Xingtian with a hearty laugh. Thus, what should have been a journey of 3 to 5 days was stretched to 7 by Xingtian's deliberate delay. As Xingtian and his companions entered the vicinity of Qibao Liuli zone, news began to spread. "Xingtian has arrived. He is finally here. I thought he would not come," someone exclaimed. "Not come? Impossible. Xingtian is not that kind of person. However, it is merely 3 to 4 days from the start Do Great Forest to Qibao Liuli zone. I cannot say, but as long as he has come, Our journey is not in vain. It is likely that after this venture, Xing Tian shall become renowned throughout the continent. Need one even say? The question remains. What stance will the Wuhuan Temple take? That is hard to say. At this moment, within the Qibao Liuli zone. Now, that madman Xing Tian has entered our territory, and it will not be long before he arrives at our gates. What shall we do? The Grand Elder addressed the disciples in the plaza of the sect. Kill Xing Tian. Establish our name and reputation. Kill Xing Tian. Establish our name and reputation. Kill Xing Tian. Establish our name and reputation. The voices from below rose in fervor. The morale is palpable, the Grand Elder thought. As the crowd murmured, Xing Tian finally reached the gates of Qibao Liuli zone. You insignificant ones of Qibao Liuli zone, your grandpa Xing Tian has arrived. Why do you not come forth to kneel and welcome? Xing Tian shouted loudly into the depths of the sect. Bah, madman, you have killed our sect master, our princess, our guardian. Qibao Liuli zone will never rest until we confront you. Came a voice from within. Then come out. Xing Tian retorted. If you have the ability, come inside. This is your own challenge, he declared. Subsequently, Xing Tian unleashed his Haotian hammer martial spirit. They are coming. They are coming. The onlookers exclaimed excitedly. The true form of Haotian. As Xing Tian released the Haotian hammer, a colossal hammer appeared above Qibao Liuli zone. Great Susumi hammer, Xing Tian shouted. And then he struck down upon the mountain gate of Qibao Liuli zone. With a resounding boom, the protective array of Qibao Liuli zone began to tremble violently, spreading throughout the entire mountain, with some areas even cracking open, revealing the hammer's formidable power. Hiss! How terrifying! How terrifying indeed! The spectators gasped in astonishment. The force of this strike rivals that of the Haotian crown from years past. This youth is extraordinarily gifted, extraordinarily gifted. Alas, it did not shatter. Then let us try again. Xing Tian, surprised that the protective array had not broken, quickly regained his composure. After all, they are one of the top 3 sects. It would be unreasonable if they lacked a decent protective array. Saying this, Xing Tian raised his hammer to strike again. You dare! Halt! Outrageous! Various voices echoed from within Qibao Liuli zone. TCH, as if you are all that impressive. Xing Tian scoffed. Yet, even with the second strike, the protective array of Qibao Liuli zone remained unbroken. This only served to embolden the disciples within Qibao Liuli zone. If you cannot even break our protective array, what can you use to contend with us? Exactly. If he manages to enter, he shall surely face our wrath. Indeed, a single spit from each of us could drown him. Seeing that the second strike also failed to breach the protective array, Xing Tian decided to switch his martial spirit. In that case, let's use your guardian sword Douluo's 7 killing sword, Xing Tian said with a smile, retracting the Haotian hammer. The action puzzled those watching the spectacle. Huh? Why has he stopped? Is he preparing to give up? Not necessarily. Perhaps Xing Tian has found a better approach. Do not speak, simply watch. Indeed, after retracting the Haotian hammer, a sword materialized in his hand, a sword once belonging to Sword Dalu, Chinexian. Let us break your array with your own martial spirit. Xing Tian murmured to himself. 7 killing true form. Xing Tian spoke softly, barely audible to himself. After saying this, the 7 killing sword began to transform, with a luminous glow swirling about its blade, and Xing Tian himself seemed to radiate a sharp brilliance. I have yet to test the 9th soul skill of the 7 killing sword. Let us see just how powerful it truly is, Xing Tian declared. 9th soul skill, divine and demon dual slash. Upon uttering these words, Xing Tian waved the sword in his hand, and a rift in space appeared above Qibao Liuli zone, with waves of sharp energy emanating from within. Before the crowd could marvel, countless beams of sword light surged forth from the rift, aimed at the protective array. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound echoed, startling the hearts of the onlookers. This was swiftly followed by the sound of shattering glass, as the protective array of Qibao Liuli zone was declared broken. How can this be? Our protective array has actually been breached? Some were in disbelief. What is there to fear? He is but one person. Can we not defeat him with our numbers? Many ants can bring down an elephant. As long as we unite, there is nothing to fear. At this moment, the Grand Elder stepped forward. Indeed, the Grand Elder is correct. He is but a single individual. Even if he is a titled Douluo, as long as we stand together, we shall surely triumph. People of Qibao, Liuli Zone, have you cleaned your necks? Xing Tian suddenly roared. Come forth, madman. We are not afraid of you. Suddenly, the Grand Elder stepped forward, displaying commendable courage, yet somewhat lacking in wisdom. Xing Tian shook his head and declared, Today, the Qibao, Liuli Zone will be utterly erased from this continent. With that, he wielded the seven-killing sword, unleashing a torrent of sword light that descended upon the ground. Everyone defend yourselves, the Grand Elder shouted. However, as Xing Tian had stated, in the face of absolute power, numbers are but a mere statistic. In a single encounter, the members of Qibao, Liuli Zone were slaughtered mercilessly, their blood mingling with the bodies, accumulating upon the mountain peak. Chapter 93. Xiao Wu's choice. Xing Tian's actions finally instilled panic among the remaining individuals. Yet it was too late. Once more, Xing Tian swung his sword, and this time, not a single soul from Qibao, Liuli Zone survived. Was this truly the end? This revelation was hard for the onlookers to accept. They had anticipated a grand battle, where the entirety of Qibao, Liuli Zone would emerge in full force, and Xing Tian would confront them with his sword drawn, leading to a fierce clash, culminating in a blood-soaked victory for him amidst a sea of corpses. Yet from Xing Tian's arrival to the conclusion, only 2 strikes and 2 sword swings had transpired. While there were indeed countless bodies, there was no sign of a struggle. Is this really how it ends? Someone inquired. What do you think? People have perished. Is Qibao Liuli Zone so fragile? Moreover, I never witnessed them stepping out of their sect. What did you expect? A fierce battle followed by Xing Tian's bitter victory? Perhaps you have yet to experience the events of the academy competition. Someone else remarked. What of it? What about the academy competition? It's nothing. Let us depart. It is over. Brother Xing Tian, has it truly come to an end? Huo Wu asked, as Xing Tian approached. Let us return home, Xing Tian replied. After annihilating Qibao, Liuli Zone, Xing Tian did not feel elated. Instead, an unsettling void engulfed him, leaving him at a loss for what to do next. Then let us go back. Qian Rinxued discerned Xing Tian's confusion. Boss, where are we returning to? Ma Ongjun queried. Home. To the Tiando Imperial City. Xing Tian responded. Upon their return to Tiando Imperial City, Xing Tian was unaware that the news of his deeds had swiftly spread across the continent. What? Qibao, Liuli Zone has been exterminated? What transpired? I have heard it was a person named Xing Tian. Can you provide more details? I'm not entirely sure, but I know he killed the sect master Ning Fengji, as well as Sword Dalu, Bone Dalu, and even the little princess Ning Rongrong during the Continental Soul Master competition. Why did he do such a thing? I do not know. So, does this mean there is no longer a Qibao Liuli Zone on the continent? What about the Qibao Liuli Tower? If my assumptions are correct, the Qibao Liuli Tower should now belong to history. In disbelief, they reflected on how the once dominant Qibao Liuli Zone had now faded into the annals of history. First, the Haoyan Zone had sealed its doors, and now Qibao Liuli Zone had met its demise, leaving only the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Zone among the 3 great sections. Indeed, Star Luo Empire, the Imperial Palace. Shaosan, have you heard? Qibao Liuli Zone has been annihilated. Dai Mubai said to Tang San, who was practicing diligently. Annihilated? Yes. Not a single soul survived among the thousands. Dai Mubai spoke solemnly. Is this the work of Xing Tian? Tang San's eyes widened in shock. Yes, Dai Mubai nodded. How could he commit such an atrocity over merely 2 soul beasts? Tang San's anger flared. Hearing Tang San refer to the 2 soul beasts as mere creatures stirred complex feelings within Xiao Wu, while she too was momentarily taken aback by the news. She did not share Tang San's fury. Xiao Wu displayed a profoundly intricate emotion. Xing Tian could eradicate an entire sect for the sake of soul beasts, indicating that he truly regarded those 2 in Jin Kong, Zhua Xiong as family. It was no wonder to Ming and Air Ming treated him with such kindness. Xiao Wu recalled the last time she returned home, when Ming praised Xingtian, calling him a good person and highlighting his amiable nature towards soul beasts. Should I remain by his side? Xiao Wu pondered, observing Tang San's righteous indignation, her heart wavering once more. Xingtian is utterly despicable. Why was no one there to stop him? Tang San questioned. You and I are well aware of Xingtian's strength. Even the Spirit Hall does not wish to provoke him. Dai Mubai replied, shaking his head. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing entered the room. The Qibao Liuli Zong has been exterminated. She stated flatly to Dai Mubai. I know. This is your so-called brother, who would commit such heinous acts for the sake of two soul beasts, mercilessly slaughtering thousands from Qibao Liuli Zong. Suzuking Mokid Dai Mubai. Enough! Dai Mubai shouted at Zhu Zhuqing. What? Did I strike a nerve? She retorted with a cold smirk. If it weren't for you and Oscar, do you think the situation would have escalated to this point? If it weren't for me, do you think you could still speak to me in such a manner? Dai Mubai pointed at Zhu Zhuqing. You, what of it? Don't think that our engagement grants you the right to act recklessly. You once looked down upon me. Why have you suddenly acknowledged our engagement upon your return? Did you witness my brother's martial soul fusion technique with your sister? Dai Mubai challenged. And if I did, what then? Are you still fantasizing about avenging that little wretch named Ronron? Dream on. I will not assist you. If you can, go find my brother. You two sisters are quite the pair, haha. Dai Mubai laughed eartily. Do you think I would hesitate? Though, I wonder if such actions would tarnish your reputation as a third prince. Zhu Zhuqing coldly remarked. Get lost. Dai Mubai suddenly yelled. Since Zhu Zhuqing's return, she had repeatedly made sarcastic comments towards him, prompting Dai Mubai to restrain himself from violence on several occasions. Tang San observed silently, recognizing this as a matter between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. However, Xiao Wu's perspective differed. While everyone else lamented the fate of Qibao Liuli Zong and condemned Xingtian's actions, she did not share that sentiment. Instead, she envied the bear for having found such an admirable leader. Perhaps I am not truly human. If I reveal my identity to him, I might lose even the chance to be friends. Xiao Wu thought to herself, I should return to Xingdou. She had initially believed she had found her true love, but Tang San's reaction made her hesitate. Dai Lauda, can you contact Xingtian? I wish to speak with him. Tang San suddenly said to Dai Mubai, what do you intend to do? If I can get close to Xingtian, I can ensure he never returns. Tang San gritted his teeth. I do not recommend you pursue this course of action. Dai Mubai shook his head. Dai Lauda, do you not trust me? It is not that. Xingtian is not someone you can confront at your current level. Dai Mubai insisted. Chapter 94. Farewell to the man in black. Tang San was momentarily taken aback by Dai Mubai's words. All right, I understand. Xiao San, do not misunderstand. I harbor no intentions of favoring Xingtian, but he truly is not someone you can contend with at your current level. I do not wish for you to seek your own demise, Dai Mubai articulated. Dai Lauda, why are you so certain that I cannot defeat Xingtian? Tang San inquired. You are acquainted with Xingtian, and you are aware of certain matters regarding him, correct? Dai Mubai sighed. I know a few things. Then, are you aware of the current strength of his physical form? It is no exaggeration to state that before you all arrived at Shrek last year, Xingtian could withstand the attacks of a 50-level Soul King with sheer physicality without faltering, Dai Mubai explained. Upon hearing this, Tang San fell silent, unable to muster a reply as he retreated to his room. Xiao Wu, observing the situation, hurriedly followed him. Go, are you all right? Xiao Wu inquired. I'm fine. I just wish to be alone for a while, Tang San responded. All right, call me if you need anything, Xiao Wu said. Okay. Once back in his room, Tang San's expression darkened. Why is he so powerful? Is it merely because his name is Xingtian? Does that make him a god of war? No, I refuse to believe it. I will certainly avenge my master by killing you. Tang San clenched his fists vehemently. That evening, after dinner, Tang San hurried back to his room, valuing every precious moment and wishing to waste not a second. As the moon ascended to its zenith, he was engrossed in his cultivation. Suddenly, a shadow appeared mysteriously in his room. Who is it? Tang San turned, spotting a man in black standing within his chamber. Who am I? Who do you think I might be? The man in black replied. Your voice, Tang San suddenly remarked, recognizing its familiarity. Are you the senior who saved us in Suatawa City? Tang San questioned. Indeed, I have come with a purpose, the senior responded. To take you away. Take me away? To where? Tang San asked, puzzled. Do you desire to swiftly enhance your strength? Do you wish to seek vengeance on that individual named Xing Tian? The man in black queried. I do. Tang San's fists tightened upon hearing this. Then come with me, the man in black urged. But senior, I wish to inform my companions. Tang San protested. No need, the man in black insisted. Then, very well. Ultimately, Tang San could not resist the allure of power. Upon receiving Tang San's agreement, the man in black grasped his shoulder and vanished from the spot. When Tang San regained his senses, he found himself in a forest outside the city. Wow, so powerful, Tang San exclaimed. You too can achieve this in the future, the man in black remarked. Then, senior, where are we headed now? Tang San inquired. To the Qingdao Great Forest. The Qingdao Great Forest? Do not ask so many questions, just follow me, the man in black instructed. All right, Tang San acquiesced. The following day, Tang San and the man in black arrived at a relatively secluded area within the Qingdao Great Forest. We shall reside here for the time being, the man in black declared. Yes, senior. Find yourself a suitable place to stay. With that, the man in black departed. This senior gives me an oddly familiar feeling. Who could he possibly be? Tang San pondered, observing the retreating figure of the man in black. After much contemplation, he decided to set aside his curiosity. Surveying his surroundings, Tang San noted the pleasant environment and began constructing a dwelling for himself in a relatively favorable location. On the following morning, while Tang San remained asleep, the man in black returned. Get up. Tang San sprang up immediately. Follow me. I will take you to a place, the man in black instructed. Yes, senior, Tang San replied. Accompanying the man in black, Tang San arrived at a valley filled with blue silver grass. Upon entering, he was enveloped by an unusual sensation, an overwhelming warmth. Walking upon the carpet of blue silver grass, he found himself momentarily entranced, experiencing an unfamiliar yet profoundly intimate feeling. Reaching the valley's end, a small thatched cottage came into view, with a solitary blue-silver grass growing before it. The other blue-silver grass seemed to cease at the boundary. The man in black approached this particular blue-silver grass and sat down, tenderly caressing it as if it were his beloved. Ain, you have grown. Today, I have brought him to you. He has become an exceptional soul master. The man in black murmured to the blue-silver grass. Come here, kneel, he suddenly commanded. This unexpected directive startled Tang San. Senior, why is that? He questioned, bewildered. At that moment, the man in black removed his hood. Father? Tang San was astounded, never imagining that the man who had saved them would turn out to be his own father. Come here, kneel. Pay your respects to your mother. Dang Hao Ing's Ju. Mother? Yes. Tang San gazed at the blue-silver grass beside Tang Hao, lost in thought. However, he ultimately knelt down. As he did so, countless strands of blue-silver grass surged forth, creating a cushion beneath his knees. Then, the blue-silver grass beside Tang Hao extended a leaf, gently approaching Tang San's face. Tang San did not flinch, allowing the leaf to caress his cheek. As it made contact, he suddenly sensed a faint consciousness, one imbued with love and remorse. Father, what is this? Mother? Tang San inquired uncertainly. Indeed, this is your mother, Tang Hao replied softly. But she? Allow me to explain everything in due time, Tang Hao said. Thus, Tang Hao settled beside Ain and began narrating the tale of his relationship with her. He spoke slowly and in great detail, as if reminiscing rather than instructing Tang San. Time passed, and from morning until evening, Tang Hao recounted the story of his and Yin's bond, culminating in the revelation of her sacrifice to become his soul ring. Tears welled in Tang Hao's eyes as he spoke. Beside him, Yin extended a leaf, gently wiping away Tang Hao's tears. Chapter 95. Tang San leaves Luo. Xiao Wu returns to Qingdao. Tang Hao observed Yin's gesture and smiled. Yin, I am fine. I will surely find a way to revive you. Xiao San, do not underestimate your blue-silver grass martial soul, for it is unlike that of others. Dang hao su de li at de dang san. Father, what makes my blue silvergrass different? Tang San queried. Indeed, your blue silvergrass is truly unique. Spend the next few days here to cultivate and deeply comprehend your blue silvergrass martial soul. Only return when you have achieved results. Dang hao yin stu. Understood, father. Tang San affirmed. Go forth. Go practice on the lawn outside. Tang Hao instructed Tang San. Without questioning the rationale behind it, Tang San quietly proceeded to the lawn adorned with blue silvergrass to hone his skills. Ain, Tang San's strength is still somewhat lacking. If he doesn't improve soon, he may fall victim to that fellow named Xing Tian. I initially intended to wait another 2 years for you to regain some strength before bringing him along. But now he must come sooner than anticipated, Tang Hao remarked. Ain slowly wrapped her leaves around Tang Hao's arm, and he could sense her emotions. Very well. Ultimately, it matters not when. Since we are here, I shall refrain from further discussion. I hope Tang San can perceive the true form of this blue silvergrass. Tang Hao continued. Meanwhile, Tang San was immersed in his training. The next day, after Tang San had left, Xiao Wu awoke and prepared to summon him for a meal. However, after knocking for quite some time with no response, she assumed Tang San had gone out to practice, as was his habit in Nodding City and Shrek. Yet, as noon approached and he still had not returned, concern began to gnaw at her. Xiao Wu boldly entered Tang San's room, discovering his bedding meticulously arranged, but not a trace of him. 2 days passed, and Xiao Wu concluded that Tang San had abandoned her to venture alone. This realization left her disheartened, for he had once promised not to leave her behind, yet he had vanished without a word. Reflecting on this, Xiao Wu chuckled bitterly. It seems I cannot rival the place his master holds in his heart. If that is the case, I shall return. I have been away long enough, and Ming and Ming must be missing me. The following morning, Xiao Wu bid farewell to Dai Mubai and set forth toward the Star Do Great Forest. The Star Do Great Forest spans the territories of the Tian Do and Xing Luo kingdoms. So she entered from the side of the Xing Luo Empire and made her way back to Ming. Ming was overjoyed by her arrival. Sister Xiao Wu, you're back. You've been gone for such a long time, he exclaimed upon seeing her. Ming, did you miss me? Xiao Wu inquired. Of course. Ming has been lounging in that wretched lake every day, never coming out to play with me. Ming lamented. But in the past few years, with Xing Tian around, I haven't felt too lonely. Recently, he even brought the cub of the dark gold terraclaw bear to stay with me. So I have had company, he added. Ming, could you tell me more about Xing Tian? Xiao Wu suddenly asked. About Xing Tian? No problem. I have a great relationship with him. Ming replied. Let us go to your home, Xiao Wu suggested. Sure, let us go. Ming agreed. When they arrived at Ming's residence, the little bear was napping. You lazy cub, do you still want to find your master? Ming bellowed at the sleeping bear. Startled awake by Ming's voice, the bear immediately assumed an aggressive stance and bared its teeth at Xiao Wu. Smack! Ming swatted the bear away. Go practice. How dare you snarl at my sister Xiao Wu? He scolded. The little bear scrambled to its feet and scurried off, tail between its legs. Are you not worried he will report you to Xing Tian? Xiao Wu chuckled. Not all. Xing Tian cannot best me. Ming patted his chest confidently. All right, let's go inside, Xiao Wu said. Once seated, Ming began to share what he knew about Xing Tian. The first time I encountered Xing Tian, he was quite weak. He had intruded upon Ming's territory, and had it not been for your aura on him, Xiao Wu, I might have taken his life. Ming recounted with a smile. And then what happened? Xiao Wu pressed. After that, we gradually became acquainted, he replied. Is that all? She asked. Xing Tian often comes to play with me, and he always engages me in battles. Ming added. What else? His strength has grown remarkably fast, and he is very friendly towards us spirit beasts. Ming reflected. Is that it? Yes, that's all. Xiao Wu sighed, feeling her inquiry had yielded little information. By the way, Sister Xiao Wu, Xing Tian cannot attach spirit rings. Ming suddenly stated. That's impossible. I have seen his martial soul adorned with spirit rings. Xiao Wu shook her head. Truly, he cannot attach spirit rings. What you saw were others' rings. They were merely simulations. Ming insisted. No wonder he could bond with the dark gold terraclaw bear and befriend you. Xiao Wu pondered. Indeed, Xing Tian is quite kind. He even cooked meat for me. Ming chuckled. All right, I understand now. Xiao Wu acknowledged. Sister Xiao Wu, you want to leave again, will you? Ming asked. Perhaps not, she replied, gazing into the distance. That's wonderful. We can play together. Ming clapped his hands in delight. Xiao Wu smiled at Ming, perhaps realizing she was truly not suited for the human world. While Tang San was absorbed in his training, and Xiao Wu returned to the Star Do Great Forest. What was Xing Tian up to? At that moment, Xing Tian was at home, indulging in snacks and basking in the sun, feeling rather idle. It was not that he lacked the desire to seek out endeavors. Rather, since the downfall of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, he had been at a loss for what to do. Initially, he had contemplated bringing Qian Rinxue back to the Spirit Hall, but he felt it would be premature for her to accept the inheritance of the Angel God. After discussing it with Qian Rinxue, they decided against going to the Spirit Hall for now. In truth, Xing Tian had considered excavating corpses in the Sunset Forest, but feared his strength might be insufficient. Thus, the only remaining option was the City of Slaughter. Xiao Shui, let us rest for a few more days, then head to the City of Slaughter. Xing Tian proposed to Qian Rinxue. Chapter 96. Sweeping the major soul-fighting arenas. Upon hearing Xing Tian mention the City of Slaughter, Qian Rinxue paused. The City of Slaughter? Yes. Let us visit the City of Slaughter and simultaneously enhance everyone's strength, Xing Tian affirmed. That sounds feasible, Qian Rinxue replied. We could travel there, and I could challenge various experts along the way to hone my skills. Xing Tian suggested with a smile. What are you scheming now? Qian Rinxue inquired. Nothing much. Just a simple itch to test myself. Xing Tian chuckled. Qian Rinxue shot him a glance, but remained silent. 2 days later, the group packed their belongings and set off. Xing Tian was unsure of the exact location of the City of Slaughter. He only knew it was situated in a small town's tavern from his previous life. He was unfamiliar with the precise location, but fortunately, Qian Rinxue was aware. However, Xing Tian did not rush there. His aim was to challenge the renowned figures within the Tiando Empire first, then make his way to the Xing Luo Empire, and finally head to the City of Slaughter. Xing Tian intended to simulate martial souls extensively and fuse them with his second martial soul, as he was eagerly anticipating what form it would ultimately take. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Every time they arrived at a location, upon hearing that Xing Tian had come for a spar, the individuals would shut their doors, leaving him in an awkward predicament. What should we do now? Xing Tian expressed his frustration. Big brother Xing Tian, what shall we do next? Huo Wu asked. It's nothing. There's still one place. Xing Tian said with a smile. Where? Ongjun inquired. The Duhan Field. Xing Tian replied, grinning. The Duhan Field? Boss, are you serious? With your strength, why still go to the Duhan Field? Ongjun remarked. If I can fight a couple of matches, then I'll fight. If not, then I won't. Xing Tian shrugged. What exactly is your plan? Qian Rinxue asked. I currently require a vast number of martial souls, which is crucial for my future strength. Xing Tian declared. We can disguise ourselves. Huo Wu suddenly suggested. Indeed. How did I not think of that? Xing Tian exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Can you do it? Qian Rinxue asked Huo Wu. No. Can you? Qian Rinxue turned to Xing Tian, who shook his head. Don't look at me. I can't either. Ma Hongjun hurriedly added. Fortunately, I can. Qian Rinxue raised her chin. That's right. Xing Tian suddenly said. Qian Rinxue has experience as Shui Qinghe. Her disguise skills are exceptionally advanced. It still depends on me. Qian Rinxue laughed. After finding an inn, when Xing Tian and the others emerged, they had drastically changed. Xing Tian had transformed into a burly man, Ma Hongjun into a charming young man, Huo Wu into an unattractive woman, and Qian Rinxue into a handsome youth. Why'd I look like this? Huo Wu complained upon seeing her reflection. Then you don't have to come with us. Qian Rinxue chuckled. Huo Wu snorted and fell silent. Let's go. Our destination is the Duhan Field, Xing Tian proclaimed. Aren't we visiting various sects? Qian Rinxue queried. Let's wait a bit. We'll visit the major Duhan fields first, Xing Tian decided. The first Duhan field Xing Tian chose was the one in Suotawa City, as he knew no other. After disguising themselves, they headed straight for Suotawa City. Over the next few days, they gained fame at the Duhan Field in Suotawa City, as Xing Tian maintained an impeccable record of victories. However, after gaining notoriety, Xing Tian chose to withdraw, having acquired what he desired. In recent days, he had simulated nearly 100 martial souls, each more varied than the last. Upon leaving the Duhan Field, he noticed that several weaker martial souls had vanished. He then discovered their traces in his second martial soul. Let's move on to the next one, Xing Tian announced. Thus, over the next several months, they traversed all the Duhan fields in the Tiando Empire, completely forgetting about the matter of going to the City of Slaughter. Qian Ringshu was not in a hurry to visit the City of Slaughter, so she did not urge Xing Tian, nor did Huo Wu and Ma Hongjun. Within these months, both Huo Wu and Ma Hongjun experienced substantial growth in their abilities. Both were on the verge of breaking through the 50-level barrier. So Xing Tian planned to assist them in obtaining their soul rings once they reached that milestone, and then they would head to the Xingluo Empire. A few days later, Ma Hongjun was the first to break through the 50-level mark, followed shortly by Huo Wu. After both had surpassed the 50-level threshold, Xing Tian took them to the Stardo Great Forest to help them acquire their soul rings. He also took the opportunity to check on Ming, but unfortunately, he did not see Xiao Xiong. Ming informed him that Xiao Xiong had been sent to train. However, in the Stardo Great Forest, Xing Tian encountered an unexpected person, Xiao Wu. What are you doing here? Xing Tian was taken aback upon seeing her. Xiao Wu remained silent, glancing at Qian Ringshu and the others. Xiao Wu, you don't need to be afraid. They're trustworthy. Xing Tian assured her. My home is here. Why can't I come back? Xiao Wu replied. Where is Tang San? Xing Tian inquired. I don't know. Xiao Wu answered. Aren't you with Tang San? Xing Tian pressed. I don't know, don't ask me. Xiao Wu appeared somewhat impatient. All right, I won't ask, Xing Tian said. By the way, I'll leave Xiao Xiong in your care. I have matters to attend to and must prepare to leave. Xing Tian told Xiao Wu. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Xiao Xiong. Xiao Wu responded. Thanks. Xing Tian waved goodbye. After leaving Ming, they did not exit the Stardo Great Forest, but instead traversed through it toward the portion located in the Xingluo Empire. Brother Xing Tian, why must we go through the forest? Huo Wu asked while walking. It's convenient and quick, Xing Tian replied. Wouldn't it be faster to take a carriage outside? Huo Wu countered. It's too safe outside, Xing Tian said. Safe? Yes. If we went to the City of Slaughter, with your temperament, you wouldn't last 2 days there, Xing Tian stated. Sister Huo Wu, I am not exaggerating. In your current state, you might not survive even a day in the City of Slaughter, Qian Ringshu added. Then why are we going there? Huo Wu questioned, puzzled. To enhance our strength and, if possible, to meet someone. We might even slay a god, presumably, Xing Tian said. A god? Indeed, a god. Xing Tian smiled. There are gods in the City of Slaughter? Legendary gods? Qian Ringshu was astonished. Perhaps. We will see when we get there. For now, let us focus on reaching the Xingluo Empire, Xing Tian instructed. Chapter 97. Returning home with Huo Wu. With that, Xing Tian took the lead and walked ahead. A god? The City of Slaughter actually has gods? This is incredible, Huo Wu exclaimed, following closely behind. Huo Wu, Qian Ringshu, and Ma Hongjun discussed the matter of gods, while Xing Tian ahead wore a peculiar smile. Gods? I do not believe in gods at all, and I have no regard for the Shura god or the Rakshasa god, Xing Tian mused internally. If conditions permit in the future, the god realm will merely be a joke. Xing Tian continued to scoff in his mind. While Tang San and the others covet the position of god, to be honest, Xing Tian finds it unappealing. Destroying the god realm, creating one's own realm, or establishing a divine position, wouldn't that be more appealing? This is what a traveler should pursue, right? And so, they continued their journey towards the Xingluo Empire while discussing various topics. During this time, to train Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu, Xing Tian deliberately chose a region abundant with soul beasts, though their strength was not too formidable, allowing the duo to manage. Xing Tian and Qian Ringshu refrained from providing any assistance, leaving them to rely solely on themselves, stepping in only when their lives were in danger. In this prolonged state of peril, The smiles faded from Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu's faces, replaced by vigilance. Seeing this, a faint smile finally appeared on Xing Tian's face. At times, he did not wish to be so harsh, but this world operates on such principles. He did not want to find himself in a situation later where a moment of negligence on their part would necessitate him retrieving their remains and avenging them. That was not the outcome he desired. After half a month, they finally emerged from the Star-Do Great Forest and entered the territory of the Xingluo Empire. Upon reaching a nearby town, the first thing Qian Rengshu and Huo Wu did was take a bath. Having spent so long in the forest, they had not had a proper wash. After their bath, they indulged in a hearty meal and then collapsed in a bed for a deep sleep. By the time they awoke, it was already the following evening. They had slept for a full day and night. After a light meal, Xing Tian stepped out of the inn, eager to inquire about the nearest Dahan arena. His ambition mirrored that of the Tiando Empire, to clear out every Dahan arena within the Xingluo Empire. Eventually, he learned of a nearby arena, albeit one of modest size. However, for Xing Tian, the scale was inconsequential. The mere presence of challengers sufficed. At the break of dawn the next day, after breakfast, Xing Tian led the transformed Qian Rixue and her companions towards the Dahan arena. Within a mere 2 days, their fame spread throughout the arena, achieving victory after victory. In truth, Xing Tian rarely engaged in battle. His true intention was to enhance their martial spirits. The ones who truly captured attention were Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu. After traversing the surrounding Dahan arenas, they embarked on their journey deeper into the Xingluo Empire. The Dahan arenas in the Xingluo Empire were more numerous than those in the Tiando Empire, owing to the former's strong martial culture. After more than a month of intermittent travel, they had yet to reach the imperial city. Xing Tian Gij, will you accompany me home someday? Huo Wu suddenly inquired. Home? Xing Tian asked. Yes, Huo Wu replied, a hint of shyness in her voice. No problem, Xing Tian assured her. Thus, 2 months later, they arrived at the Xingluo imperial city. During this time, Xing Tian had amassed over 1,000 martial spirits, and his second martial spirit had absorbed a significant number as well. Initially, he only absorbed beast and plant martial spirits, but to his astonishment, he even began to absorb weapon martial spirits. This left him perplexed, as he could not fathom the outcome of such a fusion. Upon reaching the imperial city, they first sought lodging at an inn before swiftly gathering information about nearby Dahan arenas. The following day, they set off for the arena. After half a month, they had visited every Dahan arena within the Xingluo Empire. Satisfied with their progress, Xing Tian had simulated nearly 10,000 martial spirits from Tiando to Xingluo, along with various individuals encountered along the way. Just as their notoriety spread throughout the Xingluo Empire, Dai Mubai received word of them. Third Prince. Recently, several individuals have emerged in the empire. They have challenged all the Dahan arenas without a single defeat, he was informed. How many of them? Dai Mubai asked. 4. 3 males and 1 female. 3 males and 1 female. What martial spirits do they wield? Dai Mubai inquired. Somevat puzzled. Only 2 have engaged in battle. One possesses a martial spirit akin to a phoenix, while the other is a shadow. Understood, you may leave, Dai Mubai replied. After the messenger departed, Dai Mubai stroked his chin, contemplating a phoenix? A shadow? If I am not mistaken, the phoenix must be the fatty, and the shadow is likely the girl named Huo Wu. How intriguing that they have arrived in the Xingluo Empire. After conquering the Dahan arenas of the Xingluo Empire, Xing Tian decided to pause, preparing for their journey to the City of Slaughter. If I recall correctly, Tang Sin should not arrive at the City of Slaughter for another 4 to 5 years. Apologies, Tang San, but by the time you arrive, the City of Slaughter may no longer exist, Xing Tian remarked with a cold smile. Xing Tian Gij, you promised to accompany me home, Huo Wu exclaimed as they prepared to depart. Oh, my apologies, Huo Wu, I completely forgot about that. Let's go and visit your home, Xing Tian replied. Yes. Huo Wu nodded, leading them towards the Qihua Academy. Upon their arrival at Qihua Academy, the gatekeeper, upon spotting Huo Wu, swiftly dashed towards the academy without waiting for her approach. What's going on with that gatekeeper? Huo Wu asked, observing the hurried figure. Are you unaware? Qian Rinxue chuckled. What do you mean? Huo Wu inquired, confused. It's all because of Xing Tian. Surely, you must have heard of his reputation, Qian Rinxue explained. I don't think it's a big deal, Huo Wu said dismissively. Let's move on, Xing Tian suggested. In truth, Xing Tian was indifferent to others' opinions of him. Whether out of fear or respect, it mattered little to him. His self-esteem was not contingent upon others' views. Upon reaching the academy entrance, the gatekeeper jogged forward, exclaiming, Second miss. You have returned. Is my father and brother here? Huo Wu asked. The dean and the eldest young master are inside, the gatekeeper replied. Understood, Huo Wu acknowledged. Xing Tian Gij, let's go inside. I want you to meet my father, she said, linking her arm with his. Qian Rinxue smiled quietly beside them, unperturbed by any jealousy, knowing her significant place in Xing Tian's heart. She found amusement in his awkwardness, a rare sight indeed. As they entered Qihua Academy, anyone who spotted Huo Wu fled in terror. Ma Hongjun observed this scene and chuckled. What have you done, young lady, to instill such fear in them? It's none of your business. Huo Wu shot back. Xing Tian Gij, I am not that kind of person. I was just immature before, but I have grown now. She hastily explained to Xing Tian. Ha ha ha, it seems you were quite the little demon back then. Xing Tian laughed. No, that's not true, Huo Wu insisted, shaking her head. Rest assured, I won't mind. Don't be anxious. Really? Huo Wu asked, still skeptical. Absolutely. Huo Wu Mei. You can rest easy, Qian Rinxue reassured her, wrapping her arm around Huo Wu's. With Qian Rinxue's words, Huo Wu finally felt at ease. All right, let us ignore them, Qian Rinxue declared. As they proceeded, amidst the fearful and curious gazes of others, Huo Wu led Xing Tian and the others to a secluded courtyard at the corner of the academy. Daddy, I'm back, Huo Wu shouted before even entering the courtyard. No sooner had she spoken than the gatekeeper emerged from within. Second miss. He greeted her. Where's my father? Huo Wu inquired. The dean is inside. Good. You may leave now, Huo Wu instructed. Once the gatekeeper departed, she ushered Xing Tian and the others into the courtyard. The courtyard was simply adorned, with a narrow path leading to the house, flanked by small vegetable patches that exuded a quaint, homely charm. Before they could reach the house, a middle-aged man and a young man emerged. They were Hu Wushuang and the dean of Qihua Academy. Daddy, Xiao Wu is back, Huo Wu exclaimed, rushing towards the dean. I thought you had forgotten about this old man, the dean said, affectionately patting Huo Wu's head. These are your friends, I presume? Please come in, the dean invited, gesturing to Xing Tian and the others. Apologies for the intrusion, Xing Tian said, bowing slightly. Please come in, the dean urged. Upon entering the house, Huo Wushuang served tea to Xing Tian and the others, after which they settled into the living room for a conversation. Xiao Wu, why don't you introduce your friends? Inquired Hui Yuanzhang. Father, this is my elder sister, Xiao Shui. This is Ma Hongjun, and this is my brother Xing Tian, my man, Huo Wu boldly declared. Cough. Hui Yuanzhang, having just taken a sip of tea, was caught off guard by Huo Wu's words and began to cough. Father, are you all right? Did you choke? Please drink slowly. Huo Wu gently patted Hui Yuanzhang's back. Huo Wushuang helplessly covered his forehead. You are Xing Tian? Hui Yuanzhang addressed Xing Tian. Indeed, I am the younger generation Xing Tian, replied Xing Tian. Were you also involved in the events of the Soul Master competition? Hui Yuanzhang inquired. If there is not another Xing Tian, then it must have been me, Xing Tian affirmed. Youth is indeed a blessing, Hui Yuanzhang suddenly exclaimed. What do you think of my Xiao Wu? He added, which left Xing Tian momentarily speechless. What? Are you trying to deny it? Hui Yuanzhang remarked. After a moment, Xing Tian finally responded. Xiao Wu is a wonderful person, lively and adorable. I quite like her. Hearing this, Huo Wu's cheeks flushed with rare embarrassment. Then I shall entrust my Xiao Wu to you. Can you take good care of her? Hui Yuanzhang unexpectedly stated. Xing Tian, upon hearing this, felt as if he was being entrusted with a grave responsibility. Do not worry, I will ensure that Xiao Wu suffers no harm, Xing Tian assured. After saying this, he glanced at Huo Wushuang, hoping for a sign, but Huo Wushuang averted his gaze. Xing Tian sensed that there was something significant at hand, but with Huo Wu present, he refrained from inquiring further. Then I can rest easy, Hui Yuanzhang nodded. Typically, such statements foreshadow trouble, and at this moment, Qian Rinxue discerned Hui Yuanzhang's demeanor. Xiao Wu, why don't you show us around the academy? Qian Rinxue suggested to Huo Wu. Sure, absolutely. Huo Wu responded enthusiastically. You all go ahead. I shall have a chat with Hui Yuanzhang. Xingtian said. Huo Wu shyly nodded, evidently misinterpreting the situation. After Huo Wu and the others departed, Xingtian spoke up. Director, you seem to have something difficult to express. Indeed, Huo Wushuang replied. What is it, if you may share? Xingtian pressed. The Luo royal family is threatening my father, demanding he hand over my sister. Huo Wushuang revealed. Xiao Wu? Xingtian queried. Yes. Huo Wushuang clenches fists. Are you certain it is the Luo royal family? Xingtian asked. It was Davis who sent people. Huo Wushuang confirmed. Davis? By whose brother? Precisely, it is he. Why is he involved in this matter? Xingtian wondered, as he believed there was no connection between them. It is due to Zhu Zhuqing. Hui Yuanzhang explained. Zhu Zhuqing? Now I understand. Xingtian finally grasped the situation. Does she have a sister named Zhu Zhuqing? He inquired. Indeed, she is the girl from Shrek. Huo Wushuang affirmed. Very well. Leave this matter to me, Xingtian declared as he rose. Thank you, Xingtian. Huo Wushuang bowed in gratitude. It is no trouble. This matter arose due to me. Thus, it is my responsibility to resolve it. Xingtian replied. After clarifying the situation, Xingtian engaged in light conversation with him. Before long, Huo Wu returned with Qian Rinxue and the others. Qian Rinxue cast an inquisitive glance toward Xingtian, who nodded reassuringly. Brother Xingtian, can we stay a few more days before leaving? Huo Wu asked. No problem. I too wish to experience the customs of the Luo Empire. Xingtian replied with a smile. Thank you, Brother Xingtian. Huo Wu exclaimed joyfully. Sister Xiao Shui, let me show you to your rooms. Huo Wu said, pulling Qian Rinxue along. Wushuang, tomorrow take Huo Wu and the others out for a stroll. I shall visit the royal palace. Xingtian instructed. Just you alone? Isn't that a bit risky? Huo Wushuang expressed concern. Not to worry. Even against the title Douluo, I can hold my own. Xingtian replied with a smile. Very well. You must be cautious. If anything were to happen to you, I would have no way to explain it to Huo Wu. Huo Wushuang warned. Rest assured, nothing will go awry. I merely intend to have a conversation. Xingtian assured him. The next day, Huo Wushuang concocted a reason to take Huo Wu and Qian Rinxue out, and before leaving, Qian Rinxue cast a glance at Xingtian, who offered her a reassuring look. Chapter 99. Confronting the Luo royal family after Qian Rinxue and the others departed. Xingtian turned to Ma Hongjun and said, Fatty, would you dare accompany me to the Luo royal palace? What is there to fear? To be honest, I have never seen what a royal palace looks like. Ma Hongjun replied, Let us go. Today we shall witness the splendor of this legendary palace, Xingtian declared. Exiting the Qihua Academy, Xingtian and Ma Hongjun headed straight for the royal palace. At that moment, within the royal palace, in Davis' palace, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing were seated together. They had not shared a moment like this in ages. As the rules of the Luo Empire dictated that only those of great strength could inherit the throne, and the Baihu and Yu Mingling Mao clans had always been bound by marriage. Thus, after Zhu Zhuqing and Davis were betrothed, Zhu Zhuqing had not spoken to Zhu Zhuqing again, for Zhu Zhuqing was engaged to Dai Mubai. However, due to the events surrounding Shrek, the rift between Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai had widened. Consequently, Zhu Zhuqing approached her father seeking to annul the engagement with Dai Mubai, but was met with refusal. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing did not give up. She directly approached Zhu Zhuqing, telling her that if Zhu Zhuqing could assist her, she would help Davis claim the throne. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhu Zhuqing agreed to Zhu Zhuqing's request, demanding that Zhu Zhuqing never associate with Dai Mubai again, which was not an issue for Zhu Zhuqing at this point. Thus, the events in Qihua Academy transpired, as Zhu Zhuqing sought to pressure Qihua Academy into contacting Huo Wu, and once Huo Wu was contacted, it would mean reaching Xingtian. Zhu Zhuqing's goal was to kill Xingtian to avenge Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing was filled with an inexplicable hatred for Xingtian, perhaps stemming from their first encounter, where Xingtian had struck her. Or perhaps it was her disdain for Dai Mubai that she misdirected towards Xingtian. In any case, Zhu Zhuqing harbored a profound animosity toward Xingtian, one that she could not articulate. Had Xingtian been aware of Zhu Zhuqing's intentions, he would undoubtedly have commended her for her folly, as she naively believed that gathering a few individuals would suffice to eliminate him, employing such despicable tactics. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing were engaged in conversation. "Sister, do you think this plan will succeed?" Zhu Zhuqing asked. "Do not worry. They will certainly inform Huo Wu, who will in turn inform Xingtian. I reiterate, I have assisted you in this matter, but keep your distance from Dai Mu Bai, or I shall truly kill you," Zhu Zhuqing warned. "Rest assured, I will have no further dealings with him," Zhu Zhuqing assured. Just as they conversed, Xingtian and Ma Hongjun arrived at the entrance of the Xing Luo Empire's royal palace. "Halt! I seek Dai Mu Bai. Inform him that Xingtian has arrived," Xingtian commanded. "Is the name of our esteemed prince something that you commoners can casually utter?" The guard stated directly. "Alas, why must every palace guard be the same? Do you think I am here without confidence?" Xingtian shook his head. "Get lost. Otherwise, I will show no mercy." The guard raised his gun towards Xingtian. "They say the Xing Luo Empire is martial, and indeed it is. Never mind. I shall not stoop to your level. If you refuse to call, I shall do it myself," Xingtian declared. "What do you intend to do?" the guard asked, somewhat astonished. Without uttering a word, Xingtian began to levitate slowly. "Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zhuyan, Dai Mu Bai Davis, come forth and meet me," Xingtian called out, his voice resonating for miles without exaggeration. Zhu Zhuqing, who had been conversing, suddenly stood up. "He is here." "Who?" Zhu Zhuyan inquired. "Xingtian, he is here." "I will never forget his voice." "So soon? It is just right for me to meet him and see what he is capable of," Zhu Zhuyan replied coldly. "Sister, do not act recklessly," Zhu Zhuqing shouted, but Zhu Zhuyan had already departed, destined not to hear her words. "Impudent." Suddenly, a female voice echoed from the palace. From a distance, a shadow swiftly approached. Soon, a woman stood before Xingtian. "You are Xingtian? You must be Zhu Zhuyan," Xingtian responded. "Indeed, I am Zhu Zhuyan," she declared with an air of arrogance. "Since you are Zhu Zhuyan, it seems I have found the right person," Xingtian nodded. "What? Come seeking revenge?" Zhu Zhuyan laughed. "You could say that." Before her words had settled, Xingtian had already materialized beside Zhu Zhuyan. Her pupils constricted. Instinctively, she recoiled. Yet Xingtian was quicker, seizing her by the throat. Xingtian relished this manner of capturing, finding it immensely satisfying. "How is this possible?" Zhu Zhuyan gasped. Disbelief etched on her face. "Is this the strength that emboldens you to challenge me? Who granted you such courage?" Xingtian leaned closer to her. You had better release me. Otherwise, you shall not exit the palace." Zhu Zhuyan barked, her bravado faltering. TSK. If memory serves me right, you were also present at the academy competition. Do you know my temperament? I cannot tolerate threats. Once I feel endangered, my subordinates lose count," Xingtian remarked. "What do you intend to do?" Zhu Zhuyan asked, a flicker of fear in her eyes as she caught a glimpse of his icy stare. "What do you think I intend to do?" Xingtian smiled, his pristine teeth glistening ominously in Zhu Zhuyan's sight. "Xingtian, cease this." A voice rang out from afar. "Zhu Zhuqing, you have arrived a bit late." Xingtian chuckled. "Release my sister," Zhu Zhuqing commanded. "Release her? On what grounds? Provide me with a reason." Xingtian replied with a smirk. Upon finishing his words, he exerted a little pressure, causing Zhu Zhuyan to roll her eyes back. You had better release my sister. Otherwise, you shall become an enemy of the entire Xing Luo Empire," Zhu Zhuqing shouted at Xingtian. Ha! Do you think I will be afraid? How does the Xing Luo Empire compare to the Spirit Hall? I do not fear even the Spirit Hall. Do you think I would fear your insignificant Xing Luo Empire? Xingtian laughed heartily. "Xingtian, cease this." At that moment, Dai Mu Bai finally arrived, with Davis swiftly following behind. "Impudent! Release Zhu Yun." Davis's voice boomed. "Dai Mu Bai, it seems your brother's mind is a bit muddled." Xingtian chuckled. "Brat, if you dare lay a finger on Zhu Yun, I will not let you go." Davis threatened fiercely. "Crack! My hand! Davis, save me!" Zhu Zhiyun suddenly screamed. Chapter 100. Chaos in the Luo Palace. Xing Tian looked at Davis and said, "Come. Let me see how you will not let me go. You, brat, you seek death." Davis immediately unleashed his spirit and threw a punch at Xing Tian. Xing Tian merely smiled and placed Zhu Zhiyun before him. Davis, startled by the sudden appearance of Zhu Zhiyun, hastily redirected his punch, smashing it into the wall beside him, creating a large hole. I just want to ask one thing. Am I really that easy to provoke? During the academy competition, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I believe this information should be enough to intimidate you, yet you still chose to provoke me. Dai Mubai, tell me, should I teach you a lesson? Xing Tian suddenly spoke. Xing Tian, do not act impulsively. Let us discuss this calmly. Just put her down. Dai Mubai pleaded. TSK, I say. You are truly unfit to be an emperor. You are far too soft-hearted. Xing Tian shook his head. Someone kill him. At that moment, Davis suddenly shouted, Davis, are you out of your mind? Do you think these soldiers can kill me? Have you forgotten how the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was annihilated? It seems I must destroy another nation to ensure that the continent remembers me. Xing Tian muttered to himself. Xing Tian, do not act impulsively. Can we not discuss this properly? Dai Mubai urgently called out. Ask them what they have done, and then you'll understand why I say you are unfit to be an emperor. For such a woman, you are willing to abandon the White Tiger's sacred king. TSK, I no longer know how to commend you. Xing Tian shook his head. Dai Mubai sighed bitterly, aware that Xing Tian was truly mocking him. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing froze for a moment, but then her resolve hardened again. TSK, look at her gaze. She shows not a hint of hesitation. I now somewhat understand why you chose to indulge at the Rose Hotel. Xing Tian exaggeratedly pointed at Zhu Zhuqing. Brat, put down Zhiyun. At that moment, Davis noticed Zhu Zhiyun was beginning to struggle for breath and quickly shouted, Oh dear, my apologies. I got a bit carried away. Here, let us continue, Xing Tian remarked. He then casually tossed Zhu Zhiyun towards Davis, who rushed forward to catch her. However, as soon as he grasped her, an immense force emanated from Zhu Zhiyun, sending both her and Davis flying backward several meters. Fortunately, Davis cushioned Zhu Zhiyun's fall, preventing her from suffering further injury. Cough, cough, cough. As Davis helped Zhu Zhiyun up, she clutched her throat and began to cough violently. You dare to choke me. You dare to strike me. Zhu Zhiyun pointed at Xing Tian, her eyes filled with fury. Typically, those who dare to point at me have met their demise. Xing Tian suddenly spoke darkly to Zhu Zhiyun. Alarmed by his tone, she quickly lowered her finger. Xing Tian, we have not provoked you, so why create chaos in my royal family? Dai Mubai inquired. Well, ask them. Xing Tian gestured towards Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhiyun. Enough. You need not inquire further. You will learn nothing. It is settled. You two shall accompany me. Xing Tian commanded Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing. You dare. Even at this moment, Davis remained haughty, which irked Xing Tian greatly. Smack! Xing Tian swiftly approached Davis and delivered a resounding slap. You dare to strike me, Davis exclaimed, pointing at Xing Tian. Smack! You! Smack! Smack! Speak again. Continue speaking, or unleash your martial spirit and fight me. If you defeat me, I shall leave immediately, Xing Tian declared to Davis. Upon hearing this, Davis instantly wilted. I, Xing Tian, am not one to stir trouble without cause, yet some matters must not be trifled with, he said to Zhu Zhiyun. Now, you must either apologize or face death. As Xing Tian uttered the latter, an imposing aura radiated from him, startling both Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing. I shall see who dares to kill Xiaoyan and Xiaoqing. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from the palace gates. Alarm bells rang in Dai Mubai's mind. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as he turned to follow the source of the voice. A group of individuals, bearing a striking resemblance to Dai Mubai, emerged from the palace. Boy, come to kill. I wish to see who dares to take a life within the imperial palace of the Xingluo Empire. Xing Tian laughed heartily. Oh, Dai Mubai, is that your father? Has he become foolish from staying in the palace? Xing Tian's laughter was bright and infectious. It's over. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, covering his forehead. Then you better watch closely. After Xing Tian spoke, he vanished from his spot, only to reappear moments later. Is that all? The White Tiger Emperor scoffed. Yet before his smile could fully form, everyone within a 5-step radius of him collapsed to the ground. The White Tiger Emperor's pupils contracted to the size of pinholes. Gulme, continue speaking, Xing Tian said with a smile. Impudence. Suddenly, a general clad in armor roared from behind the White Tiger Emperor. Why does this not match what is written? Why am I always unsuccessful in my attempts to show off? Truly vexing. Xing Tian suddenly mumbled to himself. With that, a sword materialized in his hand. Qisha sword? Xing Tian, seize at once, I beg you. Dai Mubai shouted upon seeing the sword in Xing Tian's grasp. Hearing Dai Mubai's voice, Xing Tian halted his movements and slowly turned his head. Dai Mubai, this is the second time I'm showing you favor. One more time, and I shall not refrain from taking action. However, there is one condition. Both of them must apologize. I grant you one day. I will await them at Chihuahua Academy. If they do not arrive by tomorrow afternoon, prepare yourself for the throne the day after. Xing Tian proclaimed to Dai Mubai. Fatty, let us go. Xing Tian called out. Ma Hongjun complied, casting a glance back at Dai Mubai, who could only offer a bitter smile in return. Both Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai understood that the bond between Dai Mubai and Xing Tian had been irreparably severed. If they did not see the others by tomorrow afternoon, the Xingluo Imperial Palace would likely be stained with blood. After Xing Tian's departure, Davis bellowed fiercely, summon the troops. Flatten Chihuahua Academy. You dare utter such words before Xing Tian? Dai Mubai retorted to Davis. What do you mean, Dai Mubai? Zhu Zhuyun suddenly interjected. Slap. Dai Mubai struck Zhu Zhuyun across the face. You have exhausted the last remnants of brotherhood between Xing Tian and me. Tomorrow morning, you shall go and apologize. Dai Mubai instructed Zhu Zhuqing before striding back into the palace. Chapter 101. I truly cannot think of title. The White Tiger Emperor observed Dai Mubai's retreating figure and then glanced at Davis, shaking his head in disappointment. Just moments ago, had it not been for Dai Mubai, he might have met his demise. It was undeniable that Dai Mubai had some connection to Xing Tian. Yet Davis's performance left much to be desired in the eyes of the White Tiger Emperor. Dai Mubai, why do you have to command me? I will not go. I wish to see if Xing Tian dares to act recklessly. Zhu Zhuqing bellowed at Dai Mubai. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Dai Mubai halted his steps. If the Xingluo imperial family suffers disaster because of you two, I, Dai Mubai, swear that no one in the Xingluo Empire shall bear the surname Zhu. Furthermore, remember this. The Dai family is the true ruler of the Xingluo Empire. Dai Mubai declared to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun were taken aback. They had indeed forgotten a crucial fact. The Dai family held dominion over the Xingluo Empire. However, the thought of apologizing in such a humiliating manner was unbearable for both. Davis, Zhu Zhuyun called out. Though I loathe and even detest my brother, he spoke a truth just now. In the Xingluo Empire, it is the Dai family that reigns supreme. Davis replied to Zhu Zhuyun. He then clutched his chest as he walked towards the palace, leaving Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing exchanging glances. Sister, what shall we do? Zhu Zhuqing asked, momentarily at a loss. You can go if you wish. I will not. I shall return home to plead with father to seek an audience with his majesty. Zhu Zhuyun coldly huffed before heading in the direction of their home. Zhu Zhuqing cast one last glance at Zhu Zhuyun's retreating figure, uncertain of her thoughts, before following suit. That evening, Zhu Zhuqing's father entered the palace to meet with the White Tiger Emperor. However, for reasons unknown, he never emerged again after entering. The next day, Xing Tian remained at Chihuahua Academy, patiently waiting for Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun. Yet, as the sun began to set, neither appeared. Sister, do you think father can protect us? Zhu Zhuqing asked, her fears surfacing. I will not go. If you wish to, then do so. I do not believe Xing Tian dares to be so brazen. He has already offended the Tiando Empire, and if he further antagonizes the Xingluo Empire, he will have nowhere to flee. Zhu Zhuyun replied confidently. Zhu Zhuqing was perplexed by her sister's unwavering confidence. Yet, deep down, she too was reluctant to confront Xing Tian at Chihuahua Academy. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, it gradually vanished beyond the horizon, and night descended. They haven't come? Excellent. It allows me to stretch my limbs. Xing Tian yawned, casting a meaningful glance at the palace before retiring to his quarters. Tomorrow promises a splendid performance. I hope you do not falter, for that would be rather dull. He murmured to himself before entering his room. After a restful sleep, Xing Tian awoke late the next day, as the sun reached its zenith. After a casual wash, Qian Rinxue had already prepared breakfast. Why are you up so late today? It's nearly noon, Qian Rinxue remarked. Waking early serves little purpose. It is the time spent waiting that is truly agonizing, Xing Tian replied with a smile. What happened? Who has offended you now? Qian Rinxue inquired. Who else could it be? Xing Tian replied. It can't truly be the Xingluo imperial family, can it? Qian Rinxue asked. Close enough. It's the Yuming spirit cat Zhu family, Xing Tian said, his words muffled as he ate. Are you going there today? Qian Rinxue pressed. Indeed, we shall go together. Once we handle this, we will head straight to the city of slaughter, Xing Tian declared. All right. After finishing their meal, Xing Tian wiped his mouth and said, Let's go, summon Huo Wu. After calling for Huo Wu, they set off towards the palace. Meanwhile, within the palace, Zhu Zhuyun, Zhu Zhuqing, Davis, and Dai Mubai sat together. I believe this Xing Tian is merely speaking empty words. He should possess some self-awareness. Zhu Zhuyun lounged, casually munching on snacks. Davis nodded in agreement, yet received a scornful glare from Zhu Zhuyun, who vividly remembered the events of the previous day. I doubt Xing Tian will dare to show up. If so, there is no reason to wait any longer. I shall return home. Zhu Zhuyun rose and spoke, preparing to step outside. He has arrived. Suddenly, Dai Mubai gazed at the sky. The crowd looked up, but saw nothing. TCH, putting on a show. Zhu Zhuyun shot Dai Mubai a glance. However, before he could finish his words, a voice echoed from the heavens. Zhu Zhuyun, Davis, come forth to meet your demise. The voice belonged to Xing Tian. He has come. He has truly arrived. Zhu Zhuyun felt a wave of panic wash over him. Let us go. There is no escaping this, Dai Mubai declared. I will not go. If you wish to go, then go alone, Zhu Zhuyun suddenly retorted. Dai Mubai ignored them and walked out alone. As Dai Mubai exited, Xing Tian and his companions floated at the palace gates. I hope I am not too late. I wonder if you have been waiting anxiously, Xing Tian remarked. Not at all, Dai Mubai replied. What the others? They dare not come. Dai Mubai, your actions leave me in a difficult position. Xing Tian chuckled. As he spoke, Xing Tian unleashed the Haotian hammer and activated his true form. A massive hammer hovered above the palace. Either bring them out, or I shall destroy the palace and find them myself. Xing Tian addressed Dai Mubai. Guards, bring Davis, Zhu Zhuyun, and Zhu Zhuqing here. Dai Mubai suddenly commanded the palace guards. The guards, having heard Xing Tian's words, dared not delay. Before long, a large group surrounded Davis and the others. Insolence! How dare you treat me this way? Beware of your heads, Davis cursed as he approached. Oh, you seem to have recovered. Such a loud voice. Xing Tian laughed. Oomph. Upon seeing Xing Tian, Davis snorted coldly. Do you remember what I said yesterday? Xing Tian directed his gaze at Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing. If you have the ability, kill me. My father will never let you go. Zhu Zhuyun shouted fiercely at Xing Tian. Very well. I shall grant you that, Xing Tian responded. Then, he vanished from his position. How dare you? Suddenly, an angry shout resonated from within the palace. A man in his 50s swiftly approached. If you dare harm my little Yun, I will ensure your destruction, the middle-aged man shouted. Father, father, save me, Zhu Zhuyun cried out. As she was being choked by Xing Tian, tears streaming down her face upon seeing the man. What did you just say? I did not hear clearly. Repeat it. Xing Tian addressed the newcomer. Chapter 102. The Celestial Empire faces change upon hearing Xing Tian's words. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. If you dare kill my little Yun, I will perish alongside you. TSK, TSK, TSK. Very well. I await your arrival. The fish may die, but the net cannot be broken. Are you prepared for your journey? Xing Tian smiled. Father, kill him. Save me, father. Before Zhu Zhuyun could finish her plea, Xing Tian crushed her to death. You are truly bothersome. Do you know that? Your incessant chatter has become unbearable. Xing Tian casually tossed Zhu Zhuyun at the feet of the middle-aged man. Little Yun, wake up. The man cautiously lifted Zhu Zhuyun, but she would never speak again. For Zhu Zhuyun had met her end at the hands of Xing Tian, her eyes wide open in disbelief, forever retaining the shock and resentment from her final moments. You have killed my little Yun. You have killed my little Yun. The middle-aged man roared at Xing Tian. I know, but could you keep your voice down? Yes, I killed her, but have you considered that your other daughter might feel jealous? Xing Tian remarked. I demand that you accompany my little Yun in death, the middle-aged man declared, then lunged at Xing Tian. I have already stated the fish may die, but the net cannot be broken, Xing Tian replied. He effortlessly dodged the man's attack. Each strike from a man was deftly evaded by Xing Tian. Surprised? Did you not expect this from your Yuming Ling Miao? Xing Tian laughed. Father, his strength is formidable. Silence, or I shall strike you down. Xing Tian suddenly shouted at Zhu Zhuqing, causing her to immediately close her mouth. However, this brief exchange heightened the middle-aged man's vigilance. Seeing him become cautious, Xing Tian shook his head. This has become rather dull. Then he swiftly appeared in the path of the man's attack and struck him squarely in the face. That single punch shattered the man's arm. Father, Zhu Zhuqing cried out, rushing forward. Impressive, Zhu Zhuyun's father exclaimed. Hey, old man, I only used 30% of my strength. And you have already ended up like this? Xing Tian remarked. Who would have thought that I, Zhu Sanzhong, would experience the loss of a child in such a way? Zhu Zhuyun's father suddenly became sentimental. What is this nonsense? You are truly repulsive, old man. Xing Tian hurriedly interrupted him. Xing Tian, whatever grievances you have, direct them at me. Please spare my father. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly pleaded. That is not possible. Those who have fought with me generally meet their end. And he shall not be an exception. Otherwise, others might gossip. Xing Tian shook his finger. He then appeared before Zhu Zhuqing and seized Zhu Sanzhong. I do not care for your sentimentality, nor your insults. Xing Tian struck him in the face. It is unclear why, but upon hearing his sentimental words, Xing Tian felt a surge of anger, perhaps reminded of his own orphan past. Since you wish to be sentimental, I shall send you to meet your daughter. She should not be far, and you may have company on the road to the Yellow Springs. With that, he brutally snapped Zhu Sanzhong's neck. Xing Tian. Zhu Zhuqing glared at Xing Tian, shouting furiously. Do you feel pain? Despair? Yet you are powerless. Xing Tian suddenly laughed. Seeing this, Qian Rinxue stepped forward, unable to bear it any longer. Xing Tian, killing is one thing, but your words cut deeply. Perhaps you should refrain from such remarks. Qian Rinxue said. Very well, very well. Xing Tian replied to Qian Rinxue. By the way, I previously mentioned that the next time we meet, you should prepare for your ascension. Dai Mu Bai. Xing Tian. What do you intend to do? Dai Mu Bai, Su Den Li Panicht. First, ask your dear father what he intends to do. Xing Tian retorted. What do you mean? You shall see for yourself. Behind that wall are countless archers. Xing Tian declared. Upon hearing this, Dai Mu Bai immediately raced toward the palace gates. But before he could reach them, a voice interrupted him. Fire! A voice suddenly called from within the palace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of arrows flew towards Xing Tian. I am at a loss as to your intentions. Xing Tian shook his head. He then activated the immovable Ming King form. A cacophony of sounds rang out as the arrows were halted at a distance of 3 feet from him. Since that is the case, let us reciprocate. You send me a wave of arrows, and I shall return a wave of sword light, Xing Tian proclaimed. He then summoned the 7 killing sword. With a wave of his hand, a multitude of sword lights pierced through the wall, decimating those hidden behind it. Kill! Bring me his head! Kill him! Upon hearing of the ambush, Davis felt his spine stiffen instantly. Enough! I shall not play any longer. I have matters to attend to, Xing Tian suddenly proclaimed. With a wave of his hand, a multitude of sword lights surged toward the imperial palace, and shortly thereafter, streams of blood began to flow from within. You are a devil. You are a devil. Davis screamed in terror. Dai Mu Bai, ascend to the throne tomorrow. I shall leave Zhu Zhuqing for you to handle. And I will lend you a hand with Davis, to spare you from accusations of fratricide. Do not kill me, do not kill me. Upon realizing Xing Tian intended to take his life, Davis hurriedly knelt and begged for mercy. TSK, TSK, TSK. I cannot fathom what would become of the Xingluo Empire should you inherit the throne. Your people might find themselves in dire straits. Xing Tian shook his head as he regarded the groveling Davis. Rest assured, I shall not claim the throne. It rightfully belongs to Dai Mubai. I implore you, spare my life. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such abject submission, begging for your life. How lamentable. Xing Tian sighed. Suddenly, Xing Tian's eyes widened. The 7 killing sword swept through, slicing directly across Davis's neck. Davis stood frozen, then clutched his neck as crimson blood flowed forth. Proceed to your journey. Zhu Zhuyin awaits you, Xing Tian remarked. Davis pointed a trembling finger at Xing Tian, unable to articulate a response, before he ultimately succumbed in frustration. Ever since Zhu Sanzhong's demise, Zhu Zhuqing had been staring vacantly at his corpse, lost in her thoughts. Very well, Dai Mubai, our bond has reached its conclusion, and now I have become your father's murderer. I welcome you to seek vengeance whenever you wish. By the way, I leave Zhu Zhuqing in your care as a final favor, Xing Tian declared. Fatty, Qian Rinxue, Xiao Wu, we are ready to depart. Xing Tian called to Qian Rinxue and Ma Hongjun. Chapter 103. The Change of the Xingluo Empire, Part 2. Dai Mubai said nothing, merely observing as Xing Tian and the others gradually faded from view. It was only when they vanished from his sight that he returned to his senses. Are you satisfied? Dai Mubai asked expressionlessly, addressing Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing ignored him, still lost in contemplation while cradling Zhu Sanzhong's corpse. Is there anyone alive? Dai Mubai shouted toward the palace. Shortly, a few soldiers emerged. Dispose of the body, Dai Mubai commanded. Get away, you vermin. I forbid you to touch my father. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly erupted in a frenzied shout. Remove her. Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Sanzhong shall be incinerated. The Zhu family shall be annihilated, Dai Mubai declared. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Zhuqing lifted her head, her expression one of disbelief directed at Dai Mubai. I warned you. Should my royal family be implicated because of you two, I shall have your lives. Dai Mubai approached Zhu Zhuqing, towering over her as he spoke. You cannot do this. You cannot act in such a manner, Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed suddenly. Why can I not do so? Dai Mubai inquired. I am your imperial consort. Yes, I am your consort. You cannot treat me this way, nor can you harm my father and the others. Zhu Zhuqing declared vehemently. Imperial consort? A farce. How could I, Dai Mubai, be unaware of such a title? Dai Mubai scoffed for the coldly. Guards, take her away and confine her in the dungeon. Let her witness the execution of the Zhu family, Dai Mubai instructed. In truth, Dai Mubai bore no particular hatred toward Xing Tian. Had it not been for the Zhu sisters, events would not have escalated to this point. Yet, if the opportunity arose to eliminate Xing Tian, he would not hesitate. After uttering these words, Dai Mubai strode into the palace, his silhouette appearing somewhat desolate. Yet he could not falter. The entire empire awaited him. After Dai Mubai's departure, Zhu Zhuqing remained slumped on the ground. It was only at this moment that a flicker of regret surfaced within her heart. However, there is no remedy for regret in this world. The current outcome stemmed entirely from her pride and the so-called sisterly bond. When the soldiers came to take Zhu Zhuqing away, she offered no resistance, allowing them to drag her off while she watched them handle her father's and sister's corpses with brutality. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing was taken toward the dungeon by the soldiers. Within the palace, the imperial guards had dwindled considerably, but fortunately, most officials remained. The majority of palace maids and eunuchs were also present, ensuring that normal operations could continue without significant issues. Summon all ministers to the palace for a meeting, Dai Mubai commanded from the spot once occupied by his father. Yes, Your Majesty, one of the eunuchs replied. It is still too early to call me Your Majesty. Let us wait until everyone has arrived, Dai Mubai remarked. In truth, The ministers had long since received the news, but had chosen not to come to the palace. Some feared the repercussions, others were unwilling, and some merely observed, hoping to see how events would unfold. Thus, upon receiving the summons, they hurried to the palace. When they arrived, they found Dai Mubai seated upon the throne, awaiting their presence. "You, how dare you sit there? Get down." A few obstinate elders began to shout upon seeing Dai Mubai on the throne. "Why can I not sit here?" Dai Mubai replied, a faintly dangerous smile gracing his lips. "Is the throne something you covet? When my royal family face calamity, were you to lend your support? Now, I simply occupy the throne for a moment, and you all object?" Dai Mubai retorted, "Humph. The ancestral rights and laws must not be abolished. Who else opposes?" Dai Mubai asked. After he spoke, several elderly officials stepped forward. "Is there anyone else?" Dai Mubai called out. After a moment's pause, realizing no one else was willing to stand against him, he breathed a silent sigh of relief. "Guards, take those who stood against me and execute them." Dai Mubai gestured dismissively. "You dare? I am a veteran of 2 dynasties. I challenge anyone who dares." One elderly man with a white beard proclaimed. With a swoosh, a sword flew through the air, piercing him directly. "Take him away." Dai Mubai commanded coldly. "Yes." Once those dissenters were taken away, Dai Mubai spoke. "My royal family has encountered great misfortune. My father and elder brother have already perished. This is the most trying time for the Xinluo Empire, as the Tiando Empire has been eyeing us covetously. Thus I, Mubai, must resort to some unconventional measures. Furthermore, draft an edict to announce to the world that the late emperor and my elder brother have met with untimely fates, and I, Dai Mubai, shall assume the role of the new white tiger emperor of the Xinluo Empire, overseeing all affairs." Dai Mubai proclaimed, "We heed your command, your majesty." Some astute individuals began to shout. The following day, news spread among the citizens of the Xinluo Empire. A change had occurred. The late emperor and the eldest prince had met with disaster, and the third prince, Dai Mubai, would assume the role of the white tiger emperor, taking charge of all matters of the Xinluo Empire. In truth, for the common people of the Xinluo Empire, as long as they could eat and wear warm clothing and live free from war, they cared little for who governed. Thus, when the news was disseminated, the citizens of the Xinluo Empire remained largely indifferent, as though nothing had transpired. When Dai Mubai heard this news, he could not help but feel a sense of relief. In truth, he felt a twinge of anxiety. To be honest, if given the choice, he would prefer not to take on the mantle of emperor. But circumstances had reached such a point that he had no choice but to bear the banner of the Xinluo Empire. As the half-month gradually passed, everything proceeded in an orderly manner. "Your Majesty, the empire has returned to normal operations, and the ministers are now inquiring about how to handle matters concerning the Zhu family." On this day, someone conveyed this message to Dai Mubai. "Zhu family? Zhu Zhuqing? I had almost forgotten. Are the members of the Zhu family still imprisoned in the celestial dungeon?" Dai Mubai inquired. "Indeed, in 3 days they are to be executed, charged with conspiring to murder the late emperor." A flash of murderous intent flickered in Dai Mubai's eyes. "Yes, your Majesty." 3 days later, news of the Zhu family's impending execution spread, drawing the attention of many. On the day of execution, Dai Mubai personally oversaw the proceedings. "Bring forth the criminals." With a command, the entire Zhu family, dozens of individuals, was brought to the execution ground, including Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were vacant, resembling a mere shell of a person. However, when she caught sight of Dai Mubai, a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. "Dai Mubai, are you truly this heartless?" Zhu Zhuqing shouted at him. "Heartless? I am not as heartless as you. Should my royal brother, my father, and the guards of the imperial city deserve death?" Dai Mubai retorted. "That was the doing of Xing Tian. It has nothing to do with the Zhu family." Zhu Zhuqing cried out. Chapter 104. A sudden turn of events. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Dai Mubai sneered. "Nothing to do with you? Huh. While it was indeed Xing Tian who committed the murders, he had offered you opportunities. You believe your ties to the royal family rendered you untouchable. Surely, you are aware of Xing Tian's nature?" Dai Mubai queried. Dai Mubai. You bully the weak and fear the strong. If you have the guts, confront Xing Tian. You do not dare. So you take out your anger on my Zhu family, huh? You are afraid of death too. Zhu Zhuqing shouted. I do fear death. For I bear the responsibility of an entire empire, the Xing Luo Empire. I will confront Xing Tian, but you all deserve to die. Dai Mubai declared fiercely. If I am fortunate enough to survive today, I will become a nightmare for your Xing Luo Empire. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly proclaimed, her tone steeped in venom. You have no chance left. Dai Mubai cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing. Take her away, he commanded. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, her gaze fixed on Dai Mubai, determined to etch his image into her memory. Soon, all members of the Zhu family were brought to the execution ground, awaiting the appointed time for execution. In the crowd, several figures clad in black took notice of Zhu Zhuqing. A promising candidate. With a bit of cultivation, she could become a sharp blade. One of the black-clad figures remarked. Boss, the leader instructed us not to reveal ourselves to the people of this continent yet, another added. Rest assured, I know how to handle this. I will not let them discover our identities. This is a promising candidate, and we are in dire need of talent at this moment, the leader asserted. However, this is still somewhat risky. Hey San, my affairs do not concern you. If anything happens, I will explain it to the leader myself, the leader said impatiently. Hasten fell silent upon hearing this. Soon the time arrived. The time is nigh. Prepare for execution, Dai Mubai said calmly. The time has come, execute. Upon hearing the command, the executioner raised the grim blade. Strike. With that order, heads began to fall, blood quickly saturating the entire execution ground. As instructed by Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing was made to witness the deaths of her family. Thus she was left until last. When the first head fell, Zhu Zhuqing's pupils contracted, and for the first time, fear surfaced on her expression in the face of death. For her, time dragged on unbearably with each head that fell. Her heart trembled violently. Eventually, she could no longer distinguish individuals. Her vision was overtaken by a crimson tide, the color of blood. Zhu Zhuqing lost track of time, her mind nearing the brink of collapse. Finally, all but her had been slain, and the blood pooled into a small stream, flowing across the execution ground. Bring Zhu Zhuqing forward, Dai Mubai rubbed his temples and said. When Zhu Zhuqing was brought to the execution ground, she finally regained some clarity, struggling and screaming. She was unwilling to ascend the platform, soaked in her family's blood, fear gripping her heart. Yet, no matter how fiercely she resisted, it was futile in that moment. She even forgot that she was a spirit master. Does it hurt? My feelings are the same as yours, Dai Mubai stated. Zhu Zhuqing said nothing. As she was brought to the platform and knelt in the pool of blood, she fell silent. Finish it, Dai Mubai said indifferently. Execute. The executioner raised the grim blade. Suddenly, 4 black-clad figures rushed onto the execution ground, kicking the executioner aside and seizing Zhu Zhuqing. Intruders. Someone has stormed the execution ground, the overseeing official shouted. In an instant, numerous soldiers surrounded the entire execution site. Boss, what should we do? We cannot reveal ourselves, Hasten said. Break through, if necessary. We can reveal a portion of our strength, the leader replied. It appears we have no other choice. Hasten acknowledged. With that, the 4 black-clad figures began their escape. To avoid revealing their identities, they refrained from using their martial souls and engaged the soldiers in close combat. Fortunately, these soldiers were merely ordinary men, allowing the 4 to escape relatively smoothly. However, would Dai Mubai allow them to flee unscathed? That was impossible. If I let you leave just like this, what face would my royal family have left? Dai Mubai declared, then unleashed his martial soul, charging forward. Boss, there's a spirit master, Hasten exclaimed. Run. White Tiger, Radiant Wave, Dai Mubai shouted, directly releasing his soul skill. One of the assailants failed to evade in time and was reduced to ashes. There's no turning back now. Let us retreat further before using our martial souls, the leader insisted. Agreed. The remaining 3 began to maneuver left and right, using agile movements to dodge several of Dai Mubai's attacks. However, during this moment, other spirit masters from the palace arrived, initiating a pursuit. Finally, the three managed to reach a more secluded area. After being chased for so long, it's time for us to strike back, the leader declared. With that, he activated his martial soul, a dark, inky light flashing as a ghostly figure materialized behind him. "Awaken, my warriors," he commanded. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground began to convulse erratically, and skeletal figures emerged from the earth. "Your Majesty, what is happening?" Witnessing this bizarre phenomenon, everyone was astonished. "I do not know." Daimyo shook his head. "Let us go," the leader ordered. He directed the skeletons to charge at Daimyo and his companions while he and the others quickly retreated, ultimately disappearing from their sight. Once Daimyo and his group had vanquished the skeletons, the black-clad figures had long since vanished. "Damn it! Who are they?" Daimyo's expression darkened. "I do not know. Investigate these individuals. They certainly did not appear without reason," declared Daimyo. "Indeed. Let's return," he continued. Upon returning to the palace, Daimyo promptly commanded that the identities of these individuals be uncovered. However, several days passed without a single clue. "Your Majesty, it appears these individuals have materialized out of thin air. We cannot find any information about them. Relay their characteristics to the Wuhuan Temple. They should possess the knowledge." Daimyo furrowed his brow and stated, "Yes, Your Majesty." Once the courtiers had withdrawn, Daimyo rubbed his temples. These individuals were undoubtedly formidable. Their malevolent aura was repugnant. Now that Zhu Zhuqing had been rescued by them, they might pose a future threat. Chapter 105, The Winged Tiger. After Daimyo informed the Wuhuan Temple of this news, it was taken very seriously, and it was promptly reported to Bibidong. "What? Are you certain?" Bibidong inquired, astonished. "Your Holiness, this information comes from Daimyo, the newly appointed White Tiger Emperor of the Xinglor Empire. He has personally encountered these individuals." "Daimyo has fought with them?" Bibidong asked. "Indeed. Very well, I understand. You may leave," Bibidong instructed. After the messenger departed, Bibidong rose and approached the window. "After disappearing for so many years, you have returned. What is it? Have you grown weary of solitude?" she murmured to herself. From her words, it was evident that Bibidong recognized their identities. "Come here," she suddenly called. "Your Holiness, send word to Daimyo that I am aware of this matter. Inform him that he need not concern himself further or investigate." Bibidong commanded. "Yes, Your Holiness." "What? The Pope has instructed me to cease the investigation into their identities?" Daimyo exclaimed to the messenger. "Indeed, the Pope has taken charge of this matter." "Why? Zaimor Plets? There is no reason." "Very well, I understand." After the messenger departed, Daimyo fell into deep thought. The identities of these individuals were indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, the Wuhuan Temple would not have personally conveyed such a message to him. Regardless, since the Wuhuan Temple had taken over, it spared him any further concern. A month passed, and the situation regarding the Zhu family had quieted down. The royal duties proceeded in an orderly fashion. "Your Majesty, as the ruler of a nation, your harem must not be without a mistress," a courtier advised Daimyo. "Is that truly necessary?" "Zaimor Deeply, Your Majesty, the harem cannot be without a leader." "Fine. You may handle this matter as you see fit," Daimyo conceded, left with no other choice. Thus, the following day, news of the new White Tiger Emperor selecting a consort spread rapidly, causing a surge of interest. Amidst this fervor, Daimyo contemplated another matter, the technique of Wuhuan fusion. The Xiamiao who had historically united with the Yoming Mao, resulting in the Wuhuan fusion technique known as Yoming Baihu. However, he pondered whether it was possible to attempt fusion with other Wuhuan. It need not be exclusively Yoming Baihu. With this thought, Daimyo resolved to experiment with the palace's soul masters once the consort selection concluded. 2 months later, the consort selection finally came to an end, resulting in the selection of 7 candidates to enrich Daimyo's harem, one of whom was even a soul master. "What? There is a soul master among them?" Daimyo exclaimed in surprise. "Your Majesty, this lady is the eldest daughter of General Lu Zhengqian, Lu Qian," the courtier replied. "Oh, the eldest daughter of Lu?" Daimyo said. "Indeed, bring her to me. I wish to meet her." "Zaimor Gongman." Yes, your majesty. The courtier exited and soon returned with Lu Qian in tow. I pay my respects to your majesty. Lu Qian greeted Dai Mubai as a distinguished soul master. You need not take part in such a consort selection. Zai Mo Vima. In truth, I have always admired you. Lu Qian suddenly declared. What? Dai Mubai was taken aback. We met as children at Xiu Wei, where you secured first place. Lu Qian recounted. And that is when you developed feelings for me? Zai Mo Inguit. It was only months ago, during the palace coup, that I truly fell for you. Lu Qian candidly confessed. Pray tell, Dai Mubai said, intrigued. Although the coup's outcome was far from ideal, I found your demeanor particularly manly during the ordeal, and I believed you deserved a capable partner, which I aspire to be. Lu Qian declared. Ha ha ha. Excellent. No pretense. I like that. Zai Mo Lauget Ho Ti Ti Li. The following day, Lu Qian was proclaimed empress, and the news was declared to the world. After her coronation, Lu Qian organized the harem with great efficiency. One day, Lu Qian visited Dai Mubai, who was preoccupied with state affairs and appeared troubled. Your Majesty, what occupies your thoughts? Lu Qian inquired. I am pondering the Wuhuan fusion technique, Dai Mubai responded. May I inquire further? Our royal Xiemiao Baihu is always united with the Yoming Ling Mao, due to the Yoming Baihu fusion technique. However, with the fall of the Yoming Ling Mao Zhu family, I wonder if there are other Wuhuan that could substitute for it, Dai Mubai explained. Might I have the honor of participating in this endeavor? Lu Qian smiled. Lu is an ordinary person. What is your Wuhuan? I'm still unaware. Zai Mo Chukka. My Wuhuan is called Long Ing, a flying Wuhuan. Lu Qian replied. Longing? What manner of Wuhuan is that? Zai Mo Guivi. Lu Qian then manifested her Wuhuan, revealing a creature resembling an eagle, yet adorned with robust dragon claws and 2 dragon horns. Indeed, it is unwise to dwell on this alone. Let us experiment together. Dai Mubai suggested suddenly. No problem. Lu Qian responded with a smile. In the ensuing days, aside from attending court, Dai Mubai delegated his responsibilities and devoted himself entirely to the Wuhuan fusion technique. The foremost prerequisite for this technique is absolute harmony and resonance. Thus, during this time, Dai Mubai and Lu Qian cultivated their mutual understanding. Half a month later, they had established a commendable rapport. Xiao Qian, it is time. Let's attempt it. Dai Mubai declared. All right. However, after several attempts, they met with failure, which disheartened Lu Qian. Do not rush. We shall take our time. Such matters cannot be hurried. Zai Mo Zizas Lukin. Yes, yes. Lu Qian regained her confidence upon hearing Dai Mubai's encouragement. In the following days, they continued to try, but were unsuccessful. Nonetheless, these attempts fostered a resonance between their Wuhuan. 5 days later, Dai Mubai and Lu Qian commenced another attempt at the Wuhuan fusion technique. Xiao Qian, are you prepared? Zai Mo Ingui, I am ready. This time, their efforts showed significant improvement, yet they still fell short. After several adjustments, at a pivotal moment, their Wuhuan fusion technique finally succeeded. In that instant of triumph, a new name emerged in their minds. Wuhuan fusion technique, Cha-Chi Hu, Zai Mo Et Golim, a magnificent tiger, adorned with a white base and black stripes, crowned with dragon-like horns and equipped with a pair of wings, emerged from the midst of the battlefield. Chapter 106, The City of Carnage. Upon the manifestation of the winged tiger, the minds of Dai Mubai and Lu Qian were flooded with information regarding this formidable beast. The martial soul fusion technique, Winged Tiger, boasted wings that enabled aerial combat and terrestrial battles, exhibiting overwhelming offensive capabilities and exuding an aura of dominance akin to that of the dragon and tiger. How powerful! It is even more formidable than the Yuming spirit cat. Dai Mubai expressed his astonishment. Your Majesty, what do you think? Is this martial soul fusion technique powerful? Lu Qian inquired. Not merely powerful, it is extraordinarily so, Dai Mubai replied, embracing Lu Qian. I am delighted to assist your Majesty. Lu Qian responded with a smile. Zhu Zhuqing, I await your arrival. Dai Mubai gazed into the distance, contemplating. This martial soul fusion technique would provide significant aid to Dai Mubai in the future, having enabled several narrow escapes from Zhu Zhuqing and her companions. Thanks to Lu Qian, and the winged tiger. With Daimao, by having concluded his research on the martial soul fusion technique, he pondered the whereabouts of Xing Tian and his companions. Since departing from the star Luo Empire, Xing Tian and his group had made a beeline for the City of Carnage. This time, they did not dawdle on their journey, for their objective was clear: the City of Carnage. After approximately a month of travel, a small town appeared before Xing Tian. The City of Carnage is located beyond that small town. I only know it is within a tavern, but the specific tavern eludes me. Qian Rinxue pointed towards the town ahead. Let us proceed. We shall search thoroughly upon arrival, Xing Tian declared. The town was modest, slightly larger than an average village. Upon entering the town, Xing Tian and his companions immediately sensed its distinct aura. The townsfolk radiated an unsettling chill, and even the air was laced with a biting coldness. Xing Tian recognized this as the presence of bloodlust. Let's move on. The town is small, and there cannot be many taverns. We will find one eventually, Xing Tian asserted. Upon reaching the center of the town, they discovered a tavern that stood out prominently. Let's enter and take a look, Xing Tian suggested. Since their arrival in the town, Xing Tian's demeanor had shifted to a more subdued tone, emanating a barely perceptible chill that harmonized perfectly with the ambience of the town. Those unfamiliar with Xing Tian might have mistaken him for a native. When he had previously emulated Tang Hao, he had believed he could replicate Tang Hao's domain of the god of killing, but ultimately realized he could not. However, he had captured a trace of the aura of that domain, which he now exuded. Pushing open the tavern door, they were met with a murky atmosphere, accentuated by the tavern's somber black decor, evoking a sense of foreboding darkness. As Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu entered, they involuntarily shivered. The tavern was quiet. Though only 3 or 4 patrons occupied the space, they scarcely engaged in conversation. When Xing Tian and his companions entered, they attracted a few glances, but the patrons quickly diverted their eyes. Xing Tian led Qian Rinxue and the others to a corner table. At that moment, a black-clad server, wearing a dispassionate expression, approached them. What would you like to drink? For Bloody Marys, Xing Tian replied, not lifting his gaze. The server's expression changed slightly. Are you certain? Xing Tian raised his head, casting a cold glance at the server before returning his attention to the table. The server, after assessing Xing Tian and his companions, hastily departed. Moments later, the server returned with 4 cups of murky liquid. The liquid was dark red, emanating a strong, iron-like odor reminiscent of blood. As soon as the cups were set down, Huo Wu and Ma Hongjun frowned, and even Qian Rinxue showed a slight grimace. Boss, what is this? Ma Hongjun asked, furrowing his brow. Xing Tian remained silent, lifting 1 cup and downing it in one go, his expression unchanged. Drink it, Xing Tian commanded. Cannot drink it? Huo Wu protested. If you refuse, leave this town, Xing Tian replied coldly. Brother Xing Tian, you have changed since entering this town, Huo Wu remarked. If you wish to remain here, drink it, Xing Tian insisted. Qian Rinxue was the first to respond, raising her cup and downing the Bloody Mary in one swift motion. Afterward, she covered her mouth, for the taste was indeed unpleasant. Seeing Qian Rinxue's resolve, Ma Hongjun followed suit, downing his cup without hesitation. Huo Wu, realizing she was the last remaining, pinched her nose and gulped it down. The liquid was slightly salty, with a hint of sourness, and the intense blood-like flavor overwhelmed Huo Wu's senses. Observing the reactions of the 3, Xing Tian calmly inquired, would you like to know what this Bloody Mary is? What is it? Ma Hongjun asked. It is a cup of human blood, Xing Tian stated with a chilling calmness. Upon hearing this, the trio's expressions changed dramatically, and they doubled over, retching violently. Their intense vomiting shattered the tavern's tranquility, drawing the attention of all patrons. Laughter erupted, disrupting the tavern's stillness. Where did these fledglings come from? Go home. This is not a place for you. You can't even handle a Bloody Mary and still wish to gain entry? Ha! Go home and find your mother to nurse you. Various crude remarks echoed throughout the tavern, as the patrons appeared to revel in their opportunity to mock Xing Tian and his companions. Despite emptying their stomachs, the lingering taste of blood could not be completely expelled, and the trio nearly retched up their bile. When they reluctantly glanced at Xing Tian, he suddenly raised his hand, pointing at those who mocked him, and commanded, "Kill them." The laughter ceased abruptly, and the gazes of all shifted to Xing Tian with an air of incredulity. Qian Renxue did not anticipate such a declaration from Xing Tian, causing her to hesitate momentarily. Huo Wu and Ma Hongjun were equally taken aback, frozen in place. Xing Tian's voice grew serious. "If you wish to accompany me further, do as I say." His words were frigid, devoid of emotion. Qian Renxue looked at Xing Tian, and for a moment she felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Yet she chose to heed his command. She understood that Xing Tian had his reasons, and he would not jeopardize her safety. Taking a deep breath to suppress her nausea, Qian Renxue slowly stood from her seat. Seeing her resolve, Ma Hongjun rose as well. Huo Wu hesitated for a moment, then, with determination, stood up. Xing Tian's voice echoed from behind them. "To show mercy to enemies is to be cruel to oneself. None who have reached this point are without the intent to kill. Eliminate them, leaving no survivors." Chapter 107, The City of Carnage, Part 2. Before Qian Renxue and the others could act, a burly man closest to them lunged forward, shouting, "I will slay you first." A sharp knife aimed directly at Qian Renxue's heart, executed with a cunning precision that revealed his experience as the blade sought to slip between her ribs. Qian Renxue had not yet made a move when Ma Hongjun acted first. With the swiftness of lightning, Ma Hongjun reached out and seized the wrist of the burly man, delivering a swift kick to his abdomen. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Renxue snatched the knife from the man's hand and, with a deft motion, plunged it into his neck, executing the act with precision and without hesitation. She harbored no fear of taking a life. It was merely that she had always portrayed herself as a delicate woman before Xing Tian. As the burly man collapsed, a torrent of blood gushed forth, the metallic scent instantly invigorating the others present. In that moment, Huo Wu sprang into action, unleashing her martial soul, Hua Ying. With a flick of her wrist, the fiery apparition behind her mirrored her movements, and a barrage of fireballs soared toward the remaining individuals. In the tavern, aside from Xing Tian and his companions, there were 23 others. With one slain by Qian Renxue, only 22 remained. Huo Wu waved her hand twice, sending a continuous stream of fireballs hurtling toward them. Among the 22, 5 or 6 were hastily channeling their soul power, while the rest brandished their weapons and charged at Qian Renxue and the others, astonishingly. Not one chose to flee. This was a trial, a test bestowed by the City of Slaughter. "If we kill him, we shall gain entry into the City of Slaughter." A voice cried out, and the eyes of all turned a vivid red as they barreled toward Tang San. Among these 22, only 5 were soul masters, the strongest boasting merely 4 soul rings. Upon witnessing their release of soul power, Qian Renxue and her companions likewise summoned their martial souls. Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu exhibited 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black. Qian Renxue also summoned her martial soul, presenting 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black. However, even this display failed to intimidate their adversaries, who continued to charge forward with fervent intensity. Ma Hongjun's first soul ring ignited, and then, with a puff, a torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, engulfing those who rushed forward. Following suit, Huo Wu's first soul ring lit up, unleashing a multitude of fireballs toward the assailants. After the 2 waves of attack subsided, Qian Renxue retrieved a sword from the ground and approached. Although she intended to unleash 1 or 2 soul techniques, the adversaries were already incapacitated before she could execute them. "Brother Xing Tian, they have lost the ability to resist. Can we not spare their lives?" Huo Wu turned to Xing Tian, her voice filled with concern. "I hope this is the last time I hear such words. Should there be a next time, I will personally end your life." Xing Tian replied coldly, his gaze fixed on Huo Wu. Qian Renxue remained silent as she approached one of the fallen. Despite his incapacitation and numerous burns upon his body, he did not cry out, and as Qian Renxue neared, he glared at her with malice. The sound of a blade piercing flesh reached Huo Wu's ears. Observing Qian Renxue's actions, Ma Hongjun picked up a knife from the ground and approached a burly man, severing his head amidst the man's resentful glare. Huo Wu, startled by Xing Tian's earlier words, hesitated but eventually took up a sword as well. Upon reaching a woman, the latter suddenly adopted a pitiful demeanor, pleading, "Little sister, please let me go. I promise I will leave this place forever." Huo Wu, moved by her words and gaze, felt a pang of compassion. In an instant, the woman's throat was slit, her eyes reflecting a fleeting surprise before death claimed her. "Fatty, what are you doing?" Huo Wu exclaimed. "You should not have spared her. I warned you back in the Stardow Forest that being a soul master is a profession that dances on the brink of life and death. Never let your guard down." Xing Tian's voice echoed. Huo Wu quickly glanced back at the woman, only to see a poisoned dart poised in her hand, ready to strike. Huo Wu's pupils constricted in alarm. "This is the last time. I have granted you too many chances. I now regret bringing you along. It is better for me to grant you a swift end than to see you suffer at the hands of others." Xing Tian coldly addressed Huo Wu. "Boss, this is serious." Maon Kujun interjected. "Serious? Not at all, for you remain oblivious to the terror that lies here. Enough talk. Let us finish this here, and I shall enlighten you later." Xing Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Another Bloody Mary." He called to the waiter. "Please wait." The waiter replied calmly, unfazed by the bodies strewn across the floor. He approached with a Bloody Mary, stepping over the pooling blood to reach Xing Tian. Upon hearing that Xing Tian would share insights about this place, Qian Rinxue quickened her pace, followed closely by Ma Hongjun. Huo Wu, having softened her heart twice, had already begun to draw Xing Tian's ire. Thus she too raised her sword and commenced the execution of those on the ground. Once Xing Tian finished his Bloody Mary, there was not a single breath left among the fallen. "Boss, it's done," Ma Hongjun announced. "Do you think killing a few will qualify you for entry into the City of Slaughter? They are not worthy." The initial waiter pointed at Qian Rinxue and the others. "Did you not comprehend my earlier words? I said to eradicate every last one here." Xing Tian commanded Ma Hongjun and the others. Without a moment's hesitation, Ma Hongjun dashed to the waiter's side, his fiery soul power enveloping his fist before he struck, piercing through the waiter's chest. "Am I now qualified?" Ma Hongjun asked the waiter. The waiter, taken aback by Ma Hongjun's sudden violence, widened his eyes as his pupils faded into darkness. Qian Rinxue and Huo Wu exchanged glances and charged behind the bar, where two more waiters stood. Without a second thought, they dispatched them with their swords. "It appears you have begun to acclimate to this place." Xing Tian chuckled. "Boss, what exactly is the City of Slaughter?" Ma Ongajun inquired. As the name suggests, the City of Slaughter is a realm steeped in violence. Upon entering, you can rely solely on yourselves. I will no longer offer reminders or protection. In the City of Slaughter, you shall find no friends or allies, only adversaries. Even I, when the time comes, expect you to show no mercy. Eliminate all who pose a threat to you, and strive to become the annual champion of the Hell Slaughter Arena. This is our mission moving forward, Xing Tian articulated. Upon hearing Xing Tian's words, Qian Rinxue and her companions were enveloped by the overwhelming scent of blood. In an instant, they regained their composure, the earlier bloodshed having gradually accustomed them to the environment. "Xing Tian, what shall we do next?" Qian Rinxue asked. Huo Wu refrained from speaking, yet she etched Xing Tian's words deeply into her mind. In this place, kindness and compassion were but a farce, if one maintained such sentiments here. It merely indicated their proximity to death. Remember, the retching you just experienced was your last display of cowardice. And you, Huo Wu, I do not wish to witness your compassion again, Xing Tian declared. Huo Wu lowered her head in embarrassment. "Next, we shall officially prepare to enter the City of Slaughter," Xing Tian proclaimed. He then approached the bar, forcefully kicking it aside to reveal the ground beneath. "If I am not mistaken, the entrance to the City of Slaughter lies here." Xing Tian smiled. Channeling his strength, he stomped down upon the ground. With a thunderous roar, a massive hole erupted, cold winds swirling upwards from the abyss. Xing Tian glanced back at Qian Rinxue and the others. Without a hint of hesitation, he leapt into the chasm. Upon witnessing Xing Tian's descent, Qian Rinxue followed suit without a moment's doubt. Shortly after, Ma Hongjun jumped down, and finally, it was Huo Wu. After Xing Tian had descended, he waited for a brief moment before Qian Rinxue made her leap. followed closely by Ma Hongjun and then Huowu. Once they were gathered, Xing Tian began to survey their surroundings. It was pitch black, devoid of any light. However, this did not impede Xing Tian's vision. They found themselves in a long, slanted passage from which chilling gusts emanated. "Let's proceed," Xing Tian declared, leading the way. After walking approximately a kilometer, a cold voice suddenly resonated from all directions. "Welcome to the city of slaughter, the capital of hell, a world filled with bloodshed. Here, you may obtain anything you desire at the cost of your life." Upon hearing this voice, Qian Ringshu and the others immediately adopted a vigilant stance, scanning their surroundings. "There's no need to worry. It is merely a customary welcome," Xing Tian assured, his strides unbroken. Turning a corner, a faint light appeared ahead, and Xing Tian realized they were nearing their destination. Soon, the light magnified before their eyes, revealing an open portal. Beyond it, a presence of life could be felt. Striding forth, Xing Tian faintly heard a cacophony of sounds. As they exited the passage, a group of over 100 figures came into view. Xing Tian estimated their number to be a total of 101. All were clad in black armor, their faces obscured by helmets, with 100 of them wielding heavy swords. Only one sat upon a grand steed, which was also adorned with thick black armor. "You have violated the rules." The low, chilling voice seemed devoid of humanity, emanating from the armored knight on horseback. Xing Tian did not regard him, instead casting his gaze behind the knight. What he beheld was a black city, its formidable walls wide and imposing. It was indeed a city, beneath which hung a purple moon. The moon loomed low, appearing to be less than 500 meters from the ground, while everything else above was engulfed in darkness, akin to the night. And what if I have violated the rules? Are rules not meant to bind the weak? I do not consider myself a person restrained by such regulations, Xing Tian inquired nonchalantly. The armored knight's voice remained frigid, lacking any semblance of warmth. To violate the rules is to accept the consequences. Defeat me, and you shall earn the right to enter the city of slaughter. Defeat? Should it not be to slay? Xing Tian chuckled. The knight slowly raised his long lance, and the black-armored warriors on either side began to retreat, clearing a space. "I am the fearsome Knight Scott. I care not who you are," Xing Tian retorted, charging forth ahead of the armored knight. Xing Tian understood that within the city of slaughter, a peculiar rule prevailed. All soul techniques were rendered ineffective. Even soul masters could only utilize their most basic strength and the fundamental form of their martial souls. Soul techniques vanished, yet soul power remained. Thus, Xing Tian surged forward as the knight proclaimed his name. The knight, taken aback by Xing Tian's sudden assault, remained composed. The steed accelerated, a fierce aura bearing down upon Xing Tian and his companions. Qian Ringshu and the others were momentarily stunned by this overwhelming presence, unsure of how to respond. However, while they hesitated, Xing Tian did not. The instant the knight's aura was unleashed, Xing Tian closed the distance. With a resounding thud, the charging steed was upended by Xing Tian's punch, and the knight was thrown off balance and toppled to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Xing Tian pounced, tearing off the knight's helmet and unleashing a flurry of devastating blows. "Halt!" Suddenly, the black-armored soldiers shouted in unison. Upon hearing their command, Xing Tian gradually rose from the knight's fallen form. The knight groaned as he struggled to rise. "Do I now possess the right to enter the city of slaughter?" Xing Tian queried the knight. "Indeed," the knight replied, his tone laced with bitterness. He could not fathom why. While most soul masters were typically astonished by their inability to utilize soul techniques upon arrival, this young man appeared entirely unaffected, seemingly having never intended to employ soul techniques. And notably, he had not even tapped into his soul power. "Hand it over." Xing Tian extended his hand towards the knight. Reluctantly, the knight produced a token and handed it to Xing Tian. The token bore an engraved skull, beneath which was inscribed the number 6666. "Oh, for sixes? Quite auspicious, is there more?" Xing Tian inquired again. With evident reluctance, the knight retrieved 3 additional tokens. "That will suffice. You may attend to your duties. We will proceed inside." Xing Tian waved his hand dismissively at the knight and led Qian Ringshu and the others towards the city of slaughter. Upon reaching the city gates, The oppressive aura radiating from the dark walls was palpable. Above the grand gates loomed the words City of Slaughter. Before them, 2 rows of black-armored warriors stood silently. And before Xing Tian and the others could present their identity tokens, a woman with a veiled face emerged from within. Chapter 109, about the City of Slaughter. Welcome to the City of Slaughter. The woman's voice was melodious as she stepped before Xing Tian, gesturing for him to enter. Upon stepping inside, Xing Tian beheld a world awash in shades of blue and purple, with street lamps casting only these hues. To his surprise, there were quite a number of people present, none of whom seemed to notice him, the outsider. Aside from the pervasive darkness, at first glance, it appeared much like an ordinary city. I'm your guide. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Within 12 hours, I shall answer all inquiries, and after 12 hours, this shall be your home, and you will officially become a part of the City of Slaughter. What kind of place is the City of Slaughter? Hu suddenly inquired. The veiled girl replied, a paradise, a realm of decadence. Is it really that simple? The girl nodded. How was the City of Slaughter formed? Qian Ringshu asked. This time, the veiled girl provided a more detailed explanation. Killing City has existed for a millennium. According to legend, it is the realm left behind by a powerful soul master who transcended the 100th level. In this place, no soul master skills can be employed. Survival relies solely on instinct and one's innate strength, with soul power serving as the source of that strength. So what are the rules here? Maon Bijun Sudin inquired. The girl in the black veil calmly replied, the rule here is that there are no rules. As a member of Killing City, you may do anything you wish. Even a titled Douluo from the outside world would find themselves weakened due to the absence of soul skills. Under the dominion of the King of Killing, we have no reason to fear them. In Killing City, as long as you possess sufficient ability, you can accomplish anything you desire. However, I must caution you that due to the lack of rules, you may also face fatal dangers at any moment. In a sense, this is a paradise of sin. A paradise of sin? Hu asked. Indeed. Many come here precisely because they cannot survive in the outside world and are compelled to enter. Once here, they need not fear being hunted. Every member of Killing City is under his protection. The girl in the black veil continued. Within the group, only Xing Tian remained silent, quietly listening to the girl in the black veil explain to Qian Rinxue and the others. So how does Killing City protect its citizens? Qian Rinxue inquired. The girl in the black veil smiled and said, every newcomer to Killing City has this question, but soon they abandon the thought. Entering Killing City requires passing tests and the examination of killing. Although you entered through special means, aside from this gentleman, whose aura of killing is substantial, the rest of you do not possess much of it. You were permitted to join Killing City only after defeating the Lord of the Terrifying Knights. However, I must remind you that while entering Killing City is easy, leaving it is nearly impossible. Upon hearing this, Xing Tian chuckled and shook his head, not believing he could not escape. Only entry, no exit? Why? Hu quickly asked. Within Killing City, there exists a dedicated enforcement team. The Lord of the Terrifying Knights, Scott, whom you met, is merely a member of this team. The great king of killing governs everything here. And the true powerhouses within the enforcement team are soul Douluos granted the ability to use soul skills by the king of killing. The captain is even a titled Douluo. Many have attempted to break free, but invariably with no success. The girl in the black veil patiently explained. I don't believe it. Xing Tian suddenly spoke. The girl in the black veil turned to look at Xing Tian, who met her gaze with a faint smile. Indeed, there's a way to leave Killing City, and that is to become the champion of the Hell Killing Field. Only by obtaining the qualification to challenge the Hell Road can one escape Killing City. Those who achieve such strength will be bestowed with the title of Killing God. Killing City has been established for over 1,000 years, and only 8 killing gods have emerged throughout its history, the girl in the black veil stated, gazing at Xing Tian. What if one fails? Ma Hongjun asked. Death. Xing Tian replied succinctly. This gentleman is correct. In Killing City, there is no failure, only success and death. It is true for everything, the girl in the black veil declared. Indeed, it lives up to the title of Killing City, Qian Rinxue remarked. Do you have any further questions? The girl in the black veil asked. In this killing city, how do we go about finding lodging and sustenance? Wu posed this question. By killing, Xing Tian said, his eyes flashing with a cold light. As he said this, he recalled a line from the original work where Tang Hao told Tang San that anyone from Killing City has a path to death. Killing? Wu was startled by Xing Tian's words. Within Killing City, there is no currency. All food and drink are provided for free, though they may be poisoned. Here, the dead are the most valuable. Each individual measures their strength by the number of skulls they possess, and the blood of those they have slain can be exchanged for other items. The girl in the black veil explained with a serene expression, as if discussing a commonplace matter. Enough, we have asked everything we need to. Take us to the hell-killing field, Xing Tian suddenly declared. The girl in the black veil paused for a moment. Are you certain? Few who enter there emerge alive. It is the place where our population in Killing City is most rapidly diminished. Each person is required to enter the hell-killing field once a year, and surviving one battle grants them another year of life in Killing City. What do you all think? Xing Tian turned to Qian Rinxue and the others. Where you go, I shall follow. Qian Rinxue replied resolutely. Boss, don't worry about me. I will follow your lead. Ma Hongjun said with a grin. I will follow brother Xing Tian. Wu added. Did you hear that? Now take us there. Xing Tian said calmly. Very well, please follow me, the girl in the black veil responded, leading them into the city. She maintained a steady pace, slightly ahead of Xing Tian. Not in a hurry, Xing Tian followed, observing the legendary Killing City. All the buildings were predominantly black. Apart from that, no other color could be seen. How much does the Lord of Killing favor the color black? Xing Tian silently lamented. As they walked, suddenly a figure emerged from the shadows, having lain unnoticed in a dark corner. Ah, newcomers have arrived. Ha ha ha. And two such charming ladies at that. I wonder what the Bloody Mary made from your blood would taste like. I would love to try. Xing Tian frowned, but said nothing. The figure, noticing their silence, took a few steps closer, but upon seeing the girl in the black veil beside Xing Tian, it recoiled in fear and quickly vanished into the darkness. Can someone like him also enter the hell-killing field every year? Ma Hongjun asked, now curious. The figure's emaciated frame had appeared almost skeletal, and without the outer layer of skin, one might easily mistake him for a mere skeleton. That is a case of blood and vitality being depleted. He must be a blood seller, Xing Tian remarked. Blood seller? What does that mean? Ma Hongjun queried. The girl in the black veil glanced curiously at Xing Tian, recognizing his evident knowledge of Killing City. In Killing City, not everyone is required to undergo the baptism of the hell-killing field, as the mortality rate there is too high. Besides the annual battle in the hell-killing field, there is another way to survive in Killing City, by contributing 2 cups of Bloody Mary each month. Bloody Mary? Wu exclaimed in surprise. Before coming here, they had each consumed a cup of Bloody Mary, later learning from Xing Tian that it contained human blood. Thus, upon hearing the girl in the black veil mention Bloody Mary, Wu was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the implication of Xing Tian's earlier statement. Bloody Mary is made from human blood, so contributing 2 cups of Bloody Mary each month in exchange for the chance to survive here is akin to selling one's blood. In such circumstances, aren't individuals like them merely lambs to the slaughter? Qian Rinxue inquired. Well, this is their affair. What concern is it of ours? Xing Tian responded. All right. Qian Rinxue fell silent. Rest assured, we are currently in the outer city of the City of Slaughter, not the true City of Slaughter. Only the inner city is devoid of rules. Those who contribute Bloody Mary merely exist in a state of survival in the outer city, where indiscriminate killing is prohibited. Only those valiant warriors who survive in the hellish slaughter arena are qualified to live in the inner city. Of course, the pleasures available there surpass those outside. Yet one constantly faces the specter of death. The girl in black gauze elucidated to Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue nodded, indicating her understanding. Is the spirit hall aware of your existence here? Wu asked. The girl in black gauze let out a cold chuckle, poised to explain to Wu. Enough, Xiao. Do not pursue that question. It bears no significance for you. We should hasten to the hellish slaughter arena. Xing Tian interrupted the girl. It seems Mr. 66666 possesses some knowledge of our city of slaughter. The girl in black gauze finally remarked. She had sensed Xing Tian was not ordinary, as he rarely asked questions, and it appeared he knew answers to several queries. Do not attempt to pry into my words. Otherwise, the city of slaughter cannot guarantee your safety, Xing Tian suddenly said coldly. Upon hearing this, the smile vanished from the girl's face. Since Xing Tian had articulated such a statement, she felt no trepidation regarding his intentions, and thus, she wisely fell silent. As they walked towards the hellish slaughter arena, the number of people around gradually increased. Almost all wore unhealthy pallor, many appearing gaunt and emaciated. It was evident these individuals were too fearful to enter the hellish slaughter arena, clinging to life by contributing 2 cups of Bloody Mary each month. In the outer city of the city of slaughter, the streets were lined with rudimentary black stone houses, with designated eateries only appearing at intervals. Numerous people queued there, awaiting food distribution, appearing only marginally better than beggars. The so-called paradise of sin and pleasure was non-existent. To this, the girl in black gauze provided a simple explanation. There are varying ranks among evildoers. Only truly formidable villains can revel in this depraved paradise, while the useless are denied such indulgences. The outer city of the city of slaughter was larger than Xing Tian and the others had envisioned. And after traversing for nearly half an hour, as they began to grasp the outer city's nature, the girl in black gauze led them to a wall. Compared to the outer wall of the city of slaughter, this wall was not particularly tall, rising only about 10 meters at its highest point. Clearly, beyond this wall lay the inner city of the city of slaughter. The gate to the inner city stood wide open, devoid of any guards, prompting curiosity from Huo Wu and the others. The girl in black gauze indifferently explained to Huo Wu, the inner city requires no guards. Those from the outer city can enter at will if they possess the courage. However, once inside, they must endure the uncertainties of that world. Since you have just arrived in the city of slaughter, I recommend you reside in the outer city for a period to acclimate to everything here before entering the inner city. Once inside, please do not stray more than 5 meters from my side. Otherwise, I cannot ensure your safety. So, being with you guarantees safety? Xing Tian jested. The girl in black gauze glanced at him, a hint of pride flashing in her not-so-beautiful eyes. I'm the emissary of the king of slaughter. In the city of slaughter, none dare offend the king's majesty. During your first 12 hours in this world, you are under the protection of a newcomer. Having me by your side is the best safeguard for your life. After this period, your fate will be left to the whims of the heavens. Have you considered that I might be the most dangerous one? Xing Tian suddenly laughed. The girl in black gauze regarded him, seemingly unconcerned by his words. You are merely an ordinary person. If I were to kill you, do you think the king of slaughter would seek vengeance for you? Xing Tian remarked. Sir, you jest. However, I believe you would not dare. The girl in black gauze replied, a confident smile gracing her lips. Truly, the city of slaughter is populated by no simple characters. Xing Tian laughed heartily. The girl in black gauze joined in, her laughter melodious and clear as silver bells. Ha ha ha, let us go. Let us take a look inside, Xing Tian exclaimed. However, as their footsteps crossed the threshold into the inner city, a starkly different atmosphere enveloped them. If the outer city was a realm of silence and indifference, the inner city was a world of opulence and madness, vibrant colors illuminating every corner, with far more inhabitants than in the outer city, starkly contrasting its tranquility. Chapter 111. The inner city within the inner city, chaos reigned supreme. Exuberant laughter, anguished cries, and many unsettling sounds filled the air. In one corner to the left, an exceedingly muscular man was gripping the hair of a voluptuous woman, forcefully asserting himself, unabashedly displaying his primal instincts before a gathering crowd, who cheered him on. Elsewhere, 3 or 4 individuals were mercilessly beating a young man. Xing Tian watched as one of the assailants severed the young man's arm, casually gnawing on the severed limb. Qian Renxue and Huo Wu quickly covered their eyes upon witnessing this. Ah, truly deserving of the inner city, truly a fitting scene for the city of slaughter. Do you know the greatest distinction between man and beast? Xing Tian suddenly asked the girl in black gauze. Taken aback, She paused for a moment before shaking her head. The greatest distinction lies in man's ability to control his desires, whereas beasts cannot. Beasts may resort to cannibalism, while humans do not. Rather than calling this a paradise of sin, it would be more fitting to deem it a realm of beasts. Xingtian observed the scene unfolding before him. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of light shifted in the girl's eyes, and she solemnly remarked, "Are you challenging the authority of the King of Slaughter? If so, the great king will undoubtedly eradicate you from this place. Once here, one must abide by the rules." Eradicate? Ha ha ha. I truly do not believe that the King of Slaughter. Are you referring to Tang Chen? If I were to kill you, do you think Tang Chen would appear? Xingtian laughed heartily, whispering the last part into the girl's ear. Stunned, the girl in black gauze froze at his words. She was unaware of the King of Slaughter's true name, yet Xingtian had spoken it aloud. Although she could not ascertain the truth of this name, his demeanor instilled a sense of fear within her. This was the first time she had felt such an emotion during her long tenure in the city of Slaughter. Kill them. Xingtian suddenly commanded Qian Renxue and the others. That is futile. Such occurrences are commonplace in the inner city, unless you intend to eliminate them all. The girl in black gauze retorted coldly. Ha ha, just joking. Lead us to the hellish slaughter arena. Xingtian laughed heartily. The girl in black gauze felt a tinge of dissatisfaction with Xingtian, and after hearing his words, she turned and strode deeper into the inner city. As the He Sha Xiao Nu remarked, the deeper one ventures into the inner city, the more frequent such occurrences become. Almost as if one encounters a scene every 3 steps or finds a cluster every 5. People unabashedly indulge in their desires, laughing maniacally, utterly indifferent to the gazes of others. As Xingtian and his companions passed by these individuals, a bloodthirsty glint flickered in their eyes. However, when their gaze shifted to Qian Renxue and Huo Wu, a sinister gleam emerged. Yet, upon noticing the He Sha Xiao Nu beside Xingtian, they wisely refrained from approaching. The sights and sounds along the way caused Huo Wu's heart to contract incessantly, her breathing quickening involuntarily. Not only Huo Wu, but even Ma Hongjun felt similarly. Even Qian Renxue's pupils involuntarily constricted upon witnessing these scenes, for everything here incessantly reshaped their understanding. The men and women in the streets were engaged in unabashed mating, releasing their primal urges. Huo Wu witnessed a man reaching his climax, only to have his throat sliced open by a blade emerging from the woman's mouth beneath him. In the throes of ecstasy, the woman frantically drank the man's blood, pushing him aside once satiated, leaving him sprawled on the ground, convulsing and reveling, entirely unconcerned with the blood on her body or the unknown liquid below. Yet, even in such a state, others flocked to the strikingly beautiful woman like flies to decaying flesh, indifferent to the possibility of death. Do you see this, Xiaowu? Your so-called compassion here is but a farce, a joke, a liability that could cost you your life. Conceal your ridiculous sense of morality and kindness. Xingtian remarked to Huo Wu. In truth, his words were directed not only at her, but also at Qian Renxue and Ma Hongjun. Indeed, in the city of Slaughter, there could never be compassion or mercy. Such notions would hasten your demise. At that moment, the He Sha Xiao Nu also spoke up. Huo Wu fought to suppress her nausea, her eyes widening. She needed to rapidly acclimate to this environment, lest Xingtian truly abandon her. Qian Renxue remained silent, yet her gaze had unknowingly turned icy, while Ma Hongjun's eyes too began to sharpen. Unbeknownst to them, Xingtian had released an aura of killing intent, which was mottled and not as pure as that of the surrounding individuals. However, it was infused with the resentment of a titled Dalu, compensating for the impurities within his aura. As they progressed, Xingtian's killing intent gradually evolved, becoming increasingly refined and solidified. The essence of the god of Slaughter's domain already lingered within him, and now, stimulated by this environment, it began to merge and refine. The He Sha Xiao Nu, sensitive to killing intent, immediately noticed Xingtian's transformation, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. Suddenly, a chilling aura emanated from a dark corner, targeting Huo Wu. Xingtian sidestepped, swiftly seizing the object that flew from the shadows, a gleaming dagger, its handle stained dark red, a testament to years of bloodshed. It seems your words lack credibility. Xing Tian chuckled at the He Sha Xiao Nu. I warned you not to stray more than 5 meters from me, and alas, she has exceeded that distance. The He Sha Xiao Nu pointed at the still-dazed Huo Wu. Ha 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 ha! Xing Tian erupted in laughter. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing with a slender man in his grasp. Kill him. Xing Tian tossed the man before Huo Wu. She had yet to comprehend the situation when the man sprang up upon landing, producing a dagger aimed at her. As he lunged, Huo Wu finally reacted, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow but sustaining a deep gash on her arm. Instinctively, she attempted to use her soul technique, only to remember that such abilities were prohibited in the city of slaughter. What delicious blood! The man exclaimed, licking the blood from his dagger, intoxicated. His gaze turned feral as he charged at Huo Wu once more. In Chapter 112, The Transformation of All. At this moment, Xing Tian stood to the side, his expression indifferent, showing no intention of intervening. Boss what? Mohongyun, anxious, yun tu esis tu vu. Do not interfere. This is a trial she must endure. If she cannot surpass this obstacle, it would be better for her to perish here. Xing Tian glært kuli e Mohongyun kien rein su epotet Xing Tian esil. Are you truly not going to intervene? Without her soul techniques, Huo Wu's combat prowess will be severely diminished. She protested. As he said, she is merely without her soul techniques, Xing Tian replied. If Huo Wu cannot withstand this, will you truly watch her be killed? Qian, Rin Shui asked. I cannot always protect her. In this city of slaughter, everything must be faced alone. Xing Tian stated flatly. Qian Rin Shui, observing Xing Tian's impassive face, knew he spoke the truth. Meanwhile, the man lunged at Huo Wu again, his small stature granting him remarkable agility. And with Huo Wu's recent injury, his chances of victory increased. Huo Wu wished to call for Xing Tian's help, but when she glanced up, she found him looking at her with cold indifference, devoid of any intent to assist. Thus, she attempted to move closer to the He Sha Xiao Nu, but the man would not grant her that opportunity. Once more, the man slashed her back, blood instantly soaking her clothing. My dear, I shall take your life. The diminutive man cackled. The wound on her back ignited Huo Wu's fury, and she looked to Xing Tian once more, only to find his expression still cold, tinged with mockery. Huo Wu realized that this time, Xing Tian would not assist her. As the man charged again, Huo Wu seized the moment, dodging his thrust and delivering a powerful kick to his waist, sending him flying. Ha, that was strong. Come again. I told you your life is mine. The man seemed unfazed. This time, the small man no longer recklessly charged. Instead, he circled Huo Wu, waiting for a chance to strike decisively. Huo Wu understood his plan. With 2 wounds, she needed to attend to her injuries quickly, or she might risk excessive blood loss. Thus, she deliberately feigned a weakness. The man, sensing his opportunity, lunged forward. Huo Wu's gaze hardened. I've been waiting for you. She extended her injured left hand, preparing to exchange her wound for his life. Sure enough, as her injured hand reached out, it met the incoming dagger. Enduring the pain in her arm, Huo Wu quickly extended her right hand, using her height advantage to grasp the man's neck, showing no hesitation as her soul power surged, snapping his neck and ending his life. Once he breathed his last, Huo Wu collapsed to the ground. However, in an instant, another figure rushed from the shadows, targeting the now helpless Huo Wu. At this moment, Qian Ringshu abruptly dashed forward, intercepting the approaching figure. In terms of strength, experience, and adaptability, Qian Ringshu far surpassed Huo Wu. Within mere moments, she successfully dispatched the assailant and then pulled Huo Wu toward Xing Tian. I am exceedingly dissatisfied with your earlier performance, Xing Tian stated directly as soon as Huo Wu arrived. Already injured, Huo Wu could not help but shed tears upon hearing Xing Tian's words. Tears. Ha ha, what do I see? I actually witnessed tears? In the city of slaughter, I bear witness to tears. Xing Tian erupted into maniacal laughter upon seeing Huo Wu's tears. Enough, Qian Ringshu suddenly exclaimed to Xing Tian. Not enough, far from it, Xing Tian retorted, gazing at Qian Ringshu. Xing Tian, you have changed. I scarcely recognize you, Qian Ringshu remarked, observing Xing Tian. Ever since you entered the town, you have continuously mocked us. What do you intend? To flaunt your superiority? Qian Rengshu inquired. I believed you had gradually acclimated to this place, yet I was mistaken. It appears you have not adapted at all. Xing Tian shook his head. Deep down, Xing Tian was also in great distress, fully aware of the perilousness of their surroundings. A moment's carelessness could lead to instant demise. However, it was implausible for him to protect them at all times. Even a tiger must occasionally rest. Xing Tian would not be so arrogant as to rampage through the city of slaughter. Thus, he maintained an air of indifference and ruthlessness, intending to convey to Qian Rengshu and the others that in the city of slaughter, there is no camaraderie, no love, no mercy. There exists no kindness, no compassion, no pity. The city of slaughter holds nothing but slaughter. Yet they had already entered the inner city and witnessed the brutal reality of the city of slaughter. Yet they still harbored a sense of hope. I am disappointed. Even now, you cling to a sense of luck. If that is the case, then before you descend to the hellish slaughter grounds, let me show you the true city of slaughter, Xing Tian declared. Qian Rengshu and Ma Hongjun exchanged puzzled glances. Were they not already in the city of slaughter? After finishing his statement, Xing Tian seized the veiled girl and retreated several dozen meters, leaving them in the street. Ha ha! Little lady, you belong to us now. Suddenly, people surged towards them from all directions. The expressions on their faces varied. Some were bloodthirsty, some lecherous, some cruel, and some deranged, yet not a trace of conscience could be discerned. Elder sister, what should we do? Maongjun assumed a defensive stance. Ha ha ha! Newcomers. It has been ages since I have seen newcomers. I can hardly wait to drink your blood, as well as savor your vibrant bodies. The crowd roared with laughter and charged towards them. Protect Huwu, kill. Qian Rengshu's countenance darkened. Fatty, make it quick. Huwu's injuries cannot be delayed. Qian Rengshu commanded. I'm sorry for being a burden to you, Huwu said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. We are family. There is no need for formalities. Qian Rengshu replied. With that, Qian Rengshu surged forward. Are you not worried about them? The veiled girl asked Xing Tian. I have faith in them, Xing Tian replied coolly. Yet they seem to misunderstand your intentions. The veiled girl laughed. If you wish to live, silence yourself. Xing Tian turned and glared at her. The veiled girl was momentarily taken aback. This was the third time today she had been threatened by Xing Tian. Suddenly, she revealed a sinister smile. She had devised a plan to punish Xing Tian, intending to show him that she was not to be trifled with. Chapter 113. The Transformation of the Masses, Part 2. Meanwhile, Qian Rengshu had already engaged in combat with these assailants. After clashing, she quickly grasped the madness of these individuals. Even when gravely injured, they would not retreat a single step. They would retaliate before drawing their last breath. Just moments ago, Qian Rengshu had plunged her sword into one man's heart. Yet he managed to unleash a concealed weapon from his mouth before dying. Had Qian Rengshu not reacted swiftly, she might have perished. As the battle raged on, she finally understood the truth of Xing Tian's words. The current scene was the authentic visage of the city of slaughter. Elder sister, I can't hold on much longer. Ma Hongjun suddenly called out to Qian Rengshu. Struggling to protect Huowu while defending against the swarm of attackers, he found himself overwhelmed. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's cry for help, Qian Rengshu retreated to his side. The ensuing situation saw the two of them facing a relentless onslaught. Though they could manage for a short time, it would only be a matter of time before they fell. Despite the dire circumstances, Xing Tian showed no inclination to assist. Clenching his fists, he repeatedly battled the urge to intervene, but resolutely refrained. If the goal was to temper them, he could not interfere. Gradually, Qian Rengshu sustained more injuries, yet they were superficial, mere scratches. Ma Hongjun also began to bear wounds, though they too were not deep, merely superficial injuries. As both sides reached a stalemate, the veiled girl suddenly approached. Upon her arrival, the crowd scattered like mice before a cat. They could not afford to die now. The 12 hours were not yet fulfilled. They were still my guests. The veiled girl addressed the surrounding crowd. As the throng retreated, they suddenly noticed Xing Tian standing at the back. Hey kid, your life is now mine. A burly man sneered as he rushed towards Xing Tian. Ha ha ha. Whoever snatches him first claims him. Suddenly, a seductive woman leapt ahead of the burly man, lunging at Xing Tian. The remaining individuals, seeing Xing Tian isolated, immediately abandoned Qian Ringshu and the others to pounce upon him. Xing Tian observed the approaching figures, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth, which soon blossomed into a full grin. You think I am like them? Today, I shall liberate you. Xing Tian bellowed with laughter. He then charged towards them. The veiled girl stood beside Qian Ringshu and the others, intrigued to witness the extent of Xing Tian's prowess. His raw physical strength had once allowed him to withstand a Soul King during his time at Shrek, and after honing his body through the ice and fire yin-yang eye, he could contend with a Soul Emperor without disadvantage. Upon first contact, Xing Tian seized the first woman who charged at him, brutally tearing her arm off, blood spraying all over him. After discarding the severed limb, Xing Tian wielded it as a weapon, striking her head before she could utter a sound. The force of the blow left her dazed, and Xing Tian seized the opportunity to deliver a punch that obliterated her skull. This act left the opposing group in stunned silence. However, Xing Tian had no intention of sparing them. Discarding the severed arm, he plunged into the crowd. What followed left the veiled girl utterly astounded. Amidst the throng, anguished cries erupted, a sound she had not heard in many years. As the chaos unfolded, dismembered limbs and terrified heads intermittently soared from the crowd. In a mere span of 10 minutes, the throng that had surged forward had dwindled to just a few. The ground was strewn with incomplete corpses, none of which remained whole. Fear had gripped these individuals, a paralyzing dread instilled by Xing Tian. What is the matter? Are you afraid? He taunted, his laughter echoing through the carnage. You are veterans of the city of slaughter. How can fear still reside within you? Bathed in blood, Xing Tian stood amidst the dismembered remnants, his presence resembling that of a demon, exuding an aura of terror and savagery. You wish to flee, but I have no intention of letting you escape, Xing Tian declared abruptly. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Run!" and the remaining individuals scattered in panic. Xing Tian vanished from his spot, and soon, anguished cries and pleas for mercy erupted from all directions, only to be swiftly silenced. Moments later, Xing Tian appeared beside the girl in the black veil. You, don't come any closer, she shouted, her voice trembling. What's wrong? Aren't you the messenger of the king of slaughter? This should be a trivial matter for you. Xing Tian replied with a grin. The girl was momentarily taken aback by his words. She had led several new recruits, yet none had reacted as Xing Tian did. Just a jest. Let us proceed to the Hell's Slaughter Arena. I need to change my attire, Xing Tian exclaimed. When he approached Qian Rinxue and Ma Hongjun, both instinctively took a step back. This is the city of slaughter. Do you comprehend? Here, you must be more ruthless than them if you wish to instill fear. Only then can you survive, Xing Tian admonished them. With a wave of his hand, a blood spirit mushroom materialized, which he tossed to Qian Rinxue. Distribute it, he instructed nonchalantly. After receiving the blood spirit mushroom, Qian Rinxue remained silent, quietly dividing it into 3 portions, with the largest going to Huowu. Shortly after consuming the mushroom, Huowu's wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, soon returning to their original state. You possess spiritual medicine, the girl in the black veil remarked. I advise you to keep it a secret. Otherwise, what if I were to care? Xing Tian retorted. The girl shot him a disdainful glance and resumed her forward march. Under her guidance, Xing Tian and his companions encountered an unusual structure, a circular building, more accurately described as a non-standard cone, with the widest base tapering as it rose. At approximately 30 meters above ground, it maintained the same diameter, extending upwards to 50 meters. The Hell Slaughter Arena was indeed expansive. Comparable to the Soto Great Spirit Arena they had previously visited, though smaller than the Grand Spirit Arena of Tiando City. The dark edifice exuded an oppressive aura, and the girl in the black veil explained that its location was at the heart of the city of slaughter, highlighting its significance. Xing Tian gazed up at the structure before turning to the girl. What are the rules for combat here? He inquired. Quite simple. Once inside, Register with your identity plate and await the match to commence. During the waiting period, no hostilities are permitted. Each group entering the slaughter arena consists of 10 individuals. Regardless of the method employed, only one from each group may emerge alive, she elucidated. 10-1? Intriguing. Truly, this is the city of slaughter. Xing Tian chuckled. And how does one achieve victory here? He asked. To be crowned champion, you must participate in 100 matches. However, the current top contender in the Hell Slaughter Arena has only engaged in 67 matches. With each match you partake in, your identity plate records a victory, allowing you to extend your life here for another year, enjoying the pleasures of the inner city, provided you survive the indulgences, the girl stated, shrugging. Shall we venture inside? Xing Tian proposed. If you wish to observe the battles, you must offer a Bloody Mary, either your own or someone else's. As long as you are not fatigued, you may watch as long as you desire. Matches are ongoing, commencing whenever 10 participants are registered, she explained. Listen, once you enter, you'll be on your own. You heard the odds, 10-1. My aim is to become the champion after 100 matches, followed by the Hell Road. If you wish to escape, then you must fight. I shall await you on the Hell Road, Xing Tian proclaimed. With that, he began to survey his surroundings just as a man and woman approached from a distance. Xing Tian stepped forward. May I borrow something? The burly man, seeing the girl in the black veil, hesitated to act immediately. If you provoke, there will be no protection during a novice period, the girl warned. Xing Tian glanced at her and swiftly seized the man by the throat. As the woman beside him prepared to retaliate, he delivered a powerful kick, sending her sprawling several meters away, motionless after struggling briefly. 4 Bloody Marys, Xing Tian demanded of the man. Before he could react, Xing Tian drew the knife from his hand and severed one of his arms. Bring me the cups, he ordered the girl. The girl signaled to the staff of the Hell Slaughter Arena, and soon, 4 cups were presented. In no time, the 4 Bloody Marys were gathered, and the man, having bled excessively, succumbed. Xing Tian noticed a flicker of compassion in Qian Renshua's eyes, suppressing any lingering thoughts. He reminded himself that every individual who came here was stained with blood, each possessing their own path to demise. Let's proceed, Xing Tian instructed Qian Renshue and the others. The interior of the Hell Slaughter Arena was even more rudimentary than its exterior, devoid of any partitions. With a series of tiered stands ascending around a vast arena spanning over 100 square meters. At this moment, the spectators were sparse, with less than 20% of the seats occupied. Inside the arena, screams echoed continuously, and of the 10 participants, 7 had already perished, leaving only 3 to battle for survival. Upon entering, Xing Tian did not rush to register. Instead, he found a spot to sit and watch with keen interest. The fights in the Hell Slaughter Arena were devoid of rules and lacked any flair. The combatants aimed to eliminate their foes in the simplest, most efficient manner possible. Witnessing this, Xing Tian couldn't help but reminisce about the Soul Master Tournament, which he had deemed a mere exhibition of ineptitude. In stark contrast, the battles in the Hell Slaughter Arena were genuine confrontations, where even the slightest oversight could cost one their life. In the arena, among the 3 individuals, one had fallen victim to an oversight by the adversary. Driven by an insatiable desire for victory, he succumbed to the trap laid before him, paying the ultimate price of his own life. Soon, the remaining 2 also determined their fates, yet this time, there emerged no victor, for they both perished in mutual destruction. Following the conclusion of this battle, the arena fell silent due to the insufficient number of participants, yet the onlookers did not urge a commencement, for they knew that another contest would soon ensue. Do you see? This is the city of slaughter. Regardless of when you choose to compete, I assure you, it will not take long, perhaps 100 matches, and certainly within 2 years, Xing Tian remarked to Qian Renshue and the others. I understand. Qian Renshue nodded in acknowledgement of Xing Tian's words. At that moment, Huo Wu's gaze was icy. She had undergone a transformation, yet lacked battle experience. With a swift gesture, Xing Tian presented each of the 3 with a bloodlingji. Conceal it well, should you lose your lives because of it. I shall not seek vengeance on your behalf, Xing Tian stated with a calm demeanor. Thus, The first day of Xing Tian and his companions in the City of Slaughter came to a close. That night, Xing Tian encountered 3 assassination attempts and 1 poisoning. And only then did the night pass. At dawn the following day, the girl in the black veil appeared punctually before Xing Tian and his companions. Your time as novices is limited, she declared. I am aware. In fact, you need not have come today. Xing Tian shrugged. It is my duty, whatever you say. Having found another unfortunate soul, Xing Tian prepared 4 Bloody Marys, then led Qian Rinshui and the others into the hellish arena. After witnessing 1 match, Xing Tian turned to the girl in the black veil and said, "Please register me." She accepted his identity card and stepped out. I am ready to begin. You may head to the inner city to acclimatize yourselves. You are not yet fit to compete. Xing Tian instructed Qian Rinshui and the others. After speaking, he closed his eyes to meditate. Qian Rinshui refrained from disputing Xing Tian's words, sitting quietly beside him. I understand your intentions, and I will not allow you to cast me aside. Qian Ren Su sortit. Xing Tian ignored her. Moments later, the girl in the black veil returned. You are registered. Your match is next. Very well. Xing Tian did not even open his eyes. Just so, once your match concludes, your novice period will also end. The girl in the black veil added. Understood. As the competition was about to commence, a voice rang out from the crowd. Participants, please take the stage. It's my turn. Xing Tian stretched his limbs and leaped down from the stands. Chapter 115. The slaughter begins after Xing Tian's declaration. He leapt from the stands. Qian Rinshui watched his retreating figure, her fists clenched. As if making a decision, she said to the girl in the black veil, "Please register me as well for the match following Xing Tian's." Are you certain? The girl in the black veil inquired. I am certain. Qian Ren Su informed. Very well. Hand me your identity card. The girl instructed. Qian Ren Su complied. Moments later, the girl returned. Your match is scheduled right after your friend S. Thank you. Qian Rinshui replied. Big sister. What is this? Mahong Yun asks. Only by pushing oneself to the brink can one truly understand their strength. We are not yet cold-blooded enough, nor vicious enough. Hence we drift further from Xing Tian. Qian Ren Su explained. Moreover, without 100 victories in the hellish arena, one cannot access the road to hell. Without that, one cannot escape the city of slaughter. She continued. Xing Tian is my man. His strength is formidable. To exaggerate, his prowess is beyond our reach. Yet he still seeks ways to enhance his power. I do not wish to drift too far from him. Qian Ren Su Gist and Mohong Yun and Huvu. Please register me as well. Mohong Yun suddenly exclaimed. The girl in the black veil did not accept the identity card he offered. A friendly reminder. If you register now, you may encounter this lady. Mahong Jun hurriedly withdrew his card in fright. Fatty, after I ensure 10 participants for this match, I will enter, then you can register, so we will not meet. Qian Rinshui suggested. All right. Mohong Yun agreed. Huo Wu remained silent, deeply conflicted, uncertain of her own course of action. Though she appeared cold, a flicker of fear lingered within her. Fear of death. Qian Rinshui cast a glance at Huo Wu, but chose not to speak. Everyone had their own thoughts, and she could not impose her will upon others. Thus she refrained from commenting on Huo Wu's demeanor. Meanwhile, after Xing Tian took the stage, others followed suit. Among them were both men and women. One woman possessing a modicum of beauty, dressed provocatively, revealing even what should be concealed. Yet, upon witnessing the gazes of others directed at her, Xing Tian could only admire the woman's cunning. She wielded her beauty and form as her most effective weapons. However, to Xing Tian, she was merely a heap of foul flesh, possessing a penchant for cleanliness. He had no desire to gaze upon such a public display. Now that 10 participants are present, the match shall commence. There are no rules. It is a contest of dominance and life or death. The last one standing will be the champion, the host announced. As the host's words faded, a burly man rushed towards the provocatively dressed woman, his eyes glinting with lascivious intent, his lower half conspicuously bulging. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is battle, yet you're thinking of such things. Xing Tian shook his head. Upon seeing the approaching giant, the woman exhibited no fear, instead provocatively licking her lips and stretching her waist. This action stimulated many, including those in the audience. "Come on, whoever reaches me first shall have me," the woman taunted the crowd. At her words, besides the burly man, 3 other men rushed forward. This woman alone had captivated 4 men, reducing the number of participants by 5. The area around her transformed into a battleground as several men fought fiercely for her. Meanwhile, Xing Tian, observing the remaining 4, wore a cruel smile. "Are you ready?" he asked playfully. "Kid, you have a refreshing aura about you. You must be a newcomer." "Huh, a newcomer daring to participate in the hellish arena. I scarcely know what to say," remarked a lanky man nearing 2 meters tall. "Oh, then let me show you where my confidence lies," Xing Tian retorted. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from sight. The lanky man's pupils dilated in shock. "Where are you looking?" Suddenly, Xing Tian's voice echoed from behind him. Before the lanky man could react, he felt a sharp pain in his lower back, followed by darkness enveloping him as he collapsed to the ground, breathless. "TSK, I thought you were formidable. Turns out, you merely have a silver tongue." Xing Tian scoffed at the fallen figure. The bamboo pole was bent at a sharp angle of 180 degrees, with the back of his head touching his heels. It turned out that Xing Tian had just delivered a punch that shattered his dragon bone, folding him in half. Upon witnessing the demise of the bamboo pole, the remaining 3 individuals exhibited an uncanny consensus to first confront Xing Tian. "I fear nothing more than a group battle," declared Xing Tian as he charged directly towards the trio. Among them were 2 men and a woman, and Xing Tian chose to make the woman his initial target. He closed in on one of the men, unleashing a torrential barrage of attacks. The other 2, witnessing this, began to prepare for a surprise attack on Xing Tian. However, at a critical moment, Xing Tian abruptly abandoned the man and flashed in front of the woman. With a swift strike, he crushed her skull and seized her lifeless body as a weapon, sweeping it horizontally to strike the other 2. One of the men, already on the brink of death from Xing Tian's assault, was utterly extinguished by this blow. The last remaining individual displayed a flicker of fear in his eyes as he glanced at Xing Tian before hastily fleeing towards another battlefield. Xing Tian pursued relentlessly. On the other side, 1 among 4 had already perished, and the remaining 3 were vying for the final victory. Suddenly, another combatant joined their fray, disrupting their rhythm. Seizing the opportunity, Xing Tian hurled the corpse he wielded and darted behind it to charge forward. To be honest, without the ability to use soul techniques, Xing Tian found it exceedingly effortless to slay opponents of higher caliber. Before the corpse even hit the ground, he had reached their side, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Within mere breaths, the ground was littered with corpses, leaving only the scantily clad woman and Xing Tian standing. "Hey there, you are impressive. P.S. all yours now. Come on," the woman teased, beckoning him. "All right, I'm on my way," Xing Tian replied with a smile, striding toward her. Chapter 116. The slaughter continues. Xing Tian's visage bore a peculiar smile. The woman, observing him, also displayed a seductive grin. She had not encountered someone with the refreshing aura of the outside world in ages and decided to indulge herself before ultimately dispatching Xing Tian. "Do you think I'm beautiful?" she inquired, flipping her hair as he approached. "Beautiful," he affirmed. "Now I belong to you," she said, tracing circles on his chest with her finger. Then, with her other hand, she audaciously removed the scant covering she wore. The audience erupted in a frenzy, their shouts echoing despite the sparse crowd, creating an overwhelming clamor. "Come on, I can't wait any longer," she said, unconsciously rubbing her thighs. "But I have a cleanliness obsession. What should I do?" Xing Tian replied. The woman paused, momentarily perplexed by his words. "Though you are indeed lovely, I have no interest in someone who is so easily accessible," he suddenly retorted. "Easily accessible?" The woman was genuinely taken aback. Xing Tian delivered a powerful punch to her chest, shattering her voluptuous form and simultaneously crushing her heart. "You!" The woman had not anticipated such ruthlessness from him. Since her arrival in the city of slaughter, her body had been a sought-after prize, and she had relied on it as a weapon to survive. To her astonishment, she found herself bested by Xing Tian, who regarded her prized possession as utterly inconsequential. As her life slipped away, Xing Tian emerged as the victor of the battle. After descending from the arena, a staff member presented him with his identity badge. He casually accepted it and returned to the audience. Let us part ways temporarily after we exit this door. For what lies ahead are endless ambushes and assassinations. What that woman said is true. The Hell Slaughter Arena is not terrifying. What is truly dreadful are the myriad crises that follow each match. Xing Tian stated, sitting calmly in his chair. You go ahead. My match is next. Qian Renxue suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Xing Tian straightened in surprise, asking, What did you say? You signed up? You seem too distant from me right now. I lack a sense of security, so I wish to be closer to you. Qian Renxue replied, gazing at him. Xing Tian fixed his eyes on her, saying, Go ahead. I will shield you from 3 ambushes after your matches. Beyond that, your fate lies in the hands of destiny. Thank you, Xing Tian, she said gratefully. The next match is about to begin. After a few breaths, the host announced once more. Now, please have the individuals with the announced numbers come to the stage. It's my turn. Qian Renxue stood and declared. Go ahead. Xing Tian smiled at her, marking the first smile he had displayed since entering the city of slaughter. This smile radiated warmth and safety in Qian Renshue's eyes. As she descended, Ma Hongjun also stood up. What are you doing? I'm going to sign up. He replied with a grin. Have you thought this through? Since we're here, it's all the same whether you're prepared or not. Ma Hongjun remarked. Well, I told Xiao Shui. I will tell you as well. Go ahead. I will shield you from 3 ambushes after your matches. Beyond that, your fate lies in the hands of destiny. Xing Tian reiterated. Thanks, boss. Ma Hongjun said before heading off to register. I'm not ready yet. Huo Wu expressed to Xing Tian. I sensed it. The chill in your eyes is a facade. And that indifference is merely a guise. So I'm not surprised you can say such things. Xing Tian responded. Brother Xing Tian, am I truly useless? Huo Wu said, a hint of distress in her voice. I don't know. You must prove it to yourself. He replied. Huo Wu fell silent, sitting quietly as she wrestled with her thoughts. Xing Tian paid her no mind. In this place, one must rely on oneself. If she solely sought his assistance, she would ultimately amount to nothing. Meanwhile, Qian Renshue's battle had already commenced. Fortunately, Lady Luck favored her this time, among the 10 combatants. Aside from Qian Renxue and a frail woman, the rest were merely ordinary individuals. Thus, she easily secured victory without expending much effort. The genuinely challenging moments were yet to come. Once she stepped outside, she would face relentless ambushes. Are you prepared? Xing Tian asked, as Qian Renxue returned. I am ready. If not for a life-and-death situation, I hope you refrain from intervening. After experiencing the crucible of battle, Qian Renxue had undergone some transformation. No problem, he assured her. Next will be the fat guy. Once his match concludes, we'll head out and find a place to rest. All right, Qian Renxue responded, settling beside Xing Tian. Today's matches are indeed relentless. The host suddenly remarked, eliciting a wave of cheers from the audience. Now, please announce the numbered participants to the stage. After a while, the host exclaimed, It's my turn. Ma Hongjun said to Xing Tian. Go ahead. Trust yourself. The most important thing is not to be soft-hearted. You can trust no one but yourself. Xing Tian advised. I understand. Ma Hongjun replied. It was precisely because of Xing Tian's words that Ma Hongjun was saved during the ensuing battle. When Ma Hongjun stepped onto the stage, apart from himself and 2 burly men, the remaining 6 contestants were all women, one of whom appeared to be in her early 20s. Ma Hongjun's fighting style leaned towards that of Xing Tian, preferring to observe the battle first and only entering once the others had finished. By the time he entered, only 3 women remained, making a total of 4 participants. Ma Hongjun soon found himself targeted by these 4 women. After a fierce battle, only Ma Hongjun and the woman who appeared to be in her 20s remained. Little brother, I was forced into this. Can you spare my life? I can sleep with you. I can be your maid, the woman said sweetly to Ma Hongjun. Upon seeing her pitiful expression, Ma Hongjun's fierce gaze softened slightly. Sensing this change, the woman seized the opportunity to press on. Little brother, please spare me. I have just arrived in this city of slaughter. I beg you. Ma Hongjun, being someone easily swayed by emotions, felt his guard relax upon hearing her plea. Chapter 117. Ambush Adaptation. Seeing Ma Hongjun's vigilance diminish, the woman felt her chance had come. "Thank you, little brother," she said, quickly bowing to him. As she bowed, her previously pitiful eyes suddenly turned fierce, a glint of bloodthirsty excitement flashing through them. The moment she straightened up, a cold glimmer shot from her hand. Ma Hongjun was startled by this sudden attack, and, caught off guard, felt a dagger pierce into his shoulder. "Ha, victory is mine." The woman, shedding her earlier demeanor, exhibited a bloodthirsty, frenzied, almost deranged excitement. "Damn it! How dare you deceive me?" Ma Hongjun was enraged. He yanked the dagger from his shoulder, blood gushing forth. Grasping the dagger in his hand, Ma Hongjun charged towards the woman. "How dare you deceive me?" He roared, channeling his soul power into his fist and striking at her. "Ha! You're still too naive. I told you, victory belongs to me." The woman avoided a direct confrontation with Ma Hongjun, instead darting around him, waiting for the perfect moment to attack. "The fat man is losing control," Xing Tian suddenly remarked from the audience. "What should we do?" Qian Renxue asked nervously. "You're losing composure," Xing Tian replied. "But I've said it before. Here, no positive emotions will endure. This is the fat man's own doing," Xing Tian stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue turned to watch Ma Hongjun in battle, her heart gradually cooling, truly cooling this time. Once she regained her composure, her gaze towards Ma Hongjun mirrored that of Xing Tian, cold, indifferent, with a similar aura radiating from her. Huo Wu observed Qian Renxue's state from the side, feeling a twinge of envy, for she realized that Qian Renxue had caught up with Xing Tian while she remained stagnant. After several rounds of combat with the woman, the wound on Ma Hongjun's shoulder awakened him from his rage. "This cannot continue. Even if she does not kill me, I will bleed out. In this weakened state, I am at the greatest risk," Ma Hongjun thought. Realizing this, he calmed himself, though he still feigned rage. "The fat man is about to win," Xing Tian suddenly declared. "Why?" Qian Renxue asked, seeing no change in Ma Hongjun. "Just watch in a few breaths," Xing Tian replied. As expected, upon coming to this realization, Ma Hongjun intended to feign a flaw, but feared being seen through. Instead, he activated his soul power, striking his wound with it. The moment the wound was stimulated, a wave of pain surged through him, causing him to stagger momentarily. The opportunity arose. The woman's eyes sparkled with intent, and in the next instant, she lunged at Ma Hongjun. "I've been waiting for you." Ma Hongjun lowered his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. As the woman charged, he sidestepped, evading her dagger. "Not good. I've been deceived." The woman realized her mistake and attempted to retreat. "Trying to escape?" Ma Hongjun scoffed, delivering a swift kick that sent her sprawling several meters away. He quickly pursued her, plunging the dagger into her chest while she was still down. "It is over, and thank you for allowing me to achieve true transformation. Thus, your weapon is now mine." Ma Hongjun whispered into her ear. The woman's eyes widened, her pupils gradually losing their luster. "Boss, I have not failed you," Ma Hongjun said upon returning to the audience. "Mediocre," Xing Tian replied. "I will be more careful next time. Let's go." Xing Tian stood and began to leave, with Qian Renxue and the others following closely behind. Upon exiting the arena, Qian Renxue and her companions felt numerous unfriendly gazes upon them, lingering especially on Ma Hongjun. "I have said it before, I will protect you 3 times. After that, you are on your own," Xing Tian warned. On their way out, Ma Hongjun consumed a blood spirit herb, and his injuries began to heal rapidly beneath his clothing. "Boss, my thoughts align with the eldest sister. Unless it is a life-or-death situation, we should refrain from striking," Ma Hongjun suggested. "Do as you wish," Xing Tian shrugged. As they turned a corner, a gleaming dagger suddenly emerged from the shadows, aimed directly at Ma Hongjun. Throughout the journey, Ma Hongjun had remained highly vigilant, reacting promptly to the attack. He blocked the incoming dagger with his own, then dashed into the shadows. Moments later, he emerged from within. "Let us go," Xing Tian said upon seeing him. The subsequent path was fraught with ambushes, leaving Ma Hongjun increasingly irritated. To survive here, one must adapt, for changing the environment is impossible. Thus, one can only allow oneself to be transformed by it, Xing Tian remarked. As they continued, a few individuals foolishly attempted to attack Xing Tian, but were met with ruthlessly brutal retaliation. Over time, no one dared to ambush him again. Upon arriving at the inn, they encountered 2 more ambushes and an attempt at poisoning, but fortunately, they evaded danger. Be cautious while sleeping tonight. Don't be too deep in slumber, or you might truly perish, Xing Tian advised them before retreating to his room. A night passed in an instant. Early the next morning, Xing Tian awoke, stretched lazily, and stepped onto the floor, still stained with drying blood, as he descended the stairs. On his way down, he encountered Qian Ringshu, who bore dark circles under her eyes, indicating a sleepless night. Shortly thereafter, Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu emerged, similarly marked by exhaustion. You could have substituted sleep with cultivation last night. Although soul techniques are prohibited here, you can still wield soul power, Xing Tian remarked. After breakfast, he decided to part ways with Qian Ringshu and the others, as he feared that remaining in their company would foster a dependency, particularly in Huo Wu. Thus, after their meal, he ventured away, choosing not to visit the hell-killing fields, but instead to explore other areas of the inner city, even if there was little to see. Chapter 118. The Slaughter Continues, Part 2. While meandering through the inner city, Xing Tian faced a total of 19 ambushes, 11 provocations, and 23 attempts at seduction, which provided him a true glimpse into the chaos of the city of slaughter. Since a particular competition, Qian Ringshu had finally adapted to her surroundings. After their separation, she encountered no fewer than 50 instances of harassment and ambush, all of which she skillfully resolved using ruthless methods. Had Xing Tian known, he would have been astonished, for it would not be long before Hulaina arrived, employing similarly brutal tactics to establish her own foothold. Indeed, those emerging from the Spirit Hall were no ordinary adversaries. In the absence of Xing Tian, Qian Ringshu found herself frequently engaged in lethal encounters. Yet after meeting Xing Tian, she transformed into a gentler soul, reluctant to reveal her darker side to him, though he remained indifferent to such revelations. As for Ma Hongjun, after parting from Xing Tian, he too faced several ambushes but preferred to confront foes head-on, leaving no survivors in his wake. Huo Wu, however, had been forced to flee multiple times, opting for retreat even against ordinary foes. In fact, Xing Tian had once encountered Huo Wu during an ambush but refrained from assisting her, observing her potential to swiftly eliminate her assailants, yet she consistently held back. 3 days. If you cannot change within this time, Huo Wu, I am sorry, he murmured as he watched her retreat in disarray. Huo Wu's state was understandable, having grown up in an academy where her father served as the headmaster, leading her peers to indulge her whims. This contributed to her earlier capriciousness, yet beneath it lay a genuinely kind heart. Unlike Ning Rongrong, who was self-centered and arrogant, Huo Wu's mischief stemmed from a desire for attention. Deep down, she harbored a profound fear of taking lives. The academy fostered harmonious relationships, and even conflicts rarely escalated to fatal outcomes. Thus, Xing Tian repeatedly contradicted his own words, granting Huo Wu opportunity after opportunity. Enough of wandering. Let us return to the competition, he declared, heading toward the hell-killing fields. Upon arriving, the matches had yet to commence. After registering, he found himself among 10 participants. Following a predictable battle, Xing Tian emerged victorious once more. For the next 3 days, he remained in the hell-killing fields, eschewing any exits. After each match, he meditated in lieu of sleep, regaining his mental acuity before re-entering the fray. During these days, his aura of menace intensified, exuding a more aggressive and intimidating presence than others. Imbued with the resentment and malice characteristic of a titled Douluo, in just 3 short days, he had begun to harness his own killing intent. 3 days later, while resting in the spectator area of the hell-killing fields, Qian Ringshu entered. Upon scanning the surroundings and spotting Xing Tian, she approached him. "You're here?" Xing Tian inquired without lifting his gaze. "Yes," Qian Ringshu replied as she settled beside him. You seem to have had a fulfilling 3 days, he observed. It was all right, she replied with a light chuckle. So, are you ready for a match today? He asked. Yes, Qian Ringshu nodded, her eyes glinting with determination. You go first. I just came down, Xing Tian suggested. All right, she agreed, and both closed their eyes to recuperate. After approximately 15 minutes, Ma Hongjun entered, his usual jovial demeanor replaced by an icy expression. Boss, I'm here, he declared as he took a seat beside Xing Tian. Xing Tian acknowledged. Once the match concluded, Qian Ringshu registered for her turn. Huo Wu had yet to arrive, but neither Qian Ringshu nor Ma Hongjun inquired about her absence. After another quarter of an hour, Huo Wu strode in, clad in a new crimson ensemble. I'm here, she announced, taking a seat next to Xing Tian as Ma Hongjun discreetly shifted aside. How do you feel? Xing Tian asked, sensing the intense killing intent radiating from Huo Wu, stronger than that of Qian Ringshu and Ma Hongjun. I feel all right, she replied nonchalantly. During the past 3 days, the first 2 were spent in a state of evasion for Huo Wu, until the second evening when she eliminated her second ambusher, marking a turning point. She shed her past from the academy and began to acclimate to the city of slaughter. Xing Tian had often remarked that they were gradually adjusting. But it was only last night that Huo Wu shattered her previous worldview and reformed one aligned with the city of slaughter, truly becoming a part of this realm. Shall we compete? Xing Tian proposed. Let us do it, Huo Wu replied, licking her lips. At that moment, the announcer called Qian Ringshu's number, and she swiftly made her way to the arena without hesitation. As the host declared the match's commencement, Qian Ringshu leaped into the arena, charging forward to commence her slaughter. Now, Qian Ringshu approached killing with the most direct and efficient methods. Excellent. Xing Tian nodded in approval. Following her was Ma Hongjun, who carried forth Xing Tian's brutal style, simple, savage, and bloody. After Ma Hongjun's victory came Huo Wu, whose approach was remarkably enigmatic. She wielded a slender sword with masterful finesse, executing her kills without shedding blood. The wounds inflicted upon her victims were scarcely visible. It seems she has undergone significant transformation these past 3 days, Xing Tian mused as he observed Huo Wu's combat. Next, let us remain here. We shall fight 100 matches, and upon conquering the Hell Road, we will exit, Xing Tian proclaimed upon Huo Wu's return. Agreed, Qian Ringshu responded. To avoid crossing paths, let one of us compete while the other registers, thereby minimizing the chance of confrontation, Xing Tian suggested. Sound good, the others concurred. The true path of slaughter commenced on this very day. In the dark world of Shanling Jidu, a realm rife with bloodshed and carnage, Xing Tian and his 3 companions embarked on their own journey of annihilation. Chapter 119. The slaughter continued. 2 years later, within the suffocatingly cold confines of the hellish arena, the day's first match unfolded. After gathering a total of 10 participants, Xing Tian stood at the forefront. Yet he became the focal point for the other 9 and the entire audience. With a record of 92 victories, Xing Tian had participated in 92 matches, emerging victorious in each. No one in the hellish arena could rival his achievements. He was the undisputed champion. However, there were a few who dared to approach Xing Tian, namely Qian Ruinxue and her companions. Over the past 2 years, Qian Ruinxue had fought 86 matches, making her the second best performer after Xing Tian. Following her was Ma Hongjun with 82 matches, and Huo Wu had surprisingly surpassed him with 84. By now, the number of lives claimed under Xing Tian's command approached the 5-digit mark, not counting the numerous ambushes that ensued after each bout. Yet in the past 6 months, no one dared to ambush Xing Tian again, save for one incident 3 months prior. During these 2 years, Xing Tian's aura of slaughter had gradually solidified, a faint crimson mist coiling around him, instilling terror in those who gazed upon him. 92 matches represented the pinnacle of Xing Tian's current achievements. It was not for lack of desire to conclude 100 fights sooner, but as his victories mounted, fewer individuals dared to challenge him. There were times when, after registering for a match, it would take several days to gather 10 participants. This was despite the fact that the hellish arena had not disclosed any information about Xing Tian. In 2 years, Xing Tian had risen to stardom within the hellish arena. His accomplishments position him among the top 5 since the establishment of Shanlingji. Alongside him, Qian Ruinxue and her companions had also gained notoriety within the arena. Compared to 2 years ago, the glint in their eyes now brimmed with coldness, and a faint scent of blood lingered about them. Coldness, slaughter, bloodlust, and cruelty had become their defining traits. Xingtian's gaze, however, was solely filled with chilling bloodlust. Xingtian's rise to fame in the hellish arena was attributed not only to his record, but also to a singular ambush. 3 months ago, during a match, he faced 4 titled level powerhouses and 3 soul level fighters, leaving only 2 ordinary individuals among the 10 participants. This marked Xingtian's first use of soul power, and it was his most arduous victory to date. Even without the ability to employ soul techniques, the opponent's soul power and experience far surpassed his own. Nevertheless, Xingtian emerged victorious by adopting a ruthless strategy, often exchanging injuries for lives. Upon exiting the hellish arena after that match, Xingtian was besieged by no fewer than 300 to 500 individuals, including formidable soul masters. Countless blades struck him, inflicting several fatal wounds. To exaggerate, Xingtian's body was nearly perforated. Yet, he remained the sole victor, while those hundreds lay in disarray, and he rose from the blood-soaked ground, enveloped in crimson mist, muscles rippling, drenched in blood. 2 days later, Xingtian returned to the hellish arena, vibrant and vigorous, and on that day, none dared to challenge him, as the image of his previous encounter was etched deeply in their minds. In the subsequent 2 days, an eerie silence fell upon the arena, as the presence of Xingtian instilled fear in all potential challengers. It was through this battle that Xingtian gained his renown, earning the moniker Mosen. Initially, his nickname was not Mosen, but due to his dissatisfaction, he refused to acknowledge it. Gradually, through subsequent battles, he solidified the title of Mosen. Qian Ruinxue and her companions, too, faced attacks due to Xingtian, yet they managed to fend off their assailants together. Subsequently, Qian Ruinxue earned the title of Diyu Shizhe, which made Xingtian smile, as this title was originally meant for Hu Liana. Yet it was unexpectedly claimed by Qian Ruinxue. Ma Hongjuan received the title of Manwang due to his exceedingly brutal combat style, often emerging from battles wounded, employing a strategy of trading injuries for enemy lives. Hua Wu acquired a title that Xingtian never anticipated, Shila. This surprised him, for he believed this title was destined for Tong San in the future, yet it had been claimed by Hua Wu ahead of time. Among those entering the arena with Xingtian, aside from one trembling individual, the remaining 8 gazed at him with bloodthirsty eyes. Mosen, today your legend shall meet its end. You shall be halted at 92 victories, one of them declared. I awaited. A glimmer of bloodthirsty excitement flashed in Xingtian's eyes. As the host announced the commencement of the match, the trembling individual was swiftly eliminated, leaving the remaining 8 to encircle Xingtian. Mosen, I'm aware of your famed battle, where you faced 4 title Dalu and 3 soul Dalu. Yet in this encounter, we have 6 title Dalu and 2 soul Dalu. I do not believe you can triumph over us. The man who spoke previously challenged Xingtian. The other 7 wholeheartedly believed him, and they were willing to cooperate, knowing that if they did not eliminate Xingtian first, none would survive. Upon hearing this, a tinge of crimson seeped into Xingtian's black pupils, rapidly expanding until his eyes shone red, releasing a chilling and bloodthirsty, killing intent. With his crimson gaze fixed upon his adversaries, he proclaimed, "Come, today. It shall be your demise while I live. This shall be my 93rd victory." Xingtian laughed maniacally, reveling in the thrill of the moment, in the threat of death, and in the intoxicating rush of bloodlust. Over the past 2 years, Xingtian's strength had exponentially increased. He could now easily surpass the versions of himself from 2 years prior. He wholeheartedly agreed with Tong Hao's statement in the original work. Only by constantly grappling with the precipice of life and death can one truly comprehend the essence of combat. Moreover, only after enduring such struggles does one realize the exquisite beauty of life. Chapter 120. The 93rd victory. Xingtian's words ignited a fire within the 8 men. Roars, shrieks, and curses erupted simultaneously from all directions around him. The 8 men, in perfect synchrony, lunged towards Xingtian. Ha! Gome, I shall send you on your way. Xingtian bellowed, charging towards the soul Dalu directly ahead of him. Not a chance. Suddenly, several furious roars erupted behind Xingtian. However, he paid no heed to the enraged outcries and lunged straight ahead. In an instant, a powerful blow struck his back, propelling him forward with great speed. Thank you. Thank you. Xingtian spat a mouthful of blood mid-air, shouting loudly. The soul Dalu before him was taken aback by Xingtian's rapid approach, yet he had battled in this hellish arena numerous times. He quickly gathered his energy, waiting to deliver a fatal strike as Xingtian neared. However, to his astonishment, Xingtian suddenly altered his trajectory mid-air, landing beside the soul Dalu instead. Upon touching the ground, Xingtian rolled deftly to the soul Dalu's feet and delivered a punch that shattered his shin. As the opponent fell, a dagger materialized in Xingtian's hand, plunging directly into his throat. Goodbye, Xingtian whispered in his ear. The soul Dalu had not anticipated such a disheveled manner of execution. In his understanding, true warriors possessed a certain dignity. Yet he faced Xingtian, for whom dignity held no value in the face of life and death. Any method that led to a kill was deemed acceptable. After successfully vanquishing one foe, Xingtian escaped their encirclement. Once free, he unexpectedly began to maneuver through the arena. It seems the boss lacks confidence. Maon Gejun remarked, observing Xing Tian's movements. Have faith in him. He will not let us down. Qian Rinxue replied. Huo Wu remained silent, having spoken very few words over the past 2 years. But Qian Rinxue could still detect a glimmer of concern in her eyes. Ha ha ha. Demon Lord, are you afraid? You actually fear this. Where's your courage? Your resolve? Did you not relish a head-on clash? They cackled, mocking Xingtian as he moved throughout the arena. Ignoring their verbal assaults, Xingtian prioritized victory over pride. For survival was the ultimate form of dignity. They continued to deride him, attempting to provoke his wrath. In an instant, Xingtian charged towards the remaining soul Dalu. Ha ha ha, I've been waiting for you. The others understood Xingtian's intent and subtly shielded the lone soul Dalu. Yet just as Xingtian neared him, he swiftly shifted, appearing beside a titled Dalu instead. In truth, my target is you. Xingtian's voice echoed like a vengeful spirit in the titled Dalu's ear. A gleaming dagger pierced his back, and as he cried out in pain, a swift strike to his throat severed his windpipe. The titled Dalu clutched his neck in agony, gradually succumbing to silence. After this successful strike, Xingtian quickly withdrew from the fray, continuing to evade and maneuver, awaiting his next opportunity. After several rounds, he ultimately dispatched another soul Dalu, bringing his total to 3 kills, albeit with various wounds adorning his body, blood staining his garments. Delightful. Ha ha ha. Xingtian laughed. If it's so delightful, then come at me. Ha ha ha, you dare not. The remaining 5 continued their mockery. Ignoring them, Xingtian seized an opportunity to charge again, but this time it bore no fruit, and they ensnared him, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon him. Cough, cough, cough. I never thought you would become clever. Xingtian spat blood, wiping his mouth. Put in more effort. He is nearly done for. Someone shouted, slowly rising. The crimson aura of killing intent surged within Xingtian, and then he suddenly vanished from the arena. Not good, defend yourselves. The crowd cried out. A sickening sound of blade meeting flesh echoed. Impossible. Wasn't he already severely injured? One of the titled Douluos shouted in disbelief. In truth, Xingtian's current state was precarious. In a prior battle, he discovered that his killing intent could incite a berserker state, albeit not completely, as the arena's soul skills imposed constraints. Thus, the ability to trigger even a modicum of this berserker state through his killing intent was already remarkable. Anything is possible. Xingtian's voice resonated in the titled Douluo's ears. After several more exchanges, Xingtian finally eliminated all his opponents, though he felt utterly drained. This state of forced berserk exerted tremendous strain on his body, and even he could only maintain it for a few minutes. Victory, Ma Hongjun declared after all foes have been slain. He has never disappointed us. Qian Renxue remarked coolly. Demon Lord, Demon Lord. The audience erupted in cheers. Xing Tian paid no mind to their adulation. While they cheered fervently now, should he falter, they would swiftly turn against him. In the 93rd match, I have triumphed, he announced to Qian Renxue and the others in the stands. Congratulations, she responded. I suspect that few will be willing to challenge me in the upcoming matches, so I intend to rest for a while. During this time, you may take my place. Xing Tian said nonchalantly. All right. He then entered a small room within the hellish arena, a space specifically designated for him. The remaining matches will likely prove exceedingly difficult. He murmured to himself. Regardless, I must complete the 100 matches. No one shall impede me. As he spoke, a flicker of murderous intent glimmered in his eyes. In the dark and expansive chamber of the City of Slaughter, a massive chair adorned with blue and purple crystals, shaped like a drum tower, dominated the space, which was otherwise drenched in dark red. The Demon Lord has won yet another match. A chilling female voice echoed in the gloom. I am aware. A tall figure seated in the grand chair replied, his features obscured by shadows, revealing only a slender silhouette. Great King, should we initiate contact with him? It has been long since any true power has joined the City of Slaughter, the icy voice suggested. Do you believe he is a true powerhouse? The imposing man inquired. At least in terms of strength, he is. The Demon Lord seems born for the City of Slaughter. His soul power may not be particularly formidable, but his physical prowess is terrifyingly strong. Even a titled Douluo in the City of Slaughter, without soul skills, would find it impossible to defeat him in a one-on-one battle. The King of Slaughter paused before responding. Do you believe he can complete the 100 matches and conquer the path of hell? Completing the 100 matches is only a matter of time, but the path of hell may prove insurmountable for him, the King of Slaughter stated coldly. No need to pursue contact with him. Why not? Great King, do you not desire to see the City of Slaughter grow stronger? The woman questioned, her tone laced with uncertainty. The King of Slaughter offered no reply to her inquiry. Great King, how about this? I dispatched someone to engage with the Demon Lord, while the woman stood before the King of Slaughter in silence. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. Before her words could fully escape her lips, 2 crimson beams of light erupted from the king's eyes, thickening the air around them and dispersing a dense, metallic scent of blood. The cold, feminine voice emitted a piercing scream, unnatural and haunting, as a voluptuous figure in the corner trembled violently. Do not presume that my affection grants you the liberty to speak recklessly. In the City of Slaughter, the rules dictate that until one has fought 100 battles, contact is forbidden. I do not wish to encounter this again. Yes, Great King. The King of Slaughter's blood-red gaze lingered in the air. I only hope he achieves his 100 battles and approaches me of his own accord, not through your so-called engagement. The pride of the strong cannot be desecrated. Understood. Great King, you made a part. After the woman retreated, the King of Slaughter waved his hand, releasing a deep crimson liquid that coalesced before him into a vast pool of thick blood. He opened his mouth, swallowing the blood, revealing 2 sharp fangs in the dim light. I wonder if you can be of use to me, the King of Slaughter murmured. Time passed in waiting and cultivation. Sitting cross-legged in his humble abode, Xing Tian felt an icy chill coursing through him, while an overwhelming aura of slaughter perpetually encircled him, exerting its influence. This was the aftermath of his reckless use of soul techniques, exploiting loopholes in the rules, which had burdened Xing Tian significantly. The waves of murderous intent invaded his mind. Visions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood flashing before him, eroding and disturbing his focus. Over the past 2 years, he had lost count of the lives claimed by his hands. Although they were deserving of death, each kill intensified the murderous aura surrounding him. The accumulation of this aura became a catalyst for his reckless urges, and even Xing Tian's formidable mental fortitude struggled to withstand it. After considerable effort, he finally suppressed those frenzied thoughts of slaughter. Fortuitously, he had developed a breathing technique that mitigated the oppressive aura. It seems I must pay a visit to you, Xian, after I emerge. However, Bai Bai Dong has also been here. She did not visit Yuxian to cleanse her murderous intent, suggesting she possesses her own means of purification. If all else fails, I may seek her assistance. Xing Tian mused. Half a month later, he completed his 99th battle but hesitated to embark on the centennial match for 2 reasons. First, he intended to wait for Qianren Shui and the others. Second, he felt he was on the verge of losing control over his murderous aura. He resembled a walking powder keg, ready to ignite at any provocation. Even a mere glance from a passerby could trigger his murderous intent, spawning a thirst for blood and slaughter within his mind. Thus, he paused to take time to recalibrate his state. Unlike Tang San, who possessed Xian Tiangong, Xing Tian relied solely on his self-created breathing technique, making the suppression of his murderous aura significantly more challenging. Fortunately, with Qianren Shui by his side, the thought of their agreement offered him some solace. 3 months later, Qianren Shui completed her 92nd match, encountering a situation akin to Xing Tian's. Albeit her martial soul, the angel, aided her in purifying some of her murderous intent, leaving her in a comparatively better state. During this period, Huo Wu and Ma Hongjun also reached 90 matches, both faring slightly better than Xing Tian, as Ma Hongjun seamlessly integrated his murderous aura into his evil fire phoenix, while Huo Wu harmoniously incorporated it into her martial soul with even greater compatibility. I appear to have underestimated the situation. I failed to consider this approach, Xing Tian remarked, observing their conditions. Realizing this, he infused a portion of his murderous aura into his second martial soul, and to his surprise, it was absorbed. With the confusion of his murderous intent resolved, Xing Tian felt an eagerness to complete his 100 victories and ascend to the path of the abyss. The following day, he went to register for the centennial match, only to be informed that he must wait, as no one was willing to compete against him. Eventually, perseverance bore fruit, and the 100 matches commenced. For this final confrontation, Xing Tian opted for a direct clash. Swiftly, he concluded the 100th battle, achieving his 100 victories. In the same chamber, a cold female voice inquired, "Great King, now that this demon lord has achieved 100 championships, shall we proceed?" "Wait a moment longer. He has companions." The King of Slaughter replied calmly. After reaching this milestone, Xing Tian dedicated himself to profound cultivation, preparing to adjust his state for the challenges that awaited in the abyss. 6 months later, he learned that Qianren Shui and the others had also attained their 100 victories. Following his discovery of a method to manage his murderous aura, he secluded himself to recalibrate his condition. Qianren Shui and her companions participated in battles in other regions of the abyss, allowing Xing Tian to focus on his path. From a moment they entered the city of Slaughter to their completion of 100 battles in the abyss, nearly 4 years had elapsed, a considerable span of time. "Congratulations, young demon lord." Suddenly, a deep, sharp voice resonated from all directions. The murderous aura emanating from Xing Tian was abruptly drawn back upon the utterance of this voice, reabsorbed into his being, leaving his complexion somewhat pallid. Chapter 122, Blood Sacrifice, the Path of the Abyss opens. As the voice echoed, the atmosphere within the abyss intensified, for a blood-red figure descended from the heavens. "King of Slaughter! King of Slaughter! King of Slaughter!" The cries of the fallen reverberated, their voices hoarse yet unyielding. Xing Tian's heart raced as he gazed upon the sanguine figure above. It was a towering man, shrouded in a vast crimson cloak, his pallid visage and entirely blood-red eyes descending gracefully as if unbound by the forces of gravity. "King of Slaughter? Dang Jian?" Xing Tian pondered inwardly. Suspended 5 meters above the ground, the King of Slaughter halted his descent, surveying Tang San from his elevated position. His deep yet piercing voice resonated once more. "I invite the other champions of 100 victories." The other grand doors of the abyss opened, revealing Qianren Shui and her companions, their eyes nearly half crimson, their auras uneven due to their own murderous intent. As they stepped forth, their gazes settled upon Xing Tian, stabilizing their energies. The King of Slaughter's gaze swept across the observation platform of the abyss. "I am delighted to witness the birth of 4 formidable champions today, 100 victories that have not graced us in decades. showcased in these four young individuals. Their immense strength and terrifying murderous aura have instilled tremors within you. Have they not, my subjects? Yes, yes, yes. The King of Slaughter exuded a unique charisma, inciting a near-manic reverence among all the fallen who beheld him. Regrettably, such allure holds little sway over the four individuals of Xingtian. The King of Slaughter lowered his head, casting his gaze upon them. Mozen, Diu Shizhe, Man Wang, and Azura Wang. Thank you for allowing me to once again feel the essence of slaughter. Baisheng, splendid, truly splendid. In recognition of your accomplishments, I have decided to bestow upon you the title of Slaughter God. Henceforth, you shall have the right to enter and exit the city of Slaughter at your leisure, and you will be honored as esteemed guests beneath my command. Xingtian understood the King of Slaughter's intentions. He had two primary motives. Firstly, the path to hell is indeed fraught with peril, and the king, valuing talent, wished to spare them such risks. Secondly, he did not desire them to attain the domain of the Slaughter God. There is no need, esteemed King of Slaughter. We cannot disrupt the rules of the city of Slaughter for our sake. We are willing to face the trials of the path to hell to earn your favor. I aspire to rely on my own strength to emerge from this place and become a true Slaughter God. Xingtian remained silent as Qianren Shui spoke first. The King of Slaughter's gaze sharpened. You may not fully comprehend the terrors of the path to hell. Dai Shizhe, I hope you understand that life is singular. Xingtian let out a cold chuckle. King of Slaughter, is it not somewhat ludicrous for you to discuss life with us? This is the city of Slaughter, the realm of slaughter. A fleeting crimson light flashed in the King of Slaughter's eyes as he turned his attention to Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu. And what of you? Are you willing to accept my bestowal and become esteemed guest officials of the city of Slaughter? Xingtian smiled nonchalantly. We came here with the intention of traversing the path to hell. Your goodwill is appreciated, but please open the entrance to the path. If fortune favors us and we survive, I would be delighted to become a guest official of the city of Slaughter. Oh, the King of Slaughter seemed taken aback. Though I harbor great disdain for this place, I must admit, it is indeed a remarkable locale. Xingtian shrugged. In that case, you shall traverse the path to hell. Companionship along the journey is indeed a fine expedition. If you succeed in the trials of the path to hell and become the new generation of Slaughter Gods, I shall await your return. The tone of the King of Slaughter was notably softer than before. Following his words, a dense crimson mist erupted from his form, a colossal aura compelling Xingtian and the others to retreat hastily, stumbling back several dozen meters before they could withstand its overwhelming presence. It seems I have been somewhat overconfident. The disparity in strength is still considerable. Xingtian mused inwardly as he regarded the King of Slaughter. Before arriving at the city of Slaughter, Xingtian believed he could exchange a few blows with the king, and even if he could not prevail, escape would pose no issue. However, it has become evident that he is still too young. The current aura emanating from the King of Slaughter is beyond his capacity to resist. It appears I have a long journey ahead, Xingtian remarked. Qianren Shui and the others also displayed expressions of fear. The King of Slaughter was truly formidable. The aura released by the king was not merely a killing intent, but an intensely malevolent energy, chilling to the very marrow. The malevolent, frigid crimson waves slowly spread, and in mere moments, they enveloped the entire arena. The fallen spectators seated in the stands were inexplicably exhilarated, anticipating the unveiling of the path to hell, oblivious to the fact that their lives were drawing to a close. Apart from the Slaughter God and the King of Slaughter, no one had ever witnessed the opening of the path to hell. Those who did have perished, or rather, had become sacrifices for its awakening. Xingtian and his companions quickly observed that while the crimson light emanating from the King of Slaughter exerted immense pressure upon them, it was not directed at them, but rather towards the surrounding stands. The once crazed cheers of the fallen gradually subsided as the crimson light descended upon the observation platform, their expressions transforming from bewilderment to a bloodthirsty crimson hue. In no time, as the crimson light formed a colossal barrier across the hellish slaughter arena, anguished cries erupted from those first touched by the light. Under its influence, the fallen seemed to have descended into madness, desperately clawing at their own faces and bodies. Those who managed to survive within the inner city were typically individuals of considerable strength, yet now they directed all their might towards themselves. Their screams intermingled with a perverse ecstasy, as if they derived boundless pleasure from this self-inflicted torment. Skin peeled back, blood sprayed forth. They even tore their own entrails from their bodies, succumbing to madness, their suffering ceasing only upon the conclusion of their lives. The number of fallen undergoing such transformation increased exponentially, ultimately engulfing the entire arena. Despite Qianren Shui and her companions having experienced countless slaughters in this city, they could not help but turn pale in the face of this large-scale horror, the killing intent within them becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. The only one among them who appeared somewhat composed was Xingtian. Although the killing intent surrounding him surged in response to the atmosphere, his expression remained tranquil. He was already aware of how the path to hell was initiated. Moreover, the individuals here were unworthy of sympathy. All who came to the city of slaughter were irredeemably wicked, and for them, death might indeed be the most fitting conclusion, albeit a painful journey towards that end. Blood fell to the ground, coalescing into rivulets, flowing through inconspicuous channels beneath the stands towards the central slaughter arena. Countless serpentine streams of crimson liquid could be seen snaking into the arena. Observing this scene, Qianren Shui and the others gripped their weapons tightly, the dense killing intent within them surging, threatening to erupt at any moment. Xingtian suddenly reached out, patting a few of them to bring them back to reality. They had unconsciously been drawn into the illusory realm of killing intent by the surrounding atmosphere. They were unworthy of sympathy. Every individual in the city of slaughter was devoid of worthiness, even you and I. Thus death may indeed be their ultimate fate, albeit a somewhat painful process. Xingtian remarked coolly. Hovering in the air, the king of slaughter cast a glance at Xingtian, silently nodding in approval. To be chosen as sacrifices for the awakening of the path to hell is indeed an honor. At that moment, the deep voice of the king of slaughter resonated. As his words faded, the agonized cries within the arena gradually subsided. Ultimately, apart from the king of slaughter and the four of Xingtian, no living soul remained. The blood flowing into the arena did not spread in a linear fashion. Instead, grooves appeared on the ground, into which the blood flowed, gradually coalescing into a vast crimson pattern. Xingtian and his companions found themselves within this immense design, which was vast and difficult to discern in its entirety. However, endowed with the spiritual strength of 2 lifetimes and Tang Hao's complete soul bone, Xingtian managed to gain a fleeting glimpse of the pattern. He discerned that it resembled a creature akin to a bird. If he was not mistaken, it should be a bat, as mentioned in the original text. After a brief observation, Xingtian withdrew his mental focus. He distinctly recalled that in the original text, after Tang San's exploration, his spiritual power seemed to have been shattered, and thus he would never engage in such acts. Suddenly, the bat's eyes gleamed, and a massive crimson light surged skyward, enveloping Xingtian and his companions, rendering their surroundings indistinct. In that moment, a deep and sharp voice, belonging to the king of slaughter, echoed in Xingtian's ears. "Good luck to you all." Under the cover of the blood-red radiance, they felt the ground beneath their feet vanish, and everything around them became ethereal. All sensations were abruptly sealed off, and the agony of being unable to control oneself instilled a peculiar fear in Xingtian's heart. Unbeknownst to them, the murderous aura emanating from each of them coalesced into a faint white ripple, encasing their bodies within. Had it not been for this aura, they would have been truly consumed the moment the crimson tide spread. Time passed. How long, they could not tell, until a violent tremor restored all their senses, and the surrounding bloodlight gradually faded. When Xingtian fully regained consciousness, he found himself on a circular platform, roughly 5 meters in diameter, where the others lay prostrate on the ground. Shortly after Xingtian awoke, Qianren Shui and the others also regained their senses. Upon awakening, a faint red mist emanated from Qianren Shui and her companions, and their eyes momentarily turned blood red, but just as swiftly they returned to normal. Observing their restored state, Xing Tian felt a sense of relief. Where are we? Qian Renxue inquired of Xing Tian. We must have already set foot on the path of hell. Let us regain our strength before discussing anything further, Xing Tian replied. After a brief period of recuperation, he led them to survey their surroundings. Upon closer inspection, all four of them involuntarily gasped. The scene before them was far more perilous than they had anticipated. Everything around them radiated a faint crimson hue, and beyond the 5-meter circular platform lay an abyss of unfathomable depth. Moreover, a narrow path, less than half a foot wide, barely accommodating both feet side by side, led into the unknown darkness, the only route out of the platform. Xing Tian and Qian Renxue exchanged grave glances. What should we do? Ma Hongjun asked. I do not know. Xing Tian shook his head. Huo Wu peered down from the platform. Curiosity piqued as she asked, what lies beneath? A blood pool. All the blood from the city of slaughter after countless killings should have converged here, Xing Tian explained. A blood pool? Just how much blood could that be? Ma Hongjun exclaimed. Over the years, all the blood must have gathered here, Xing Tian clarified. This narrow path must be the so-called path of hell. We do not know its length, but it is certain that traversing the path of hell is not as simple as it appears. Below lies a vast blood pool, likely home to formidable beasts or deadly toxins. Venturing beneath is unwise. The best course of action is to ascend, Xing Tian stated while gazing at the narrow path beneath him. I trust your judgment, Qian Renxue replied to Xing Tian. Excellent. Let us first cultivate to optimize our condition, and then we shall embark on the path of hell. Xing Tian spoke in a solemn tone. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement. Thus, they began their cultivation on the platform, uncertain of the dangers that lay ahead, striving to maintain their peak condition to confront the challenges to come. After an hour or two, Xing Tian was the first to emerge from his meditative state. He stood and stretched, while Qian Renxue and the others continued their recovery. Xing Tian approached the narrow path, which was so slim that there was hardly any space left even when standing with feet side by side. How is it? Any thoughts? Qian Renxue's voice came from behind him. Not yet. We shall take it one step at a time, Xing Tian replied, shaking his head. Chapter 124. Confronting the path of hell in truth, Xing Tian had some understanding of the path of hell. Knowing it was home to a 3-headed bat king and a creature known as the 10-headed sun serpent, though other details had faded from his memory. He had merely skimmed through this section during his previous life. As Xing Tian and Qian Renxue scrutinized the narrow path, Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu also awakened in succession. Are we all set? Xing Tian inquired. All set, Ma Hongjun affirmed. Let us proceed. I cannot predict the dangers that await, so everyone must remain vigilant without the slightest lapse. You've seen the path before us. Should any great peril arise, I cannot guarantee your safety, Xing Tian said with utmost seriousness. Boss, don't worry, Ma Hongjun replied confidently. Very well, let's move out, Xing Tian declared, extending his hand. A vine appeared and coiled around the waists of his companions. This will keep us safer, Xing Tian remarked. As they stepped onto the less-than-half-foot path, Xing Tian cautioned. Do not look down. With that, he took the lead, each step deliberate and steady. If it were merely a matter of traversing such a path, Xing Tian could have completed it in minutes, but the path of hell was anything but simple. Therefore, he advanced slowly, his eyes scanning the surroundings, while his spiritual power radiated from him, probing a radius of several dozen meters. His nerves remained taut, ready to react at the slightest disturbance. Xing Tian led the way, with Qian Renxue bringing up the rear, her hand gripping the vine tightly, prepared to assist should any danger befall him. Gradually, the four of them distanced themselves from the platform, which faded into the dark crimson behind them. Xing Tian was unsure how long they had walked when he suddenly halted. Huo Wu and Ma Hongjun followed suit. At the back, Qian Renxue tightened her grip on the vine. Do not be alarmed. There is no danger for now, Xing Tian reassured them. Why have we stopped? Qian Renxue asked. Have you noticed the air growing warmer? It seems this place is no longer silent. There are sounds, faint yet approaching us, Xing Tian explained. Them? Are there many? Qian Renxue asked, seizing the key word in his statement. I do not know. The sounds are too subtle, Xing Tian replied with a shake of his head. Stay alert, he suddenly commanded, continuing forward. Xing Tian led the way, while Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu drew their weapons. And Qian Rinxue readied her own. Gradually, they too began to perceive the sounds which, though not loud, came at a rapid frequency, just as Xing Tian had described. These subtle noises were hastening towards them. I have just realized that the blood pool beneath us may not be mere blood. It could be magma, Xing Tian suddenly declared. Magma? Indeed, we are descending further. Have you all noticed that the blood pool is drawing closer? Xing Tian remarked. Qian Ringshu and her companions glanced down, a wave of dizziness washing over them, prompting them to quickly shut their eyes and steady their minds. Initially, we were at least a kilometer away from the blood pool. Now, it is less than a kilometer, Xing Tian stated. Yet we did not perceive any incline, Huo Wu interjected. I also did not notice it at first, but I discerned it through the changes in temperature. The slope must be exceedingly slight, which is why we are unaware of it. Based on this slope, I surmise that the path is remarkably long. Xing Tian continued. Moreover, I can assert that the final stretch will be the most arduous. Ultimately, this path may lead directly into the blood pool below. As Xing Tian spoke, a sense of dread took hold of Qian Ringshu and her companions. Enough of this for now. Let us first navigate the imminent peril, Xing Tian urged. Just then, the resonating hum intensified. Dimly, Xing Tian perceived some crimson figures rapidly approaching, and he quickly understood why the frequency of that sound felt so swift. It was not one or two creatures, but a multitude, at least 1,000 strong. As they drew nearer, the flying beings became discernible. They were blood-red bats, reminiscent of the crimson markings left on the ground of the hellish slaughter arena, only smaller. Each blood bat measured about a foot in length, but their expansive wings spanned over a meter. One or two of such bats were trivial, yet the sudden appearance of thousands resembled a red cloud racing towards Xing Tian and his companions. Even Xing Tian felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of the densely packed bats. Qian Ringshu and her friends gripped their weapons tightly across their chests and turned to Xing Tian, asking, "What should we do? Whatever must be done, we shall confront the enemies head-on. I will take the front, Huo Wu will guard the left, the fatty will cover the right, and Xiao Xue will protect the rear," Xing Tian replied firmly. The blood-red bats flew swiftly, closing in rapidly. Their blood-red eyes gleamed as they spotted their targets, emitting guttural caws and revealing their sharp fangs. Thousands of blood bats flapping their wings unleashed a foul wind that staggered Xing Tian and his companions. Drawing on his soul power, Xing Tian tightened the vines coiling around their waists. He summoned the Haotian hammer, using its weight to stabilize himself while anchoring Qian Ringshu and the others, ensuring that even the strongest winds could not topple them. With Xing Tian's assistance, they regained their footing, eyes vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Their eyes had turned crimson, releasing the pent-up killing intent within. Qian Ringshu unleashed her angel spirit. Although soul skills could not be employed here, her innate ability to purify malevolent energies came into play. As she manifested her spirit, a refreshing sensation washed over Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu, calming their bloodlust without hindering their murderous aura. However, the blood bats appeared almost sentient, circling rapidly in the air rather than attacking immediately, encircling the four. At this moment, it was as if every direction surrounding Xing Tian and his companions was poised for an assault. Fortunately, Xing Tian had previously arranged for each direction to be monitored, ensuring they would not be caught off guard when the bats launched their attack. Observing that the bats were merely circling without striking, Xing Tian contemplated a probing strike. He retrieved a golden soul coin from his storage wristband and flicked it towards one of the bats. Although Xing Tian lacked Tang San's stealthy techniques, his strength was formidable. Thus, the launched coin possessed considerable lethality. To his surprise, the bat effortlessly evaded the attack with a slight movement. They seemed capable of dodging our attacks with ease. "What do we do now?" Qian Ringshu inquired. "Fear not. I have a plan," Xing Tian declared suddenly. After his initial probing attack, the bats appeared agitated and began their assault. Unlike other avian species, these bats possessed a unique acuity that allowed them to easily anticipate their enemies' movements, a capability impervious even to psychic influence. "Now block your ears," Xing Tian commanded. Upon hearing this, Qian Ringshu and the others hastily covered their ears. Xing Tian was uncertain whether this method would succeed, but he felt compelled to try. Following the evasion of his initial probing attack, the notion of sound waves abruptly entered his mind. He recalled lessons from his previous life, where it was taught that bats utilize ultrasonic waves in conjunction with keen hearing to navigate. In Xing Tian's view, even if these bats had undergone mutation, their echolocation abilities should remain intact. Thus he resolved to test it. After Qian Ringshu and her companions covered their ears, they signaled to Xing Tian, who nodded in acknowledgement. He then used his soul energy to block his own ears and summoned his power to his throat. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from Xing Tian's mouth. Fueled by his soul energy, Qian Ringshu and the others vaguely perceived faint ripples manifesting in the air. As Xing Tian unleashed this roar, the blood bats that had been lunging towards them became disoriented, some even colliding with one another. Now is our chance, Xing Tian thought. He swiftly produced a handful of golden soul coins and hurled them into the fray. With a series of resounding impacts, his barrage of coins dispatched at least 100 bats. It truly works, Xing Tian rejoiced internally, signaling to Qian Ringshu and the others. After witnessing Xing Tian's actions, Qian Ringshu retrieved a handful of silver soul coins, mustering her strength to launch them as well. They did not need to aim, for with thousands of blood bats in the vicinity, any thrown coin could eliminate numerous foes. Ma Hongjun and Ho Wu, inspired by her actions, joined in as well. However, it wasn't long before the bats regained their composure. Seeing this, Qian Ringshu emulated Xing Tian, channeling her soul energy to her throat, producing a sound sharper than his. The bats, having just regained their footing, were once again thrown into disarray by her cry. Thus, the group took turns launching their attacks, and before long, the swarm of blood bats was entirely vanquished, though a considerable number of coins had been expended in the process. Yet, there was no alternative. When it came to effective and lethal projectiles, golden soul coins were Xing Tian's first choice. Let's proceed. Xing Tian beckoned after disposing of the bats. He continued, leading them forward. However, after a brief distance, the ominous hum returned to Xing Tian's ears. Goodness, is this never-ending? And how utterly unfair. As Xing Tian once again heard that voice, he couldn't help but exclaim aloud. What is happening, Xing Tian? Asked Qian Ringshu. It's coming again. Xing Tian sighed. No sooner had he spoken than Qian Ringshu and the others heard a buzzing sound approaching. Xing Tian distinctly remembered that when Tang San came here, he only encountered a horde of blood bats. However, they were now preparing to face a second wave, which greatly displeased Xing Tian. Attention! The second wave is upon us, he shouted to Qian Ringshu and her companions. Upon hearing this, they immediately blocked their ears with their soul power and readied their weapons across their chests. Moments later, a dense swarm of blood bats appeared ahead, nearly matching the number of the first wave. Xing Tian turned to Qian Ringshu and signaled with gestures, indicating his mouth and throat. Realizing his intent, Qian Ringshu was quick to act. As the blood bats approached, Xing Tian hurled a handful of gold coins, and upon being attacked, the bats retaliated. Qian Ringshu, observing the incoming bats, was the first to let out a piercing scream. Her sharp voice disrupted the bats, causing them to lose their balance once more. Seizing the opportunity, Xing Tian and the others unleashed a torrent of gold coins, successfully taking down numerous bats. However, this wave of bats quickly regained their composure, moving significantly faster than the previous group. Xing Tian's pupils constricted at this sight. If they were on solid ground, he could easily dispatch these bats. But with the narrow path beneath his feet, many of his strategies were rendered ineffective. Seeing the bats stabilize, Ho Wu began to channel her soul power, letting out a cry. As her voice rang out, the bats were again thrown into disarray. Xing Tian intended to capitalize on this moment to eliminate more bats. But to his dismay, he realized that he had exhausted the gold coins in his storage bracelet. In a moment of desperation, he noticed the vine at his waist and waved his hand, summoning a ghostly vine, similar in color but adorned with sharp thorns. The ghostly vine shot forward, sweeping through the air and striking a large number of bats, sending them plummeting into the blood pool below. After 2 or 3 such strikes, the second wave of bats was finally eradicated. While Xingtian was relatively unscathed, Qian Ringshu and her companions felt fatigue from prolonged tension and the depletion of their soul power. "Let us take a short break, but not for too long," Xingtian said to Qian Ringshu, who was sweating from her forehead. "All right," she replied. They understood the grim nature of their situation and seized every moment to recover their soul power and spirits. While Qian Ringshu and the others meditated, Xingtian remained vigilant, fully aware that a formidable creature lurked nearby. Chapter 126. The Dark Golden Three-Headed Bat King. Approximately 15 minutes later, Qian Ringshu and the others opened their eyes. "Are we ready?" Xingtian inquired. "We're good to go. Let us move," Qian Ringshu responded. "It's very dangerous ahead, so prepare yourselves," Xingtian warned. The group nodded in agreement. After walking a short distance, the temperature rose significantly. Suddenly, Xingtian halted, exclaiming, "Trouble is coming." Following his gaze, they beheld a massive creature suspended beneath the narrow path, its dark golden body shimmering ominously in the surrounding dim red light. The creature was over 4 meters long, with enormous claws gripping the path, each claw measuring over 1 meter in diameter, deeply embedded in the stone. Upon sensing Xingtian and the others' presence, the creature slowly unfurled a pair of gigantic wings, its terrifying wingspan extending to 10 meters. As it released its grip, the massive creature took flight, revealing itself to be an enormous bat, entirely dark golden in hue. And most alarmingly, it possessed 3 heads. "After dealing with the small ones, here comes the big one," Xingtian muttered. With a swift motion, he conjured the Haotian hammer into his hand, while Qian Ringshu and the others drew their weapons, assuming defensive stances. The 4 stood still, breathing deeply to restore their soul power. The central head of the dark golden three-headed bat let out a piercing screech before launching itself at Xingtian and his companions. Even before its massive form reached them, an overwhelming aura surged forward, a terrifying gale far stronger than all the previous bloodbats combined. Xingtian quickly assessed that the strength of this dark golden three-headed bat surpassed that of an ordinary 10,000-year-soul beast, its pressure even more formidable than that of Xiongda. If he could utilize his soul skills, Xingtian could handle it alone without much strain. However, at present, he was unable to employ any techniques. Facing such a colossal and aerial opponent placed Xingtian and his companions in a precarious situation. "Be cautious. Prioritize your safety," Xingtian warned, retracting the vines tied around their waists. Qian Ringshu summoned her angel martial spirit, while Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu activated their own martial spirits. Although they couldn't use soul skills, the assistance of their martial spirits could at least create some disruption, buying Xingtian valuable time. After Qian Ringshu unleashed her angel martial spirit, she channeled her soul power, emitting a gentle radiance. The dark golden three-headed bat, now darting towards them, hesitated momentarily under the influence of this soft light. "Xiaoxue, help me," Xingtian called out to Qian Ringshu. Noticing her martial spirit's effect, as he shot forth a vine, Qian Ringshu instinctively wrapped it around her hand. "Take care of yourselves," Xingtian shouted to Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu. As Qian Ringshu grasped the vine, she understood Xingtian's intent. She willingly resisted, allowing Xingtian to lift her high into the air. Aware that the bat could emit a wave capable of destroying the path beneath them, Xingtian acted swiftly. Once Qian Ringshu was airborne, the light from her martial spirit enveloped the dark golden three-headed bat, causing it to slow down. Seizing the opportunity, Xingtian exerted all his strength, hurling the Haotian hammer at the bat, then swiftly pulling Qian Ringshu back. "Xiaoxue, throw me," Xingtian urged her. "All right, no problem," she affirmed, as Qian Ringshu returned to Xingtian's embrace. The Haotian hammer struck true, crashing into the central head of the dark golden three-headed bat. Despite the bat's formidable resilience, it could not withstand the hammer's destructive force, and its central head was obliterated, letting out a mournful cry as it flapped its wings, retreating. "Now, Xiaoxue, throw me," Xingtian directed her, leaping in the opposite direction of the retreating dark golden three-headed bat. "Xiaoxue," he called out mid-air. Qian Rengshu's soul power surged as she exerted force with her arm, flinging Xing Tian towards the dark golden three-headed bat. The dark golden three-headed bat that was sent flying summoned a swarm of smaller bats and began to devour its kin. With each consumption, the head that Xing Tian had just shattered healed at a visible rate. No way. Seeing this, Xing Tian summoned the Haotian hammer once more and hurled it with all his might. A sword then appeared beneath Xing Tian's feet. He withdrew the vine in his hand and leaped onto the sword, charging towards the dark golden three-headed bat. The bat was preoccupied with its feast and had no defenses. Caught off guard, another head was smashed by the Haotian hammer. Xing Tian landed directly on the back of the dark golden three-headed bat, drawing the 7-kill sword to mercilessly slash at its neck. The 7-kill sword, being the most exquisite of weapon spirits, retained its sharpness even without soul skills. But suddenly, Xing Tian's strikes met empty air. A burst of golden light erupted from the dark golden three-headed bat beneath him, which then exploded into countless dark golden little bats. A sense of foreboding suddenly gripped Xing Tian's heart upon seeing the swarm of smaller bats. Xiaoxue, you all run ahead, Xing Tian shouted urgently. Upon hearing his call, Qian Rengshu and the others sprinted forward without hesitation. The smaller dark golden bats did not attack them. Instead, they flew ahead and began to feast on the narrow path they were traversing. As the dark golden bats indulged, the kin they had summoned also arrived, baring their sharp fangs and joining in the destruction. Damn it! They are ruining this path, Ma Ongjun exclaimed. Run, don't look back, Qian Rengshu urged. In a matter of moments, an alarming phenomenon unfolded before them. The hard rock beneath the bat's fangs crumbled into dust, and a stretch of the narrow path, at least 50 meters long, was rapidly being devoured by hundreds of blood-red bats. Damn it! Huowu gritted her teeth, but did not dare to slow her pace. At that moment, Xing Tian returned to the group. Assessing the situation, he extended his hand to summon the ghost vines, wrapping the sharp, barbed vines around the narrow path in multiple circles. Once secured, Xing Tian gave a shake, and the ghost vines swiftly surged forward. Any bat touched by the vines was swept away, resulting in numerous casualties. Run! This is not a long-term solution, Xing Tian shouted, propelling himself forward. Observing Xing Tian's rush, Qian Rengshu and the others followed closely behind. Just as they were running, the dark golden little bats gathered again. And after a swirl of golden mist, the dark golden three-headed bat re-emerged. Perhaps it should not be called the dark golden three-headed bat, but rather the dark golden three-headed bat king. It hovered in the air, 3 heads and 6 small eyes fixated on Xing Tian. Clearly enraged by the loss of its minions, eerie shrieks echoed simultaneously from the 3 heads of the dark golden three-headed bat king. Not good. It must be preparing to unleash a skill. Qian Rengshu shouted. Xiaoxue, throw me, Xing Tian instructed Qian Rengshu. As he spoke, a vine wrapped around her hand. Xing Tian could have flown over on his sword, but he feared that would take too long and allow the Bat King time to prepare. Thus, this method would be quicker. In midair, Xing Tian summoned the Haotian hammer and hurled it. However, this time the dark golden three-headed Bat King was prepared and easily evaded the attack. Dodge? Can you truly escape? Xing Tian scoffed. He then summoned all the weapon spirits he could, launching them from all directions towards the Bat King. The dark golden three-headed Bat King did not anticipate this tactic, and for a moment could not evade, becoming dazed from the onslaught of weapon spirits. Seizing the opportunity, Xing Tian threw the Haotian hammer again, shattering the newly grown head. This time, there is no escape for you. Xing Tian summoned the 7-kill sword and lunged forward, swiftly severing its remaining 2 heads. Then, extending his left hand, countless ghost vines surged forth, ultimately forming a cage that ensnared the dark golden three-headed Bat King. Xing Tian began to rapidly constrict the cage formed by the ghost vines. With a resounding explosion of golden light, the dark golden three-headed Bat King was obliterated. In truth, once Xing Tian severed its 3 heads, it was already defeated. However, to be cautious, he chose to ensure its demise, uncertain if it possessed any means of survival. After vanquishing the dark golden three-headed Bat King, Xing Tian was utterly drained of strength and soul power. He barely managed to extend a vine towards Qian Rengshu before his body fell in a free fall motion. Qian Rengshu had been keeping a close eye on Xing Tian, and upon noticing his descent, she quickly lunged forward to grasp the vine he extended. Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu hurried to assist, pulling Xing Tian back. Xing Tian, what's wrong? Are you okay? Qian Rengshu inquired anxiously as she brought him back. I'm fine, just exhausted. I just need a moment to rest. Xing Tian replied weakly. As long as you're okay, that's what matters. Qian Rengshu and Huo Wu sighed in relief. With the death of the dark golden three-headed Bat King, the remaining bloodbats were left leaderless, becoming frenzied and charging towards Xing Tian and the others. However, without the dark golden three-headed Bat King, these remaining bloodbats posed little threat to Qian Rengshu and her companions. After a brief struggle, once the last bloodbat fell beneath Qian Rengshu's sword, tranquility returned to their surroundings. Phew, it's finally over. Huo Wu wiped the sweat from her brow. Ma Hongjun nodded in agreement, and a smile graced Qian Rengshu's face as they had successfully navigated the immediate crisis. Let us take a moment to rest, regain our energy, and recover our soul power, Qian Rengshu suggested. That was truly perilous, she said, supporting Xing Tian. I trust you, which is why I dared to act, Xing Tian replied with a smile. All right, enough chatter. Let us focus on our cultivation and recover quickly. Qian Rengshu shot him a look, but the smile at the corner of her mouth could not be concealed. After about an hour, both Xing Tian and Qian Rengshu opened their eyes simultaneously, sharing a smile. Soon after, Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu also awakened from their cultivation. Let us eat something. Only when we are full can we face the dangers ahead. We don't know how many more challenges await us, Xing Tian remarked. After a simple meal and a brief rest, they resumed their journey. This time, they again secured vines around their waists and proceeded forward. As time passed, the surrounding temperature rose increasingly higher. Shall we take another break? It's unbearably hot. After an indeterminate amount of time, Qian Rengshu spoke up unexpectedly. Xing Tian remained silent, waving his hand to conjure several icicles, which he then distributed among the group. How refreshing! Huo Wu exclaimed suddenly. The icicles provided by Xing Tian were a manifestation of a martial soul, one he had inadvertently simulated in the hellish arena of slaughter. It was an elemental martial soul, and this was his inaugural use of it. How do you feel? Better? Xing Tian inquired. Yes, much better, Qian Rengshu replied. Then, let us proceed. This place is not meant for lingering. The sooner we exit, the better, Xing Tian stated. As they walked on, a rustling noise suddenly echoed from ahead, prompting Xing Tian to halt immediately. Qian Rengshu and the others also came to a stop, their expressions grave as they gazed into the distance, having heard the sound as well. Did you hear that? Xing Tian asked. Yes, there must be something ahead, Qian Rengshu responded. Be cautious. Let us approach slowly, Xing Tian advised, inching forward carefully. Not long after, Xing Tian caught a glimpse of the creature. He first noticed a pair of fiery red eyes, followed by the indistinct outline of a body behind them. The creature was dark red and lay coiled on the narrow path ahead. Xing Tian could not discern its full form, but judging by its size, it appeared to be some sort of serpent. The 10-headed fiery sun serpent, Xing Tian muttered to himself. As the rustling intensified, the serpent began to slither closer to them. Finally, Xing Tian was able to see the entirety of the serpent. On its head and along its back, there were 9 protrusions, each resembling a vivid red mushroom, seemingly pulsating with what looked like blood. Its belly was particularly massive, causing it to bulge on the narrow path, and its length exceeded 10 meters. Chapter 128, The 10-Headed Fiery Sun Serpent. They beheld the monstrous serpent, which had evidently noticed them as well. Its tongue, stretched out across the narrow path, gradually rose, and its golden red eyes shone like lanterns. What kind of snake is this? It looks so peculiar, Huo Wu whispered in astonishment. Xing Tian remained silent, his gaze solemnly fixed on the serpent, or rather, on the path beneath it. Although the bloodbats had previously posed a significant threat from the air, the true danger arose when they attempted to obstruct their passage. Now, this serpent lay across their path, and it was undeniable that it could easily destroy the narrow way with its formidable capabilities. Therefore, any attempt to attack the serpent would necessitate careful consideration to avoid excessive damage to the path. If the road were to be destroyed, it could spell doom for Xing Tian and his companions, which was his foremost concern. As the creature drew within 100 meters, it emitted a croaking sound akin to a crying infant. The 9 fleshy protrusions on its back began to emit a golden red glow. At a distance of 20 meters, the serpent launched its attack, unleashing a stream of scarlet light from its mouth, reeking of a strong, fishy odor, which rapidly spread towards the two. What infuriated Xing Tian the most was that the flames approached ground level, meaning they surged swiftly from the narrow path beneath their feet. Had they been on level ground, he could have easily evaded the flames. However, in their current predicament, evasion was utterly impossible. The crimson light fluctuated violently along the narrow path, accompanied by the crackling sound of igniting rocks. Even more terrifying was the thin layer of red mist enveloping the flames, which undoubtedly contained potent toxins. Taking a deep breath, Xing Tian summoned his Xianbing martial soul, but he refrained from using it to block the oncoming flames. His concern was that the serpent had not damaged the path, and he did not wish to be the one to do so. Instead, he called forth the Xianbing to guard against the red mist. After summoning the Xianbing, Xing Tian also conjured the ghost vine, as it was the only strategy he could devise. He entwined the ghost vine around a shard of Xianbing, then stepped forward with his right leg while crouching slightly with his left. The ghost vine, wrapped around the Xianbing, glided swiftly along the ground. Upon encountering the scarlet light, the ghost vine ignited instantly. However, protected by the Xianbing, its flames were not exceedingly fierce. The burning ghost vine acted as a harbinger, pushing the crimson light back. Where it passed, the flames vanished, and the propelled ghost vine, still ablaze, sped along the narrow path towards the serpent. In a peculiar turn of events, the serpent did not confront the ghost vine directly. As the ghost vine neared, the serpent's upper body bent, causing it to tumble off the narrow path into the abyss. Once the ghost vine swept past the spot where it had been, the serpent's head reemerged onto the path, and its body followed suit, deftly evading the ghost vine's attack. Although the flames dissipated, the sweet, fishy mist soon enveloped the area. Fortunately, the Xianbing martial soul shielded them, freezing the mist into nothingness before it could reach them. Realizing its attack had been futile, the serpent accelerated towards Xing Tian and his companions. Xiaoxue, unleash your martial soul, Xing Tian suddenly called out. At his command, Qianrenxue released her angel martial soul. Xing Tian was uncertain of its efficacy against the serpent, but it had proven somewhat effective against the dark golden, three-headed Bat King. Upon the release of Qianrenxue's angel martial soul, the serpent noticeably hesitated, though the effect seemed minimal. Seizing the moment of its distraction, Xing Tian summoned the Haotian hammer, hurling it directly towards the serpent along the ground. The serpent repeated its earlier tactic, maneuvering its body off the narrow path. I've been waiting for this, Xing Tian sneered. He summoned another Haotian hammer, launching it as the serpent attempted to reposition its head, aiming directly for its skull. To Qianrenxue and the others, it appeared that the serpent charged straight at the Haotian hammer as it was thrown. With a resounding crash, the serpent collided solidly with the hammer. Due to time constraints, Xing Tian had not channeled energy into the throw, thus the serpent was not significantly injured. It's my fault for urging you back to the path. Xing Tian scoffed at the serpent, which still sought to return to the narrow passage. The Xianbing martial soul, summoned earlier, now proved its worth. With a wave of his hand, the Xianbing materialized above Xing Tian, transforming into an icy chain that shot forth towards the serpent. Having just been struck by the Haotian hammer, the serpent's head was still dazed, and thus it failed to evade the approaching Xianbing chain in time, becoming ensnared. Had it not been for the restrictions on the use of soul techniques in this location, a single absolute zero would have likely spelled the end for the serpent. Nonetheless, the chill emanating from the Xianbing still inflicted considerable damage on the serpent. As the icy chain bound it, the creature emitted a sizzling sound, and wisps of white smoke began to rise from its body. Xing Tian summoned a flying sword, directing it straight at the serpent. As the monstrous serpent detected the approach of Xing Tian, the 9 crimson-hued flesh tumors upon its back began to glow with increasing brilliance. With an irate croak, it emitted a series of anguish calls. Suddenly, all 9 tumors shattered simultaneously, unleashing 9 streams of golden-red liquid that surged forth, not directly, but arcing upward before Xing Tian. Just as these streams converged in midair, poised to reach him, they abruptly hesitated. Then, all the liquid simultaneously contracted into a small orb, no larger than a fist, before plummeting towards Xing Tian. "I've been awaiting your arrival," declared Xing Tian. Extending his hand, a multitude of ghostly vines erupted from his grasp, weaving into a bag that ensnared the orb. Aware that the bag fashioned from ghostly vines would not endure for long, he swiftly retracted it, disregarding the orb's erratic movements, and propelled himself toward the serpent with the 7 kills sword in hand. The serpent's colossal head was so immense that Xing Tian had to circle around its neck to sever it. Upon its decapitation, the creature let out a mournful wail, its body collapsing in defeat. Without the support of its strength, it slumped and tumbled off the narrow path. Chapter 129. The third trial of the Hell Road. After the serpent's demise, the bag woven from ghostly vines ceased its motion, falling silent. "What is this?" Qianren inquired as she stepped forward. "This is the serpent's inner core," Xing Tian replied. "Inner core? Indeed. Boss, do you recognize the serpent?" Ma Hongjun asked. "Yes." Xing Tian nodded. "What's its name?" Huowu inquired with curiosity. "If I am not mistaken, this should be the Shou Lai Yangshi, a primordial beast of extraordinary toxicity. An adult can exceed 10 meters in length and possesses the most formidable fire poison among serpents. After a millennium of cultivation, it can form an inner core concealed among its 9 heads. When the inner core manifests, the very heavens lose their color. To possess its inner core is to command supremacy over all serpents. Holding the inner core, he continued, once formed, its offensive power is terrifying. Earlier, I severed the connection between it and its inner core, utilizing the chilling aura of Xianbing, the Haotian hammer, along with the 7 kills sword to fortuitously slay it. The advantage of this inner core is that it renders all serpent poisons ineffective and counters all serpentine creatures. So, having this means that soul masters with serpent martial spirits will find it challenging to contend with you, Qianren remarked. That would be accurate, Xing Tian smiled. Having traversed 2 trials with relative ease, the group's spirits lightened. After a brief respite, they maintained a steady pace forward. If this hell road indeed consisted of only 3 trials, they needed only to endure the final challenge to escape this cursed place. The temperature continued to rise, and the dark red liquid flowing in the chasms on either side became increasingly discernible. The external temperature was becoming unbearable for Xing Tian and his companions. Although his Xianbing martial spirit could insulate against heat, it could not filter the peculiar essence permeating the air. This atmosphere contained a strange aura, and a suffocating sensation deepened within their hearts, with their own murderous intent becoming more unrestrained. Anxious emotions began to manifest among the group, particularly in Ma Hongjun and Huowu at the rear. Lacking Qianren martial spirit to temper their feelings, and devoid of Xing Tian's innate resilience, their mounting agitation fueled their murderous intent, rendering their surroundings increasingly unclear as the oppressive heat seemed to provoke every cell within them. In truth, Xing Tian was not faring much better. While his condition was somewhat superior to Ma Hongjun and Huowu's, the bizarre aura from the surroundings beckoned to his own bloodlust. Unable to contain his murderous aura, he risked being consumed by the horrific evil present on this hell road. Fortunately, he could multitask, channeling the excess bloodlust that clouded his mind into his second martial spirit, which eagerly absorbed the influx of killing intent. As they progressed, a detail suddenly struck Xing Tian. He recalled that the original text described a peculiar aura along the hell road. While killing intent could offer some resistance, it could not entirely filter this essence. Prolonged exposure would lead to deeper influence, and once one's heart became unsettled, it would be challenging to regain composure, making it nearly impossible to escape this hell road. It seems the true danger has been upon us since we set foot on this path, Xing Tian murmured. The journey ahead would not be easy. At that moment, with Qian Rinxue by their side, Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu were barely managing to maintain their clarity. Fatty, Xiao Wu, are you holding up? Xing Tian asked. They nodded vigorously in affirmation. Xiao Shui, we can't afford to delay any longer. We must hasten, or else Fatty and the others may not last much longer. Xing Tian urged Qian Rinxue. Understood, she replied. Grasping Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu, the four of them ceased walking and took flight, swiftly propelling themselves forward. As their speed increased, the surrounding air grew increasingly heated, a faint mist beginning to form, obscuring their vision. In a pale red fog enveloping them, they could barely see a kilometer ahead. The dark red liquid roiling in the chasms on either side was unmistakably blood, yet its temperature rivaled that of magma. Xing Tian Gij, I can hardly endure any longer, Hu suddenly called out. Her delicate form began to tremble, her inner killing intent surging forth, thoughts of slaughter consuming her mind. She realized that if this continued, she might soon turn against Ma Hongjun and Qian Rinxue. Xing Tian quickly halted, turning to face Huo Wu, who was now with closed eyes, trembling uncontrollably, her murderous aura fluctuating erratically. Ma Hongjun's condition was not much better. Though he did not exhibit the same intensity as Huo Wu, his eyes were bloodshot, gasping for breath, and his own killing intent began to waver. Hold on a little longer. If I am correct, we are nearing the exit. Just a bit more. Xiao Shui, increase the output of your martial spirit's energy. Xing Tian shouted to Qian Rinxue. In response, he summoned his angel martial spirit, albeit reluctantly, as he felt awkward using it as a man. However, given the circumstances, he cast aside such concerns. Xiao Shui, let us each take one. We must move quickly. With that, Xing Tian seized Ma Hongjun, while Qian Rinxue lifted Huo Wu, and the four of them surged forward. After activating his angel martial spirit, Huo Wu and Ma Hongjun felt a slight improvement, though it was only marginal. Hurry, faster, Xing Tian urged. At this moment, Xing Tian realized that the perils they had encountered in the previous two phases were merely trifles. It was now that the true danger unveiled itself, marking what could be considered the genuine third stage of the Hell Road. The air grew increasingly oppressive and sweltering, rendering even Xian Bing Wu Han incapable of withstanding the surging heat. The acrid scent of singed fabric wafted from their garments. As the blood pool loomed ever closer, a sly smile crept across Xing Tian's face. If his conjecture was correct, the exit should be imminent. During this interval, Huo Wu experienced a violent outburst, which led to Xing Tian rendering her unconscious with a single strike. Observing this, Qian Rinxue followed suit and incapacitated Ma Hongjun with a similar blow. Chapter 130. The Exit of the God of Killing Domain. Half an hour later, as the tumultuous aura of murderous intent ceaselessly assailed Xing Tian and Qian Rinxue, they finally beheld the exit. By this time, Xing Tian was drenched in sweat, not solely due to the searing temperature surrounding them, but primarily as a result of the oppressive fog and the overwhelming aura of slaughter emanating from both himself and Ma Hongjun. Despite Xing Tian's resolute spirit, he found it increasingly difficult to endure. Yet at that moment, the exit materialized in the distance. The exit was strikingly apparent, a brilliant white light coalescing into an oval luminescence, marking the terminus of their arduous journey. However, just shy of 1,000 meters from the exit, Xing Tian suddenly halted, his brow furrowing. Although the exit had come into view, a crimson sea lay before him, blocking all paths onward. The blood, having pooled here, formed a small lake that stood defiantly in his way, its surface bubbling ominously. The distance of 1,000 meters loomed like an insurmountable chasm. No creatures attacked them here. Yet the malevolent essence contained within this vast expanse and the formidable gulf before him rendered it nearly impossible to traverse. A sudden realization struck Xing Tian. This could work. Xiao Shui, let us proceed, he called to Qian Rinxue. But how shall we cross? She inquired. With a swift motion, Xing Tian summoned a shield Wuhan. "Stand upon it, and I shall carry you forth," he declared. "Will this not prove burdensome for you?" Qianren Shui expressed her concerns. "There is no time for such worries now. Fatty and Huo Wu are in a precarious state. If they awaken, it will only complicate matters further." Xing Tian replied decisively. "Very well," Qianren Shui acquiesced. Once Qianren Shui took her place on the shield, Xing Tian harnessed his mental energy to elevate them. Suddenly, a ripping sound emanated from his back, as a pair of crimson bat-like wings unfurled behind him. These wings were the external soul bone that Oscar had once possessed, and at last, Xing Tian put them to use. "Hold on tight. We shall take flight," he shouted, lifting the shield and soaring towards the exit. Fortuitously, he had retained this external soul bone. Otherwise, they would have faced tragedy. As they soared through the air, Xing Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. In no time, the exit revealed itself ahead. However, as they approached, Xing Tian suddenly sensed that the murderous aura surrounding him was being drawn by an unseen force. Casting a final glance back at the path they had traversed through hell, he understood that the 4 years spent in the city of slaughter had forged an indelible imprint upon his life. "It is time to leave," Xing Tian murmured softly. With that, he and Qianren Shui swiftly flew into the white light of the exit. Once they entered, everything around them began to shift. Xing Tian felt as though he had stepped into a realm of peculiar nature. Surrounding him was a vast expanse of whiteness, and his recently summoned Wu Hun was mysteriously restrained, forcibly drawn back into his body. Ma Hongjun also detached from his back. In this blinding white world, he found himself utterly devoid of strength, overwhelmed solely by the relentless cold. It felt as if countless icy tendrils coalesced upon him while others surged forth from within. And in this void, Xing Tian bore the brunt of terrifying agony. The chilling sensation that should not have manifested persisted. It was not a mere fluctuation in temperature, but a frigidness birthed from the aura of slaughter, pure and unadulterated. It swiftly invaded his being, causing him to tremble with each intrusion. As the coldness gradually stiffened his heart, his senses began to wane alongside his consciousness. And in that moment, Xing Tian finally confirmed the legends of the city of slaughter. Indeed, this was a domain, a realm forged from murderous intent. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Xing Tian emerged from his suffering, fully awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, all pain had dissipated, replaced by a refreshing sensation. The familiar waves of soul power and a resurgence of soul skills coursing through him. As he prepared to rise, he noticed an anomaly upon his left hand. Upon inspection, he discovered a white pattern had appeared on the back of his hand, reminiscent of the bloodstains upon the ground of the Hell Road, albeit much smaller and in shades of white. When he endeavored to perceive the white pattern, an overwhelming burst of white light surged forth, emanating from his left hand, only to quickly transform into a colorless hue. His perception of the surrounding world altered dramatically. The god of killing domain? Is this what is referred to as the god of killing domain? Xing Tian exclaimed with a glimmer of joy. Yet, after a fleeting moment of elation, a sense of gloom enveloped him, as he recalled the countless lives sacrificed over the years to attain this power. Though he was not a saint, the thought that his hand was stained with so much blood left him feeling uneasy. At that instant, an invisible aura of killing intent surged toward him, akin to an unseen force colliding heavily against the god of killing domain he had unleashed. Xing Tian staggered, quickly redirecting his gaze toward the source. A few dozen meters away stood a striking figure, her face adorned with a radiant smile. It was Qianren Shui. "Xing Tian, do you feel it? We have awakened our innate domains," she exclaimed as she approached him. Gazing at Qianren Shui, a myriad of thoughts raced through Xing Tian's mind before he pulled her into an embrace. "Xiao Shui, I am sorry for the suffering you endured," he whispered in her ear. At his words, Qianren Shui trembled, her eyes glistening with tears, recognizing that the Xing Tian she had cherished had returned. Moments later, 2 more invisible auras of killing intent approached swiftly. Xing Tian and Qianren Shui turned to see Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu standing at a distance. Xing Tian waved them over, and they gradually made their way toward him. "Boss, we have succeeded," Ma Hongjun declared as he reached Xing Tian. "Indeed, we have triumphed," Xing Tian replied with a smile. "Brother Xing Tian, thank you," Huo Wu suddenly interjected. "Xiao Wu, do not hold it against me. At that time, had I not acted as I did, you might not have survived," Xing Tian explained earnestly. "I understand, Brother Xing Tian. I do not blame you," Huo Wu replied. Shaking her head, Xing Tian pulled both Huo Wu and Qianren Shui into his embrace. "It is a blessing to have you both," he proclaimed. Qianren Shui and Huo Wu revealed a hint of a sweet smile. Chapter 131. Farewell to the King of Slaughter. Let us depart. After a moment of tenderness, Xing Tian spoke. Let us go." Qianren Shui arose from Xing Tian's embrace. Shortly after their departure, a girl clad in black gauze appeared ahead. "Mr. Xing Tian, we meet again," the girl said as she approached him. "What brings you here?" Xing Tian inquired. "I was commanded by the great King of Slaughter to await your arrival," the girl replied. Upon hearing this, Xing Tian recalled that he had previously expressed his willingness to serve as a guest in the city of Slaughter if he were fortunate enough to survive his journey through the path of hell. "Very well, let us proceed, as I too have matters to discuss with him," Xing Tian said with a smile. "Please." The girl gestured for them to follow. She then led Xing Tian and the others outside. Upon emerging, Xing Tian realized they were on the mountain behind the small town of the city of Slaughter. He glanced back, but paid no heed, for they had successfully exited. The familiar town and its familiar atmosphere remained, yet this time, the townsfolk avoided them. Having just emerged from the path of hell, they emanated an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, which made it impossible to conceal. They entered the same tavern, but had been renovated. The decor retained its characteristic dark theme, and as Xing Tian inhaled the still murky air, he found himself entranced. At first, "I thought the air here was thick, but now it feels remarkably fresh." "Mr. Xing Tian, let us proceed. The great King of Slaughter is awaiting you," the girl urged. "All right," Xing Tian responded. The girl led them to a hidden door behind a bar. "So this is the proper entrance," Xing Tian remarked with a smile. The girl glanced at him without speaking, then opened the concealed door and ushered them inside. Upon reaching the outer gate of the city of Slaughter, they encountered the same pair of armored soldiers. The black-armored knight, who had once fought Xing Tian, stood at the gate atop a warhorse. "Oh, where did you find such a fine steed?" Xing Tian joked. The knight remained silent, standing still and gazing ahead. "What a pity for such a noble horse," Xing Tian suddenly lamented. The knight turned his head to glance at him. "You should try to procure another one, you know?" "Never mind, you'll find out soon enough." Xing Tian contemplated, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. The knight looked at him with a puzzled expression, but did not inquire further. Upon entering the outer city, their imposing presence intimidated many. The townsfolk kept their heads lowered, hesitant to meet their gaze, fearing they might fall victim to Xing Tian and his companions. Passing through the outer city and entering the inner city, the chaos and squalor remained unchanged. However, this time, Xing Tian felt no discomfort, and as he observed the individuals around him and the environment, he nodded in approval. He suddenly realized that the existence of the city of Slaughter had its merits, as it confined these malevolent beings within its borders, reducing their opportunities to commit evil. Here, they could freely indulge their wickedness without interference, a win-win situation. Upon entering the hellish slaughter arena, the girl led them to a door. "The great King of Slaughter awaits you inside. I shall take my leave here," she announced. "Thank you," Xing Tian replied. Then he and Qianren Shui pushed the door open. Inside, they saw a figure emerge from the shadows. "This way. The great king has been waiting for you for quite some time." It was a woman of striking form, yet her countenance exuded a chilling demeanor, her voice laced with an icy tone. Following her, they arrived at a vast and dimly lit space. A remarkably large chair adorned with blue and purple crystals, shaped like a drum tower, dominated the area, while everything else was bathed in dark red hues. Finally, a departure from the dark theme, Xing Tian remarked as he surveyed the surroundings. "Congratulations. You have traversed the path of hell." The voice of the King of Slaughter emanated from the grand chair. "Congratulations to you as well." Xing Tian clasped his hands in greeting. Oh, what do you mean by that? The king inquired. I once stated that if I were fortunate enough to survive the path of hell, I would gladly serve as a guest in the city of slaughter. Xing Tian replied with a smile. Ha ha ha. Indeed, that is cause for mutual congratulations. The king of slaughter laughed heartily. Pray tell, why would you agree to be my guest in the city of slaughter? Do you know that 8 slaughter gods have passed through my city, yet none have been willing to become guests? The king said to Xing Tian, intrigued by his presence. I have also mentioned my disdain for this place, even my loathing, yet I'm still willing to serve as a guest. My agreement stems from one of the rules here. Xing Tian said, smiling. Douluo, the king urged. I recall when I first arrived, the guide informed me that those who enter the city of slaughter rarely leave, hence I found that despite its chaotic nature, it possesses certain advantages. Xing Tian explained. But you have overlooked the path of hell. Until this very moment, only a handful have managed to escape. The king countered. Ha ha ha. Well said. The king of slaughter laughed again. Thus, I believe the existence of a city of slaughter is indeed necessary. It allows individuals to unleash their true nature without inflicting harm on others. Xing Tian shrugged. From this day forth, you shall serve as guests of my city of slaughter, free to enter and exit at will. The king of slaughter declared, rising with a grave demeanor. With a wave of his hand, for beams of red light shot towards Xing Tian and his companions. Xing Tian reached out to catch them. They materialized as a medallion of unknown material, featuring a skull on one side and the character for slaughter on the reverse. This is the guest medallion of my city of slaughter, the first ever issued. With this medallion, you may enter and exit freely, the king of slaughter proclaimed. Thank you. Xing Tian bowed slightly. Chapter 132. Return to the Wuhuan Temple. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave, the king of slaughter stated. Your Majesty, I have a matter of great importance to discuss regarding the survival of the city of slaughter. Xing Tian said. Speak then, the king urged. Xing Tian hesitated, glancing at the woman beside the king. Feel free to speak, the king encouraged. I would like to inquire if any slaughter gods have returned to the city of slaughter recently? Xing Tian asked. None have. Why do you ask? The king of slaughter replied. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, during my journey through the road of hell, I glimpsed fragments of the future of the city of slaughter. In the next 2 to 3 years, it may very well be destroyed by a single individual. Xing Tian suddenly proclaimed. Who dares to destroy my city of slaughter? The Slaughter King's killing intent suddenly surged forth. This is precisely what I am about to reveal. Xing Tian continued. Speak. The Slaughter King said with a grim expression. Within the span of approximately 6 months to a year, a god of slaughter will arrive in the city of slaughter with his child, and that child will be the harbinger of its destruction. Xing Tian declared. Be more specific. The Slaughter King inquired. I do not know much, only that this person wields the Haotian hammer. At the mention of the Haotian hammer, Xing Tian glanced at the Slaughter King, noticing no change in his expression. The Haotian hammer? What is the credibility of this claim? A woman beside the Slaughter King interjected. I cannot say, for I merely caught a glimpse of a fragment of the future while traversing the road of hell. Now, as a guest elder of the city of slaughter, I feel compelled to share this, regardless of your belief. Xing Tian asserted. Issue a decree. From this day forth, the city of slaughter shall not admit anyone wielding the Haotian hammer. The Slaughter King commanded suddenly. However, Great King, Xing Tian has just mentioned that this child may be brought by a god of slaughter. The woman beside the Slaughter King remarked. Remember, I am the king of the city of slaughter. The Slaughter King cast a cold glance at the woman. Upon witnessing this, Xing Tian felt a sense of relief. In truth, he was uncertain whether Tang San would indeed bring ruin to the city of slaughter. After all, the Shuai Tian he was in his possession, yet Tang San, as a disciple of the Tang sect, was adept in the art of poison. Moreover, Xing Tian feared the force of historical correction. Thus, he deemed it necessary to warn the Slaughter King. If the city of slaughter were to be destroyed, he could claim he had done his due diligence. Very well. We have no further business here. Let us prepare to depart. Xing Tian said to the Slaughter King. Go ahead. The Slaughter King waved his hand. After receiving the response, Xing Tian led Qian Rinxue and the others out. Great King, How credible do you find his words? After Xingtian and the others left, the woman asked. He has no reason to deceive me. It serves him no benefit. The Slaughter King replied. Are you not concerned that he may be using the city of slaughter as a pawn? The woman queried. Have you observed him? His performance on the road of hell. A mere Haotian sect is hardly a challenge for him. The Slaughter King retorted, casting a sidelong glance at the woman. Issue a decree from this day forth. Disciples of the Haotian sect are forbidden entry. The Slaughter King declared. Yes, great king. The woman replied. You wish to destroy my city of slaughter? I am eager to discover which descendant of a god of slaughter seeks to do so. The Slaughter King murmured as he gazed at the ceiling. A year later, the Slaughter King indeed sensed an aura belonging to a god of slaughter entering the outskirts of the city of slaughter. It appears to be you, the Slaughter King said. Subsequently, Tang San was barred from entering the city of slaughter, and a confrontation ensued between Tang Hao and the Slaughter King, but the outcome remains unknown. That is a tale for another time. Upon exiting the city of slaughter, Xingtian turned to Qian Rinxue and said, Little Shui, let us return to the Wuhuan Palace. Qian Rinxue responded eagerly, Yes. I have not returned in quite some time. Then it is settled. Our destination is the Wuhuan Palace. Onward, Xingtian proclaimed. Xingtian had two reasons for heading to the Wuhuan Palace. First, Qian Rinxue had not returned in a long while, and he wished to take her back to see it. Secondly, since Qian Rinxue, Ma Hongjun, and Huo Wu had emerged from the city of slaughter, their auras were excessively sharp, and their killing intent often erupted uncontrollably. Thus, Xingtian sought to bring them back to the Wuhuan Palace to cleanse and temper their killing intent. Initially, Xingtian thought of the Moon Pavilion for this purpose. But after some contemplation, he decided against it, wishing to sever ties with Tang San and his associates. Furthermore, Bibi Dong had also visited the city of slaughter in the past, achieving mastery in the realm of slaughter, and she had not sought purification at the Moon Pavilion, indicating that she possessed her own methods for tempering killing intent. Since the Wuhuan Palace had its means, why should Xingtian seek the Moon Pavilion? Due to the circumstances surrounding Qian Rinxue and the others, Xingtian wasted no time and made straight for Wuhuan City. 10 days later, Xingtian and the others approached Wuhuan City. Even after 10 days in the outside world, their auras had not shifted much. For years of life in the city of slaughter had ingrained in them the necessity of constant vigilance. There is no need to be so tense. We have arrived. Xingtian reassured Qian Rinxue and the others. However, Qian Rinxue and the others paid no heed to Xingtian's words, remaining vigilant as they surveyed their surroundings. Upon their arrival at Wuhuan City, they immediately drew the attention of the guards, for their auras were indeed formidable, suffused with a palpable killing intent. Who goes there? The guards of Wuhuan City raised their weapons. It is I. Qian Rinxue stepped forward. Saintus. Upon seeing Qian Rinxue, the guards of Wuhuan City immediately lowered their weapons. Open the gates. Qian Rinxue commanded frostily. At once, the guards of Wuhuan City replied. Open the gates. One of the guards called to his companions. Saintus, please. The guards of Wuhuan City said. Let us proceed. Qian Rinxue instructed Xingtian and the others. Qian Rinxue then led Xingtian and the others into Wuhuan City. Go. Inform the Pope that the Saintus has returned. A guard instructed one of his comrades. Yes. The guard replied, dashing into the city. Once inside, Qian Rinxue led Xingtian and the others directly to the Wuhuan Palace. The Saintus has returned? Within the Wuhuan Palace, Bibi Dong looked at the messenger with interest. Yes, the Saintus is on her way to the Wuhuan Palace. The messenger confirmed. Good, I understand. Bibi Dong responded. A formidable killing intent? It seems you have indeed visited that place. Bibi Dong murmured to herself as she gazed at the entrance. I was contemplating sending Hu Laina to that place as well. Yet you have already returned from there. It appears this Xingtian fellow possesses considerable knowledge. Bibi Dong remarked. Chapter 133 Dialogue with Bibi Dong. As Bibi Dong was deep in thought, Qian Rinxue entered with Xingtian and the others. Your Holiness, I have returned. Qian Rinxue bowed her hands to Bibi Dong. Your Holiness. Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu also bowed to Bibi Dong. Your Holiness. Xingtian likewise offered a bow. How was your time in the city of slaughter? Bibi Dong inquired. It was bearable. Qianren Shui replied nonchalantly. Your Holiness, since you can sense the killing intent on us, you must also possess a means to assist them, correct? Xing Tian addressed Bibi Dong. Them? Why? Do you not require assistance? Bibi Dong asked curiously. I do not require it. I have my own methods. Xing Tian stated. If you have your own methods, why not assist them? Because my method is only effective for myself. Xing Tian shrugged. Why are you so certain that I have a means? Bibi Dong questioned. What do you think? Xing Tian replied with a smile that was neither wholly amused nor entirely serious, suddenly unleashing his god of slaughter domain. Upon sensing Xing Tian's god of slaughter domain, Bibi Dong's own domain instinctively awakened. There you go. You possess one as well. Xing Tian smiled at Bibi Dong. Then, Xing Tian retracted his domain. Qianren Shui and the others gazed in astonishment at Bai Dong. Do you realize that your actions will hasten your demise? Bai Dong glared at Xing Tian with a dark expression. Please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions. Furthermore, as a guest of the Slaughter City, do you think I am unaware of its secrets? Xing Tian spoke as he produced the guest token of the Slaughter City. A guest of the Slaughter City? You have actually become a guest of such a place? Bai Dong remarked with evident disdain. I expected you to possess a different perspective on the Slaughter City, but it seems I was mistaken. Xing Tian shook his head. What? Do you believe that the Slaughter City is a commendable place? Bibi Dong inquired. Indeed, I believe the Slaughter City holds merit, Xing Tian asserted. Oof, how absurd, Bibi Dong scoffed. It appears that the world has but a singular impression of the Slaughter City. Xing Tian chuckled as he shook his head. Xing Tian, refrain from speaking too much. At that moment, Qianren Shui discreetly tugged at Xing Tian. Let him speak. I am curious to see what he has to say. Bai Dong turned and seated herself on the high chair. Your Holiness, it is undeniable that you have obtained what you desired from the Slaughter City, correct? Xing Tian inquired. What does that signify? Allow me to elaborate. It is quite a simple matter. The existence of the Slaughter City is said to be the legacy of a mighty warrior. What do you believe is the significance of its existence? Xing Tian questioned. The existence of the Slaughter City merely breeds evil, Bai Dong replied. Yes, you are correct. The Slaughter City indeed fosters wickedness. However, I have perceived another aspect of it. Would you care to hear? Speak. The Slaughter City is a place of utter chaos, where individuals unleash their darkest selves. It is certainly the shadowy side of the world, yet I have recognized a singular point of value. Xing Tian smiled. What point? I recall that upon entering the Slaughter City, the guide informed me that those who enter seldom emerge. Of course, those like us who have traversed the path of hell are exceptions. But is the path of hell truly easy to navigate? Certainly not. Thus, the Slaughter City resembles a delectable morsel attracting the continent's villains, oblivious to the fact that this morsel is ensnared within a cage. Once they enter, they are unlikely to escape. If they cannot escape, does that not imply that the world has one less villain? As long as the Slaughter City exists, even if just one person enters each year, the number of evildoers in the world diminishes. You cannot deny this, Xing Tian asserted. Bai Dong nodded in silence. Where there is light, there must also be darkness. I personally believe that the Slaughter City embodies that darkness. You view it as chaotic, loathe it, detest it, and even wish to eradicate it. But have you considered where these villains would go if not for the Slaughter City? Would you allow them to continue their malevolence across the continent? In such a case, you will be the center of the entire continent, Xing Tian declared. Impudent. Suddenly, Bibi Dong shouted at Xing Tian. I speak the truth. Initially, I too found it intolerable. I hated it, felt disgusted, even reviled it. However, once I came to understand, I realized that I had once heard a saying, every person who enters the Slaughter City has chosen their path to death. Therefore, why should we concern ourselves with the killings within? After all, they are all deserving of death, Xing Tian remarked. Upon hearing this, Bai Dong fell into contemplation, remaining silent for a long time. Enough, Your Holiness, we have digressed. Let us discuss the matter of the killing intent residing within Qianren Shui and the others. Xing Tian suggested. In the Qiando Empire, there exists a place called Yuxian. Your Holiness, You are surely aware of who the owner of Yuxian is, and you must be aware of my connection with them. Thus, we shall not consider Yuxian. Xing Tian interrupted Bai Bai Dong. My methods are far more painful than those of Yuxian, Bai Bai Dong stated. One must endure hardship to rise above others. Xing Tian glanced at Qianren Shui and the others as he spoke. Good. Upon hearing this, Bai Bai Dong suddenly exclaimed, Good. Bring the saintess to the side hall. Bibi Dong commanded. Yes, your holiness. A servant entered. Xing Tian, remain here. Bibi Dong instructed. Xing Tian, what are your thoughts on the upper three sects? Bai Bai Dong asked after Qianren Shui and the others had departed. Upper three sects? No, there are only two remaining now, Xing Tian replied. And what are your thoughts on them? I hold no particular opinion. What you truly wish to inquire about is the Haotian sect, is it not? Xing Tian responded. Precisely. I know little of the Haotian sect, but I do know that Tang Hao and his son will undoubtedly bring calamity to the Wuhuan Hall, Xing Tian stated. Oh, I am intrigued to hear your reasoning. Bai Bai Dong expressed interest, as he did not believe that just two individuals could cause any significant trouble for the Wuhuan Hall. I cannot specify, merely a foreboding intuition, for the blood feud is one that cannot remain unavenged. Xing Tian remarked. How much do you truly know? Bibi Nong suddenly questioned Xing Tian. I do not know much, just this, Xing Tian replied. Very well, you may leave. In half a month, I shall return you a normal Qian Ren Shui. Bai Bai Dong declared. Thank you, your holiness. Xing Tian bowed, slightly in gratitude. Chapter 134. Hu Lai Na after leaving. Xing Tian was assigned to a secluded courtyard, a place of tranquility. Young master, there are always guards outside. Should you require anything, feel free to call for us. The person who brought him stated. Understood, Xing Tian acknowledged. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. The individual announced. All right. Once the person departed, Xing Tian entered the courtyard, which was modest yet charming. A straight path of blue bricks extended to the steps of the house, flanked by various flowers and plants, exuding warmth. Not bad, Xing Tian mused as he surveyed the surroundings. Upon entering the room, he quickly commenced his cultivation, for he too was laden with killing intent, albeit he managed it more adeptly. Entering a state of cultivation, Xing Tian began channeling his killing intent into his second martial soul. The second martial soul was not picky. It absorbed whatever was offered. Moreover, after 4 years in the Slaughter City, his second martial soul had transformed significantly, no longer resembling a bear. It was now enveloped in a thin, crimson membrane, rendering its appearance somewhat obscure. As Xing Tian gazed at his second martial soul, he pondered what it would ultimately become. It seemed that this transformation was a consequence of absorbing killing intent. Regardless, it should not turn out poorly. After all, the foundation is still there. Xing Tian contemplated his second martial soul. After 3 days, Xing Tian managed to consolidate all his killing intent. However, his gaze remained sharp, so during the following days, he tended to the flowers and plants in the courtyard, cultivating his spirit. Occasionally, he would practice calligraphy or paint, allowing his mind to unwind. Yet, he primarily focused on caring for the flora and fishing, discovering that fishing was the best way to clear his mind. Gradually, his aura became more rounded, and the sharpness in his eyes softened. Primarily, if one were to encounter Xing Tian for the first time without prior knowledge of his identity, they might easily mistake him for an ordinary individual. Even the esteemed Bibi Dong expressed her astonishment upon meeting Xing Tian, as she realized that the rumored figure bore an uncanny resemblance to an everyday person. I didn't expect you to possess such abilities, remarked Bibi Dong. Oh, it's rather modest. Xing Tian replied. By the way, how are Xiao Xue and the others doing? He inquired abruptly. It's still early. It has only been a few days, Bibi Dong responded. Did you summon me for a specific purpose, Your Holiness? Xing Tian asked. I wish to send my student to the city of Slaughter for training. I would like you to enlighten her about the city, Bibi Dong explained. Are you not already aware? Xing Tian queried. You have just emerged from that place, so I believe your insights will be more comprehensive than mine, Bibi Dong asserted. Very well, Xing Tian acquiesced. Hulyina is headed to the city of Slaughter. I wonder if Tang San will manage to gain entry. If the king of Slaughter dismisses my words, I shall be a loss, Xing Tian pondered internally. The following day, when Hyena sought out Xing Tian, he was leisurely fishing by the riverbank. Is this the person my master instructed me to find? Hyena asked her companion. Indeed, your highness. This is Xing Tian. He arrived in our Wuhuan city 4 days ago, returning with Shuedian. They reportedly just came from the city of slaughter half a month prior. Her companion replied, Is this really him? Hyena observed the relaxed Xing Tian, finding it hard to reconcile his demeanor with that of someone who had emerged from the city of slaughter. She had learned from her master that the city was a place devoid of humanity, steeped in darkness and chaos. Yet before her stood Xing Tian, who appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary man. Your Highness, do not underestimate him. Do you recall the Continental Soul Master competition? You were unable to attend because of him, her companion remarked. Oh, is he the one who caused such an uproar during the Continental Soul Master competition and annihilated the 7 treasure glazed tile school? Yet he seems anything but, Hyena observed. Indeed, it is he. The Holy Pope has stated that his strength is on par with that of the Holy Pope himself. On par? I must see for myself just how formidable he truly is, Hyena retorted, feeling a twinge of displeasure at the notion that anyone could rival her revered master. With this in mind, she stretched her body and sauntered toward Xing Tian. As a wielder of the fox spirit, Hyena naturally exuded an enchanting aura. Wait here. I will assess him, she instructed her companion. Yes, your highness. In truth, Xing Tian had already sensed their presence. But he chose to ignore them since Hyena had not approached him. Excuse me, are you Mr. Xing Tian? A soft, melodic voice suddenly broke through the air, accompanied by a sweet fragrance. However, Xing Tian remained indifferent, continuing to hold his fishing rod and meditate. Are you Xing Tian? Hyena called again. Still, Xing Tian did not respond. Hey, are you Xing Tian? Hyena's tone shifted abruptly. Go wash yourself and return, Xing Tian said, eyes still closed. Hush, are you implying that I am dirty? Hyena protested. Having just bathed that morning, the foul aura emanating from your clumsy charm technique is rather nauseating. Clean yourself before coming back, Xing Tian replied without lifting his head. You. Hyena stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Her fox spirit granted her an innate skill of allure, one she was exceedingly proud of. Yet today, it had been utterly belittled by Xing Tian. With a huff, Hyena turned to leave. After approximately 2 minutes, she returned. Speak, what is it you need? Xing Tian inquired, reclining in his chair. My master instructed me to seek you out for information regarding the city of slaughter, Hyena said, taking a deep breath. Xing Tian's nonchalant demeanor irked her, as no one had ever treated her with such indifference. The city of slaughter? What a splendid place, Xing Tian exclaimed, smacking his lips. A splendid place? Do you think I am unaware of the city of slaughter? Hyena scoffed. Then why are you here? If you already know, what do you seek from me? Xing Tian chuckled. Chapter 135, The Illusion. Xing Tian merely intended to tease Hyena, as his impression of her had been that of a cold and merciless harbinger from his past life in the city of slaughter. You, my master sent me. She is Bibi Dong, Hyena suddenly declared. I am aware. Xing Tian opened his eyes. What precisely do you wish to learn about the city of slaughter? He asked. Hyena hesitated for a moment before quickly responding. Everything. That would take an eternity. It would take 3 days and nights to cover it all. Xing Tian shook his head. Then please focus on the key points, Hyena insisted. Every aspect is crucial. Xing Tian replied. Are you reluctant to share? Hyena's temper flared. Haha, not at all. Xing Tian chuckled at her vexation, realizing that Hyena possessed a different side to her character. Very well, since it would be endless to speak of it. I shall show you directly, Xing Tian declared suddenly. Show me? How? Hyena inquired, puzzled. As her confusion lingered, Xing Tian's eyes transformed, releasing an intangible wave that enveloped her. Hyena stood frozen in place, captivated. Take a moment to truly experience this. I believe your temperament will adapt well to that realm. Xing Tian smiled, then resumed his tranquil fishing. As the wave washed over her, Hyena felt a sense of disorientation. When she regained her senses, she found herself in an unfamiliar small town. Just as she was pondering this strange occurrence, she spotted several figures ahead. Is that Qian Rengshu? She exclaimed. Isn't she supposed to be in the Wuhuan Hall? Confused, she hurried to catch up with them. "Hey, why are you here?" she called out, yet Qian Ringshu and the others seemed oblivious, continuing their conversation. "Why won't you acknowledge me?" Hyena pressed on, then playfully tapped Qian Ringshu's shoulder. To her astonishment, her hand passed through Qian Ringshu's shoulder as though she were a mere apparition. What is happening?" Hyena stared at her hands in disbelief. "Wait, I think I understand what's going on," she suddenly realized, recalling Xing Tian's earlier words. "If it cannot be expressed fully, then let me show you." Indeed, that was the phrase that had triggered her epiphany. So now, am I within Xing Tian's illusion? This scene must be depicting their journey to the city of slaughter. Hyena concluded, hastily pursuing Xing Tian and the others. Upon arriving in the quaint town, Hyena was enveloped by a chilling atmosphere. Following Xing Tian and his companions, they entered a tavern, where the sequence of events led to ordering drinks, consuming them, and subsequently regurgitating in front of a mocking crowd. What is this crimson concoction that even Qian Rinxue has lost her composure? Hyena pondered aloud as she approached Xing Tian, gazing into the remnants of liquid in his cup. Could this possibly be blood? She exclaimed in disbelief. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a brawl erupted within the tavern. To her astonishment, Qian Rinxue and the others ruthlessly dispatched everyone present. Once the tavern's patrons had been annihilated, Xing Tian forcefully opened a passageway to the city of slaughter, for which a cold, dark wind surged forth. As they prepared to leap into the chasm, Hyena finally began to hear their conversations, which had previously eluded her. What followed was a fierce battle against a black-armored knight, and Hyena observed with utmost seriousness. Is Xing Tian truly this formidable? He has not even summoned his martial soul or expended soul power, she remarked. After vanquishing the Black Knight, Hyena followed them into the outer city of the City of Slaughter. Upon entering, they encountered a guide who began elucidating various aspects of the City of Slaughter. Hyena listened intently, aware that pivotal information was forthcoming. Is it true that soul skills cannot be utilized in the City of Slaughter? Fortunately, soul power remains intact. She gasped upon hearing the guide's revelation. Continuing her journey with the guide toward the hellish slaughter grounds, they encountered ambushes and counterattacks, revealing the chaotic and malevolent state of the outer city. What a place of utter chaos and wickedness! Hyena scornfully observed the emaciated figures surrounding her. Upon entering the inner city, Hyena witnessed true chaos and degradation. The sights and sounds experienced by Xing Tian and his companions were laid bare before her. Witnessing the unfolding events, a surge of murderous intent began to rise within her. "Ah, I sense a burgeoning killing aura. It appears you have glimpsed something significant. Yet this is merely the surface, little girl. The true spectacle lies ahead," Xing Tian remarked with a smile, observing Hyena's furrowed brow. Subsequently, Hyena beheld ambushes, counterattacks, and overwhelming assaults, culminating in Xing Tian engaging numerous foes single-handedly, leaving a trail of severed limbs and bloodshed in his wake. The sight was so violent and gruesome that Hyena felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In the ensuing time, Hyena witnessed the grim reality of the City of Slaughter. She observed Xing Tian and his companions as they rested, dined, competed, and engaged in further ambushes and retaliations. Everything unfolded before her eyes, and soon she fell silent, immersed in the atmosphere created by Xing Tian and his group. In this realm, one could be ambushed at any moment, and death lurked around every corner. Hence, even within the illusion, Hyena instinctively dodged and attacked, only to regain her senses when her strikes missed. As time passed, Hyena realized that Xing Tian and the others had been battling in the hellish slaughter grounds for quite some time, and she had been a witness to it all. This included the most challenging battle that had solidified Xing Tian's reputation. However, after his 100th victory, Hyena noticed that everything around her began to blur and eventually shattered like glass. Slowly, the real Hyena opened her eyes, a fleeting hint of killing intent flashing within them. After a moment, she regained her composure. Was that truly the City of Slaughter? She inquired. Indeed, that is the City of Slaughter. Was it not captivating? Xing Tian replied. It was indeed captivating, yet it filled me with revulsion. I would gladly see it destroyed. Hulaina declared. It seems you remain too young. Like your teacher, you possess a rather myopic perspective. Enough of this. You now know what you must. Let's depart. Xing Tian concluded. Do not speak ill of my teacher. Hulaina retorted, her anger flaring at Xing Tian's words regarding Bai Bai Dong. All right, let us hasten. You are frightening away my fish. Xing Tian waved dismissively from his chair. With a huff, Hulaina turned and walked away. Upon entering the spirit hall, her face was etched with fury. What happened? Did Xing Tian not inform you? Bai Bai Dong asked with a smile upon seeing Hulaina's demeanor. He did inform me. She replied. Then why do you appear so displeased? Bibi Dong probed. Teacher, Xing Tian said you have a narrow vision, and I could not bear it. Hulaina exclaimed. Oh, do elaborate. What did he say? Bai Bai Dong inquired with curiosity. He ensnared me in his illusion, where I witnessed everything he and his companions encountered in the city of slaughter. Upon my return to reality, he asked if I found it fascinating. Hulaina explained. And what was your response? Bibi Dong asked. I said I found that place utterly abhorrent. I would gladly see it destroyed. Hulaina asserted. And then? Then Xing Tian remarked that I shared the same short-sightedness as you, teacher. Hulaina clenched her teeth. After Hulaina spoke, Bai Bai Dong fell into contemplation. A few days prior, she had discussed this very matter with Xing Tian. Her perspective had initially been to obliterate the city of slaughter, but after her conversation with him, her viewpoint had shifted. Well, he has his opinions, and they do not affect me. Since you are now aware of the city of slaughter's nature, prepare yourself. For next year, I shall send you there. Do not let me down. Bibi non instructit. Hulaina paused for a moment before responding. Yes, teacher, I will not disappoint you. Remember, there is no humanity in the city of slaughter. I understand, teacher. Very well, you may leave now, Bai Bai Dong concluded. After Hulaina departed, Bai Bai Dong fell in a deep thought. Xing Tian, what manner of person are you? Your demeanor certainly incites a desire for violence. After pondering for a while, she chuckled softly. It matters not, as long as you are not my enemy. Otherwise, you shall become a formidable rival to the spirit hall in unifying the continent. Exiting the spirit hall, Hulaina remained perplexed by her teacher's demeanor. Logically, upon learning of Xing Tian's comments, she would expect an outburst of anger. Yet her teacher's calmness was inscrutable. Forget it. I shall focus on my training and prepare to survive the city of slaughter next year, Hulaina resolved. After witnessing the atrocities of the city of slaughter, she felt discontent with her current strength, realizing that her abilities would likely not suffice to ensure her survival there. In the days that followed, Hulaina began training without the use of soul skills, relying solely on her soul power, techniques, and martial soul for combat. She aimed to rapidly adapt to this state, for time would not grant her the luxury of adjustment within the city of slaughter. After several more days, Xing Tian sensed that the time was ripe and made his way to the spirit hall. Indeed, Xing Tian has always harbored a question. Why does Bibi Dong prefer to linger in the Wuhuan Palace? Is there truly no other place for her to go? However, if it were Xing Tian, he would find it unbearable, far too dull, and exceedingly lonely. Your Holiness, I have come to inquire about the well-being of Xiao Xue and the others. Xing Tian said to Bibi Dong. Ah, Xiao Xue and her companions. They should be back within a day or two, Bibi Dong responded. Very well. Have they recovered? Xing Tian inquired. Rest assured, although my methods may not be as gentle as Yuxian's, the results are equally effective, Bibi Dong assured him. In that case, I shall return and await the news. Xing Tian cupped his hands in gratitude. Go ahead. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Xing Tian resumed his care for the flowers and plants, deciding against fishing, as he wished to await the return of Qian Rengshu and her companions. 3 days passed slowly, and on that morning, Xing Tian was practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard. He realized that engaging in Tai Chi was an excellent way to calm the mind, allowing his heart to relax swiftly and achieve tranquility. Xing Tian, we are back. A sudden voice interrupted him. He looked up to see Qian Rengshu, Huo Wu, and Ma Hongjun standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Back already? Come in. Xing Tian beckoned. It seems you have taken good care of my courtyard. Qian Ringshu remarked with a smile as she stepped inside. This is your courtyard? Xing Tian asked. Indeed. I have lived here for quite some time, Qian Ringshu replied. I had no idea. No one mentioned it. Xing Tian shrugged. Come, let's talk inside. Qian Ringshu suggested. How was your experience? How do you feel? Xing Tian asked once they were indoors. Not bad at all. Qian Ringshu beamed. And you too? He turned to Huo Wu and Ma Hongjun. Boss, it was fantastic. Ma Hongjun declared. I feel great too. And I've already broken through to level 55. Huo Wu added with a smile. That is splendid. Xing Tian responded. What do you mean splendid? Qian Ringshu shot Ma Hongjun a glance. What happened? Xing Tian quickly inquired. There was a minor issue with Fatty, Qian Ringshu explained. Fatty, what is wrong? Xing Tian asked. It's nothing, boss, just a small problem. I can handle it. Ma Hongjun chuckled. What problem? Xing Tian pressed. It concerns his martial soul, Qian Ringshu revealed. His martial soul? The evil fire? Xing Tian questioned. Yes. He had been suppressing it. But ever since we returned from the Slaughter City, his condition has been somewhat off, Qian Ringshu elaborated. Fatty, be honest with me. What's going on? Xing Tian asked sternly. It's not a big deal, just that the killing intent and the evil fire have merged, forming something called the Yuming Yan. Ma Hongjun explained. Yuming Yan? What is its effect? Xing Tian inquired. Besides retaining the essence of the evil fire, it also adds a killing intent impact. Ma Hongjun replied. Killing intent impact? What does that entail? Xing Tian pressed further. Occasional surges of killing intent can cause him to lose his rationality, akin to a berserk state. But it is more severe than your situation and poses greater harm to the body, Qian Ringshu clarified. Indeed, during our seclusion, he had a bout of berserk behavior. Huo Wu added. Boss, it's fine, I can manage. Ma Hongjun insisted. Manage what? Enough, I will find a solution. Xing Tian stated. Then it will trouble you, boss. Ma Hongjun said, his face reddening. We are brothers. Let us not speak such formalities. Xing Tian patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder. What is your plan? Qian Ringshu inquired. Do not worry. I have a method. Fatty, take a couple of days to adjust your state, and then I will begin your treatment, Xing Tian assured Ma Hongjun. All right. Thank you, boss. Ma Hongjun replied. You all have just returned. Take some time to rest and relax, as you have not had a proper respite in the Slaughter City for 4 years. Xing Tian suggested. Sure. After enjoying a sumptuous lunch, Qian Ringshu and the others retired for sleep. They slept soundly for 3 days, waking on the morning of the 4th day. It had been a long time since they had enjoyed such restful slumber, and the comfort was unparalleled. Fatty, are you ready? Xing Tian asked. Boss, I feel excellent now. Ma Hongjun responded. Then let us prepare to begin. Xiao Xue, please inform His Holiness that I require the assistance of Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo. Xing Tian instructed Qian Ringshu. Certainly. She nodded and stepped outside. Before long, Qian Ringshu returned with Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo. Xing Tian, I have brought them, she announced. I appreciate your assistance, as I will be treating my brother shortly and may need your help, Xing Tian said, bowing slightly to Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo. You are too courteous, young Master Xing Tian. Ju Douluo replied with a polite demeanor. Fatty, let us proceed to the secret chamber. Xing Tian instructed. All right. Once in the secret chamber, Xing Tian instructed Ma Hongjun to remove his upper garments, as the temperature might scorch his clothes. After preparing everything, Xing Tian revealed a golden orb in his hand. Boss, this is not appropriate. Ma Hongjun exclaimed upon seeing the orb. What is inappropriate? It must be used correctly to showcase its value. Otherwise, it is merely a decoration. Xing Tian replied. Is this item truly precious? Ju Douluo asked. This is the inner core of the 10-headed fire serpent, and it is indeed exceedingly valuable. Ma Hongjun explained. 10-headed fire serpent? What is that? Ju Douluo inquired. To put it simply, possessing this inner core renders all serpent-type martial souls ineffective before you, Ma Hongjun clarified. So powerful? Ju Douluo expressed his surprise. As I said, the true value lies in its utilization. Otherwise, it serves no purpose, Xing Tian asserted, shaking his head. Now consume it. Then begin to channel your killing intent into your martial soul, Xing Tian instructed. Once Fatty ingests this inner core, I will trouble you both to assist him in refining it, Xing Tian added. Not a problem. Boss, this Ma Hongjun still felt uneasy. Enough with the trivialities. Eat it, Xingtian commanded. Seeing Xingtian's serious expression, Ma Hongjun reluctantly accepted the inner core and swallowed it. Now, begin channeling your killing intent into your martial soul. Dalu, Dalu. I will rely on you both from here on. Xingtian instructed them. Understood. They settled down, commencing the process of refining the inner core for Ma Hongjun. Before long, Ma Hongjun's body began to glow a deep red, emanating waves of intense heat. Fatty, hold on. Continue to channel your killing intent, Xingtian urged. At this moment, Ma Hongjun was struggling to endure. The pain coursing through his body and the tearing sensation from his martial soul intensified his suffering. Yet, upon hearing Xingtian's voice and thinking of the inner core of the 10-headed fire serpent, he gritted his teeth and persevered, unwilling to let Xingtian's effort go to waste. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely for Ma Hongjun. He had lost all sense of time due to the pain, merely relying on sheer willpower to mechanically channel his killing intent into his martial soul. In the scene, Douluo and Guao are diligently assisting Ma Hongjun in refining the inner core of the 10-headed fierce sun serpent. Time passes, and suddenly the intense heat surrounding Ma Hongjun dissipates, as if it had vanished into thin air. Alright, you Dalu, Gai Dalu. Xingtian addresses them. I'm immensely grateful to both of you. He adds, it was but a small effort. No need for thanks, replies Douluo. You may take a rest for now. The next phase depends on the chubby one, Xingtian states. Young Master Xingtian, I shall take my leave, Douluo responds. Once the heat fades from Ma Hongjun, his martial soul unexpectedly manifests above his head, writhing in agony. Come on, chubby, you can do it, Xingtian exclaims, feeling a twinge of anxiety for him. Fortunately, Lady Luck seems to be favoring Ma Hongjun today. After a tumultuous period of struggle, his martial soul finally stabilizes, and an ethereal green flame bursts forth, gradually increasing in intensity. Ultimately, these green flames entirely replace the previous crimson flames. As the eerie green flames envelop his body, the color of his martial soul transitions from a bright crimson to a dark red, eventually taking on a hue that is dark red tinged with black. Well, there aren't 7 heads, but this looks quite imposing, Xingtian remarks, observing Ma Hongjun's new martial soul. Once the transformation of the martial soul is complete, it stretches its form and emits a resounding cry before diving into Ma Hongjun's body, causing him to collapse. Xingtian hurriedly rushes to support him, only to find that he has fainted. You rascal! How can you faint at such a critical moment? Luckily, it was a success. Otherwise, we would both be in tears. Xingtian chuckles. As Xingtian carries Ma Hongjun out of the secret chamber, Qianrenxue and the others have been waiting outside. Xingtian, what happened? I just saw Douluo and Douluo leave. Qianrenxue inquires. Don't worry, everything is fine. The chubby one just fainted. Xingtian assures her. Was it successful? She presses. Of course, it must be successful. Otherwise, my inner core would be wasted. Xingtian replies with a smile. Brother Xingtian, you gave the inner core of the 10-headed fierce sun serpent to the chubby one? Wu asks. Indeed, it's not of any use to me. I might as well give it to him. Xingtian says. All right, let us not linger. He is rather heavy, so let us take him back. Xingtian declares. Okay. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Xingtian places Ma Hongjun in a room, then waits for him to awaken. The next day, Ma Hongjun regains consciousness. How do you feel, chubby? Xingtian asks. Ma Hongjun senses his power and responds, Boss, I feel incredible, extraordinarily strong. He exclaims excitedly. That is good, that is good. Xingtian's heart finally settles. Chapter 138. Qian Dalu Boss. Thank you. Ma Hongjun suddenly says. We are brothers. What is mine is yours. There is no need for such formality, Xingtian replies. Xingtian chooses not to inquire about Ma Hongjun's martial soul abilities, preferring to be surprised later. Likewise, Ma Hongjun refrains from mentioning it, wishing to surprise Xingtian one day. Once Ma Hongjun's matters are resolved, the group finds themselves with a bit of leisure time. Xingtian, could you accompany me to visit my grandfather in a couple of days? Qianrenxue asks. Certainly. I would like to pay my respects to him as well. Xingtian replies. Qian Rinchue's grandfather is Qian Dalu, a rank 99 peerless assault type Douluo, known as the Invincible in the Sky. Qian Dalu is a figure comparable to Poseidon and Tang Chun. In the past, Tang Chun was hailed as the Invincible on land, Poseidon as the Invincible in the ocean, and Qian Dalu as the Invincible in the sky. Such a remarkable person, Xingtian certainly wishes to pay a visit. Moreover, Qian Dalu has always treated Qian Rinxue kindly. Then it's settled. We shall go the day after tomorrow, Qian Rinxue declares. All right. 2 days later, Qian Rinxue prepares some pastries to present to Qian Dalu, all made by her own hands. Let us go. Grandfather is located in the back mountain of Wuhuan City. Qian Rinxue states. The two journey in silence until they arrive at the back mountain, where Xingtian spots a bamboo house. Grandfather is in the bamboo house ahead. Let us proceed, Qian Rinxue says. Once they reach the bamboo house, Qian Rinxue calls out, Grandfather, Xiao Shui has come see you. The door swings open, revealing an elderly voice from within. The door is not closed. Qian Rinxue leads Xingtian inside. Xiao Shui, it's been several years since you last visited your grandfather. I thought you had forgotten me. Qian Dalu exclaims, opening his eyes. How could I? Grandfather, Xiao Shui loves you the most. Qian Rinxue exclaims, throwing herself into his embrace. Is this the fellow who has taken my little Shui away? Qian Dalu glances at Xingtian. Greetings, esteemed Elder Qian. I am Xingtian, Xiao Shui's partner. Xingtian bows respectfully. You speak quite smoothly, but this old man has yet to agree. Qian Dalu snorts. Grandfather. Qian Rinxue begins to pout in his embrace. Esteemed elder, I assure you I will protect Xiao Shui and ensure she suffers not a scratch. Xingtian asserts. You speak lightly. Do you think I'm unaware of where you two have been these past few years? Not a scratch, nonsense. Qian Dalu's tone sharpens upon hearing Xingtian's words. Xingtian feels awkward and does not know how to respond. All right, let us not dwell on that. How long do you intend to stay this time? Qian Dalu inquires. Elder, I don't expect to stay long. I plan to visit the Sunset Forest soon, Xingtian replies. The Sunset Forest? What for? Qian Dalu asks. Some personal matters, Xingtian answers. Oh, then you may go. Xiao Shui will not accompany you, Qian Dalu states. No, esteemed elder. Xingtian quickly interjects. What? Do you wish for Xiao Shui to endure the sun and wind alongside you? Qian Dalu glares at Xingtian. Not at all, senior. I am heading to the Luri Sunlin to enhance my own strength, while also aiding Xiao Shui in her growth, Xingtian hastily replied. Enhancing your strength? Why go to Luri Sunlin when the Xingdo Great Forest is available? Qian Dalu inquired. Grandfather, I can do it. I'm not afraid of hardships, Qian Dalu asserted. But I am concerned for you. Qian Dalu gently patted Qian Rinxue's head. Senior, there is a significant opportunity in Luri Sunlin, which is why I intend to seize it. Xingtian stated. Oh, a significant opportunity? What opportunity might that be? Qian Dalu asked. I'm afraid I cannot divulge that. Do you think I would be interested in your so-called opportunity? Qian Dalu retorted. Xingtian awkwardly smiled, choosing not to respond. All right, grandfather, let's not dwell on these matters. I have prepared some snacks. Let us enjoy them while they are warm. It has been a while since you tasted the treats made by Xiao Shui. At this moment, Qian Rinxue skillfully diverted the conversation. You still remember that? Qian Dalu remarked, lightly tapping Qian Rinxue's forehead. Hee, here you go. I brought you your favorite osmanthus cake. Qian Rinxue quickly offered. Hurry and bring it here for grandfather to taste. Qian Dalu said with a smile. All right. Qian Rinxue promptly fetched the snacks. Delicious. Even better than before. It seems Xiao Shui's skills have improved greatly, Qian Dalu remarked, squinting with delight. If it pleases you, do indulge a bit more, Qian Rinxue suggested. I must not overindulge. I should save some for later, as I do not know when you will return from this journey, Qian Dalu said. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's eyes reddened. She was aware of her grandfather's immense power. Feared by all, yet she had not realized how lonely he truly felt. Grandfather, do not worry. After I return from Luri Sunlin, I will make you many more treats, Qian Rinxue said, her eyes brimming with tears. Why are you crying? I am fine, my dear. You young ones have your own affairs to attend to. You need not stay with this old man. My previous words were but jest. Qian Dalu tenderly wiped away the tears at the corner of Qian Rinchue's eyes. Senior, rest assured, after we return from Luri Sunlin, we will visit the Wuhuan Hall and spend quality time with you. Xing Tian added at that moment. Qian Dalu nodded. Chapter 139. Farewell to Dai Mubai. Qian Rinchue and Xing Tian accompanied Qian Dalu for an entire day, leaving under his reluctant gaze as night fell. Xiao Shui, by the time you return next, it will likely be time for you to inherit the position of the angel god. At that point, my mission will be fulfilled. Qian Dalu murmured as he watched Qian Rinchue's departing figure. Xing Tian, let's make it a point to visit grandfather often. Qian Rinchue suddenly suggested on their way back. Sure, no problem, Xing Tian replied. However, he felt a heaviness in his heart. If his assumptions were correct, by the time they returned from Luri Sunlin, Qian Rinchue would be preparing to inherit the angel god position. At that point, Qian Dalu would likely sacrifice himself to assist her in completing the inheritance. Thank you, Xing Tian, Qian Rinchue expressed. What is there to thank? Your grandfather is my grandfather as well. Xing Tian playfully pinched Qian Rinchue's nose. With a giggle, Qian Rinchue wrapped her arms around Xing Tian's, and together they made their way toward Wuhuan City. Upon returning to their courtyard, Ma Hongjun was busy training, familiarizing himself with his martial spirit, and Huo Wu had already gone to sleep. After tidying up, Xing Tian and the others followed suit. Subsequently, they spent over half a month in Wuhuan City, visiting Qian Daolu almost daily. During this period, Qian Daolu's smile had noticeably increased. After half a month, Xing Tian approached Qian Daolu to bid farewell. Senior, we plan to leave in a couple of days, Xing Tian announced. Go ahead. Just remember to protect Xiao Shui, Qian Daolu replied. Grandfather, as soon as we finish our business in Luri Sunlin, we will return to see you, Qian Rinchue promised. All right. Qian Daolu looked at Qian Rinchue with kind eyes. In Xing Tian's view, Qian Daolu was also a pitiable figure. His son had passed away, and it was at the hands of his daughter-in-law. So he had poured all his love into Qian Rinchue. This made it understandable why he emphasized the importance of protecting her. After bidding farewell to Qian Daolu, they went to inform Bibi Dong, who merely acknowledged them with a sound, and Xing Tian chose not to elaborate further. Accompanied by Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu, they set off on their journey once more. After a leisurely journey of about half a month, they finally arrived at the capital of the Xing Luo Empire. Upon entering the city, Xing Tian observed that the Xing Luo Empire was not as chaotic as he had imagined. He had feared that Dai Mubai's ascension would lead to poor governance. However, the soldiers guarding the city and the citizens within exhibited a marked improvement in their spirits compared to before. It seems Dai Mubai is quite an adept ruler, Xing Tian remarked. By the way, should we pay Dai Mubai a visit? Qian Rinchue suddenly suggested. Why would we do that? We are not related, Xing Tian replied. Brother Xing Tian, let's go home and pay a visit, Huo Wu chimed in. It then dawned on Xing Tian that Huo Wu was from the Xing Luo Empire. All right, we can rest at your home for a day or two, Xing Tian agreed. As they approached the Chihua Academy, they noticed that aside from the guards at the entrance, the students had already changed. Upon entering the academy, the atmosphere was no longer as it had been before. Seeing the familiar surroundings uplifted Huo Wu's spirits. When they arrived at Huo Wu's home, her father and brother were not yet back, so Huo Wu welcomed everyone. When the time was right, Huo Wu's father and brother returned. After spending 2 days at Chihua Academy, Xing Tian and the others decided to leave, as they had matters to attend to. Upon exiting the capital of the Xing Luo Empire, they headed straight for Luri Sunlin. However, just as they were about to enter Luri Sunlin, Xing Tian unexpectedly encountered someone he never anticipated meeting. In Luri Town, Xing Tian came across Dai Mubai. Luri Town had been established as a small settlement at the edge of Luri Sunlin when Xing Tian and Duge Yin had first come here. There had been no such town, yet now it had emerged. This town is quite a surprise. It allows travelers to rest, Xing Tian remarked, observing the bustling town. Is this town particularly special? Qian Rinchue asked as they entered. Not particularly, When I first visited Lin, this town did not exist, Xing Tian replied. Shall we take a break here and buy some food? Qian Rinxue proposed. That works, but I truly have no money left. I spent it all on the road to hell. Xing Tian chuckled awkwardly. You shouldn't have mentioned it. Now that you have, I must point out how wealthy you are. You have a whole lot of gold soul coins. I thought you were quite affluent. Qian Rinxue teased. It was a matter of necessity. Xing Tian defended. At that moment, a group of individuals appeared ahead, likely members of the royal family of the Xingluo Empire. Oh, these are royal troops. Given their scale, it's likely they have royal personnel among them. Maon Gujun suddenly exclaimed. Whoever they are, it matters little. Does this have anything to do with us? Let us hastily procure supplies and then venture into the forest. Xing Tian declared. Before long, within a couple of hours, the group had gathered all the necessary provisions and prepared to set off. At that moment, a young man approached them, saying, Greetings, gentlemen. My master requests your presence. Xing Tian scrutinized the young man, feeling a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, it dawned on him that this youth was the same individual from the earlier convoy. Your master? Xing Tian inquired. Indeed, my master has sent me to invite you, stating that you are old acquaintances. The young man responded. Old acquaintances? Indeed. It has been 4 or 5 years since we last met. Let us go then, Xing Tian replied with a smile. Following the young man, they arrived at an inn in the town of Luoriri. My master awaits you upstairs. Please follow me, the young man instructed. Ascending to the second floor, he led them to a room at the end of the corridor, where 2 burly men stood guard, likely sole masters, possibly retainers of the Xingluo Empire. My master is inside. Please enter. The young man gestured. The 2 guards promptly opened the door. Ah, being an emperor certainly has its privileges. Sole masters as doormen? Quite impressive. Xing Tian chuckled as he strode confidently into the room. You remain ever so confident and arrogant. Are you not afraid I might be lying in wait? A man's voice emanated from behind a screen within the room. You dare not, or perhaps you lack the certainty. Xing Tian retorted with a smile. He then circled around the screen to find a man and a woman before him, the man being none other than Dai Mubai from years past. I thought you would not come. Dai Mubai remarked upon seeing Xing Tian. What led you to that conclusion? Xing Tian inquired. I cannot say, merely a hunch. Dai Mubai replied with a grin. It seems your intuition was misguided, Xing Tian said, taking a seat opposite Dai Mubai and pouring himself a cup of tea. It has been a while, fatty, Dai Mubai exclaimed, noticing Ma Hongjun being Xingtian. Indeed, long time no see, Ma Hongjun replied with a token greeting. It appears you have fared quite well these past few years. Dai Mubai commented. I suppose so. Life has been fulfilling, Ma Hongjun responded. Dai Mubai perceived the underlying tone in Ma Hongjun's words. By the way, how did you come to be here? Dai Mubai asked suddenly. Is it not permissible for us to visit? Qian Rinxue interjected, having no prior connection with Dai Mubai and speaking bluntly. Indeed, is this Luoriri forest not yours? Huowu added, still troubled by events from years ago. What I meant was, how do you find the time to be here? Dai Mubai clarified. Some personal matters. Xing Tian replied nonchalantly. Recently, the Luoriri forest has been rather unsettled. Do exercise caution, Dai Mubai advised as he sipped his tea. Do you think we would be afraid? Xing Tian laughed. I believe you should be wary, Dai Mubai asserted. And why is that? Zhu Zhuqing has returned, Dai Mubai declared. But what concern is that of mine? Xing Tian shrugged. Years ago, I ordered the execution of the Yuming Lingmao clan, but during the execution, Zhu Zhuqing was rescued by a group of men in black. And now she has returned, Dai Mubai explained. Oh, so this is a matter for your Xingluo Empire. What? Can she possibly seek me out? Xing Tian chuckled. The group that rescued Zhu Zhuqing is mysterious and formidable. Zhu Zhuqing once claimed that as long as she lives, she will be a nightmare for both your Xingluo Empire and you, Xing Tian, Dai Mubai warned. A nightmare? I find that hard to believe. Xing Tian countered. It matters not. I merely wish to inform you. She has indeed returned, and several of my royal retainers have already fallen to her, which is why I have taken to the field to divert her attention, Dai Mubai stated. Are your retainers of the Xingluo Empire truly that weak? Xing Tian laughed. Say what you will, but Zhu Zhuqing returns with a vengeance, though she dispatches leave behind nothing but bones. Anything else is simply absent, Dai Mubai asserted. Moreover, anyone touched by the black mist that emanates from Zhu Zhuqing will find their flesh corroded, Dai Mubai added. Hiss, how familiar this feels. Xingtian suddenly remarked. This resembles the work of an evil soul master. How is it that they have manifested at this juncture? Is it not too soon? He pondered, with Dai Mubai's words. Xingtian increasingly felt that this indeed echoed the actions of an evil soul master, as only they would exhibit such behavior. Regardless, if she dares to come, I shall ensure she does not leave. Xingtian's gaze hardened at this moment. Knowing that you have arrived, how could I not make a gesture? Do take care. I cannot remain indifferent upon encountering my father's and brother's murderers. Dai Mubai said, It matters little, as long as you deem yourself strong enough. Feel free to seek me out. Xingtian shrugged, then stood to take his leave. Upon exiting the inn, Qian Rinxue queried Xingtian. Do you think he will send someone to assassinate us? Certainly, he replied. Why do you believe that? Ma Ongjun interjected. Because Dai Mubai is a man of his word. He answered. However, I suspect he will not act impulsively. Dai Mubai will undoubtedly strike only after Zhu Zhuqing has made her move, Xingtian added. Who do you suppose rescued Zhu Zhuqing? Huo suddenly asked. Who can say? Qian Rinxue responded. I might have a hint, Xingtian replied. Brother Xingtian, do you know? Who is it? Huo eagerly inquired. That I cannot disclose at present. When the time comes for you to know, you shall, Xingtian replied enigmatically. TCH. So mysterious. Huo scoffed. In truth, Xingtian himself was uncertain, for his recollection suggested that evil soul masters were affiliated with the forces of Douluo too, though he could not remember the specifics clearly. Regardless, if they come, they shall not depart. Xingtian resolved inwardly. Your Majesty, are we truly to dispatch someone? The young man who had approached earlier entered after Xingtian had departed. Why not? Issue the command to follow them. Should an opportunity arise, eliminate them. Dai Mubai spoke calmly. But your Majesty, their strength is formidable. The young man protested. And what of it? Even a tiger has its moments of slumber. Dai Mubai replied. Yes, your Majesty. He affirmed. Xingtian, your arrogance and pride present me with an opportunity. Dai Mubai murmured, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Upon entering the forest, the group heightened their vigilance. Despite their considerable strength, Xingtian adhered to the principle that one who frequents the riverbank will inevitably get wet. Even the adept can drown. Thus, he remained cautious, a lesson learned in the city of slaughter. Boss, there are those trailing us. Should we deal with them? Ma Hongjun suddenly suggested. They are likely Dai Mubai's men. Let them follow if they wish. Just remain alert, Xingtian instructed. Very well. By the way, let us not rush to our destination. I am curious to see who exactly rescued Zhu Zhuqing, Xingtian expressed. No problem, Qian Rinxue agreed. At this moment, in a rather concealed corner of the lorry, Sunlin, 4 or 5 individuals clad in black were resting. Boss, shall we launch another surprise attack? One of them inquired. No need to rush. Let them search for us a little longer. As long as they cannot find us, they will remain on high alert. I want them to live in constant fear. The leader, surprisingly a woman, spoke with a cold and vengeful tone. Just then, another figure in black rushed over. Boss, we have a situation. 4 individuals are approaching us. The newcomer reported. Who are they? Unknown, 2 men and 2 women. Understood. Let's observe for a while longer, the leader replied. In no time, they caught sight of the newcomers, just as described, 2 men and 2 women. Is it you? How fortuitous to find you here, the leader exclaimed. A venomous look directed at them. Boss, should we capture them? One of the black-clad figures asked. Wait until they come closer. Remember, once we attack, strike with all your might, and make sure to restrain the man in black. The icy female voice commanded. Don't worry, boss. We will ensure that man is killed. The leader glanced at the speaker before turning away. Xingtian, I want you to experience the pain of losing loved ones. This declaration seemed to escape her lips with a fierce intensity. After a brief moment, Xingtian and his companions approached, laughing and chatting. You remain as arrogant as ever. This will be your grave. The woman sneered at Xingtian and his group. Although Xingtian and his companions appeared jovial, they remained acutely aware of their surroundings. Boss, there's a killing intent to the right. Ma Hongjun quickly stepped forward, smiling at Xing Tian. I know. Let us wait and see what they intend to do, Xing Tian replied. Having spent many years in the city of slaughter, they were particularly sensitive to the aura of murder, which they immediately detected when the black-clad figures inadvertently released a hint of their murderous intent. As the group approached within about 20 meters, the leader of the black-clad figures raised her hand. Her companions immediately assumed aggressive stances. Attack! She suddenly shouted, charging forth. Xing Tian, prepare to die. She yelled as she advanced. The distance of 20 meters was covered in an instant. Yet she did not charge at Xing Tian, but rather toward Huo Wu and the others. Following her lead, her companions surged forward, targeting Xing Tian. Soon, Xing Tian found himself separated from Qianrenxue and the others, creating two battlefields. Xing Tian, today you shall experience the agony of losing your dear ones. The woman's vengeful voice echoed. Zhu Zhuqing? Xing Tian did not rush into action, instead evading while speaking. Indeed, I am Zhu Zhuqing. I warned you. If I do not die, I will become your nightmare. She declared. What gives you such confidence? Xing Tian questioned. Do you think I am unaware of your strength? You are merely a title Douluo. Do you believe you are the only one who has slain a title Douluo? Zhu Zhuqing scoffed. So that is why you dare to ambush us, and it explains why Dai Mubai personally sought you out. Xing Tian remarked. Do not mention him. All men are worthless. Zhu Zhuqing retorted, her fury ignited at the mention of Dai Mubai. Finish this quickly, kill, she commanded. Consequently, the black-clad assailants intensified their attacks. Each strike infused with a sinister aura that exuded a foul stench, accompanied by an essence of resentment. What an evil presence, Xing Tian mused. However, Zhu Zhuqing, I shall teach you today that even titled Douluos have their ranks. His tone turned icy. A pure intent to kill erupted from Xing Tian, akin to the biting cold of a frigid winter wind. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing ceased speaking and escalated her assault on Huo Wu, who skillfully parried Zhu Zhuqing's strikes. Ma Hongjun and Qianrenxue watched with crossed arms, showing no inclination to assist, for Huo Wu, who held the title of Shura in the city of slaughter, was no ordinary foe. Zhu Zhuqing, do you think you are the only one who has made progress over the years? Xing Tian laughed heartily, although none spoke. Their attacks grew increasingly fierce. Boss, enough of this. It lacks technical depth. Ma Hongjun finally chimed in. Very well. Xing Tian replied with a smile. I shall be serious now. Are you ready? He asked with a sly grin. In the next instant, Xing Tian vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, the black-clad figures were frozen in place. After a few seconds, they collapsed to the ground, lifeless. It turned out that Xing Tian had swiftly broken their necks. Is this it? You dare to challenge a title Douluo? How pathetic. Xing Tian clapped his hands. This is impossible. Zhu Zhuqing's pupils dilated in disbelief. I told you, you're not the only one who has improved. Unfortunately for you, we have progressed even more swiftly, Xing Tian declared. Xiao Wu, let us stop playing around. He called out. All right, brother Xing Tian. Huo Wu responded. She then drew a slender sword from her back, a weapon that bore witness to her title as Shura in the city of slaughter. Now I too shall be serious, Huo Wu announced. Oomph. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed. With a swift step back, Huo Wu propelled herself forward, thrusting her sword at an odd angle toward Zhu Zhuqing's throat. Zhu Zhuqing pivoted quickly, evading the strike. With a wave of her hand, a dark mist enveloped her, and as the mist dissipated, 4 replicas of Zhu Zhuqing emerged. For against one? Do you think I am afraid? Huo Wu sneered. Kill. The 4 Zhu Zhuqings charged at her. Even with 4 opponents, Huo Wu handled them with ease. At that moment, she suddenly exclaimed, thrusting her sword through one of the Zhu Zhuqing's throats. However, the figure only trembled before dissolving into a cloud of black mist that surged toward Huo Wu's sword. As the killing intent emanated from Huo Wu, the black mist dissipated. Shadow shift? You can switch between these illusions? Impressive soul skill, Xing Tian remarked. Xing Tian, I will return. You wait for me, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly declared. And the remaining 3 Zhu Zhuqings fled in different directions. Boss, should we pursue? Ma Hongjun asked. No, It's meaningless. They are mere clowns. Xing Tian shook his head. Brother Xing Tian, how could she become like that? The aura she possesses is so malevolent. It is nauseating. Huo Wu expressed her concern. It seems my suspicion was correct. She indeed hails from that place. Xing Tian stated. That place? Which place? Huo Wu inquired, intrigued. Do not worry, my friend. Incinerate the corpses on the ground. They are indeed quite sinister, Xing Tian suddenly declared. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun rubbed his fingers together, and an ethereal green flame flickered to life in his palm. With a swift motion, he cast the flame upon several cloaked figures, and it rapidly engulfed them entirely. In no time, nothing remained on the ground save for 5 black cloaks. Chapter 142. Return to the ice and fire 2 element. Upon witnessing Ma Hongjun's display of power, Huo Wu expressed her astonishment. What manner of fire is this, fatty? It is truly remarkable. It only incinerates flesh and leaves the garments unscathed. Just a little trick. A mere trifle. Ma Hongjun chuckled. How cheeky of you, fatty. You seem rather pleased with yourself, Huo Wu retorted with a roll of her eyes. Let us proceed. Xing Tian interjected, prompting everyone to hasten their steps. Commander, shall we pursue them? A voice emerged from the thicket behind. This group belonged to Dai Mubai, sent forth to seize any opportunity amidst the chaos. Are you foolish? Do you not see them unscathed? Did you catch a glimpse of that man's figure? Are you suggesting we charge in and meet our demise? The leader inquired of the speaker. What about the orders from His Majesty? Another questioned. Return and inform His Majesty that we found no opportunity. They are far too formidable, the leader replied. Understood. Let's withdraw. Continuing this chase serves no purpose. The leader concluded. Boss, the pursuers have retreated. Ma Hongjun observed as they departed. Let them go. We shall continue on our path, Xing Tian affirmed. Very well. Huo Wu, what exactly is this ice and fire 2 element you mentioned? She inquired, drawing closer to Xing Tian. The ice and fire 2 element is a truly wondrous place. It is perilous yet breathtaking, Xing Tian explained. What purpose do we serve in visiting there? Qian Rinxue asked. To excavate corpses. Xing Tian replied. Excavate corpses? Boss, are you serious about disturbing graves? Ma Hongjun exclaimed. Why the commotion? Why the outcry? Xing Tian shot a glare at Ma Hongjun. No, boss. Are you truly going to disturb the resting places? Ma Hongjun reiterated. Disturb graves? What nonsense! I am on a treasure hunt. Do you understand? Xing Tian retorted, rolling his eyes at Ma Hongjun. Is that not essentially the same thing? Ma Hongjun muttered under his breath. Does that even compare? It is entirely different. Xing Tian insisted. Qian Rinxue chuckled softly, covering her mouth as she observed their banter. Enough. You shall understand soon enough. Do you take me for a grave robber? Xing Tian declared with a hint of pride. Around noon, during the skirmish with Zhu Zhuqing, and as dusk approached, Xing Tian led Qian Rinxue and the others to the outskirts of the ice and fire 2 element following the same path that Dugu Yin had traversed. Once we traverse this path, we will reach the ice and fire 2 element After we arrive, let us rest briefly, and tomorrow I shall guide you in treasure hunting, Xing Tian instructed. This darkness could harbor danger? Huo Wu queried. Are you afraid of danger? Qian Rinxue laughed. I'm not fearful, but I do dread the insects. Huo Wu confessed. Our illustrious Azura king fears insects. Ma Hongjun burst into laughter. What? Is that a problem? I am a lady. Huo Wu shot back at Ma Hongjun. Very well, very well. Ma Hongjun conceded upon seeing Huo Wu's glare. Let us move. We should arrive early enough to rest. Xing Tian urged. As they traversed the narrow path, the moon hung high in the sky, casting a gentle glow around the ice and fire 2 element creating a stunningly beautiful ambience. There it is. We shall venture there tomorrow. Xing Tian pointed to a distant mountain. The group followed his gaze and beheld a solitary grave. Boss, does this not imply we are still digging graves? Moreover, this mound appears rather small. What could possibly lie within? Ma Hongjun remarked. Not necessarily. Those interred in such a location are likely not ordinary individuals, Qian Rinxue asserted with a serious tone. I concur with Sister Shue's assessment. Observe the seclusion and the exquisite surroundings. This may indeed be the dwelling of a venerable elder. Perhaps there are treasures hidden here. Ma Hongjun added. Hey, what are you all staring at? It's that mountain, the mountain. Xing Tian exclaimed in exasperation. I knew it. How could my brother, Xing Tian, ever consider disturbing someone else's grave? Huo Wu quickly changed her demeanor. Miss, just moments ago you claimed this was the dwelling of a venerable elder. Ma Hongjun countered. Xing Tian, this mountain is quite remarkable. Half extreme yang and half extreme yin. Qian Rinxue observed. Atop this mountain are two springs. One is the scorching yang spring, and the other is the frigid ice spring. Why seek lies beneath these springs, Xing Tian explained. Is it truly that extraordinary? Ma Hongjun inquired. Indeed, if possible, you may all immerse yourselves. The fortifying effects are formidable. Xing Tian smiled. This, I think we shall pass. Huo Wu responded. Let's forego it. We might not withstand the power of those springs. Qian Rinxue concurred, shaking her head. Suit yourselves, Xing Tian shrugged. Very well, let us rest, aside from that house, which is uninhabitable. You may choose from the other houses, Xing Tian directed, indicating the abode previously occupied by Douluo boss. What is so special about that house? Why can we not stay there? Ma Hongjun inquired. Because that house was once the residence of a revered elder. Xing Tian gestured towards the solitary grave. Which esteemed elder lies here? Huo Wu asked. Are you familiar with Du Yin from the Tiando Royal Academy? Xing Tian suddenly asked. Yes, of course. What of it? Qian Rinxue responded. This grave is that of her grandfather, Douluo, Xing Tian revealed. Douluo? You mean the poisoned Douluo Douluo? Qian Rinxue exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. That is correct, Xing Tian confirmed. Is it not said that Douluo had long since passed? How could he be found here? Qian Rinxue questioned. This was once Douluo's retreat, and he was the one who discovered the ice and fire two-element eye, though he remained unaware of its secrets. Now, it belongs to me, a gift from Douluo himself, Xing Tian explained. And how did Douluo meet his end? Huo Wu inquired with keen curiosity. Poison claimed his life. Xing Tian replied. Poison? But he was the poisoned Douluo. Who could have poisoned him? Ma Hongjun asked. I possess some knowledge about this, Qian Rinxue interjected. Then enlighten us. Sister Shui, Huo Wu urged. The Douluo family's martial spirit is the emerald lizard. It is said to possess lethal venom, Qian Rinxue elucidated. But what relevance does that have to his poisoning? Ma Hongjun queried. The emerald lizard's venom is capable of not only afflicting others, but also harming oneself. The martial spirit possesses a unique skill that releases the emerald lizard's venom, yet releasing it results in inflicting harm upon oneself as well, Xing Tian explained. Such malevolence? More sinister than my former evil fire phoenix. Ma Hongjun exclaimed. The emerald lizard's venom is indeed far more potent than your meager flames, Xing Tian stated. Chapter 143. Spring water fortification. The emerald lizard's venom, once released, leaves a portion within the body, accumulating over time and posing a threat to life, Xing Tian remarked. Why has Douluo lived to such an old age? Huo Wu inquired. It must be his strength. Qian Rinxue replied. Strength? Indeed. It is likely that Douluo forcefully suppressed the poison of the Bailin snake. After all, he is also adept in the art of poison, Qian Rinxue continued. Then why did he die? Because of Du Yin, Xing Tian interjected. Du Yin? The poisoned fire dragon? Qian Rinxue asked. Yes, Du Yin's martial soul mutated here. To prevent her from being further harmed by the Bailin snake's poison, Douluo utilized his lifelong strength to assist Du Yin in completing her martial soul mutation. Xing Tian explained. You must have played a part in this as well, right? Qian Rinxue remarked. Indeed I did. Xing Tian admitted without hesitation. You are not the kind to work for free, are you? Qian Rinxue teased him. You understand me well, Xiao Shui. I had two reasons for assisting Douluo. First, at that time, I was teammates with Yu Qianheng and the others, and Du Yin was also my teammate. I did not want her to die young, so I chose to exert myself. The second reason is related to that which lies beneath the ice fire yin yang eye, Xing Tian stated. What lies beneath the ice fire yin yang eye? Huo Wu inquired. I helped Du Yin's martial soul mutate, but my own strength was insufficient. So this task had to be completed by Douluo. However, this meant that Douluo could no longer suppress the poison within him. Hence, Xing Tian did not directly answer Huo Wu's question. You're afraid that Douluo would turn against you if he learned about what lies beneath the spring, right? Qian Rinxue posited. Pretty much, as the substance beneath the spring might be able to purge the poison from Douluo's body. And I personally am not particularly fond of him. Xing Tian confessed. If Doulu Yin were to hear this, she would surely seek you out for confrontation. Qian Rinxue laughed. In truth, I am also liberating Douluo. His life has been fraught with suffering, and thus he has found peace in death. Xing Tian remarked. Indeed, this is a classic case of reaping benefits while pretending to be virtuous, but what can be done? His fortune is simply too good. Afterward, Xing Tian stretched and entered the makeshift dwelling he had constructed. The next day, Xing Tian rose early, and upon opening the door, he found Qian Rinxue and the others already awake. Why aren't you sleeping a bit longer? Xing Tian asked. The air in the mountains is damp. I couldn't sleep. Qian Rinxue replied. All right. By the way, where's the fatty? Still asleep? Xing Tian inquired. No, he's gone out to find food. Qian Rinxue responded. Do we not buy food? Xing Tian questioned. I don't know. Qian Rinxue shook her head. Just then, Ma Hongjun returned, carrying a deer. Boss, how about some roasted meat? Ma Hongjun suggested. Did we not purchase food? Xing Tian reiterated. I think fresh food is better. Ma Hongjun chuckled. Okay. I cannot argue with you. Xing Tian conceded. After enjoying a delicious feast of roasted meat, they set off toward the mountain peak. For some reason, Xing Tian found that they did not tire of the roasted meat even after having it for breakfast. Be cautious. There are Bailin Qiju flowers in the vicinity. If you get poisoned, I have no antidote, Xing Tian warned. Then how do we ascend? Qian Rinxue asked. Sprinkle this on yourselves, Xing Tian said, producing a small vial and pouring a bit of white powder onto everyone. All right, let us go. Even with this, it is best not to touch anything carelessly, as I truly cannot detoxify, he cautioned. Carefully navigating past the Bailin Qiju flowers, they hurried onward and soon reached the mountain summit. So beautiful! Huo Wu exclaimed upon seeing the spring that resembled the yin-yang symbol. The most beautiful things are often the most perilous, Xing Tian reflected. Let us go. We shall approach, he declared. As they neared the spring, a wave of scorching heat and bone-chilling cold washed over them. However, Xing Tian appeared unfazed, as he now possessed a body immune to both fire and water. Do you still find it beautiful now? If you fell in before I could react, you would be reduced to mere bones, he warned. Huo Wu quickly moved closer to Qian Rinxue. Fatty, want to give it a try? Xing Tian asked Ma Hongjun. Is it dangerous? Ma Hongjun gulped, staring at the spring. Danger is certainly present, but the rewards are substantial, Xing Tian replied. Shall we give it a shot? Ma Hongjun seemed tempted. I believe it is feasible. Since you possess fire attributes, you should try in the Yang Spring first. Do not stay too long, just a few breaths or a dozen at most. If it feels manageable, then gradually increase the duration, Xing Tian advised. All right. Ma Hongjun gritted his teeth. Xiao Shui, you all should step back. Alternatively, you could build a shelter near the spring to serve as our temporary abode. Xing Tian instructed Qian Rinxue and her companions. Sure, no problem. Qian Rinxue glanced at Ma Hongjun. After they departed, Xing Tian instructed Ma Hongjun to begin undressing. Fatty, remember, do not resist too forcefully. Even I did not dare to withstand it when I first encountered it. Xing Tian said seriously. Understood, boss. I won't be reckless. Ma Hongjun assured him. Go on then. Xing Tian nodded. Following his advice, Ma Hongjun approached the Yang Spring. As soon as he entered, he felt no discomfort. But after a breath or two, a piercing pain surged throughout his body. Damn! Ma Hongjun shouted, scrambling back to shore. Boss, this is brutal. I feel like I'm being cooked alive, he exclaimed, rolling on the ground. Take it slow. Soak a bit more, and you'll get used to it. Xing Tian replied with a smile. Over the following days, Ma Hongjun visited the Yang Spring daily, managing to endure for about a dozen breaths at a time. But he could not increase the duration further. It seems that Fatty's limit is thus, Xing Tian mused. During this time, Qian Rinxue and Huo Wu also attempted to endure the spring, but they could not last long due to the excruciating experience. Since you're no longer soaking, I shall take a turn, Xing Tian announced. With that, he dove directly into the water. Wow, boss is impressive. Ma Hongjun remarked. You all wait for me on the shore. I will dive down to investigate. Xing Tian called out to Qian Rinxue and the others. Be careful, Qian Rinxue warned. Do not worry, Xing Tian replied before submerging. Chapter 144. Infiltration of the Spring. To be honest, this was also Xing Tian's first descent into the depths of the ice-fire Yin Yang Ai, and he was uncertain of the dangers that awaited him. In his previous life, he had heard tales of the ice-fire Dragon King buried below, so he was eager to explore. If it were true, he would not mind taking everything. After all, dragons are laden with treasures, and here there were two. Wouldn't that mean great fortune? However, the ideal was grand, yet reality was stark. Just as Xing Tian dove deeper, roughly 10 meters down, an icy chill that froze the soul enveloped him. Even his fire and water-resistant body felt the biting cold. Is it this severe? Xing Tian thought anxiously. He then began to ascend, shortly breaking the surface of the water. Emerging from the depths of the water, Xing Tian quickly ascended to the shore. Goodness, I am freezing, was his immediate exclamation upon reaching land. Brother Xing Tian, are you not impervious to water and fire? Guo Wu inquired. How was I to know it would be so extreme down there? I descended about 10 meters, and a chill that felt as though it could freeze one's very soul enveloped me. Although I am resistant to both water and fire, this depth is beyond my endurance. Xing Tian replied. What shall we do next? Qian Rengshu asked. I propose to dive daily. Firstly, to acclimatize to the environment below, and secondly, to strengthen my body. If my physical form becomes sufficiently robust, I should be able to reach the very bottom, Xing Tian suggested. Then we shall proceed with that plan, Qian Rengshu affirmed. By the way, Xiaoxue, you could do this. Extract the spring water and store it in wooden barrels for body tempering. If my conjecture is correct, the efficacy of the spring water should diminish once removed from the source, making it ideal for your use. Xing Tian articulated. Will that be feasible? Ma Hongjun queried. I'm unsure. Let us give it a try. After all, you have little else to occupy yourselves with here. Xing Tian responded. Very well. Ma Hongjun agreed. After a brief respite, Xing Tian resumed his diving, this time into the Yangchuan, eager to discern the conditions at its depths. Having descended approximately 10 meters, he was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming heat that felt as if it could melt him. With no other choice, he decided to surface again. Upon reaching the shore, he found Ma Hongjun had brought 3 large wooden barrels and was pouring in spring water. You all should try it first. I will rest a moment before I attempt another dive, Xing Tian instructed. After a short break, he chose to descend into the Yinquan, feeling somewhat more resistant to its chill. This time, rather than plunging deeper, he halted at the point where he could feel the intense cold and began to cultivate within the Yinquan. The biting cold, combined with the pressure of the water, created an excellent environment for cultivation. Xing Tian lost track of time as he trained, utilizing his soul power to sustain himself in lieu of normal breathing, only surfacing when a sharp pain signaled he had reached his limit. When Xing Tian emerged, he discovered Qian Rengshu and the others were no longer at the shore. After resting briefly, he made his way to the house constructed by Qian Rengshu and her companions, deciding not to dive again today, preferring to recalibrate and address matters the following day. Upon returning to the house, he found the doors to Qian Rengshu and Hou's room tightly shut, as was Ma Hongjun's. Choosing not to disturb them, he settled into the living room to cultivate. The ice and fire duality was undoubtedly a relatively safe haven, free from interruptions. Thus, Xing Tian diligently practiced beneath the ice and fire duality each day, endeavoring to dive deeper each time, while Qian Rengshu and her companions engaged in body tempering with the extracted spring water. A month passed in this manner, and Xing Tian was now capable of diving to depths of approximately 100 meters, yet the bottom remained elusive. I cannot fathom how deep this spring truly is, he remarked to Qian Rengshu and the others upon surfacing again. No need to rush. Now that you've already descended 100 meters, I assume you're nearing the limit. Qian Rengshu replied. Indeed, I plan to dive again in the coming days to see if I can reach the bottom, Xing Tian stated. By the way, how have you all fared during this time? He suddenly inquired. Boss, I feel my physical strength has increased significantly, Ma Hongjun declared, flexing his arm. We too have noticed improvements, and our soul power circulates even more swiftly. Wu added, if your soul power levels break through, venture out to hunt soul rings on your own. With your current capabilities, dealing with ordinary 10,000-year-soul beasts should pose little difficulty, Xingtian advised. No problem, Maongjun replied. The following day, Xingtian meticulously prepared before entering the water, intending to descend further than before. Once submerged, he swiftly reached the depth he had attained during his previous dives. After a brief adjustment period, he pressed on, the biting cold intensifying as he descended further. However, as he ventured deeper, he began to struggle with stiffness in his limbs and an impediment in his soul power circulation. Yet determined to push through this challenging depth, he gritted his teeth and persevered. After descending several more meters, he noticed a faint glow emanating from below. Light? That must be the destination I seek. Xingtian mused internally. Suddenly, dizziness washed over him, followed by excruciating pain throughout his body, rendering his limbs unresponsive. This is bad. I'm at my limit, Xingtian thought, hastily ascending. However, in his haste, he surfaced too quickly, causing him to expel a mouthful of blood upon reaching the shore. Brother Xingtian, are you all right? Huowu and Qian Ringshu approached just in time, alarmed by his condition. Xingtian, are you okay? Qian Ringshu asked, rushing to his side. Cough, cough, cough. I'm fine, just descended too quickly. My body's self-regulation couldn't keep pace. After spitting out blood, Xingtian felt considerably improved. Do not push yourself. Take your time to adapt. We are in no hurry. Qian Ringshu reassured him, believing he was feeling anxious. I assure you, I am well. I was nearly at the bottom of the spring. Xingtian exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother Xingtian, is there truly treasure down there as you suggested? Huowu asked, filled with curiosity. Indeed, I glimpsed a glimmer of light, and if all goes as expected, the treasure should lie near that glow, Xingtian confirmed. Now that you know its precise location, do not rush in the next few days. Adapt gradually as before, Qian Ringshu advised. Understood. I will take my time to acclimate, Xingtian replied. The following day, Xingtian refrained from visiting the ice and fire duality eye. As Qian Ringshu insisted he take a day off. Despite his insistence that he was perfectly fine, she remained steadfast, insisting he rest. Unable to counter her resolve, Xingtian accepted a day of rest. During this time, he often recalled the sight he had witnessed in the spring, the radiant glow replaying in his mind, captivating him. If my conjecture is accurate, that glow must be the light emitted by the corpse of the Ice Dragon King. How exquisite! But soon it shall be mine. He chuckled to himself. Thus, Xingtian endured a torturous day immersed in his thoughts. The next morning, he returned to the ice and fire duality eye. I have arrived, he declared, then leaped into the icy spring. Upon reaching the depth where he could perceive the glow, he refrained from recklessly diving further, knowing that such impulsiveness could be detrimental. Steeling himself, he commenced his cultivation in that location. He only chose to surface when he could no longer endure the conditions. Given his proximity to the bottom of the spring, both the pressure and the cold had significantly intensified. Xingtian spent nearly half a month acclimating to the extreme pressure and the bone-chilling cold. Tomorrow, I shall dive straight to the bottom, he announced during dinner that evening. Tomorrow? Are you so eager? Qian Ringshu remarked. We have been here for nearly 2 months, and I am close to the bottom of the spring. I believe I will be able to take a look tomorrow, Xingtian remarked. Will there be any danger? Huowu inquired. I am uncertain, as I have never ventured down myself. Xingtian shrugged. Here's the plan. After I reach the bottom tomorrow, I will return and assure you of my safety, Xingtian declared. All right, Qian Rushua said at last. She understood that even if she protested, Xingtian would still descend, so it was better to agree to him outright. Rest assured, I will be fine, Xingtian affirmed. I will await your return to report back to us. If you do not come up, I shall go down, Qian Rushua stated suddenly, her demeanor serious. The gravity of her expression caused Xingtian's smile to fade instantly. He recognized that she was not joking, and if he failed to return, she would indeed come after him. Xiaoxue, do not worry. I will promptly return to assure you of my safety, Xingtian replied gravely to Qian Rushua. Yes, let's eat. Qian Rushue said with a faint acknowledgement. The following day, Qian Rushue accompanied Xingtian to the Binghua Liangyan. I shall descend now. Standing at the edge, Xingtian addressed Qian Rushue and the others. Be cautious. Qian Rushue appeared calm, yet Xingtian could perceive the concern in her eyes. Fear not. I shall be fine. Xingtian nodded firmly before turning and leaping into the icy spring. As Xingtian descended to the point where he could see the faint glow, he paused. After adjusting his mindset, he began to swim slowly towards the source of the luminescence. Due to the uncertainty of potential dangers, Xingtian descended cautiously. Images of the monstrous sea creatures from past sci-fi films flashed through his mind, startling him with their sudden appearances. Gradually, he reached the source of the glow. To his astonishment, it was not the corpse he had anticipated, but rather a luminous membrane. This membrane was vast. Xingtian could not discern its top. He tentatively reached out to touch it and effortlessly passed through. This membrane resembled a barrier, and its sole purpose seemed to be preventing the spring water from breaching the boundary. How fascinating, this barrier, Xingtian mused. Perhaps I should explore further. After some contemplation, he decided against it and chose to ascend to report back. On shore, Qian Rushue and the others waited anxiously for Xingtian's return. It has been nearly half an hour. Why isn't T the boss resurfaced? Ma Hongjun remarked from the shore. Indeed, typically, he can last no longer than half a stick of incense. Huowu added. However, as soon as they spoke, regret washed over them as they noticed Qian Rushue suddenly stand up. Sister-in-law, calm down. Please remain composed. The boss is likely on his way back and will surface soon. Ma Hongjun urged Qianruxue. Step aside. Qian Rushue replied coldly. Sister-in-law, you must keep your composure. The boss may indeed be returning shortly. Truly. Xiao Shui, please do not be agitated. Let us wait a little longer, perhaps just until we finish a cup of tea. If brother Xingtian has not yet returned, I will accompany you down. Huowu grasped Qian Rushue's arm. Observing the expressions of Ma Hongjun and Huowu, Qian Rushue took a step back and slowly sat down. After she sat, Huowu shot Ma Hongjun a glare, blaming him for his reckless words. Yet, Ma Hongjun remained oblivious, fixated on the icy spring. Suddenly, he noticed a stream of bubbles rising from the water. He has returned. The boss is back. Ma Hongjun exclaimed. Where? Qian Rushue immediately stood, asking eagerly. I just saw a stream of bubbles surfacing from the spring. The boss should be coming up soon, Ma Hongjun stated. As the group awaited with bated breath, Xingtian finally emerged from the water. Xingtian, how are you? Are you all right? You had me worried with your prolonged absence. Qian Rushue exclaimed. Xiao Shui, I assured you I would be fine and would return to inform you of my safety. Xingtian replied. Boss, you cannot imagine. Sister-in-law nearly jumped in to find you. Ma Hongjun interjected. Upon hearing this, Xingtian felt a jolt of alarm. Had he not entered the barrier earlier, Qian Rushue might have leaped in after him, and he would have never forgiven himself. Fear not, it is quite safe below. The glow I mentioned earlier is merely a barrier designed to prevent the spring water from entering. I will return to tell you this. And I plan to enter the barrier for a closer look, Xingtian explained. Will there be any danger within the barrier? Qian Rushue inquired. Not at all, as the barrier only serves to block the spring water. Therefore, if there were any danger, I would have encountered it on my way there, Xingtian reassured her. Just be careful. We can forego the treasure. I only want you, Qian Rushue asserted. Rest assured, await my return. Xingtian promised. Chapter 146. Inside the barrier with that. Xingtian dove back into the water, swimming towards the barrier he had just discovered. On the shore, Ma Hongjun said to Qian Rushue, sister-in-law, there is no need to worry now. The boss is safe. Yes. Qian Rushue nodded, although her gaze remained fixed on the icy spring. Huowu sighed in relief upon seeing Xingtian's surface. Though he had not spoken to her, the sight of him unharmed was enough to bring her satisfaction. As Xingtian approached the barrier again, he scanned the surroundings once more, confirming there were no dangers before plunging into the barrier. Upon entering, Xingtian was astonished by the scene before him. He had expected the barrier to be a frigid realm of ice and snow, yet it was entirely devoid of anything. A vast expanse of white without the bone-chilling cold he anticipated. Once inside the barrier, Xing Tian began to plummet rapidly due to the effects of gravity. Fortunately, he had wings. Otherwise, he could only imagine the consequences of such a fall. After stabilizing himself, Xing Tian quickly flew downward, catching a glimpse of a deep blue in the distance. Upon reaching the bottom, he was met with the awe-inspiring sight of a lifelike dragon carcass. Although it no longer breathed, its draconic aura lingered, and the mist enveloping the sky was a result of the power it exuded. Indeed, it exists. What a fortune! It is said that bathing in dragon blood can enhance one's physique. I wonder if this holds true? No, wait, this one is dead, Xing Tian remarked. He had only heard of bathing in fresh dragon blood, not this deceased creature. What should I do? The storage bracelet is not large enough. Xing Tian pondered, troubled by the predicament before him. I should report back to Xiao Xue and the others, then return to enter seclusion, and later bring some back for them. That seems to be the only course of action. After some contemplation, Xing Tian resolved. With that, he spread his wings and soared upward. Emerging from the icy spring, he found Qian Ruxue and the others still waiting on the shore. Xing Tian, what did you find? Have you discovered the treasure? Qian Ruxue stepped forward to inquire. I have found it, which is why I have returned to inform you that I intend to enter seclusion for a period of training. Xing Tian stated. Is it dangerous down there? He and Rengshu's foremost concern has always been the safety of Xing Tian. It's all right, the area below is quite secure. I've already encountered the treasure, Xing Tian declared with a smile. Boss, what is it down there that excites you so? Ma Ongjun inquired. Corpses, the corpse of the Ice Dragon King. Xing Tian replied. A dragon? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Indeed, this ice and fire duality is the very site where the Ice-Fire Dragon King perished, Xing Tian explained. All right, I will descend and enter seclusion for a few days, and I shall bring back some good items for you, Xing Tian announced. Excellent. Wait for me. He glanced at Qian Rengshu and Houwu. MHM. Both nodded vigorously. With that, Xing Tian confidently leaped down. Upon entering the barrier, Xing Tian made his way directly to the Ice Dragon King's remains. Approaching the corpse, he crawled into the dragon's mouth and paused at her throat. He then commenced his meditative cultivation. As Xing Tian cultivated, wisps of cold air emanated from the Ice Dragon King's body, seeping into his own. I feel nothing. Perhaps I should try some dragon blood? Xing Tian mused. What the heck? Let us give it a shot. Finally, he succumbed to temptation. Xing Tian traversed through the Ice Dragon King's body until he reached her heart. Gazing at the azure heart before him, he summoned the Qisha sword and sliced open the Ice Dragon King's heart, causing a torrent of blood to gush forth, swiftly forming a small lake. Standing amidst the crimson pool, a chilling sensation enveloped him. Xing Tian, unwilling to be negligent, promptly settled into a meditative position to continue his cultivation. As he cultivated, the blood visibly diminished at an observable rate, with all the energy within flowing into Xing Tian's body. His second martial soul sensed this energy and began to tremble, subsequently emanating an inexplicable pulling force that drew the energy from the Ice Dragon King's blood towards it. Although most of the energy was absorbed by the second martial soul, what remained was sufficient for Xing Tian's cultivation. Time flowed slowly, and Xing Tian lost track of how long had passed. Upon awakening, he found no trace of blood beneath him, and the heart appeared to be in a shrunken state. If my conjecture is correct, there should be a dragon pearl. Let me search for it, Xing Tian proclaimed. However, he scoured the Ice Dragon King's entire body without discovering the dragon pearl. Could it be in the brain? He pondered. With that thought, Xing Tian pried open the Ice Dragon King's skull. Sure enough, he discovered a blue sphere the size of a basketball within. This must be the dragon pearl. How exquisite. Now it belongs to me, Xing Tian chuckled. After obtaining the dragon pearl, Xing Tian began to dismember the Ice Dragon King. Dragon tendons, scales, bones, everything he deemed useful was meticulously harvested, ultimately filling a storage bracelet, though much remained. Just as he finished disassembling the Ice Dragon King, he sensed a sudden tremor in the air. Not good. The barrier is about to collapse. Xing Tian shouted, then soared upwards. What a pity, what a pity, he lamented, glancing back at the scattered remains. On the shore, Qian Rengshu and the others were engaged in conversation when suddenly, A whirlpool emerged in the icy spring, causing the water level to plummet rapidly. "What is happening?" Qian Rengshu exclaimed. "Sister Xiaoxue, could it be that something has happened to Brother Xingtian down below?" Huwu suggested. "I must go down," Qian Rengshu declared without hesitation. "No, I promised the boss." Ma Hongjun quickly intervened to restrain her. "Step aside," Qian Rengshu demanded. "I can't let you." Just then, a figure burst forth from the water, soaring into the sky. It was Xingtian. At that moment, as Xingtian flew out of the barrier, it shattered, unleashing a torrent of spring water that created a massive whirlpool. Xingtian was unexpectedly swept into the vortex, but fortunately, he quickly stabilized himself with the Haotian hammer. Once steady, he began to channel and compress his soul power, subsequently retracting the Haotian hammer and releasing his soul power. With a swift motion, Xingtian shot out of the whirlpool, providing the spectacle that Qian Rengshu and the others had witnessed. "What happened? Why are you all still arguing?" Xingtian asked as he descended. "Boss, just now, sister-in-law insisted on going down to find you," Ma Hongjun reported. "It's all right, Xiaoxue. See, I've returned safely," Xingtian reassured her. "You scare me to death," Qian Rengshu exclaimed. "But I'm fine now. Moreover, I brought back plenty of good items," Xingtian replied. "I don't want any good items. I only wish for your safety," Qian Rengshu asserted. Everything is fine, Xingtian chuckled. "By the way, Xiaoxue, you should have storage equipment, right?" he suddenly asked, as he assumed that a prominent figure like Qian Rengshu, a saintess of the spirit hall, would possess one. After all, he recalled that Hulaina seemed to have one. "I do," Qian Rengshu said, revealing a necklace around her neck. "Why, Haven Tea, I seen you use it," Xingtian inquired. "Aren't you the one with it?" "One is sufficient," Qian Rengshu replied. "All right then," Xingtian shrugged. "By the way, Xiaoxue, how spacious is your storage necklace?" Xingtian asked. "It's decent, why?" Qian Rengshu responded. Without saying a word, Xingtian waved his hand, causing a multitude of bones and scales to spill from his storage bracelet. "What is this?" Qian Rengshu asked. "These are the bones and scales of the Ice Dragon King. I have absorbed the blood, and all that remains are these items. I couldn't fit everything because my storage bracelet is too small," Xingtian explained. "This is already quite a lot," Huwu remarked. "Additionally, I have a dragon pearl that I intend to keep for myself, so please store the rest, and when we return to the spirit hall, we can have him craft some equipment for you," Xingtian suggested. "All right," Qian Rengshu agreed as she began to gather the materials from the ground. After Qian Rengshu collected the materials, Xingtian engaged in conversation with him on the shore as the whirlpool in the icy spring had yet to settle. Furthermore, what was happening now was that the spring water from the Yang spring began to flow into the ice spring. Upon contact, a hissing sound erupted, and soon a thick fog enveloped the area above the ice and fire duality eye, appearing like a celestial paradise from afar. After a considerable time, roughly half an hour later, the ice spring vanished without a trace, leaving only the Yang spring behind. "Xiaoxue, you all wait for me. I shall dive beneath the Yang spring for another exploration," Xingtian instructed. "All right, stay safe," Qian Rengshu cautioned. Yet, unbeknownst to Xingtian, this descent into the Yang spring would nearly cost him dearly, and the reason lay within the dragon pearl in his storage bracelet. After bidding farewell to Qian Rengshu and the others, Xingtian submerged into the Yang spring once more, determinedly plunging down to the barrier, where he slipped inside. The barrier of the Yang spring was similar to that of the ice spring, except that while the ice spring's barrier was azure, the Yang spring's was a fiery red. Upon entering the barrier, Xingtian adeptly made his way to the corpse of the Fire Dragon King. Gazing upon the lifeless form of the Fire Dragon King, Xingtian licked his lips and boldly ventured into the creature's maw, traversing directly to its heart. After a series of meticulous actions, Xingtian, alongside his second martial spirit, drained the very essence of the Fire Dragon King's blood. At this juncture, his second martial spirit had undergone a radical transformation. Following the absorption of the dragon's blood, it manifested a striking duality of azure and fiery red, with the azure pursuing the red and vice versa, culminating in the formation of a Tai Chi symbol upon the chrysalis of his second martial spirit. "It appeared to stray further from my original conception," Xingtian mused, observing the chrysalis. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Xingtian chose not to excavate the Fire Dragon King's dragon pearl first. Instead, he dismembered the dragon's body. Only when his storage ring could no longer accommodate the remains did he commence the extraction of the dragon pearl. He perceived the dragon pearl as the pivotal nexus of this spatial barrier, thus reserving it for last. As Xingtian unearthed the Fire Dragon King's dragon pearl and held it in his palm, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The moment he grasped the dragon pearl, the barrier began to tremble violently. Just as Xingtian prepared to flee, his storage bracelet commenced a frantic quaking, and to his astonishment, the ice dragon pearl broke free from its confinement, soaring skyward. "Oh no, there is no time," he exclaimed, witnessing the two dragon pearls ascend into the heavens. Upon their elevation, the two pearls began to collide, and the barrier, which had previously begun to shatter, surprisingly stabilized. What was happening? Xingtian stood below, utterly bewildered. After several collisions, the two dragon pearls remained undecided, and to Xingtian's astonishment, two dragon souls emerged from within them. Is this a mirage? He quickly rubbed his eyes. Yet, when he reopened them, the two dragon souls persisted. Upon their emergence, the two dragon pearls veered aside, and the dragon souls engaged in a fierce struggle. At that moment, Xingtian found himself at a loss, too apprehensive to ascend for fear of detection. However, sometimes, one's thoughts manifest into reality, just as he wished to remain unnoticed. The two dragon souls turned their attention towards him, locking eyes before charging in his direction. Oh no! Xingtian hastily attempted to defend himself, but he could not touch the dragon souls, ultimately allowing them to penetrate his being. As the two dragon souls entered his corporeal form, the two dragon pearls flew back to him, adhering to his hands as if glued. "This is bad," Xingtian lamented, gazing at the dragon pearls in his grasp. No sooner had he uttered these words than a chilling force emanated from the ice dragon pearl, surging directly into his body. As if that were not enough, a searing heat followed suit, flooding into him as well. Xingtian felt excruciating pain within, a tearing sensation that threatened to shatter his very soul. With both forces invading his body, he found himself rendered immobile, capable of thought but unable to move a muscle. "This is the end. My greed has led me to ruin," he screamed inwardly. Xingtian's body alternated between being encased in ice and engulfed in flames, leaving him numb, rather than mere numbness. It was as though his body's self-preservation mechanisms had activated, rendering his senses null. He stood there with closed eyes, his body intermittently besieged by frigidness and searing heat. In this oscillation between extremes, cracks began to mar his flesh. Yet, at this moment, he was oblivious, his senses stripped away. Even if his body were to shatter, he would remain unaware, destined to perish in silence. However, the two dragon souls within him cared not for the integrity of his corporeal form. They relentlessly battled, wreaking havoc within. Consequently, Xingtian's body became riddled with fissures, resembling a fragile porcelain doll poised to shatter into countless fragments. The dragon souls continued their tumultuous journey towards Xingtian's mind. Should they penetrate his consciousness, even Xingtian's meager mental fortitude would be insufficient to withstand their power, despite their diminished state. In this dire moment, Xingtian's second martial spirit began to exude an enigmatic wave, causing the dragon souls to pause momentarily, then redirect their focus towards the source of the disturbance. Yet, as they neared this source, the wave mysteriously dissipated. The two dragon souls exchanged glances, perplexed, and resumed their struggle towards Xingtian's consciousness. As they approached, the wave re-emerged, prompting the ice and fire dragon souls to abandon their conflict and gravitate towards the source. This back and forth transpired several times, and Xingtian's physical form teetered on the brink of collapse. This time, when the wave emanated once more, the dragon souls opted to follow it. This wave persisted, unwavering, even as the dragon souls neared its origin. At last, they arrived at the source, which was none other than Xingtian's second martial spirit, now radiating an alluring wave that beckoned the dragon souls. Upon their approach, an overwhelming force of attraction erupted from the second martial spirit, ensnaring the two dragon souls before they could react. Instantly, They were absorbed into the chrysalis of the second martial spirit. Within the chrysalis, the two dragon souls, upon entry, ignited a dazzling brilliance from the second martial spirit, which had already begun to take shape, now disrupted into a chaotic blend. The dragon souls claimed dominion over the chrysalis, distinctly divided yet intertwined. Suddenly, a red liquid surged forth from an unknown source, enveloping the two souls entirely. Time became an abstraction as the two dragon souls, submerged in the crimson liquid, began to intertwine and fuse, ultimately coalescing into a luminous orb of azure and fiery red. As this orb materialized, the once fluid red liquid gradually solidified. The entire second martial spirit radiated a gentle luminescence, enveloping Xing Tian's being. Externally, his body was shrouded in a resplendent amalgamation of azure and fire-red light. Within this radiance, Xing Tian gradually succumbed, curling his form like a fetus within the womb. Nestled within the orb, the furrowed brow wrought by pain relaxed, revealing an expression of serene ecstasy. The fissures adorning his body began to heal at a visible pace, and the shattered organs and meridians within him rapidly mended. Time lost all meaning. The unsightly cracks on Xing Tian's body have been mended, and the scars that once marred his form have vanished, restoring his smoothness to an unparalleled degree. Yet, there remains no sign of awakening from Xing Tian. The two dragon balls cling tightly to his hands, now diminished in size significantly. The external barrier persists, seemingly existing solely for Xing Tian's sake. Time passes, though it is unclear how long, and the dragon balls have shrunk to the size of apples. The radiance emanating from Xing Tian has also dimmed considerably. On the shore, 7 days have elapsed since Xing Tian descended, and Qian Rengshu has begun to grow anxious. Why has Xing Tian not surfaced yet? He only took 2 days to descend into the ice spring. Why is this taking so long? Qian Rengshu exclaimed anxiously from the shore. Sister-in-law, please remain calm. The boss might be in secluded meditation down there. Regardless of whether you can descend or not, even if you can endure, if the boss is meditating and your arrival disrupts him, he could suffer backlash. You would regret it far too late. Ma Hongjun interjected to block Qian Rengshu. Yes, I cannot go down. If Xing Tian is in meditation, my presence would only disturb him. Qian Rengshu hurriedly responded after hearing Ma Hongjun's words. But I'm still anxious, she added. Then learn from Xiao Wu. Look at her. Ma Hongjun pointed towards Huo Wu. At that moment, Huo Wu knelt upon the ground, her hands clasped in prayer. Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Qian Rengshu queried. I am praying, hoping that brother Xing Tian returns swiftly and safely. Huo Wu replied. If Xing Tian were present, he would surely be astonished by such a display. Regardless of Huo Wu's actions, they were all motivated by concern for Xing Tian. Yet Qian Rengshu could not find peace, pacing restlessly along the shore. Meanwhile, Xing Tian's dragon balls have shrunk to the size of ping-pong balls, and it should not be long before they vanish entirely. Additionally, Xing Tian's second martial soul has fully transformed into an egg, a blend of azure and fiery red. As the second martial soul morphed into an egg, the martial souls Xing Tian had simulated began to disappear one by one, leaving only the Haotian hammer and the 7-killing sword. Were Xing Tian to awaken, he would undoubtedly be taken aback, for all his martial souls would have vanished. Consequently, his means of attack would become significantly more singular. Gradually, time slipped away. Half a month has passed on the shore. Throughout this time, Qian Rengshu endured repeated disappointments. Yet through Ma Hongjun's persistent encouragement, she held on. However, she felt her strength waning and was on the brink of collapse. If Xing Tian did not return soon, she would truly leap into the depths to find him. Over these past 2 weeks, even Ma Hongjun began to doubt his own reassurances. Huo Wu had also grown somewhat irritable. Although she did not display her anxiety as overtly as Qian Rengshu, the tension in her clenched fists and trembling legs revealed her inner turmoil. 3 more days. I will wait 3 days. If Xing Tian does not surface by then, I will dive in after him. On this day, Qian Rengshu could no longer contain herself and declared loudly to Ma Hongjun, no problem, just 3 days. If the boss is not up by then, I will accompany you down to find him. Maongjun replied. And I too shall go. Huowu suddenly chimed in. All right. Qi and Rengshu nodded in agreement. Recently, their days stretched endlessly, and their gazes never strayed far from the sun spring, fearing they would miss Xingtian's ascent. 2 days passed slowly, yet there was no sign of movement within the sun spring. This lack of activity gradually sank their hearts into despair. Chapter 149. The Return of Xingtian. Xingtian's prolonged absence had caused Qi and Rengshu and her companion spirits to plummet. As the 3rd day dawned, they had scarcely slept, consumed by concern for Xingtian's well-being. Vigilantly observing the sun spring for any signs of life, yet remained still. I can wait no longer. I must dive in to find Xingtian. Qi and Rengshu declared on the morning of the 3rd day. But sister-in-law, how do we contend with the temperature of the sun spring? Maongjun questioned. I will utilize my martial soul and soul power to manage it. I must find Xingtian. Qi and Rengshu asserted with unwavering determination. All right, then we shall go together. Maongjun affirmed. Yes, let us depart. Qi and Rengshu responded. Just as they prepared to leap into the sun spring, a series of bubbles suddenly erupted from its depths. Wait, Huowu interjected. What is it, Xiaowu? Qi and Rengshu inquired. Look, there is movement. Huowu pointed towards the sun spring. A stream of bubbles continuously rose from the depths. It must be the boss. He is about to surface. Maongjun shouted excitedly. Xingtian, Qi and Rengshu echoed with fervor. Indeed, moments later, ripples began to form in the sun spring, gradually coalescing into a small whirlpool. This whirlpool expanded into a larger vortex. After a brief span of several breaths, a dark figure shot forth from the vortex towards the heavens. Xingtian. Upon landing, Qi and Rengshu and Huowu rushed forward, embracing him tightly. You had me worried sick. Do you know that? Qi and Rengshu exclaimed, her eyes reddened. Brother Xingtian, we thought you were in danger. We were ready to dive in after you. Huowu added. I am sorry for causing you such worry. Xingtian replied, gently patting Huowu and Qi and Rengshu's backs. In truth, Xingtian had come perilously close to not returning. Moments ago, beneath the sun spring, the Dragon Balls had shrunk to the size of peanuts. As Xingtian absorbed the energy from the Dragon Balls, the barrier began to destabilize. Yet he had not yet awakened. Moreover, the light surrounding him flickered uncertainly, indicating that he had reached a critical juncture. After several breaths, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed through the air. The noise intensified, becoming increasingly frequent. Ultimately, the entire barrier fractured, and a deluge of spring water began to surge inwards, forming a colossal whirlpool. At that moment, the light radiating from Xingtian flickered even more rapidly. However, the incoming torrent of spring water offered him no respite. It was on the verge of crashing into him. Just then, the flickering light paused momentarily, sending out a wave of energy. Following this wave, even the incoming spring water hesitated briefly, and that brief pause saved Xingtian's life. After a fleeting moment, the spring water surged again. Yet by this time, Xingtian had already opened his eyes, and before he could comprehend the situation, a jet of spring water slammed into him. Fortunately, Xingtian had completed his transformation. He quickly steadied himself and began to move towards the center of the whirlpool. This time, Xingtian did not rely on the Haotian hammer, but instead pressed forward using sheer physical strength against the onslaught of water, making his way towards the vortex's core. He then executed the previous maneuver, channeling his soul power, compressing it, and soaring skyward. As if fated by destiny, Xingtian burst forth from the sun spring just as Qi and Rengshu and the others were about to leap in. Emerging from the sun spring and landing, the scene unfolded as previously described. Why did you take so long? You have been down there for 10 days. Qi and Rengshu exclaimed, her eyes glistening with emotion. 10 days? I was down there for that long? Xingtian was somewhat taken aback, as he believed it would only take a brief moment. Otherwise, why would I be in such a rush with Sister Xiao Shui? Huowu remarked. Fine, it is my fault, I assure you it will not happen again. Xingtian promised Qian Renshui and the others. Qian Renshui responded affirmatively, then leaned against Xingtian's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heart. After several days of anxiety, Her restless spirit finally found solace, as did Huowu. Gradually, Qian Rin Shui and Huowu succumbed to a deep slumber against Xing Tian's chest. Xing Tian lifted them gently, cradling them by their backsides, and made his way toward the makeshift shelter. After ensuring Qian Rin Shui and the others were settled, Xing Tian chatted with Ma Hongjun for a while before returning to his room, eager to inspect his acquisitions from beneath Yang Quan. To his astonishment, Xing Tian discovered that of the nearly 10,000 martial spirits he had simulated, only the Haotian hammer and the 7 killing sword remained, with none of the others left. Subsequently, he beheld the egg formed by his second martial spirit. An egg? What might it eventually hatch into? With the addition of the Ice Fire Dragon soul, the quality of this raw material has become increasingly exceptional. Observing the red and blue speckled egg, Xing Tian could not help but marvel. Beyond this, he realized that his physical body was now astonishingly robust. He felt no weight at all from the Haotian hammer, which now seemed particularly light in his grasp. He estimated that his current physical strength could rival that of a soul sage. Furthermore, the hidden injuries and scars he had endured over the years had vanished entirely, leaving his skin youthful enough to incite envy in other women. Overall, his gains were commendable, and he seemed to have acquired an additional domain. Upon closer inspection, Xing Tian indeed discovered a new domain, the Dragon God domain. Once activated, this domain could exert comprehensive pressure on adversaries, accompanied by attacks of ice and fire. Additionally, it could enhance the strength and speed of allies, with even greater boosts for those possessing ice and fire attributes. Remarkable! Xing Tian exclaimed in awe after reviewing the effects. Qian Rin Shui and Huowu slept soundly for an entire day before awakening. Upon regaining consciousness, they found that Xing Tian was already packing his belongings. Xiao Shui, you're awake. Let us tidy up, we shall return, Xing Tian announced. To the Martial Soul Hall? Hian Rein Su inquired. Yes, indeed. There is nothing more to do here. Let us head back. Xing Tian replied. All right. Hian Rein Su smiled. In truth, there was little to pack. Xing Tian merely organized the dragon tendons, scales, and bones of the Fire Dragon King, and gathered a few celestial herbs he found nearby. After departing from the Ice-Fire Duality Eye, Xing Tian noticed that the color of the mountain had significantly faded. It would not be long before this place transformed into an ordinary spring. He gazed at the Ice-Fire Duality Eye and sighed. What is wrong? Are you unwilling to leave? Qian Rin Shui shot him a glance. Not at all, just reflecting on the moment, Xing Tian smiled. Let us go. Qian Rein Su Off we go. Xing Tian waved his hand grandly. Chapter 150. The Bounty Notice after emerging from the setting sun forest. Xing Tian and his companions rested for 2 days in the setting sun town. On the 3rd day, they set forth on their journey back to the Martial Soul Hall. As they passed through the Luo Empire, Xing Tian stumbled upon something intriguing. He discovered an image of Tang San. More accurately, he found a wanted poster depicting Tang San. Upon reaching the city gate of the Luo Empire, they noticed a large poster with the words Wanted Notice prominently displayed. A wanted notice? What's going on, boss? Ma Hongjun asked upon seeing the notice. I'm not sure. Let us read further. Xing Tian replied. After finishing the notice, he shook his head. It turned out to be a wanted notice issued jointly by the City of Slaughter and the Martial Soul Hall. Both entities were seeking Tang San throughout the continent, although the specifics were not disclosed. However, Xing Tian could surmise that it likely had something to do with the City of Slaughter. The notice stated that anyone with information regarding Tang San could exchange their knowledge for entry into the City of Slaughter. Furthermore, those who could capture Tang San would be granted immediate access without any tests. Once this news broke, the continent went into a frenzy. Though some might not know the exact location of the City of Slaughter, many were aware of its existence. Those who knew of the city understood what it represented. Thus they frantically searched for the individual depicted in the poster. The Martial Soul Hall also offered rewards. The notice indicated that anyone who provided credible information about Tang San would receive personal guidance from a titled Douluo of the Martial Soul Hall, with 3 days of hands-on instruction. Furthermore, anyone who could capture Tang San would be rewarded with a soul bone, though the specific part was not specified. What a tumultuous situation. Tang San is truly unfortunate. Xing Tian remarked after reading the notice. Xing Tian, could it be that you actually predicted this? Does Tang San truly dare to destroy the city of slaughter? Qian Rinshui asked after reviewing the notice. He must have attempted it, but failed. Xing Tian replied. Brother Xing Tian, how do you know Tang San will destroy the city of slaughter? Huo Wu inquired. Intuition, Xing Tian said. Noting that Xing Tian did not provide a direct answer, Huo Wu chose not to press further. All right, let us move on, Xing Tian said, casting a glance at them. After exiting the Luo Empire, every town they passed was plastered with wanted notices, all seeking Tang San without exception. What do you think Tang San might be right now? Huo Wu suddenly asked. Rest assured, Tang San is living very well at the moment. I would stake my claim on it, Xing Tian assured her. Why do you think so? Huo Wu asked, puzzled. Because of the disguise technique. Hien rein su interschächtel. Precisely. It is indeed the disguise technique, Xing Tian affirmed. Moreover, Tang San does not even need an exceptionally advanced disguise to evade capture. Yet his martial spirit cannot be changed. Huo Wu pointed out. His martial spirit? The wanted notice states that his martial spirit is the Haotian hammer. But asked the fatty if Tang San's martial spirit is the Haotian hammer, Xing Tian chuckled. I know that Tang San's martial spirit is blue silvergrass. Maon Jun Kaimdin. Dual martial spirits? Huo Wu exclaimed in surprise. Exactly. Therefore, as long as Tang San does not reveal the Haotian hammer, this wanted notice holds no weight for him. Unless the King of Slaughter personally intervenes, he might be discovered, Xing Tian elaborated. Well then, Huo Wu conceded. Regardless, this does not concern us. Our primary task now is to return to Wuhan City and rest for a few days, Xing Tian stated. As they traveled, the pedestrians hurried past, often gathering in small groups to discuss news about Tang San. Throughout their journey, Xing Tian had already heard no fewer than 10 distinct pieces of information regarding Tang San, and surprisingly, none of them were repetitive. Impressive. What an effective smokescreen. Xing Tian laughed. A smokescreen? What is that? Mo Hong Yun inquired. It's nothing. I merely meant that someone is deliberately spreading false information about Tang San. Xing Tian explained. Oh, weren't we supposed to avoid discussing Tang San? Hien Rein Su suddenly left. Ha ha, I couldn't help myself. It's just that all the news we've encountered along the way revolves around him, and it's impossible not to mention it. Xing Tian chuckled. As they journeyed, the group frequently discussed the news about Tang San, and after several days of walking, they finally arrived at Wuhan City. Unlike their previous hurried visit, this time the guards recognized Qian Rinshui and her companions from afar and promptly opened the city gates to welcome them in. Your Holiness, we have returned, Qian Rinshui announced to Bibi Dong upon reaching the Wuhan Palace. It seems you have gathered quite a bounty this time, especially you, Xing Tian, Bibi Dong remarked, her gaze fixed on Xing Tian. Not too shabby, Xing Tian replied with a smile. By the way, Your Holiness, do you have a blacksmith in your ranks? Xing Tian inquired suddenly. A blacksmith? You mean a forger? No, we do not, Bibi Dong responded. Your Holiness, do you know someone named Lu Gao? Xing Tian asked unexpectedly. Lu Gao. I recall him. Is he not the renowned craftsman? Bibi Dong replied. Indeed, I wish to invite Lu Gao to visit in the name of the Wuhan Palace. Xing Tian stated earnestly. What do you need him for? Bibi Dong questioned. Xing Tian remained silent for a moment, then revealed a bone in his hand. What is this? Bibi Dong asked, surprised by the intense pressure emanating from the bone. This is a dragon bone. I would like Lu Gao to forge some equipment for me. Xing Tian explained. How many do you possess? Bibi Dong inquired. A considerable amount. Very well. I shall send someone to fetch Lu Gao immediately. Without hesitation, Bibi Dong ordered a messenger to head to Gengjin City. Wait. Xing Tian called out to the departing messenger. Take this with you. Lu Gao will surely be intrigued. He won't be persuaded without something substantial. The messenger accepted the dragon bone and hurried away. It seems your journey has not only enhanced your strength, but also yielded valuable treasures. Bibi Dong remarked. They're merely trifles of little worth. Xing Tian chuckled. Rest for now. I will ensure Lu Gao appears in Wuhan City within a month. Bibi Dong assured them. Thank you, Your Holiness, Xing Tian replied, bowing slightly. Upon returning to their quarters, the group freshened up and quickly succumbed to slumber. The following day, they awoke late, indulging in leisurely moments after a brief meal. Xing Tian declared he would not train further. Rather, he wished to relish this rare serenity, for such moments were indeed few and far between. After 2 or 3 days of relaxation, Qian Renxue took Xing Tian to visit Qian Dalu. Qian Dalu appeared delighted, though Xing Tian could discern a hint of reluctance in his gaze. However, he understood that Qian Renxue's ascension to the angel god position depended on Qian Dalu, and he had no intention of interfering. Thus, he feigned ignorance of the situation. During this visit, Xing Tian finally made physical contact with Qian Dalu and successfully simulated his martial spirit. Consequently, Xing Tian now possessed 3 martial spirits, as the others had been absorbed by his second martial spirit. Recently, Xing Tian noticed Qian Dalu growing increasingly anxious. He knew Qian Dalu wished to discuss the divine position with Qian Renxue, but had hesitated several times to broach the topic. In such moments, Xing Tian would suggest, "Grandfather seems weary. Let us return tomorrow." This continued for over half a month. On this day, as Xing Tian prepared to visit Qian Dalu again with Qian Renxue, they encountered the messenger sent to invite Lu Gao. "Hey, you there, hold on," Xing Tian called out. "Young Master Xing Tian, did you call for me?" The messenger responded, clasping his hands. "I recall you were sent to invite the craftsman Lu Gao. Why are you back? Did you manage to bring him?" Xing Tian queried. "Young master, I was just about to inform the Holy Empress of this matter. The craftsman Lu Gao could not be invited." The messenger explained. "Cannot be invited? What happened?" Xing Tian pressed on. "I went to Gongjin City and met Master Lu Gao, but just as we were about to leave the city, he was intercepted," the messenger recounted. "Intercepted? Did you not show him my item?" Xing Tian was taken aback. "I did, but Lu Gao said he would come to Wuhuan City when he had the time." "And my dragon bone?" Xing Tian inquired. "It was taken by Lu Gao." "Ha ha ha, Lu Gao, quite bold, even daring to take my belongings. By the way, who was the person that intercepted him?" Xing Tian suddenly asked. "I do not know him, but he introduced himself as Tang Yin, a middle-aged man. He showed Lu Gao a blueprint, and Lu Gao immediately changed his mind and left with him," the messenger recounted. "Tang Yin, how audacious to come after me." Xing Tian scoffed. "Do you know this Tang Yin?" Qian Renxue asked. "I do indeed. How could I not know him?" Xing Tian replied coldly. "Do you know where they went?" He then asked. "I'm unsure, but I heard they headed towards the Tiando Empire," the messenger informed. "All right, thank you. You may go now," Xing Tian stated. "What are your plans, Xing Tian?" Qian Renxue inquired. "My belongings are not so easily taken," Xing Tian retorted with a snort. "Shall I accompany you?" Qian Renxue offered. "But what about your grandfather?" Xing Tian questioned. "How long do you estimate this will take?" Qian Renxue asked. "With travel time included, at most 10 days to half a month," Xing Tian replied. "Then allow me to accompany you," Qian Renxue insisted. "Very well. This time, I won't call upon Fatty and the others," Xing Tian agreed. "Good." After their discussion, Xing Tian sought out Bibi Dong to inform her of their departure, and then he and Qian Renxue hastened towards Tiando City. Upon arriving in Tiando City, they made their way directly to the residence of the Li family, without stopping anywhere else. According to Xing Tian's memories, the Tang sect founded by Tang San was located here. Although his arrival had disrupted many things, he deemed it prudent to investigate the area first. Once at the Li family's residence, they presented their invitation and were welcomed inside. After exchanging pleasantries with the clan leader, Xing Tian subtly inquired about Lu Gao and Tang San, but received no news. After bidding farewell to the Li family, Xing Tian gazed off into the distance with a cold smile. "Where shall we go now?" Qian Renxue asked. "Yuxian," Xing Tian replied. "Yuxian? What business do we have there?" Qian Renxue queried. "The owner of Yuxian is Tang Yuehua, Tang San's aunt," Xing Tian explained. "Do you suspect Tang San is there?" Qian Renxue inquired. "Currently, he has nowhere else to go but Yuxian," Xing Tian asserted. "Very well, let us proceed there at once," Qian Renxue agreed. Upon reaching Yuxian, they found a spot to sit down. "Bring out Tang Yuehua," Xing Tian commanded the serving girl as he settled into his seat. The serving girl, taken aback by Xing Tian's direct address of their master, quickly frowned. You lack the qualifications to show me disdain. Bring out Tang Yuehua. I have matters to discuss with her, Xing Tian declared. The maid remained silent, her expression dark as she turned to leave. Moments later, a resplendent woman descended the stairs, exuding elegance, accompanied by two lovely maidens. At first glance, this woman appeared to be in her late 20s, yet her eyes bore the wisdom of ages, far surpassing what one would expect from a woman of that age. The silver palace gown she wore complemented her figure exquisitely. If Xing Tian were to compare her to anyone he knew, only the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple, Bibi Dong, would be a worthy counterpart in terms of demeanor. However, unlike Bibi Dong, she lacked any oppressive aura, yet her nobility was equally striking, and there was not a trace of soul power emanating from her, indicating she was not a soul master. This was Xing Tian's first encounter with Tang Yuehua, and he was evidently captivated by her presence, though he soon regained his composure. Who wishes to see me? Tang Yuehua inquired as she approached, her steps measured and deliberate. Hand over Tang San and Lu Gao, Xing Tian stated bluntly. As soon as his words fell, Tang Yuehua's pupils constricted. You jest. My Yuxian has no one by the name of Tang San, she retorted, promptly recognizing the gravity of the situation. Do not attempt to mislead me. I am well aware of your secrets. Do not force my hand. Tang Hao cannot stop me, Xing Tian replied, taking a sip of tea without lifting his gaze. Who exactly are you? Tang Yuehua's calm began to erode upon hearing Tang Hao's name. Clear the area, Xing Tian commanded suddenly. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua dispatched someone to clear the surroundings. Now who are you? After the crowd dispersed, Tang Yuehua directed her question at Xing Tian. Hand over the individuals in question. I am pressed for time. He insisted. Who are you? Tang Yuehua's voice turned icy as the onlookers gradually encircled them. You need to understand the situation. You are merely an ordinary person, relying solely on your so-called noble domain. Are you certain you wish to speak to me in such a manner? Xing Tian replied with a smile. I do not care who you are. Yu Xian is not to be trifled with. Apologies, but I am precisely the one capable of handling your Yu Xian at will. Xing Tian's tone turned cold. Following this, he unleashed his killing god domain. An invisible aura of slaughter permeated the venue, affecting everyone present, save for Tang Yuehua alone. In Xing Tian's perception, there was an enigmatic energy surrounding her, presumably her noble domain. I repeat, hand over Tang San and Lu Gao. Do you understand? Xing Tian stood, enunciating each word clearly. Young man, since you are aware of my identity, you should know that Yu Xian is not someone you can provoke. The lady beside me is the holy maiden of the Wuhuan Temple. You should comprehend her status. Furthermore, I know the location of your Haotian sect. Do you think the Wuhuan Temple would allow the Haotian sect to continue to exist if they were informed of its whereabouts? Xing Tian stated. You, Tang Yuehua stammered, pointing at him in disbelief. Do you not believe me? He continued. 300 miles east of the imperial capital, Tiando City, surrounded by mountains, lies a small village. Xing Tian grinned suddenly. You, who are you? Tang Yuehua could no longer maintain her dignified composure. So, is it worth sacrificing the entire Haotian sect for one Tang San? I think not, don't you? Xing Tian said softly, directing his words at Tang Yuehua. I have said enough. It is time for you to hand over Tang San and Lu Gao. He urged again. Yet, Tang Yuehua bit her lip, refusing to speak. Alas, it seems there is no other choice. Xiao Shui, let us depart. We shall rally our forces and annihilate the Haotian sect. I believe they will be far more entertaining than the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Xing Tian declared to Qian Rinxue. Very well, she replied. Subsequently, Xing Tian led Qian Rinxue towards the exit of Yuxian. Halt! Tang Yuehua suddenly called out. What is it? Have you reconsidered? However, I no longer wish to meet Tang San. I find attacking the Haotian sect far more amusing. Oh, you could send a message to the Haotian sect, and we can compare our speeds, Xing Tian said with a smile. Xiao Shui, let us go to the Wuhuan Temple in Tiando City, gather our forces, and prepare to besiege the Haotian sect. He took Qian Rinxue's hand and started to leave. Stop, apprehend them. But as her followers rose, Xing Tian unleashed his killing god domain once more. Xing Tian, what do you intend to do? Tang Yuehua yelled at him. Oh, did Tang Hao inform you of me? Or was it Tang San? Xing Tian inquired with curiosity. Xing Tian, have you truly forgotten the past? Dan Zuhu Suden Li Zima? Past. What past? I have no ties with you. I returned any so-called past to Tang Hao during my time at Shrek Academy. He retorted. With that, Xing Tian continued to move towards the exit. Xing Tian, a voice suddenly called from above. Oh, you finally decided to show yourself? I thought you would remain hidden forever. Xing Tian remarked, observing the figure that appeared on the upper floor. You know why I am here? Tang Sen asked. You are not unaware of the domain I just released. The moment I did, I sensed a very familiar killing intent. Tang San, you are still too inexperienced. Xing Tian shook his head. What do you want? Tang San shouted at him. Where is Lu Gao? Xing Tian did not answer, but inquired about Lu Gao. What do you seek Lu Gao for at Yuxian? Tang San replied. At this point, continuing to feign ignorance is pointless. Do you not agree, Tang Yin? Xing Tian smiled at Tang San. I am Lu Gao. What business do you have with me, young man? An elder emerged from behind Tang San. You are Lu Gao? Xing Tian asked. Indeed, I am Lu Gao. Is it truly so easy to take my belongings? He replied with a cold sneer. Ha ha, splendid. Well said. Xing Tian laughed heartily. Do you recognize this? He gestured, revealing a fragment of bone in his hand. This. Lu Gao gasped in surprise at the sight of the bone. Familiar? Xing Tian inquired. Lu Gao scoffed. What? The owner has come knocking, and you still refuse to return my belongings? Xing Tian mocked. Who can prove it is yours? Lu Gao clearly was unwilling to comply. How about this? I will lead my forces to annihilate the Haoyan sect and inform them that it is because you, Lu Gao, and Tang Sen took my belongings that their demise ensued. I will then release a few individuals to confront you. In truth, I possess many of those bones. I am not concerned, Xing Tian declared, gesturing as numerous bones of various kinds materialize around him, each exuding a palpable aura of pressure. Young man, you seek me to forge equipment, do you? Should you dare to pursue such a course, I assure you, I shall not lend my assistance. Upon seeing the materials, Lu Gao straightened his posture and declared, Do you presume yourself the only divine craftsman? If I am not mistaken, Titan is also present in this Tiando city. Xing Tian shot a disdainful glance at Lu Gao. Tang San, the individual you have sought is truly unimpressive. Xing Tian remarked to Tang San. My affairs are none of your concern. Tang San suddenly snorted coldly. Ha ha, splendid. Let us discuss the matter between us. Xing Tian laughed heartily. Tang San, you intend to destroy my city of slaughter. Should you not provide me with an explanation? Xing Tian's expression darkened suddenly. Your city of slaughter? Tang San scoffed. Xing Tian remained silent, producing the guest token of the city of slaughter. Tang San, I see you are indeed a master of deceit. Such treachery as abandoning the donkey after the grind and dismantling the bridge after crossing, it is solely within your capabilities, Xing Tian sneered. Having reaped the benefits of the city of slaughter, you now wish to obliterate it. You must not desire for others to attain dominion over the realm of slaughter. I must say, your petty mentality is truly repugnant, Xing Tian stated. Chapter 153, Fierce Combat with Tang San. Silence. What right do you have to admonish me? Tang San suddenly yelled at Xing Tian. Only a bloodthirsty fiend like you would deem the city of slaughter a favorable place. Tang San glared coldly at Xing Tian. Swear on your mother that your motive for destroying the city of slaughter is solely its darkness and chaos. Dare you? Xing Tian suddenly inquired. Xing Tian, do not go too far. Tang San shouted at Xing Tian. What? You lack the courage? It seems your heart is even more tainted than mine. Xing Tian chuckled. Seeking death. With a swift motion, Tang San hurled a poison dart toward Xing Tian's throat, yet Xing Tian did not even flinch. A metallic clang resonated from Xing Tian's neck as the poison dart fell to the ground. You are only capable of engaging in vile, underhanded tactics, Xing Tian remarked disdainfully, glancing at the dart at his feet. Tang San was utterly enraged by Xing Tian's words, unleashing the blue-silver emperor, which surged toward Xing Tian. With a wave of his hand, Xing Tian summoned the 7-kill sword. as he currently had no other martial souls at his disposal. A flash of sword light appeared, shredding Tang San's blue-silver emperor to pieces. You're lacking as well. Your blue-silver emperor is rather inferior. Xingtian laughed. However, as the myriad of blue-silver grass descended, Tang San had already vacated his previous position. Xingtian, D. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from Xingtian's right side, where Tang San revealed a bamboo tube-shaped object. With a twist, a flurry of flying needles shot toward Xingtian. Xingtian swung the 7-kill sword, blocking most of the needles, but some still embedded themselves in his body. With my poison coursing through you. Prepare to meet your demise. Tang San proclaimed. Poison? That is the very thing I fear the least. Xingtian retorted, a red glow flashing across his form, causing all the needles to drop. Is this your confidence in engaging me? As I said, these are merely despicable tactics that cannot endure the light of day, Xingtian declared. As he spoke, he sheathed the 7-kill sword and vanished from sight. True strength resides within oneself. External forces are but transient. Xingtian's voice echoed from behind Tang San. Upon hearing Xingtian's voice, Tang San executed a swift, evasive maneuver, narrowly escaping Xingtian's assault. Turning around, Tang San unexpectedly lunged at Xingtian, initiating a fierce melee. Tang San's combat techniques were diverse, showcasing exceptional agility and skill. In contrast, Xingtian lacked finesse, yet he still maintained the upper hand against Tang San. Though Xingtian possessed little technique, his overwhelming strength and robust defense prevailed. The adage "a single force can conquer myriad techniques" aptly describes Xingtian's current state. With his formidable physique, it would take several of Tang San's strikes to inflict pain upon Xingtian, while a single blow from Xingtian could shatter Tang San's bones. This is tedious, utterly tedious, Xingtian suddenly exclaimed, then vanished again, reappearing beside Lu Gao. I warned you, my possessions are not so easily acquired. Xingtian grasped Lu Gao by the throat. Release Master Lu Gao. Tang San cried out suddenly. Why should I? Who do you think you are? Xingtian retorted. Xiao Xue. Keep an eye on this old man. Xingtian abruptly tossed Lu Gao toward Qianren Xue. Qianren Xue caught Lu Gao and incapacitated him with a single blow. Tang San, I concede that I cannot best you in close combat. However, this is the realm of soul masters. Today, I shall conclude this battle with the Haotian hammer of your Haotian clan, Xingtian declared. With that, he summoned the Haotian hammer, 9 soul rings undulating around him. A few years ago at Shrek Academy, Tang House saved you. This time, I shall unleash the great subtlety hammer that I refrained from using then. Let's see if you can withstand it now. Xingtian laughed heartily. After speaking, Xingtian charged out of the Yuexian and into the open air beyond. The true form of Haotian, the great subtlety hammer. Tang San, prepare to receive. Ha ha! Xingtian laughed uproariously, raising a colossal hammer to strike at the Yuexian. Xingtian, do you dare? Tang San's eyes widened in fury. Not daring to delay, Tang San immediately released the domain of the God of Slaughter to counter the shockwave from the great subtlety hammer, summoning the Haotian hammer to employ the chaotic cloak hammer technique within the domain of the God of Slaughter. In no time, a swirling black tornado erupted, centered around Tang San. He directed this dark vortex toward the hammer in the sky. However, the tornado was swiftly shattered by the descending hammer. Tang San had no choice but to uphold the domain of the God of Slaughter for protection. Fortunately, the domain managed to mitigate some of the force, though it could not entirely dissipate the power. With no alternatives, Tang San unleashed the blue-silver domain, successfully neutralizing the great subtlety hammer. In truth, Tang San's ability to withstand the blow was also due to Xingtian holding back. Otherwise, he would not have stood a chance. Xingtian was not yet inclined to kill Tang San. Should he eliminate Tang San now, he would forfeit much of the enjoyment. Thus he chose to restrain himself. Tang San, prepare yourself for a bounty across the entire continent. Ha ha, I hope you can survive. Xingtian laughed heartily, then soared away with Qianren Xue and Lu Gao. The battle had left the Yuexian in shambles. Aunt, I apologize. I did not anticipate Xingtian would truly dare to kill in public, causing you trouble. Tang Sen addressed Tang Yuehua. It matters not. Tang Yuehua regained her composure, exuding an air of unperturbed grace. And I must take my leave. Otherwise, I may bring trouble to the Yuexian. Dan san inform Tang Yuhu. However, I promised your elder brother to look after you. Tang Yuhu ziplit. And, if I do not depart, the Yuexian may suffer unforeseen calamity. Tang San shook his head. Very well. Take care while you are away. The Spirit Hall will certainly not let you off. Tang Yuhu wouldn't, they will not let me go? I shall not spare them either. A fierce blaze of anger flickered in Tang San's eyes at the mention of the Spirit Hall. The following day, Tang San restored his original appearance, striding forth with great confidence from the Yuexian. After Tang San departed, news of him swiftly spread to the surrounding areas, ultimately extending its reach far and wide. Come one, come all. I, Tang San, shall make a name for myself in battle, he mused, sensing the presence of those lurking in the shadows. Thus, various factions across the continent began to mobilize, their sights set firmly on Tang San. He walked slowly, deliberately choosing the main path to attract the attention of the masses, hoping to allow Yuxian to escape from this maelstrom. Gradually, a large crowd began to follow Tang San, yet none dared to take action. They were waiting, anticipating a signal, awaiting the emergence of the one who would take the lead. Chapter 154. The Hound of the Lost, the Wuhuan Temple soon received the news and dispatched a team to hunt down Tang San. Setting aside Tang San's actions for the moment, one fact was indisputable. He was the child of Tang Hao, and that alone warranted the attention of the Wuhuan Temple. Soon, Tang San arrived at the outskirts of the Xingdou Great Forest. This shall be my place of renown, and your grave, Xingtian. You failed to kill me, and this will be your last chance in this lifetime. When we meet again, I shall ensure your demise, Tang San declared, with a cold smile. He glanced back before disappearing into the forest. Follow him into the Xingdou Great Forest, commanded one of the pursuers. Xingtian, do you think Tang San can escape this pursuit? Qian Renxue inquired of Xingtian on their way back to the Wuhuan Temple. I do not know. Perhaps he can, perhaps he cannot. However, I sense he might. Though it will not be easy. Of course, if Tang Hao intervenes, the situation would be entirely different, Xingtian replied. Kid, you better let me go. Even Bibi Dong would show me some respect. And you are nothing compared to her, yelled Lu Gao at Xingtian. Let you go? Am I restraining you? I neither bound nor tied you. You may leave at any moment. What need is there for me to let you go? Xingtian chuckled, gazing at Lu Gao. Speak plainly. What do you want? Lu Gao demanded. Lu Gao was well aware that Xingtian had not restrained him. Yet Xingtian had warned him upon awakening that if he dared to flee, the Blacksmith Association would be eradicated from the continent. As I have stated, my possessions are not so easily obtained. Xingtian retorted. Are you truly intent on opposing the Blacksmith Association? Lu Gao asked, his face darkening. It is not I who seeks conflict with you. Rather, it is you who have chosen to confront me. Do you comprehend? Do not invert right and wrong. Xingtian replied coolly. Xingtian's words left Lu Gao speechless. Indeed, he had been greedy. Upon encountering the dragon bone, he recognized its extraordinary nature and greedily claimed it, unaware that it would lead him into such dire straits. At times, one cannot have both fish and bear his paw. I admire your spirit, yet your intentions are unclean. You wish to combine my possessions with Tang San's blueprints to create what you desire, do you not? Xingtian suddenly asserted. How did you know? Lu Gao asked. Indeed, when Lu Gao saw the blueprints Tang San provided, the thought had crossed his mind. Ha ha ha, I know far more than you can imagine. Xingtian laughed heartily. Now, cease your dubious thoughts. You may leave whenever you wish, for I shall not hinder you, Xingtian stated. Lu Gao, weary of Xingtian's words, fell silent and trailed behind him. Xingtian paid him no mind. He knew Lu Gao lacked the courage to depart. As they neared Wuhuan City, news of Tang San reached them. Alone in the Xingdou Great Forest, Tang San had utilized the terrain to eliminate a substantial number of his pursuers. The Xingdou Great Forest is Tang San's domain, Xingtian remarked, shaking his head. Why is it Tang San's domain? Qian Renxue inquired. Because the Xingdou Great Forest is filled with Tang San's eyes. Xingtian replied. What do you mean? Qian Renxue pressed. Tang San's martial spirit is blue silvergrass. It should be called blue silver emperor now. Wherever there is blue silvergrass, all of it serves as his eyes. Xing Tian explained. Did you not say Tang San would face significant challenges? Qian Rinxue remarked. Do not be hasty. Human strength is finite. He may fend off one wave, 2, or even 3 waves, but remember, he is but one person. Xing Tian chuckled. The rewards from the Slaughter City and the Wuhuan Temple are not trifles. Under heavy reward, there will be brave men. Just wait and see. Xing Tian added. Listening to the conversation between Xing Tian and Qian Rinxue, Lu Gao felt a chill in his heart, foreseeing a bleak future ahead. Reflecting on this, he could not help but want to slap himself. Why be greedy for something that did not belong to him? As anticipated, upon their return to the Wuhuan Temple, news of Tang San emerged once more. He had been severely injured, if not for their sudden lapse in vigilance and the ensuing struggle for his allegiance. He would not have escaped. In the following days, Xing Tian received updates regarding Tang San. Now he was being hunted like a lost dog. Though many had perished at his hands, yet the relentless pursuit did not cease. Tang San had driven his pursuers out of the Qingdao Great Forest, and his current path led toward the Xingluo Empire. Xingluo Empire? TSK. Tang San, you have made a misstep. Xingluo values martial prowess. Your journey there will only intensify the hunt. Xing Tian remarked, scrutinizing the news in his hands. However, after Tang San headed toward the Xingluo Empire, he mysteriously vanished, reportedly rescued by a cloaked figure. A cloaked figure? Could it be Zhu Zhuqing? Tang San, will you join them? Xing Tian pondered. Following Tang San's disappearance, the turmoil across the continent temporarily subsided. Xing Tian ceased to focus on Tang San and turned his attention to Qian Rinxue and Qian Dalu. Qian Dalu seemed increasingly impatient. His recent demeanor was evident even to Qian Rinxue. Yet, whenever she inquired, he spoke ambiguously. It was not that Qian Dalu was unwilling for Qian Rinxue to inherit the divine position. Rather, he felt a sense of reluctance. He sensed that this inheritance was not simple, a feeling that came inexplicably, prompting him to spend more time with Qian Rinxue. Senior, I wish to speak with you. Xing Tian suddenly addressed Qian Dalu. What would you like to discuss? Qian Dalu replied. Xiao Shui, you may step outside. I wish to converse with the elder. Xing Tian instructed Qian Rinxue. All right. She nodded after a brief glance at Xing Tian. Once Qian Rinxue exited, Qian Dalu spoke. Young man, what do you wish to discuss with this old man? Senior, you seem troubled lately, Xing Tian remarked. And what of it? Qian Dalu retorted. Are you contemplating Xiao Shui's inheritance of the angel divine position? Xing Tian inquired suddenly. Who informed you of this? Qian Daoliu's expression darkened. Senior, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions and sincerely wish for Xiao Shui to enhance her strength. Xing Tian hurriedly clarified. Then what do you mean? Qian Dalu pressed. Senior, I believe it may be premature for Xiao Shui to inherit the divine position at this time, Xing Tian stated. Reason? Qian Dalu inquired. The younger generation believes that it would be prudent to wait until Xiao Shui's abilities have further developed before making any considerations, Xing Tian remarked. Qian Dalu remained silent, bowing his head in contemplation. After a moment of reflection, Qian Dalu lifted his gaze and said, Young one, I am uncertain how you came upon this information. Logically, I should eliminate you, but for Xiao Shui's sake, I shall overlook this matter. You may take Xiao Shui for training, as long as she remains within the Wuhuan Hall. The angel's divine inheritance will resonate. Upon hearing Qian Dalu's words, Xing Tian felt a surge of clarity. It was no wonder Qian Dalu was so anxious. It was for this reason, yet he was unsure how to resolve it. Fortunately, Xing Tian was present. The following day, Xing Tian brought Qian Rinxue to Qian Dalu, informing him of their plans to embark on a training journey. This time, Qian Dalu did not impede them. After bidding farewell to Qian Dalu, Xing Tian took Qian Rinxue and Ma Hongjun and exited the Wuhuan city to begin their expedition. Xing Tian intended to visit the Sea God Island to witness the legendary Sea Spirit Masters and perhaps partake in the Sea God 9 trials. Whether he would inherit the legacy was secondary. He simply felt it necessary to see it since it was mentioned in the original narrative. However, just as they arrived at the Tiandou Empire, news emerged that prompted Xingtian to alter his plans regarding the Sea God Island. Upon reaching Tiando City, they overheard a conversation. Have you heard? The Tang San from the wanted poster has recently resurfaced in the Stardow Forest. What? Do you have any thoughts on this? Certainly they had thoughts, but their strength did not permit action. What use is it to discuss this, then? Hold on. Tang San is just part of the news. What do you mean? I've heard that deep within the Stardow Forest, not only was Tang San found, but others as well. What's so peculiar about that? Yet this individual was seen alongside spirit beasts, and they did not harm her. Their interaction was exceedingly harmonious. Are you certain? A human can coexist peacefully with spirit beasts? Thus, the Wuhuan Hall speculated that this woman might not be human at all, but rather a spirit beast that had cultivated itself in a human form. Spirit beast? Indeed. Therefore, I plan to go and join the commotion. I shall accompany you, came the enthusiastic response from Xingtian's companions at the inn in Tiando City. Boss, do you think the woman they're discussing could be Xiaowu? Ma Hongjun inquired. Possibly. Xingtian nodded. Should we go? Ma Hongjun suggested. Xiao Xue, has the Wuhuan Hall sent someone? Xingtian asked Qian Rengshu. I don't know, she replied, shaking her head. All right, I wish to go and take a look. After all, Daiming helped me considerably back then, Xingtian declared. Okay, then let us go and see. Qian Rengshu agreed. Xiao Xue, if the Wuhuan Hall intends to hunt Xiaowu, I hope you can intercede on her behalf. Xingtian urged. In truth, Xingtian possessed the strength to repel those from the Wuhuan Hall, but he did not wish to sever ties with them, as it would place Qian Rengshu in a difficult position. Of course, Qian Rengshu nodded. Thus, Xingtian and his companions altered their original plans and set off toward the Stardow Forest. On their way, they encountered a multitude of individuals heading toward the Stardow Forest, estimating at least 100 people. Surely, they cannot all be searching for Xiaowu, Ma Hongjun remarked. Unlikely, but it seems so, Xingtian nodded. Xiaowu? How strange. I feel as though they are calling for me, Huwu suddenly exclaimed. Xingtian was taken aback and burst into laughter. Indeed, you are both named Xiaowu. You share quite a connection. Then we must assist her, Huwu declared, raising her fist. Upon entering the Stardow Forest, Xingtian had never witnessed such liveliness before. Yet, this vibrancy was not what he wished to see, for he observed the terrified expressions of spirit beasts fleeing in all directions. Those who could not escape in time were swiftly slaughtered by the hunters, even though the beasts posed no threat to them. Xingtian clenched his fist tightly at this sight. Xingtian, you cannot intervene. This is the law of the continent, and you are powerless to change it. Qian Rengshu suddenly grasped his hand, urging him onward. Let's take a shortcut. Xingtian suddenly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his expression was serene. He then led Qian Rengshu and the others down a narrow path. Their actions did not go unnoticed. However, those observing scoffed at the route Xingtian had chosen, dismissing him as inexperienced. To them, the path was fraught with powerful spirit beasts. Little did they know that Xingtian was well acquainted with those who resided along it. Before long, Xingtian and his companions reached the central area ahead of others. Upon entering this zone, Xingtian made a beeline for Daiming's residence. Upon arrival, he found Xiaowu playing with Daiming. Huh? Xingtian, what brings you here? Daiming was the first to notice him. Xingtian, the little bear, is in seclusion, attempting to challenge a 10,000-year spirit beast. He will succeed shortly, Daiming added. Oh, is that so? That is excellent news. Thank you for taking care of the little bear. Xingtian replied to Daiming. What brings you here? Xiaowu approached and asked. Have you seen Tang San in the past few days? Xingtian inquired. Yes, is there a problem? Or are you here to hunt him down? Xiaowu responded coldly. We are here to rescue you, Xingtian declared. Rescue me? Indeed, your whereabouts have been revealed, and now those with ill intentions have entered the Stardow Forest with you as their target. Xingtian spoke candidly. Is it Tang San? Xiaowu immediately thought of him. Indeed, it is, Xingtian confirmed. Impossible. He would never harm me, Xiaowu insisted. Do you believe that upon encountering you with Daiming, he would be unaware of your identity? Do not be naive. Do you not realize why you returned to the Stardow Forest? Xingtian dismantled Xiaowu's facade. Leave. Thank you for your warning. Xiaowu suddenly said. What? You're not leaving? Huwu interjected. Leave? Where to? My home is here. Where else would I go? Xiao Wu replied. You should hide. Once they cannot find you, they will leave. Huo Wu urged. I will not leave. Xiao Wu stated resolutely. Child, why are you so obstinate? How could you share the name Xiao Wu? Huo Wu said, her anxiety growing. Xiao Wu looked at Huo Wu in confusion, not understanding her urgency. Look, she's called Huo Wu, and we also call her Xiao Wu. Xing Tian explained to Xiao Wu. You two are named Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu asked, astonished. Indeed, those familiar with me call me Xiao Wu. Huo Wu affirmed. Then we truly are fated to meet. Xiao Wu exclaimed, which is why I question your stubbornness. Do you not understand the value of flexibility? As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of firewood running out. Huo Wu grasped Xiao Wu's hand and exclaimed, but this is my home. Where else can I hide? Besides, one can evade for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Xiao Wu responded, indeed, you yourself stated that this is your home. Who could possibly know it better than you? No matter where you go, who could find you? In such a vast forest, can they truly dig 3 feet into the ground? Huo Wu insisted excitedly. But what about my other companions? Xiao Wu inquired. Survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle. Those who endure will not perish, and those destined to die have long been marked. You won't linger in the human world. Have you forgotten this? Xing Tian suddenly interjected. Enough. Do not hesitate any longer. If you do, it will be too late. Huo Wu suddenly declared. Just then, a group of 3 or 5 individuals clad in the attire of the Wuhuan Temple appeared. Ha ha, in the end, our Wuhuan Temple is one step ahead. One of them laughed heartily. What are you laughing at? Are you unaware that your laughter is quite unpleasant? Xing Tian interrupted the mirth. Kid, this place is now under the jurisdiction of the Wuhuan Temple. If you don't wish to die, scram. The one who had laughed earlier retorted. Impudence. Qian Renxue suddenly shouted. Lady Saint. The group exclaimed upon seeing Qian Renxue. Leave his place. She commanded coldly. Saint Lady, we are here under the orders of the Pope. We cannot retreat, one of them replied, bowing slightly. You are from the Wuhuan Temple? Xiao Wu asked Qian Renxue, her tone laced with frost. Xiao Wu, do not misunderstand. Although Xiao Shui is associated with the Wuhuan Temple, she harbors no ill will towards you. Xing Tian hurriedly explained. There is not a single good person among those from the Wuhuan Temple. Xiao Wu retorted coldly. I am aware of your disdain for the Wuhuan Temple. Yet Xiao Shui is not like that. Otherwise, we would not have come to warn you. Xing Tian asserted. Are they not the ones you brought here? Xiao Wu pointed at the individuals from the Wuhuan Temple. Damn it. Why can't you understand? I told you, we are not related. Damn. Xing Tian exclaimed in frustration. Ming, take Xiao Wu and leave. I will hold them off. Xing Tian instructed Ming. Ming, do not listen to him. Xiao Wu shouted at Ming. Why are you being so unreasonable? If we were allies, you would have died long ago. Huo Wu's temper flared. Anyone associated with the Wuhuan Temple is no good. Xiao Wu declared. Get lost. If you want to die, then die. I kindly came to inform you, and yet you show no gratitude. Over there, come and slay the beasts for their rings. Damn it. Xing Tian was furious. Xiao Shui, let us go. Kindness is wasted on the ungrateful. Xing Tian's attitude towards such people was one of indifference. Xing Tian gidge. At that moment, Huo Wu grasped Xing Tian's arm. I will not intervene. Fatty, are you still standing there? Xing Tian called out to Ma Hongjun, who was still lingering. Xiao Wu observed the shift in Xing Tian's demeanor, biting her lip in silence. Go. Capture her, and take her back to the Wuhuan Temple. Then let her reunite with her mother. Xing Tian stated as he passed by the individuals from the Wuhuan Temple. Xing Tian, are you truly abandoning her? Huo Wu exclaimed anxiously as she saw Xing Tian prepare to leave. How can I manage? You tell me. If she does not wish to, what can I do? If she is so intent on dying, I might as well send her to meet her mother. Xing Tian replied. I knew it, Xing Tian. I knew you were coveting my soul rings. I will never let you succeed, even if I die. Xiao Wu suddenly shouted. If you cannot comprehend simple words, then I have no choice. I'm leaving. With that, Xing Tian truly walked away without looking back. However, Huo Wu remained rooted to the spot, motionless. Xing Tian, you cold-hearted fiend. If you won't save her, I will. Huo Wu shouted at Xing Tian. Sister Xiao Wu, Xing Tian is a good person. You are truly misunderstanding him. Ming said to Xiao Wu at that moment. Then you go find him. Xiao Wu replied coldly to Er Ming, who fell silent immediately. Ha ha ha. Good. Truly good. I initially thought we would return empty-handed, but unexpectedly, such a splendid ally allowed you to drive him away. So we shall not be polite. Charge! One of the Wuhuan temple members proclaimed. Afterward, they unleashed their martial souls and charged forward. Do not harm Sister Xiao Wu, Ming roared, swinging his massive hands at the group, but they were blocked. We will hold off this beast. You go capture her. The leader commanded one of his companions. Understood, he replied, disengaging from the battle circle and leaping toward Xiao Wu. You shall not. At that moment, Huo Wu produced a slender sword and confronted him. Seeing this, Xiao Wu hurriedly rushed to assist. Foolish and immature. From the shadows, Xing Tian observed coldly, having not strayed far, but rather concealed himself to watch Huo Wu and the others. Boss, are we truly not going to help? Ma Hongjun questioned anxiously. Why should we help? After spending so many years in the killing city, Huo Wu has not progressed. Simply because of a name, she is willing to bare her heart. Whether or not the other party appreciates it is debatable, Xing Tian stated. Yet we cannot simply stand by. Ma Hongjun insisted. As long as they do not die, there is no issue. It is truly a lesson they need to learn. Do not presume that the killing city is the only dark place. There are no absolute bright spots in this world, Xing Tian remarked. Indeed, before long, the commotion from Huo Wu's battle drew the attention of others, who began to converge on the scene. Wuhuan Temple is conducting business. All others retreat quickly. The members of the Wuhuan Temple shouted as they noticed others approaching. Wuhuan Temple? If I had 100,000-year soul ring, would I fear you? Some bold individuals shouted. Everyone, let us first slay these Wuhuan Temple members, and then we shall see. Someone suddenly called out. As the words fell, silence enveloped the crowd. Charge! Suddenly, a voice pierced through the silence, shattering it as the masses surged towards the Wuhuan Temple members. Run quickly, or we'll be too late. At that moment, Huo Wu pulled Xiao Wu to flee. Chapter 157. Tang San appears as Huo Wu led Xiao Wu in flight. Several individuals spotted them. Not good. They are trying to escape. Quickly block them, someone shouted. Subsequently, a few individuals broke away from the crowd, pursuing the direction in which Xiao Wu and Huo Wu fled. Now you see, I told you to come with us earlier. You refused, and now you are being forced to run. Truly, Huo Wu exclaimed as she ran. Xiao Wu remained silent, feeling somewhat embarrassed, but this sentiment was directed solely at Huo Wu. If it were Qian Rinxue and the others, Xiao Wu would never have fled. Fortunately, Xiao Wu was very familiar with the Xingdou Great Forest, and after several twists and turns, they finally shook off their pursuers. No more running. No more running. I can't run anymore, Huo Wu suddenly declared, then sat down beneath a nearby tree. Xiao Wu, equally exhausted, decided to sit down and rest alongside Huo Wu. If only Xing Tiangij were here, we wouldn't be in such a predicament, Huo Wu suddenly lamented. Do not mention him. Xiao Wu immediately became displeased upon hearing Huo Wu mention Xing Tian. Why can't I mention him? Huo Wu inquired. He is with those from the Wuhuan Temple. Xiao Wu replied. Are you referring to Sister Xiao Shui? Fire Dance remarked. In fact, she is quite a good person. Good? There is not a single decent individual in the Wuhan Hall. They are all a pack of devils that devour the innocent without a trace. As she spoke, Xiao Wu clenched her teeth in anger. Indeed, they are devils that consume without remorse. But what about you? Suddenly, a man's voice emerged from behind a large tree. Who? Xiao Wu immediately stood up, her voice laced with vigilance. It is I, Xing Tian, accompanied by Qianren Shui and Ma Hongjun, stepped out from behind the tree. Brother Xing Tian, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Upon seeing Xing Tian, Fire Dance rushed over. As we approached, I witnessed many slaughtering the weak soul beasts indiscriminately. I was furious, but after hearing your words, I suddenly felt they might not be so cruel after all, Xing Tian stated. Xiao Wu scoffed. You keep emphasizing how cruel the Wuhan Hall is, but are your soul beasts not cruel as well? Have you not committed your share of atrocities? Xing Tian inquired. That is only a rare occurrence. Xiao Wu replied. Then why do you condemn the entire Wuhan Hall? Xing Tian asked with a smile. From top to bottom, there is not a single good person in the Wuhan Hall. They are all demons. Xiao Wu exclaimed passionately. Shall I then interpret that to mean all your soul beasts are brutal and bloodthirsty? Xing Tian coldly responded. You, what of it? Am I not speaking the truth? I admit, some individuals in the Wuhan Hall are indeed very cruel, but they do not represent the entirety of the hall. Conversely, your soul beasts do not represent all of you either. You are projecting your pain and hatred onto everyone in the Wuhan Hall, Xing Tian asserted. And what of it? Xiao Wu retorted. And what of it? Ha ha ha. Well said indeed. Xing Tian laughed heartily. I am ashamed for Xiongda. He has such a compatriot like you. Xing Tian remarked. He and I are not of the same clan, Xiao Wu coldly replied. TSK. Do not your soul beasts claim that all soul beasts are one family? What, now you deny it? Xing Tian questioned. Were it not for Deming and Erming, I would truly wish to kill you. Xing Tian suddenly said with a fierce expression. Come then, come and kill me. Xiao Wu shouted defiantly. Brother Xing Tian. Fire Dance suddenly clung to Xing Tian's arm. Unreasonable. Xing Tian snorted. Fire Dance, let us go. Do not concern yourself with her. By the way, if Erming is harmed because of you, I will undoubtedly kill you. Xing Tian suddenly turned to Xiao Wu and warned. You dare. Another voice suddenly interjected. Who? Show yourself. Qianren Shui and the others cautiously looked around. Then they saw Tang San and a figure in black emerge from behind another tree. Tang San? Mao and Jun exclaimed in surprise. Did you not expect me to still be alive? Tang San coldly regarded Xing Tian. As anticipated, Xing Tian replied. Was it not you who said you would kill Xiao Wu? Tang San inquired. What? Do you contest that? Xing Tian responded. If you dare to lay a finger on Xiao Wu, I will ensure you suffer. Tang San gritted his teeth. Not this again. How many times have you uttered this phrase? You do not tire of it, but I am weary of hearing it. Also, what gives you the confidence to say this? Is it your companion, Zhu Zhuqing? Xing Tian chuckled. What of it? Zhu Zhuqing's venomous voice emerged from beneath the black attire. Tang San, are you not the one who abhors evil? Is it not true that you cannot tolerate wickedness? How is it that you're now so close to her? Xing Tian remarked. One moment you contemplate destroying the city of slaughter, and the next you are associating with such a person. How hypocritical. Moreover, even if I were to kill Xiao Wu, what of it? She is merely a soul beast. Xing Tian declared. You dare. Tang San was enraged. You said this yourself. Have you forgotten? You once told me, she is merely a soul beast. Xing Tian laughed heartily. You. Tang San was rendered speechless. Let me guess. The reason you are defending Xiao Wu so fervently is because of your mother. Yes? Merely a blade of grass. Ha ha ha, just a soul beast. Xing Tian's laughter was exaggerated, resembling that of a villain in a drama. Do not insult my mother. Tang San, furious, summoned the Haotian hammer and charged at Xing Tian. The two hammers clashed, sending visible ripples emanating from their point of contact, and Tang San was knocked back several meters. Lacking the strength, you should keep your tail between your legs. Otherwise, I might genuinely crush you. Xing Tian remarked. If it were Tang Hao, I might be cautious, but against you, I could easily defeat you. Do not compel me to kill your recently awakened mother. That would weigh heavily on my conscience. Xing Tian said suddenly. Tang San's face darkened. His gaze fixed on Xing Tian. Had looks been lethal, Xing Tian would have been riddled with holes. Xiao Wu, I reiterate, I do not wish for Erming to come to harm. Also, though Xiao Shui belongs to the Wuhan Hall, she is unlike the others. Believe it or not, if you encounter any trouble in the future, you may still seek me out. This is my promise to Deming and Erming. However, should you ally with Tang San, this promise shall be rendered void. Xing Tian addressed Xiao Wu, and then, with Qianren Shui and the others, he departed. Chapter 158. Refusal of Tang San. Xing Tian strode away confidently, while Tang San stared at his retreating figure, his fists clenched tightly, but wisely refrained from striking. For he knew that to do so would be to invite humiliation upon himself. Tang San, have you made your decision? Join us, and you shall swiftly enhance your strength. Only then can you confront Xing Tian without suffering the indignities you face today. Zhu Zhuqing interjected. I will consider it. Tang San replied after a prolonged contemplation, still watching Xing Tian depart. Zhu Zhuqing observed with a smile at the corner of her lips. The longer Tang San hesitated, the more evident it became that his mental defenses were crumbling. Zhu Zhuqing was not anxious. As long as Xing Tian existed, Tang San would inevitably join their ranks. Xiao Wu felt a strong aversion to Zhu Zhuqing upon her arrival, as the aura emanating from her was profoundly discomforting. It was a malevolent energy, a conglomeration of resentment, hostility, and an overwhelming aura of death and malice, which made Xiao Wu feel nauseous. "Boss, why do you think Tang San has returned here?" Ma Hongjun suddenly asked Xing Tian on their way back. "He is likely here to seek out Xiao Wu," Fire Dance suggested. "Unlikely. Why not?" Fire Dance inquired. "Tang San likely encountered Xiao Wu by chance and subsequently uncovered her true identity." Su explained. "Do you think Tang San will persuade Xiao Wu to join him?" Xing Tian suddenly posed a question. "I doubt it," Fire Dance replied. "He will." With Xiao Wu on his side, it would be akin to possessing several overlords of the Stardow Forest. This would be an invaluable asset for Tang San. Su contended. "Indeed, Tang San will certainly seek Xiao Wu out, urging her to accompany him." Xing Tian affirmed. "Boss, will Xiao Wu agree?" Ma Hongjun inquired, expressing his reluctance to become adversaries with Xiao Wu. "I am unaware of that," Xing Tian shrugged. Meanwhile, Tang San indeed approached Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, I have come to take you away," Tang San declared. "Take me away? To where?" Xiao Wu cast a subtle glance at Zhu Zhuqing. "We could venture to the Xingluo Empire, to Dai Lauda's place," Tang San suggested. "Do you think I would survive if my identity were revealed?" Xiao Wu questioned. "Dai Lauda should not mind. We were once comrades," Tang San replied. "Yet you are homeless now, and you expect me to live under someone else's roof?" Xiao Wu retorted. "Xiao Wu, trust me, this is only temporary. Besides, we share a common enemy, the Wuhuan Temple. Thus, we should unite," Tang San asserted. Although Xiao Wu initially considered following Tang San, her resolve faltered upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing. She sensed an inherent danger emanating from Zhu Zhuqing, an instinctive aversion rooted in her essence as a soul beast. She was unaware of Zhu Zhuqing's experiences, but the thought of staying with her was utterly unacceptable. "Never mind. I have no intention of leaving." Xiao Wu declined Tang San's offer. "But it is no longer safe here. The Wuhuan Temple may find you at any moment," Tang San insisted. "Just go. I will not leave with you," Xiao Wu declared. Subsequently, with a few leaps, Xiao Wu vanished into the depths of the forest. "Can't you see?" Xiao Wu still harbors feelings for Xingtian. Her reluctance to leave with you stems from him. Did you not hear Xingtian's words? If she is in danger, she can always seek Xingtian. Zhu Zhuqing remarked beside Tang San. Tang San remained silent, gazing in the direction where Xiao Wu had disappeared, his expression somber. "Let's depart," Tang San instructed Zhu Zhuqing. "Where to?" she inquired. "It depends on you," Tang San replied calmly. "There's hope." Zhu Zhuqing's heart stirred. "Then, let us return to the headquarters," she proposed. "There's no rush," Tang San countered. "First, we need to find a safe place. I need to craft some items," he explained. "All right," Zhu Zhuqing agreed, swiftly leading Tang San away from their current location. "Xingtian, I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you." Tang San's heart roared. In truth, he had contemplated seeking his father, but ultimately decided against it, believing the time was not yet ripe. He might consider approaching his father only when he felt utterly powerless. After Tang San and Xingtian departed, tranquility returned to the forest. But only in that particular area. Elsewhere, a multitude was still searching for Xiao Wu's whereabouts. Gradually, their actions provoked the ire of other formidable soul beasts residing in the Stardow Forest, leading to inevitable skirmishes. Upon returning to Tiando City, Qian Renxue sent a message to Bibi Dong, requesting the cessation of the hunt for Xiao Wu. Bibi Dong did not respond, leaving Qian Renxue uncertain of her final decision. She had done all she could, yet the Wuhuan Temple ultimately rested in Bibi Dong's hands. After a while, let us head to Sea God Island. I sensed that trouble may be brewing. Xingtian informed Qian Renxue and the others. Trouble? What kind of trouble? Qian Renxue asked. I do not know. Xingtian shook his head. Sister-in-law, Let us remain here for a while. I trust the boss. Ma Ongjun stated. Very well. Qian Rinxue agreed. Xingtian's change of plans was influenced by Xiao Wu and Tang San, as he recalled a scenario involving Tang Hao battling BB Dong. Although many developments had transpired due to his arrival, altering certain events substantially, Xingtian remained vigilant. As anticipated, in the ensuing days, Tang San continued to face relentless pursuits. Yet an organization known as Tang Min was gradually taking shape. The power of historical revisionism is indeed formidable. In a courtyard in Tiando City, which Xingtian had previously purchased with Qian Rinxue, he perused information in his hand. So, is it time for Hao Qian's sect to emerge? Xingtian mused. Tang Min developed rapidly, attracting a considerable number of individuals within a short span. These individuals were drawn by Tang Min's hidden weapons, renowned for their life-saving efficacy. Presumably, the headquarters of Tang Min remained within Tiando City, likely still at the residence of the Li family. Xingtian remarked, "Now, let us see what waves you, Tang Min, can create. I eagerly anticipate your endeavors, Tang San." Xingtian whispered to the sky. He then set down the information and reclined in a chair, drifting into slumber. Chapter 159. The Emergence of Hao Qian's Sect. After half a month, Tang Min had garnered a modest reputation within the Tiando Empire. Yet the identity of its leader remained a mystery to all. During this period, Xingtian had finally taken in Huo Wu, who, as a newlywed, exhibited a maturity that replaced her youthful innocence. Currently, she was learning to cook with Qian Rinxue. However, whenever Xingtian glanced at Qian Rinxue, he encountered her lingering, resentful gaze. Xingtian did not wish to neglect Qian Rinxue, but he harbored a concern regarding the inheritance of the angelic god position. The original work did not specify whether the inheritance required a maiden's virtue. Yet for the sake of prudence, Xingtian refrained from approaching Qian Rinxue. "Boss, news from the outside world has arrived." On this day, Ma Hongjun rushed to inform Xingtian. "What news?" Xingtian inquired. "The 4 affiliated sects of Hao Qian's sect have announced their return," Ma Hongjun proclaimed. "Oh, how intriguing. It seems Hao Qian's sect is indeed preparing to emerge." Xingtian exclaimed, taken aback. "That seems about right," Ma Hongjun affirmed. "It appears a great battle is inevitable." Xingtian stated. "A battle? What battle?" Ma Hongjun asked. "Years ago, the Wuhuan Temple forced Hao Qian's sect into seclusion. Do you think they will let this matter rest?" Xingtian replied. "Are you suggesting that Hao Qian's sect will engage in a battle with the Wuhuan Temple?" Ma Hongjun queried. "Precisely. The emergence of Hao Qian's sect will be announced in the most resounding manner, declaring to the continent that the former leader of the 7 sects has returned, and the Wuhuan Temple is merely a golden signboard. Do you understand?" Xingtian explained. "Boss, you truly guessed it. Indeed, significant events are unfolding," Ma Hongjun remarked. "Let us wait and see. I will ensure that Hao Qian's sect is in for a surprise." Xingtian suddenly smiled enigmatically. If Hao Qian's sect intends to use the Wuhuan Temple to announce their emergence, they are gravely mistaken. Soon, news spread across the continent that Hao Qian's sect would emerge in a month, boldly issuing a challenge to the Wuhuan Temple, citing revenge. Indeed, it was for vengeance, specifically for Ain. The challenge letter from Hao Qian's sect detailed how the Wuhuan Temple had persecuted Tang Hao's family, as Tang Hao had acquired a treasure that the Wuhuan Temple had learned of, prompting them to send individuals to seize it, ultimately leading to Tang Hao's family being destroyed, and so on. This wave of public relations is quite on point. The Wuhuan Temple's reputation may indeed suffer as a result, Xingtian remarked. Indeed, in the ensuing days, the public expressed their sympathy for the Tang Hao family, while the Wuhuan Temple became the subject of scorn, being labeled as murderers and plunderers of innocent lives. "Fatty, has there been any movement from the Wuhuan Temple?" Xingtian inquired of Ma Hongjun. "Boss, there has been no sign from the Wuhuan Temple," Ma Hongjun replied. "Understood," Xingtian responded. In truth, any movement from the Wuhuan Temple would only reinforce the claims made by the Hao Qian sect. Maintaining a steady course amidst chaos is the true path to follow. I wonder what actions the Hao Ian sect will take next. Xing Tian murmured as he gazed towards the direction of the Hao Ian sect. Xiao Xue, Xiao Wu. Let us prepare to support Wuhuan City at any moment. Xing Tian instructed Qianren Xue and Huo Wu. No problem. Both Qianren Xue and Huo Wu replied in unison. As a month slowly passed, the time mentioned by the Hao Ian sect drew nearer. Recently, the atmosphere across the continent appeared exceedingly strange, with many flocking to Wuhuan City, eager to witness the impending clash between the Hao Ian sect and the Wuhuan Temple. This was, after all, the battle heralding the emergence of the Hao Ian sect. Promising to be spectacular, it also represented a matter of dignity for the Wuhuan Temple, where carelessness could not be afforded. Thus, this event was destined to be truly extraordinary. 3 days later, the forces of the Hao Ian sect gathered grandly at the foot of Wuhuan City. At the same time, Xing Tian received news of the Hao Ian sect's emergence. Prepare yourselves. We are heading back to the Wuhuan Temple. Xing Tian instructed Maongjun. Understood. Maongjun acknowledged. That evening, under the cover of night, Xing Tian and his companions stealthily returned to the Wuhuan Temple. Bibi Dong was somewhat surprised by Xing Tian's arrival. What? Weren't you going to Sea God Island? Bibi Dong asked. Plans changed. Besides, with such a significant matter at hand, how could I not take part? Wouldn't you agree, Your Holiness? Xing Tian replied with a smile. Do you think my Wuhuan Temple would be incapable of handling the Hao Ian sect? Bibi Dong, mistaking Xing Tian's return as an indication of support, felt somewhat displeased. That is not quite the case. I still have faith in the Wuhuan Temple. I merely returned to join the festivities. Xing Tian chuckled. Rest now. Bibi Dong instructed them. In truth, Bibi Dong felt a sense of gratitude for their return, though she could not show it. The Hao Ian sect was advancing slowly, making a considerable commotion along the way, which puzzled Xing Tian. His memories of the Hao Ian sect from his previous life were no longer vivid, yet they certainly did not exhibit such arrogance as they did now. Their momentum had now spread across the entire continent. Finally, after half a month, the forces of the Hao Ian sect arrived at the gates of Wuhuan City. Bibi Dong, come out to face your death. A voice suddenly resonated throughout Wuhuan City. What's going on? This is rather audacious, Xing Tian remarked as he gazed out the window. It was not yet the time for him to intervene, so he remained in the courtyard. What? Has the Hao Ian sect grown wings, daring to provoke my Wuhuan Temple? Suddenly, Juve Douluo and Gue Douluo appeared atop the city walls. A mere chrysanthemum and a little ghost, you are not worthy to converse with me. When my Hao Ian sect sealed its gates, it was merely to avoid unnecessary slaughter. Dan Xiao Di Dou. Do you truly believe those words, Tang Xiao? Ha ha ha. Once, you were driven to seal your gates like a stray dog by my Wuhuan Temple. Now, do you think you have the strength to stand against us? You Dalu Halingit. Bring Bibi Dong out. Tang Xiao dismissed Ju Douluo, refusing to continue the exchange. Dan Xiao, who gave you the courage to come to my Wuhuan Temple? Was it Tang Hao? At that moment, Bibi Dong appeared atop the city walls. Bibi Dong, so you finally dare to show your face? Dan Xiao Sno. Finally? With your ragtag group. Does my Wuhuan Temple have any reason to fear you? Bibi Dong responded with a cold smile. After returning, Xing Tian had sought out Bibi Dong to share his suspicions. He surmised that the Hao Ian sect's audacity in confronting the Wuhuan Temple might stem from acquiring Tang San's Tang Min hidden weapons. Otherwise, it would be uncharacteristic for the Hao Ian sect to approach so brazenly. Consequently, Bibi Dong adjusted her strategies based on Xing Tian's conjectures, ensuring that the Hao Ian sect and the continent would be taken by surprise. Chapter 160. The battle commences upon hearing Bibi Dong's words. Tang Xiao did not respond, but waved his hand, signaling his followers to assume a battle stance. Boss, they're about to engage. Ma Hongjun rushed in from outside. Let us go, we should join them, Xing Tian declared as he rose. Concerning this siege battle, Xing Tian was uncertain how long Wuhuan City could withstand the assault, especially with the formidable might of the Hao Ian hammer looming. If several title Dalu were to join forces with the Hao Ian hammer, Xing Tian could scarcely imagine the scene that would unfold. Without further ado, as they reached the city battlements, The battle had already commenced. The Hao Ian sect dispatched several disciples. Though fortunately none were titled Douluo, they summoned the Hao Ian hammer and launched a flurry of strikes, only causing the protective barriers of Wuhuan City to shudder slightly. How peculiar. Is this some sort of child's play? Xing Tian remarked, finding the situation odd. Peculiar? What seems odd about it? Huo Wu asked. Do you not feel that the Hao Ian sect is merely toying with us? There is no semblance of a real battle. Xing Tian replied. No, something is definitely amiss. He shook his head. But boss, what exactly is wrong? Ma, Ongujun inquired. I do not know. However, the Hao Ian sect arrived with such grandeur. It cannot be that they sent only this handful to jest with us. Xing Tian asserted. Could it be that the core forces of the Hao Ian sect have yet to arrive, and this is merely the vanguard? Qian Rinxue speculated. That is a possibility. Let's observe further. Xing Tian concurred. Yet, within his heart, unease festered, though he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. As this group retreated, other spectators were equally perplexed, unable to decipher the Hao Ian sect's intentions. What is happening? What is the Hao Ian sect up to? Is this a game? Indeed, are they merely playing around? Perhaps this is a strategy of the Hao Ian sect? To first lull the enemy into complacency, then deliver a fatal blow. Let's wait and see. Indeed, after this round of attacks, the Hao Ian sect seemed to take things more seriously. The second wave of attackers consisted of the auxiliary sects of the Hao Ian sect, Li, Yu, Pe, and Min families. When they took the stage, their efforts were somewhat more apparent. At least they appeared to be putting in more effort. However, the more they exerted themselves, the more anxious Xing Tian became. For Tang Xiao had yet to make a move, and aside from him, none of the Hao Ian sect's elite fighters were present, which was quite questionable. What exactly was the Hao Ian sect scheming? Xing Tian wondered. Additionally, he observed that the four families retreating had evidently not used their full strength. Hao Ian sect, Tang San, Tang Men? What are you truly up to? Xing Tian pondered, trying to comprehend the seemingly frivolous scene below. Suddenly, one of the guards atop the city wall exclaimed, Hey, do you smell that? It's quite fragrant. Now that you mention it, it does have a sweet aroma. Another guard concurred. Xing Tian, hearing their conversation, felt perplexed. Fragrance? Where could such a scent be coming from? He had not noticed it before. Taking a few deep breaths, he finally detected a faint, sweet aroma wafting through the air. The aroma is indeed particularly fragrant, with a sweet undertone that is exceedingly pleasant to inhale. Fragrance? Sweetness? How cunning. I comprehend the schemes of Hao Ian Zone. Curse it. Tang San, you are truly ruthless. Xing Tian exclaimed in outrage. Xiao Shui, seek out the Pope. Hao Ian Zone is merely stalling for time. Damn it, someone has poisoned us. Xing Tian stated. Poisoned? Qian Rinxue asked in astonishment. Indeed, the subtle scent in the air must be the poison. You must hurry. Xing Tian urged Qian Rinxue. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue swiftly made her way to find Bai Dong. Poisoned? Tang San, I demand recompense for both the lady and our troops. Xing Tian observed the battle below. Fatty, keep watch for a moment, he instructed Ma Hongjun. With that, Xing Tian hastily descended from the city tower. As he descended, he fortuitously encountered Qian Rinxue and Huo Wu. Xiao Shui, have you informed His Holiness the Pope? Xing Tian inquired. I have. However, she does not believe me. Qian Rinxue replied. We cannot waste time. Gather a few individuals. I need to create something. Xing Tian commanded Qian Rinxue. Understood. Shortly thereafter, Qian Rinxue returned with 12 people. I will draw something, and you all shall construct it. Xing Tian declared. He then illustrated a large fan. Indeed, a fan. Yet, before the fan could be completed, the scent in the air became increasingly pronounced. This fragrance, while pleasant, would render one powerless in battle, ultimately leading to a serene demise while smiling. As the first person succumbed, panic began to spread. Tang San is truly insidious. Qian Rinxue gritted her teeth. Enough of this. Let's hasten the creation of this device. Xing Tian urged. But what purpose does it serve? Ma Hongjun asked. Just do it. Brother Xing Tian would never engage in futile effort. Qian Rinxue chimed in. Meanwhile, Hao Ian Zone had commenced organizing their siege. Most of the defenders in Wuhuan City had lost their combat efficacy, leaving only the more formidable fighters to hold the line. At this juncture, the core strength of Haoyan Zone finally made its appearance, and the great battle commenced. This clash was genuine warfare, with both sides exchanging blows. Soul power and techniques erupting in a dazzling display, creating invisible ripples that radiated outward. Ultimately, as these defenders began to falter, Xing Tian's fans were completed, precisely 10 in number. At this moment, the personnel of Wuhuan Hall were preparing to deploy their elite forces, for the aroma in the air had become overwhelmingly intense. And with Wuhuan City currently at a disadvantage, each breath inhaled a considerable amount of the poison. Thus, Wuhuan City's combat strength diminished sharply. Ho ho ho, be done. Do you see? Destiny favors my Haoyan Zone. At that moment, Tang Xiao erupted in laughter. Nonsense. What is destiny? Destiny is your poisoning us. Xing Tian suddenly shouted from atop the city tower. Xing Tian? Shouldn't he be out honing his skills? A youth at the rear of Haoyan Zone remarked upon seeing him. All the better. I shall send you to your end. With that, he added more fuel to the fire before him. A gentle breeze carried the smoke towards Wuhuan City. If Xing Tian were to witness this, he would certainly find it peculiar that those hidden in the crowd were unharmed while his own comrades suffered. Poison? The onlookers were taken aback, for they had never anticipated such treachery from Haoyan Zone. Ha! Only now do you realize, but it is too late. Tang Xiao laughed heartily. Chapter 161. Recompense for both the lady and troops. Too late? In truth, it is not yet. Xing Tian shook his head. With a wave of his hand, 10 fans were promptly brought forth. What? Do you believe this contraption can withstand my Haoyan Zone? Dan xiao dan det. Prepare. Unleash soul power. Xing Tian suddenly commanded. As soon as he spoke, the 10 individuals began channeling their soul power into the peculiar fans. Initially, the fans turned slowly, but gradually they accelerated, ultimately generating a gust that began to blow the poisonous aroma back towards Haoyan Zone. Not so. Dan xiao di do. He then unleashed the chaotic wind hammering technique, using it to counter the wind and force it back toward Wuhuan City. Curse it! How could I have overlooked this? Xing Tian thought, realizing the gravity of the situation. Xing Tian, what shall we do? Qian Renxue queried at that moment. Fatty, Wu, I will instruct them to retract the fan shortly. Then you too must unleash your soul techniques to create a firewall to incinerate the gathered gases. Otherwise, many lives will be lost when they blow back. Xing Tian commanded. Rest assured, boss, leave it to me. Maon Gujun affirmed. Brother Xing Tian, you can count on me. Wu added. Retract the fans. Xing Tian suddenly shouted. The crowd stared at him in astonishment. Trust me, you'll be fine, Xing Tian assured them. Upon hearing this, they reluctantly retracted the fans. As the fans were pulled away, Ma Hongjun waved his hand, summoning a massive ball of ghostly green flames. Huo Wu likewise conjured a ball of orange flames. And soon the previously accumulated gases were incinerated. However, this was merely a temporary reprieve. Once the wind returned, the situation would revert to its previous dire state. What now? Tang San is truly treacherous. Xing Tian gazed upon the frenzied Tang Xiao below. What to do? What to do? For a moment, Xing Tian found himself at a loss. In the original narrative, Tang San did not resort to poison during his confrontations with Wuhuan Hall. What is this predicament? Wuhuan Hall must have auxiliary soul masters, right? Xing Tian suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. Xiao Shui, does Wuhuan Hall possess auxiliary soul masters capable of detoxification? Xing Tian inquired of Qian Renxue. There are auxiliary soul masters, but whether they can counteract poison, I do not know. Qian Renxue shook her head. You must ask His Holiness the Pope to have them hold the line. Tang San has truly devised a sinister plot this time, Xing Tian declared. Understood, Qian Renxue responded, then quickly made her way to Bai Bai Dong. Bai Bai Dong and her council were currently deliberating strategies, with an elder suggesting the deployment of their elite forces. However, Bai Bai Dong did not concur, for Haoyan Zone had yet to utilize their high-end power. Yet someone argued that Haoyan Zone's elite forces could not possibly outnumber those of Wuhuan Hall, and even in a final clash, victory would belong to Wuhuan Hall. But have you considered that they are also part of Wuhuan Hall? Bibi Nongri Macht. Your Holiness, the Holy Maiden wishes to see you. Suddenly, someone reported to Bai Bai Dong. What is it? The Holy Maiden did not specify. I understand. Let her in. Bibi Nong instructed. Your Holiness, Xing Tian has asked that our auxiliary soul masters take the lead, while he devises a solution. Qian Rinxue stated directly upon her arrival. Nonsense. How much combat power can auxiliary soul masters possess? An elder protested. Xing Tian's intent is for the auxiliary soul masters to detoxify those afflicted. Do you comprehend? Qian Rinxue shot a glare at the elder who had spoken previously. The elder felt thoroughly chastised by her look. Can Xing Tian devise a solution? Bai Bai Dong inquired. I believe he can. Qian Rinxue replied resolutely. Very well. Summon the auxiliary soul masters. Bibi Dong commanded. How Ianzong, daring to play underhanded tricks against our revered Pope? You have forfeited your right to exist. Bibi Dong stated coldly. Even the infamous poison Bo never rendered Wuhuan City this passive. It is unexpected that the Hao Ian sect has managed to put us in such a predicament. After Xing Tian concluded, he began to contemplate countermeasures, while Bibi Dong had already dispatched auxiliary system soul masters to the fray. A young man among the crowd of Hao Ian's sect observed the luminous glow emanating from the city walls and let out a cold chuckle. Do you think the poison of Tang Min is so easily alleviated? No choice now. Let's give it a try, Xing Tian suddenly declared. Xiaoxue, does the Wuhuan Temple have elemental system soul masters? Xing Tian inquired. What do you need elemental system soul masters for? Qian Rinxue questioned. I have an idea, but I am uncertain of its feasibility. Nonetheless, I wish to experiment. Xing Tian replied. I will ask around. There should be some, though not many. Qian Rinxue responded. How many do you need? Just those with water, fire, and lightning attributes, Xing Tian stated. All right, Qian Rinxue agreed. Hu Wu, you shall accompany Xiaoxue. Xing Tian instructed. Understood, brother Xing Tian. Hu Wu replied. Boss, what do you need them for? Ma Hongjun asked. I have an idea, but I'm unsure of its specific outcome. So I wish to give it a try. Xing Tian gazed at the wall below. At that moment, the fans on the city wall spun erratically, and once they halted, the remaining soul masters would ascend, unleashing a torrent of flames. Thus, both sides remained locked in a stalemate. After approximately half an hour, Qian Rinxue and Hu Wu returned to the city tower with 4 or 5 individuals. Brother Xing Tian, these are the elemental system soul masters available from the Wuhuan Temple. Hu Wu announced. Among you, who is the water system soul master? Xing Tian asked. Upon his inquiry, 2 women stepped forward from the group. We are sisters and water system soul masters, both at the 5th ring, Soul King. Very well. And what of fire system soul masters? Xing Tian questioned again. We are both fire system soul masters. Also at the 5th ring, Soul King. 2 young men stepped forward. Excellent. Then this remaining one must be the lightning system. Xing Tian inquired. Indeed, I am of the lightning system at the 4th ring, Soul Zone. A slightly bashful middle-aged man replied. 4th ring? Xing Tian expressed surprise. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded, somewhat embarrassed. What is the matter? Xing Tian whispered to Qian Rinxue. He is rather timid and slightly lazy. Primarily, lightning system soul power is quite domineering and demanding on the physical body. Hence, Qian Rinxue left her explanation incomplete, but Xing Tian grasped the situation. Very well. The 4th ring will suffice. Xing Tian ultimately nodded. Now listen to me. The water system soul master shall go first and launch a water assault against them. Xing Tian commanded. A water assault? That likely won't have much effect. Qian Rinxue remarked. Trust me. Xing Tian smiled. Very well. Qian Rinxue conceded. The 2 water system soul masters then commenced summoning torrents of water to surge towards the Hao Ian sect's members. Chapter 162. Losing both the lady and the troops. Part 2. Tang Xiao of the Hao Ian sect observed the water pouring from the city walls, sneering. Humph. Do you think this mere water can trouble my Hao Ian sect? Tang Xiao was utterly indifferent to the water. Shortly, the water had already reached their ankles. Although it posed little threat to the Hao Ian sect, it did disrupt Tang San's process of poisoning. Do you think this is the end? You are sorely mistaken, Tang San coldly remarked, gazing at the extinguished bonfire before him. However, before Tang San could take any action, there was renewed activity from Xingtian's side. The fire system Soul Masters stepped forward, remembering that there was no need to incinerate them directly. Merely making them feel the heat would suffice. Their target is the water beneath their feet. Ensure that all the water is evaporated. Xingtian instructed the two fire system Soul Masters. Understood. The two fire system Soul Masters replied. They did not question Xingtian's intent. Their purpose here was to follow his orders, so they executed his commands without hesitation. In an instant, a sea of flames engulfed the sky, yet it did not reach the crowd of the Haotian sect. Nevertheless, the searing heat was unbearable for some. A futile endeavor. A voice from the onlookers scoffed. Meanwhile, Tang Xiao had ordered the formation of a soul power shield, immediately isolating the external heat. I shall see what other tricks you can conjure. When you exhaust your means, that shall be the day your city falls, Tang Xiao declared. Xingtian observed the gradually diminishing water and the clouds forming above, allowing a smile to spread across his face. Thank goodness. Thank you, dear physics teacher. After about half an hour, the water on the ground had been completely evaporated by the heat. Ha ha, Bibi Dong, are you jesting with me? Tang Xiao removed the soul power shield. Once the water on the ground disappeared, Tang San sought a favorable wind direction to commence his poisoning. It is nearly time. Xingtian glanced at the heavy cloud above the Haotian sect. Lightning System Soul Master. Unleash a bolt of lightning into that cloud layer. Remember to be swift and discreet. Xingtian instructed the Lightning System Soul Master. Understood. The Lightning System Soul Master nodded. Then, with a swift motion, he sent a bolt of lightning surging into the cloud. It is time for my performance, Xingtian proclaimed with a smile. Xiaoxue, have you ever witnessed the majesty of the heavens? Xingtian asked with a grin. Why do you say that? Qianren Xue inquired. Today, allow me to show you what is meant by the might of heaven, what is destined by fate. Xingtian declared with mirth. Excellent. You may withdraw now. As Xingtian passed by the Lightning System Soul Master, he patted him on the shoulder. Then, unfurling his bat-like wings, he soared into the sky. Dan Xiao, Haotian sect, you claim the heavens favor you. I do not believe it. Today, let me show you who truly holds the mandate of heaven. Ha ha ha. Xingtian laughed heartily. You are quite arrogant, young man. I shall see how you prove to me that heaven is on your side, Tang Xiao retorted. Have you ever witnessed the might of the heavens? Or rather, have you encountered the wrath of the heavens? Xingtian suddenly grinned enigmatically. What trickery is this? Dan Xiao sneak good to the It must succeed, it must succeed. Xingtian silently prayed as he gazed at the darkening clouds above. Trickery? Then do not blink, Xingtian declared, as a multitude of lightning bolts began to manifest in his hands. Sasuke, if you dare deceive me, I shall not spare you. Xingtian inwardly grumbled. Lightning release. Qilin, Xingtian exclaimed. Subsequently, he hurled the lightning sphere he had formed into the cloud above. As soon as the lightning sphere entered the clouds began to roil, and the sound of thunder echoed ominously. Alas, I seem to have overlooked a crucial step, Xingtian suddenly realized. He then condensed another lightning sphere, infusing it with his spiritual energy, and once more cast it into the cloud. This time, the sound from within the cloud grew even louder. Upon his spiritual energy entering the cloud, Xingtian discovered a plethora of lightning within. Soon, he began to manipulate the lightning sphere to absorb the surrounding energies. Before long, under Xingtian's guidance, a majestic Qilin materialized within the clouds, poised to burst forth at any moment. Meanwhile, the spectators below had waited long, yet the clouds remained still, save for the rumbling sounds. Drat, I seem to have called out prematurely. Xingtian muttered to himself. Ha ha, is this your destiny? Ha ha ha. Tang Xiao laughed until tears streamed down his face. The surrounding crowd erupted in boisterous laughter as well. How reckless. Xingtian shook his head. Have you finished laughing? If you have, prepare to receive my challenge. Xingtian shouted once more. Cool me. Let me witness your destiny. Tang Xiao replied with a smile. Laugh all you want, because soon You will have no reason to laugh. Xing Tian declared. What on earth is this kid doing? Bibi donks the expression gros increasingly grim. Just then, her countenance shifted dramatically as she sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the clouds above. Thunder escape. Qilin. Xing Tian bellowed, and with a wave of his hand, a thunderous roar echoed from the clouds, louder than before, mixed with the sounds of beastly howls. This kid truly has some skill, Bai Bai Dong remarked with a smile, the gloom on her face dissipating. However, when the beastly howls resonated from the clouds, Tang Zhao's expression suddenly changed, for he too felt the terrifying aura lurking within. Keep laughing. Keep laughing. Xing Tian suddenly burst into laughter. The onlookers now sensed the ominous energy in the clouds, their faces paling in response. Gome, let us see who truly possesses destiny. Arise. Qilin. Xing Tian waved his hand. A resounding beastly roar erupted from the clouds, and a colossal head slowly emerged from a mist. As time passed, the crowd finally discerned the full form of the giant beast within the clouds. It was a creature with the head of a dragon, the body of a horse, the stature of a deer, and a tail resembling that of an ox. Its entire being flickering with lightning. Hiss! Is that a Qilin? Tang San's eyes widened in astonishment among the crowd of the Hao Tian sect. After laughing for so long, it is now my turn, Xing Tian shouted. Then, the Qilin dove down, its target set squarely on the Hao Tian sect. Block him. Dang Xiao Sao Det Lao Li. Following his command, several powerful individuals from the Hao Tian sect soared into the air, wielding the Hao Tian hammer as they charged toward the Qilin summoned by Xing Tian. Oomph! Can you truly stop it? Xing Tian sneered. With a mere thought, he accelerated the Qilin's speed significantly. With a thunderous crash, the Qilin collided with the elite members of the Hao Tian sect, resulting in a massive explosion, unleashing torrents of lightning in all directions. Chapter 163. Slapping the Hao Tian sect in the face by Bai Dong, witnessing the dispersing lightning, shouted defend. Upon hearing her command, everyone immediately activated the protective barrier of the Wuhuan city. The scattering lightning struck the barrier, creating ripples across its surface. Boss, Ma Hongjun called out, looking at Xing Tian amidst the sea of thunder. Do not worry. What Xing Tian is doing ensures you will not suffer any harm, Qian Renxue stated calmly. However, inside her sleeve, her hand was tightly clenched into a fist, and Huo Wu remained silent, her gaze fixed on the tempest of lightning. In truth, Xing Tian was in a relatively good state. The Qilin's attack spared no distinction between friend and foe, meaning that Xing Tian himself was within the attack range. However, given his current physical strength, he could withstand the assault without suffering disgrace. Seizing this opportunity, Xing Tian decided to use the lightning for body tempering. While Xing Tian fared well, the Hao Tian sect was in dire straits. The explosive force enveloped everyone in the Hao Tian sect, even affecting some onlookers nearby. So terrifying. So terrifying. Those who were not affected quickly retreated several hundred meters. By the time the tempest of lightning dissipated, the Hao Tian sect had sustained heavy casualties, with many dead and injured among the spectators as well. Xing Tian, Tang San suddenly charged forward. Oh, Tang San, you are still alive. Xing Tian exclaimed in surprise. You demon! Tang San roared at Xing Tian, glaring at the charred corpses surrounding him. Observing the crystallized soil, Xing Tian understood that the earlier explosion had been substantial, but the number of corpses indicated that the overall strength of the Hao Tian sect was not to be underestimated. A demon? Are you referring to me? Xing Tian hovered in the air, looking down imperiously. Is it not so? Tang San glared fiercely at Xing Tian. If we are to speak of demons, I dare say I'm not as vile as you. Have you not seen how many have died upon the walls of my Wuhuan city? With such treacherous means, how dare you shamelessly accuse me? Who gave you such audacity? Xing Tian shouted back at Tang San. You wretched boy, you have destroyed my Hao Tian sect and obliterated our hopes for revival. You will die for this. At this moment, Tang Xiao suddenly reacted, charging directly at Xing Tian with the Hao Tian hammer in hand. The Hao Tian hammer? I have one too. Xing Tian coldly scoffed and summoned his own Hao Tian hammer, rushing toward Tang Xiao. In his current state of turmoil, Tang Xiao would never have engaged in close combat with Xing Tian otherwise. With the advantage of the Hao Tian hammer, he could easily have employed long-range attacks. Yet he chose not to, leading to his subsequent grave injuries. After several exchanges, Xing Tian and Tang Xiao fought fiercely, neither side gaining the upper hand. Ultimately, Xing Tian took a blow from Tang Xiao, but retaliated by severing Tang Xiao's right arm. Ha ha, cough cough. Ha ha ha. Tang Xiao, how does it feel? Cough cough. Xing Tian laughed heartily. Enduring Tang Xiao's strike left him feeling somewhat unwell, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, realizing that his organs had sustained a violent shock. As Tang Xiao fell to the ground, Tang San did not rush to assist him. Instead, he seized the opportunity to leap from the ground and swiftly close in on Xing Tian. Xing Tian die, Tang San roared. With that, he unleashed a flurry of concealed weapons and poison darts aimed at Xing Tian. Caught off guard by Tang San's sudden attack and weakened from his injuries, Xing Tian was unable to evade the ambush. Ha ha ha, Xing Tian, today marks your demise. Tang San laughed triumphantly upon seeing the darts embedded in Xing Tian's body. Seizing the moment, he charged toward Xing Tian again, his 8 spider lance striking deep into Xing Tian's chest, injecting him with a copious amount of toxins. Boss, Ma Ongjun, witnessing the ambush on Xing Tian, shouted and rushed forward. Brother Xing Tian, Huo Wu cried out, following suit. Tang San, you seek death. Qian Rinxue roared, summoning her martial spirit and charging toward Tang San. The 8 spider lances piercing into Xing Tian's body indeed inflicted significant damage. Get away, Xing Tian roared, swinging his hammer toward Tang San, sending him flying. Tang San was grievously injured from the strike, and after casting Tang San aside, Xing Tian spat another mouthful of blood, this one laced with traces of black. At this moment, he could no longer hold on and lost consciousness, plummeting downward. As Xing Tian fell to the ground, Ma Hongjun rushed over, catching him and swiftly making his way toward Wuhuan City. Help! Quick! Someone help! Ma Hongjun shouted, cradling the unconscious Xing Tian. Meanwhile, Tang San remained on the ground, and Huo Wu and Qian Rinxue rushed toward him. Dare to harm my brother Xing Tian, I will kill you, Huo Wu shouted angrily. At this point, Tang San had suffered severe injuries from Xing Tian's previous assault and lay on the ground, unable to rise. At this moment, Huo Wu had already charged in front of Tang San. With his last ounce of strength, Tang San leaped from the ground, narrowly evading Huo Wu's thrusting sword. Just as Tang San dodged Huo Wu's strike, Qian Rinxue lunged at him. This time, however, luck was not on Tang San's side, as he was struck squarely in the chest by Qian Rinxue's punch and sent flying. Retreat, quickly retreat. At this moment, Tang Xiao suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and swiftly scooped up Tang San, fleeing into the distance. The remaining members of the Haotian sect, witnessing the chaos, scattered in all directions. For a moment, the onlookers were left in a state of confusion, as the scene was utterly theatrical. Initially, the Haotian sect had come forth in great numbers to challenge the Spirit Hall, seemingly gaining the upper hand. However, as soon as Xing Tian appeared, the tide of battle shifted dramatically, with victory gradually tilting toward the Spirit Hall. This shift was especially pronounced when Xing Tian unleashed his summoning of the Thunder Kirin, altering the very atmosphere of the battlefield in favor of the Spirit Hall. Ultimately, the Haotian sect faced a devastating defeat, yet they did not leave empty-handed. They managed to slay several members of the Spirit Hall and severely injure Xing Tian. Ha ha! Wait to collect the corpse of Xing Tian. He will not survive. He will not. At that moment, Tang San's voice echoed from a distance. After pursuing for a while, Qian Rinxue and the others ceased their chase upon hearing Tang San's words, exchanging glances before hastening toward the Spirit City. Xing Tian, where is Xing Tian? Upon returning to the Spirit City, Qian Rinxue shouted loudly, Your Highness, young Master Xing Tian has been taken back to your residence, a city guard suddenly reported. Chapter 164. Is Xing Tian dead? Upon hearing this news, Qian Rinxue and Huo Wu hurriedly rushed to their courtyard. Upon arrival, they found Ma Hongjun anxiously pacing outside the door. Fatty, How is Xing Tian? Qian Renshua asked, quickening her pace. Sister-in-law, the boss is still inside. All the auxiliary soul masters capable of detoxifying and healing from the spirit hall are here, but none have emerged yet. Ma Ongjun responded. Then why aren't you inside with him? Huo Wu questioned. They wouldn't let me stay, saying I'd be a hindrance. Ma Ongjun replied. Xing Tian will be fine. He definitely will be fine, Qian Renshua suddenly stated. Sister-in-law, don't worry. The boss will be just fine, trust me, Ma Hongjun assured her. Brother Xing Tian is the strongest person I have ever seen. He will definitely be fine. He must be. Sister Shui, we must believe in Brother Xing Tian. Huo Wu declared. Yes, we must believe in Xing Tian. He will be fine. He must be. Qian Renshua murmured to herself. As they anxiously awaited, an hour passed slowly. Suddenly, the door to Xing Tian's room was flung open. What is the matter? How is the boss? Ma Hongjun rushed forward. Do everything in your power to save Xing Tian. Otherwise, I will kill you. Qian Renshua suddenly exclaimed, disregarding everything in her desperation for Xing Tian. Your Highness, young Master Xing Tian's condition has stabilized, but one auxiliary soul master hesitates to speak. But what? Huo Wu inquired. Young Master Xing Tian's situation is generally stable now. The poison has been resolved, but he is gravely injured, compounded by the poison. Keeping him alive is the best we can do. What do you mean by keeping him alive? Qian Renshua's voice trembled as she spoke. It means that young Master Xing Tian may not awaken, as he has been afflicted by dozens of poisons, some of which have mutated within him. He may not wake up, one soul master explained. Not wake up? Huo Wu gasped, staggering back a few steps. Impossible. It must be that you did not treat him properly. I will kill you, Qian Renshua shouted, drawing her sword. Sister Shui, calm down, please calm down, Huo Wu implored, try to restrain her. Xing Tian. Tears streamed down Qian Renshua's face. I know, but Sister Shui, as long as Brother Xing Tian is alive, there is hope. As long as he lives, there is certainly hope, Huo Wu reassured her. In this moment, Huo Wu appeared more composed than Qian Renshua. Sister-in-law, Huo Wu is right. As long as he lives, there is hope, Ma Hongjun added. After Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu's persuasion, Qian Renshua's emotions gradually stabilized. Get out. All of you leave. Qian Renshua ordered the arriving soul masters. I apologize. She has been a bit emotional. Ma Hongjun personally escorted the soul masters out, reassuring them. No harm done. We understand. The leading soul master remarked. Young master, during this time, please pay attention to young Master Xing Tian's condition and use your soul power to nurture his body. Understood, I will do so, Ma Hongjun replied. When he returned to the courtyard, Qian Renshua and Huo Wu had already left. Upon entering Xing Tian's room, he found Qian Renshua and Huo Wu each holding one of Xing Tian's hands, their faces etched with worry. Sister-in-law, the soul masters just said using soul power to nurture the boss's body might give him a chance to wake up. Ma Hongjun fabricated a lie. Really? Qian Renshua raised her head. Indeed, Ma Hongjun nodded earnestly. Then let me do it. My soul power is relatively gentle, Qian Renshua declared. With that, she began to channel her soul power to nurture Xing Tian's body. Time flowed by slowly. The fierce battle between the Haoyan sect and the Spirit Hall had passed more than half a month. During this time, the clash had become a topic of conversation among the people. Of course, there were those mocking the Haoyan sect for overestimating themselves, and others condemning the Spirit Hall for its indiscriminate killings. Yet most discussions centered on the Haoyan sect's hubris. Apart from this matter, another piece of news spread among the populace. Have you heard? It seems that Xing Tian from the Spirit Hall has died. What? That's impossible. He is the one who can summon the might of the heavens. I heard it from someone else. Where did the news come from? It's from my second cousin's nephew's distant relative who works as a guard in Spirit City. That's where it came from. Is he really dead? It seems so. I heard that although he severed Tang Xiao's arm, he also took a hit from Tang Xiao, severely damaging his internal organs. Coupled with the ambush from Tang San, he was poisoned by dozens of toxins, ultimately succumbing to it. What a pity. A generation of heroes has fallen just like that. Indeed, Perhaps it was heaven's jealousy of talent. No, normally the Spirit Hall would issue a gag order on such matters. How did you find out? There's no wall in the world that doesn't let the wind through. Thus, the news of Xing Tian's demise gradually spread across the continent. In the city of Tiando, at the residence of the Li family, Xing Tian is dead? Is the news reliable? Tang San asked the messenger. It is said to have come from within the Spirit Hall, and they are currently sealing the information. The messenger replied, All right, I understand. You may leave now. Tang San instructed. Once the messenger departed, Tang San burst into laughter. Ha! Xing Tian, you have finally met your demise, and in the end, I have emerged victorious. Ha ha! Splendid. With these words, Tang San maneuvered his wheelchair toward the back hall. Uncle, father, I have splendid news to share with you. Upon entering a room in the back hall, he found Tang Xiao reclining on the bed, while Tang Ho sat beside him. The two brothers were engaged in conversation, which Tang San interrupted. What is it? Tang Ho inquired. Father, I just received word that Xing Tian has perished. Tang San announced. What? Xing Tian is dead? Is the news reliable? Tang Xiao, struggling to sit up, queried. The information has come from within the Wuhuan Temple, which is currently working diligently to suppress this news. Tang San said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Cough, cough, cough. Yes, yes. Heaven has eyes. Tang Xiao et gleam, lauging mania gali. Only to be interrupted by a fit of coughing from his injuries. Simultaneously, various factions were probing for information regarding Xing Tian, and the continent was abuzz with activity due to this news. Chapter 165. Is Xing Tian dead? Part 2. While Tang San and the others reveled in their joy. In the Douluo Empire, within the imperial palace, Dai Mu Bai gazed at the information in his hands, lost in thought. Has the authenticity of the news been confirmed? Dai Mu Bai inquired. Your Majesty, the rumors are rampant outside, and the Wuhuan Temple has also begun to take action, replied the messenger. I understand. You may leave. Dai Mu Bai said with a wave of his hand. I refuse to believe you are dead until I see your corpse. I shall not accept that you have departed this world. Your life is mine. I have yet to exact my vengeance. You cannot be dead. I absolutely refuse to believe it, Dai Mu Bai declared, his gaze fixed on the information. In the sunset forest, in a remote valley, a woman clad in black scrutinized the report in her hands. Dead? Impossible. Are you sure? She asked. Boss, we are certain. This news has spread widely. And there were indeed witnesses who saw Tang San slay Xing Tian. One of her subordinates replied. Impossible. Investigate further. The black-clad woman commanded. Understood, boss. Xing Tian, I refuse to believe you are dead. Your life is mine, Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing clenched the report tightly in her hands. In the Tiando Empire, within the Tiando City Palace, the Snow Knight Emperor laughed heartily upon reading the information. Ha ha! Wonderful! He is dead! He is dead! Suddenly, he declared, proclaim a national celebration for 3 days. Your Majesty, that may not be wise. We still need to consider the Wuhuan Temple's reputation. A courtier cautioned. Just do as I say. They have no time to concern themselves with such matters. The Snow Knight Emperor replied with a smirk. As you command, Your Majesty. The courtier, having no other option, withdrew. He is dead. He is dead. Qing He, you may now find peace. The Snow Knight Emperor said. Still believing that the death of Xue Qing, he was intricately linked to Xing Tian, thus explaining his exuberance at the news of Xing Tian's demise. In a tavern within Tiando City, a group gathered by the window debated the veracity of Xing Tian's death, comprised of Yu Qianheng and his companions. Do you think Xing Tian is truly dead? One of them asked. I don't know, but I certainly do not believe it. Du Guyan was the first to speak. To be honest, I also find it hard to believe. AOC Luo added. Yet, the evidence seems undeniable, Yu Qianheng remarked. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, of which Yu Qianheng was a part, was one of the last remaining major sects, having outlasted the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the already nearly defunct Haotian sect. Boss Tianheng, just tell us why you summoned us today. Shimo interjected. I shall be direct. I wish to visit Wuhuan City to see Xing Tian. If he is alive, we will simply pay him a visit. If not, we shall offer our condolences, Yu Tianheng explained. I agree. After all, Xing Tian has stated that we are teammates. Du Guyan affirmed. I shall not accompany you. I have matters to attend to, Yu Feng stated, rising to leave. Yu Feng, you. AOC Luo called after him. No need to shout. Yu Tianheng interjected. Boss Tianheng, what about him? AOC Luo asked. Everyone has their own aspirations, and besides, Yu Feng has a grudge against Xing Tian. So let him do as he wishes, Yu Tianheng replied. A grudge? What grudge? Du Guyan question. Yu Feng is a member of the subordinate clan of the Haotian sect, Yu Tianheng clarified. That cannot be possible. Their Wuhuan is entirely different, Shimo remarked. I am not certain of the details. That is all I know. Yu Tianheng shook his head. All right then, when shall we set off? Ye Lingling Sudenli Inwuited. Tomorrow morning at the city gate, Yu Tianheng declared. Very well. The group agreed. Then let us proceed. It is time to eat, Yu Tianheng said. During the meal, aside from the topic of Xing Tian's fate, the group enjoyed their time together, as it had been quite a while since they had last met. However, the news of Xing Tian cast a shadow over their discussions. In the city of slaughter, the king of slaughter proclaimed by my command, anyone who can kill a disciple of the Tang sect or a disciple of the Haotian sect shall be granted entry to my city of slaughter. If anyone can claim the heads of Tang San or Tang Shao, I shall permit them to enter the inner city and grant them 3 years of privileges, with no one daring to touch them. Your Majesty, is this not contrary to the principles of our city of slaughter? Such a command has never been issued since its inception. A black-clad woman replied coldly. I am the king of the city of slaughter. I set the rules. This is the second time you have made such a statement in recent years, and I do not wish to hear it again. The king of slaughter retorted coldly. The black-clad woman trembled at his words, quickly acquiescing before departing to relay the command. My guests in the city of slaughter are not to be trifled with, especially not those who are my enemies, the king of slaughter remarked after her departure. The next day, the continent erupted in chaos upon hearing the news from the city of slaughter. Consequently, Tiando City once again became the epicenter of tumult. Damn it! What is this city of slaughter? The Snow Knight Emperor fumed. However, this news did not deter Yu Tianheng and his companions. The following morning, they gathered promptly at the city gate of Tiando City. Let us depart, Yu Tianheng announced, and the group set off toward Wuhuan City. In the Tiando City residence of the Li family, Tang Xin seethed as he read the information in his hands. Xing Tian, you are dead, yet you still wield such influence. Do you think my Tang sect is so easily trifled with? This time, I shall ensure that the name of the Tang sect resounds throughout the continent. In truth, Qian Ringshu and her companions were already aware of the rumors circulating in the outside world, yet they remained indifferent, for they knew that Xing Tian had not perished. However, Xing Tian's current condition was indeed peculiar, the precise reasons for which they could not articulate. The rumors of Xing Tian's demise stemmed primarily from an incident that occurred a week prior. A week ago, Qian Ringshu diligently nourished Xing Tian's physical form as was her custom. After completing this ritual, the Wuhuan Temple dispatched several auxiliary soul masters to assist in nurturing Xing Tian's body, alongside administering a few healing spells. Xing Tian's prolonged unconsciousness was attributed to the fusion and mutation of toxins within him. Thus, although the poison had been eradicated, the negative repercussions lingered. Chapter 166. The death of Xing Tian. Despite the toxins being cleared from Xing Tian's body, he remained unresponsive. Consequently, BB Dong assigned individuals to provide regular treatment for Xing Tian. These soul masters predominantly employed purification and healing techniques, believing that his coma was a negative state that could be alleviated through frequent use of purification abilities, perhaps awakening him one day. On this particular day, after Qian Ringshu had completed her nurturing of Xing Tian, the soul masters arrived once more. Qian Ringshu harbored a strong aversion towards their presence, as each visit signified the possibility of Xing Tian awakening, yet they invariably led to disappointment, fostering her disdain over time. This time, as the soul masters initiated their purification techniques, a sudden burst of red and blue light emanated from Xing Tian's body, reflecting their abilities back at them. When the radiance dissipated, the soul masters were struck with terror upon realizing that Xing Tian had ceased to breathe. Frightened, they hastily fled the room without a word. Noticing their odd demeanor, Qian Ringshu dashed into the chamber. Upon reaching Xingtian's side, her mind blanked in shock, for she discovered that he was devoid of breath and heartbeat. What transpired? Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. Xingtian, please do not frighten me, Qian Rengshu exclaimed, her composure shattered. At that moment, Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu burst into the room. What is happening? What's going on? Ma Hongjun, still oblivious to Xingtian's condition, was engulfed by confusion. It is their fault. It must be them. I shall kill them, Qian Rengshu murmured as she sprang to her feet and charged out of the room. Huo Wu and Ma Hongjun soon recognized Xingtian's dire state. Boss! Boss! Ma Hongjun gazed at Xingtian, feeling as though the sky had collapsed. He could not accept that Xingtian was truly gone. Brother Xingtian? Brother Xingtian! Huo Wu cried as she knelt beside him. I will kill you, she screamed, rushing out in pursuit of Qian Rengshu. Before long, she caught up with Qian Rengshu, who was confronting the auxiliary soul masters outside the Wuhuan temple. Qian Rengshu, what do you intend to do? Are you attempting to rebel? Bibi Dong bellowed at her. Rebel? If you insist on viewing it that way, then so be it. Hand them over. Qian Rengshu glared fiercely at the soul masters. Their eyes lowered, unable to meet her gaze, as they too were bewildered by Xingtian's sudden demise, but misfortune had befallen them. Bibi Dong, observing Qian Rengshu's resolute stance, frowned and turned to question the soul masters. What transpired? Your Holiness, it truly was not our fault, one soul master implored, suddenly dropping to his knees. Speak. Bibi Dong's expression darkened. We want to treat young Master Xingtian today. But before our techniques could even take effect, a burst of red and blue light erupted from his body, and once it faded, young Master Xingtian. He was gone, the soul master recounted. Nonsense. You merely seek to evade responsibility. You are the ones who caused Xingtian's death. I shall kill you, Qian Rengshu shouted vehemently, her voice resonating far and wide for all to hear. Your Holiness, we are innocent, the soul masters pleaded with Bibi Dong. Yet, she had no intention of punishing them. For even if they had inadvertently caused Xingtian's death, he was now of no value, while they still held utility for the Wuhuan temple. Very well, I have noted this. I shall send someone to investigate. For now, let this matter rest, Bibi Dong declared abruptly. Qian Rengshu's eyes widened as she regarded Bibi Dong, who met her gaze without flinching. Understanding the implications in Bibi Dong's eyes, Qian Rengshu felt a chill settle in her heart. Very well, my esteemed Pope. I hope you will protect them for eternity, she replied, her expression tranquil as she looked at Bibi Dong. I advise you not to test my patience. Remember, this is the Wuhuan temple. Bibi Dong scoffed. And what of it? Indeed. Sister Xiaoxua, what of it? Let the people of the continent witness the true nature of your Wuhuan temple. Huo Wu's voice suddenly rang out. Xiaoxu, let us depart. These individuals shall meet their end. I refuse to believe they will remain within the Wuhuan temple forever. Qian Rengshu asserted, leading Huo Wu away. Your Holiness, we are truly innocent. The soul masters implored Bibi Dong after Qian Rengshu's departure. You may leave. Qian Rengshu will not dare to harm you. Bibi Dong waved her hand dismissively. Your Holiness, leave. With that, Bibi Dong retreated into the Wuhuan temple. Let us flee quickly and spread the word of Xingtian's death, a soul master exclaimed vehemently. But, no buts. If we remain here, we will surely perish. Once we escape, there may yet be a glimmer of hope. Very well, we shall follow your lead. The others agreed, and together they made their way toward the city gates of Wuhuan City. Upon reaching the gates, they brazenly proclaimed the news of Xingtian's demise. Since Wuhuan City did not prohibit the entry of Wuhuan Temple soul masters, they successfully escaped. Subsequently, the news of Xingtian's death spread widely. Upon learning of this, Bibi Dong erupted in fury, not solely due to the news of Xingtian's passing, but rather because these soul masters dared to doubt her authority as pope. In her wrath, the Wuhuan Temple commenced a manhunt for the fleeing soul masters, while simultaneously seeking to suppress the news of Xingtian's death, thus explaining how the information had disseminated. Meanwhile, Qian Rengshu and Huo Wu returned to their courtyard, where they encountered Ma Hongjun waiting anxiously at the door. Sister-in-law, you have returned. Something has happened to the boss. Ma Hongjun exclaimed. I am aware, Qian Rengshu replied, her spirits considerably dampened. I did not speak of the boss's death. He is still alive. Ma Ongjun clarified. What? What did you say? Xingtian is not dead? Qian Rengshu grasped Ma Hongjun tightly, her heart racing. Indeed, after you departed, an ethereal mist of red and blue began to envelop the leader, ultimately forming a cocoon of the same hues, remarked Ma Hongjun. Take me to see, exclaimed Qian Renshua, her heart brimming with excitement. Chapter 167. The Resurrection of Xing Tian upon entering Xing Tian's chamber. Ma Hongjun and Qian Renshua discovered that the figure lying on the bed had vanished, replaced by a vibrant cocoon of red and blue. What is happening? Qian Renshua inquired. I am unsure. After you all left, I intended to tidy up the leader's appearance to ensure he departed with dignity. However, before I could even approach him, a multitude of red and blue mists erupted from within him, resulting in this, Ma Hongjun explained. As long as Xing Tian is not dead, that is what truly matters. Fire Dance said, listening to the strong heartbeat resonating from within the cocoon. Fatty, tomorrow I will find someone to take Xing Tian's place. Since the people of the continent wish for his demise, let us comply with their wishes and grant him a period of peace, Qian Renshua declared. Agreed, replied Ma Ongjun. Our immediate priority is to ensure that no one learns of Xing Tian's condition. Qian Renshua asserted. Do not worry, Sister Xiaoxua. From this day forward, no one shall enter this courtyard. Fire Dance promised. Yes, from today onward, we will declare that Xing Tian has passed away, Qian Renshua affirmed. Thus, from that day forth, Qian Renshua's courtyard was sealed, solidifying the rumor of Xing Tian's death. However, unbeknownst to them, Xing Tian was undergoing a metamorphosis. Upon losing consciousness, he found himself in a particularly dark and confined space. No way. Am I traversing realms again? Xing Tian pondered. I still have matters to resolve on Dalu. Hello. Is anyone there? Could someone bring me back? He shouted, but no one responded. Time passed slowly. One day, Xing Tian noticed a glimmer of light emerging in the darkness. A radiant red and blue glow. This sensation feels oddly familiar, he remarked. Soon, the light intensified, illuminating the entire space. By the heavens! I am within the egg of my second martial soul. Upon realizing his surroundings, Xing Tian yelled, How did I end up here? I must leave. Hurry, let me out. Just then, he was struck by a wave of excruciating pain, akin to his very soul being torn asunder. Subsequently, a force expelled him from that realm, which explained the abrupt cessation of his breath. Even after being cast out, Xing Tian could not awaken, as an unseen force restrained him. Gradually, he acquiesced to his fate, reassuring himself that as long as he was not transported again, he would eventually find a way to awaken. Despite devising numerous strategies, he remained in a state of slumber, though he could perceive the world outside. Qian Renshua and Fire Dance visited daily to converse with him, as did Ma Hongjun. They all longed for his revival. Time became meaningless to him as he lost track of its passage. One day, he sensed a tremor within his second martial soul, as if it were on the verge of successful gestation, and a powerful force surged from his being, causing him to lose consciousness once more. In the external realm, the cocoon enveloping Xing Tian suddenly emanated a brilliant light, capturing the attention of Qian Renshua and her companions. What is happening? She questioned, gazing at the radiance. I wonder if the leader is about to awaken. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, igniting a flicker of hope among them. They eagerly waited for Xing Tian to regain consciousness. However, after the brilliance faded, the cocoon showed no signs of change, and Xing Tian remained unresponsive, leaving them feeling disheartened. In the following days, the cocoon would intermittently emit flashes of light, which eventually became a background to their lives as they settled into a routine. Thus, approximately half a year passed since Xing Tian fell into his slumber. As they observed the cocoon slowly fading, they sensed that his awakening was imminent. During this time, Yu Qianheng and his companions visited, but they were met with the sorrowful news of Xing Tian's supposed demise, which saddened them deeply. Various factions also attempted to investigate Xing Tian, but were met with lethal force from the Wuhuan Temple. One day, while checking on Xing Tian's condition, Qian Rinxue and her companions were overjoyed to discover that the cocoon had vanished. Sister Xiaoxiu, it's gone. The cocoon has disappeared. Does this mean Brother Xing Tian is about to awaken? Fire Dance exclaimed with glee. It must be, Qian Rinxue replied, equally exhilarated. After half a year of slumber, they had experienced a whirlwind of emotions, loss, despair, and joy, and at last the moment of Xing Tian's awakening had arrived. 2 mornings later, Xing Tian slowly opened his eyes. By the heavens, I have finally awakened. It has been an arduous wait, he murmured, his voice barely audible and weak. His consciousness had long been alert, yet he could not break free from the bindings that held him captive for months, which had left him in a state of distress. Struggling, he attempted to rise from the bed, but as soon as he propped himself up, he collapsed back on a mattress. At that moment, Qian Rinxue and her companions entered, witnessing the scene unfold. "Oh!" Fire Dance let out a shriek. Her cry caught the attention of Qian Rinxue, who rushed into the room. "Fire Dance, what is the matter?" Qian Rinxue asked. Without a word, Fire Dance pointed tremblingly at Xing Tian on the bed. "What are you staring at? Help me up," Xing Tian weakly urged. His plea jolted Fire Dance and Qian Rinxue back to reality. "Xing Tian, you've awakened," Qian Rinxue exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, swiftly crossing the room to assist him. "Is there anything to eat? I am famished," Xing Tian implored. "Yes, yes, yes," Fire Dance responded eagerly, darting out of the room. Moments later, she returned with Ma Hongjun, both carrying food. "Brother Xing Tian, here, have some porridge first," Fire Dance said. "Is there anything else?" Xing Tian inquired. "You haven't eaten in over half a year. Just have a bit of porridge first, and we can enjoy a feast later," Qian Rinxue encouraged, handing him the bowl. "Very well," Xing Tian conceded. As he sipped the porridge in small increments, Fire Dance's tears flowed freely. "Why are you crying?" he asked, noticing her distress. "Brother Xing Tian, I am overjoyed. After half a year, you have finally awakened," she responded. "Do not worry. My life is resilient. I shall not perish." Xing Tian reassured her with a smile. Chapter 168. Xing Tian's new martial soul. "Let us eat first, and then you can rest," suggested Qian Rinxue. Ma Hongjun stood quietly by, his eyes glistening with emotion. Indeed, the past 6 months have been exceedingly arduous for them, during which they have experienced tumultuous highs and lows that would likely overwhelm an ordinary person. Fortunately, they have endured. After consuming a modest bowl of porridge, Xing Tian lay down once more to sleep. Once he succumbed to slumber, Qian Rinxue and the others quietly retreated, gently closing the door behind them. As the door shut, tears streamed down Qian Rinxue's cheeks. "Xiao Wu, Xing Tian has awakened. He is finally awake. I thought I would never see that day," Qian Rinxue exclaimed. "How could that be, Sister Xiao Shui? As long as we do not give up, there will be hope. Look, Brother Xing Tian has already awakened. We should be joyous." Wu replied. "Indeed, we should rejoice," Qian Rinxue said, wiping her tears. "Pangzi, I entrust Xing Tian to your care for now. Xiao Wu and I will prepare some food for him," Qian Rinxue suddenly declared. "Rest assured, leave it to me," Ma Hongjun responded. As noon approached, Xing Tian awoke and followed me outside. He had regained some strength and, upon observing the furniture, slowly made his way out. Ma Hongjun was basking in the sunlight at the doorway, and upon seeing Xing Tian, he rushed over to support him. "Boss, you're awake. Why not sleep a little longer?" Ma Hongjun asked. "I've slept for over half a year. I can no longer sleep. It's time to enjoy the sunlight," Xing Tian replied. He then set up a chair beside Ma Hongjun and lay back to bask in the sun alongside him. During their sunbathing, Ma Hongjun recounted some events that had transpired over the past 6 months, which Xing Tian listened to with great interest. "I never expected that so many people would be concerned about me," Xing Tian said with a smile. "By the way, boss, the city of Slaughter has even issued a bounty for you," Ma Hongjun suddenly remarked. "A bounty? For whom?" Xing Tian inquired. "For the disciples of Tang sect and the members of Haotian sect, including their leader," Ma Hongjun explained. Xing Tian was astounded that the city of Slaughter would go so far for him. Subsequently, Ma Hongjun shared the stance of the Spirit Hall during that time. That was to be expected. After all, I had lost all value. It was not worth sacrificing so many lives for me, Xing Tian said, shaking his head. Just then, Qian Rinxue and Huo Wu approached with some dishes. Xing Tian, you're awake. Why not sleep a bit longer? Qian Rinxue asked. I've slept for half a year. I can no longer sleep. It's time to move around and enjoy the sun, Xing Tian replied with a smile. Let us eat. We made something simple for lunch. And we can have something better for dinner, Qian Rinxue suggested. Sound good? Xing Tian responded as he stood from his chair. After lunch, Xing Tian did not return to reclining in the sun. Instead, he began some restorative exercises, feeling as though his body was on the verge of rusting after lying dormant for so long. Thus, he continued to exercise from noon until nightfall. By evening, he sensed that his limbs had regained some strength. That night, Qian Rinxue and Huo Wu prepared a grand feast to celebrate Xing Tian's miraculous recovery. By the end of the night, everyone except for Xing Tian had indulged excessively. They had suppressed their emotions for half a year, and on that day, they finally released them. After assisting Qian Rinxue and the others back to their rooms, Xing Tian went to the courtyard. Lying on a chair, he gazed at the stars, reflecting on the time he had spent in a stupor and the words Qian Rinxue had spoken to him. It seems I have become increasingly reliant on all of you, Xing Tian murmured. By the way, I wonder what expression Tang Xin would have if he knew I was still alive. He suddenly thought, lost in contemplation. Xing Tian eventually drifted off to sleep in his chair. The following morning, Xing Tian awoke early. When he opened his eyes, Qian Rinxue and the others had not yet risen, so he began his exercises in the courtyard. By the time the sun was high in the sky, they finally awoke, having overindulged the previous night. After breakfast, Xing Tian suddenly noticed a peculiar sensation within him. He murmured. What's wrong? Qian Rinxue inquired. It's nothing. It seems something unusual is happening inside me. Let me check, Xing Tian replied as he returned to his room. Once inside, he began to investigate his body. Truthfully, this was his first examination since awakening. After some probing, he discovered that he had lost all his martial spirits, including the Haotian hammer and the 7 killing sword. His gaze then shifted to his second martial spirit. At this moment, the egg of the second martial spirit was covered in cracks, as though it would shatter at any moment. Is it about to be successfully birthed? Xing Tian murmured, feeling a surge of excitement. Thus, he entered a state of seclusion for 2 days. On the third morning, a series of cracking sounds emanated from within him, and the egg finally broke apart. From it burst forth 2 beams of light, hovering above Xing Tian's head. Before he could examine their appearance, they swiftly darted into his body. Hey, are you playing hide and seek with me? Xing Tian chuckled, shifting his focus back to his interior. He was taken aback when he finally discerned the true nature of the 2 beams of light. Could it be? No way. Am I dreaming? Xing Tian gasped, unable to believe his eyes. He had never anticipated that his new martial spirit would be this. I truly did not see this coming. It is utterly astonishing, Xing Tian exclaimed, repeatedly smacking his lips. I eagerly await to see your power, he said, growing increasingly fond of this new martial spirit. However, the time for your emergence has not yet arrived. Patience. It won't be long before I unseal you with the blood of a titled Dalu, Xing Tian declared. Xing Tian, what is going on? Nothing wrong, I hope, Qian Rinxue asked as he stepped outside. All is well. Exceptionally well, Xing Tian replied with a smile. By the way, Xiao Shui, let us go out for some training in a few days, he suddenly suggested. Sure. To Sea God Island? Qian Rinxue responded. Yes. We have been delaying this plan for over half a year, Xing Tian affirmed. Sounds like a plan, Qian Rinxue agreed. However, before we head to Sea God Island, we must meet someone to give them a surprise, Xing Tian said with a grin. Who are we meeting, boss? Ma Ongjun inquired. Someone we ought to see, Xing Tian replied, a mysterious smile crossing his face. Upon seeing this smile, Qian Rinxue and Huo Wu immediately had a name in mind. Chapter 169. Surprising or unexpected since the birth of Xing Tian's new martial spirit, he began to familiarize himself with it, as he needed to understand its combat style. After 3 days of practice, he had nearly mastered the usage and techniques of his new martial spirit. Xiao Shui, Xiao Wu, Peng Zi, Let us depart tonight, Xing Tian announced to Qian Rinxue and the others. Boss, why at night? Ma Hongjun asked. You fool. Brother Xing Tian is naturally worried about being spotted. Hu Wu chimed in. Exactly. It's meant to be a surprise, so we must be discreet. Xing Tian chuckled. If any discerning individuals discover our plans, our whereabouts may be all over the place before we even arrive, Xing Tian explained. So what should we do now? Ma Hongjun inquired. Eat and sleep, Xing Tian replied, then returned to his room and fell asleep immediately. As night descended, Xing Tian opened his eyes. Upon stepping out of his room, he discovered that Qian Rinxue and the others had already made their preparations. Let us set forth, Xing Tian declared, and the four of them stealthily slipped out of the city under the cover of darkness. The entire Wuhuan Hall remained oblivious to their departure, save for one individual, Qian Dalu. Finally gone. If I remain here any longer, this old body will wither away, Qian Dalu remarked. Previously, he had mentioned that once Qian Rinxue returned to the Wuhuan Hall, the angel god position would tremble. Thus, for over half a year, it was solely Qian Dalu who had been suppressing the inheritance. After exiting the city, Xing Tian and his companions hastened towards Tiando City. Tang San, I am coming. Are you prepared? Xing Tian chuckled. In the headquarters of Tang men in Tiando City, Tang San had already retired for the night, but suddenly he shivered. In his dazed state, he fumbled and pulled the blanket over him. A faint smile graced his lips in his slumber, as if he had recalled something. However, unbeknownst to him, that smile would only be seen in dreams from this point onward, if even that. 10 days later, upon arriving in Tiando City, Xing Tian and his companions turned heads wherever they went, as they donned black hats that concealed their faces. Tang San, I have arrived. I have come to see you, Xing Tian murmured as he directed his gaze toward a certain direction. Instead of heading directly to Tang San, they sought a place to stay first. That night, the sky was devoid of stars, and thick clouds obscured the moonlight, leaving no trace of illumination. A dark night, perfect for mischief, Xing Tian exclaimed. Gazing up at the sky, let us meet an old acquaintance, he suggested. Subsequently, they donned their night attire, reminiscent of ancient garb that masked their identities. Satisfied with his appearance, Xing Tian remarked, I wonder what thoughts this attire might evoke in you. They set off, with Xing Tian leaping first from the window, followed closely by Qian Rinxue and the others. With haste, they arrived at the estate of the Li family. Let's take a stroll through the back courtyard, making sure not to disturb the ladies, Xing Tian advised. Upon entering the backyard, Xing Tian noticed a room still illuminated and, out of curiosity, approached it. Peering through the window, he was astonished to find Tang Xiao inside, accompanied by Tang Hao. Hiss! Tang Hao! Xing Tian thought to himself. In that fleeting moment of surprise, he inadvertently revealed a hint of his aura. Who goes there? Tang Hao su de li sao det, pivo ding sa bi. In an instant, he vanished from sight. What in the world? This defies logic. Xing Tian quickly retreated. Just as he withdrew, a force struck the spot where he had just stood, creating a crater. What if it's someone I know? Why act so recklessly? Xing Tian muttered softly. Who dares intrude? Tang Hao brandished the Hao-Ian hammer. Have you already forgotten me? Xing Tian emerged slowly from the shadows. Is it you? Tang Hao recognized him instantly, despite the concealment on Xing Tian's face. How did you recognize me? Xing Tian exclaimed. Even if you were reduced to ashes, I would still recognize you. Tang Hao deeply. All right, it seems my concern was unwarranted, Xing Tian said, removing the cloth from his face. Dad, what is happening? At that moment, Tang San rushed over. What? How could you be wearing that outfit, Xing Tian? Tang San exclaimed in shock as he approached. I thought you wouldn't recognize me. Thankfully, your reaction aligns with my expectations. Xing Tian laughed. Now tell me, who are you really? Tang San's expression darkened. Do not be so grim, Xing Tian urged. I've pondered this for quite some time, and I believe I've come to a realization. Would you care to listen? He continued. Tang San remained silent, warily observing Xing Tian, his aura brimming with hostility. Regarding the Shrek incident, I couldn't comprehend it at the time. Honestly, after all these years of camaraderie, how could it be overshadowed by mere acquaintances? I would never have believed it. However, as time passed, I began to understand. Do you recall the city of slaughter? Xing Tian inquired. Tang San still said nothing. Very well, I shall continue. When I departed the city of slaughter, I warned the king of slaughter that you might bring about its ruin. I never imagined you truly harbored such intentions. From this, I deduced the cause of the Shrek incident. Is it not curious? It is due to that damned historical correction force, the so-called heavenly Dao power. Whether you believe it or not, I certainly do, otherwise. I cannot explain why you would assist Shrek, yet not trust me. Xing Tian elaborated. Surprised? Intrigued? Want to know why the heavenly Dao acts this way? Ha ha ha. Because you are the destined child of this world. However, I refuse to believe it. Thus I have become your adversary. I wish to challenge this so-called heavenly Dao and see if it truly possesses formidable correcting power. After all, we both hail from the same origin. As he uttered the final words, Xing Tian's voice dropped to a whisper, but it was still heard by Tang San. Staggering back several steps, Tang San recalled the question Xing Tian had posed to him long ago. Now, I can tell you the answer. I know, and I am aware of a place called Gijianshu. Surprised? Intrigued? Xing Tian laughed heartily. Why are you revealing this now? Xing Tian asked, regaining his composure. I do not know. Perhaps it is simply for amusement. He shrugged. Chapter 170. A new Wuhuan, slaying Tang Xiao. Amusement? Tang San suddenly burst into laughter. Are you not afraid that the so-called correcting force will reemerge? He queried. Not at all. With my current strength, I should be able to withstand the historical correction force. As long as the heavenly Dao does not intervene personally, you are no match for me, Xing Tian declared, waving his finger dismissively. Arrogant. Danhaus gulp. No, I'm not arrogant. I genuinely believe I possess that capability, Xing Tian asserted. The reason for Xing Tian's confidence lay in his newfound Wuhuan. Upon seeing this new Wuhuan, he felt he could traverse the Douluo continent with ease. Thus, he chose to reveal his identity as a fellow transmigrator, seeking to provoke the heavenly Dao of this world, proving that as a fellow transmigrator, he could surpass Tang San. Very well, show me what you are capable of, Tang Hao exclaimed, brandishing the Haotian hammer and charging forward. Xing Tian, now devoid of anything but his new Wuhuan, felt his soul power surge to the level of a tidal Dalu. I have stated that I shall use the blood of a tidal Dalu to awaken my Wuhuan. So wait a moment. He dodged. Tang Hao, perplexed by Xing Tian's words, wondered if he himself was not a tidal Dalu. You will soon find out. Xing Tian grinned at Tang Hao's bewildered expression. This is bad. Older brother. Tang Hao suddenly recalled something. However, Xing Tian was a step ahead, vanishing from the spot. When he reappeared, he found himself within a room. Inside, Tang Xiao was already poised for action. Just as Tang Hao stepped out, Tang Xiao sprang to his feet. He initially intended to rush out as well, but upon glancing at his right hand, he ultimately chose to remain in the room. Xiao Tian Douluo, I shall borrow your head for a moment, Xing Tian declared, charging towards Tang Xiao. Oof. Even with one arm lost, you're not someone I can easily manipulate. Tang Xiao scoffed. Dare you? At that moment, Tang Hao's voice echoed from outside. Your Highness, you cannot stop me, Xing Tian retorted, then vanished once more. After Xing Tian disappeared, Tang Hao also vanished. And when Xing Tian reappeared behind Tang Xiao, Tang Hao followed closely behind him. A bizarre scene unfolded in the room. Tang Xiao stood frozen in place, while the entire space was filled with phantoms, rendering entry impossible for anyone else. Suddenly, Xing Tian flashed out of the room, with Tang Hao instinctively pursuing him. Stop him. A few breaths will suffice, Xing Tian shouted. In response, Qianren Shui and her two companions emerged from the shadows to intercept Tang Hao. Get out of my way, Tang Hao bellowed, but Qianren Shui and her companions did not yield. Individually, they were no match for Tang Hao, yet together, they could delay him for a few minutes. Seeing Tang Hao held back, Xing Tian dashed into the room. I shall collect your head, he proclaimed. Then, Xing Tian summoned his new martial spirit. Buddy, I told you. I shall use the blood of a tidal Douluo to sharpen my blade, Xing Tian exclaimed. Xiao Tian Douluo, today, you shall meet your rightful end. With that, he raised his axe and struck at Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao lifted the Haotian hammer with his left hand to block the blow, but immediately afterward, Xing Tian's shield swept horizontally, knocking Tang Xiao to the ground. As he fell, Tang Xiao managed to push against the ground with his palm, sliding back several meters. "You cannot escape," Xing Tian declared. He then hurled his shield, which instantly expanded and bore down on Tang Xiao. With no choice, Tang Xiao knelt and used the Haotian hammer to defend himself. However, Xing Tian suddenly withdrew the shield, and a flash of the axe cleaved through, severing Tang Xiao in two. At that moment, Tang Hao had already repelled Qianren Shui and her companions. When he burst into the room, he was met with a scene of bloodshed and the bisected form of Tang Xiao. "You shall die," Tang Hao roared, charging at Xing Tian. "Come on, I have longed to battle you, your highness," Xing Tian replied. As Tang Hao swung his hammer down, Xing Tian raised a shield to block the strike, absorbing nearly all the force, with only a trace of the shockwave reaching him, not hindering his movements. Seizing the opportunity, Xing Tian swung his axe, but Tang Hao dodged. "Dodge? Let us see how you evade this," Xing Tian exclaimed, following up with a flurry of axe strikes aimed at Tang Hao. "What kind of martial spirit is this? The shield's defense is incredible, and that axe, its sharpness causes pain merely by proximity," Tang Hao thought, astonished. Meanwhile, Tang Sen observed Xing Tian's weapon and was taken aback. "Xing Tian? Ganqi?" Xing Tian wields Ganqi, the indomitable spirit. He murmured. "It's not over yet," Xing Tian shouted, throwing his shield, which began to circle around Tang Hao, creating distractions. Meanwhile, Xing Tian charged at Tang Hao with his axe, the relentless strikes momentarily gaining the upper hand against him. "Oomph!" Tang Hao suddenly scoffed, his Haotian hammer emanating a wave of pressure. "Little San, watch closely. This is the true form of Haotian. Tang Hao Zhao." The Haotian hammer in his hands began to enlarge, releasing an aura of immense power. "Can you also grow larger?" Xing Tian taunted. Xing Tian's true form, he bellowed, as his axe and the flying shield rapidly expanded. Just then, a headless figure appeared in the sky, holding the Ganqi. Xing Tian ascended into the air, ultimately merging with the neck of the headless giant. This peculiar being, with its eyes formed of breasts and its mouth from a navel, was an odd sight. "Is this truly the manifestation of the god of war? Xing Tian, who on earth is he?" Tang Sen retreated several steps upon witnessing the apparition. "Tang Hao, prepare for battle." A deep, thunderous voice resonated throughout the entirety of Tiando City. The giant's navel stirred, and the voice emanated from there. A trickster, Tang Hao Di Do Gon Li, raising his Haotian hammer to strike. Yet the figure in the sky merely lifted its shield with ease, halting the hammer's advance. Following that, it casually unleashed a wave of axe light. Initially massive, the axe light shrank rapidly as it approached Tang Hao, ultimately measuring less than a foot in length. "Father, quickly dodge," Tang Sen shouted. Upon hearing his son's warning, Tang Hao remained still, knowing he could not evade. As Xing Tian executed the axe light, Tang Hao contemplated evasion. But at that moment, a profound sense of danger enveloped him. Evasion would lead to his demise. Thus, he stood firm, preparing to receive Xing Tian's assault. With a swift motion, Tang Hao began to wield the Haotian hammer at an astonishing speed, far surpassing his earlier self. Within mere breaths, a swirling black vortex materialized, advancing toward the axe light. However, Tang Hao underestimated the axe light's might. It effortlessly sliced through the vortex, leaving a remarkably smooth cut. After all, it was a tornado. With no alternatives, Tang Hao raised his hammer to defend himself. Puffed. Blood erupted from his mouth as he realized the axe light had severed a chunk from the Haotian hammer. The bond between a martial spirit and its wielder was profound. Hence, the injury caused Tang Hao to spit blood. "Your Highness, you have lost." Xing Tian's deep voice echoed once more. Tang Hao looked up at the headless giant, forcing a bitter smile. Once hailed as the youngest titled Douluo in the entire Douluo continent, he now felt inadequate in the face of Xing Tian. Who else? Xing Tian roared angrily, his voice carrying for miles. The surroundings fell silent, none daring to utter a word. Through this battle, Xing Tian reaffirmed his return to the continent. "Ha ha! Tang San, I shall not kill you this time. I once told you that you are the child of destiny, yet I am determined to shatter that fate." Strive to grow, strive to catch up. Ha ha ha. As Xing Tian descended, dispersing his true form, he laughed heartily. Today, I came merely to see you and to deliver the news of my continued existence to you all. Oh, by the way, I suppose I am now a competent villain, but you're not a worthy protagonist. Keep at it. I await your attempt to slay me. Xing Tian gently patted Tang San's shoulder. I initially believed we could become brothers, but this world is too cruel. We are destined to walk different paths. Xing Tian whispered into Tang San's ear. Xiao Xue, Xiao Wu, Fatty, we shall take our leave, Xing Tian declared. Tang San stood there, dazed, watching Xing Tian gradually disappear from his sight. It was not until Tang Hao's cough broke the silence that Tang San was pulled back to reality. Father, are you all right? Tang San hurriedly rushed over to support Tang Hao. It's nothing. Xing Tian merely held back some of his power at the end. Tang Hao Zet Bonde held back some of his power? Tang San questioned, puzzled. Indeed, otherwise I would have been unable to withstand it. I do not understand why Xing Tian chose to restrain himself. But since I survived today, the next time we meet will mark his demise, Tang Hao asserted as he rose to his feet. He then slowly walked into the room. Gazing at Tang Xiao on the ground, grief overwhelming him. Brother, I am sorry, Tang Hao said, his eyes reddening. The following day, the news of Tang Xiao's passing spread rapidly, accompanied by an even more explosive revelation. This revelation was that Xing Tian was still alive, and he had grown even stronger. Soon after, rumors circulated that the headless monster was the true manifestation of Xing Tian's martial spirit, igniting a frenzy across the continent. They had never witnessed such a martial spirit, especially one capable of speech. Furthermore, it was said that the Shaotian Douluo was slain by Xing Tian, who also severely injured the Haotian Douluo. Consequently, the people of the continent began to bestow titles upon Xing Tian, yet none could agree on a suitable name. Eventually, someone suggested simply calling him Xing Tian Douluo, since they had heard his martial spirit manifestation was named Xing Tian Jinshin. Thus, they reluctantly settled on the title of Xing Tian Douluo for him. After Xing Tian and his companions departed from Tiando City, Qian Rengshu was left pondering why Xing Tian did not simply kill Tang San, but chose to spare him. Xing Tian did not explain, merely stating that killing him would make things less interesting. In truth, the reason Xing Tian refrained from slaying Tang San was due to his considerations. After all, Tang San was the fated child of this world. A reckless act of murder could provoke the heavenly path, and Xing Tian was uncertain of the consequences. Although he had told Tang San that he did not fear the heavenly path, if it truly sought to target him, Xing Tian would be left powerless. Moreover, he was somewhat familiar with Tang San. If he were to kill him, and the heavenly path were to arrange for another Zhang San or Li San, Xing Tian would not know them, nor could he grasp their temperament, thus losing the initiative. This time, Xing Tian's name finally resonated throughout the land. Even during the Soul Master competition, there were those who questioned his strength. Even after the previous battle with Haotian sect, some claimed that Xing Tian was merely a tempter of the heavenly might, not its controller. However, this time, Xing Tian genuinely showcased his prowess, defeating 2 veteran title Douluo, thereby achieving renown across the Douluo continent. The legends of Xing Tian Jinshin and Xing Tian Douluo spread far and wide. Xing Tian became the youngest title Douluo in the history of the Douluo continent, without exception. Yet, Xing Tian remained unaware of these accolades, as he and his companions were currently drawing near to Sea God Island. It had been 3 months since they left Tiando City, during which they ambled leisurely toward their destination, embracing a spirit of exploration. On this day, 3 months later, Xing Tian and his companions finally arrived at the vast ocean on the western side of the continent. Gazing upon the magnificent sea, Xing Tian felt an outpouring of poetic inspiration. "O sea, you are all water, and O frog, you have 4 legs," Xing Tian recited with a certain rhythm. "Brother Xing Tian, where's the Sea God Island we are headed to?" Huo Wu inquired. "I believe Xiao Xue should have more to say about that," Xing Tian replied with a smile. According to the records of the Wuhuan Palace, Sea God Island is referred to as Devil Island. Qian Rengshu stated, "Devil Island? Is that place truly terrifying?" Ma Hongjun asked. "I'm not quite sure, as I have never been there, but I've heard from others at the Wuhuan Palace that it is indeed quite fearsome," Qian Rengshu answered. In truth, it is not as terrifying as it sounds. The Wuhuan Palace once sent people to Sea God Island, but they were all slaughtered, resulting in a complete annihilation. Xingtian remarked. So brutal? Ma Ongjun exclaimed. Yes, the reason the Wuhuan Palace refers to it as Devil Island is due to that battle. However, the sole masters of Sea God Island, while difficult to approach, are not bloodthirsty individuals. They have lived there for generations, calling themselves the Children of the Sea, also known as Sea Soul Masters. Their martial spirits are quite peculiar, often related to aquatic creatures. Thus, their soul skills differ greatly from ours, Xingtian elaborated. Chapter 172, Sea God Island and Devil Island. What distinguishes them from us? Huo Wu inquired. I'm not entirely sure, as I have never been there. But I can surmise that their martial spirits likely relate to water, and in such a place, they should be able to unleash the full potential of their martial spirits. Xingtian explained. Unleash their full potential? I can do that too. Boss, Ma Ongjun boasted. The kind of potential I mean differs from what you envision. I refer to the possibility that they can not only maximize their martial spirit's power, but may also harness a portion of the ocean's strength. Xingtian clarified. The power of the ocean. How formidable. Ma Hongjun expressed his astonishment. Precisely. And there is one more thing. According to the records of the Wuhuan Palace, although there are not many inhabitants on Sea God Island, roughly estimated to be around 2,000, every one of them is a soul master, with no weaklings among them. Qian Rengshu asserted. That is too exaggerated. Ma Ongjun protested. No, Xiaoxue is not exaggerating. Sea God Island is not only home to Sea Soul Masters, but also the Sea God. Xingtian stated. Brother Xingtian, you are boasting again. Last time you claimed there was a deity in the killing city. Huo Wu retorted. This time, Xingtian was not exaggerating. Qian Rengshu suddenly interjected. Huh? Indeed, according to the records of the Wuhuan Palace. The Sea Soul Masters who killed the elders of the Wuhuan Palace mentioned a figure named the Sea God, and their tone was extremely respectful, though it did not resemble a prayer. You must understand that they are peak Douluo. The only individuals deserving their respect would either be at the level of a peerless Douluo or perhaps a divine entity. However, even a peerless Douluo would not elicit such reverence. Thus, the Wuhuan Palace speculates that there may indeed be a deity on Sea God Island, or at the very least, a manifestation or divine consciousness, Qian Rengshu elaborated. So that is the case. The depths of this continent's waters are truly profound. Ma Ongjun exclaimed. The waters of the continent are indeed deep. Xingtian chuckled. What are we waiting for? Let us set sail. Ma Hongjun urged. Indeed, let us embark. Xingtian agreed. What about the boat? Are we to fly there? Qian Rengshu suddenly asked. All right, I was mistaken. Ma Hongjun conceded, having forgotten about the boat in his excitement. I now declare that we shall gather materials to construct our own boat. Xingtian proclaimed, waving his hand. The group then began to gather materials, and after some effort, a moderately sized boat was constructed. Setting sail, our goal is the vast sea of stars. Xingtian stood at the bow of the boat, wearing a face full of youthful exuberance. Xingtian was somewhat uncertain about the specific direction to Haishindao, and Qianren Shui was equally unclear. However, she possessed a general sense of direction, so they set off toward that path. Sailing upon the vast ocean proved to be exceedingly monotonous. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but water. For those unaccustomed to the sea, visual fatigue was an all-too-common affliction. After 3 days of travel, Xingtian and his companions began to feel the strain. They had embarked with fervor, yet their enthusiasm waned considerably within mere days. Brother Xingtian, I feel quite unwell. Huo Wu lamented as she lay on the deck. Goodness, Xingtian exclaimed. Observing Huo Wu's condition, it was evident she suffered from seasickness. Not only Huo Wu, but even Qianren Shui appeared to be somewhat unsettled. Xingtian and Ma Hongjun fared a bit better, showing little reaction. Xiao Wu, there is no choice. We're already at sea. We must endure the discomfort and gradually acclimate, Xingtian advised. Indeed, there was little recourse available. Adaptation was the only option. Ugh! No sooner had Xingtian finished speaking than Huo Wu was sick over the side. This singular act of vomiting prompted Qian Rinshui, who had been holding on, to succumb as well. Let out. Eventually, you'll grow accustomed to it. Xing Tian encouraged, patting Huo Wu and Qian Rinshui on the back. Thus, they drifted upon the ocean for over half a month, still having achieved nothing. Yet during this time, Qian Rinshui and Huo Wu had fully adapted to the ship's environment. At least they no longer suffered from seasickness. Boss, are you reliable? We have been adrift for over half a month. I'm nearly sick of fish. Maongajun complained. Patience, patience. Who hasn't he experienced a first time? Xiao Shui, have you arrived yet? Xing Tian inquired, turning to Qian Rinshui. Qian Rinshui shot him a glance. Do you think this is my first time? All right then. Let us continue to drift. The direction is correct, right? Xing Tian asked. The direction should be fine, Qian Rinshui nodded. Then it's settled. As long as the direction is accurate, we shall arrive eventually, Xing Tian declared. At that moment, Huo Wu remained silent, having succumbed to drowsiness. After such an extended period adrift, although she was no longer seasick, she was bored. Had I known, we should have first visited Han Haicheng for a couple of days to gather information before setting sail. I was a bit presumptive, Xing Tian suddenly remarked. Should we turn back now? Qian Rinshui shot him a disapproving glance. Having come this far, returning doesn't make sense. We've already been adrift for over half a month. Would I say a little more time? Xing Tian shrugged. However, a lingering worry resided in Xing Tian's heart. He was uncertain whether the vessel beneath them could withstand the journey. He recalled that reaching Haishandao required traversing a certain maritime region, known to be inhabited by a formidable sea creature, a demonic whale, though the specifics eluded him. He remembered encountering it previously. This is rather hasty. If we encounter danger, we must resolve it swiftly. We cannot afford to delay here. Xing Tian thought to himself. Suddenly, he stood up. Look, there's an island ahead. Where? Where? Ma Hongjun scrambled to his feet. Indeed, there appeared a small island on the horizon. Could this be Haishindao? Huo Wu queried. I'm not sure. Let us go check it out. Xing Tian replied. Why haven't we encountered that demonic whale? How peculiar, Xing Tian pondered internally. What are you thinking about, lost in thought? Qian Rinshui nudged him. Oh, nothing in particular. Let us go take a look. Xing Tian snapped back to reality. As they approached the small island, Xing Tian sensed something amiss. The guards on the island appeared too lax, and he caught a faint whiff of blood in the sea breeze. This is not Haishandao, Xing Tian suddenly declared. What? This isn't Haishandao? Then where are we? Ma Hongjun asked. I don't know, but I can assure you this is definitely not Haishandao, Xing Tian confirmed. Should we still go ashore? Huo Wu inquired. Yes, why not? Let us explore and take a moment to rest. We haven't found Haishandao yet, so we might as well investigate this small island, Xing Tian asserted. Chapter 173. Zizhenju Dao upon landing. Xing Tian and his companions concealed their ship within the woods and ventured into the island's interior. However, after only a few steps, Xing Tian halted. What's wrong, boss? Ma Hongjun asked. Look, there are signs of human activity here. Xing Tian pointed to some indistinct footprints on the ground. Could these be the original inhabitants of the island? Huo Wu speculated. I'm not sure. Let us proceed cautiously, Xing Tian advised. As they crossed through a grove of coconut trees by the shore, their view expanded considerably, revealing an increasing number of signs of human activity. This is unlikely to be the work of the island's natives, Xing Tian remarked suddenly. Why is that? Qian Su queried. Observe this. With that, Xing Tian picked up a scrap of fabric from the ground. If I'm not mistaken, this is something from the mainland, and it is not the type of material that an ordinary person could afford to wear. Only the wealthy or noble could don such fabric. Are the inhabitants here reclusive nobles, then? Huo Wu asked. You're thinking too much. Have you not noticed that, besides the smell of the sea, there's also a faint scent of blood in the air? Xing Tian replied. That is not unusual, is it? It is quite abnormal, because when we landed, the area was pristine. If there were bones or fur scattered about, then the presence of blood would seem normal, Xing Tian explained. Are you implying? Qian Rinshui looked at Xing Tian, her thought trailing off. Precisely. I suspect the inhabitants of this island are not ordinary. They may very well be a band of pirates. However, we cannot draw conclusions solely based on this fabric. We must approach closer to investigate. Xing Tian stated. All right, let us move in a bit closer. Ma Hongjun agreed. Exercise caution. We are still unaware of their numbers and strength, so it is prudent to be careful. Xing Tian advised. Understood. As Xing Tian and his companions drew nearer to the area showing signs of life, they gradually discerned the attire of the individuals present. Their clothing was not of good quality. Some appeared quite tattered. The perimeter of their encampment was constructed from the island's trees, forming a barrier likely meant to deter wild beasts. Now, close enough, Xing Tian could sense the palpable aura of menace and the stench of blood emanating from them. This group must undoubtedly be pirates. Xing Tian whispered. Brother Xing Tian, you keep mentioning pirates. What exactly are pirates? Huo Wu asked. Xing Tian turned to her, astonished. Pirates, as the name implies, are thieves of the sea. I truly don't understand why you would ask such a question. He held his forehead in disbelief. Em muted curious. I find the term quite appealing. Huo Wu replied. Appealing? Once you learn of their deeds, you will not find it so charming. To put it plainly, their actions rival those of the denizens of the city of slaughter, Xing Tian remarked. What? Even Qianren Shui was taken aback. Do you all think that these individuals are akin to the bandits on the mainland? That they would release captives for a mere sum of money? Xing Tian inquired. The crowd nodded in agreement. You are gravely mistaken. The bandits on the mainland, if they commit murder, can always be apprehended through the issuance of a bounty notice. However, pirates are different. They understand that once they flee into the vast ocean, it becomes exceedingly difficult to track them down, Xing Tian elaborated. Furthermore, the ocean is dotted with numerous islands, and these individuals are more familiar with the sea than anyone else. Should anyone dare to pursue them, they must be prepared for death. Xing Tian reiterated. What about us? Ma Hongjun asked. First, we shall capture a tongue to ascertain where we are, then inquire about the distance to Haishan Island, and finally, we will obliterate this place. Xing Tian stated with a calm demeanor, devoid of any trace of murderous intent, as though he were merely discussing the mundane act of dining. Goodness, Ma Hongjun exclaimed. Perhaps I should handle this. We are unaware of their current strength, so it would be wiser for me to go. Xing Tian, feeling somewhat uneasy, instructed, You all wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, he stealthily made his way toward the direction indicated, soon vanishing from Qian Ringshu and the other's sight. Before long, Xing Tian reappeared, carrying an individual. Boss, how did it go? Ma Hongjun inquired. Quite well. I went unnoticed and captured a solitary one. Xing Tian tossed the person onto the ground. The individual, upon landing, awoke in pain. Who are you? The pirate, realizing he was not in his camp, expressed surprise. Tell me, where is this place? Who are you? Xing Tian squatted down to question him. Kid, I don't know how you came to our island, but you better release me quickly. Otherwise, if my companions find out, The pirate scoffed. Xing Tian smiled brightly. A radiant grin. Suddenly, he seized the pirate's right hand and brutally tore off one of his fingers. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Please repeat. Xing Tian inquired with a smile. The pirate barely managed to scream before Xing Tian covered his mouth. Shoo, you mustn't shout. If they discover us, I will have no choice but to kill you. Xing Tian whispered in his ear. Now I will release my hand. If you shout, I will kill you, understood? Xing Tian asked with a smile. The pirate, trembling in fear, nodded. Speak, where's this place? Who are you? Xing Tian pressed. This is Zizenzu Island. We are members of the Zizenzu pirate group, the pirate managed to say through gritted teeth. Zizenzu Island? Such a familiar name. Xing Tian pondered aloud. Could you stop the bleeding first? The pirate suddenly whispered. Fatty. Xing Tian called out. Sure, Ma Hongjun replied, striding over to staunch the bleeding with brute force. The pirate gasped in pain, but dared not cry out. I see. That is why it sounds so familiar. Your captain is named Zizenzu, right? A woman in her 30s, yet remarkably well-preserved, appearing to be in her 20s, correct? Xing Tian asked. The pirate nodded, lifting his head to look at Xing Tian. If I am not mistaken, Zizenzu must be the largest pirate group in these waters, Xing Tian surmised with a smile. Indeed, we have united all the surrounding pirate groups, forming what is now the Zizenzu pirate group, the pirate replied. Chapter 174, Destruction of the Island. Goodness, it sounds as if you take great pride in this. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, slapping the pirate on the head. Fatty, they indeed have reason to feel proud. The Zizenzu pirate group is a well-known name in these waters, comprising 2,000 to 3,000 members, with 100 to 200 soul masters. They are certainly deserving of their pride, Xing Tian remarked. Such a vast number? Qian Rengshu expressed her astonishment. In the mainland, a bandit group of 200 to 300 can already dominate a region. I cannot believe Zizenzu pirate group boasts a staggering 2,000 to 3,000 members, along with an astonishing number of soul masters reaching into the triple digits. A truly remarkable revelation. If my guess is correct, Zizenzu's strength must be at the level of a 7-ring soul saint, Xing Tian queried. This time, the pirate was taken aback, for only a select few knew the strength of their captain, and he was among that select group. By the way, where are your ships docked? Xing Tian suddenly asked. At the dock on the southern shore. The pirate replied. Do you know where Haishan Island is? Xing Tian continued. Haishan Island? You wish to go there? The pirate's surprise was evident. Enough chatter. Just tell me if you know. Ma Hongjun interjected, slapping the back of his head. Yes. Haishan Island is a renowned place, a destination of aspiration for all sea soul masters. I know. The pirate affirmed. Well then, you have successfully saved your life, Xing Tian remarked. Upon hearing this, the pirate was drenched in cold sweat, realizing he had nearly said he did not know. Had he done so, he might well have become a corpse. Lead us to where your ships are docked. You better not try any tricks, or else, humph. Xing Tian warned with a cold snort. I understand. The pirate nodded repeatedly. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, as the pirate bowed his head, a flicker of malice and resentment flashed in his eyes. Let us go. I know of a secluded place where no one resides. We shall proceed from there. The pirate suddenly suggested, appearing meek and unassuming, causing no suspicion. However, Xing Tian grew alert. He was a pirate and could not be so agreeable, especially as a member of Zizenzu. Sure enough, while the pirate led them along a narrow path, they emerged directly into the area where their main force was resting. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Upon exiting, Qian Rengshu and the others sensed something amiss, but before they could react, the pirate shouted loudly, running toward the commotion. Xing Tian picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the pirate. The stone struck the pirate's head with a sickening thud, splattering blood everywhere. Although the pirate was dead, his previous outcry had already drawn the attention of numerous pirates. In an instant, a horde of pirates burst from the camp, surrounding Xing Tian and his companions. This is quite troublesome. You are making my task exceedingly difficult. Xing Tian shook his head. Xiaoxua, you all hold them off. I will see where their ships are docked. Theirs must be superior to ours. Xing Tian instructed. No problem. Qian Rengshu and the others replied, unleashing their martial spirits and charging into the throng. As Xing Tian soared into the sky, he spotted a dock directly to the south, where numerous ships were moored. By the time Xing Tian descended, nearly all the pirates had been eliminated by his companions. Do not finish them off. If you do, no one will be left to sail the ships for us. Xing Tian hurriedly intervened, trying to halt Ma Hongjun and the others. Then, Ma Hongjun and his companions left 2 individuals behind, while the rest were all slain. Boss, there are only around 40 or 50 here. Didn't you say there were 2,000 to 3,000? Ma Hongjun inquired. They are pirates. Apart from the necessary personnel left behind, the others must have gone out to sea. Otherwise, what would they eat? Xing Tian replied. All right, Ma Hongjun, chacold enquadli. Let's go. I know where the ship is. Bring those 2 along. Xing Tian commanded. Sure thing, Ma Hongjun said, following Xing Tian while carrying one of the pirates in each hand. After a short while, they arrived at the dock, where numerous ships were anchored, approximately a dozen or so. Do you know how to sail? Xing Tian turned to the 2 pirates. They nodded eagerly. Do you know the location of Haishan Island? Xing Tian asked again. One pirate nodded, while the other shook his head. That's fine, as long as one knows. Xing Tian said. Choose the best ship and take us there. He instructed the two pirates. They walked directly to a medium-sized, pitch-black iron vessel. Board the ship. We are heading to Haishan Island, Xing Tian declared. Once everyone was aboard, the ship slowly departed from the dock. Stop for a moment, Xing Tian suddenly said. After the vessel halted, Xing Tian levitated into the air, murmuring Xing Tian's true form. Suddenly, a headless silhouette appeared in the sky, and it swung two axes toward the island before them. Two massive beams of axe light surged straight toward Zhejian Pearl Island. A thunderous roar echoed as, in the astonished gazes of the two pirates, Zhejian Pearl Island was cleaved in two. A torrent of seawater began flooding into the fissure, and before long, the pirates watched as their base gradually sank beneath the waves, vanishing without a trace. When Zhejian Pearl Island was completely out of sight, the two pirates finally regained their senses. They exchanged a glance, seeing madness and hatred reflected in each other's eyes. Ultimately, they shared a knowing smile, understanding each other's thoughts. Without uttering a word, they silently returned to the cockpit. All right, we can depart, Xing Tian announced upon returning to the deck. Boss, you really destroyed it just like that, Ma Hongjun remarked, gazing at the submerged island. What, are you feeling sympathetic? Xing Tian asked. Not really, I just think they didn't harm us. Shouldn't we? But have you considered that if we ignore this, how many people will suffer after us? Xing Tian countered. Ma Hongjun shrugged, folding silent. Thus, the deck fell into a tranquil quietude as the ship gently sailed deeper into the sea. However, Xing Tian never anticipated that the two pirates would dare to sabotage them. As they sailed, the ship slowly deviated from its intended course, heading toward an unknown territory. Chapter 175. The Deep-Sea Demon Whale King. Once the ship veered off course, the two pirates exchanged a knowing smile. Let them accompany our Zhejian Pearl Island and those brothers to their graves. What if they are strong? What if they have power? They destroyed our homeland, leaving us no path but death. Air Mao, if we can trade our lives for those soul masters, it is worth it, brother. This is what we call dying with dignity, right? I've heard the captain say that. Mao chimed in. Exactly, dying with dignity. His older brother laughed heartily. The next day, when they awoke, Qian Rinxue sensed something amiss. Xing Tian, something feels off, she said while standing on the deck. What is it? Xing Tian inquired. Do you remember which direction we set sail yesterday? Qian Rinxue asked. I didn't pay much attention. Why? Xing Tian responded. When we set sail yesterday, it was noon, and the sun was to our left. Thus, the left side should be south, and our rear should be east, right? Qian Rinxue explained. Indeed, Xing Tian nodded, admitting that his sense of direction had been particularly poor since going to sea. But look, the sun is still on our left. Qian Rinxue pointed to the rising sun. Are you suggesting that those two pirates changed the course? Xing Tian questioned. Exactly, Qian Rinxue affirmed. Oh my, impressive. I thought they were spineless. But they turn out to be quite formidable. Xing Tian mused. Aren't you worried? What if they lead us to a dead end? Qian Rinxue shot him a skeptical glance. Actually, I can already guess where they are taking us. Xing Tian chuckled. You know? Qian Rinxue asked. Sort of. There are many perilous areas in this sea, but the most notorious should be that one. Xing Tian stated. That one? Where? Qian Rinxue pressed. The Demon Whale Sea, home of the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King. Xing Tian revealed. Don't believe me? When we get close, I'll summon them, and you'll see. He added. You aren't planning to correct this now? You want to wait until we arrive? Qian Rinxue questioned, struggling to understand Xing Tian's logic. Xiao Shui, trust me, I won't harm you. And the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King is a worthy opponent. I want to test my limits. Xing Tian said earnestly. Qian Rinxue looked at him with skepticism, but he nodded firmly. After a moment, she glanced at him once more before retreating into the cabin. Another ordinary day passed, and soon night fell. Suddenly, Xing Tian felt a chill, one that was gradually transforming into a frigid sensation. This chill was not from the outside, but emanated from within him. Raising his left hand, he saw the white light of the god of death domain radiating softly. From this glow, he sensed a looming threat. Hee, we must be nearing it, he remarked, gazing into the dark distance. With that, he entered the cabin and found Qian Rinxue. leading her to the control room of the cockpit. I say, our course should be fine, right? Xing Tian asked the two pirates at the helm. Don't worry, absolutely no problem. The older one assured him. Is that so? Because I feel there is an issue. You should know that a soul master's intuition is extremely sensitive. Xing Tian replied with a sudden smile. You say? He pointed at Air Mao. Ha ha, it's too late to realize now. Do you know where you are? Air Mao burst into laughter. That's right. Now that you've realized, it's too late. My brother and I had no intention of surviving. To be honest, this is the Demon Whale Sea. This is your burial ground. The older brother chuckled. It seems it truly is the Demon Whale Sea. Xing Tian nodded. Ha ha, beneath the depths of the Demon Whale Sea lives an absolute overlord, 100,000-year-old demon whale. My brother and I will be waiting for you down there. Air Mao exclaimed, slapping the control panel, causing a button to be pressed instantly. We'll take our leave first. We'll wait for you to come down. The older brother said as he and Air Mao jumped out of the cockpit window into the sea. Suddenly, a muffled sound resonated from the depths of the ocean. What is that sound? Qian Rengshu inquired. They must have just thrown a torpedo into the ocean. It should be the sound of its explosion, Xing Tian remarked. What shall we do now? Qian Rengshu asked. You wake up the others and safeguard the ship while I confront this deep-sea demon whale king, Xing Tian stated. With that, Xing Tian spread his bat-like wings and soared out of the ship, channeling his soul power to propel the vessel several miles away in an instant. As the ship was displaced, the surrounding air warped ominously, followed by a violent tremor emanating from the sea. Witnessing this scene from a distance, Qian Rengshu was terrified and quickly pushed the ship further away before it came to a halt. The previously tranquil waters began to churn violently, creating monstrous waves, and a colossal water column, 15 meters in diameter, shot skyward. Accompanying this eruption was an immense body, akin to an island, slowly rising from the depths, the surrounding waters shimmering with a deep blue luminescence. In that moment, it appeared as though the sky had transformed into the ocean, while the ocean had morphed into a cerulean sky. A deep, resonant roar echoed as massive sound waves surged forth, revealing a gargantuan form exceeding 200 meters in length, adorned in a sapphire hue, with two enormous eyes, each measuring over 3 meters in diameter. However, the left eye was merely a dark void, while the remaining right eye pierced the air with a chilling gaze. The creature's body twitched slightly, and a massive tail swung up, radiating a distorted blue light, crashing down upon the surface of the sea, sending billions of droplets soaring into the air, each resembling a swift arrow. This was the true might of a 100,000-year soul beast, a power even more terrifying than that of a tidal Dalu. To provoke such a creature would only lead to annihilation. Goodness, is it truly that terrifying? Xing Tian gasped as he beheld the oncoming water arrows. Unless one faced a 100,000-year soul beast firsthand, they could never comprehend its terror. Xing Tian had encountered more than one such beast before, Daming, Erming, and even Xiao Wu. While he had not witnessed Xiao Wu's 100,000-year prowess, he understood that she was not inherently a formidable soul beast, unlike Daming and Erming, whose strengths he had only partially witnessed. At that moment, the colossal demon whale beneath him evoked a sensation far surpassing that of Daming and Erming. The power of this 100,000-year demon whale was undoubtedly superior to both, marking it as the true sovereign of the seas. Chapter 176. Confronting the Demon Whale. The waves in the ocean grew increasingly tumultuous, merely a result of the Demon Whale King's casual movement. If it were to engage seriously, Xing Tian could scarcely fathom the force it would unleash. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to test his limits, harboring a peculiar confidence in his true form and his Ganshi martial soul. The barrage of water arrows rapidly approached Xing Tian, who, aware of the imminent danger, immediately erected a soul power barrier. The myriad arrows struck the barrier, creating ripples, but soon, the barrier began to falter. Here and there, a couple of arrows penetrated the shield, directly impacting Xing Tian's body. Fortunately, having lost some of their force upon breaching the barrier, the arrows inflicted only minor pain. If that is the case, I might as well gauge their power. Xing Tian pondered before retracting the barrier. Instantly, A multitude of water arrows struck him. A sharp pain coursed through him, but thankfully, it remained within his threshold of tolerance. Moments later, the deluge ceased, and Xing Tian remained aloft, displaying only slight redness and swelling on his skin, devoid of any significant injury. Quite formidable, yet it seems incapable of truly harming me. He chuckled. In reality, Xing Tian was situated a considerable distance from the demon whale, so the arrows that reached him had significantly diminished in power. The deep-sea demon whale appeared to be enraged, a massive blue light, exceeding 5 meters in diameter, coalescing at the front of its mountainous back. The fearsome blue radiance gathered for but a brief moment before it erupted, hurtling toward Xing Tian's position. Tang Xin could distinctly sense that this blue light was the same attack that had previously emerged from the depths, warping space itself, compared to the preceding water arrows. This was the true offensive capability of the deep-sea demon whale. The dark night sky transformed into something extraordinary. Even Qian Ringshu and her companions, though distanced, could clearly sense that while they floated in the air, it felt as though they were submerged in the ocean, with the surrounding air exhibiting peculiar ripples. An invisible resistance enveloped them, as if they were immersed in the deep sea. Yet this air-formed ocean bore an even greater resistance, one that was insurmountable. This must be a domain, Xing Tian surmised. Only the power of a domain could exert such extensive control over the sky, a domain belonging to the 100,000-year soul beast. The deep-sea demon whale. With no possibility of evasion or reprieve, the terrifying blue light surged skyward. At that moment, Xing Tian disregarded everything else, unleashing the Dragon God domain and summoning his true form. As the Dragon God domain manifested, Xing Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. When the blue light approached, the headless Xing Tian raised his shield to meet it. Upon impact, the blue light dissipated into nothingness, yet the force sent him staggering back several meters. Good, bring it on, Xing Tian shouted. With the support of the Dragon God domain, Xing Tian remained unaffected by the influence of the deep-sea demon whale's domain. Conversely, attempting to sway the demon whale would prove equally futile. Beyond the cancellation of the domain's direct confrontation, what remained was a true clash of steel and might. Xing Tian, controlling his headless form, charged toward the deep-sea demon whale. The creature regarded the advancing Xing Tian with a flicker of derision in its left eye. Even though Xing Tian had now unleashed his martial soul in true form, nearly matching the size of the demon whale, it still regarded him with disdain. Noticing the contempt in the creature's gaze, Xing Tian chose silence. He had little to say. Although the deep-sea demon whale was not a titled Dalu, it was an entity far more fearsome. Legends spoke of how the god of the sea had blinded its right eye. A creature that survived the god of the sea's onslaught possessed formidable strength. As Xing Tian neared the deep-sea demon whale, he roared, leaping high and swinging his axe toward its blinded right eye. However, the deep-sea demon whale had anticipated this movement. With a slight shift of its body, a tremendous wave surged forth, and as Xing Tian's axe descended, it evaded the right eye, but Xing Tian managed to strike fiercely at its left eye, leaving behind a long and deep gash, though it did not blind the eye. The pain only fueled the deep-sea demon whale's fury. The ominous void on its back began to coalesce once more, a terrifying blue orb forming anew, and this time, the energy radiating from it was far more potent than before. Xing Tian, from a distance, Qian Ringshu felt the suffocating power of the impending wave and shouted loudly. Brother Xing Tian, Huo Wu and Ma Hongjun echoed in alarm. As the overwhelming energy washed over him, a sense of crisis surged within Xing Tian. The azure beam of light was insurmountable. To resist it would entail perilous consequences, thought Xing Tian. Subsequently, he withdrew his true form and vanished from sight. In truth, he had plunged into the waters below, allowing the beam to pass harmlessly overhead. Thereafter, Xing Tian soared swiftly to the surface, intent on the blind right eye of the deep-sea demon whale. Suddenly a low, resonant snort echoed in his ears, startling him momentarily, yet he quickly regained his composure. As he maneuvered towards the whale's right eye, a blue barrier obstructed his path. You underestimate the power of my axe. Xing Tian scoffed, preparing to shatter the barrier. However, before he could act, the blue barrier unleashed a forceful impact, sending him hurtling away. Just as he steadied himself, an overwhelming suction force enveloped him. He looked up to see the deep-sea demon whale gaping its enormous mouth, drawing in an infinite torrent of seawater. The tremendous pull emanated from its maw. No, if I am drawn in, my fate will be sealed. Xing Tian thought urgently. Resolving to act, he summoned his true form just as he was on the verge of being consumed, and thrust his shield into the whale's mouth, counteracting the suction and restraining its movements. The whale was momentarily stunned, unable to close or open its mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Xing Tian approached its right eye, raised his axe, and began to strike furiously, ultimately diving into the dark eye socket to wreak havoc. The deep-sea demon whale writhed in agony, rolling upon the waves and generating colossal swells. Chapter 177. The sea god. The deep-sea demon whale was both alarmed and enraged. For over 10,000 years, none had dared to challenge its authority so brazenly, nor had it suffered such injuries. The intense pain emanating from its eye socket, compounded by the throbbing and dull reverberations within its skull, instilled an inexplicable fear within it. The whale could acutely sense the terrifying aura emanating from its eye socket. As Xing Tian was now within the body of the deep-sea demon whale, the influence of the dragon god domain was unleashed. The ancestral pressure surged through the whale, instilling a sense of dread that had lain dormant for millennia. It recalled the last time it felt such fear was during its confrontation with the sea god, an emotion it had not experienced in ages. When one experiences fear but does not retreat, they often unleash their most formidable power. The deep-sea demon whale was no exception. Above the sea, all light thickened, and the waters seemed to cease their flow. Centered upon the whale's colossal form, a ring of solid blue light radiated outward. In mere seconds, this immense circle expanded to a radius of 10 miles. Then, a deafening roar reverberated, causing panic in the distant Hanhai city, hundreds of miles away, and trembling in 2 nearby islands, which even developed minuscule fissures. The sea boiled violently. Water surged hundreds of meters into the sky, crystallizing into a brilliant blue before erupting. If soldiers were present, this blow alone would have resulted in tens of thousands of casualties. If a mountain stood nearby, it would have crumbled. Here it was the ocean, and thus a tsunami soared into the heavens. However, the blue light expanded rapidly and receded just as swiftly. Within a few breaths, it collapsed back towards the whale's right eye, revealing its intent to eliminate Xing Tian at the cost of its own life. Qian Rinxue and her companions had already been thrown 100 miles away upon the emergence of this light. Thus they remained oblivious to the unfolding scene. Had they witnessed it, they would have surely fainted. As the blue light converged upon the whale's right eye, it carried not only immense power, but also an inexhaustible torrent of seawater, compressed by the force. While Xing Tian wreaked havoc within the whale's eye, he inadvertently arrived at the juncture where the whale's eye met its skull and began to dismantle it. In the midst of his destruction, a sense of lethal danger surged within him. Turning, he beheld a blue circular light racing towards him from the whale's hollow eye socket, its target clearly him. Good heavens! Is the whale truly willing to go this far for me? Xing Tian exclaimed. What to do? What to do? Panic surged within him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. It seemed the whale was on the verge of transforming into a dragon. Realizing this, Xing Tian sat cross-legged, channeling the dragon god domain to its pinnacle, as waves of dragon might began to permeate the whale's eye socket. I know you can hear me, and I am aware that you are in the process of transforming. If you wish to succeed, then I must not perish. Xing Tian shouted. Indeed, as he uttered these words, the light beam abruptly halted before him. Sighing heavily, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had narrowly escaped death. Uncertain of whether he truly would have perished, the impending sense of crisis had left him no room for risk. Since you have ceased your attack, I shall emerge, he proclaimed, yet silence enveloped him. Venturing outward, he navigated unobstructed to the surface. Upon surfacing, he observed something amiss with the whale below. It gazed skyward with its remaining eye, its massive form twisting uneasily. Distortions in the air reemerged as it unleashed its domain once more. "Hey, are you still intent on fighting?" Xing Tian shouted. Yet, the whale ignored him, fixated on the sky, preparing for battle. Suddenly, Xing Tian noticed a flash of intense hatred in the whale's eye, quickly replaced by a flicker of trepidation. What is it afraid of? He pondered, glancing up to see a blue, three-dimensional triangle materializing above him. Gasping, Xing Tian recognized the significance of this triangular shape. Could it be that the sea god is approaching? No wonder the whale had quieted, and no wonder its eye brimmed with hatred and fear. After all, it was the sea god who had blinded it. The azure light intensified, a beam shooting forth from the apex of the blue triangle, rapidly expanding in the air until it morphed into a colossal, shadowy figure towering 100 meters high. The silhouette was indistinct, only vaguely humanoid, yet through the blue apparition, the once dim sky grew clearer, revealing the brilliance of every star. "Wretched beast!" A deep, resonant voice thundered from the heavens, its origin indiscernible. It seemed as though the heavens bore down with immense pressure, and the distorted realm of the sea vanished silently at the moment the colossal azure silhouette emerged. It transformed into a shimmering blue light, merging with the apparition, giving it a more substantial appearance. A low, resonant hum emanated from the maw of the deep-sea magic whale, which, upon beholding the immense shadow, could not help but retreat slowly. The once tumultuous ocean, which he had stirred, had inexplicably calmed, reflecting tranquility akin to a mirror, devoid of any waves. Have you forgotten the lesson from 20,000 years ago? Are you prepared to blind your other eye as well? The ancient voice resonated once again. Although the air appeared clear, the deep-sea magic whale felt an unparalleled and tremendous pressure, not from the atmosphere, but from the ocean itself. The waters he once commanded had suddenly transformed into a terrifying prison, ensnaring his massive form tightly. A frustrated roar escaped the deep-sea magic whale as blue luminescence began to manifest in patches upon its vast body, these patterns resembling scales rising from its skin, signifying a rapid transformation. What? Do you believe that completing the dragon transformation process and breaking the 100,000-year limit grants you the audacity to offend my dignity? The massive azure silhouette swayed slightly, causing the entire ocean to tremble in response. The overwhelming distortion and pressure compelled the deep-sea magic whale to cry out in agony, the hatred in its singular eye fading to reveal only fear. Chapter 178. Dragon Transformation. Xing Tian observed this scene, feeling inexplicably pained. "Considering your years of arduous cultivation, I shall spare you this time." The ancient voice brimmed with undeniable authority, and the once solid ocean regained its vitality. The deep-sea magic whale, in a flash, prepared to plunge beneath the waves, emitting a series of low hums filled with the relief of survival. "Hey, don't leave just yet," Xing Tian called out to the sinking whale. But the magic whale had no chance to respond to Xing Tian. "Do you not wish to fully transform into a dragon?" Xing Tian suddenly shouted. The deep-sea magic whale halted its descent, gazing at Xing Tian with surprise, for it recognized that Xing Tian had the power to facilitate its transformation, having sensed that aura in him. "Hey, you are the sea god, aren't you?" Xing Tian boldly addressed the lingering silhouette above. "Indeed, I'm a sea god," the ancient voice continued. "Did you save me?" Xing Tian inquired. "No, it was this wretched creature that chose to relent," the sea god replied. "Then I can rest easy," Xing Tian remarked, leaving the sea god puzzled by his words. "Do you wish to transform into a dragon? Do you seek revenge against the sea god?" Xing Tian questioned the deep-sea magic whale. The whale gazed upward at the silhouette in the sky, but remained silent. "Do not worry. His heart is not so narrow," Xing Tian assured. The sea god remained silent, watching Xing Tian intently, curious about his intentions. "I ask you once more, do you wish to transform into a dragon? Do you seek vengeance against the sea god?" Xing Tian pressed again. "Yes." Suddenly, a deep voice resonated within Xing Tian's mind. "Then it's settled. I will assist you. In truth, we harbor no deep-seated enmity. I too was deceived into this predicament. Xing Tian shrugged. Human, you intend to aid this wretched creature in its transformation? The sea god interjected. What? Is that not permissible? Furthermore, refrain from calling him a wretched creature. As the sea god, he is your subject. To label your own subject as a wretched creature, how remarkable. Xing Tian offered a slight mockery of the sea god. The sea god was momentarily rendered speechless by Xing Tian's remark, yet he chose not to act. He wished to see if Xing Tian could indeed enable the deep-sea magic whale's transformation. By the way, could you first retrieve my companions? Xing Tian awkwardly scratched his head. Upon hearing this, the deep-sea magic whale swiftly descended and swam rapidly in a specific direction. After several breaths, it returned, dragging a vessel before Xing Tian. Qian Rinxue and the others remained in a state of bewilderment upon reuniting with Xing Tian. Boss, what is going on here? It was ultimately Ma Hongjun who broke the awkward silence. It's nothing unusual. It's merely the situation before you. We have no enmity. Xing Tian shrugged. Xing Tian? Who is this person? Qian Rinxue whispered to Xing Tian, pointing at the silhouette in the sky. You mean him? The sea god. I believe he is called Poseidon. Xing Tian replied. What? You mean he is the sea god Poseidon? Qian Rinxue gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Yes. What is the matter? Xing Tian asked, somewhat perplexed. What is the matter? He is a god, Qian Rinxue exclaimed. And what of it? Xing Tian dismissed her concern. Although he felt somewhat inadequate against a 10,000-year-old beast like the deep-sea magic whale, he was confident that soon he would be able to dominate it. Human, may we commence? Suddenly, the voice of the deep-sea magic whale echoed in Xing Tian's mind. Yes, yes, I'm coming right now. Xing Tian hastily responded. Sister Shui, what were you and brother Xing Tian discussing just now? After Xing Tian departed, Huo Wu approached eagerly. That person is a god. Qian Rinxue cautiously pointed at the apparition of the sea god. Ah! Huo Wu gasped in surprise, but quickly covered her mouth, fearing that her exclamation might displease the sea god, which would spell trouble. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun also learned of the identity of the silhouette, his heart filled with astonishment. A god, the legendary deity, they were actually witnessing a being from legend. Over here, Xing Tian had already climbed onto the back of the deep-sea magic whale. What stage are you at now? He inquired. I have only evolved a portion of my dragon scales. As soon as my bloodline can further evolve, I shall be able to fully transform into a dragon. However, in this world, where can I find dragon blood to aid my evolution? The deep-sea magic whale lamented. Xing Tian promptly cut his palm, and blood flowed freely, cascading down the whale's back toward its mouth. Is this sufficient? Xing Tian asked. The sea god suddenly made a sound of intrigue, for he sensed the pure dragon might within Xing Tian's blood. In truth, Xing Tian himself was uncertain if his blood would suffice. As the blood dripped onto the deep-sea magic whale's back, it felt the stirring of the essence within Xing Tian's blood. This will do, the deep-sea magic whale exclaimed eagerly. However, this small amount of blood is insufficient. Xing Tian felt a bit embarrassed. I have an idea, but I'm not sure if you're brave enough. At that moment, the sea god interjected. I do not trust you, just as I do not understand your sudden appearance. Do not tell me it is for your subjects. Although the deep-sea magic whale's attack is formidable, it is inconsequential to the vast ocean, Xing Tian stated. If I said I came for you, would you believe it? The sea god asked suddenly. I do not believe. Xing Tian replied without hesitation. The sea god fell silent, choosing to observe. Suddenly, an idea struck Xing Tian, and he patted the back of the deep-sea magic whale. Hey, big brother, I have a thought. Would you like to hear it? Xing Tian proposed. Let's proceed in this manner. Due to my absorption of Longshu, I shall purify my blood, which should be beneficial to you. However, the blood within me is limited. Thus, I require your blood to provide me with energy. Alternatively, you may procure some energy-rich substances for me. Otherwise, given your immense stature, I might find it quite challenging. Xing Tian expressed. Utilize my blood freely, he offered. In his mind, the voice of the deep-sea demon whale echoed. Then I shall indeed take it. Xing Tian asserted. Very well. Let us commence. I will first refine a portion for you to observe, Xingtian declared. Subsequently, he forced out some of his own blood and began the refining process. Before long, a blood pearl, the size of a fist and crystal clear, appeared in Xingtian's hand. He then approached the mouth of the demon whale, saying, "Come, experience this." With that, Xingtian tossed the blood pearl into the whale's mouth. Chapter 179. Transformation into a Dragon, Part 2. Once the blood pearl entered the mouth of the demon whale, it was enveloped by the whale's soul power and traveled directly to its heart. The demon whale carefully controlled the blood pearl, allowing it to merge with its heart. As the blood pearl integrated, a unique sensation coursed throughout the whale's body, causing it to involuntarily shudder. This shiver was inconsequential. However, the surrounding seawater erupted into waves. "Steady now, steady," Xingtian admonished the whale. The demon whale opened its single eye, noticing the disturbance in the water, and soon after, a ripple emerged, restoring tranquility to the sea. "By your demeanor, it seems effective," Xingtian remarked. Indeed, the demon whale responded repeatedly. The sea god observed this scene with a knowing smile, as his plan likely mirrored this, nourishing Xingtian with the blood of the demon whale, thereby allowing Xingtian to harness the energy from the whale's blood to sustain himself, while simultaneously providing the dragon blood the whale required. This formed a miniature cycle, conveniently allowing the whale to replenish its blood. "How about this? You enter my mouth directly, and when you require blood, you may draw from an opening you create. I shall not resist." At that moment, the voice of the demon whale suddenly resonated in Xingtian's mind. For reasons unknown, it seemed hesitant to speak, opting instead for telepathy. Perhaps out of fear of the sea god, Xingtian surmised. "That could work," Xingtian replied. The demon whale then opened its mouth, and Xingtian flew straight inside. "Hey, boss!" Ma Hongjun exclaimed as he witnessed Xingtian entering the mouth of the demon whale. "It's fine," Qian Rengshu reassured, though her hands clenched involuntarily. Only Huowu remained unperturbed, watching with keen interest. Her lack of concern stemmed from the divine figure looming above them, the sea god, the absolute sovereign of the ocean. Huowu believed that as long as the sea god was present, no calamity would befall them, hence her composure. Upon entering the demon whale's mouth, Xingtian found it kept its mouth ajar, fearing that closing it might frighten him. Although this was somewhat tiring, it paled in comparison to the transformation into a dragon. Once inside, Xingtian settled into a comfortable position and created a small opening at his feet. The wound was modest, merely the size of a palm, which was negligible for the demon whale. Xingtian placed his hand over the wound and began to absorb the whale's blood, converting the energy to sustain himself. When he felt sufficiently replenished, he halted and commenced refining his own blood. Thus, one by one, blood pearls were extracted, accumulating around Xingtian until there were approximately 1,000 of varying sizes. The demon whale sensed the unusual activity within its mouth, but bore it silently without any reaction. Suddenly, Xingtian emerged from the whale's mouth. "I can no longer endure. I am utterly fatigued, and mentally, I cannot withstand this," he exclaimed. Seeing Xingtian exit, the demon whale closed its mouth and, with a gulp, swallowed the blood pearls, reintegrating them into its heart. The effect was markedly apparent. The demon whale could not help but display its dragon scales. "It seems the results are quite significant," Xingtian nodded. At this moment, the sea god also noted the transformation of the deep-sea demon whale and nodded in approval. "I hope you succeed, and you too, young one," the sea god murmured before vanishing from sight. "By the way, brother whale, could you guide us to an island where we might rest? This transformation process is rather lengthy," Xingtian stated. The demon whale responded, then slowly swam in a certain direction, leading their vessel. Soon after, a moderately sized island came into view. "Thank you, brother demon whale. I shall rest now. We will continue tomorrow. The energy contained in your blood is rather abundant, and I must digest it," Xingtian said with a smile. The deep-sea demon whale remained silent, gently shaking its head before sinking into the depths. "Boss, how did you reach an understanding with it?" Ma Hongjun hurriedly inquired as the whale departed. That's a long story, Xingtian replied. Then let us make it brief, Qian Ringshu interjected with a roll of her eyes. Essentially, I was on the verge of being killed by it, and I claimed I could assist in its transformation into a dragon. In truth, I was deceiving it. After escaping, I noticed the sea god's arrival, and disliking his demeanor, I decided to aid in the transformation. It was as simple as that. Xingtian shrugged. Is it really that simple? Ma Hongjun asked. Indeed it is. Xingtian affirmed with a shrug. Wait, brother Xingtian, do you truly look down upon the sea god? He is a deity. Huo Wu suddenly interjected. What of it? We are not of a cultivation level to reach such realms. Xingtian retorted dismissively. To be honest, Xingtian did not regard these deities highly. He estimated that once the demon whale transformed into a dragon, his physical strength would significantly increase, as he had purified his bloodline, giving part to the deep-sea demon whale while retaining some within himself. Moreover, during the purification process, Xingtian discovered something intriguing. He noticed that his soul would inexplicably stir during the refining of his bloodline. When he reabsorbed the purified bloodline, an unknown energy would surge from his soul, infusing the refined bloodline. Thus, despite supplying the deep-sea demon whale with a substantial amount of blood, it was not the finest. The best was that which had been enriched with the energy from his soul. Xingtian speculated that in his previous life, they claimed to be descendants of dragons. And this energy might be related to dragons, as the bloodline he purified was indeed dragon blood. All right, let's find a place to rest. Fatty, go fetch something to eat. I am quite fatigued. Xingtian yawned. Not long after, several wooden huts were constructed, and Xingtian chose one, retreating with Qian Ringshu and Huo Wu inside. At present, apart from Huo Wu, Xingtian had not yet engaged with Qian Ringshu, but he had observed everything that needed observing. The following day, upon awakening, Xingtian discovered that Qian Ringshu and Huo Wu were no longer present. When he emerged from the room, Qian Rinshui and Huo Wu had already prepared breakfast. After casually eating a bit, Xingtian made his way to the beach and began his training, while also waiting for the deep-sea demon whale. In Chapter 180, titled Transformation into a Dragon, complete, it was not long before he felt a distant fluctuation, likely from the deep-sea demon whale. Indeed, shortly after, the creature appeared before him. At this moment, the deep-sea demon whale had undergone some changes. Its form was no longer that of a typical whale. It had elongated considerably and had shrunk in size. Previously measuring nearly 200 meters, it now appeared to be around 100 meters in length, with a notably more slender build. Your transformation is quite remarkable, Xingtian remarked, gazing at the deep-sea demon whale. The whale did not respond, but merely shook its head and opened its mouth. All right then, I shall enter, Xingtian declared, flying into its mouth. Upon reaching the spot from the previous day, he discovered that the wound had completely vanished. Well, let us proceed. A mutually beneficial arrangement, he said, slicing open another incision to commence today's refining task. After a day of rest and digestion, Xingtian moved with remarkable speed. Before long, his surroundings were filled with blood orbs. Yet he did not pause, feeling capable of continuing, and thus continued his refining journey. Finally, as the sun began its descent, Xingtian ceased his actions. Aside from the area where he sat, the inside of the whale's mouth was now brimming with blood orbs, densely packed with at least 10,000. That should suffice. Xingtian stood up to stretch and then flew out of the whale's mouth. Let's call it a day. This endeavor is too taxing on my mental energy. He waved goodbye. The deep-sea demon whale closed its mouth and swallowed the blood orbs, nodding to Xingtian before sinking to the ocean floor. Perhaps tomorrow, you shall be different again, he mused as he watched the whale depart. Afterward, Xingtian stretched lazily and returned to his room to tally today's gains. In truth, the deep-sea demon whale was aware of Xingtian's actions but did not mind. After all, the blood was of little use to it after the transfusion, and it was better to let Xingtian use it. This would also expedite its transformation into a dragon. Thus, 3 days later, Xingtian surprisingly completed his metamorphosis first, having transformed all of his blood into dragon blood. Not the kind meant for the deep-sea demon whale, but genuine dragon blood, that of the true dragon from Huaxia. With the energy emanating from his soul, his blood now shimmered with faint golden hues. From that day forth, the blood orbs he provided to the deep-sea demon whale were of significantly improved quality, occasionally revealing traces of gold. This astonished the whale, and Xing Tian explained that he had completed his bloodline transformation, resulting in a more potent essence in the refined blood orbs. Time passed, and it had been 7 days since the initial transfusion. On this day, the deep-sea demon whale informed Xing Tian that it was nearing the completion of its own blood transformation. However, considering the residual energy within its blood, it decided to allow Xing Tian to absorb it all at once, lest it go to waste. "Your awareness is commendable," Xing Tian replied. Subsequently, within the whale's mouth, he exerted his full strength, absorbing the remaining blood within a day and receiving many blood orbs in return. After consuming the blood orbs, the deep-sea demon whale finally elevated its bloodline. "Human, a month from now, I invite you to witness my tribulation of transformation," the deep-sea demon whale suddenly announced. "No problem. Perhaps I might even lend you a hand," Xing Tian responded with a smile. The whale disregarded his words and swiftly sank to the ocean depths, needing to consolidate the recently enhanced bloodline for a greater chance of success during its tribulation. After the deep-sea demon whale departed, Xing Tian entered seclusion, intending to meticulously organize the gains from the past 7 days, particularly regarding bloodline evolution. He also aimed to adjust his state, for it was possible that a month later, he might face the tribulation alongside the deep-sea demon whale. Qianren Shui and her companions had also been diligently training, aware that Xing Tian was growing stronger each day while they remained stagnant. To avoid falling behind, they too embarked on rigorous training. As half a month slowly passed, Xing Tian had organized his gains and honed his strength. He discovered that his physical form had once again significantly improved. He could now contend with Soul Da without issue, although facing title Douluo posed some difficulty. Moreover, ever since the emergence of Ganqi, his simulated martial soul had been suppressed and rendered unusable. However, following the enhancement of his bloodline and physique, he found that his simulated martial soul was once again accessible. With this in mind, he considered the possibility of continuing to simulate martial souls, hoping to integrate them into Ganqi. If successful, his Ganqi would evolve infinitely. During the subsequent 2 weeks, Xing Tian remained active within the realm of the deep-sea demon whale. The whale had created an island specifically for him, which was quite intriguing, featuring a lake at its center that connected to the sea below as the bottom was not enclosed, a request made by Xing Tian. Additionally, platforms were established at intervals in the lake, serving as training grounds for him. When Xing Tian trained, he instructed the deep-sea demon whale to activate its deep-sea domain, compressing the surrounding seawater to increase its density, which greatly benefited his cultivation. In this environment, he trained for half a month, significantly enhancing his physical strength, though he had yet to reach his limit. Xing Tian aspired for the ability to regenerate severed limbs and achieve rebirth through blood. He was uncertain whether the laws of this world would permit such feats, but he felt compelled to challenge the boundaries. He recognized that aside from soul masters, ordinary people could not match their prowess, and he wished to offer these individuals a path to survival. With rigorous physical training, they could possess strength comparable to soul masters, establishing an alternative cultivation system on Douluo continent. However, at this moment, Xing Tian lacked the capability to realize this vision, so he continued to cultivate, believing that once he reached the divine realm, he might reconsider this matter. On this day, just as Xing Tian concluded his training, the voice of the deep-sea demon whale resonated in his mind. "Human, I sense the impending arrival of a lightning tribulation, likely in 3 days. Therefore, I must expel all beings from the deep-sea demon whale's domain," the whale declared. In chapter 181, titled Lightning Tribulation, upon hearing this, Xing Tian realized that the deep-sea demon whale was not as malevolent as some believed. Its willingness to protect the creatures of this oceanic realm indicated its noble intent. While he was uncertain of the sea goddess thoughts from years past, it was possible that the deep-sea demon whale had indeed committed wrongdoings in its earlier days. "No problem. I shall return in 3 days," Xing Tian declared, and after finishing his words, he soared towards the island where Qianren Shui and the others resided. 3 days later, Xing Tian arrived at the territory of the Mo Jing as promised. At this moment, the Mo Jing was devoid of any life. It floated upon the ocean surface, its solitary eye filled with gravitas, for it was uncertain whether it could endure the impending thunder tribulation. Nonetheless, regardless of the outcome, the path was one it had chosen, and even if it meant shattering into pieces, it was determined to face the tribulation. The question of whether it could persevere was one matter, while the act of enduring was another. In truth, the Mo Jing could have sought assistance from Xing Tian, yet it refrained, wishing to rely on its own strength to overcome this trial. As noon approached, the sky was a vast expanse of blue, and not a whisper of wind stirred the ocean surface. Suddenly, the deep-sea Mo Jing unleashed an overwhelming aura, its dragon scales becoming evident, with 2 bulges forming on its head and 4 beneath its body. At that moment, an ominous cloud inexplicably drifted into the clear sky. Gradually, these clouds multiplied and expanded, ultimately enveloping the entire expanse of the heavens. The oppressive dark clouds weighed heavily upon the deep-sea Mo Jing. As the clouds thickened and gathered, a flicker of lightning flashed within them. Xing Tian hovered at a distance, observing the dense clouds, a twinge of concern welling up for the deep-sea Mo Jing. He also harbored another worry. If the deep-sea Mo Jing faltered, would his intervention exacerbate the tribulation's might? For such tales often depict that the presence of another amplifies the tempest's ferocity. Nevertheless, he resolved to assess the situation as it unfolded. After all, the deep-sea Mo Jing was invaluable to him. Otherwise, he would not have expended such effort to assist in its transformation into a dragon, he mused. Just as Xing Tian pondered this, a bolt of lightning struck directly from the clouds, impacting the deep-sea Mo Jing. In an instant, a portion of its flesh was scorched by the electric surge. Yet fortunately, the Mo Jing could withstand the blow. With a surge of soul power, it healed the wound within a few breaths. Following the first strike, it was not long before 2 more bolts descended. Fortunately, they remained within the Mo Jing's capacity to endure. As Xing Tian observed the cascading lightning, he found himself strangely envious. He mused that harnessing this lightning for body refinement would yield exceptional results. However, he suppressed his longing, waiting for the moment when the deep-sea Mo Jing could no longer withstand the onslaught, for that would be the time for him to intervene. As time passed, the lightning grew increasingly dense and potent. From initially slender as chopsticks, the bolts thickened to the size of an infant's arm, and their numbers continued to swell. The deep-sea Mo Jing emitted agonized cries, but hearing its robust wails, Xing Tian chose to refrain from interference. For beings of such strength, dignity and pride often hold great significance. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not intervene, even if he longed for the opportunity to refine his body with the lightning. Before long, the lightning became exceedingly concentrated. The brief intervals that once existed disappeared as bolts rained down relentlessly upon the Mo Jing. The water surrounding the deep-sea Mo Jing boiled from the scattered lightning, bubbling vigorously. The creature was riddled with wounds, some areas revealing bone beneath the scorched flesh. It seemed on the verge of collapse, prompting Xing Tian to prepare himself. The tribulation showed no signs of abating. Bolts continued to descend in rapid succession, each striking the Mo Jing with unrelenting force. The anguished cries emanating from its mouth sounded utterly wretched. Following this wave of lightning, a brief lull occurred. This was not a good sign. It was the calm before the storm, Xing Tian realized with a start. However, the deep-sea Mo Jing had no time to ponder this. As it busied itself with recovery, seizing the rare moment of respite, it focused on healing. Approximately 10 breaths later, the calamity clouds began to contract, transforming from dark clouds to a deep shade of black. Once the clouds had diminished, the deep-sea Mo Jing sensed an ominous shift. It feared that the next wave of tribulation would be unbearable. Yet before it could devise a strategy, the clouds erupted with the crackling sounds of thunder. Observing this, Xing Tian hastily flew towards the scene, lacking confidence in his ability to withstand the forthcoming tribulation, yet feeling compelled to try. "Brother, You must endure. Otherwise, all my efforts would be in vain, he called out as he hovered above the deep-sea Mo Jing. The Mo Jing had not anticipated Xing Tian's arrival at such a perilous juncture, as it struggled to withstand the current tribulation, let alone support him. It remained silent, but its gaze grew frantic. It resolved to take a gamble. Even if it failed, it would accept its fate. Brother, I will do my utmost to help you endure, but my strength is limited. Should I find myself unable to continue, I may have to retreat. Be prepared, Xing Tian shouted to the deep-sea Mo Jing. The Mo Jing nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation, for this tribulation was indeed formidable. Just as they spoke, the lightning in the sky had gathered to a critical point, and only a single bolt descended. However, this bolt was as thick as an adult's thigh. Upon witnessing it, Xing Tian's jaw nearly dropped in shock, prompting him to swiftly raise his shield and channel his martial spirit. With a thunderous crash, he was struck from the sky into the ocean, fortunately not plunging into the water. The Ganqi shield absorbed a considerable amount of damage. Yet the residual forces of the lightning were still enough to afflict him. The piercing pain coursed through his being, relentlessly teasing his nerves. Nonetheless, he had managed to withstand this wave of tribulation. Seizing the opportunity, he engaged in body refinement, absorbing several strands of tribulation lightning into his body. Ugh, that was brutal. If not for this Ganqi shield, I would have turned to ash by now. Xing Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. In chapter 182, The Thunder Tribulation, Part 2, Xing Tian had sustained some internal injuries while resisting the lightning, hence the blood. However, this was not a grave concern. Brother, we have withstood this wave, but the next may be even more powerful. We must prepare ourselves. Xing Tian wiped the blood from his lips and addressed the deep-sea Mo Jing. At this moment, the wounds on the Mo Jing had begun to scab over, though unsightly. It was a marked improvement. Its spirit was also somewhat revitalized. This is it, the moment to transform into a dragon or perish. The deep-sea Mo Jing murmured, then unleashed its deep-sea domain. Observing this, Xing Tian activated his Dragon God domain, declaring, "Brother, my Dragon God domain can lend you support." Feeling the surge of formidable pressure, the flow of dragon blood within the deep-sea Mo Jing quickened. It then began to emulate the aura of the Dragon God domain. The ominous dark clouds in the sky seemed to have been provoked by some unseen force, causing the previously contracted storm clouds to expand once more. Thunder rumbled ominously from within the clouds, and flashes of lightning, as thick as a man's thigh, intermittently illuminated the scene, while an inexplicable sense of pressure descended upon Xing Tian and his companions. Cursed be it! Indeed, it has intensified, Xing Tian exclaimed, witnessing the turmoil above. Why must we merely endure passively? Today, I shall emulate those predecessors who traversed realms. After all, it is but a tribulation of thunder. Xing Tian suddenly roared with determination. Hold on, my brother. I shall come to your aid. With that declaration, Xing Tian summoned his true form. Instantly, a headless giant wielding a guandao materialized in the air. The deep-sea magic whale, bewildered by Xing Tian's proclamation, could hardly comprehend what was unfolding as Xing Tian directed his true form towards the storm clouds above. Humans. The deep-sea magic whale was startled by Xing Tian's audacity, never anticipating that he would charge toward the tempest. After all, I am one who has once invoked the wrath of heaven. Though it was but a counterfeit, being subjected to such passive torment was intolerable. Xing Tian thought to himself, Xing Tian, grant me your blessing. He murmured as he propelled his true form into the storm. Upon entering the storm clouds, the tempest began to churn violently, with thunderous roars echoing incessantly. Suddenly, a barrage of lightning descended, but they were only as thick as an infant's arm. The deep-sea magic whale realized that this was the result of Xing Tian's intervention. To ensure that Xing Tian's efforts were not in vain, the whale lashed its massive tail, harnessing its strength to confront the descending bolts. A cacophony of thunder clapped as the deep-sea magic whale was sent crashing back into the ocean. Yet this time, it sensed something different. Within the lightning surged a vitality that began to mend its internal injuries and even transform its essence, signaling that the tribulation was nearing its conclusion. Time and again, the whale leapt from the depths to meet the onslaught of lightning, only to be repelled back into the sea. After several attempts, its skin was rendered nearly unrecognizable, with cracks marring its bones, yet its spirit soared with exhilaration, for it knew that the transformation into a dragon was imminent. Meanwhile, Xingqian, upon entering the storm clouds, found himself enveloped by a deluge of electricity. The storm felt akin to an alternate realm, teeming with countless bolts of lightning. Among the most common colors, he also beheld black, red, purple, and white lightning, each vying for his attention. As soon as he entered, the bolts surged toward him, eager to strike. Fortuitously, Xingqian was in his martial spirit form. Otherwise, in that fleeting moment, he would have been reduced to ashes. However, even this form could not endure indefinitely. Just as he felt himself faltering, a wild thought surged within him. The existence of his true form was predicated on his martial spirit. Yet no one in the entirety of Dalu had ever forged their martial spirit through trial. With this revelation, Xingqian resolved to utilize the thunder tribulation to temper his Guandao martial spirit. Without hesitation, he cast aside his weapon to let it hover amidst the lightning. He then relinquished his martial spirit form and shielded himself with a protective barrier. However, the shield could only cover one side, leaving him exposed to the onslaught of electricity. Yet, Xingqian's physical body was immensely robust, and he intended to refine it in the heart of the storm. As he withdrew the protective energy from his shield, a bolt of lightning struck his hand, instantly reducing his once proud flesh to stark white bone. A searing pain penetrated his very soul. "Blast it! That hurts like hell!" Xingqian cried out. In a frenzy, he summoned his spirit energy, watching as flesh rapidly regenerated on his arm. But where was he? In the heart of the thunder tribulation. Just as he focused on restoring his arm, another bolt struck his back, leaving only bone in its wake. Gasping in shock, Xingqian barely had time to react before yet another bolt struck, reducing his other hand to skeletal remains. In that moment, his shield was sent flying. This is it. A wave of despair washed over him. As the shield soared away, countless bolts of lightning began to envelop Xingqian. In an instant, or less than a heartbeat, he was left with nothing but bones. Ultimately, apart from his skull, the rest of his body had been reduced to ash. At that moment, the Guandao soared through the air, hovering protectively above Xingqian's remaining head. Xingqian had indeed overreached, as his soul had retreated to his sea of consciousness, ultimately safeguarding only his skull. Yet, fortune smiled upon him. The Guandao, now unbound, instinctively formed a protective barrier around his head. However, this was not a sustainable solution. Soon, the Guandao began to act independently, unleashing arcs of light to shatter the lightning, while simultaneously, the shield emitted a force that absorbed the fragmented bolts. Ultimately, this energy transformed into a unique vitality that surged into Xingqian's skull. Thus, Xingqian and the Guandao endured the baptism of lightning, resisting its onslaught. As the Guandao cleaved through the air, the shattered bolts ceased to be mere remnants. The colorful lightning began to fracture as well. This was why the deep-sea magic whale had only encountered lightning as thick as an infant's arm within the storm clouds. A profound transformation was unfolding for Xingqian and the Guandao. Chapter 183. Xingqian's Nirvana, the true dragon emerges. Since Xingqian's skull had been safeguarded, his consciousness had awakened. By the heavens, how I have suffered. It turns out that not everything I encountered was entirely true. Xingqian's spirit raged within his sea of consciousness. Now what? What shall I do? I am reduced to nothing but a skull. Xingqian lamented in despair. Ah, my brother, quickly undergo your tribulation. Once you succeed, I shall be liberated. Xingqian suddenly exclaimed. But who knows when the deep-sea magic whale will complete its tribulation? Just as he felt utterly lost, he sensed a surge of vitality, a unique essence coursing through him. What is this? It appears to be the vitality embedded within the lightning. Xingqian pondered. His curiosity piqued. Regardless, I must absorb it. With that thought, his spirit began to traverse his skull, seeking to draw in this life force. Yet, this vitality was scarce, often elusive, leaving Xingqian in a state of urgency. Finally, he attempted to extend his mental energy beyond his skull, discovering it was feasible. Thus, he commanded the Guandao to actively attack the surrounding lightning, absorbing the energy that emerged. With Xing Tian's guidance, the vitality began to flourish. Gradually, tissues sprouted from his skull, followed by muscle, skin, and hair, until he possessed a fully formed head, alive with blood and flesh. As the skull took on flesh and blood, Xing Tian experienced a profound sense of reality, allowing him to wield the control over his weapon, Ganqi, with increasing finesse. With the head and Ganqi under his command, Xing Tian began to contemplate drawing closer to the Yunjian. Meanwhile, in the external world, the deep-sea demon whale had been reduced to nothing more than a skeletal structure, which continued to shrink. With each strike of lightning, a portion of the dark ash would be stripped away, reducing the once massive skeleton, nearly 200 meters long, to a mere 10 or so meters. However, this skeleton had taken on a remarkably elongated form, resembling that of a serpent. Yet at both ends, for protruding rib-like structures remained, giving it a striking resemblance to a dragon's bone. It was only one step away from completion, as the deep-sea demon whale mused. This final step involved the skull. Once it underwent a further evolution, the whale's tribulation would conclude. Reflecting on the formidable aura he had sensed within Xing Tian's dragon god domain, the deep-sea demon whale resumed its simulation and surged toward the lightning tribulation. When a bolt struck its skull, a searing pain pierced its very soul, nearly extinguishing its consciousness. Fortunately, it endured, fervently recalling the potent sensations from the dragon god domain to distract itself. Yet, each bout of pain relentlessly yanked it back to reality. After enduring this several times, the deep-sea demon whale gradually succumbed to that transcended state. Unbeknownst to it, the lightning had become increasingly slender, its hue shifting from the original white to a deep black. Vitality, previously unfelt, began to course from the whale's skull throughout its entire being. Gradually, meridians emerged upon the stark white bones, followed by blood vessels, and then muscle tissue. Everything was progressing favorably. In parallel, Xing Tian's situation was also improving. His upper body had developed significantly, reaching the shoulder area. During this process, he noticed that the newly formed bones bore intricate lightning cloud patterns, which explained his slow recovery. In truth, Xing Tian's entire skeletal structure had already formed, yet the flesh only extended to his shoulders, primarily due to these lightning cloud patterns. Any newly generated flesh was consistently obliterated by these patterns, and it took repeated cycles for even the slightest growth to occur. Xing Tian was not ignorant of the purpose of these lightning cloud patterns. They were intended to refine his body from the inside out. However, there was a pressing concern. These were the tribulation clouds of another. Should the other complete their tribulation, there would be insufficient energy left for him to grow flesh. This thought distressed Xing Tian deeply. Ultimately, with no other options, Xing Tian resorted to directly inhaling the tribulation lightning. After all, he had no internal organs at present, so it mattered little. The lightning he absorbed was refined within his mouth, transforming into vitality that flowed into his skeletal structure, prompting the growth of flesh. Suddenly, Xing Tian noticed a significant reduction in the amount of lightning within the tribulation clouds. This is bad. Could that creature be nearing the end of its tribulation? He pondered. With this realization, Xing Tian hastened his absorption of the lightning. Yet the growth of flesh remained painfully slow. Damn it, I need flesh. What do you expect me to do with all these lightning patterns? Xing Tian lamented. In the end, Xing Tian's entire skeletal frame was covered in an intricate web of lightning cloud patterns, even causing the previously formed flesh to be obliterated once more. These patterns ultimately spread across his skull. Xing Tian felt utterly defeated, as he could find no remedy. Just as the lightning cloud patterns enveloped his skull, the tribulation clouds suddenly trembled and began to dissipate. This is catastrophic. Xing Tian's heart sank to the depths of despair. At that moment, he finally discerned the form of the deep-sea demon whale. It resembled him precisely, reduced to a skeleton, yet its structure appeared more elongated and refined due to the lightning's influence. with slightly more muscle tissue than Xingtian. The only aspect that left Xingtian dissatisfied was the four rib-like protrusions. "What is this?" he inquired through soul transmission. "Limbs," the deep-sea demon whale replied in kind. "How utterly unappealing," Xingtian exclaimed. He then retrieved his storage bracelet from Ganxi's axe and produced 4 dragon claws. "Here, attach these. When the transformative light appears after the tribulation, it will assist in perfect integration," Xingtian instructed. "Thank you," the deep-sea demon whale expressed. "Alas, I wonder if I can partake in a bit of that transformative light. Otherwise, it will be exceedingly difficult for my skeleton to grow flesh," Xingtian mused. Once the deep-sea demon whale affixed the dragon claws, beams of white light emerged in the sky, coalescing into a visible layer of clouds. As the moment approached, 2 light pillars shot forth from the clouds, aimed directly at Xingtian and the deep-sea demon whale. "Oh, I am included as well. Thank you," Xingtian exclaimed, regarding the 2 light pillars. Upon their arrival, he felt as though he were immersed in a hot spring, enveloped in an extraordinary comfort. As the pillars engulfed him, the lightning cloud patterns on his skeleton began to shimmer, accompanied by faint crackling sounds. Chapter 184. Departure for Haishan Island. Brother, I implore you, do not act recklessly. Otherwise, I shall truly have to live life as nothing but a skeleton," Xingtian shouted, terrified by the movements of the lightning cloud patterns. Although he could not vocalize his distress, the trembling of his jaw conveyed his emotions. However, Xingtian's pleas seemed to fall on deaf ears, as the lightning cloud patterns continued their erratic behavior. Thankfully, the effects of the transformative light were remarkably potent, despite the mischief of the lightning cloud patterns. The growth of flesh on Xingtian's body proceeded apace. Yet, Xingtian remained apprehensive, for the transformative light had a limited duration, and he feared that at this rate, he would not complete the growth of flesh before time ran out. He observed the deep-sea demon whale, whose muscular structure was already emerging throughout its skeletal frame, indicating that it would soon undergo a metamorphosis. Meanwhile, Xingtian had only developed flesh in his upper body, while his lower half remained stark and skeletal. The deep-sea demon whale glanced over at Xingtian and then at itself, arriving at a decision. To Xingtian's astonishment, the deep-sea demon whale drew closer, ready to share the transformative light. If it did not approach, the deep-sea demon whale's strength would not significantly increase with the transformative light, yet it would serve as a foundation for its future. Nevertheless, it approached without hesitation. "What are you doing?" Xingtian asked, astonished. "Human, you have aided me. I shall not forget your kindness," the deep-sea demon whale declared. "Thank you." Xingtian felt a surge of emotion upon hearing those words. For his assistance in helping the deep-sea demon whale transform into a dragon had been motivated by ulterior motives. With the deep-sea demon whale's support, Xingtian began to cultivate with peace of mind, absorbing the transformative light. As the human and the beast found themselves together, the beam of the light of creation expanded significantly, and its essence became more profound. Thus, the duo quietly commenced their cultivation, with the assistance of the deep-sea demon whale. Even the tempestuous lightning patterns upon the bones of Xingtian could not hinder the regeneration of flesh and blood. At long last, as the light of creation approached its culmination, Xingtian's physical form was finally restored. What a formidable journey it had been. Xingtian marveled at his own body, unable to suppress his exclamation. Before he could finish his reflection, a surge of golden light suddenly erupted beside him. The deep-sea demon whale had completed its metamorphosis at this critical juncture. As the last scale emerged, the deep-sea demon whale emitted a resounding roar. Then, enveloped in golden radiance, it ascended into the sky before plunging back into the ocean. The sea was instantly transformed into a shimmering golden hue, a sight to behold. Once the golden light dissipated, a shadow rapidly surged from the depths of the sea towards the surface. With a resounding splash, a dark figure leapt from the ocean's depths into the air. Xingtian focused his gaze and beheld a creature with antlers like a deer, a head resembling a camel, eyes akin to a rabbit, a neck reminiscent of a snake, a belly like a sun, scales resembling fish, claws like an eagle, paws like a tiger, ears akin to a cow, whiskers by its mouth, a pearl beneath its jaw, and reverse scales beneath its throat, hovering majestically in the sky. Is this a Chinese dragon? Xing Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Having previously encountered the Ice Fire Dragon King, a Western dragon, he had assumed that if the deep-sea demon whale transformed into a dragon, it would also be of the Western variety, especially since he had bestowed it with Western dragon claws. However, he was utterly taken aback to discover that the deep-sea demon whale had indeed transformed into an Eastern dragon. Human, thank you. The deep-sea demon whale addressed Xing Tian. No, it could no longer be called the deep-sea demon whale. It should now be referred to as the black dragon, for it had become a black dragon after its transformation. Congratulations. You are now a proud member of the dragon clan, Xing Tian proclaimed with a smile. Human, I reiterate my gratitude. I swear by the honor of the dragon clan to assist you thrice within my capabilities as a token of my promise, the black dragon declared, removing a scale from its body and tossing it to Xing Tian. I shall accept it, Xing Tian replied as he caught the dragon scale. Well then, I shall take my leave, the black dragon said, preparing to dive into the depths of the sea. Wait, Xing Tian suddenly called out. Is there something else? The black dragon inquired. I would like to ask, where is the Sea God Island? Our destination is the Sea God Island, Xing Tian stated. Sea God Island? It lies 1,000 miles to the east of here. Very well, I shall take my leave, the black dragon said before plunging into the ocean. 1,000 miles to the east? That is not far. Xing Tian glanced toward the east and then swiftly soared towards the island where Qian Ringshu and the others were located. Upon returning to the island, Qian Ringshu and her companions were languidly basking in the sun on the beach. Comrades, prepare yourselves. We are about to depart, Xing Tian announced as he landed on the island. Brother Xing Tian, you have returned, Huo Wu exclaimed, springing to her feet. Did you succeed? Qian Ringshu inquired. Indeed, I did. Did you not feel the overwhelming force even from here? Xing Tian replied. We did feel it. Even from this distance, we could faintly sense that pressure. Qian Ringshu nodded in acknowledgement. Let us set forth. Our destination is Sea God Island, and I now know its location, Xing Tian declared. Really? Where is Sea God Island? Is there truly a deity there? Is the god located on that island? Huo Wu inquired eagerly. Well, I'm not certain, but let us go and see. I have heard that the inhabitants there are exceptionally powerful, Xing Tian remarked. Boss, no worries, we still have you. Maongjun chuckled. Huh, what if I am defeated by them as well? Xing Tian retorted. Then we shall simply surrender. Ma Hongjun jested, raising his hands in mock submission. You jest too much. Let's proceed. Xing Tian shot him a glance. After their departure, Xing Tian briefly recounted the situation regarding Sea God Island, information he had gleaned from his previous life. By the way, it seems there are guardian beasts in the water surrounding Sea God Island. We must all be cautious, Xing Tian warned. Guardian beasts? What kind of beasts? Ma Ongjun inquired. I believe they are called the Demon Soul Great White Sharks, Xing Tian replied. Boss, could it be that these Demon Soul Great White Sharks are also 10,000-year soul beasts? Ma Hongjun continued. It is likely. Xing Tian nodded. No way. Are there truly so many 10,000-year soul beasts in the ocean? They seem to be everywhere, Huo Wu exclaimed, somewhat incredulous, as encountering a 10,000-year soul beast on the mainland was a near impossible feat yet. They had only been in the ocean for a short while and were soon to encounter their second 10,000-year soul beast. This time, it is not merely a 10,000-year soul beast. Xing Tian shook his head. Chapter 185. The Demon Soul Great White Shark. Upon hearing Xing Tian's words, the others grew curious. Boss, what do you mean? The guardian beast cannot be just one, right? Ma Hongjun asked. You guessed correctly, but there is no reward. Xing Tian snapped his fingers. No way. Did the fatty really guess it right? Huo Wu remarked. Pretty much. Xing Tian responded. Pretty much. How much is that? They cannot all be 10,000-year soul beasts, can they? Qian Ringshu queried. That cannot be. There is only one 10,000-year soul beast, while the rest are approximately 1,000 years old. Xing Tian clarified. 1,000 years? Well, that is manageable. You nearly scared me. Huo Wu sighed in relief. Manageable? Although the Demon Soul Great White Shark is not excessively large. Only about 20 to 30 meters, A typical 1,000-year demon soul great white shark can contend with 10,000-year soul beasts. What do you think? To my knowledge, there are over 100 of them near Sea God Island. Xingtian grinned. Over 100? So many? Qian Rengshu was equally astonished. Indeed, they have gathered around that 10,000-year demon soul great white shark, forming a clan to guard the waters surrounding Sea God Island, Xingtian explained. That makes access to Sea God Island quite challenging. Ma Ongjun remarked. Actually, it is not so bad. Xingtian countered. Oh, do you have a way to approach? Qian Rengshu asked. 2 methods. Would you like to hear them? Xingtian offered. Do tell. Qian Rengshu urged. First, we could fight our way in. This is the most direct and straightforward approach. Xingtian suggested. Are you certain? Qian Rengshu questioned him. Second, I recall that the demon soul great white sharks venture out to hunt every half-month, typically for 3 days, as their appetites are quite insatiable, and the surrounding waters cannot sustain them. Xingtian continued. So, you mean we still have a chance? Ma Ongjun grinned. But how can you be sure they will not be there when we arrive? Huwu queried. Ma Ongjunese smiled. Indeed, how can they be certain that the demon soul great white sharks will be absent when they arrive? But we have the first method, Xingtian suddenly declared. Have you considered us? I have noticed that you particularly enjoy resolving issues through force. Qian Rengshu pinched Xingtian's ear. Easy, easy. Xiaoxue, I was wrong. Xingtian pleaded for mercy. Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu laughed at the scene, for only Qian Rengshu could keep Xingtian in check. The vast expanse of the sea can be deemed neither long nor short, yet upon discovering the precise location of the Sea God Island, Xingtian and his companions felt no urgency, leisurely making their way toward the island. An additional reason for their calmness was that Xingtian and his group lacked the skills to navigate a vessel. Thus, as long as they maintained the correct direction, they allowed the ship to drift freely, should they encounter storms or other factors that alter the ship's course. Xingtian would simply exert his sole power to steer the vessel back on track. Consequently, with the wind at their backs, they moved swiftly, and after 7 days, they entered the waters surrounding the Sea God Island. Attention! We have now entered the realm of the demon soul great white shark, Xingtian declared as he surveyed the sea before him. Indeed, the others replied, their vigilance heightened as they scanned the surroundings, wary of the lurking presence of the formidable sharks. Their ship advanced slowly, with Xingtian standing at the bow, surrounded by Qian Rengshu and Huowu, both alert to the marine expanse, unwilling to let their guard down for a moment. Xingtian himself was not eager to encounter the demon soul great white sharks, for their numbers were alarmingly high. Even if he were capable of vanquishing them all, such an act would surely incite the wrath of the Sea God Island, jeopardizing not only their quest for the Sea God legacy, but also their very access to the island. In these vast waters, the realm of the Soul Masters, even Xingtian's strength would eventually wane, rendering him vulnerable and at the mercy of his adversaries. Moreover, Qian Rengshu and her companions, while formidable, still fell short compared to the Soul Masters of the Sea. Should they become enemies of the Sea God Island, the consequences for them would be dire. With these thoughts in mind, Xingtian sharpened his focus. Fortunately, their luck seemed to be holding. After nearly half an hour of smooth sailing, they had yet to encounter a single demon soul great white shark. However, they remained cautious, for they had not yet set foot on the island. Until they truly arrived, the threat lingered. Often, danger strikes when one least expects it. After another half hour of navigation, the sandy shores of the Sea God Island gradually came into view. Look, ahead lies the shore, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, pointing forward. I see it, but we must not lower our guard. Until we are fully ashore, the danger has not passed. Xingtian Kaoshund, Ma Ongjun. Understood, he replied. Qian Rengshu and Huowu did not take their eyes off the surrounding waters, anxious about potential threats in this final stretch. As the greenery of the island came into view, Xingtian felt a slight easing of his tension. At this distance, even if they were to encounter a demon soul great white shark, they could swiftly reach the island without engaging in battle. With a thud, their ship was propelled onto the sandy beach by the waves. Upon disembarking, the group collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. We made it. It seems fortune is on our side. The demon-souled great white sharks must be out hunting, Xingtian remarked with a smile. Indeed, our luck appears to be favorable. Huowu echoed. Let us venture further inland, Xingtian urged. Upon stepping onto the sea god island, he immediately sensed its uniqueness. Setting aside the breathtaking scenery, the first thing he noticed was the temperature. Logically, as winter approached, even with the influence of the marine climate, the temperature on the island should be colder than that of the mainland. Yet, upon arrival, they were greeted with a warmth reminiscent of spring. As they gazed upon the island, a lush expanse of green unfolded before them, evoking the sensation of returning to Douluo Dalu. The island stretched endlessly, adorned with a myriad of plants, many of which were unfamiliar to them. The air was imbued with a refreshing, gentle essence, invigorating their spirits. While the whispers of the sea danced on the breeze, the beach, bathed in sunlight, sparkled like fine crystals, creating a pristine and serene atmosphere, where sea and sky melded harmoniously. The sky above was a brilliant azure, vast and pure, an indescribable beauty. As they marveled at the breathtaking scenery, their initial wariness slowly transformed into awe. Xiao, do you think it would be wonderful for us to find an island like this to call home in the future? Xingtian suddenly mused aloud. A glimmer of longing flashed in Qian Rengshu and Huowu's eyes at his words. Can we truly do that? Huowu inquired. Of course. Once we complete our tasks, we can seek out a paradise like this. Xingtian reassured them. Nodding in agreement, Qian Rengshu and Huowu temporarily set aside the thought, as they were about to face the true challenges of the Sea God Island. After a brief respite to regain their strength from the previous tension, Xingtian rose and surveyed the surroundings. His gaze fell upon his companions, who bore resolute expressions, for what they had endured thus far was merely a prelude. The true trials of the Sea God Island were about to commence. Are we ready? He asked. Ready, they affirmed with unwavering gazes. Then let us embark. I know not what awaits us, Xingtian declared. The group remained silent, their steadfast glances fixed upon him. Let's proceed. He paused for a moment before gesturing, leading the way at the forefront. The refreshing, moist air was intoxicating, yet their spirits were now fully attuned to the task at hand. Just as Xingtian prepared to unleash the dragon god domain to carve their path, a voice laced with astonishment echoed from the depths of the forest ahead. Who goes there? Accompanied by the sharp cry, 7 or 8 figures suddenly emerged from the thicket, blocking their passage. These individuals, each distinct in appearance, shared a commonality in their attire, a form of light yellow garments resembling martial outfits. The eldest among them appeared to be in his 40s, while the younger ones were of similar age to Tang San and his companions. In total, there were 8 of them, arrayed to impede Xingtian and his group. Xingtian recalled that the attire of the soul masters on the Sea God Island was color-coded to denote their ranks, not by soul power level, but by the difficulty of the trials they had faced to earn the Sea God's approval. The greater the challenge surmounted, the higher their status and the color of their garments. The individuals before him, clad in yellow, clearly belonged to the second tier, just above the white-clad soul masters. Above them were those in purple, black, and red. According to Xingtian's memory, only the Grand Priest of the Sea God Island had the privilege of wearing red, that being the mightiest individual with the Sea God's martial spirit, Poseidon. The 8 figures regarded Xingtian and his companions with expressions of astonishment, unable to fathom the sudden appearance of outsiders in their domain. Halting his steps, Ma Hongjun proclaimed with a resonant voice, "We admire the illustrious reputation of Heishendao and hope to join its ranks through the trials." The leader of the 8 individuals before them, a middle-aged man of considerable age, scrutinized Ma Hongjun with a furrowed brow, inquiring, "You are land-based soul masters?" Ma Hongjun was taken aback momentarily. "You can discern that?" The middle-aged man replied coldly, "Of course you cannot perceive it, but we, the Sea Soul Masters, can see it clearly. Leave this place at once. Heishendao does not welcome you. Though I am uncertain how you managed to arrive here, you must depart as you came. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." At this juncture, Xingtian approached Ma Hongjun, his brow knitted in concern. "Is it not possible to join Heishendao through trials?" Why do you refuse us from a distance? The middle-aged man snorted dismissively. It appears you possess some knowledge of Haitian Dao. I advise you to leave for your own benefit. Land Soul Masters wishing to join us through trials is utterly impossible. The trials set by Lord Haitian are beyond your capabilities. If you wish to avoid demise, depart now. It is commendable to have courage, but reckless bravado can lead to ruin. Exchanging glances, Xing Tian and Ma Hongjun felt a flicker of admiration for the middle-aged man. With a smile, Xing Tian asserted, Elder, since we have arrived, we shall not depart lightly. Regardless of the nature of the trials, we wish to attempt them. You are correct. Recklessness can lead to death. But if we shy away from courage, we are unworthy of being soul masters. His last words were spoken with unwavering determination, infused with an air of authority that startled the other 7 sea soul masters, compelling them to instinctively retreat a few steps. Astonished by the formidable aura emanating from Xing Tian, the middle-aged man frowned and said, I shall grant you one more opportunity. Will you leave swiftly or accept the trials of Lord Haitian? I must caution you, once you accept the trials, there is no possibility of retreat. You may risk your lives. Your cultivation levels are commendable, yet the trials set by Lord Haitian are not necessarily tied to cultivation. They could be as simple as lifting a handful of sand or as arduous as challenging a 100,000-year spirit beast. Are you truly prepared? In unison, the 4 of them declared, Yes, we wish to accept the trials. The middle-aged man regarded them intently, whispering a few words to a young sea soul master clad in yellow beside him. His mode of speech was peculiar, resembling an unusual humming sound that rendered it inaudible to Xing Tian and the others. The young sea soul master responded respectfully and swiftly departed. The middle-aged man then addressed Xing Tian and the others. I hope you do not regret your decision. Follow me. With that, he led the yellow-clad soul masters into the thicket. Xing Tian and the others hurriedly followed, remaining highly vigilant as they entered the woods, mindful of the potential dangers that could lurk within this unfamiliar territory. After all, who could determine when the trials would commence? Having set foot on Haitian Dao, they were resolved to remain alert at all times. If the air on the beach was moist and pure, the atmosphere within the woods was infused with the refreshing essence of nature. Xing Tian found the air here even more delightful to breathe than that of the Xingdo Da Senlin. As they traversed the dense forest, the heightened vigilance of Xing Tian and the others seemed unwarranted, for they encountered no unusual occurrences. Nonetheless, they maintained their caution. Observing the lush greenery surrounding them, Xing Tian, feeling an inexplicable urge, quietly extended his spiritual energy to probe the woods for any presence. Upon dispersing his spiritual energy, he sensed a peculiar force within the forest, as though were safeguarding this area. Suddenly, the middle-aged man in front halted, turning to fix his intense gaze upon Xing Tian. Do not attempt to explore with your spiritual energy. This is Haitian Dao, where everything is under the protection of Lord Haitian. Xing Tian's heart raced at this revelation. This was merely a yellow-clad sea soul master, yet he could perceive the exploration of his spiritual energy. Was it mere coincidence? Or did this place harbor a unique energy that allowed him to sense Xing Tian's probing? After issuing his warning, the middle-aged man resumed guiding them forward. Before long, they emerged from the woods, revealing a breathtaking sight that left Xing Tian and his companions astounded. Though Xing Tian was not well versed in the specifics of Haitian Dao, he had gleaned some knowledge in his previous life, albeit limited to mere text. Before them lay a magnificent pool, resembling an inland sea, with the most extraordinary aspect being that this tranquil water body surged with waves as if stirred by an unseen force. Surrounded by dense forest, the pool appeared to span approximately 500 to 600 meters in diameter. At the center of this pool stood a triangular platform, upon which an enigmatic stone pillar rose, tapering to a point. At its apex was a unique sculpture, and the entire pillar was adorned with intricate engravings, emanating a strange, intangible energy. As they approached, Xing Tian noticed a figure seated at the base of the stone pillar, eyes closed and back turned, seemingly in meditation. This individual donned black attire. Upon their arrival, The yellow-clad middle-aged Soul Master appeared noticeably more reserved, while the younger yellow-clad Soul Masters stood attentively by, scarcely daring to breathe. Welcome to the sea within the sea. This is the Haima Xingzhu. The middle-aged man spoke in a distinctive tone. The Haima Xingzhu is one of the 7 sacred pillars of Haitian Tao, bestowed with divine power by the sea god to convey his will. Each sacred pillar can test incoming soul masters, and you will receive the challenge of Lord Haitian here. After delivering this statement, he turned toward the triangular platform in the pool, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. Channeling his soul power, he projected his voice across the waters, overpowering the tumultuous sounds of the waves. In that moment, he instinctively released his martial soul, revealing a commendable configuration of 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black soul rings, indicating he was a soul emperor of over level 60. The fact that a yellow-clad individual was already a soul emperor was hard for Xing Tian to fathom. I beseech you, Lord Haima, as we have land soul masters seeking to undertake the trials, please grant us permission. With the amplification of his soul power, his voice soared above the tumult of the waters. Suddenly, the figure seated beneath the Haima Xingzhu opened his eyes. Despite the distance of over 200 meters from the platform to the shore, the moment his gaze met theirs, everyone except Xing Tian shivered involuntarily. Those 2 haunting eyes resembled deep pools, and even at such a distance, they could still feel the overwhelming power radiating from the black-clad figure. By the heavens, such strength must be at least at the tidal Douluo level. Xing Tian thought to himself. One impressive display from the outset. Fenghaoduo, a rarity on the continent, was encountered upon arrival at the Sea God Island. Ma Hongjun whispered to Qian Rengshu and the others, cautioning them to refrain from careless remarks lest they attract unwanted attention. Fire Dance gently nudged Ma Hongjun, urging him to silence. Upon hearing her words, Ma Hongjun quickly closed his mouth and lowered his gaze. It was only Xing Tian who dared to lift his head and stare intently at the Seahorse Lord. Land Soul Masters? Do you seek to undergo the trial of His Majesty the Sea God? The Seahorse Lord intoned softly. Indeed, a middle-aged man replied. If you can traverse this sea of seas and reach before the Seahorse sacred pillar, you shall earn the right to partake in the Sea God's trial. The Seahorse Lord continued, illuminating the area behind him with a bluish radiance. Instantly, the Seahorse sacred pillar shone brightly, a brilliant azure beam extending from its base to its pinnacle. Centered around the Seahorse sacred pillar, a ripple of blue waves surged forth, resembling a luminous curtain suspended above the sea of seas. Given that the sacred pillar towered approximately 10 meters, this radiant barrier also stood at that height, restricting both aerial movement and forward progression. Qian Rengshu furrowed her brow and turned to the middle-aged man in yellow. Elder, must we first face a trial from a Fenghao Douluo before the Sea God's test? Do you believe we can contend against a Fenghao Douluo? The middle-aged man cast a glance at Qian Rengshu, responding, the trials for land soul masters differ significantly from those of our sea soul masters. I cannot predict how the Seahorse Lord will test you, but I assure you that every action he takes is in accordance with the Sea God's will. You still have the option to withdraw. Observing the calm demeanor of the middle-aged man, Qian Rengshu exchanged glances with Xing Tian, realizing that their first challenge since arriving at Sea God Island was upon them. Just as Qian Rengshu prepared to make an attempt to land, Xing Tian stepped forward, blocking her path. This is something I must face first, he declared. Qian Rengshu met his gaze, then retreated a step, allowing Xing Tian to proceed. Xing Tian approached the edge of the Sea of Seas, stepping onto the shimmering silver sands. As the strongest among the 4, if even he could not pass, their journey would surely end. Conversely, should Xing Tian succeed, he would gauge the strength of the Seahorse sacred pillar and potentially assist Qian Rengshu and the others within the confines of the rules. With that thought, Xing Tian slowly raised his head, a formidable aura emanating from him. As his presence radiated outward, the eyes of the yellow-clad Sea Soul Masters unwittingly turned towards him, acutely aware of the overwhelming confidence and dominance he exuded. Xing Tian scoffed, unleashing his aura without restraint. As his presence fully erupted, the corners of his garments began to flutter, The force of his aura sent ripples across the sandy beach, and even the seahorse Douluo, positioned over 200 meters away, felt a tremor of surprise. This lad possesses remarkable power, the seahorse lord mused internally. With a wave of his right hand, the waves before him surged violently, rising to a height of 10 meters, seemingly blocking all paths forward. Roaring like thunder, yet remaining contained within the bounds of the Sea of Seas. Faced with this spectacle, Xingtian exhibited no fear. Instead, he summoned his axe. Raising it high, he struck forward, unleashing a brilliant axe light that surged towards the oncoming waves. With a thunderous crash, the waves parted, creating a gaping hole. Simultaneously, Xingtian's powerful form leaped into the air, charging with unparalleled ferocity towards the waves. With a resounding impact, Xingtian crashed through the opening created by his axe, sending torrents of water scattering like petals. Yet, before he could stabilize himself, an even mightier wave bore down upon him, crashing against his robust frame, threatening to engulf him entirely. Upon witnessing this, Qian Ringshu felt a surge of anxiety and instinctively stepped forward, only to be halted by Ma Hongjun, who firmly stated, "It's fine. Since the leader dares to plunge into the sea this way, he surely has his methods. Let's wait and see." As Xingtian was momentarily swallowed by the tumultuous waves, the yellow-clad Sea Soul Masters stood in astonishment, their thoughts echoing doubts about the capabilities of Land Soul Masters. Although the Sea of Seas was not a true ocean, under the control of the Seahorse Douluo, it was undoubtedly more perilous than the real depths of the sea. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, a massive seahorse, approximately 5 meters in length, leapt from the water, twisting in midair, its body radiating blue light. "What is happening?" Fire Dance exclaimed in astonishment. I now understand Xingtian's intention," Qian Ringshu exclaimed suddenly. "What intention?" Fire Dance inquired. "Given Xingtian's undeniable prowess, it is clear he can traverse these waters without issue. The depth of the Sea of Seas is not comparable to that of the true ocean. With his physical strength, he can walk straight through," Qian Ringshu explained. "Is it truly so? The leader is indeed remarkable," Ma Hongjun remarked. No sooner had he spoken than a series of resounding booms echoed, as one massive seahorse after another breached the waves, clearly the sea soul beasts of the Sea of Seas, each seemingly possessing the strength of a millennium-old spirit beast. All the seahorses emerging from the waves appeared dazed but unharmed, likely a testament to Xingtian's restraint. Before long, mere meters from the seahorse sacred pillar platform, the waves abruptly retreated, and a colossal column of water shot skyward, crashing against the luminous barrier above. Xingtian's robust form soared amidst the surging waves, inhaling deeply. He clapped his hands against the water and, utilizing the momentum, landed steadily before the Seahorse Lord. "I have arrived," Xingtian proclaimed, offering a respectful bow to the Seahorse Lord. The yellow-clad Sea Soul Masters gazed at Xingtian's audacious landing, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. They had initially underestimated the Land Soul Masters, yet within such a brief span, Xingtian had delivered a resounding rebuttal to their assumptions. The Seahorse Lord regarded Xingtian with a glimmer of approval, nodding before stating, "Possessing an exceptionally strong physique and remarkable explosive power, I observe you have not even employed a soul skill, nor utilized much soul power. Among Land Soul Masters, you must be considered a formidable force. Even more impressively, your youth is notable. No wonder you possess such confidence in coming here. Very well, you have earned the right to partake in the Sea God's trial. Thank you for your praise," Xingtian replied. After expressing gratitude, he stepped aside, casting a glance towards Qian Ringshu and the others, conveying an unspoken message. Xingtian felt assured that even if the others did not comprehend his gaze, Qian Ringshu would certainly understand. Indeed, as Qian Ringshu caught the gaze from Xingtian, she nodded in acknowledgement. Lord Haima's eyes shimmered with approval, not merely due to Xingtian's prowess, but rather because he refrained from slaying a single Haima soul beast during his passage. Even Qian Ringshu could surmise how Xingtian had navigated the Haima sacred pillar. As the true master of this domain, it was inconceivable that Lord Haima remained unaware. Qian Rengshu indeed comprehended the essence of Xing Tian's gaze, deciphering the message he intended to convey. Subsequently, she relayed to her companions that venturing towards the Haima sacred pillar was not a trial imposed by the Haima Douluo. Xing Tian had informed her that it was not an arduous task. In these waters, only the strength of the Haima they had encountered previously existed, without the presence of any stronger sea soul beasts. Thus, they merely needed to guard against the Haima soul beasts. While Xing Tian relied solely on his physical strength to traverse the sea, their own physicality did not match his. However, they possessed soul power, and as long as their explosive force was sufficient, the passage should not pose a significant challenge. Is that so, Sister Xiaoxua? Did Xing Tian's gaze truly convey such depth of information? I failed to discern any of it. Wu inquired. This indeed is the message from Xing Tian. Qian Rengshu affirmed with a nod. All right. Wu ultimately acquiesced. Fatty, it's your turn next. As a fire attribute soul master, I am confident in your explosive power, but I worry you might become reckless. Remember, try to avoid killing the Haima soul beasts and, if possible, refrain from harming them. I fear that Lord Haima may rescind our qualification should we slay these creatures. Qian Rengshu turned to Ma Hongjun, expressing her concerns. Rest assured, I will be cautious, Ma Hongjun replied. He then soared into the air, unleashing his martial soul, and charged directly toward the seawall. Compared to Xing Tian, Ma Hongjun's performance was merely conventional. Upon reaching the seawall, he flicked his hand, casting a ghostly green fireball that silently ignited a hole in the wall. Before the hole could mend, Ma Hongjun darted through it. Just as he slipped inside, an invisible force swiftly repaired the seawall. However, armed with Xing Tian's prior experience, Qian Rengshu and her companions remained relatively untroubled. The only concern lingering in Qian Rengshu's mind was whether Ma Hongjun might inadvertently slay any soul beasts. While Xing Tian had relied on sheer physical strength to navigate the waters, it was evident that Ma Hongjun could not do the same. Immediately after Ma Hongjun entered the sea wall, a fierce wave surged toward him. Yet, he remained composed, channeling his soul power as his third soul ring illuminated. A ghostly green flame enveloped his entire being. This soul technique was a manifestation of Ma Hongjun's evolved abilities. Once shrouded in flames, Ma Hongjun boldly charged toward the Haima sacred pillar. Throughout his journey, any wave that made contact with him dissipated mysteriously, leaving not a trace of moisture behind. Ma Hongjun appeared to navigate with even greater ease than Xing Tian, encountering not a single Haima soul beast along the way. As he approached the final few meters, he exerted force with his feet, creating a deep indentation in the sea's surface. Following this momentum, he propelled himself into the air, gliding briefly before landing gracefully before Lord Haima. Salutations, Haima Douluo, Ma Hongjun panted, bowing respectfully. Lord Haima regarded him with a nod. Remarkable, truly remarkable. It has been ages since I encountered a fire attribute terrestrial soul master. This ocean is the domain of my sea soul masters. Yet today, I find myself graced with the presence of a fire attribute terrestrial soul master. Your strength is formidable, and you have skillfully employed the principles of mutual promotion and restraint. I refrained from unleashing the soul beasts, fearing you might not hold back, and that would indeed cause me distress. Excellent work. You have earned the right to undergo the trial of His Majesty, the Sea God. Lord Haima's praise for Ma Hongjun was more abundant than his commendation for Xing Tian, indicating that Ma Hongjun's performance was held in even higher regard. Thank you for your kind words, Haima Douluo, Ma Hongjun said, scratching his head, slightly bashful. Go rest over there for a while. Lord Haima gestured for Ma Hongjun to step aside. The yellow-clad sea soul masters were once again astonished. When Ma Hongjun revealed his martial soul, they had already condemned him, believing that as a fire attribute soul master in this water-dominated ocean, he made the gravest of errors. Yet, Ma Hongjun had forcefully proven them wrong, demonstrating that even within the territory of sea soul masters, terrestrial soul masters could thrive. Little did they know, the spectacle was far from over. Xiao, you go next. I will be the last. Did you observe Fatty's maneuvers? As a fellow fire attribute soul master, you should have no issues. Qian Rengshu instructed Huo Wu after witnessing Ma Hongjun land safely. I am fine, Sister Xiao Xue. Huo Wu glanced at Qian Rengshu. Excellent. I believe in you. Qian Rengshu encouraged. All right, I shall proceed, Huo Wu declared. With that, she soared into the air, unleashing her martial soul mid-flight. Another fire attribute terrestrial soul master? Lord Haima mused upon noticing Huo Wu's martial soul. The onlooking yellow-clad sea soul masters were astonished, having not anticipated that among the quartet, two would be fire attribute soul masters. However, upon realizing that Huo Wu was a woman, they dismissed her significance, assuming she could not possibly rival the strength of the previous male soul master. The earlier fire attribute man's prowess stemmed from his evolved flames, which they had not felt at all, while Huo Wu's flames unleashed a wave of heat upon their arrival, leading them to doubt her capabilities. Yet, as Huo Wu executed her techniques, she once again challenged their perceptions. Lacking Xingtian's raw physicality and Ma Hongjuan's peculiar flames, Huo Wu wielded only ordinary fire. However, she crafted a realm of fire around herself, and with her nimble speed and extraordinary skill, she effortlessly approached the Haima sacred pillar. Salutations, Haima Douluo. Huo Wu respectfully bowed before Lord Haima. Indeed, it has been many years since I encountered a fire attribute terrestrial soul master. I once thought this young man was the only one, yet here you are. Truly impressive, both of you. Lord Haima acknowledged with a nod. Thank you for your praise. Haima Douluo, Huo Wu responded. Excellent work. You two have earned the right to undergo the trial of His Majesty, the Sea God. Now go rest over there. Lord Haima instructed. Huo Wu then joined Xingtian and Ma Hongjun. Xingtian, observing the soul remaining Qian Rengshu, nodded toward her. Qian Rengshu smiled back, then calmly strolled toward the beach, her demeanor unassuming as she walked like any ordinary person. Then, amidst the skeptical gazes of numerous sea spirit masters, she unleashed her martial spirit. An angel? Upon witnessing Qian Renshue's martial spirit, Lord Haima immediately rose to his feet. Just as Qian Renshue was about to step into the sea of the sea, Lord Haima approached her directly from the Haima sacred pillar. You are not worthy to undertake the trial of His Majesty, the Sea God, Lord Haima declared, standing beside Qian Renshue. Why? I have not even attempted it yet. How can you say I am unworthy? Qian Renshue expressed her confusion. There is no reason. You are unworthy, Lord Haima stated emphatically. On what basis? Was it not said that anyone could participate? Why am I excluded? Qian Renshue inquired, her mood darkening. There is no reason. This is the decree of His Majesty, the Sea God. Lord Haima reiterated. I refuse to accept this. I shall attempt it today, Qian Renshue declared suddenly. At this moment, Xingtian, observing Lord Haima's approach, sensed that the situation was serious. He saw Qian Renshue and Lord Haima engaged in a heated argument, prompting him to hasten from the Haima's sacred pillar towards them. Lord Haima glanced at him and waved his hand. Instantly, the turbulent sea calmed. Witnessing this, Xingtian spread his wings and swiftly flew over. Xiaoxue, what is the matter? Xingtian inquired. He has no right to stop me. I have not even tried, and he claims I am unworthy of the sea god's trial. Qian Renshue replied. Chapter 190, Refusal of Qian Renshue. Upon hearing Qian Renshue's words, Xingtian paused for a moment, then glanced at Lord Haima, who was also looking at him. Xingtian sensed that Lord Haima must know something. I apologize, Lord Haima. I did not mean to trouble you, Xingtian said with a smile. Lord Haima gave him a peculiar look, finding it strange that Xingtian's demeanor was not what he expected. A normal person, like Qian Renshue, would question why, yet Xingtian did not inquire and instead offered apologies, piquing Lord Haima's curiosity. After all, he was there to stop Qian Renshue at the behest of the sea god, though he was unaware of the specific reasons behind it. However, Xingtian's current demeanor suggested that he was privy to some information. Xingtian, you, Qian Renshue exclaimed, bewildered by his attitude. I will explain later. I indeed forgot about this matter, Xingtian reassured her. Hearing this, Qian Renshue gradually calmed down. I apologize. I apologize, Xingtian reiterated to Lord Haima. Lord Haima nodded, and then turned to walk back towards the Haima sacred pillar. What is going on? You seem to know something, Qian Rinxue said to Xing Tian after Lord Haima had departed. I don't know a little, Xing Tian nodded. What do you know? Why won't Tihi let me try? Is it because the Wuhuan Palace attacked their sea god island in the past? Qian Rinxue questioned. That seems unlikely, Xing Tian replied. Then what is the reason? Qian Rinxue pressed. Xiaoxue, listen to me. I know a bit, but I cannot tell you now because I am unsure how to explain it. We need to return and ask your grandfather. Once we are back in Wuhuan City and see your grandfather, you will understand. Xing Tian said, somewhat troubled. My grandfather? How could this involve him? Qian Rinxue was puzzled. Oh, Xiaoxue, I would never harm you. I truly do not know how to broach this subject. But you absolutely cannot participate in the sea god's trial. Xing Tian insisted. Seeing the troubled expression on Xing Tian's face, Qian Rinxue nodded. All right. I won't ask anymore. I trust you. Since this involves my grandfather, I will ask him directly when we return to Wuhuan City. It seems your grandfather had feelings for Poseidon. Xing Tian suddenly whispered. What? Qian Rinxue did not hear clearly. It's nothing. Xing Tian hastily replied. No, you definitely said something, and it relates to my grandfather. Qian Rinxue pressed. Tell me, what is it? She insisted. I am merely speculating. This could be one aspect of the reason, but it may not be the definitive cause. Xing Tian explained. What reason? Just say it. Qian Rinxue urged, growing impatient. Your grandfather had feelings for Poseidon, but was rejected by her. That's all. Xing Tian shut his eyes and stated. What? What did you just say? Qian Rinxue's eyes widened in shock. You heard correctly. It is exactly as you understood. Xing Tian affirmed. Qian Rinxue's eyes bulged, her mouth agape in disbelief. I suspect this might be the reason. Look, the sea god is Poseidon, and your grandfather's beloved was Poseidon. Don't you find their names quite similar? Xing Tian remarked. Poseidon? Poseidon? Do you think they could be siblings? Qian Rinxue suddenly asked. I'm not sure about that, Xing Tian shrugged. In truth, Xing Tian had not intended to divulge such information, yet fearing that Qian Rinxue might overthink it alone. He decided to share some information to distract her. Oh my, I did not expect my grandfather to be so flirtatious back then. Do you think Poseidon is beautiful? Qian Rinxue mused aloud. How would I know? Xing Tian shook his head. I find it unreasonable that this is the reason I am barred from the trial. Qian Rinxue suddenly snapped back to reality. I cannot say. Perhaps this is one of the reasons, Xing Tian replied, his eyes darting. Qian Rinxue did not notice his subtle movements as she pondered the connection between her grandfather and Poseidon. How about this, Xiaoxue? You should explore the island while we are here. Our time should not be too long. I merely came to observe, and if it proves uninteresting, we shall return. Xing Tian suggested. Qian Rinxue looked at him and nodded. Hey, you there. Come here, uncle. Xing Tian pulled Qian Rinxue towards a group of sea spirit masters in yellow attire. The middle-aged man who had guided them approached upon hearing Xing Tian's call. Uncle, please show her around Sea God Island. Xing Tian requested. No problem, leave it to me. The middle-aged man replied. Thank you. Xing Tian said with a nod. You're welcome. The middle-aged man responded. After making the arrangements, Xing Tian returned to the Haima sacred pillar. Stand in your previous positions. Lord Haima instructed upon Xing Tian's arrival. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands, and everyone felt a surge of energy dissipate. The luminous barrier emanating from the top of the Haima sacred pillar gradually faded and vanished. You are here, it seems, not merely to join Sea God Island, Lord Haima suddenly stated. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun and Huowu tensed. What makes you say that? Xing Tian inquired. Because of that angelic woman, Lord Haima replied calmly. Please elaborate, Xing Tian urged. That woman belongs to the Wuhuan Palace, correct? Thus, it follows that you are also from the Wuhuan Palace, am I right? In truth, we at Sea God Island do not welcome individuals from the Wuhuan Palace. However, since you arrived through the Sea of the Sea, we have no choice. Yet that woman cannot be allowed, for she is from the Wuhuan Palace, Lord Haima proclaimed. Xing Tian suddenly spoke with an air of calmness, declaring, Indeed, we are not genuinely joining the Haishan Island. Our purpose here is solely for training. Therefore, esteemed elder, Let the trials set forth by the sea god commence. Should we succeed in these trials, you may investigate our true intentions at a later time. The underlying implication in Xing Tian's words suggested that if they were to pass the trials, any further scrutiny of their motives could be postponed. Conversely, if they were to fail, they would be expelled from the island, rendering any ulterior motives moot. The Seahorse Lord cast a penetrating glance at Xing Tian, then gradually approached the Seahorse Sacred Pillar. Standing before the pillar, a reverent light shone in his eyes as he commanded, "Step forward, one at a time." Attention gripped the hearts of Xing Tian and his companions, for they understood that the true test was about to begin, and this was precisely what they had anticipated. Their journey to Haishan Island was indeed an opportunity to enhance their strength under pressure. Chapter 191. The Sea Goddess trial begins without a doubt. The first to step forward would be Xing Tian. Upon hearing the Seahorse Lord's voice, Xing Tian took 2 steps forward and halted just a pace away from him. The Seahorse Lord slowly raised his hands, his face adorned with sincerity, positioning his palms a half-foot apart before his chest. A faint blue light gradually materialized at the center of his palms, intensifying as time passed. Suddenly, Xing Tian felt a peculiar sensation. The blue light seemed strangely familiar. As the blue luminescence filled the Seahorse Lord's palms, it burst forth in radiant brilliance, enveloping the entire Seahorse Sacred Pillar in a serene azure glow. Almost instantaneously, a flash of light emerged from beneath the pillar, as a blue beam traced the intricate patterns on the Seahorse Sacred Pillar, ascending swiftly to its apex. The Seahorse Lord turned to regard Xing Tian, then pointed his right hand towards him. A blue beam descended from above, enveloping Xing Tian's form. Confusion filled Xing Tian's heart, as he felt nothing amidst the radiant embrace of the beam. The color of the beam began to shift, transitioning from blue to white, and then to yellow, swiftly followed by a transformation into deepening shades of purple. This change occurred at a slower pace, but continued nonetheless. Observing the transformation of light surrounding Xing Tian, the Seahorse Lord appeared somewhat astonished. Before long, the purple glow had entirely morphed into black, shrouding Xing Tian beneath the beam, while the lowest patterns on the Seahorse Sacred Pillar began to darken as well, gradually ascending. Unbeknownst to Xing Tian and his companions, the yellow-robed soul masters who had escorted them to this place were now watching the changes in the Seahorse Sacred Pillar with expressions of horror. The middle-aged soul master among them even displayed a hint of pity, sighing softly as he murmured, "You chose to partake in the Sea Goddess trials. Yet you were not meant to. The trials for landbound masters are indeed formidable." The black luminescent patterns climbed to nearly 1/3 of the height of the Seahorse Sacred Pillar before pausing briefly, only to continue their rapid ascent. In the blink of an eye, the black patterns enveloped the entirety of the Seahorse Sacred Pillar. Subsequently, 6 beams of black light shot forth, coalescing into 6 square screens before Xing Tian. Each screen shimmered with distinctive golden characters. The brilliance of the characters on the first screen was striking, while those on the remaining 5 screens appeared relatively dim. The Seahorse Douluo's lips twitched into a wry smile as he remarked, "The Black Level 6 trials? There are 2 more trials than I faced. Sea God, is this individual a sinner?" The 6 screens retracted and transformed into 6 beams of black light, merging into Xing Tian's forehead, where a black 6-pointed star, dark as ink, materialized. Something feels amiss. I recall that when Dai Mubai and his companions came, Dai Mubai faced the Black Level 6 trials. Why am I experiencing the same? Xing Tian pondered. Could it be that I am on par with Dai Mubai? Surely, I should be stronger than him. Is this highest level indeed the Black Level 6 trials? Suddenly, Xing Tian felt a shift within him, and surprise was replaced by depth of thought. Without uttering a word, he retreated several steps, seated himself cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in contemplation. The black light of the Seahorse Sacred Pillar gradually receded, restoring normalcy. Yet, the gaze of the Seahorse Douluo upon Xing Tian was laden with complexity, from the perspective of Qian Rinxue and her companions. The Seahorse Douluo regarded Xing Tian as if he were a corpse. Unable to restrain himself, Ma Hongjun queried, "Esteemed elder, what exactly is the Black Level 6 trials?" Could you elucidate for us? The seahorse Douluo nodded slowly, explaining, the trials bestowed by the sea god are stratified by level. The difficulty varies accordingly. The colors of the trial levels mirror those of the soul rings, ranging from lowest to highest. White level, yellow level, purple level, black level, and finally, the red level. The sea god tailors the trials to the individual, and the content of the trials is only known to the examiner and the examinee, of which I am your examiner. Success in different levels of trials grants corresponding privileges on Haitian Island. The trials not only assess the strength of the examinee, but also their potential, as decreed by the sea god. The white and yellow level trials consist of a single test. If passed, one is deemed successful. Upon reaching the purple level, differentiation arises, with 1 to 3 potential tests. This means if a single beam of light emerges before you, you shall face 1 purple level trial. If 3 beams appear, you must endure 3 trials to be considered successful. The more trials, the greater the difficulty, and, consequently, the higher the authority attained upon completion. In the case of the black level trials, a minimum of 4 tests and a maximum of 6 will be presented. Hence, the term black level 6 trials. The black level 6 trials are arguably the most arduous within the black level assessments. I can inform you that in the past century, the black level trials have occurred 31 times, with only 7 successful completions and 24 failures. I am one of those who succeeded, and the 7 individuals who passed are the current guardians of the 7 sacred pillars. Among us, only the guardian of the Sea Dragon's sacred pillar, Sea Dragon Douluo, has faced the black level 6 trials, and he stands as the strongest among us, with soul power now exceeding 95 levels. The seahorse Douluo's explanation was thorough, yet its singular intent was to convey to the young individuals before him the immense difficulty of the black level 6 trials. Success would grant authority akin to that of a guardian of the sacred pillars, while failure would yield only one outcome, death. Aside from Xingtian, the remaining 3, Qian Renxue, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. Wait, there's even a red level? I thought I would at least qualify for the red level. Yet it seems I am not at the pinnacle. At that moment, Xingtian interjected. You. The seahorse lord's composure was instantly disrupted by Xingtian's words. Did you not heed my previous explanation? The seahorse lord queried. I understand, but I still believe my potential should be red level. Xingtian shrugged nonchalantly. Ambitious indeed. You should first conquer the black level 6 trials before making such claims. The seahorse lord shot Xingtian a sidelong glance. Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly triumph in the black level 6 trials with ease, Xingtian asserted confidently. I shall await your success. The seahorse lord responded. Chapter 162. The Trial of the Sea God commences. Part 2. Enough. Next. Lord Hai Ma expressed his impatience, wishing to hear no more from Xingtian. In Lord Hai Ma's mind, he had already sentenced Xingtian to death due to his excessively arrogant demeanor. Judging by Xingtian's attitude alone, Lord Hai Ma was convinced that he would undoubtedly fail the 6th trial of the black level. As soon as Lord Hai Ma's words fell, Ma Hongjun stepped forward. Are you prepared? Lord Hai Ma inquired. I am ready, senior. Ma Hongjun replied. Observing Ma Hongjun's attitude, the expression of the sea Douluo softened somewhat, and he addressed Ma Hongjun. Having accepted the trial from the sea god, it is to commence immediately. I cannot predict what your trial will entail, but I must emphasize that one must complete a task each year in the black level trial. Only upon completion will the next trial be revealed. Should the candidate attempt to evade the trial, the sea god seal imprinted upon their forehead will erupt, leading to annihilation. There have never been failures in the black level assessment. There are only those who pass and those who perish. Thus, it is also known as heaven and hell. I did not anticipate that the trials imposed by the sea god on you land spirit masters would be so arduous. Yet among you, there are those who fail to recognize my good intentions. Lord Sea Douluo, please do not be angered. My leader is just that way, but his heart is not malicious. Ma Hongjun interjected. Still, I reiterate, you all still have time to reconsider. Otherwise, should the black level assessment arise again, it will be like that arrogant young man. Considering you do not hail from the spirit hall, I can candidly inform you that the aforementioned arrogant individual stands no chance of passing the sixth trial. Although I am unaware of his specific strength, I know for certain he is doomed, Lord Haima remarked to Ma Hongjun. That cannot be true, Ma Hongjun exclaimed. With his attitude, he find it difficult to pass the trial. Lord Haima replied, glancing at the nonchalant Xing Tian beside him. After hearing the explanation from Lord Haima, Ma Hongjun paused momentarily, then suddenly asked, Wait, senior, you mentioned that my leader has no chance of passing the trial and is doomed. How then did you manage to pass the assessment? As far as I know, individuals on Sea God Island must undergo the trial at 18 years of age. Were you stronger at 18 than my leader is now? Lord Haima shook his head and replied, At 18, I had yet to reach level 40, and I was far inferior to him now, significantly so. However, there's one thing you must understand. The Sea God mandates that we Sea God Island Spirit Masters complete one trial every 10 years. Even so, my fourth black level trial nearly cost me my life multiple times. The final trial I faced required me to endure for an hour amidst the magical soul white shark swarm, excluding the guardian beasts of the island. Most importantly, I was not as arrogant as this young man. Very well, Ma Hongjun responded, left speechless, for Xing Tian indeed displayed some arrogance, which left a poor impression on Lord Haima. Senior, let us begin, Ma Hongjun declared suddenly. Are you not going to reconsider? Lord Haima asked with a furrowed brow. His lengthy discourse stemmed from his admiration for Ma Hongjun, as he respected him and recognized his considerable strength, leading Lord Haima to feel a sense of regret for the talent. Upon hearing Lord Haima's words, Ma Hongjun shook his head nonchalantly, stating, Senior, we have come here expressly to face the trial. If the trial were too easy, would our journey not be in vain? Without pressure, how can there be motivation? We have accomplished many seemingly impossible feats. Creating another miracle is nothing to us. Through his actions, Ma Hongjun demonstrated his resolve to Lord Haima. Just as he had articulated, their purpose was to undergo training, and regardless of the difficulty of the sea god's trials, they would never retreat. Currently, Ma Hongjun's strength had sufficiently distanced him from Xing Tian. Should he abandon this opportunity, he would lose a chance to enhance his power. Losing this chance would only widen the gap between him and Xing Tian. Very well, you young ones indeed possess great vigor. It is rare to find individuals with such courage, Lord Haima remarked, choosing not to elaborate further. The blue light coalesced once more, and amidst the brilliance of the high Ma Holy Pillar, another beam of light descended, enveloping Ma Hongjun. The blue transitioned to white, seamlessly transforming into yellow and purple. Just as anticipated by Lord Haima, the purple deepened gradually, ultimately turning black. As the black magic patterns slowly ascended the high Ma Holy Pillar, Lord Haima could not help but inhale deeply, having experienced the difficulty of the black level trial firsthand. He certainly did not believe that this young man could pass solely based on courage. He felt a pang of regret, but as the chief examiner, since Ma Hongjun insisted on proceeding, he refrained from further comment. The black markings continued to rise. However, the black light emanating from Ma Hongjun did not ascend as high as Xing Tian's, halting at approximately the center of the high Ma Holy Pillar. The 5 light screens quietly emerged, identical in every respect to those of Xing Tian, save for one less. Ma Hongjun closed his eyes, and after the black light surged into his forehead, he sat cross-legged, contemplating quietly. Upon his forehead also appeared a black pentagram, the 5th trial of the black level, second only to Xing Tian's 6th trial, was undoubtedly formidable. At this moment, Huowu and Qianrenxue approached, and then Qianrenxue suddenly inquired, Senior, I have a question. Given that these trials are so difficult, what benefits can we gain if we succeed? I mean, apart from the corresponding rights on Sea God Island. Lord Haima replied, the rights obtained on Sea God Island constitute the greatest benefit one can acquire. If there are any additional advantages, one might consider the accelerated enhancement of strength under pressure as a benefit, although that does not pertain to you. You, Qianrenxue scoffed. Senior, let's begin. At this moment, Huowu stepped forward. According to Lord Haima's understanding, the young girl before him, despite having a somewhat mutated martial spirit, remained within an acceptable range. So her trial would undoubtedly be less arduous than those of the previous two. However, as the magic patterns ascended, Lord Haima realized he was mistaken. The outcome presented to Huo Wu was identical to that of Ma Hongjun, revealing 5 black light screens, indicating the 5th trial of the black level. Once the radiance faded, a black hexagram appeared on Huo Wu's forehead. Unlike Xing Tian and Ma Hongjun, she did not enter a contemplative state, but rather opened her eyes with excitement, exclaiming, "Excellent! I too have 5 trials. Ha! It seems my talent and potential are not lacking." Lord Haima was momentarily taken aback. "Are you truly elated about the 5th trial of the black level?" Even he began to feel that the sea god's trials for these young individuals were excessively harsh. A mere ordinary fire-type spirit master was required to endure the 5th trial of the black level. How could there be any chance of success? Huo Wu, somewhat bashful, chuckled. "It is evident that the sea god bestows trials based on the comprehensive qualities of the candidates. Since I too faced the 5th trial of the black level, it signifies that my potential is on par with Fatty's. Though I may not match Brother Xing Tian, I am certainly not inferior. Is that not a good thing?" Hearing Huo Wu's words, Lord Haima could only shake his head helplessly. Had he not made the difficulty of the black level trials clear? This was a matter of life and death if one was not cautious. They were currently unaware of the terrors of the black level trial. Once Huo Wu completed her assessment, Xing Tian appeared somewhat displeased. "What? Is our potential really so lacking? I recall that in the original work, Ning Rongrong was always at the 7th examination. Why has it diminished to such a low level in my case?" Xing Tian found it perplexing. He himself was merely at the 6th level of the black rank, while Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu were only at the 5th. Could it be that my status as a child of destiny is the cause? This seems rather unfair, Xing Tian mused. Moreover, my assumptions were correct. That brat Tang San should indeed have reached the 9th examination of the sea god. How frustrating it is, as the gap is not trivial. Xing Tian felt a twinge of annoyance. Did the sea god perceive that I am merely here for amusement? Or is it that this divine position is destined solely for Tang San? Xing Tian speculated within himself. I refuse to believe this. I must give a try. I have already vanquished several members of the Shrek's 7 monsters. I genuinely doubt that this sea god legacy can contain me, Xing Tian asserted in his heart. In truth, Xing Tian's conjectures were not far from reality. When the sea god descended upon the sea of magic whales, he had contemplated allowing Xing Tian to inherit his legacy. However, upon witnessing Xing Tian's approach to matters, he hesitated. Subsequently, a voice from the void informed him that the sea god's successor was not Xing Tian, and that he would come in due time. Ultimately, the sea god chose to heed this voice, for at their level, few influences could affect them, making it remarkable that this voice reached the sea god unnoticed. Had Xing Tian known of this situation, he would not have been surprised. In his words, it was the intervention of the heavens. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to sway the sea god. Yet, even so, Xing Tian remained undeterred, for he was inherently a person who defied fate. He had previously stated, having traversed through time, nothing is immutable. Thus, upon contemplating this, Xing Tian cared little for the trials of this caliber, as he might not even pursue them, and even if he did, it would not necessarily align with the trial's content. By the way, I recall that Poseidon made an appearance then. Why? Am I, at the black rank, unworthy of her presence? Xing Tian pondered. It seemed he was indeed unworthy, for they had encountered black rank before, and it was nothing extraordinary. Xing Tian concluded. After completing their trials, Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu activated their assessments in succession and proceeded to undertake their challenges, yet Xing Tian remained motionless. More than a month had elapsed since he accepted the trial, nearly 2 months. During this time, Huo Wu had completed her first examination and returned 3 days ago, but Xing Tian still showed no signs of activity. He was waiting, anticipating news from this mark. For Lord Haima had previously stated that if one did not undertake the trial within a year, this mark would explode. Xing Tian was determined to test this, and he harbored a wild and absurd thought. Now that Xing Tian possessed the Ganshi martial soul, and his martial soul's true form was the war god Xing Tian, He contemplated a reckless notion. If he were to fail the sea god's trial and his head truly exploded, would he die? Would he then have breasts for eyes and a navel for a mouth? However, this thought was merely fleeting, for Xing Tian did not wish to meet such a fate. Putting aside the question of whether he would perish, the key issue was that it would be utterly grotesque. Moreover, this Xing Tian was not the same as the former. He did not desire to be headless, yet he was unwilling to submit. Meanwhile, Tang Xin was likely hiding somewhere, diligently cultivating. Xing Tian had already ascended to Sea God Island. Why did the Sea God still deem Tang Xin the best candidate? Since learning that he and his companions were all black rank, Xing Tian felt a multitude of frustrations. However, he found himself powerless. The trial had been decreed, and despite his dissatisfaction, it had become a foregone conclusion. Nevertheless, Xing Tian still sought to resist. In recent days, Ma Hongjun had completed his first trial, yet Xing Tian remained unresponsive. He spent his days alongside Qian Renxue, either fishing from a boat or surfing. Xing Tian even crafted swimsuits for Qian Renxue and Huo Wu, the kind that could make one bleed from the nose upon seeing them. During this time, Lord Haima had also monitored Xing Tian's actions. He noted Xing Tian's complete lack of movement and began to ponder whether Xing Tian was afraid of failing the trial. Upon this realization, Lord Haima shook his head. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have acted differently. It was no longer a matter of avoidance. Lord Haima had already labeled Xing Tian as unqualified. In his eyes, Xing Tian was as good as dead. Therefore, after that day, Lord Haima ceased to pay attention to Xing Tian, shifting his focus to Huo Wu and Ma Hongjun. Among them, Ma Hongjun left a particularly favorable impression on Lord Haima. However, until the very last moment, no one could predict the outcome, so Lord Haima quietly observed them. In truth, Xing Tian and his companions could have left Sea God Island upon completing their first trial. But since Lord Haima did not mention it, and they did not bring it up either, they remained on Sea God Island. Time flowed slowly, and before long, a year was drawing near. During this nearly year-long period, Huo Wu and Ma Hongjun had completed their second trials in succession, meaning they would not need to undergo any further examinations in the upcoming year. Meanwhile, Xing Tian remained carefree, daily accompanying Qian Renxue and Huo Wu on leisurely outings and surfing. As the year approached its end, Qian Renxue began to urge Xing Tian. She had refrained from pressuring him earlier, believing that with Xing Tian's strength, the first trial should pose no challenge. However, as the deadline drew near and Xing Tian remained inactive, Qian Renxue grew a bit anxious. Xing Tian, in just a few days, the year will be up, and you have yet to pass your first trial. You need to hurry. Qian Renxue urged him. There's no rush. Everything is fine. Xing Tian replied with a smile. Chapter 194. Confronting the sea god, trial Qian Renxue observed Xing Tian's expression and tone, and an uneasy thought crept into her mind. Do you intend to oppose the sea god's trial? Qian Renxue inquired. No, how could that be possible? Xing Tian laughed and waved his hand. Yet Qian Renxue fixed her gaze on him, stating, You do want to oppose the sea god's trial. Though you claim otherwise, your eyes and actions betray you. All right. It seems nothing can be concealed from you. Xing Tian shrugged. What do you truly intend to do? Qian Renxue's eyes widened. Roughly that. I wish to give it a try. Xing Tian declared. Are you out of your mind? That is the sea god, a deity. Qian Renxue exclaimed, her agitation palpable. A god? Perhaps. In little Shui. While others may be astonished, you need not be surprised. Don't ask me why. You'll understand in due time. Perhaps deities are not as terrifying as they seem. Xing Tian replied. All right, little Shui. In the next few days, you, little Wu, and the fat one should prepare. We ought to get ready to leave. For after I handle this matter, I may face expulsion from Sea God Island, Xing Tian stated. You. Qian Renxue pointed at Xing Tian, speechless for a moment. Little Shui, don't worry. I should be fine. I still need to take you back to Wuhuan Hall to meet your grandfather. Xing Tian reassured Qian Renxue. You will be fine? How could that be? That is the sea god, a deity. Qian Renxue retorted. Even if you're safe now, you know how far it is from here to land. We have desecrated the sea god they worship. Do you think we can escape the wrath of Sea God Island? Trust me, believe in me, Xing Tian asserted. After finishing his words, Xing Tian went to find Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu, as he needed to explain a few matters to them. The next morning, Qian Rinxue and the others were ready with the boat by the seaside, and they set sail. They had discussed this with Master Hai Ma the previous day, and he had given his consent. Master Hai Ma did not inquire about Xing Tian, as he sensed that Xing Tian's fate was sealed. The following morning, after they had set out to sea, Xing Tian awoke to a message echoing in his mind, announcing that the year-long period had come to an end. If he did not activate the trial within 4 hours, he would face punishment. Has it finally arrived? I am prepared, Xing Tian murmured as he gazed at the shimmering surface of the sea. He then sat quietly on the deck, awaiting the arrival of the final moment. When Qian Rinxue and the others saw Xing Tian meditating on the deck, they understood that time was drawing near. Do you think the boss can withstand it? Ma Hongjun asked. Brother Xing Tian will definitely manage. Huo Wu replied, her faith in Xing Tian blind at this moment. Without him, she could not fathom how to live. Qian Rinxue remained silent, quietly observing Xing Tian, yet her clenched fists betrayed her inner turmoil. Time flowed slowly under their watchful gaze. Fatty, find an island to dock nearby. I fear we may damage our ship otherwise. Xing Tian suddenly spoke with his eyes closed. Understood, boss. Ma Hongjun quickly scanned the surrounding waters and spotted a dark shape not far away. Boss, how much longer? He inquired. I don't know, but I sense it is imminent. Xing Tian replied, still with closed eyes. All right, I understand, Ma Hongjun said. And then he steered the ship towards the dark shape using his soul power. Before long, they approached the dark shape, which turned out to be a moderately sized island. Wait for me here, Xing Tian instructed, still with his eyes closed, before leaping onto the shore. Upon landing, he sat down on the soft sand, sensing an unseen power descending upon him. You have accepted the trial. Why do you not complete it? A voice full of authority suddenly echoed in Xing Tian's mind. Because it is utterly worthless, Xing Tian retorted. Humph. The voice let out a cold snicker, causing Xing Tian's mind to tremble, followed by a wave of dizziness. However, he quickly regained his senses. What? Did I say something wrong? You are aware of my strength, yet I am only at the 6th level of the black rank. Xing Tian said calmly. Embrace your punishment, the voice declared. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged from the void, flooding into Xing Tian's mind, specifically into the mark on his forehead. Has it arrived? Let me see what the power of the sea god truly entails. Xing Tian thought to himself. As that enigmatic energy poured in, he gradually felt a sense of pressure in his mind. Yet, the intensity was not yet sufficient to threaten him, so he allowed it to flow freely. As time passed, approximately the duration of a fragrant incense stick, Xing Tian felt a chilling sensation accompanied by a sharp pain in his mind. To defy my will is to invite death. The voice reiterated. I do not believe it, Xing Tian exclaimed. He then activated his Ganshi martial soul, and a sudden pull emanated from within him, causing the force in his mind to inexplicably shift and flow towards an unknown destination. Xing Tian had always been curious about the exact location of his martial soul. Was it in his mind or in his dantian? Each time he sought to observe his martial soul, he merely needed to think of it and peer within to see it. However, he remained unaware of its precise location within his body. Thus, he was unsure where this pulling force originated, but as long as it was beneficial, he was content. The voice suddenly expressed surprise. What? Surprised? Xing Tian responded with a smile. However, he immediately regretted his words, as he felt a tremendous surge of energy erupting from the void, rushing toward the mark in a frenzied manner. A piercing pain shot through his mind. Damn it, I was reckless, Xing Tian shouted, clutching his head. The energy continued to surge toward the mark, varying in intensity, threatening to burst Xing Tian's head. Ganshi, lend me strength, Xing Tian cried in his heart. It seemed that Ganshi heard Xing Tian's plea, as a force even greater than before emerged. This newly intensified pull provided Xing Tian with some relief from his pain. On the surface of the sea, Qian Rinxue watched anxiously as Xing Tian rolled on the sand, clutching his head. She felt an urgent need to rush to him, but as she leaped from the boat, she collided with an invisible barrier that sent her sprawling back. What is this? Qian Rinxue asked anxiously. I don't know, sister-in-law. But do not worry. We must trust the boss. Ma Hongjun said, his fists clenched tightly, though he struggled to offer comforting words to Qian Renshua. Sister Xiaoxue, we must believe in brother Xingtian. If we do not trust him, who will? Huo Wu suddenly chimed in. Upon hearing Huo Wu's words, Qian Renshua's body trembled. Indeed, if we do not believe in Xingtian, he will truly be forgotten. Yes, we should trust him, Qian Renshua thought to herself. Meanwhile, Xingtian, with Ganqi's intervention, was feeling relatively better. However, while he was somewhat at ease, others were not. Blasphemer, you shall be punished. The voice grew increasingly furious, and a force more terrifying than before surged from a void. Now, Qian Renshua and the others could see the ripples in the void with their naked eyes. You are enraged. You are afraid. Ha! Sea god, Poseidon, I know it is you. Ha ha ha. Xingtian suddenly erupted into laughter. Huo Wu, if I survive today, we have something very important to do, Qian Renshua said to Huo Wu upon hearing Xingtian's laughter. Sister Xiaoxue, what is it? Tell me. Huo Wu replied eagerly. Xingtian's condition appeared increasingly strange. Strange? In what way? Huo Wu inquired, puzzled. I did not know Xingtian's past, but when I first met him, he was not like this. He was more composed and stable. However, at some point, he changed, and his mentality began to falter. Initially, I dismissed it, thinking that perhaps he had been under pressure for too long, and it was natural for his mindset to swell after gaining strength. However, in later times, it proved that he was not the type to be recklessly arrogant. But since that axe and shield appeared, he has transformed entirely, Qian Renshua sighed. Now that you mention it, it does seem so. Ma Hongjun pondered. I do not deny that his axe and shield martial soul are formidable, but they may have other effects. Xingtian's character has drastically changed, possibly due to this martial soul. Qian Renshua stated. Sister Xiaoxue, what should we do? Huo Wu asked. I have not yet made up my mind, but I am aware that if we do not take action, the condition of Xingtian will only worsen, Qian Renshua remarked. Very well. Then we shall assist brother Xingtian when the time comes. Huo Wu stated. And I too. Ma Hongjun chimed in at that moment. All right, Qian Renshua replied. While Qian Renshua and the others were deliberating over Xingtian's situation, Xingtian himself was experiencing new developments. Due to the interference of the Ganqi martial spirit, the sea god S-Mark had yet to explode, which incited some ire from the voice that lingered in the shadows. Suddenly, the energy that had been surging into the sea god S-Mark vanished without a trace. The arrival of this energy had been peculiar, and its disappearance was equally enigmatic. Is that it? Upon sensing the abrupt absence of this strange energy, Xingtian muttered to himself. It appears this is not as formidable as I had imagined. He raised his hand to touch the mark on his forehead, chuckling. However, before Xingtian's smile could fully form, he felt a series of waves emanating from above him. Curious about this disturbance, Xingtian looked up. To his astonishment, a series of ripples appeared in the air above his head, and a deep blue triangular form emerged. What? No way. The sea god is actually coming in person? Upon seeing the triangular shape, Xingtian leaped into the air. He had encountered this triangular form before in the Mo Jingxi region. It signified the arrival of the sea god. Oh, sea god, you truly honor me, Xingtian. After his initial shock, Xingtian managed to compose himself. Mortal, you have blasphemed against the divine. In the name of the sea god, I grant you death. The triangular form emitted a blinding light, and a phantom appeared above it, resembling the sea god Xingtian had seen in the Mo Jingxi. Blasphemy? Granting? How lofty! Poseidon! Xingtian boldly called out the sea god's name. Blasphemer! Kill! The sea god was enraged by Xingtian's audacity to address him so directly. In response, shimmering droplets of water began to materialize in the void, and once these droplets took form, they surged towards Xingtian. He could even hear the sound of the droplets slicing through the air. Is that all? They cannot harm me. Xingtian initially intended to feign indifference, but as the droplets approached, he realized they possessed a force distinct from soul power. Thus, the droplets, enhanced by this power, easily penetrated Xingtian's soul protective shield and struck him directly. In an instant, within a second or two, Xingtian was reduced to a bloodied state. Cough, cough. Quite powerful. Yet you still cannot kill me. Xingtian coughed a few times, spewing blood. Umph. Do you think a deity possesses only such means? The sea god's phantom replied. I certainly know you have more than that. I witnessed your prowess against the deep-sea demon whale, Xingtian retorted while wiping his mouth. However, I must assert that while others may hesitate to act against you due to your divine status, I will not. Should your true form arrive, I would not hesitate to offer my neck for slaughter. Yet you are merely a phantom. Why should I fear? Xingtian declared to the sea god's apparition. No one has ever dared to oppose a deity. You are the first. I shall ensure you remain whole. The sea god's phantom responded coolly. Ha ha! Excellent. I await your challenge. Xingtian laughed heartily. After his laughter subsided, Xingtian stood tall. It is my turn. Xingtian's true form. With a thunderous roar, Xingtian's true self manifested before them, a headless giant. Even though Qian Rengshu and the others had witnessed Xingtian's true form numerous times, they were still taken aback. For this time, Xingtian faced not an ordinary foe, but a god, the god of the sea, the very first deity they had encountered. Are you prepared? I do not wish to be a passive target. Xingtian grinned widely. Umph, arrogant fool. The sea god cast a disdainful glance towards Xingtian, utterly disbelieving that he could match his strength. Kill! Xingtian roared, launching himself towards the sea god's phantom in the sky. I detest looking up to others, he bellowed. Subsequently, a beam of axe light hurtled towards the sea god, striking the phantom directly. Yet unexpectedly, the axe light passed right through the sea god's phantom, crashing into the ocean behind him, cleaving the surface into a deep chasm that remained open for an extended period. Futile. A mortal can never triumph over a god. Your strike was formidable, but this is where it ends. The sea god raised his right hand. The surrounding waters began to churn violently, waves crashing against the island's shores. Chapter 196. Back to the continent. As the waves grew increasingly ferocious, suddenly, a dozen water dragons emerged from the depths of the sea. Each water dragon appeared vividly real and exuded a formidable aura, estimated to rival that of a 10,000-year-old beast. Kulme, let me witness the power of a god. The headless Xingtian roared. The water dragons surged toward him in response to his roar. Excellent, Xingtian shouted as he charged toward the incoming water dragons. However, as the battle progressed, Xingtian gradually found himself at a disadvantage and began to falter. Xingtian, Qian Rengshu cried out anxiously upon seeing this. Boss, brother Xingtian, Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu shouted eagerly as well. Yet, Xingtian was oblivious to their voices. What to do? If this continues, defeat is inevitable, and perhaps death will follow closely behind. Xingtian thought as he fought. Just as he was on the verge of collapse, a wave of energy emanated from the Ganchi. At first, Xingtian did not comprehend its meaning, but gradually, he understood what the Ganchi was conveying. The message from Ganchi? Do not resist. Hearing this, Xingtian felt puzzled. I am not resisting. Soon after, Xingtian finally grasped what this resistance entailed. The Ganchi radiated a crimson glow, and once this light emerged, Xingtian felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Thanks to the prior warning from Ganchi, he did not resist, but instead surrendered to the drowsiness and succumbed to sleep. Once Xingtian fell asleep, the headless form of Xingtian hesitated for a moment, and then an extraordinarily pure killing intent began to emanate from him. Alongside this killing intent was an overwhelming force that seemed to transcend time and space, imbued with a savage essence, as if a being from the primal wilderness had emerged. This aura? Poseidon was taken aback by the sudden transformation of Xingtian. He sensed a hint of danger within this newfound aura. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated, imbued with an air of dominance and bloodlust, causing Qian Rengshu and her companions, who were far out at sea, to involuntarily shudder. What is this? Whose voice is that? Huo Wu questioned, fear evident in her tone. I do not know, but this is certainly not Xingtian's voice. Qian Rengshu replied. Do you think this could be the boss's martial spirit? Ma Hongjun speculated. Impossible. That is absolutely out of the question. Qian Rengshu and Huo Wu shook their heads. In truth, Ma Hongjuan's guess was remarkably accurate. This was indeed the martial spirit Ganshi of Xingtian. Ever since the day Ganshi was born, it had possessed a thread of consciousness, yet it had never fully awakened. As the later encounters of Xingtian unfolded, Ganshi absorbed a surge of energy that catalyzed his evolution, gradually maturing his intellect. The voice now heard is indeed that of Ganshi. Upon the emergence of this deep and resonant voice, the headless Xingtian charged directly towards the sea god. The surrounding water dragons, witnessing Xingtian's advance, attempted to ensnare him once more. However, this time they gained no advantage whatsoever. In this state, Xingtian exhibited extraordinary ferocity, and his combat prowess had increased significantly. Before long, a dozen water dragons lay shattered at his feet. Following their destruction, Xingtian continued his relentless assault towards the phantasm of the sea god. The sea god, taken aback by the shattering of the water dragons, momentarily hesitated, unprepared for the display of such strength from Xingtian. Yet before the sea god could regain his composure, Xingtian's attack was already upon him. The sea god merely raised a hand in a dismissive manner, fully aware that Xingtian's strikes could never truly harm him. As anticipated, the axe swung by Xingtian merely passed through the illusion of the sea god. Nonetheless, the sea god was enraged, feeling deeply insulted. A mere mortal dared to attack him repeatedly, and although those assaults bore no fruit, the sea god could not shake off the profound humiliation. As the sea god's expression turned frigid, the surface of the sea became eerily calm, and even the island felt devoid of the slightest breeze, as if all things had suddenly been cast into a state of suspension. "You dare to provoke me time and again. Do you truly believe I will not kill you?" proclaimed the phantasm of the sea god. "Oof, you have uttered that phrase more than once. If you possessed the capability, I would have perished long ago," retorted Xingtian with a cold scoff. In truth, Xingtian had discerned that the actual combat strength of the sea god's illusion was quite limited. Otherwise, he would have met his demise countless times over. "Oof." The sea god's illusion scoffed silently. "Moreover, I have discovered your weakness," Xingtian suddenly declared. He then unleashed a gleam of axe light, not aimed at the sea god, but directed toward the triangular object above the sea god's head. "How dare you?" the sea god exclaimed, both astonished and enraged. "You may attempt to block it. My strike carries minimal force," Xingtian replied with a smile, though the sound of his laughter was anything but pleasant, carrying a heavy, ominous tone. Indeed, that gleam of axe light pierced through the illusion of the sea god and struck the triangular object, causing only a minor collision that dissipated the gleam. Yet, even that gentle touch elicited a ripple from the sea god's illusion. "Just as I suspected, that is your weakness," Xingtian remarked with a grin. "Oof." The sea god's illusion snorted disdainfully and waved his hand, summoning torrents of seawater that enveloped the triangular object. "You can strike me, but I cannot retaliate against you. Did you think I was unaware of this?" Xingtian continued to smile, though his eyes were cold as ice. "This strike will obliterate you." Without further ado, Xingtian charged at the sea god's illusion. With a mere thought, the sea god summoned countless streams of water that transformed into lethal arrows, hurtling towards Xingtian. He raised his shield to deflect the arrows, pressing onward towards the sea god's illusion. The sea god waved his hand again, conjuring a myriad of soul beasts from the sea, which surged towards Xingtian. "I am the sea god, and in this vast ocean, I am invincible," declared the sea god's illusion. "Is that so?" Xingtian responded with a smile devoid of warmth. His eyes deepened to a scarlet hue, and an even more ferocious aura radiated from him. At this moment, Xingtian resembled the battle god of yore, the one who once dared to challenge the Jade Emperor in the heavenly realm. A mere mortal who dared to confront the Jade Emperor would not fear these threats. As crimson mist enveloped him, Xingtian plunged into the throng of soul beasts, decimating them with brutal efficiency. "Enough of this. You shall perish." His deep voice echoed once more, now laced with a palpable scent of blood. After annihilating the soul beasts, Xingtian ceased his conversation with the sea god's illusion and surged toward the triangular object in the sky. "How dare you?" The sea god's illusion roared, racing toward the triangular object, but he could not halt Xing Tian. Even when he exerted all his strength to create a barrier, it was ruthlessly shattered by Xing Tian. In truth, the sea god's illusion was not weak. It simply met its match in Xing Tian. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished the moment that mysterious energy surged into the mark. In a distant corner of the divine realm, the true form of Poseidon was present. Suddenly, as he meditated, Poseidon opened his eyes wide. "How dare you?" he bellowed, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Yet, Poseidon could do nothing more than roar. He was incapable of descending to Douluo continent in his true form. "You little imp, I will not let you escape. I await you in the divine realm." Poseidon closed his eyes once more, sensing the situation, a cold smile creeping across his lips. On Douluo continent, over the ocean, Xing Tian approached the triangular object. The sea god's illusion glared furiously, yet was powerless to intervene, for he could not stop Xing Tian. With a resounding crash, the triangular object was struck by an axe, yet it did not shatter. However, it bore fine cracks. "Oomph. Let us see how many more hits you can withstand." Xing Tian scoffed upon witnessing the first blow fail to destroy it. As soon as Xing Tian's initial strike made contact with the triangular object, the sea god's illusion trembled violently. Subsequently, it appeared considerably fainter than before. "Do you understand the consequences of your actions?" The sea god's illusion drifted above the triangular object, enveloping it in protective energy. "Consequences? I do not care to know. All I understand is that my master desires its destruction, and that is all that matters," Xing Tian declared. "Oomph." The sea god's illusion realized that reason was futile with Xing Tian in this state, and thus ceased further dialogue, channeling all its power into resisting Xing Tian's onslaught. Yet, it proved in vain. Xing Tian's relentless assault surged with increasing intensity, and before long, the sea god's illusion began to dissipate. A sharp sound resonated in the ears of both Xing Tian and the sea god's illusion. "Huh!" A smile broke across Xing Tian's face, while the expression of the sea god's illusion darkened swiftly. "Your time has come," Xing Tian declared, locking eyes with the sea god's illusion. "Humph. I am but a fragment of the sea god's true essence. The day he descends will be your demise," the sea god's illusion proclaimed. "Very well. I shall await your arrival." Xing Tian nodded earnestly. "Now, you must depart." He raised his axe high. The sea god's illusion, realizing it could no longer thwart Xing Tian, relinquished its resistance and began to gather strength in secret. With a mighty crash, the triangular object shattered completely, and the illusion of the sea god swiftly disintegrated. At that moment, the sea god's illusion suddenly waved its hand, unleashing a beam of azure light that shot towards the direction of Sea God Island. "Young one, you shall be cursed by the sea, and face the relentless pursuit of the Sea Soul Master. I eagerly await the day our path shall cross." The ethereal visage of the sea god let out a booming laugh before dissipating entirely. Once the semblance of the sea god vanished, Xing Tian felt a sudden chill in his mind. Upon reaching up, he realized the mark on his forehead seemed to have vanished. Following the encounter with the sea goddess apparition, a palpable shift in Xing Tian's aura occurred, and he plummeted directly toward the sandy shore below. As the surface of the sea rippled, Qian Rinxue and her companions rushed to catch Xing Tian, who was in free fall. When Qian Rinxue finally grasped him, she breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing that he appeared to be unscathed. "Boss, what is happening? Is he asleep?" Ma Ongjun queried uncertainly, observing Xing Tian in Qian Rinxue's embrace. "Perhaps so," Wu chimed in. "Let us not linger. We should board the ship," Qian Rinxue stated, cradling Xing Tian and making her way toward the vessel. Once aboard, it wasn't long before Xing Tian regained consciousness. "Where are we?" he inquired. "We just set sail," Qian Rinxue replied. "All right, let us hasten our pace. I suspect the people from Sea God Island might be closing in on us," Xing Tian proclaimed as he stood. "Sea God Island?" Mao Ongjun responded, bewildered. Indeed, in the final moments before the Sea God's apparition faded, it likely sent word to Sea God Island. They should be en route already, Xing Tian affirmed with a nod. What do we do now? Huo Wu asked. We'll take it step by step. Let us move swiftly. If they catch up to us, then we shall have no choice but to fight. As he spoke, a flicker of red gleamed in Xing Tian's eyes. Both Huo Wu and Qian Rinxue noticed the flash of crimson, exchanging knowing glances that conveyed their understanding. Understood, boss. Ma Hongjun acknowledged, having also seen the glimmer in Xing Tian's gaze. To be honest, they all hoped to avoid an encounter with the inhabitants of Sea God Island, prompting Ma Hongjun to channel his energy into steering the ship. Brother Xing Tian, we need to discuss something with you. Huo Wu suddenly interjected. What is it? Xing Tian inquired. Let us head to the cabin, Qian Rinxue suggested. All right, Xing Tian acquiesced. Xing Tian, have you noticed the changes in yourself lately? Qian Rinxue began once inside the cabin. Changes? What changes? He asked, perplexed. Brother Xing Tian, haven't you realized that your demeanor has become increasingly arrogant and ostentatious? Huo Wu remarked, utilizing the terms arrogant and ostentatious. Really? I thought it was fine, Xing Tian replied. In all honesty, he had not been aware of this issue. You weren't like this before. Qian Rinxue shook her head. What was I like? Xing Tian queried with curiosity. When we first met, you displayed a hint of arrogance. Yet you knew when to be bold and when to temper your pride. Now, however, you are quite different. Qian Rinxue continued. Brother Xing Tian, if you had been unable to defeat the sea god today, what do you think our fate would have been? Huo Wu directly posed. Unable to defeat the sea god? How could that be? Didn't we win? Xing Tian laughed and waved his hand dismissively. Did you truly win? No, it was your peculiar martial soul at play. I cannot fathom why it functions as it does, but had there been even a slight misstep today, we would all have perished, Qian Rinxue asserted. It can't be that serious, can it? Xing Tian asked, somewhat sheepishly. What do you think? Qian Rinxue shot him a disapproving look. We must articulate this to you so that you may recognize your shortcomings. Huo Wu insisted, puffing out her cheeks. Shortcomings? This is quite perplexing. Xing Tian responded in disbelief. Indeed, it is a significant flaw, Qian Rinxue affirmed with a nod. All right. If you insist on calling it a flaw, then so be it. But how can I amend this? Xing Tian inquired. First, you must take a step back, refrain from using your martial soul for a while, and avoid combat. Calm your mind and reassess, Qian Rinxue advised. But what about you two? Xing Tian asked. Seems we have been overlooked in your eyes, Brother Xing Tian, Qian Rinxue remarked. Glancing at Huo Wu, Brother Xing Tian, we are both individuals who have traversed the city of slaughter and braved the path of hell. Huo Wu retorted, rolling her eyes. It appears your change in character is partly our responsibility. You always rush to the forefront, gradually forgetting that our strength is not to be underestimated, Qian Rinxue noted. Thus, it is settled. Brother Xing Tian, from this moment until we return to the Martial Soul Hall, you shall not utilize your martial soul. Spend your days sipping tea and fishing, and that shall be your routine, Huo Wu declared. This seems rather unwise. Xing Tian attempted to protest. It is decided, Qian Rinxue firmly concluded. Very well, Xing Tian relented, gazing at the earnest expressions on Qian Rinxue and Huo Wu's faces. He felt a sense of imbalance within himself. And recognizing their words, he subtly acknowledged his need for introspection. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to reflect on his mindset. Thus, in the days that followed, Xing Tian adopted a leisurely lifestyle, indulging in food and drink and refraining from any form of training. As 3 days passed, he began to notice certain troubling patterns within himself. He became increasingly sensitive to blood and easily provoked, as well as resistant to dissenting opinions, even when he was in the wrong. Over time, the cracks in his mental state became alarmingly apparent, sending chills down his spine. He could scarcely fathom what he might become if this continued. Perhaps he would evolve into an unrepentant villain, arrogant, egotistical, and dismissive of others. When Tang San eventually rose to prominence, the Martial Soul Hall would no longer be his destiny. Instead, Tang San's fate would be intertwined with his own. At this thought, a shiver coursed through Xing Tian. It was likely not solely the influence of his gone Qi martial soul. After all, it was his own, and it could not betray him. He contemplated the assertions made by Qian Rinxue and the others regarding his character transformation, suspecting it was intertwined with the world's consciousness, or the heavenly Tao, and his being. Nevertheless, regardless of the source of this influence, he resolved not to let it fester. Allowing it to continue unchecked would not only jeopardize his own well-being, but also that of Qian Rinxue and her companions, an outcome he was unwilling to accept. Boss, there's a situation behind us. One day, as Xing Tian basked in the sun on the deck, Ma Hongjun suddenly announced. What is happening? Xing Tian inquired. There are fluctuations in soul power, accompanied by a menacing aura, Ma Hongjun informed him. It appears to be the people from Sea God Island. We must accelerate and avoid confrontation, Xing Tian instructed. Had it been the old Xing Tian, he would have commanded Ma Hongjun to halt without hesitation, opting instead for a direct confrontation. However, now he chose to withdraw. Understood, Ma Hongjun responded. I shall assist, Qian Rinxue declared. Me too, Huowu added, raising her hand. With the support of Qian Rinxue and Huowu, the ship's speed significantly increased. At the rear, the inhabitants of Haitian Dao noticed the unusual movements of Xing Tian and his companions. My lord, they have suddenly accelerated, remarked a yellow-clad high hunchi to a purple-clad counterpart. Accelerated? It seems they have discovered our presence. Pursue them. Those who desecrate the sea god shall face no mercy. The purple-clad high hunchi replied coldly. Understood. The yellow-clad high hunchi responded. Quickly, accelerate and pursue, he commanded. Upon hearing this, the others hastened their pace. However, they were already at a considerable distance from Xing Tian and his group, and by the time they reacted and began to accelerate, they found it increasingly difficult to catch up. My lord, we may not be able to catch them, the yellow-clad high hunchi said, gazing at the vanishing figures of Xing Tian's group. No matter. We shall head directly to Han Haicheng and issue a wanted notice. The purple-clad high hunchi snorted. Yes, my lord. After shaking off the pursuers from Haitian Dao, Xing Tian spoke up. I suspect they will not relent. My initial plan was to rest briefly in Han Haicheng after disembarking, but it seems that will no longer be possible. Once we land, we shall disguise ourselves and spend just one night in Han Haicheng. We will rest and set off the next day. Once we enter the inland, it will be the domain of our land-based hunchi. The reach of Hai Hunchi does not extend that far, Xing Tian declared. Agreed, responded Qian Rinxue. A day later, upon reaching the shore, Xing Tian's first action was to destroy the ship, as he felt it was no longer of any use. Let us proceed to Han Haicheng, Xing Tian instructed. Once they entered Han Haicheng, their appearances had undergone a remarkable transformation. They were now utterly different from before. They randomly selected an inn, took refreshing baths, and then retired for the night. After drifting at sea for so long, everyone was quite fatigued, and with the constant threat from Haitian Dao, they had little desire to explore the city. Early the next morning, Xing Tian and his companions rose, tidied themselves, and had a light breakfast before preparing to return to Wuhuandian. As they approached the city gate, they encountered a throng of approximately several dozen individuals entering the city. The majority were clad in yellow, the attire of Haitian Dao, and among them were a few in purple, indicating that Haitian Dao was indeed taking matters seriously this time. Boss, are those? Ma Hongjun whispered to Xing Tian. Silence. Xing Tian whispered back. After the group passed them, Xing Tian let out a sigh of relief. If I am not mistaken, those must be the ones who were pursuing us at sea. Let us go. They cannot recognize us now, Qian Rinxue suggested. As they prepared to exit the city, they unexpectedly encountered a familiar face at the city gate. Chapter 199. Return to Wuhuandian. Upon reaching the gate, Xing Tian saw a man and a woman entering. Upon a closer look, he recognized the man, Dai Mu Bai, the current Baihudadi of the Xinghua Digua. What brings him here? Xing Tian pondered. Boss, that seems to be Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun remarked. I see him, Xing Tian replied. Shouldn't he be in Xinghua Digua? Huowu interjected. How would I know? Perhaps he is on a discreet visit. Xing Tian shrugged. All right, let us hurry, he urged the group. Indeed, upon seeing Dai Mu Bai, Xing Tian was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the reason for his presence. Yet, a voice within him suggested that Dai Mu Bai might also be here for the sea goddess trial. However, this was not his immediate concern. His priority was to escort Qian Rinxue and the others back to Wuhuandian, as her angel inheritance was about to commence. As Xing Tian and his companions passed Dai Mubai, just as they exited the city gate, Dai Mubai suddenly halted. "What is it?" Lu Qian asked. "Nothing, I must have misseen," he said, watching the retreating figures of Xing Tian's group. "Who did you see?" Lu Qian inquired, intrigued. "No one. I must have been mistaken. Let's find a place to rest. And tomorrow we will head to the docks to find a ship to Haitian Dao. Zai Mo Zipli. Very well, I will follow your lead." Lu Qian agreed. "Boss, what do you think Dai Mubai is doing here?" Ma Hongjuan asked once they were outside the city. "Why would I know? He can do as he pleases. It is none of our business." Xing Tian shrugged again. "Do you think he might also be here for the sea goddess trial?" Hua Wu ventured. "Unlikely. Those who pass the trial must join Haitian Dao, and Dai Mubai commands an empire. That is implausible." Ma Hongjuan quickly countered. "Not necessarily. He might indeed be participating in the trial. As the king of Xinglua Digua, even if he participates, he is unlikely to join Haitian Dao," Xing Tian remarked. "But would Haitian Dao permit him to participate?" Qian Rinxue questioned. "It is possible. While others may be rejected, Dai Mubai may not face the same fate." Xing Tian smiled. "Why is that?" Hu asked curiously. "Because Dai Mubai is the king of Xinglua Digua." Xing Tian explained. "Is it really just that? I may have overestimated Haitian Dao." Qian Rinxue suggested. "That is only one aspect. Look behind us. What is that place?" Xing Tian inquired. "Han Haicheng, what of it?" Hua Wu asked. "Precisely, it is Han Haicheng." Xing Tian replied with a smile. "Boss, just get to the point. You're making me anxious." Ma Hongjuan urged. "Dai Mubai is the king of Xinglua Digua. Thus the entire Xinglua Digua belongs to him. That is undeniable," Xing Tian stated. The group nodded in agreement. "This Han Haicheng is the largest port city in the area, which is also accurate," Xing Tian confirmed. They all nodded again. Thus, Haihunshi do not necessarily live at sea year-round. Their food source is not solely seafood. They require various other resources to sustain their livelihoods, Xing Tian articulated. "Are you suggesting that Haitian Dao wishes for Dai Mubai to participate in the trial without joining, aiming for cooperation with Xinglua Digua?" Qian Rinxue proposed. "Perhaps, for any discerning individual can see the disparity between a country and a city," Xing Tian replied. "However, boss, Han Haicheng could sufficiently supply these Haihunshi," Ma Hongjuan argued. "Have you considered the prices? Because there is only Han Haicheng, they have no alternative. Do you think the Haihunshi are unaware? It is simply that they have no other options. If they truly established a connection with Dai Mubai, Han Haicheng would not be so bustling," Xing Tian countered, shaking his head. "Enough, you seem to know everything. Let's hasten our journey," Qian Rinxue interjected suddenly. Meanwhile, Xing Tian and his group continued their swift journey towards Wuhuandian, while Dai Mubai had already settled into Han Haicheng. "Your Majesty, do you truly intend to participate in that so-called trial of the sea god?" "It is merely a legend," Lu Qian remarked to Dai Mubai. "No, it is indeed real." Dai Mubai shook his head. "However, based on the information we just gathered, passing the sea god's trial means one must join Sea God Island," Lu Qian stated. "Fear not, I shall not join them, nor will they allow me to join," Dai Mubai replied with a smile. "This is impossible. It is the rule of Sea God Island," Lu Qian insisted. "Just watch, all right? Now, sleep, for we shall set sail tomorrow." Dai Mubai did not elaborate further. Indeed, when Dai Mubai and his companions arrived at Sea God Island, everything unfolded precisely as he had indicated. Moreover, it was as Xing Tian had surmised. Though Xing Tian and his group would remain oblivious, having already left the Tiando Empire, in a day or two, they would return to the Wuhuan Temple. Little Snow, barring any unforeseen circumstances, a grand surprise awaits you upon our return to the Wuhuan Temple. On the journey, Xing Tian said to Qian Rinxue, "Surprise? What surprise?" Qian Rinxue inquired curiously. Upon uttering the word surprise, Xing Tian realized he had misspoken. "It should be, I suppose. I was merely guessing." Xing Tian chuckled awkwardly. He suddenly remembered that the occurrence he referred to might not truly be a surprise for Qian Rinxue, as it signified the death of Qian Dalu. How perplexing! Qian Rinxue shot Xing Tian a glance, then walked forward excitedly, for it had been a long time since she had seen her grandfather, and she hoped to spend more time with him upon returning. Yet, little did Qian Rinxue anticipate that this return to the Wuhuan temple would ultimately lead to her grandfather's demise. And the cause of that death would be none other than herself. 3 days later, Qian Rinxue and her companions finally returned to Wuhuan City. The guard stationed at the city gate spotted Qian Rinxue and her group from afar and hurried inside to inform Bibi Dong. By the time Qian Rinxue and her party reached the Wuhuan temple, Bibi Dong was already there waiting for them. "You have returned? Did you gather any rewards?" Bibi Dong inquired. "None." "Yes." Was a yes or no. Bibi Dong pressed again. "Xing Qian and I did not, but they too did." Qian Rinxue pointed at Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu. "Oh, the trial of the sea god. Is it? Quite impressive," Bibi Dong remarked as she noticed the marks on Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu's foreheads. Chapter 200. The final conversation with Qian Dalu. "Xing Tian, why do you lack this mark? Logically, your strength is the greatest, and the sea god's trial should pose no challenge for you." Bibi Dong then questioned Xing Tian. "I originally had it, but I found it too trivial, so I got rid of it." Xing Tian shrugged nonchalantly. Bibi Dong looked at Xing Tian with an expression that conveyed disbelief. "This is true, Your Holiness," Ma Hongjun affirmed. "Indeed." Huo Wu nodded in agreement. Bibi Dong turned her gaze towards Qian Rinxue, who also nodded. This surprised Bibi Dong, as Qian Rinxue never told lies. "Pray tell?" Bibi Dong asked with curiosity, eager to learn how Xing Tian had eliminated that mark. Bibi Dong had heard that there might indeed be a deity on Sea God Island, and, at her level, the existence of gods was no longer a secret. Therefore, Bibi Dong was genuinely intrigued about how Xing Tian managed to rid himself of the mark, knowing it was the trial of the sea god. It was nothing much, merely a scuffle with the sea god, after which I discarded the mark. Xing Tian shrugged, speaking casually. "The sea god? You claim to have battled the sea god?" Bibi Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. "More or less, Xing Tian fought against the shadow of the sea god and vanquished it." Qian Rinxue interjected, casting a sideways glance at Xing Tian. Nevertheless, the astonishment in Bibi Dong's eyes did not wane. In her view, the sea god and the shadow of the sea god were indistinguishable, neither of which could possibly be opposed by Xing Tian at this time, considering they were gods, and the primary battlefield was the ocean itself. Yet Xing Tian had genuinely ventured into the sea god's domain and clashed with the shadow, even defeating it, which was the source of Bibi Dong's greatest astonishment. Just how far has this lad's strength ascended? Bibi Dong mused inwardly. "Enough. You may retire and rest for now," Bibi Dong suddenly declared. "Very well. We shall take our leave then," Xing Tian said with a slight bow towards Bibi Dong. Once Xing Tian and his companions departed, Bibi Dong fell into deep contemplation. This lad cannot be gauged by ordinary standards, Bibi Dong murmured to herself. Just moments ago, Bibi Dong had also contemplated the situation, if she were in Xing Tian's position. Given her current strength, she would not dare claim to contend with the shadow of the sea god, yet Xing Tian had directly slain it. Considering his attitude towards Little Snow and the Wuhuan temple, perhaps it would be feasible to discuss that plan with him, and he might lend his support. Suddenly, Bibi Dong said. Meanwhile, upon returning to their courtyard, the first order of business for Xing Tian and his companions was to indulge in a refreshing bath, followed by a light meal. They had truly feasted on seafood abundantly throughout the past year. After a delightful meal, they, particularly Ma Hongjun, collapsed onto their beds for a well-deserved slumber. After finishing her meal, Qian Rinxue sat in the courtyard's pavilion, lost in thought. Little Snow, what occupies your mind? At that moment, Xing Tian quietly approached Qian Rinxue. Why aren't you resting? Qian Rinxue turned to Xing Tian. I cannot seem to sleep. Xing Tian seated himself opposite Qian Rinxue. I was thinking of my grandfather, Qian Rinxue confessed. Then let us pay him a visit tomorrow, Xing Tian suggested suddenly. All right, Qian Rinxue agreed. However, Xing Tian had no intention of visiting Qian Dalu, for he understood that this meeting might very well be their last. Yet, seeing Qian Rinxue in such spirits softened his heart. Early the next morning, Qian Rinxue arose and busied herself. As they were to visit Qian Dalu today, she prepared numerous delicacies that he favored. Throughout the journey, Qian Rinxue's smile never waned. However, the moment Xingtian beheld that smile, a pang of sorrow gripped his heart, for he could not fathom the expression Qianren would bear upon learning of her grandfather's death due to her actions. Yet, Xingtian could not express this truth to her, which left him in deep torment. Upon arriving at Qianoliu's residence, he appeared unchanged compared to a year prior, if one were to note a difference. It was that his aura seemed slightly more unsettled. Thus, Qianren spent the entire day in the company of Dalu, and they were inseparable. As evening approached, they prepared to return. "Young man, wait a moment. I have a few words I wish to share with you." At that moment, Dalu suddenly called out to Xingtian. Xingtian glanced at Dalu, then at Qianren. "Go ahead. I shall wait for you." Qianren smiled at Xingtian. In the room, Dalu and Xingtian sat facing each other. "Young man, you carry a heavy heart." Dalu began. "Senior, how can that be?" "Not at all." Xingtian quickly waved his hands in denial. "There is no need to deceive me." Dalu shook his head. "The old man could discern that your thoughts pertain to Xiao Shui and himself. Could he not?" Dalu suddenly remarked. As soon as he finished speaking, Xingtian gazed at Dalu in astonishment. "You notice that? The old man has consumed more salt than you have rice. Do you think he cannot see?" Dalu replied. "Very well, senior, I concede." Xingtian admitted. "It appears you possess some knowledge, does it not?" Dalu mused. "Indeed, I know a little." Xingtian responded. "Very well. Knowing is sufficient. I shall not inquire further. At present, I have but one request." Dalu stated. "Speak, senior. Whatever I am capable of, I shall fulfill," Xingtian declared, patting his chest. "Xiao Shui is a child of misfortune. She lost her father at a young age, and her mother neglected her. I have raised Xiao Shui little by little. Do you understand?" Dalu inquired. "I understand, senior," Xingtian affirmed. "Thus, I cherish Xiao Shui more than anyone else, and I yearn to see her with a happy future. Can you provide her with such a future?" Dalu asked. "Rest assured, I will ensure that Xiao Shui enjoys a blissful future," Xingtian vowed. "Remember the words you speak today," Dalu admonished Xingtian. "Fear not, senior. I shall not allow Xiao Shui to suffer," Xingtian asserted. "Then I can rest easy." Dalu nodded in satisfaction. "Is there no other way, senior?" Xingtian suddenly inquired. "A way? What do you mean?" Dalu expressed confusion. Xingtian then recalled that Dalu had made a sacrifice for Qianren, a fact even he was unaware of. "It's nothing, senior. Nothing at all." Xingtian waved his hand dismissively. "Awaken, return. Do not keep Xiao Shui waiting." Dalu gestured. Chapter 201. The Angel's Inheritance. "Senior, I take my leave." Xingtian rose and bowed to Dalu before exiting the room. "Away? What way? Could there be an unforeseen circumstance regarding Xiao Shui's inheritance? Yet, the old man has been restless. Otherwise, he would not have engaged in such idle chatter." Dalu reflected. "It will be prudent to remain cautious. Since this young man has spoken thus, I feel an ominous foreboding. Perhaps it would be wise to wait until all is secure before proceeding with the inheritance." Dalu concluded. In truth, Dalu had never sought the cause within himself. He always believed the issue lay with Xiao Shui. Therefore, to ensure Qianren inheritance proceeded smoothly, Dalu embarked on various deductions, yet the final outcomes consistently indicated a successful completion of the inheritance. Regardless, one must trust that a path will emerge when the time comes. As the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. As long as one remains cautious, solutions will inevitably present themselves. Dalu finally declared. "Xingtian, what did grandfather discuss with you?" Upon exiting, Qianren inquired. "The senior mentioned that you are a child of misfortune and urged me not to fail you. Otherwise, he would break my legs." Xingtian teased as he pinched Qianren's nose. Qianren's face flushed crimson, and she embraced Xingtian, lowering her head in silence. "Let's take a rest. In a few days, your grandfather may seek you," Xingtian suddenly suggested. "Grandfather wishes to see me? I shall inquire immediately." Qianren responded. "Never mind. Since he has not informed you now, it suggests that the time is not yet ripe. Let us return and wait a while longer. Xing Tian advised. Very well. Qian Ren Su nodded. Since Qian Ren Shui visited Qian Dalu, she had not seen him again for several days. Each time she came, Qian Dalu was absent, and eventually, she learned that he had retreated to the Elder Hall. However, when she arrived at the Elder Hall to visit him, she was informed that Qian Dalu was in seclusion, which left her feeling rather dejected. Grandfather truly is something. He goes in his seclusion immediately after my return, without spending time with me. Qian Ren Su quietly complained. Hearing her grievances, Xing Tian shook his head helplessly. He understood what Qian Dalu was doing, yet he dared not speak of it, for he was uncertain how Qian Ren Shui would react. Thus, this matter would have to be discovered by Qian Ren Shui herself. A week later, Qian Dalu finally emerged from seclusion. Upon his return, his condition appeared markedly improved compared to the previous days, at least to Xing Tian's eyes. Qian Dalu's demeanor and complexion had significantly brightened. It seems he is nearly ready. Xing Tian mused as he observed Qian Dalu. Indeed, 2 days later, while Xing Tian and the others were enjoying fruit in the courtyard under the sun, they were suddenly informed that Qian Dalu was seeking Qian Ren Shui. Is grandfather looking for me? Where is he? Qian Ren Su queried. In the Hall of Elders, Holy Maiden. The messenger replied. Very well, I understand. You may return now. I shall go shortly. Qian Ren Shui stated. Xing Tian, I will go see him first. Qian Ren Shui said to Xing Tian. Go ahead. Xing Tian smiled at her. After she departed, Xing Tian rose to his feet. What is troubling you, boss? I see that your expression is rather grim. At that moment, Ma Hongjun remarked. Is my expression grim? I do not think so. Xing Tian questioned. Indeed. I can tell. Xing Tian Gij, is there something on your mind? Huo Wu asked. Nothing at all. How could there be? Xing Tian shook his head. Is it concerning Sister Xiao Shui? Huo leaned in to inquire. No, how could it be? I knew it was about Sister Xiao Shui. Huo Wu insisted. Boss, is there something happening with this saw? Ma Hongjun probed. I am uncertain. Let's not discuss it now. We shall speak of it later. Xing Tian replied, shaking his head. Seeing that Xing Tian was unwilling to elaborate, Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu refrained from pressing further. Not long after Qian Ren Shui left, Xing Tian also stepped out, feeling somewhat uneasy. He wished to observe Qian Ren Shui's inheritance. If necessary, he might be of assistance, perhaps preventing Qian Dalu from meeting his demise. Upon reaching the Hall of Elders, Xing Tian encountered Bai Dong and the long-unseen Hu Laina. Your Holiness, you have arrived. Xing Tian greeted Bai Dong with a bow. Yes. Bibi Dong nodded. Xing Tian, it has been a long time. Hu Laina addressed Xing Tian. As she spoke, her tone remained somewhat stiff and distant. Xing Tian cast a puzzled glance at Bai Dong. She is still in the adjustment phase. She is not like you all. Bibi Nong remarked coldly. Xing Tian nodded in understanding and smiled at Hu Laina. Do you believe she will succeed? Bibi Dong suddenly inquired. She should be able to. Besides, this process is expected to take considerable time, is it not? The 9 trials should take several years, at least. Xing Tian speculated. I cannot say, but one thing is certain. She absolutely will not spend years on this endeavor. Bibi Nong asserted. Xing Tian pondered for a moment and nodded with conviction. Before long, Qian Ren Shui and Qian Dalu emerged from the Hall of Elders, a golden mark gleaming on Qian Ren Shui's forehead. Xing Tian, guess what I have obtained? Upon exiting the hall, Qian Ren Shui immediately spotted Xing Tian and hurried over. I see it. That mark is beautiful. Xing Tian smiled. That is a given. By the way, you must practice diligently. Otherwise, I shall surpass you. Qian Ren Shui playfully declared. But you all said not to let me practice. You said I should take time to calm my mind. Xing Tian shrugged. Indeed, I have forgotten about this matter. Never mind. You need not cultivate for now. In the future, I shall look after you. Qian Ren Shui patted her chest and declared. Very well. Henceforth, I shall pester you, Senior Shui. Xing Tian chuckled and bowed slightly to Qian Ren Shui. It is but a trifling matter, merely trifles. Qian Ren Shui waved her hand dismissively. Your Holiness, we shall take our leave now. Xing Tian gestured politely to Bai Bai Dong before departing with Qian Rinxue. Bai Bai Dong paid no heed to Qian Rinxue's omission of a greeting, as her jovial demeanor warranted forgiveness. Hu Laina observed the retreating figures of Xing Tian and Qian Rinxue, a flicker of envy glimmering in her eyes. Xing Tian is not your destined partner. Bai Bai Dong's voice snapped, Hu Laina back to reality. Teacher, I did not mean to. Hu Laina hurriedly replied. Very well, let us return. Your condition remains somewhat unstable and requires consolidation. Bibi Nong stated. Yes, teacher. Hu Laina responded promptly. Before departing, Hu Laina turned back once more to glance at Xing Tian and the others, who were engaged in laughter, and then quickly caught up with Bai Bai Dong. Chapter 202. Involvement in angel inheritance. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Qian Rinxue immediately shared the news of her inheritance with Ma Hongjun and Huowu. What? Sister Xiaoxue, you have received the divine inheritance? Huowu exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, it is the angel god bestowed upon me by my grandfather. Qian Rinxue replied. No guandu. I am starting to comprehend the scene on Sea God Island back then. Ma Hongjun suddenly remarked. What? Qian Rinxue and Huowu inquired. At that time, when my sister-in-law was on Sea God Island, the Seahorse Lord did not permit her to participate in the Sea Goddess trial. Perhaps due to this very matter. Ma Hongjun stroked his chin thoughtfully. Are you suggesting that the Seahorse Lord knew Sister Xiaoxue would receive the angel goddess inheritance? Huowu asked. That is roughly the intention. However, the Seahorse Lord could not possibly know. I suspect it should be the sea god who is aware, Ma Hongjun explained. The sea god? Huowu queried. Precisely, the sea god. I believe he must know the angel god, and is aware that my sister-in-law is the inheritor of the angel god, which is why he instructed the Seahorse Lord to prevent her participation. Ma Hongjun elaborated. It sounds quite plausible. Xing Tian scoffed at Ma Hongjun. Boss, what do you think? Ma Hongjun asked. I do not believe that is the case, Xing Tian replied. Brother Xing Tian, what do you think is the reason? Huowu inquired. In truth, it is not so complex. The Seahorse Lord simply did not allow Xiaoxue to partake in the sea god trial because he recognized her identity. That is all, Xing Tian stated. Identity? What identity of mine? Qian Rinxue questioned. Naturally, your identity as a member of the Wuhuan Temple. What else could it be? You have not forgotten the incident when the Wuhuan Temple besieged Sea God Island, have you? Xing Tian asserted. Is that all? Ma Hongjun asked. Indeed. What else could it be? Xing Tian shrugged. I had thought it was because the sea god and the angel god were acquainted, which is why they did not allow Sister Xiaoxue to participate in the trial. Huowu pouted. I would prefer to believe that the sea god knows the angel god. Qian Rinxue shot a glance at Xing Tian. There is no helping it. The reality is as such, Xing Tian chuckled. Very well. Very well. Qian Rinxue conceded. By the way, I may be away for a while. You all should entertain yourselves. Qian Rinxue suddenly announced. Sister Xiaoxue, are you going to undertake the trials? Huowu asked. Yes. I intend to complete all the trials I can in one go, Qian Rinxue declared. Then I shall accompany you. It happens that I also need to complete the Sea Goddess trial, Huowu stated. In that case, I shall join as well. Striving to finish the trials as soon as possible, Ma Hongjun added. No way. If you all leave, I shall be left all alone. Xing Tian exclaimed. Rest assured, I shall return swiftly, Qian Rinxue assured. Go, go. I will await your return here, Xing Tian said. By the way, during our absence, you must not engage in cultivation. Your issues are still quite severe, Qian Rinxue warned. Understood. Xing Tian chuckled. The next day, Qian Rinxue and Huowu departed, leaving Xing Tian alone. As he gazed at the retreating figures of Qian Rinxue and her companions, he pondered silently. Once Qian Rinxue disappeared from view, Xing Tian turned and made his way to the Elders' Hall. Greetings, I seek the esteemed Qian Dalu. Xing Tian addressed the guard at the entrance. Certainly. Please wait a moment, the guard replied before entering. Shortly after, the guard re-emerged, beckoning Xing Tian to follow. Navigating through winding corridors, Xing Tian arrived before a tranquil chamber. After escorting him there, the guard bowed respectfully and departed. Once alone, Xing Tian knocked on the door of the tranquil chamber. Come in. Qian Dalu's voice resonated from within. Upon hearing this, Xing Tian pushed the door open and entered. The chamber was simple, illuminated by a few unknown pearls in the corner, with only several cushions and a small table in the center. Senior, Xing Tian saluted. Please have a seat. Dalu invited. What brings you here? After Xing Tian sat down, Dalu inquired. Senior, how long do you think it will take for Xiao Xue to complete these trials? Xing Tian asked. I cannot say for certain, but it should not take long. Why do you ask? Dalu responded, somewhat puzzled. Once she completes these trials, will she not proceed to the final step of divine inheritance? Xing Tian questioned. Indeed, young man, why do you inquire about this? Dalu grew slightly impatient. Senior, I wish to witness the inheritance process. May I be present? Xing Tian requested. Dalu regarded Xing Tian with surprise, uncertain why he would make such a request. However, sensing that Xing Tian had his reasons, he remained silent, unsure how to respond. In truth, Dalu was uncertain whether outsiders could be present during the inheritance, as he had never encountered such a situation before. Nevertheless, he was inclined to allow Xing Tian to attend, yet he worried that it might upset the angel god. For a moment, Dalu fell into contemplation. Senior, is this matter so difficult? Xing Tian asked. In fact, what you propose is not entirely impossible, but there has never been a precedent for this. I am indeed in favor of your presence at the scene. However, I fear it may displease the angel god. Dalu explained. Surely it would not. Xing Tian questioned. I am unsure. Dalu shook his head. Senior, how about this? I will follow along, and if the angel god is displeased, I will leave immediately, Xing Tian suggested. Very well. Dalu pondered for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. After discussing this with Dalu, Xing Tian returned to the small courtyard, leading a life akin to retirement. 3 months later, Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu returned first. Upon seeing them, Xing Tian noticed that the marks on their foreheads had vanished. Where are the marks on your foreheads? How did they disappear? Xing Tian inquired. Boss, we completed the Sea God-S trial, and our strength has significantly increased. Ma Hongjun exclaimed. Brother Xing Tian, I am now a level 90 title Douluo. Huo Wu squinted her eyes playfully. What? You claim you have reached level 90? That is impossible. It has only been short time. If I'm not mistaken, 3 months ago, you were merely at level 82, right? Xing Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. It was level 84, brother Xing Tian. You truly are not attentive to our progress. Huo Wu pouted. Is that so? Have you both become so formidable? Xing Tian said awkwardly. To be candid, Xing Tian's perception of the prowess of Huo Wu and her companions had remained anchored in the time when they were merely at the 50-something level. Thus, when Huo Wu suddenly announced that she had reached the 90th level, he was taken aback. Fatty, you haven't become a title Douluo too, have you? Xing Tian inquired, glancing at the ever-eager Ma Hongjun beside him. Indeed, boss. I am just a tad higher than Xiao Wu, sitting at level 91. Ma Hongjun replied. Are you all that formidable now? Xing Tian expressed his disbelief. Boss, I was already at level 87 3 months ago. I hardly feel any sense of urgency. Ma Hongjun shrugged nonchalantly. Since when did you all elevate your strength? How come I was unaware of this? Xing Tian questioned. Boss, whenever something arises, you're always the first to step in and handle it alone, leaving us with no opportunity to intervene. Thus, it is only natural that you are oblivious to our capabilities. Ma Hongjun explained. All right. My apologies. I'll make an effort to allow you more chances to showcase your skills in the future. Xing Tian conceded. That's more like it. Besides, we are now titled Douluos, belonging to the highest echelon of combat power on the continent. There is no longer a need for you to protect us, Xing Tianji, Huo Wu asserted. Very well. From now on, you shall protect me. Xing Tian chuckled. That is a must, Huo Wu declared, punching the air in enthusiasm. By the way, where is Xiao Xue? Why didn't she return with you? Xing Tian suddenly asked. Boss, we parted ways upon our arrival at the Tiando Empire, and then Xiao Wu and I proceeded to Hanhai City. Ma Hongjun explained. Did you make any arrangements with Xiao Xue before you left? Xing Tian inquired. Sister Xiao Xue mentioned that she would be back in no less than 3 to 5 months, and at most a year and a half, Huo Wu replied. All right then, let's wait for her return. Xing Tian said, Boss, you need not worry. Sister-in-law is the second strongest after you. Both Xiao Wu and I are fine, let alone her. Maon Bijun reassured. Indeed, I have faith in Xiao Shui. Xing Tian smiled. That's good. Then, let us continue to wait. Maon Bijun concurred. Fatty, there is something that has always puzzled me. Huo Wu suddenly spoke up. What is it? Go ahead. Ma Hongjun turned to her. Why do you refer to sister, Xiao Shui, as sister-in-law and me merely as Xiao Wu? Huo Wu questioned. This left Ma Hongjun momentarily speechless. Xing Tian, intrigued by Huo Wu's inquiry, was also eager to hear Ma Hongjun's response. Quickly tell us, Huo Wu urged. Because sister-in-law is more composed, while you can be quite childish at times. Even less mature than I, Ma Hongjun stated with a sense of certainty. You, how am I childish? Huo Wu retorted. Just look at you. Aren't you being childish right now? Ma Hongjun exaggeratedly pointed at her. Huo Wu shot him a glare and fell silent. All right, you two should take some time to rest. Xing Tian interjected. Upon hearing Xing Tian's words, Huo Wu playfully tapped Ma Hongjun on the back of the head before retreating to her room to rest. Fatty, you should also take a break, Xing Tian advised. The following day, Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu entered a state of seclusion, which lasted for 2 months. After this duration, they finally emerged. Yet before Xing Tian could catch up with them, they were summoned by Hulaina, who instructed them to undertake training in the Stardow Forest and assist her in acquiring soul rings. Once they departed, Xing Tian was left alone. As time gradually passed, nearly a year had elapsed since Qian Rinxue embarked on her training journey. Sighing, he reclined on a chair in the courtyard, pondering, I wonder how Xiao Shui is faring? Boss, rest assured sister-in-law will be just fine. Ma Hongjun, sipping tea nearby, reassured him. Indeed, Xing Tianji, sister Xiao Shui's strength surpasses both of ours. Huo Wu chimed in. Just then, a guard from the spirit hall arrived with news that Qian Rinxue had returned and was currently in discussion with Bibi Dong. What? Xiao Shui has returned? Xing Tian exclaimed. Rising abruptly, the holy maiden has indeed returned. The guard confirmed. Then what are we waiting for? Fatty, Xiao Wu, let's go and welcome Xiao Shui. With that, Xing Tian eagerly led the way outside. Upon reaching the spirit hall, they found Qian Rinxue just finishing her conversation with Bibi Dong and heading outside. Upon seeing Xing Tian, Qian Rinxue paused momentarily before rushing into his embrace, whereupon she unexpectedly began to weep. Xiao Shui, what troubles you? Has someone wronged you? Tell me, and I shall deal with them. Xing Tian comforted her, patting her back soothingly. I am fine, truly. I am just overwhelmed with excitement. Qian Rinxue replied as she stepped back, wiping her tears. Let's return home, she said, wrapping her arms around him. Very well. Home, it is. Xing Tian smiled. Sister Xiao Shui, we missed you terribly. Huo Wu suddenly joked. You do have a knack for jesting. Qian Rinxue laughed. The day after returning to the courtyard, Dalu summoned Qian Rinxue, likely to inquire about the Angel 9 trials and her progress. As anticipated, Dalu learned that Qian Rinxue had successfully completed all trials. Xiao Shui, since you have accomplished all the trials, take some time to adjust and prepare. In 3 days, we shall commence the divine inheritance, Dalu instructed. Understood, grandfather. Qian Rinxue replied, excitement shimmering in her eyes, for she was on the brink of obtaining a divine position and becoming a legendary deity. However, Xing Tian's countenance bore no trace of joy, for he had yet to discover a means to rescue Dalu. 3 days later, Xing Tian accompanied Qian Rinxue to the Elders' Hall. Upon their arrival, Dalu was already waiting for them. Follow me, Dalu beckoned. They journeyed to a concealed chamber situated below. It was an expansive room filled with various artifacts, and at its center stood a pedestal resembling an altar. Xiao Shui, step onto it, Dalu instructed. Qian Rinxue nodded and ascended the altar. Young man, it is best that you remain silent and still, Dalu cautioned Xing Tian. Rest assured, senior, I shall not act recklessly. Xing Tian affirmed with a nod. With Xing Tian's assurance, Dalu felt relieved. He then moved aside, engaging in an unknown task, as the altar began to emit a soft glow. Subsequently, The light intensified, ultimately illuminating the entire chamber, enveloping Qian Rinxue in its brilliance. As the light reached its zenith, its color shifted from white to gold. Eventually, the light began to contract, forming a singular beam that emerged exclusively from the altar. As this beam materialized, Qian Dalu was instantly filled with excitement. "The angel god is coming," he announced with a tremor in his voice. Witnessing this, Xingtian could not help but feel a surge of exhilaration. For Qian Rinxue was about to embark on her true inheritance. As time passed, the column of light gradually faded until only a thin layer of luminous membrane remained. Then, under the excited gaze of Qian Dalu, a radiant circle suddenly appeared at the top of the secret chamber. As the circle expanded, it ultimately transformed into a golden halo with a diameter of approximately 2 meters. Once the golden halo took shape, an overwhelming pressure emanated from it. Subsequently, Qian Dalu sensed an extraordinarily pure energy spilling forth from the halo. A winged figure, resembling a bird-human, slowly emerged from the light. "Are you my successor?" A celestial voice, ethereal and melodious, resonated from the beak of the bird-like being. "Great angelic deity, she is indeed your successor," Qian Dalu said, kneeling before the altar. "Oh, are you that little one from years past?" The angelic deity expressed surprise upon seeing Qian Dalu. "Great angelic deity, I am that little one," Qian Dalu replied, still kneeling. Witnessing this, Xingtian couldn't help but marvel at the reverence the people of this world held for the divine. They never considered that with effort, one could ascend to a godlike existence. Yet, Xingtian chose to remain silent, not wanting to interrupt Qian Rinxue's legacy. "Who is this child? Such a rich aura of angelic bloodline," inquired the angelic deity of Qian Dalu. "To the great angelic deity, she is my granddaughter," Qian Dalu responded. "Very well, let the inheritance commence. I hope she surpasses you," the angelic deity proclaimed. Without waiting for another word from Qian Dalu, it soared back into the halo. Xingtian assumed the halo would dissipate after the angelic deity entered. Yet, to his astonishment, the halo remained intact as the luminous membrane vanished first. Once the membrane disappeared, the halo began to contract, ultimately leaving behind a diminutive point. Subsequently, a beam of golden light shot directly downward towards Qian Rinxue's celestial point. Instinctively, Xingtian felt compelled to intervene, yet he restrained himself, understanding that neither the angelic deity nor Qian Dalu would harm Qian Rinxue. As time flowed on, flecks of golden light began to appear on Qian Rinxue's form. This golden light was not the same as the beam above her head, which for the sake of convenience, we shall refer to as a beam. Rather, it emanated genuinely from her being. In a short while, the golden light enveloping Qian Rinxue increased in intensity, ultimately forming a resplendent cocoon of light. At this juncture, Qian Dalu rose from the ground, stating, "Now we merely await Xiao Shui to absorb this golden light, and the inheritance of the angelic deity will be complete." "Is it truly that simple?" Xingtian inquired. "Indeed. Is that not what you envisioned?" Qian Dalu retorted. For a moment, Xingtian was at a loss for words, feeling uncertain, as he recalled that such occurrences in novels he had read in his past life were not depicted in this manner. Yet, the events unfolded before his very eyes, leaving no room for disbelief. "Elder, what should we do now?" Xingtian asked. "Wait," was Qian Dalu's succinct response. "And for how long shall we wait?" Xingtian pressed. "The longer, the better, for it indicates a higher degree of compatibility and fusion between Xiao Shui and the angelic deity," Qian Dalu explained. "Very well," Xingtian acquiesced. Thus, they remained in the secret chamber beside Qian Rinxue, receiving their sustenance delivered to the entrance, which Xingtian would then retrieve. A week later, a subtle disturbance stirred within Qian Rinxue's cocoon, causing Qian Dalu to become instantly anxious. "Elder, what is happening?" Xingtian inquired, noticing Qian Dalu's sudden tension. "Xiao Shui's inheritance may be at risk of interruption," Qian Dalu declared. "Interruption? What does that mean? Are you suggesting that Xiao Shue's inheritance is nearing completion? Xing Tian asked. Yet, upon uttering those words, he realized his folly. Qian Dao Lu had previously stated that a longer duration signified better compatibility, and 7 days hardly allowed for significant compatibility. Moreover, Qian Dao Lu stood right in front of him, confirming that Qian Rin Shue's inheritance had not concluded. Xiao Shui might be in danger. I must assist her, Qian Dao Lu asserted. Assist her? How? Xing Tian questioned. I suspect that Xiao Shue's predicament is related to her strength. When I received my inheritance, I was at level 95, yet I still did not succeed, perhaps due to my bloodline. However, Xiao Shui possesses the purest and most potent bloodline. The remaining factor is her strength, Qian Dao Lu stated gravely. Elder, what are your intentions? Xing Tian inquired. I shall transfer my soul power to Xiao Shui, for she is currently in the stage of inheritance. So there will be no issue of her strength being unstable, Qian Dao Lu explained. Is there truly no other option? Xing Tian pressed. When he posed this question, Qian Dao Lu paused, slowly turning to face him. Elder, what is it? Xing Tian asked, observing Qian Dao Lu's expression. Did you already know? Qian Dao Lu probed. Elder, what are you talking about? What knowledge? Xing Tian responded, somewhat perplexed. I recall you mentioned a similar phrase during our last conversation, Qian Dao Lu remarked. Realizing this, Xing Tian stood up. At this point, I shall not conceal anything from you, Elder. I don't know a bit. Yet would you have believed me if I told you? Xing Tian questioned. Qian Dao Lu shook his head, acknowledging that had Xing Tian spoken thus earlier, he would have deemed it a curse upon Qian Rin Shui. I understand now, and I shall not inquire as to how you came by this information. After all, everyone harbors their own secrets. It seems my fate has been preordained, Qian Dao Lu sighed. He then summoned his soul power, moving towards Qian Rin Shui. Elder, perhaps we should wait a little longer. There may be other solutions. Xing Tian called out. What other solutions do you propose? Qian Dao Lu asked. Xing Tian shook his head, admitting he had yet to conceive any alternative. Chapter 205. The Anomalous Inheritance. Upon hearing Xing Tian's words, Qian Dao Lu turned back and continued his approach towards Qian Rin Shui. Though the distance to the altar was merely a matter of a few strides, Qian Dao Lu traversed it with great difficulty. It was not that he feared for his own life, but rather that he harbored concerns. If sacrificing everything could aid Qian Rin Shui, he would do so without hesitation. Yet, he dreaded that, even after such a sacrifice, it might not alter Qian Rin Shui's fate, a prospect he wished to avoid at all costs. Nevertheless, at this juncture, regardless of the outcome, Qian Dao Lu felt compelled to assist Qian Rin Shui in overcoming the imminent challenge. However, before he could reach the altar, a new development occurred with Qian Rin Shui. A streak of crimson suddenly manifested within the golden cocoon enveloping her, causing the cocoon to tremble violently, with rippling waves appearing upon its surface. What is happening? Qian Dao Lu inquired anxiously upon witnessing the emergence of the red hue. Xing Tian was initially perplexed by the situation at hand. However, upon sensing the faint yet ominous presence, he discerned the nature of the crimson hue. It was the energy emanating from the god of slaughter's domain. How could this be? A sense of panic began to envelop him. In the original narrative, Qian Rin Shui's inheritance relied on Qian Daolu's sacrifice. And now, with the addition of the god of slaughter's domain, one could only wonder if Qian Daolu's sacrifice would still aid Qian Rin Shui. Xing Tian felt an overwhelming sense of regret, nearly to the point of spitting blood, for despite his meticulous calculations, he had not foreseen the disruption caused by the god of slaughter's domain. In truth, Xing Tian should have anticipated this. The god of slaughter's domain belonged to the Shura god, and since Qian Rin Shui possessed an artifact of the Shura god, she was no longer a fitting candidate for the angel god's inheritance, according to the angel god's criteria. He speculated that the angel god had not detected this discrepancy immediately for two reasons: the profound angelic bloodline within Qian Rin Shui and her connection to Qian Dao Lu, as she was his granddaughter, which likely dispelled any suspicions. Senior, if my conjecture is correct, it must be the god of slaughter's domain, Xing Tian stated awkwardly. The god of slaughter's domain? The one from the city of slaughter? Dalu queried in astonishment. If I'm not mistaken, there shouldn't be another city of slaughter. Xing Tian replied, feeling embarrassed. You. Dalu pointed at Xing Tian, momentarily at a loss for words. Senior, could it be because of this? Xing Tian inquired. Do you realize that the city of slaughter is the territory of the Shura god? Dalu pressed. Xing Tian nodded. And do you understand that the angel's light repels all forms of evil energy? Dalu added, raising his voice slightly. I will deal with you later, Dalu declared as he quickly ascended to the altar. Positioning himself beside Rinxue, Dalu sat down. Once seated, a stone pillar rose before him, featuring a handprint-shaped indentation. Without hesitation, he pressed his hand into the recess. As his hand made contact, a surge of blue light erupted from the indentation, spreading along the intricate patterns on the ground until it reached Rinxue's feet. With Dalu's soul power supporting her, Rinxue's condition stabilized, and the ominous crimson hue was suppressed, confined to her heart region. Upon realizing this, Xing Tian's anxiety surged. If it were to retaliate, Rinxue would undoubtedly perish. Yet, he was powerless to intervene and could only watch helplessly. At that moment, Xing Tian noticed Dalu's brow furrowing, which alleviated his tension slightly, as it indicated that Dalu had also recognized the threat and would find a solution. Indeed, the crimson hue began to shift slowly, eventually migrating to Rinxue's shoulder and vanishing behind her. Dalu's expression finally relaxed. With his soul power flowing, Rinxue's condition grew increasingly stable, ultimately returning to tranquility. Xing Tian's anxious heart finally found respite. However, witnessing the depletion of Dalu's soul power, the wrinkles on his face and the white hair atop his head visibly multiplied. Alas, Dalu had indeed embarked on the path of sacrifice, just as Dalu was on the brink of exhaustion. A flash of crimson light suddenly emerged from Rinxue's back. Upon seeing this, Xing Tian's heart leaped into his throat. Following the appearance of this red light, it began to meander slowly, gliding back and forth across the golden cocoon enveloping Rinxue. As the red light danced, the golden cocoon started to undergo changes. Yet Xing Tian could not discern whether these alterations were beneficial or detrimental. The crimson hue, gradually infusing the golden cocoon, was supplanting the gold, causing Xing Tian to feel increasingly anxious. Yet, one curious observation surfaced. As the red light intensified, the golden glow diminished, and remarkably, Dalu's condition began to improve. What is happening? Xing Tian was bewildered. Although Dalu's condition was improving, Rinxue's situation had grown dire. If forced to choose between the two, Xing Tian would undoubtedly select Rinxue. At that moment, Dalu sensed the anomaly and opened his eyes. Initially, he presumed Xing Tian was assisting him. But upon opening his eyes, he realized the gravity of the situation. The once resplendent golden cocoon had transformed into a blood-red chrysalis. Dalu turned his gaze towards Xing Tian, who shook his head, indicating he was oblivious and had done nothing. Dalu's expression reflected urgency rather than relief, as the status of Rinxue remained uncertain, and the unknown breeds fear. Thus, he felt an acute anxiety for Rinxue. At that moment, the god of slaughter's domain in Xing Tian's hand began to react, emitting tendrils of bloodlight that drifted towards Rinxue. What is going on? Xing Tian was utterly perplexed. Senior, look. He raised his hand to show Dalu. Observing the bloodlight emanating from Xing Tian's hand and floating toward Rinxue, Dalu hurriedly stepped forward, enveloping Xing Tian's hand with his soul power. As a result of Dalu's intervention, the god of slaughter's domain in Xing Tian's hand quieted. Chapter 206. Divergence of the inheritance. With Xing Tian's side subdued, turbulence erupted on Rinxue's front. Following the severing of the connection with Xing Tian, the blood cocoon enveloping Rinxue began to tremble, and the previously vanished golden light re-emerged. Witnessing the return of the golden glow, a smile finally graced Dalu's face. Senior, something seems amiss, Xing Tian suddenly remarked. What is it? Dalu inquired. Do you not find something peculiar about the relationship between the golden and crimson lights? Xing Tian responded. Of course it's odd. This angel inheritance has been tainted by the Shura god's influence. How could it be right? Fortunately, everything seems to be progressing positively now, Qian Dalu replied. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that something is off. Xing Tian pointed towards Qian Rinxue's location. Following Xing Tian's gesture, Qian Dalu beheld the cocoon surrounding Qian Rinxue, which had transformed into a battlefield, a clash between the golden and crimson lights. Initially, the golden light was completely suppressed by the red light, but upon Qian Dalu severing the connection with Xing Tian's god of slaughter's domain, the golden light re-emerged. This time, however, the golden light exhibited an aggressive nature, swiftly rising to confront the red light with brute force, devouring and rampaging through the battlefield. The cocoon enveloping Qian Rinxue trembled violently from the onslaught of the golden light. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound resonated in the ears of Qian Daolu and Xing Tian. Without hesitation, Qian Daolu rushed forward, followed closely by Xing Tian. Before them, a cocoon encasing Qian Rinxue revealed a slender fissure, which ominously showed signs of expansion. The golden light incessantly consumed the red light, heedless of Qian Rinxue's plight, while the red light exerted every effort to mend the emerging cracks. Qian Daolu, taken aback, found it hard to trust his own eyes. Senior, this cannot continue. The red light will inevitably be devoured by the golden light, and at that moment, Xiao Shui will be in grave danger, he exclaimed anxiously to Xing Tian. After a moment's hesitation, Qian Daolu grasped Xing Tian's hand, dispelling the soul power enveloping it. In an instant, the domain of the god of slaughter on Xing Tian's hand began to tremble, releasing torrents of red mist that were swiftly absorbed by Qian Rinxue. With the god of slaughter's domain serving as a backup energy source, the red light on Qian Rinxue commenced its counteroffensive. Xing Tian was perplexed. What was Qian Rinxue truly doing? She was receiving the inheritance of the angel god. Yet during this process, she seemed capable of suppressing external energies entirely, which was evidently illogical. Senior, I have a thought that may or may not be appropriate to voice. Xing Tian stated from the altar's edge. Speak, Qian Dalu commanded. Do you not find this peculiar? Xing Tian queried. Peculiar? In what way? Qian Dalu replied. What is Xiao Shui doing now? She is receiving the inheritance of the angel god. The beam of light above her continuously supplies her with energy, yet her domain can suppress this inherited energy. I find this unreasonable, especially since the god of slaughter's domain has no backup energy to sustain it. Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, it was illogical, but what could be done at this juncture? The events had unfolded to such an extent that the outcome remained uncertain. Senior, I have an idea, Xing Tian proposed. Do not dawdle, Qian Daolu replied, feeling increasingly agitated. Fatty and Huowu also possess the god of slaughter's domain. I suggest we summon them, Xing Tian suggested. For what purpose? Qian Daolu inquired, perplexed. Since the situation has escalated to this point, let us combine the angel god's energy with that of the Shura god and observe the outcome, Xing Tian asserted. Have you lost your mind? Qian Daolu exclaimed loudly. Senior, at this juncture, do you possess a better solution? Xing Tian raised his hand, pointing at the god of slaughter's domain from which red mist billowed forth. Qian Daolu glanced at Xing Tian's hand, then at Qian Rinxue on the altar, and with a resigned sigh, exited the chamber to summon others. Before long, Huo Wu and Ma Hongjun arrived in the chamber. Boss, did you summon us for something? Ma Hongjun asked upon seeing Xing Tian. However, before Xing Tian could respond, Ma Hongjun exclaimed in surprise. Huh? What is going on? He raised his right hand, revealing that his god of slaughter's domain, like Xing Tian's, was also exuding red mist. Huo Wu was no exception. This is precisely the reason I called you here. Xing Tian raised his hand to show them. Brother Xing Tian, what is happening? Huo Wu asked, bewildered. I do not know, but it seems that Xiao Shui's inheritance has encountered an unforeseen complication, leaving me no choice but to act thus. Xing Tian sighed. Will this harm, big sister? Ma Hongjun inquired. I cannot say, but I am certain that failing to act would pose a significant danger. Xing Tian replied. Thus, the trio stood at the altar, allowing the red mist to continue pouring forth. With the support of Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu, the red light on Qian Rinxue soon regained the upper hand over the golden light. Observing this, Qian Dalu looked upward at the beam of light in the chamber. Lost in thought, the golden light was rapidly reclaimed by the red light, which then began to undertake a comprehensive repair of the cocoon. Boss, it seems that the power of my god of slaughter's domain is diminishing. Maon Gujun suddenly remarked. That is to be expected, as long as it aids Xiao Shui. One domain is a small price to pay. Xing Tian replied. Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that they seldom employed the god of slaughter's domain. As the red light enveloped Qian Rinxue, the beam of light above her head appeared to react defiantly, expanding in size. Yet it was too late. All the energy projected from the beam was consumed and assimilated by the red light, ultimately becoming part of it. Blasphemer! A furious female voice echoed from the void. Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu involuntarily trembled, recognizing it as the voice of the angel god. Blasphemous? I think not, if my guess is correct. You never intended to fully pass on the divine position to Xiao Shui. Xing Tian interjected. The voice retorted, and above the chamber, a luminous ring began to form in the location of the beam. Chapter 207. The New Divine Position. The Fallen Angel as the ring materialized. The avian figure reappeared in the chamber. Mortal, you dare to provoke the majesty of the divine. The angel god glared at Xing Tian. Majesty? What majesty? What authority do you possess? Xing Tian countered. If I am not mistaken, you never intended to fully pass on the divine position, did you? Xing Tian suspected that the angel god did not genuinely wish to relinquish the divine position, or if she did, she had her own ulterior motives. Regardless, he sensed that the angel god's transmission of the divine position was fraught with issues beyond mere energy concerns, though he could not yet discern what other complications might exist. The angel god scoffed, failing to refute Xing Tian's assertions. Observing her demeanor, Qian Daolu felt a chill in his heart. After all, based on Qian Rinxue's strength and talent, there was no reason she could not accomplish the inheritance. She was the most compatible candidate for the angel's legacy. Xing Tian surmised that in a previous life, Qian Rinxue's ability to complete the inheritance was closely tied to Qian Douluo's sacrificial act. He believed that the angel god from the past may have harbored some nefarious intentions, only to be thwarted by Qian Douluo's sacrifice. Fatty, Huo Wu, are you afraid? Xing Tian inquired of Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu. Boss, we are not afraid. We have faced gods before. Ma Hongjun replied. This time is different. Xing Tian chuckled. And what of that? Ma Hongjun laughed et artiri. Very well. Today, let us brothers slay a god and see if these so-called deities are truly invincible. Xing Tian joined in the laughter. You have offended me. You shall all perish. The avian figure suddenly manifested a sword, speaking coldly. Xing Tian vanished from his spot, only to reappear instantaneously. Mortal, is this all you are capable of? The angel god remarked disdainfully at the spot where Xing Tian had just been. Is that so? A strange smile crept across Xing Tian's face. When Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu beheld the smile of Xing Tian, they could not help but smile as well, for it had been a long time since they had seen him express such joy. The subsequent scene nearly caused the angel god to falter in his grip on the sword he wielded. To their astonishment, a divine golden light began to emanate from Xing Tian, and a pair of pristine wings manifested behind him. An aura, rivaling that of the angel god, radiated from him. How is it? Is it beautiful? Xing Tian inquired with a grin. Who are you? The angel god demanded, tightening his grip on his sword. Alas, you have not encountered my true form. Otherwise, I would have relished witnessing the extent of your power. Nevertheless, this is satisfactory. I shall claim your sword, Xing Tian responded. Arrogance. I know not how you have usurped my power, but a counterfeit shall forever remain a counterfeit. The angel god retorted coldly, charging forward with his blade. Fatty, Xiao Wu, do not engage yet. Ensure that Xiao Shui's legacy continues. I shall confront this avian adversary, Xing Tian declared as he rushed forward. However, Neither Xing Tian nor the angel god unleashed their full might, for the space was too confined for such displays. This circumstance, however, significantly favored Xing Tian, who excelled in close-quarters combat, while the angel god preferred sweeping strikes. After several exchanges, the angel god found himself at a disadvantage, which was reflected in the grimace upon his face. At that moment, a commotion arose near Qian Renshua. "Boss, sister-in-law is stirring." Ma Honggun shouted to Xing Tian. Turning his gaze, Xing Tian observed the cocoon encasing Qian Renshua convulsing violently. Is the legacy nearing completion? Xing Tian mused. Dare you become distracted? The angel god seized the opportunity and thrust his sword towards Xing Tian. Fortunately, Xing Tian reacted swiftly. Otherwise, that strike would have inflicted severe wounds upon him. Just as the angel god prepared to strike again, the cocoon surrounding Qian Renshua exhibited new movements. The blood cocoon trembled intensely, and suddenly, several tendrils emerged from it, reaching directly into the radiant circle from which the angel god had emerged. "You dare to usurp my divine status! Cursed be you!" the angel god shrieked, then soared towards Qian Renshua. "If you escape, what remains of my dignity?" Xing Tian bellowed, intercepting the angel god. "Filthy mortal, step aside." The angel god was not interested in engaging with Xing Tian, simply waving her sword before attempting to circumvent him and advance towards Qian Renshua. "Are you anxious? Is this not your divine legacy? Why then do you claim it is an act of theft?" Xing Tian inquired with a smile. "Elder, did you hear that? This is the angel god you have worshipped for generations." Xing Tian called out to the entranced Qian Dalu. At that moment, the tendrils from the blood cocoon withdrew from the light circle, each bearing a small, milky white orb. "Cursed thief!" the angel god cried out, but she was impeded by Xing Tian and could not advance. Thus, she was forced to watch helplessly as these orbs entered Qian Renshua's body. As the orbs integrated, a crimson radiance surged forth, and the blood cocoon began to dissolve gradually. When the blood cocoon vanished entirely, Qian Renshua stood before them, clad in a dark-hued lady's armor, wielding a sword with a black hilt and a blade of vivid crimson, strikingly alluring. Most remarkable were the 3 pairs of blood-red wings sprouting from her back. What is happening?" Qian Dalu stammered. "To be honest, and I'm at a loss as well," Xing Tian replied, glancing at Qian Dalu. Suddenly, Qian Renshua opened her eyes, initially perplexed, but moments later, clarity returned to her gaze. "I have received the legacy. My inheritance is intertwined with the angel god, yet distinct from it. Thus, my divine status shall be that of the fallen angel," Qian Renshua announced. As her words echoed, a rumble resounded from the heavens, clear even within the confines of their chamber. "You dare!" the angel god interjected as Qian Renshua spoke. "You shall serve as my first sacrificial offering in my ascension," Qian Renshua remarked coolly, casting a sidelong glance at the angel god. She then extended her right hand, and the angel god appeared to be ensnared by an unseen force, clutching her throat as she slowly levitated, her demeanor exceedingly disheveled. "Do you dare to oppose?" Qian Renshua asked calmly. In Chapter 208, Devouring the Angel God, Imposter, the angel god had already expended a portion of her energy to grant Qian Renshua her divine legacy. And after battling Xing Tian, she had further depleted her strength. The theft of her divine status by Qian Renshua had resulted in yet another loss of energy, rendering her susceptible to the newly ascended deity. "Blasphemer, perish!" The angel god spat defiantly, even in her weakened state. "Boss, do all these gods possess nothing but this phrase?" Ma Ongjun remarked. "Who knows?" Xing Tian shrugged. At that moment, Qian Renshua's hands began to stir. With a subtle movement, the angel god was drawn to her palm. "You sought to deceive me. Fortunate indeed is my fate," Qian Renshua commented. "Deceive? Little Shua, what do you mean?" Qian Dalu inquired. "Grandfather, this angel god never intended to sincerely bestow her divine status," Qian Renshua explained. Silence. The angel god suddenly interjected. "What? Are you still unaware of the situation?" Ma Hongjun queried the angel god. "Should you dare utter a word, it would be tantamount to declaring war against the angel god. There shall be no refuge for you in the divine realm," Qian Renshua warned. Do you think we fear? Xing Tian retorted. Kill me, and my true form in the divine realm will know instantly. When you enter the divine realm, you shall face my relentless pursuit, the angel god declared coldly. Pursuit? That is inconceivable. Xing Tian shook his head. Have you finished speaking? Qian Renshua asked, casting a glance at the angel god. The angel god realized that they would not heed her words any further and chose to remain silent. Upon seeing the angel god as silence, Qian Renshua made a slight motion with her right hand, and a crimson light burst forth, enveloping the angel god entirely. The angel god did not resist, for she understood that even if she did, the outcome would remain unchanged. Furthermore, resisting might lead to a humiliating defeat. Thus, the angel god was completely encased in the red light conjured by Qian Renshua. As the light began to contract, it ultimately vanished from her grasp along with the angel god. After absorbing the angel god, Qian Renshua suddenly closed her eyes and began to levitate. A surge of red light erupted from within her, enveloping her once more. What now? Is this never-ending? Xing Tian remarked, observing Qian Renshua once again enveloped in light. Boss, what's happening? Ma Hongjun asked, equally bewildered. Brother Xing Tian, look, Huowu exclaimed, raising her hand. The aura of the killing god domain began to emanate once more from her palm. Wasn't it just halted? Why has it resumed? Ma Hongjun pondered. Uncertain. Yet I believe this should not be deemed a misfortune, Xing Tian mused while stroking his chin. Very well. Let us disregard it for now, Ma Hongjun remarked as he glanced at his Shashan domain. Brother Xing Tian, sister Xiaoxua, I sense my Shashan domain is on the verge of vanishing. After a span equivalent to a fragrant stick's burn, Huowu suddenly exclaimed. This outburst startled Xing Tian and the others. Upon hearing Huowu's words, Xing Tian too felt his Shashan domain and discovered that, indeed, it was on the brink of dissolution, its demise merely a matter of time. If it must disappear, then so be it. It matters not, Ma Hongjun declared. I'm not overly concerned. I'm simply quite curious. Huowu raised her hand to observe. After approximately half a stick of incense, Huowu's Shashan domain was the first to announce its disappearance. However, she merely glanced, and then nothing followed. Following the vanishing of Huowu's Shashan domain, the dissolution of Xing Tian and Ma Hongjun's domains accelerated. Within minutes, their domains too succumbed to oblivion. At the moment of their domain's disappearance, Qian Renshua gracefully descended from the sky. Once she landed, the crimson glow enveloping her began to dissipate, and when it finally faded, the onlookers were met with a stunning revelation. To their astonishment, 6 pairs of wings had manifested upon Qian Renshua's back. By the heavens, a 12-winged fallen angel? Xing Tian exclaimed without restraint. Qian Dalu gazed at Qian Renshua in shock. In his understanding, angels possessed but a single pair of wings. Yet the current Qian Renshua bore 6 pairs, a phenomenon unheard of. Brother Xing Tian, sister Xiaoxua possesses such an abundance of wings. Huowu exclaimed, pointing at Qian Renshua in bewilderment. I have seen it. I never anticipated this outcome, Xing Tian remarked, observing Qian Renshua. At that moment, Qian Renshua retracted her wings and battle armor and approached. Xing Tian, I have succeeded, she declared. Indeed, I never expected this outcome, whether it be fortuitous or otherwise, Xing Tian replied. It is undoubtedly a good fortune. How could you think otherwise? Without this unforeseen circumstance, my grandfather might have already perished, Qian Renshua smiled at Xing Tian. You are aware? Xing Tian inquired, astonished. I could hear your conversation with grandfather. Qian Renshua answered. You could hear? Xing Tian was taken aback. I have always been able to hear, Qian Renshua stated. Xiaoxua. At this moment, Qian Dalu approached. Grandfather. Upon seeing Qian Dalu, Qian Renshua hurriedly stepped forward and embraced him tightly. It is all right now. It is all right. Is this not a joyous occasion? Qian Dalu comforted her, patting her back. Enough, enough. Xiaoxua, is everything not well now? Xing Tian approached and patted Qian Renshua. Yes, is everything not well now? Qian Dalu echoed. Since all is well, and we rejoice, shall we return now? Xing Tian proposed. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Huowu eagerly seized Qian Renshua's arm, bombarding her with questions. Sister Xiaoxue, what do you feel now? Huo Wu inquired. What do you mean by how I feel? I feel wonderful, Qian Ruxue replied with a smile. I mean, what is it like after attaining divinity? Huo Wu pressed. Feelings? There's not much to it, really. I just feel an extraordinary abundance of soul power within me. And it seems my soul rings are undergoing transformation, though I am uncertain of the specifics. Qian Ruxue elucidated. Very well. I suppose asking was futile. Huo Wu pouted. Xiaoxue is now a newly ascended deity. Once she fully integrates her divinity, things should be different, and you will witness it, Xingtian stated. Chapter 209. The Fusion of Divine Authority, Divine Realm Transmission. So, boss, is sister-in-law truly a deity now? Ma Hongjun inquired. That is indeed a pertinent question. Xingtian pointed at Ma Hongjun. However, I am uncertain, he added. Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu exchanged exasperated glances at Xingtian. In truth, I should not yet be considered a true deity, Qian Ruxue interjected. What? And you still do not count as a deity? Huo Wu gasped in astonishment. My divine status was derived from a partial appropriation of the angel god's authority and the Shura god's Shashan domain, thus forming a new divine status, which must be recognized by the rules of the divine realm to be truly considered divinity, Qian Ruxue explained. So, the fallen angel you mentioned earlier was merely your own fabrication? Xingtian asked. Not entirely. When I underwent my transformation, did you not hear a thunderous sound? Qian Ruxue queried. We did hear it. We heard it even in the secret chamber, Huo Wu affirmed. That was a transmission from the divine realm, congratulating the addition of a new divine status. However, as this is a newly ascended divinity, it remains unnamed, and fallen angel was not my intent. I spoke from the heart, involuntarily. Qian Ruxue shrugged. I see now, Xingtian acknowledged. So, once you complete the transformation of your soul power and soul rings, will you truly become a deity? Xingtian asked again. Roughly, aside from these essentials, I must also establish the system for my divine status, Qian Ruxue sighed. What is the divine status system? Ma Hongjun inquired. It is akin to a new cultivation system, Qian Ruxue replied. That is manageable. Leave it to me, Xingtian asserted, thumping his chest. Very well. Who knows? Qian Ruxue responded immediately. No, you won't just be waiting for me, will you? Xingtian pointed at Qian Ruxue. Indeed, I shall not, for you are my husband. Qian Ruxue smiled, casting a flirtatious glance at Xingtian. This glance had an extraordinary effect, causing Xingtian to momentarily lose his senses, an inexplicable warmth blossoming within him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Xingtian regained his composure. My goodness, how intense! Xingtian gazed at Qian Ruxue. What is it? Qian Ruxue asked, perplexed. Do you have any idea how terrifying that glance was? I nearly lost control. Xingtian awkwardly covered his abdomen. Both Qian Ruxue and Huo Wu involuntarily glanced at Xingtian's midsection, their faces instantly flushing. Huo Wu was somewhat unfazed, as she was no longer a girl, but Qian Ruxue, still a maiden, blushed deeply upon witnessing Xingtian's response. However, in but a moment, Qian Ruxue regained her composure and deliberately cast another flirtatious glance at Xingtian. Oh my, woman, you are playing with fire, Xingtian exclaimed upon recovering. Observing the spectacle, Ma Hongjun prudently exited the room, closing the door behind him. Indeed, I'm playing with fire. What of it? Are you afraid? Qian Ruxue teased Xingtian with a smile. I can no longer endure this. Neither of you shall escape today. Watch how I deal with you, Xingtian shouted, subsequently lunging towards them. Brother Xingtian, this is not my fault, Huo Wu cried, though she showed no inclination to evade. The following day, as the sun rose high in the sky, Xingtian emerged from Qian Ruxue's room, clutching his waist. As he stepped out, he encountered Dalu, who had come to visit Qian Ruxue, and the two exchanged a knowing gaze at the doorway. Dalu glanced at Xingtian, momentarily taken aback, and then spoke, Young man, exercise some restraint. Very well, I shall return later. With that, he turned and departed. No, senior, it is not as you think, Xingtian called after him. However, Dalu merely waved his hand and walked away without looking back. Husband, who is it outside? At that moment, Qian Rinxue's voice floated from within the room. Her voice exuded an enchanting allure, rendering listeners utterly captivated. Goodness, what a vexing little enchantress. Xing Tian murmured to himself. No one, he replied curtly. Oh, came Qian Rinxue's languorous voice once more. I can't bear this, I truly can't. Xing Tian shook his head in exasperation. He then retreated into the room and closed the door behind him. After a morning of practice, Qian Rinxue and Huo Wu emerged from the room, their faces radiant. Huo Wu walked with her head down, her gait somewhat unsteady, while Qian Rinxue appeared entirely unfazed. However, she was undeniably transformed, embodying the essence of a young woman stepping into maturity. The following day, Xing Tian proclaimed his intent to enter seclusion, as he was to assist Qian Rinxue in refining her divine position system. Half a month later, he emerged from his retreat, having successfully aided Qian Rinxue in perfecting the cultivation framework of the fallen angel. Boss, how did it go? Did you succeed? Ma Hongjun was the first to inquire. When I, your boss, make a move, success is guaranteed. Xing Tian replied confidently. Just go ahead and gloat. Qian Rinxue shot him a disapproving glance. By the way, Xiao Shui, once your divine position system is complete, does that mean you will ascend to the divine realm? Xing Tian suddenly asked. Roughly speaking, Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement. That won't do. Now is not the time for ascending to the divine realm. Xing Tian insisted. Why not? Qian Rinxue queried. Because we still have many matters to attend to. Xing Tian declared. What matters? She inquired. First, the Spirit Hall's unification of the continent. Second, concerning Tang San and the others, including Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Zhuqing. Xing Tian enumerated. Very well. Then I shall put aside the refinement of my divine position system for now. Qian Rinxue conceded reluctantly. No, the divine position system must still be perfected. It symbolizes strength. What I mean is, you need not rush to convert your soul power in soul rings. Xing Tian clarified. Is that acceptable? Qian Rinxue asked. It should be, he replied. Xing Tian then presented Qian Rinxue with his compiled materials regarding the fallen angel from his previous life. Here are some resources I have organized. Select from them and begin your refinement. He instructed. MHM. On a certain day, 6 months later, a sudden clap of thunder resonated across the skies of Dalu. Following the rumble, the people of Dalu heard a proclamation. The newly ascended fallen angel has perfected its divine position system and is permitted to enter the divine realm. The inhabitants of Dalu, unaccustomed to such occurrences, were momentarily bewildered. Chapter 210. Stardow Forest. In an instant, the entirety of Dalu was left in shock. Even the soul beasts were taken aback. The Stardow Forest, home to the Tianqing Yopeng, remained tranquil, with the shimmering lake mirroring the distant scenery. A young girl, perhaps in her late teens, sat barefoot on a stone by the lake, playing with the water. The lake, the scenery, and the girl formed a breathtaking tableau. Of course, the scene would have been even more exquisite without a gorilla squatting nearby, engaged in its business. The voice resounded once more. The newly ascended fallen angel has perfected its divine position system and is permitted to enter the divine realm. Suddenly, the girl heard this proclamation. A newly ascended fallen angel? Could it be them? I recall that Qian Rinxue from the Spirit Hall possesses an angel martial spirit. The girl absent-mindedly splashed the water with her delicate feet. Who? Who is speaking? The gorilla, startled by the announcement, abruptly halted its actions. Ming, can't you find a more private spot? The girl frowned at the gorilla. Sister Xiao Wu, this is not merely a trivial matter. It is my mark, my territory. Ming retorted, rubbing himself against a nearby tree. Do not come any closer. Xiao Wu quickly warned as Ming approached. Then I shall wash up. Ming scratched his head. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the lake before Xiao Wu, prompting her to swiftly withdraw her feet and retreat in alarm. Ming, you're doomed. Xiao Wu called from the safety of a tree. No sooner had she spoken than Ming seemed ensnared by an unseen force, sinking into the lake repeatedly, swallowing copious amounts of water. Are you trying to drown yourself? Ming exclaimed, throwing Ming back onto the shore. Ming, you're being too rough. Ming coughed. Ming huffed, prideful. Xiao Wu stifled her laughter at the scene. Enough of the antics. Xiao Wu suddenly interjected. Her voice had an immediate calming effect. As soon as she spoke, both De Ming and Ming fell silent. Ming, Ming, do you believe there is still a future for us soul beasts? Xiao Wu asked, her tone laced with melancholy. Sister Xiao Wu, why would you say such a thing? Ming replied. You heard that voice, did you not? Xiao Wu pressed. Yes, we heard about the fallen angel, De Ming acknowledged. With another newly ascended divine position on the human side, I cannot envision a future for us, Xiao Wu lamented, gazing skyward. Sister Xiao Wu, have you forgotten that place? Ming sudaning kirid. You mean? She replied, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Indeed, that very place. De Ming confirmed with a nod. But that is merely a legend. One cannot take it seriously. Xiao Wu shook her head. Yet that place remains a forbidden zone. Ming added. Perhaps it holds a truth about this matter, Xiao Wu suggested. Who? Ming leaned in, curious. The leader of the little bears. Xiao Wu declared. Taizhu. Ming exclaimed. What Tianzhu? His name is Xing Tian. You should forget that moniker, for true strength carries dignity. Ming shot off thieves gled at Ming. Unfazed. Ming merely glanced at Ming, saying nothing. Leader? Are you speaking of our leader? Has he arrived? A rugged voice suddenly emerged from the woods. No, Xiao Wu replied. Just as they spoke, a burly young man emerged from the trees. He was bare-chested, clad only in a skirt made from unknown animal hide. I thought my leader had come. It has been ages since I last saw him. The young man exclaimed. Little bear, you transformed into a human. Not just to seek out your leader, did you? Ming inquired, observing the young man's frail physique. Yes, due to issues with my strength. I sought out a spirit herb that could enable my transformation, and I have finally found it, Little Bear explained. But have you considered that your leader may have forgotten you? Ming interjected. It is impossible. The boss could never forget me. His voice brimming with indignation. All right, Xiao Xiong, rest assured, your boss will certainly not forget you. Xiao Wu reassured him. Xiao Xiong coldly snorted at De Ming before turning to leave. Xiao Wu Jie. He recklessly consumed the transformation herbs, which could affect his future strength. After Xiao Xiong departed, De Ming expressed his concern to Xiao Wu. That is merely a legend, Xiao Wu replied, shaking her head. Yet if there were no precedents, such a legend would not have persisted. Just look at our soul beasts. How many would dare to consume that transformation herb? Ming argued. However, it is his own choice. Can you prevent him? Xiao Wu countered to Ming. Ming shook his head. Xiao Xiong harbored a profound obsession with Xing Tian. When Xing Tian left, he promised to come for him once he became a 10,000-year soul beast. Nevertheless, years have passed, and Xiao Xiong has yet to break through to 10,000 years, which inevitably made him anxious. Therefore, he ultimately chose to seek out the transformation elixir. Despite the fact that in the world of soul beasts, such matters have always been taboo. Yet, Xiao Xiong missed Xing Tian too much and felt inadequate, willing to endure arduous cultivation in the future. Boss, have you truly forgotten me? You promised to come for me. Xiao Xiong gazed at the sky and lamented. At this moment, in the Wuhan Palace, Qianren Shui had already gained recognition from the divine realm. But as she had yet to complete the transformation of her soul power and soul rings, she had not ascended to the divine realm. Xiao Shui, there is something I wish to discuss with you. That day, Xing Tian approached Qianren Shui. What is it? She inquired. I want to visit the Stardow Forest. Xing Tian declared. The Stardow Forest? Are you going to find Xiao Wu? Qianren Shui asked. Our affairs here have largely reached a conclusion. I wish to see the Stardow Forest. It has been many years, and I wonder how Xiao Xiong is faring? Xing Tian responded. Xiao Xiong? I remember now. He is the cub of the dark gold, fearsome claw bear, right? Qianren Shui asked. Exactly. Xing Tian nodded. No problem. When shall we set off? Qianren Sui inquired. In a couple of days, perhaps, and, if possible, we could also visit that place. Xing Tian said. That place? Which place? Qianren Sui questioned. You will find out then. Xing Tian replied with a smile. Chapter 211. Destination, Stardow Forest. Very well. Very well. You always make things so mysterious. Qianren Shui rolled her eyes at Xing Tian. In truth, Xing Tian could have made this decision without consulting her, yet he still chose to involve her, which delighted Qianren Shui. The very reason she agreed was due to this consideration. Even if she disagreed, it would not change anything, as Qianren Shui understood the significant place Xiao Xiong held in Xing Tian's heart. The incident when Xing Tian went berserk for Xiao Xiong's parents was enough reason for her to comply. Are we going out for training again? Yay! At that moment, Huo Wu suddenly appeared. You are everywhere. Xing Tian playfully tapped Huo Wu on the head. You will get foolish. Huo Wu glared at Xing Tian. Boss, are we preparing to set off again? At that moment, Ma Hongjun approached with question. Yes, we're going to check out the Douluo forest. Xing Tian replied. Good, staying here is making my bones stiff. Ma Hongjun laughed. You're now a title Douluo. Do you think the soul beasts in the Douluo forest can defeat you? Xing Tian chuckled. How could that be? Boss, you are underestimating the Douluo forest too much. Ma Hongjun laughed. All right, go back and pack. We will set off in a few days. Xing Tian said cheerfully to Ma Hongjun. Sure thing. No problem. Ma Hongjun replied. In the palace of the Xing Luo Empire, a new divine rank? A fallen angel? Is it that one from the Wuhan Palace? It seems that Xing Tian and his companions are growing increasingly powerful. Dai Mubai murmured to himself upon hearing this news. Your Majesty, what are you pondering? At that moment, Lu Qian approached with a bowl of soup. I am contemplating that new divine rank. Dai Mubai replied. New divine rank? Your Majesty, do you know this person? Lu Qian asked. Yes. Dai Mubai nodded. If I am not mistaken, that new divine rank should belong to someone from the Wuhan Palace. Dai Mubai asserted. Wuhan Palace? Lu Qian expressed surprise. Indeed, it cannot be entirely said to be the Wuhan Palace, as that individual is now Xing Tian's partner, and Xing Tian has not truly joined the Wuhan Palace. Dai Mubai clarified. Your Majesty, now that the Wuhan Palace has a divine presence, what shall we do in the future? Lu Qian inquired. Do not worry. The gods dare not unleash their powers on the continent, for it cannot bear the weight. Dai Mubai reassured her. That puts my mind at ease. Lu Qian replied. Make arrangements. We shall depart in a couple of days for the Douluo forest, Dai Mubai suddenly declared. The Douluo forest? What are we going there for? Lu Qian asked, puzzled. To meet an old friend and discuss this new divine rank matter. Dai Mubai explained. I will arrange it right away. Lu Qian said hastily after hearing Dai Mubai's words. Meanwhile, in the headquarters of the Tang sect in the Tiando Empire, the Tang sect, influenced by Xing Tian, had completely transformed into an assassin organization. A new divine rank? A fallen angel? Do you think you're the only one with divine ranks? Tang Sin said darkly as he gazed at the sky. As he spoke, a gentle breeze tousled his hair, revealing a golden trident mark on his forehead. It seems that no matter how much Xing Tian influences things, he could not prevent Tang San from obtaining the sea goddess inheritance and assuming the sea goddess divine rank. If all goes as expected, the future god of Shura may also belong to Tang San. Xing Tian, when we meet again, I will make you regret your initial decision, Tang San declared. Someone prepare. We will set off in a couple of days for the Douluo forest. Tang San suddenly shouted. Yes, Secmaster. A voice emerged from the shadows of the corner. Xiao San, what are you going to the Douluo forest for? At that moment, Tang Hao walked out of her room to ask. I'm going to find Xiao Wu. Tang San replied. Xiao Wu, what do you want with her? Dan Hao in Guit. In truth, Tang Hao was now apprehensive at the mention of Xiao Wu's name, for it was because of him that misunderstandings arose between Tang San and Xiao Wu, ultimately leading to the current situation. Although I have inherited the divinity of the sea god, the Wuhan Palace also possesses a divine rank now. In terms of absolute power, we are still at a disadvantage. Thus, I plan to go to the Douluo forest to win Xiao Wu over to our side. Tang San explained. After all these years, Tang San was no longer the person he once was. Aside from his unchanging hatred for Xing Tian, he had undergone significant transformation. Very well, go ahead. Also, take some time to visit your mother. I plan to go there in a few days, and I will not be returning afterward. Tang Hao stated. Understood, Dad. Tang San responded to Tang Hao. In the evil spirit forest, within a valley, there were clear signs of human activity. Particularly at a certain stone wall in the valley, the traces of human activity were most apparent. Suddenly, the stone wall began to tremble violently, and then it cracked open, revealing 4 or 5 figures clad in black emerging from the fissure. "Boss, where are we headed?" One of the figures clad in black inquired. "To the Xingdoda Sanlin," replied the leader, her voice surprisingly feminine. "Xingdoda Sanlin. What purpose do we have there?" Another asked. "To meet an old friend and, if necessary, to persuade her to join us. Should she prove uncooperative, I shall not hesitate to disregard our past camaraderie." The leader's tone turned chilling as she spoke. "Let us proceed." With that, she charged ahead. This leader was none other than Zhu Zhuqing, who had ascended to the formidable rank of Douluo, and she had garnered a significant position within her organization. Her motivation for venturing to the Xingdoda Sanlin was primarily to recruit Xiao Wu. If Xiao Wu were to ally with her, it would signify that De Ming, Air Ming, and even other powerful soul beasts would become integral to her strength. Zhu Zhuqing's conviction stemmed from the resounding voice that echoed throughout the Douluo continent. She had long since familiarized herself with Xing Tian and his companions, leading her to deduce that this newly ascended deity would likely be among them, specifically Qian Renxue. With the alliance of Qian Renxue and Xing Tian, their stories had already circulated. At that moment, it became apparent that the Wuhuan temple possessed not one, but 2 holy maidens. Xing Tian could never have anticipated that a spontaneous decision would reunite him with so many old friends. Others might have been oblivious, yet they were all unwittingly converging upon the same destination. Should Xiao Wu be aware, she would surely be astonished at how many were concerned for her in the Xingdoda Sanlin. Thus, with an array of thoughts and intentions, the group embarked towards the Xingdoda Sanlin from all directions. Chapter 212. Reunion. Xiao Wu, are you ready yet? Xing Tian called out to Huo Wu from within the room. "Just a moment, please wait for me." Huo Wu's voice echoed back. "Why does Xiao Wu insist on bringing so many things?" Xing Tian remarked. "They must be for her," Qian Renxue interjected. "For her? She hardly needs them," Xing Tian replied. "That may not be the case. After all, Xiao Wu is human now," Qian Renxue countered. All right, Xing Tian conceded. "I believe it is because Xiao Wu shares the same name as Huo Wu, hence Huo Wu feels a closer connection to her," Ma Hongjun chimed in. "I find that reasoning quite valid." Xing Tian nodded in agreement. Just then, Huo Wu emerged from the room, carrying a large bag on her back. Xing Tian Gich, "This is for you." She placed the hefty bag before him. "What on earth is in this enormous bag?" Xing Tian questioned, eyeing the nearly half-person high parcel. "Oh, just some daily necessities," Huo Wu replied with a smile. With a wave of his hand, the bag vanished from sight. Xing Tian Gich, "Would you be able to procure some storage equipment for us?" Huo Wu asked playfully. "I shall do my best," Xing Tian assured her. "Well then, since we are all packed, let's set off," Qian Renxue declared. Onward. With a grand gesture, Xing Tian led the group towards the city gates. Meanwhile, Daimu Bai and his companions from the Star Luo Empire, as well as Tang San and his associates from the Heaven Do Empire, were also preparing to depart. Zhu Zhuqing and her group, having traveled a greater distance to the Xingdoda Sanlin, were already en route. "I have a feeling that this journey to the Xingdo will not be straightforward," Xing Tian suddenly remarked to the group during their travels. "What makes you say that?" Qian Renxue inquired. "I cannot explain it. Merely a hunch," he replied, shaking his head. "Boss, is it because of sister-in-law?" Ma Hongjun suggested. "Because of me?" Qian Renxue pointed to herself in surprise. "Because of Xiao Shui?" "Why?" Xing Tian asked. "I think it might be so." Ma Hongjun scratched his head. "Do elaboraci." Xing Tian encouraged him to share his thoughts. "It seems I share your sentiment, boss. This trip feels significant," Ma Hongjun stated. "Go on," Xing Tian urged. "Consider this. The news of sister-in-law becoming a deity is widely known across the continent. Yet while many are aware of a deity's existence, few know who it is, correct?" Ma Hongjun queried. The others nodded in agreement. "However, have you considered that there are indeed some who know the truth?" Ma Hongjun continued. At this, Xing Tian smacked his forehead. "Of course. How could I have overlooked that?" he exclaimed. "Exactly. While others may be unaware, certain factions must know that the deity is sister-in-law. Maongjun asserted. Who are these factions you speak of? Hu Wu asked curiously. It is likely Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Zhuqing, Xing Tian elaborated. Yes, precisely. There is no need to elaborate on Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing. They would relish the opportunity to exact vengeance upon the boss. However, Dai Mubai's stance remains somewhat ambiguous. Ma Hongju noted. Why is that? Didn't the boss kill Dai Mubai's father? Hu Wu queried, puzzled. That is a separate matter. The boss had given them a chance, and Dai Mubai is aware of that, Ma Hongjun explained. All right, I truly cannot comprehend your logic. Hu Wu shook her head in confusion. It's remarkable how a simple journey can spiral into such complexity, Xing Tian mused, stroking his chin. This is all mere speculation on your part. Qian Renxue cast a sideways glance at Xing Tian and Ma Hongjun. I believe our conjecture holds some truth. At the very least, I am 70% certain, Xing Tian asserted. I concur. Ma Hongjun quickly agreed. Enough. Let us hasten our journey. Whether it is true or not will be revealed upon our arrival, Qian Renxue urged. Onward. Exercise caution along the way. Xing Tian instructed. Rest assured, boss. We will remain vigilant. Ma Ongjun promised. Thus, 10 days later, Xing Tian and his companions entered the Xing Dode Sanlin. Even after many years away, the moment they stepped inside, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. This sensation was profoundly comforting. Stretching his arms wide, Xing Tian inhaled deeply. Let's proceed. Qian Renxue nudged him. Indeed, I am eager to reunite with Xiao Xiong and wonder how he is faring. Xing Tian smiled. Let's first visit Deming. Erming usually plays nearby, he continued. True to his words, as they neared the lake by Deming, they were greeted by uproarious laughter and splashing water. Subsequently, a voice filled with suppressed fury reached their ears. Erming, if you wash your backside here again, I will end you. The unmistakable voice of Deming rang out. Ha ha, come at me. Last time was a fluke. If you have the skill, come at me. Erming's voice echoed in response. Ha ha. Erming remains as reckless as ever. Let's go. Xing Tian chuckled. Before long, he suddenly felt a surge of excitement and shouted, Deming, Erming. I have returned. Xing Tian's sudden exclamation startled Qian Renxue and her companions. Oh no, you scared me, Qian Renxue exclaimed, giving Xing Tian a light slap. Ha ha, I couldn't help it, Xing Tian quickly replied. Just as they were conversing, a rumbling sound suddenly emanated from the woods ahead. Within moments, Erming rushed over. Alongside him was Xiao Wu, who had perched herself on Erming's shoulder. Goodness, a fantastical version of Beauty and the Beast. Xing Tian mused inwardly. Xing Tian, what brings you here? Xiao Wu asked as she jumped down from Erming's shoulder upon arrival. What? Am I not welcome? Xing Tian chuckled at Xiao Wu. Of course you are. Welcome, welcome. Erming interjected promptly. You talk too much. No one thinks you're mute if you don't stop chatting. Xiao Wu shot a glare at Erming, causing him to hastily cover his mouth. I came to see Xiao Xiong, Xing Tian explained to Xiao Wu. Chapter 213. A gathering at Xingdou, Xiao Xiong. Xiao Wu and Erming exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a hint of unease. What's wrong? Has something happened to Xiao Xiong? Seeing their demeanor, Xing Tian felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Xiao Xiong is fine. Nothing has happened, Xiao Wu assured him. That's a relief. Xing Tian's previously taut heart finally relaxed. But Xiao Wu, Xiao Xiong. Be quiet. Xiao Wu glared at Erming. What? Xiao Wu. Didn't you just say Xiao Xiong is fine? Xing Tian questioned, beginning to doubt Xiao Wu's words upon hearing Erming's comment. Xiao Xiong is truly fine, Xiao Wu insisted. Xing Tian observed Erming, noticing he seemed poised to speak, yet upon glancing at Xiao Wu, he ultimately chose silence. Xiao Wu, tell me the truth. Xiao Xiong is genuinely unharmed? The gravity of Xing Tian's expression deepened. Think carefully before you answer. You know I dislike being deceived. Just as Xiao Wu was about to speak, Xing Tian interjected once more. Xiao Wu swallowed her words and shot another fierce glare at Erming, who quickly retreated a few steps, covering his mouth. All right, actually, Xiao Xiong has encountered some issues. I promised him I wouldn't tell you, but it's all Erming's fault. Xiao Wu confessed, glaring at Ming again. What exactly happened to Xiao Xiong? How is he now? Xing Tian pressed urgently. Honestly, what Xiao Xiong is dealing with is not as serious as you might think. Xiao Wu replied. Du elaboraci. Xing Tian's anxiety began to dissipate. Xiao Xiong has consumed Hua Xing Chao. Ming interjected. Hu Xing Gao? What is that? Is there a problem with it? Xing Tian inquired. I'm not entirely sure. But in our soul beast world, Hua Xing Chao, ISNT considered a good thing. Xiao Wu explained. Please elaborate. Xing Tian insisted. Hua Xing Chao can be found in many areas of the Xing Do Great Forest, yet no soul beast dares to consume it, as it is said that those who do will never advance in their cultivation again. Xiao Wu remarked. Is that so? Who said that? Xing Tian asked. I don't know. It has been passed down through generations. This legend about Hua Xing Chao has existed for over 100,000 years, at least since my childhood. Xiao Wu recounted. Well then, as long as Xiao Xiong is unharmed, that is what matters. Xing Tian felt his heart lighten. Xing Tian, aren't you concerned about Xiao Xiong? Ming suddenly remarked. Concerned? What is there to worry about? As Xiao Wu said, this matter is trivial to me. Even if Xiao Xiong were merely an ordinary human, as long as he is by my side, he would face no danger. Xing Tian declared confidently. Let us go. Xiao Wu, I brought you many things. At that moment, Hua Wu approached and wrapped her arm around Xiao Wu's. Let us go. Xiao Wu smiled. Arriving at the lakeside where De Ming resided, Xiao Wu halted before a particularly stout tree. Guoming, she instructed Xing Tian and the others, placing her hand upon the trunk. A green light emerged, revealing a door on the tree. Wow, how fantastical! Xing Tian exclaimed. Upon entering the trunk, they were astonished to find an unexpectedly spacious interior. Feel free to sit. Xiao Wu welcomed everyone. Xing Tian Gij, hurry and bring out my package. Hua Wu urged, with a wave of his hand. The large package prepared by Hua Wu appeared in the treehouse. Is this all for me? Xiao Wu gasped in surprise. Not much, not much. Hua Wu chuckled. The group spent the night in the treehouse, and the next day, Xiao Wu sent Ming to fetch Xiao Xiong. After transforming, Xiao Xiong had returned to his original home near the waterfall. Due to his ties with Ming and the others, no other soul beast dared to bully Xiao Xiong. Finally, the moment arrived when Ming returned with Xiao Xiong. Boss, you're here, Xiao Xiong exclaimed, rushing towards Xing Tian with excitement. Who are you? Xiao Xiong? Xing Tian questioned, gazing at the robust young man before him, puzzled. Boss, I'm Xiao Xiong. How do I look? Xiao Xiong proudly asked. Handsome, truly handsome. You've grown strong. Xing Tian patted Xiao Xiong on the shoulder. Boss, are you here to take me away? Xiao Xiong asked eagerly. Of course. I trust your strength. Must be impressive by now. Xing Tian replied with a grin. Absolutely. Xiao Xiong paused before continuing. I promised I would come for you. And I always keep my word. Xing Tian reassured him. Yes. Xiao Xiong nodded vigorously. So when do we leave? Xiao Xiong inquired. What? Are you so eager to leave this place? Xiao Wu interjected. Sister Xiao Wu, that's not it. Xiao Xiong quickly defended himself. Haha, I was just teasing you. Xiao Wu laughed at Xiao Xiong's flustered expression. Let us wait a few days before we leave and enjoy ourselves for a bit. Xing Tian suggested. All right. Xiao Xiong agreed. Thus, in the days that followed, Xiao Xiong remained closely by Xing Tian's side, fearful that a moment's distraction might allow Xing Tian to slip away. 3 days later, while fishing by the lake, a smile crept onto Xing Tian's face. Is it time? It seems my expectations were correct. Xing Tian chuckled. Boss, there isn't a single fish in this lake. What are you fishing for? Ma Hongjun asked as he approached. You don't understand. This is about state of mind. I'm not fishing for fish. Xing Tian replied. Someone is coming. Xiao Wu announced as she approached Xing Tian. I know. It should be a familiar face. Xing Tian smiled. Familiar? Who? Xiao Wu asked. Indeed, a familiar face. Xing Tian affirmed with a grin. I'll go check out. Xiao Wu said, turning to leave. Before long, Xiao Wu returned, accompanied by a man and a woman. They were Dai Mubai and Lu Qian, whom Xing Tian had encountered in Hanhai City. You've arrived? Xing Tian greeted with a smile as he sat by the lake. Did you know I was coming? Dai Mubai asked. momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xing Tian. Not exactly, but I could guess, and it's not just you. There are others. Xing Tian replied. Others? Who? Dai Mubai inquired. At that time, you'll understand. Just find a place to settle down for now. We can discuss matters once everyone has arrived, Xing Tian remarked. How did Xing Tian know I was coming here? Dai Mubai was taken aback. It seemed that Xing Tian had anticipated his arrival and had come specifically to await him. Chapter 214, Gathering at the Xingdou, Part 2. Regardless of how Xing Tian knew of his visit, Dai Mubai had already contemplated the worst possible outcome. He couldn't help but wonder who the other individuals Xing Tian mentioned might be. Your Majesty, how could Xing Tian know we were coming here? Lu Qian inquired. I am unsure. Xing Tian is an enigma, and I have never been able to comprehend him, Dai Mubai replied, shaking his head. Since he is here, what shall we do? Should we still discuss that matter? Lu Qian asked. Of course we should. Why not speak freely? Dai Mubai asserted. Lu Qian found Dai Mubai's perspective somewhat perplexing. She believed they should avoid any confrontation while Xing Tian was present and return once he had departed. However, Dai Mubai considered it more forthright to express his thoughts openly, given that Xing Tian was a ruler in his own right. Deep down, Dai Mubai harbored another thought. Even if he chose to evade this time, who could guarantee that Xing Tian wouldn't be aware of his next visit? Moreover, if he missed this opportunity and should Xiao Wu fall into Xing Tian's camp, he would truly have no chance left. 2 days after Dai Mubai and his companions arrived, another group entered the Xingdou Great Forest. Following their arrival, Xiao Wu sensed something unusual and subsequently instructed Erming to dispatch some soul beasts to monitor the various entrances of the forest. Indeed, 2 days later, Xiao Wu received word that another party had entered the Xingdou Great Forest, their intentions quite clear as they ventured deep into the woods. Xing Tian, what are you truly doing here? Don't tell me it's for Xiao Xiong. Xiao Wu confronted Xing Tian, her tone somewhat displeased. I genuinely came to retrieve Xiao Xiong. But why they are here is really none of my concern. Xing Tian shrugged in response. Do you think I will believe you? Xiao Wu challenged him. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. I only represent myself, Xing Tian replied. Xiao Wu scoffed, turning away. Sigh, it's really not me. Xing Tian sighed as he watched her retreat. Boss, why do I feel like Xiao Wu just stormed off with an unpleasant expression? Ma Hongjun approached at that moment. Our suspicions have proven correct. She now thinks I summoned them here. Xing Tian said with a wry smile, shaking his head. There's nothing we can do about that. Ma Hongjun remarked. Fatty, be cautious. Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing may act aggressively. I would want Xiao Wu to misunderstand me. Xing Tian advised Ma Hongjun. Don't worry, boss. Nothing will go wrong. Ma Hongjun assured him. All right, let's go meet some old friends, Xing Tian declared as he stood up. Upon arriving before the treehouse, he indeed found Tang San and Dai Mubai engaged in conversation. Oh, you've arrived. Xing Tian strolled over nonchalantly. Upon hearing Xing Tian's voice, Dai Mubai stood and nodded in acknowledgement. Tang San remained seated with his back to Xing Tian, yet the murderous aura emanating from him betrayed his current mood. What? Do you wish to fight me? Xing Tian smiled at Tang San. Xing Tian, I have stated that your day of reckoning will be upon our next meeting. Tang San slowly rose and turned to face Xing Tian. Oh, is that so? I'll stand right here. Come and kill me, and I promise I won't retaliate. Xing Tian replied with a smile. Seeing Xing Tian's nonchalant demeanor only fueled Tang San's anger. The sight of him brought to mind memories of Yu Xiaojing, Flander, Lu Erlong, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong. Prepare to die. At last, Xing Tian could no longer hold back and made his move. Cool me. I shall not resist. I keep my promises, Xing Tian said, chuckling. As Tang San charged forward, Xing Tian exhibited no response. Arrogant, Tang San scoffed at Xing Tian's reaction. Stop. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Xiao Wu rushed in, halting Tang San's advance. Xiao Wu, you, Tang San exclaimed, seeing Xiao Wu standing in his way. Tang San, this is the Xingdou Great Forest. It is my territory, Xiao Wu declared. Xiao Wu, you would protect him despite his numerous evil doings? Tang San asked incredulously. I have said that this is the Xingdou Great Forest, my domain. If you wish to fight, do so elsewhere. Furthermore, I witnessed you provoke Xingtian while he never raised a hand. Xiao Wu clarified. Are you scheming against me? Tang Sen glared at Xingtian. Scheming against you? No, no, no. You are not worthy. I genuinely want you to kill me because I wish to see how much you have grown and whether you possess the strength to threaten me. Xingtian replied with a smile. Arrogant. Irrelevant. Xingtian shrugged. What a lively scene. How could I possibly miss this? A chilling female voice emerged from the woods. Hee hee. Now it's quite the gathering. Xingtian chuckled. Zhu Zhuqing, you dare to show your face. Dai Mubai exclaimed angrily upon hearing her voice. If you can come, why can't I? My white tiger emperor. Zhu Zhuqing's mocking voice echoed, and she emerged from the trees with a few companions. Aren't you afraid I will kill you? Dai Mubai retorted coldly. Kill me? If you have the ability, then come. I want to resist. But I wonder if you can withstand the onslaught of the forces behind me. Zhu Zhuqing laughed. You can withstand it. Xingtian interjected. Xingtian, you're looking well. Zhu Zhuqing remarked upon seeing him. I do not recognize you. You are too filthy. Xingtian replied disdainfully. Seeking death. A figure clad in black behind Zhu Zhuqing suddenly shouted at Xingtian. I'll give Xiao Wu some face. Keep your dog in check. Xingtian shot a cold glance at the speaker. You are still as domineering as ever. Zhu Zhuqing laughed. Ha ha ha. Xingtian suddenly burst into laughter. What? Is it amusing? Zhu Zhuqing's smile vanished instantly. My ability to remain so composed and carefree stems from my worth. What do you possess that grants you such ease? Asked Tang San if he dares to be so lax in my presence. Xingtian challenged Zhu Zhuqing. Of course he wouldn't dare. A mere Tang sect can be extinguished with a flick of my hand. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed. Clap, clap, clap. Impressive, impressive. You dare to claim you can kill a god with a mere flick of your hand. I am in awe. Xingtian exclaimed, applauding. Chapter 215. Xiao Wu's choice. As soon as Xingtian finished speaking, an abrupt silence enveloped the scene. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Tang San. However, Tang San did not pay attention to Zhu Zhuqing. His gaze was fixed on Xingtian, filled with fury. What? Are you afraid of others discovering your secrets? Xingtian inquired. By the way, you just claimed that you could easily extinguish his Tang sect. Is that true? Show me if you can defeat me. If you manage to vanquish the Tang men, I assure you that the forces behind you will proudly emerge on the continent, no longer lurking in the shadows, truly. Xingtian said, gazing at Zhu Zhuqing. You. Zhu Zhuqing pointed at Xingtian, unable to articulate her thoughts for a long moment. What? Did you not say that? Xingtian questioned, perplexed. Xingtian, this is my territory. At that moment, Xiao Wu interjected. All right, Xingtian shrugged nonchalantly. Upon witnessing Xingtian's silence, Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing both exhaled in relief. In truth, there was no animosity among them. They were united by a common adversary, Xingtian. Therefore, they would not become enemies. However, had Xingtian pressed harder earlier, they might have turned against each other out of pride, inadvertently benefiting Xingtian. Now that you have all come to my humble abode, let us discuss your purpose for being here. Xiao Wu addressed Xingtian and his companions. I must clarify that I have no ulterior motives. I simply came to retrieve Xiao Xiong. Xingtian proclaimed, patting the little bear beside him. The others regarded him with expressions of skepticism, as if to say, do you expect us to believe that? Xingtian, with no other recourse, chuckled softly and moved to sit aside. I indeed have matters to discuss with you. Dai Mubai said to Xiao Wu. Speak then, Xiao Wu replied. You are aware that the Wuhuan Palace has acquired a deity, correct? Dai Mubai remarked, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Qian Renshua, who was beside Xingtian. I am aware, but what does this have to do with the Stardo Forest? Xiao Wu inquired. The Wuhuan Palace's ambition to unify the continent is common knowledge. Now that they have gained another deity, I believe we should join forces. Dai Mubai asserted. What do I stand to gain from this? Xiao Wu questioned. Xingtian observed closely, nodding in agreement. At that moment, Xiao Wu exuded a sense of composure and thorough consideration. No longer the naive girl he once perceived her to be. If the Wuhuan Palace succeeds in unifying the continent, the next target will be your soul beasts. Dai Mubai warned. And you? Have you come to me for the same reason? Xiao Wu turned her gaze toward Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing, avoiding Dai Mubai's question. Indeed. Xiao Wu, I seek your assistance for this very reason. I acknowledge that I have ascended to godhood, yet the strength of Tang Min pales in comparison to the Wuhuan palace. Thus, I hope you'll aid me, Xiao Wu. Tang San spoke earnestly, his eyes fixed on her. Xiao Wu momentarily froze at Tang San's gaze. Memories from years past flooding her mind. Playing the emotional card, are we? I must admit, Tang San, that was quite a clever move, Xing Tian thought to himself. Xiao Wu, I have also come to invite you to join us. Zhu Zhuqing interjected. Zhu Zhuqing's words snapped Xiao Wu back to the present. Tang San, noticing the clarity returning to Xiao Wu's eyes, shot a fierce glare at Zhu Zhuqing, blaming her for ruining his moment. What do I stand to gain from this? Xiao Wu asked Zhu Zhuqing. Strength. You can rapidly enhance your cultivation and become the true ruler of the entire Stardow forest. Zhu Zhuqing proposed. That temptation holds little appeal for me. Xiao Wu shook her head. Are you rejecting my offer? Zhu Zhuqing's expression darkened. You may interpret it that way. Xiao Wu replied nonchalantly. Do you understand the consequences of refusing me? Zhu Zhuqing's tone turned icy. I do not know what the consequences are, but I do know that if you do not cease your incessant chatter, you will not leave the Stardow forest today. Moreover, your headquarters in the evil spirit forest will face destruction due to your forthcoming words. Do you believe me? Xing Tian suddenly interjected. Zhu Zhuqing turned sharply to face Xing Tian, her eyes wide with shock and fear. The location of their headquarters was a closely guarded secret, even from the Wuhuan palace, yet Xing Tian had casually revealed it, instilling terror within her. Trust me, I never speak falsely. Xing Tian smiled. After his declaration, Zhu Zhuqing fell silent, glaring daggers at Xing Tian. Dai Mubai, witnessing the unfolding scene, shook his head, realizing he could not sway Xiao Wu. Ultimately, her choice would lie between Xing Tian and Tang San. Xiao Wu, if we unite, I can resurrect your mother, who was slain by Bibi Dong. Her soul ring and spirit reside with her. If we join forces to eliminate Bibi Dong and the Wuhuan palace, I can bring your mother back to life. Tang San suddenly declared. Tang San's words caused Xiao Wu to abruptly lift her head, fixating intently on him. Xiao Wu, I have inherited the sea god's divinity. Once we vanquish the Wuhuan palace, I am confident I can use divine power to bring your mother back. Tang San pressed on. Excuse me for interrupting, Tang San, but do you genuinely believe what you are saying? Resurrecting her mother? Who do you think you are? I initially intended to remain silent, but your deception is unbearable. Xing Tian exclaimed. Tang San, do you seek death? Tang San glared at Xing Tian. How about this? The soul ring of your mother is also with Bibi Dong. I shall go and slay her now. You can resurrect your mother first. Once your mother is back, I will take my own life before you. How does that sound? Xing Tian proposed with a grin. Xiao Wu turned her attention back to Tang San. However, Tang San did not respond to Xing Tian's taunt, as his mother had regained consciousness and would soon be fully revived, rendering the soul ring irrelevant. Oh, I almost forgot. My apologies. Your mother should be close to revival, right? How about this? I will head to that little valley right now, crush your mother, and then personally bring Bibi Dong to you and slay her before your eyes. How does that sound? Then you can resurrect your mother immediately. Xing Tian chuckled. You dare? If you lay a finger on my mother, I will not rest until you are dead. Tang San suddenly roared at Xing Tian. Not resting until death. Was it not already that way? Xing Tian retorted. Xiao Wu, what do you think? Perhaps I should first take care of your mother, and then bring Bibi Dong here to discuss further. Xing Tian stated as he turned to leave. Stop! Tang San bellowed, charging at Xing Tian. Chapter 2:16. The core circle of the Stardow forest. Upon hearing Tang San's furious shout, Xing Tian did not look back, displaying no concern that Tang San would confront him. Am I invisible? At that moment, Qian Renxue stepped forward to block Tang San's path. Step aside, Tang San thundered at Qian Renxue. Oof, how dare a mere successor show me disrespect? Qian Renxue's expression darkened immediately, as Qian Renxue's countenance grew grim. An intangible wave emanated from her, unsettling those nearby. An inexplicable surge of anger suddenly welled up within the hearts of those present, gradually corroding their mental state. Xing Tian was the first to regain his composure. Upon awakening, he found Tang San in a standoff with Qian Renxue. Both were in a precarious situation. As both Tang San and Qian Renxue had just ascended to godhood, their mastery over their newfound abilities was still quite immature, particularly for Qian Renxue, who was a newly minted deity, her divine rank refined by Xing Tian, resulting in a lack of control and leading to the current predicament. Zhu Zhuqing found herself in the most difficult position, as, due to their inherent weaknesses, they struggled to withstand Qian Renxue's assault. Zhu Zhuqing had brought 4 or 5 individuals who had already begun to engage in fierce combat amongst themselves, while on the other side, Lu Qian had initiated her assault on Dai Mubai. Fortunately for Dai Mubai, his martial soul was the evil white tiger, granting him some resilience. However, as Lu Qian's attacks intensified, the crimson hue in Dai Mubai's eyes grew increasingly pronounced. Xiao Wu, apart from Xing Tian, appeared to be the most composed among them, her gaze reflecting only a faint trace of red, while her eyes remained remarkably clear. Xiao Shui, Xing Tian gently tapped Qian Renxue, prompting her to suppress the strange energy fluctuations emanating from her. Do you believe that achieving divinity renders one invincible? It is essential to understand that deities come in various ranks. Tang San, you are still too inexperienced, Xing Tian remarked, shaking his head at Tang San. At this moment, the red glow in Tang San's eyes had not entirely dissipated. Upon hearing Xing Tian's words, his anger was reignited. If you continue to be so easily provoked, you will forever remain unworthy of being Xiao Shui's opponent. She possesses the ability to counter you. Xing Tian stated with a smile. Xiao Wu, regardless of your choice, I shall respect it. However, one thing to remember is not to be used as a pawn, for that would mean betraying the spirit beasts of the Stardew Forest. He advised, Xiao Shui, let us depart. Xing Tian then led Qian Renxue and the others away. Xiao Xiong flashed a smile at Xiao Wu, waved goodbye, and followed Xing Tian. Xiao Wu, come back. Tang San called out to Xiao Wu after Xing Tian had left. Return? To where? Xiao Wu retorted with a cold laugh. Come home with me. Tang San insisted. Home? What a joke. Isn't this my home? Xiao Wu countered. Xiao Wu, what's wrong? You left without a word back then. Did you ever consider this day? Tang San inquired. I left because my father took me away to train. Tang San explained. You need not explain. I do not wish to hear it. Now, you may leave. Xiao Wu responded decisively. Xiao Wu, are you truly this heartless? Tang San pressed. Go. Xiao Wu replied indifferently. I will not give up. Tang San declared as he turned to leave. Xiao Wu, I reiterate, while I may not be able to provide what you desire, I genuinely seek an ally. Dai Mubai interjected. Xiao Wu, ignoring him, remained silent as Dai Mubai tactfully departed with Lu Qian. Zhu Zhuqing had already left earlier upon regaining her senses, fearing that remaining would jeopardize her life. When did my humble Stardew Forest become a target for various factions? Xiao Wu mused bitterly after everyone departed. In their perception, the existence of spirit beasts was to provide spirit rings for human soul masters. Yet ironically, they had now become coveted by other forces, a truly sardonic turn of events. Xiao Wu Jie, Xing Tian, and the others have not left. At that moment, Ming approached Xiao Wu. Whether they have left or not is of no concern to me. Xiao Wu replied. But they headed that way. Ming pointed out. That way? Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. Yes, exactly that way. Ming affirmed. Summon Ming. We must go. Xiao Wu commanded. Why call him? Ming was confused. Just do as I say, hurry. I will go ahead. You follow soon after, Xiao Wu instructed. All right. Ming acquiesced, then hurried off to find Ming. Ming. Ming called out as he reached the lakeside. What is the matter? Ming emerged from the water, inquiring. Come quickly with me. Ming urged. Where to? Ming asked. To that place. Xing Tian and the others have already gone. Xiao Wu Jie has pursued them and sent me to fetch you. Hurry. Ming explained. Upon hearing this, Ming paused momentarily before leaping from the water and swiftly shrinking down to coil around Ming's neck. Hey, Ming, don't strangle me in your excitement. Ming exclaimed, noticing Ming's grip. Stop with the chatter and hurry. Do you want Xiao Wu Jie to encounter danger? De Ming chided, tapping Ming's head with his tail. Hold on tight. We are setting off. Ming shouted. With a great leap, he landed on a sturdy tree, which fortunately could bear his weight. Thus, Ming dashed through the trees of the forest, pursuing Xiao Wu's direction. Meanwhile, Xing Tian and the others were approaching the central core. Uncertain of the existence of the figure they sought, Xing Tian pondered. Given the timeline was still in the realm of Douluo, he had never truly delved into the legend of the Dragon King, having only heard tales of it. As they neared the core, doubt began to cloud his mind. What is the matter? Qianren Xue approached and asked. Nothing, let us proceed. Xing Tian replied. Xing Tian. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's voice called out from behind them. Xiao Wu, what brings you here? Xing Tian questioned as he turned to face her. This is my home. Why should I not come? I wish to inquire as to your purpose here, Xiao Wu responded. I was merely curious. I wanted to take a look, Xing Tian explained. Are you aware of what lies here? Xiao Wu probed. I should be, but I cannot say for certain, Xing Tian admitted with a shake of his head. I wish to enter with you, Xiao Wu declared after a moment's thought. No problem, but I have heard this is a forbidden area where spirit beasts are not allowed. Xing Tian cautioned. Chapter 217. D. Tian, there is no time for such considerations. I must enter, Xiao Wu insisted. Very well, it is your right. Xing Tian nodded in agreement. Xiao Wu Jia, wait for us. Ming's voice suddenly resonated from the woods. As he spoke, a shadow appeared in the sky. Ming descended with De Ming, landing before Xing Tian and the others. Xiao Wu Jia, I have arrived, and De Ming is here too, Ming announced. Xiao Wu nodded in acknowledgement. Shrink down a bit. You are too conspicuous, Xiao Wu advised. No problem. Ming complied, transforming into a miniature gorilla that climbed onto Xiao Wu's shoulder. Let's go. Xiao Wu affectionately patted Ming's head. At that moment, De Ming silently coiled around Xiao Wu's wrist, transforming into an accessory. Onward. Let us witness the fabled forbidden territory, Xing Tian declared. As the group stepped into the core circle, an unusual sensation enveloped them. The atmosphere was laden with a distinct oppressive aura, heightening their alertness. Truly, this was the core circle, revealing the authentic essence of the Star Doe forest. Xing Tian thought to himself, Xiao Wu Jia, there are so many powerful auras. Ming whispered in Xiao Wu's ear. I can feel it. Remain silent to avoid detection. Xiao Wu cautioned, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Everyone be cautious. This place is no ordinary sight. Xing Tian warned in a hushed tone. In the center of the core circle lay a serene lake, its surface as calm as a mirror, reflecting the enchanting surroundings. Suddenly, a ripple disturbed the tranquility of the lake, shattering the serene scene. Intruders have entered. Investigate. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated, causing the surrounding forest to stir momentarily before returning to silence. Even the ripples on the lake vanished, and tranquility enveloped the area as if nothing had occurred. Xing Tian and his companions were treading cautiously when, all at once, Xiao Wu halted in her tracks. Xiao Wu, what is it? Hu Wu inquired. Several powerful presences are approaching us. Xiao Wu replied anxiously. Several? How many exactly? Xing Tian pressed. I cannot tell. They're too formidable for me to discern. Xiao Wu shook her head. Just then, 5 figures, 3 men and 2 women, emerged from the woods ahead. Get lost, or die, a burly man shouted menacingly at Xing Tian and the others. What if we refuse to leave? Xing Tian's temper flared. Death. The imposing man lunged at him without granting a second thought. Are you afraid? Xing Tian retorted, charging forward. A dull thud echoed as Xing Tian staggered back a step, while the burly man retreated too. The others behind him widened their eyes in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Old Xiong, did you let him off easy? One alluring woman in green remarked. This kid is somewhat uncanny. Old Xiong rubbed his wrist. I see you believe yourselves sufficiently powerful, which gives you the audacity to come here. Old Xiong addressed Xing Tian. You could say that. Xing Tian replied, also rubbing his wrist. Although he had withstood the previous blow, it had not been without consequence. Humans, this is not a place for you. Withdraw while you can, or this will be your grave, the enchanting woman declared. I truly do not believe that. Xing Tian chuckled. You are courting death. Old Xiong said grimly. Just moments prior, Old Xiong had harbored some admiration for Xing Tian, but that flicker of respect evaporated with the latter's words. Courting death? I think not. You cannot harm us. I speak the truth. Who do you rely on to make such claims? The Silver Dragon King? Old Tian? Xing Tian boldly asserted. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 5 individuals unleashed their formidable aura, locking their gaze onto Xing Tian. Who exactly are you? Old Xiong demanded. Who I am is of little consequence. Xing Tian replied. By the way, is the Silver Dragon King still recuperating? Then your nominal leader must be Tian, correct? That black dragon, Xing Tian provocatively stated. Kid, who are you really? Old Xiong's patience was wearing thin. Take us to meet Tian, Xing Tian said with a smile. Do you believe I will kill you? The alluring woman in green shot back fiercely. Kill me. Hurry and kill me. If you do within 3 days, the major factions will be alerted, and your Silver Dragon King will find no peace. Xing Tian grinned at the woman. Bring them. Suddenly, a low voice reached everyone's ears. Humph. The green-clad woman shot Xing Tian a vicious glance before turning and heading deeper into the forest. Follow us, Old Xiong instructed. The remaining 3 had not uttered a word. Yet Xing Tian sensed their readiness for an attack. Should anything go awry, they would strike without hesitation. Following the 5, Xing Tian soon arrived at the lakeside, located in the central region. Is this the Lake of Life? Truly wondrous. Xing Tian marveled. Who are you? At that moment, a young man clad in black approached. Are you Tian? Xing Tian asked, observing the disheveled youth before him. Indeed, I am Tian. What is your business? Tian inquired. Nothing much. Just curious to see what you look like. Xing Tian circled around Tian. Is there something amiss? Tian asked. No, not at all. Xing Tian waved his hand dismissively. Then you may state your intent, Tian urged. I came merely to verify something. I hold no interest in you. Xing Tian shrugged. What do you wish to confirm? Tian asked. I simply wanted to ascertain whether the core area of the Xingdo Great Forest truly harbors a lake of life, and if there exists a Silver Dragon King within it. It is as simple as that, Xing Tian replied. And if it does exist, what if it does not? Tian questioned, his tone growing increasingly unfriendly. I always thought your temper was rather mild. Xing Tian chuckled, noting Tian's rising ire. Others would not even have the opportunity to converse with me. Tian glared coldly at Xing Tian. Oh, then we are indeed fortunate to converse with the so-called master of soul beasts. Xing Tian grinned. He relished this prophetic sensation, as it satisfied his vanity. Do not test my patience, Tian warned, his gaze fixed on Xing Tian. Very well. You truly are amusing. Xing Tian shrugged. Xing Tian, enough. Speak plainly. Even Qian Rengshu found it hard to watch Xing Tian's antics. Is the Silver Dragon King still in slumber? Upon hearing Qian Rengshu's words, Xing Tian wiped away his carefree demeanor and addressed Tian. What business do you have with my master? Tian scrutinized the Xing Tian witty. Tian had only agreed to meet Xing Tian because he had spoken his name. Otherwise, he would have kept them outside the core area, even at the cost of some soul beast lives. Let the Silver Dragon King speak with me. Xing Tian suddenly shifted his demeanor, his aura surging, an invisible dominance radiating from him. Tian was taken aback by Xing Tian's sudden change. You can speak to me directly. Tian replied. You are not worthy. Xing Tian scoffet et Tian. Humph. Tian snorted, then released his own aura to counter Xing Tian's. You have been silent too long. Long enough that, although your strength surpasses mine, I can still turn the tide against you. Xing Tian declared. Then come try. Tian taunted. If I strike, your only fate is death. Xing Tian warned, casting a glance at Tian. Oof. Arrogant. Tian shot back. Very well. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Xing Tian shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into his true form. At this moment, his true form differed slightly from before, at least. That was how Qian Rengshu and the others perceived it. Xing Tian's true form now bore less tyranny and bloodlust, and more composure and steadiness. It seems Xing Tian has made considerable progress during this time. Qian Rengshu remarked to Huo Wu, who nodded in agreement. However, to Tian, Xing Tian's true form appeared in an entirely different light. Oof. Is your confidence derived from it? Ditian coldly retorted. In the eyes of Ditian, Xingtian's true form lacked both momentum and strength, rendering him utterly incapable of being a worthy opponent. Are you ready? A deep voice suddenly emanated from Xingtian's true form. Gome, show me your might. Ditian languidly responded, maintaining a relaxed demeanor to mislead Xingtian, despite being on high alert since the moment Xingtian summoned his true form. A fierce gust of punch wind surged towards Ditian, causing him to squint momentarily. Just as I suspected, Ditian mused inwardly. He felt an ominous presence when Xingtian invoked his true form. It appeared that Xingtian was adept at deceit. Stop! A low voice suddenly echoed, and an invisible wave surged from the lake of life, intervening before Xingtian's fist. With a resounding crash, ripples formed in the air, followed by the sound of shattering glass. Human, you are formidable. A voice drifted from the direction of the lake of life. Inlong Wang, I thought you wouldn't show up, Xingtian remarked as he dispelled his true form. Since you are so eager to see me, I shall grant you the courtesy. The voice responded, and soon, ripples began to ripple across the surface of the lake, forming a water figure that stood upon it. I have 2 matters to discuss, Xingtian declared. Pray tell. First, I wish to inquire if your injuries have healed. If not, to what extent has your strength recovered? Xingtian inquired. What is the second matter? The figure replied. You have yet to answer my first question. Your response is crucial to the second matter. Xingtian insisted. Intriguing. My injuries have healed to about 70%, and my strength is approximately at 80% of my peak capabilities, the figure stated. Is that so? If your strength has reached 80% of your peak, what purpose does the Jin Lone Wang serve? Xingtian chuckled in response to Yin Lone Wang. As soon as Xingtian finished speaking, the figure began to tremble violently before gradually calming down. Do you know where Jin Lone Wang is? Yin Lone Wang inquired with a hint of urgency in her tone. Can you tell me how much strength you have left? Xingtian pressed at that moment. My strength is currently at about 40% of my peak. But if I desire to kill you, you would not be able to stop me, Yin Lone Wang retorted. 40%? Very well. Do you wish to know the whereabouts of Jin Lone Wang? Xingtian queried. Can you divulge that information? Yin Lone Wang asked. Why not? I came here precisely for this matter, Xingtian replied. The figure of Yin Lone Wang began to tremble once more, indicating her agitation, but soon she regained her composure. Speak. What price must I pay? Came her calm voice. Ha ha. Conversing with an intelligent individual is indeed refreshing. Xingtian laughed heartily. My terms are rather simple and easily fulfilled by you. What are they? Yin Lone Wang inquired. My condition is this. Should you merge with Jin Lone Wang, you must assist me in opposing the divine realm, Xingtian stated plainly. Oh, is it that simple? Yin Lone Wang responded. Indeed, it is that simple, Xingtian affirmed. If you do not comply, I will still make my way to the divine realm. You should propose a different condition, Yin Lone Wang countered. How about this? Once you merge with Jin Lone Wang and become the dragon god, I will require some of your blood for my cultivation, Xingtian suggested. Human, your strength is quite formidable. You are not as you appear. Are you certain that my blood will be of use to you? Yin Lone Wang questioned. That is of no concern to you, Xingtian replied confidently. Very well, I accept your terms. Yin Lone Wang agreed. In truth, I do not know the precise location of Jin Lone Wang, Xingtian confessed. You scoundrel, Yin Lone Wang exclaimed in fury upon hearing Xingtian's admission. Chapter 219. The agreement. Seeing Yin Lone Wang's anger, Xingtian hastily interjected. Do not be enraged. Allow me to finish. Speak. Yin Lone Wang suppressed her fury. Although I do not know the exact location of Jin Lone Wang, I do know the name of the place, Xingtian asserted. Where is it? Yin Lone Wang inquired. The divine forbidden land, Xingtian declared. The divine forbidden land? That place, Yin Lone Wang exclaimed. What? Are you familiar with it? Xingtian asked. The divine forbidden land lies within the divine realm, Yin Lone Wang explained. Very well. You should hasten to the divine realm. For Jin Lone Wang is likely in a dragon cocoon. If you can merge with him, you may become the new dragon god, Xingtian suggested. The divine forbidden land is not as simple as you might think, Yin Lone Wang cautioned. That is not my concern. Remember your promise. Xing Tian insisted. Rest assured, even if you do not speak, I shall not let the denizens of the divine realm go unpunished. Yin Long Wang assured him. That puts my mind at ease. I shall take my leave. Xing Tian waved farewell to Yin Long Wang. Wait. Yin Long Wang suddenly called out to Xing Tian. What is it? Is there something else? Xing Tian inquired. Human, I wish to collaborate with you, Yin Long Wang proposed. Collaborate? What sort of collaboration? Xing Tian questioned. You assist me in entering the divine forbidden land to merge with Jin Long Wang and confront the others in the divine realm. Yin Long Wang stated. That sounds like a non-starter. As you mentioned, even if I do not assist you, you would still seek to confront the divine realm when the opportunity arises. Those were your own words. Xing Tian responded. Let us depart, Xian Ruan Xue. We shall return. Xing Tian turned to his companions, Qian Ruan Xue and the others. Human, what do you desire? Yin Long Wang called out as Xing Tian and his companions began to walk away. What do you have to offer? Xing Tian turned to inquire. If you assist me, I can grant you anything in the divine realm, Yin Long Wang offered. Why must I help you to have my choice? I could claim it for myself. Xing Tian countered. Very well. Human, tell me what you wish. Yin Long Wang ultimately relented. A contract, Xing Tian declared. Impossible. Do not even think about it. Yin Long Wang exclaimed vehemently at the mention of a contract. Why not inquire about the nature of the contract before dismissing it? Xing Tian smiled. I shall never agree to any contract. Yin Long Wang insisted. Fine, fine. Xing Tian relented, turning to leave with Qian Ruan Xue and the others. This time, Yin Long Wang did not attempt to retain him. Wait, Di Tian suddenly interjected. Human, I can sign a contract with you. I can serve as your steed, your servant. Di Tian proclaimed. You lack the qualifications. Xing Tian shook his head. You. Di Tian glared at Xing Tian in anger. Enough. Do not call for me unless necessary. I am quite busy, Xing Tian replied. Just as Xing Tian and his companions were about to enter the forest, Yin Long Wang could no longer contain herself. Human, wait, let us discuss your contract. Yin Long Wang shouted at Xing Tian. In the past, Yin Long Wang would never have stooped so low, but times had changed, and she had no choice. Such a swift transformation, Xing Tian remarked with amusement. Yin Long Wang detected the sarcasm in his tone, but chose not to retort. Speak, what is the contract? Yin Long Wang inquired. The contract is quite simple. Serve under me, declared Xing Tian. Serve you? Is that even a possibility? The Silver Dragon King retorted angrily. What is impossible about it? Xing Tian inquired. For 10,000 years, I shall be your servant, but during this time, you must not treat me with disdain, nor use me as a mount, nor compel me to do anything against my will. The Silver Dragon King fell silent for a long while before suddenly speaking. No problem. Let us formalize the contract. Xing Tian responded. An oscillation rippled through the air, and a vortex suddenly appeared on the Lake of Life. Then, a piece of beast hide floated up from the lake, ultimately resting before Xing Tian. He glanced at it, then cut his finger, letting a drop of blood fall upon it. The hide adhered itself to the surface of the lake, which formed another vortex, and a drop of blood flew out from the water. My lord, no, Di Tian suddenly exclaimed. Yet his voice could not halt the unfolding events, and Di Tian could only watch helplessly as the drop of blood landed on the beast hide. Suddenly, the hide emitted a burst of light, and when the radiance faded, the hide had vanished, leaving only two glowing orbs in its place. These orbs circled in the air for a moment before rushing towards Xing Tian and the lake. Very well, everyone is content. Rest well, and when you feel ready to ascend to the divine realm, notify me. By the way, do hurry, for our time to wait for you is limited, Xing Tian remarked. Rest assured, I shall not delay, the Silver Dragon King affirmed. Excellent. It is settled then. Should anything change on our side, I will ensure you are informed, Xing Tian stated. Di Tian, see them off for me, the Silver Dragon King instructed. Yes, my lord. Di Tian bowed respectfully. Immediately, the figure on the lake dissipated, and the Lake of Life returned to its tranquil state. Let us depart, Di Tian said to Xing Tian and the others, his tone lacking warmth. What troubles you? You seem rather displeased, Xing Tian observed. Di Tian scolded. This is reality. Do you understand? You have lingered here too long, so long that you have forgotten this world respects the strong. It is a world where the strong prey upon the weak. Enough. Let's find our own way back. Xing Tian said to Di Tian, have I truly forgotten? After they left, Di Tian muttered to himself. In truth, Xing Tian could empathize with Di Tian, for he had spent far too long within this core circle. It seems that at this moment, Di Tian is rather endearing. Although I know not what the Di Tian of the Dragon King-S legend is truly like, Xing Tian mused. Brother Xing Tian, you were magnificent just now. At this moment, Xiao Wu remarked, her gaze towards Xing Tian sparkling with admiration. Ha ha ha, is that so? I too believe I was quite splendid just now. With that, Xing Tian tossed his hair. TCH, Qian Renxue interjected dismissively. What? Was I not impressive? Xing Tian questioned. What do you think? Qian Renxue shot him a look. I think, of course, that I was impressive. Xing Tian chuckled. You are such a braggart. Qian Renxue replied. By this time, they had arrived at Deming's territory. Ever since entering the core circle, Xiao Wu, Deming, and Erming had become mere shadows, for the core circle was utterly terrifying, especially in the presence of Di Tian, whose bloodline pressure nearly suffocated them. Chapter 220, Untitled. By the way, Xiao Wu, you may become the communicator between me and Di Tian in the future, just as Xiao Wu and the others were still immersed in Di Tian's shadow. Xing Tian suddenly addressed Xiao Wu. Huh? Xiao Wu exclaimed, surprised at his words. Indeed, you shall be the liaison between me and Di Tian, for I cannot remain here indefinitely, making you the best choice at present. Xing Tian elaborated. This, very well. Ultimately, Xiao Wu agreed. Xiao Wu, Tang Sim once told you something. I now echo it. I can also resurrect your mother, Xing Tian stated. Really? Xiao Wu's face lit up with joy as she looked at Xing Tian. However, it will likely be quite difficult, Xing Tian cautioned. How difficult? Xiao Wu asked cautiously. Extremely difficult, for I must first ascertain one thing before determining if I can revive your mother. Xing Tian replied. Very well, Xiao Wu said, her expression turning despondent. Fear not. I shall not make casual promises like Tang San, but once I commit, I will strive to fulfill it, Xing Tian assured her. MHM, Xiao Wu nodded, gazing at Xing Tian. Let's be on our way, Xing Tian declared. Farewell. Erming waved at Xing Tian. What occupies your thoughts? On the way back, Qian Renxue asked Xing Tian. I was pondering the matter of Xiao Wu's mother, Xing Tian replied. What? Do you truly possess a method to resurrect her mother? Qian Renxue inquired. Perhaps, though I am not entirely certain. Nonetheless, I wish to try. Xing Tian responded. Brother Xing Tian, can you truly revive others? At that moment, Wu inquired eagerly. I am uncertain of its feasibility. We shall explore this once we reach the divine realm, Xing Tian said. It seems you have some thoughts brewing in your mind. Qian Renxue remarked. Yes, indeed, I have always harbored such thoughts. But my previous lack of strength deterred me from pursuing them. Now, with a bit of effort, the divine realm is within our grasp, and thus these thoughts resurface. Xing Tian replied. Boss, could you share your thoughts with us? Ma Hongjun asked with curiosity. There is not much to share. I am merely contemplating one question. Where do people go after they die? Xing Tian stated. His words rendered Qian Renxue and the others speechless, for they had never considered this question. Initially, I pondered this due to my circumstances. I could not attach a soul ring, yet I heard that when others do, they face a backlash from the soul beast's spirit. If successful, they can absorb the soul ring, Xing Tian explained. After he spoke, everyone stared at him in silence. Seeing their reaction, Xing Tian decided to elaborate. I wondered if soul beasts possess souls upon death. Then what of humans? Moreover, what exactly are soul rings? Are they aggregates of souls, energy, or a combination of both? Xing Tian continued. Qian Renxue and the others remained silent, gazing intently at Xing Tian. From this conclusion, I conceived a bold idea. Humans must also possess souls, but why can we not see them? Perhaps it is due to the rules. I was contemplating that if humans exist in this world, then upon death, is there not another realm that receives them? Especially for soul masters. I believe their souls must be stronger than those of ordinary people. Ordinary individuals may have little chance of entering that realm after death, but soul masters should. Xing Tian stated. As Xing Tian and the others had not traveled far, when Xiao Wu learned from Ming that they had halted, she decided to follow them. Upon arriving, she overheard Xing Tian's discourse and chose to listen quietly from behind a tree, not wishing to interrupt. The more she listened, the brighter her eyes became. For if Xing Tian's theory held any truth, he might indeed possess a means to resurrect her mother. What truly solidified my conviction regarding this notion was none other than Tang San, or more precisely, Tang San's mother. Xing Tian suddenly remarked. Tang San? Qian Ringshu expressed her surprise. Indeed, it is Tang San. His mother, akin to Xiao Wu's, is on the verge of resurrection. Xing Tian elaborated. What? Boss, you were telling the truth all along. Mao Jun exclaimed in astonishment. Absolutely. The potential for Tang San's mother to return is attributed to her extraordinary nature. She is not merely a blue silvergrass, but rather a blue silver emperor. Xing Tian asserted. I speculate that before Tang San's mother perished, she must have engaged in some significant act. Otherwise, her resurrection would be implausible. I conjecture this is related to the soul. Xing Tian continued. When we arrive in the divine realm, our first objective is to establish a foothold, then embark on the quest to explore the abode of souls. The second step is to challenge the various deities, ultimately striving for supremacy over the divine realm. Xing Tian declared. Qian Ringshu and the others were taken aback by Xing Tian's erratic pronouncements. Let us proceed. I have shared merely my conjectures. To realize them, we must venture into the divine realm. Xing Tian rose and stated. As Xing Tian and the others vanished into the forest, Xiao Wu emerged from her concealed position behind a tree. Xing Tian, I trust you, for you have never deceived me. I believe you possess the means to resurrect my mother. Xiao Wu declared resolutely, gazing in the direction where Xing Tian had disappeared. Upon returning to Wuhuan City, Xing Tian resumed a languid lifestyle, indulging in a cycle of eating and sleeping. Qian Ringshu immediately sequestered herself, not to undergo a transformation of soul power, but to refine her divine position system. Through her battles in the Stardow Forest alongside Tang San, she recognized her inadequacies and sought to enhance her system. Huo Wu and Ma Hongjun had recently developed an obsession with power, assuming the roles of instructors in Wuhuan City, primarily educating the soul masters of the Wuhuan Hall. It seems that my presence has made Wuhuan City's ambition for continental unification increasingly apparent. Should I lend my assistance? Xing Tian mused while gazing at the lake's surface. However, the situation with the Tiando Empire is manageable, but the Xinglua Empire poses considerable challenges. Xing Tian shook his head. Suddenly, he slapped himself. When did I become so indecisive? This is truly uncharacteristic of me. Forget it. I shall see how things unfold, one step at a time. With that, Xing Tian focused on fishing. Meanwhile, in the Wuhuan Hall, Bibi Dong was engaged in discussions with the elders. Is everyone prepared? Bibi Dong inquired. Your Holiness, we have long been ready. At your command, we can depart immediately. One elder responded. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong smiled. Excellent. I have awaited your affirmation, yet we must proceed with caution. Your Holiness, with our current strength, we could easily unify the continent. Why should we hesitate? Another elder questioned. Ignorance. Bibi Dong shot a glance at the elder. It is well known that the Wuhuan Hall is the mightiest force on the continent. But may I ask, do we possess a deity? Bibi Dong asserted. Your Holiness, did not the Holy Maiden ascend to godhood? An informed elder remarked. Who among you can persuade her? I will mobilize our forces immediately. Bibi Dong replied, casting a glance at that elder. The elder fell silent, fully aware of the relationship between Bibi Dong and Qian Ringshu, thus refraining from making a fool of himself. As far as I know, the Tiando Empire currently possesses a deity. Bibi Dong continued. What? The Tiando Empire has a god? The assembly gasped in astonishment. You all know him. He is Tang Hao's son, Tang San. It is said he has inherited the sea god's legacy, though the veracity remains uncertain. I am unwilling to take that risk, Bibi Dong declared. Then, Your Holiness, why have you gathered us here today? Someone inquired. The unification of the continent is inevitable. I have summoned you to discuss the possibility of deploying troops to guard the borders. I will take the responsibility of negotiating with Xingtian. Should Xingtian assist us, Qian Rengshu is likely to join our cause. With the backing of Xingtian and others, our chances of success will be significantly enhanced, Bibi Dong stated. Your Holiness, you are merely bolstering others' ambitions while diminishing your own prestige. Another voiced dissent. Bolstering others' ambitions and diminishing my own prestige? Among you, who can withstand Tang Hao? Bibi Dong scoffed. But Your Holiness, Tang Hao is but one. How do you know that there are no other hidden powers? I desire to ensure that after the continent's unification, we still have individuals of worth rather than sacrificing lives in vain. In the end, what use is unification if it comes at such a cost? Bibi Dong replied. Her words silenced the assembly. In truth, Bibi Dong's intentions were for their benefit. Otherwise, she could have easily sacrificed them for the sake of unification. Very well. It is settled then. You need not conceal your actions. Proceed openly. I wish to instill fear in them. Bibi Dong commanded with a sweeping gesture. Yes, Your Holiness. In the following days, the Wuhuan Hall commenced its grand maneuvers. They dispatched considerable forces to the borders of the Tiandou and Xinglua empires, a move whose intentions were all too evident to both nations. Concurrently, both empires began tense preparations, casting an eerie atmosphere over the entire continent. Citizens of both nations found themselves living in trepidation, uncertain of when war might erupt. Is the Wuhuan Hall preparing to take action? Xingtian remarked upon receiving the news. Boss, do you think the Wuhuan Hall is merely bluffing? Ma Ongjun queried. I doubt it. The Wuhuan Hall has long aspired to unify the continent. They have no need to resort to bluster, which would only undermine their reputation. Xingtian replied. So, are they gearing up for war? Ma Ongjun pressed. Indeed, it seems our esteemed Pope believes everything is in place, Xingtian said with a smile. Boss, will you support the Wuhuan Hall when the time comes? Ma Hongjun asked. It depends on my mood, but I have a feeling I will lend my assistance, Xingtian pondered. Why is that? Ma Hongjun inquired, perplexed. Because the unification of the continent by the Wuhuan Hall holds numerous benefits, Xingtian stated. Benefits? What benefits? First and foremost, the Wuhuan Hall does not discriminate against commoners, which is crucial. Secondly, once they unify the continent, they can consolidate resources to cultivate more formidable individuals, Xingtian explained. But if the Wuhuan Hall unifies the continent, why would they need so many strong individuals? Ma Ongjun retorted. Are you truly that naive, or are you feigning ignorance? Do you believe this world consists solely of Douluo continent? Xingtian shot him a look. Is it not? Ma Ongjun questioned. This world is far larger than you can imagine. Setting aside Douluo continent, countless islands exist over the seas. Do you think they pose no threat? Xingtian elaborated. All right, Ma Ongjun conceded. Let us refrain from intervening in this matter for now. We will address it when Bibi Dong approaches us. Xingtian leaned back in his chair, squinting his eyes. Very well. I shall attend to my own affairs. Ma Hongjun said. Xingtian acknowledged with a sound. In the ensuing period, the Wuhuan Hall commenced its sweeping actions. They have already begun to experience certain frictions with the two great empires at the border, which serves as a harbinger, a signal that war is imminent. Half a year later, Qian Rengshu emerged from her seclusion, and she was immediately informed of this development. Xingtian, I have heard that the Wuhuan Temple is preparing to attack the two great empires. Qian Rengshu said to Xingtian. Indeed, the unification of the continent is within our grasp. Xingtian replied. What? Do you truly believe that the Wuhuan Temple can unify the continent? Qian Rengshu inquired. Yes, for I will lend my hand to assist the Wuhuan Temple. Xingtian declared. Why? Like Ma Hongjun, Qian Rengshu posed this question. Xingtian recounted to Qian Rengshu the words he had shared with Ma Hongjun. Well then, since you wish to aid the Wuhuan Temple, proceed. But have you considered how Dai Mubai might feel? Qian Rengshu asked. Xiaoxue, the truth is, you have always misunderstood one thing. Dai Mubai and I are neither friends nor allies. We merely knew each other in the past. The reason our relationship has developed into this is beyond my understanding. but does not justify abandoning the Xingluo Empire, Xingtian explained. All right, do you need my assistance? Qian Rengshu offered. Perhaps. As that lad Tang, San has inherited the sea god-s divinity. Who knows, you two might end up in a clash. Xingtian remarked. No problem. I too wish to witness Tang, San's prowess as the sea god. My fallen angel is even stronger, Qian Rengshu asserted. Then it is settled. For now, we shall refrain from intervening, as the time for our action has not yet arrived, Xingtian said with a smile. Very well. I shall seek out Xiaowu and the others, Qian Rengshu announced. Indeed, the continent is on the brink of unification. Once that occurs, I will have the opportunity to expose you all, and once I do, no other forces on the continent will dare to resist the Wuhuan Temple. Then it will be time for the divine realm. Xingtian mused as he gazed at the sky after Qian Rengshu departed. Chapter 222. The onset of war, just as Xingtian had stated. As long as Bibi Dong did not seek him out, he would not take the initiative to approach her. Thus, he regarded the movements of the Wuhuan Temple as inconsequential, spending his days in the courtyard, eating and sleeping, until half a year later. A year had passed since the Wuhuan Temple dispatched troops. During this time, the Wuhuan Temple and the two great empires had merely engaged in minor skirmishes at the border, with actual battles being few and far between. One day, while Xingtian was resting in the courtyard, Bibi Dong finally arrived. Your Holiness, I have awaited your arrival. Xingtian greeted her. Oh, you knew I would come? Bibi Dong asked. Indeed, and I also know the purpose of your visit. Xingtian replied. Oh, you know my purpose? Pray enlighten me, Bibi Dong urged. You have come to request my assistance, I presume? If I am not mistaken, preparations for a full-scale assault must be underway. Xingtian conjectured. It seems you have anticipated this, Bibi Dong remarked. It is not merely my anticipation, rather, it is your intention that has long been established, Xingtian countered. Are you willing to assist the Wuhuan Temple? Bibi Dong inquired. Why would you assume we are unwilling? Xingtian questioned. What? You are willing to help me? Bibi Dong expressed her surprise. Yes, for I believe that the unification of the continent by the Wuhuan Temple would be advantageous. Xingtian stated nonchalantly. It appears that only you comprehend my intentions. Bibi Dong declared. Do not overthink it. I simply feel that if the Wuhuan Temple can unify the continent, it will progress toward a better future, as I hold a particular respect for one aspect of your approach, Xingtian explained. What aspect? Please elaborate, Bibi Dong asked, intrigued. I deeply appreciate your attitude towards a common people. Thus, when you seek to unify the continent, I will choose to assist you, not for any other reason, but solely for your treatment of the populace, Xingtian articulated. It seems this is a privilege for the Wuhuan Temple. Bibi Dong responded with a smile. There is no question of privilege. Let us proceed. Which empire shall we visit first? Xingtian rose to his feet. Let us first go to the Tiando Empire, and perhaps I shall visit an old friend, Xingtian suggested. Very well, Bibi Dong replied, for the order of their destination was inconsequential to her. What mattered was the outcome, and as long as it aligned with her desires, the process was unimportant. Fatty, we are leaving. Upon arriving at the Wuhuan Temple's training ground, Xingtian called out to Ma Hongjun. Coming, boss. Ma Hongjun responded as he approached. Where is Xiaowu? Xingtian glanced around. Xiaowu is at another training ground. Ma Hongjun informed him. Let's go there. Xingtian proposed. All right, Xiaowu. Upon reaching the training ground where Huo Wu was located, Ma Hongjun waved and called out. Here, Huo Wu replied. Where is Xiaoxue? Xingtian inquired. Sister Xiaoxue is in that house over there. Huo Wu explained. Call Xiaoxue. We shall depart. Xingtian instructed Huo Wu. Brother Xingtian. Where are we headed? Huo Wu asked. To the Tiando Empire. Xingtian responded casually. The Tiando Empire? Huo Wu glanced at Bibi Dong beside Xingtian, as if realizing something. I will go fetch Sister Xiaoxue, Huo Wu said. When Qian Rengshu approached Xingtian, she noticed Bibi Dong by his side. Without questioning their destination, she merely nodded at Xingtian in silence. Everyone is here. Let's set off, Xingtian announced. Qian Rengshu nodded. Your Holiness, are you joining us? Ma Hongjun asked. Indeed, Bibi Dong affirmed. Let us go together, Xingtian encouraged. Your Holiness, there is something you must convey, Xingtian suddenly said to Bibi Dong. Speak, Bibi Dong urged. I hope you will communicate this to the Pope. Although war concerns nations, one point remains. Innocent civilians are not to be harmed. Should I discover anyone who dares to massacre the populace, Your Holiness, prepare to face my wrath. Xingtian stated gravely. Bibi Dong had seldom seen Xingtian so serious. She could discern no other emotion in his eyes but sincerity. Perhaps this young man might truly act on his words, she mused. Rest assured, I will relay your message, and if anyone dares to defy it, I will take action myself. Bibi Dong responded with equal seriousness. I hope you will keep your word. Xingtian regarded Bibi Dong with a calm gaze. It was not that Xingtian doubted Bibi Dong, but rather that he had witnessed too many such promises in his past life. It has been a long time since I've taken action. I hope the Wuhuan Temple will not compel me to do so. Xingtian thought to himself. Upon their arrival at the Tiando Empire, the Wuhuan Temple was already engaged in full-scale war with Tiando. The scene was one of devastation, with blood-soaked ground littered with dismembered limbs. Fortunately, I have not been confronted with the horrors I wish to avoid. Xingtian reflected. Let us move onward. Our objective lies elsewhere. He declared. Is this what war truly is? Brother Xingtian? Huo asked. War is eternally brutal. This is the most authentic visage of warfare. Xingtian replied. Your Holiness, they're also compelled by circumstance. Since you desire to unify the continent, why not commence from this moment? Xingtian suggested. Now, Bibi Dong questioned. Indeed, these soldiers are innocent as well. If they can be integrated into the new nation, I believe they would willingly embrace it. Xingtian articulated to Bibi Dong. When did you become so indecisive? Furthermore, your sudden display of compassion is utterly perplexing. This is not the Xingtian I know. Bai Dong gazed at Xingtian and spoke. Indeed, I am arrogant. I am indeed dismissive of others, and I have taken many lives, but that does not mean I possess a heart of stone. Xingtian replied calmly to Bai Dong. Very well, very well. Bibi Dong unusually shrugged her shoulders. Let us proceed. I can sense his aura, Xingtian suddenly declared. With that, he accelerated. Upon their arrival at the capital of the Tiando Empire, a fierce battle was underway. Xingtian, is this the outcome you desired? On the city gate, Tang Xin shouted at Xingtian upon seeing him. What does this have to do with me? Do not place the blame for everything upon me. Xingtian retorted. Xingtian, look around you. Observe those terrified faces. Do you not feel a sense of shame? Tang Xin continued to yell at Xingtian. Ha ha ha, you amuse me. How could you utter such words to me? If I am not mistaken, the number of lives you have taken surpasses mine. For I have only slain those who deserved it. But what of you? Huh? Ha ha ha, you truly make me laugh. Xingtian suddenly clutched his stomach and laughed heartily. Chapter 223. The Unification of the Continent. Tang Xin merely snorted coldly and ceased speaking. What? You have nothing more to say? Please continue. Xingtian addressed Tang Xin atop the city wall. Tang Xin, you are perpetually hypocritical, forever standing on the moral high ground to criticize others, while never reflecting upon the nature of your own being. Xingtian continued. Silence. Tang Xin suddenly shouted at Xingtian. What? Have I struck a nerve? Why should I be silent? Look at your Tang sect. What has it become? A killer organization. TSK, TSK, TSK. I wonder if your masters will slay you once they learn of this. Ha ha. Xingtian burst into laughter. Xingtian, be silent. I have become this way entirely because of you. Tang Xin roared at Xingtian. Because of me? Ha ha. On what grounds do you make such an assertion? Xingtian inquired. Without you, none of this would have transpired. I'm the true master of this world. Tang Xin shouted at Xingtian. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? Tang Xin felt that Xingtian was mocking him. I laugh at your ignorance. Do you truly believe you would fare better without me? Ha ha. You are merely deceiving yourself. Xingtian remarked. You. Enough. I shall not waste further words with you. Today Tiando City shall fall. Xingtian declared to Tang Xin. Come try. Tang Xin assumed an offensive stance. Citizens, listen closely. We are members of the Wuhuan Temple, and you're no strangers to it. Consider, what would it be like if the Wuhuan Temple unified the continent? Remember, the Wuhuan Temple does not discriminate against commoners. Countless powerful soul masters have been discovered by the Wuhuan Temple. Without the Wuhuan Temple, they would not be where they are today. I assure you, as long as you lay down your weapons, the Wuhuan Temple will not harm you. Xingtian suddenly proclaimed. I do not wish to fight anymore. And the Wuhuan Temple has treated us well. I once dreamed of joining the Wuhuan Temple, and now the opportunity is before me. Even if it means becoming a mere soldier of the Wuhuan Temple, I am willing. I will not fight. Suddenly, a soldier atop the wall discarded his weapon. This soldier acted like a fuse. As he spoke those words, more and more individuals began to cast aside their weapons. This left Tang San on the wall with a rather grim expression. Despicable. Tang San shouted at Xingtian. Despicable? Where is the despicable nature in this? Tell me, where is the despicable? Xingtian challenged Tang San. In the palace, upon hearing the news, Emperor Xu instantly lost all vitality, as though he had aged a decade in an instant. Your Majesty, what shall we do now? Someone inquired. What can we do? The Wuhuan Temple is advancing fiercely, and with the aid of Xingtian, we have no chance whatsoever. Emperor Xu lamented. Your Majesty, you are the ruler of a nation. If you lose hope, then our Tiando Empire is doomed. An elder minister remarked. Indeed, I cannot falter. If I fall, it is all over. I must not falter, Emperor Xu suddenly declared. Upon uttering this, he seemed to have an epiphany and hurried to his chamber. Your Majesty, where are you going? The attendant called out urgently. However, Emperor Xu had no time to respond. He rushed back to his chamber and retrieved a stone from a hidden compartment. I hope you do not deceive me. With that, Emperor Xu crushed the stone in his hand. A black smoke rose, and a voice emerged from within. Have you made up your mind? Yes. If you help me repel the Wuhuan Temple, I shall grant you a city. Emperor Xu stated. No problem. Soon you will receive news of victory. Do not forget your promise. The voice within the black smoke replied before dissipating. The Tiando Empire shall belong to me alone, Wuhuan Temple. You shall not lay claim to it. Emperor Xu gazed out the window. Meanwhile, at the city gate, more soldiers continued to discard their weapons. Xingtian, if you possess the ability, let us duel. Should I win, you shall immediately withdraw your forces. Tang San proposed to Xingtian. A duel is acceptable. As for retreating, that decision is not solely mine to make. Xingtian shrugged. Suddenly, a soldier on the wall clutched his throat and fell in agony. What is happening? What is happening? After this soldier fell, crimson blood gushed forth from his neck. Do not surrender. A deep voice suddenly rang out from the city wall. Arm yourselves and continue the fight. Otherwise, this man shall meet the same fate. Another voice echoed. The crowd turned to the source of the voices, where numerous figures clad in black emerged from the corners of the city, all converging towards the wall. How do they come to be here? Xingtian inquired with some confusion. TSK, TSK, TSK. Tang San, impressive. Have you truly sunk so low as to associate with these vermin? Xingtian mocked Tang San. This matter does not concern you. You may leave. One of the figures in black approached Tang San and spoke. Ha ha ha, Tang San. It seems you have been abandoned by Emperor Xu. Xingtian remarked. Who are you? Tang San asked, frowning at the man before him, who exuded a foul and decaying odor. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you are no longer needed here, the figure in black replied. Pick up your weapons and continue fighting. Do you wish to die? At this moment, another figure in black stood before the defending soldiers and shouted at them. If you dare to harm those on the wall again, the location of your organization will be known across the continent by tomorrow, and I shall spare no effort in destroying it. Suddenly, Xingtian's cold voice resonated. Ha ha, is that so? The black-clad figure who had been conversing with Tang San laughed heartily. What? Do you not believe me? Do you think no one knows your identities? With that repulsive aura you carry, it is obvious who you are. Xingtian disdainfully waved his hand in front of his nose. Boy, you are quite arrogant. The black-clad figure said ominously to Xingtian. I have no desire to converse with you any further. I will simply state a location, the CMO forest. Now, let us see you take action. Xingtian gazed intently at the leading figure clad in black after speaking. Commander, what shall we do now? One of the black-clad individuals inquired. What is there to fear? As long as we win this battle, we can emerge from that place and take up residence within the walls, the commander replied. But that young man seems to know something, another remarked. As long as we keep them all here, no one will be the wiser, the commander coldly retorted, fixing his gaze on Xing Tian. Chapter 234, The Unification of the Continent, Part 2, Arm yourselves and continue the fight. The commander personally stepped before the soldiers, shouting at them. It appears they have not taken your words to heart, Bai Dong remarked to Xing Tian. Seeking death. It seems the Holy Spirit sect is no longer necessary. Xing Tian replied icily, his voice unrestrained, ensuring those on the city wall heard his words. The black-clad commander paused momentarily, turning with a look of terror at Xing Tian. They were known as the Evil Soul Masters, and few even within the Spirit Hall were aware of the name of their organization. Yet this man before him knew it, instilling fear in the black-clad commander. What? Make your move, Xing Tian urged, observing the commander's expression. Pick up your weapons. I shan't repeat myself. The black-clad figure, facing away from the commander, shouted vehemently to the soldiers. His voice jolted the commander from his reverie. It seems the earlier lesson has not registered with you. The black-clad man raised his hand. The commander glanced at Xing Tian, only to find his expression unsettlingly calm. With a sudden movement, the commander appeared before the shouting black-clad figure, striking him aside with a single slap. We are leaving now, the commander declared to Xing Tian. Leaving? You think too highly of yourselves. I have stated that I do not repeat my words. You wish to leave? To report back? Xing Tian replied coldly. Do not provoke me, the black-clad commander warned. Provoke? In my eyes, you are not even human. Xing Tian countered. Qian Rin Shui, draw them out. Xing Tian commanded. How? Qian Rin Shui asked. Desire. Xing Tian replied. But this could harm the citizens of the city. Qian Rin Sui persisted. Minimize the output. The common folk will feel nothing, but they will not fare the same. Xing Tian chuckled ominously. Very well, Qian Rin Shui conceded, and suddenly, an eerie aura emanated from her. However, this presence could only be sensed by soul masters. As time passed, the soul masters within Tiando Imperial City began to converge towards the Imperial City, influenced by Qian Rin Shui's aura. Xing Tian, how do we distinguish them? Bibi Nong inquired. Your Holiness, that does not sound like something you would say. Xing Tian smiled at Bibi Dong. Very well, Bai Dong shrugged. Fatty, Huowu, coordinate with the Spirit Hall and capture those individuals. Xing Tian instructed Mahong Yunya. No problem, boss. Mahong Jun replied, rubbing his wrists. Before long, Mahong Jun and Huowu, along with the Spirit Hall personnel, had rounded up all the evil soul masters in Tiando City. Well, surprised? Unexpected? Thrilling? Xing Tian said, towering over the black-clad commander. You, what have you done? The commander gasped. That is not your concern. Additionally, due to your actions today, I hereby declare the Holy Spirit sect null and void. Xing Tian leaned in close to whisper in the commander's ear. We have not killed anyone. The commander protested. Whether or not you kill is of no consequence to me. I need no reason to eradicate you. Xing Tian chuckled lightly. You, despicable. The black-clad figure shouted at Xing Tian. Despicable? Call it what you will. Xing Tian shrugged. Your Holiness, I leave the rest to you. Once you have dealt with them, we shall proceed to the star Luo Empire. Xing Tian declared to Bibi Dong. No problem. But what shall we do with these people? Bai Dong asked, gesturing to those on the ground. Your Holiness, are you unscathed? Xing Tian questioned, perplexed. Ha. I am merely showing you respect. Bibi Dong replied. Kill them. Xing Tian said casually. Boss, there are over 100 of them. Mahong Yun exclaimed urgently. What? Are we not to kill them? Xing Tian replied. Casting a languid glance at Mahong Jun felt an inexplicable chill from that look, causing him to lower his head. Fatty, remember, I only kill those who deserve it. They all have their paths to demise. Xing Tian stated coolly. I understand, boss. Mahong Jun nodded and walked towards a group of black-clad individuals. Xing Tian did not look back, confidently stepping towards the city gates. Knowing Mahong Jun would handle the situation adeptly, upon reaching the city gates, Xing Tian found a stone to sit upon, awaiting the arrival of Ma Hongjun and the others. Before long, Bai Bai Dong and Ma Hongjun approached, the latter devoid of any bloodstains, yet reeking of a strong scent of blood. All handled? Xing Tian inquired. Excellent. Let us set off to the Douluo Empire. Afterwards, we must venture to the evil spirit forest as well, Xing Tian proclaimed. All right, Bai Bai Dong agreed. Upon arriving at the Douluo Empire, Dai Mu Bai awaited them atop the city wall. You have arrived, Dai Mu Bai said calmly as they approached, his tone devoid of anger, merely flat. Indeed, Xing Tian replied, equally placid. I never intended to be this emperor. However, circumstances forced my hand, and I could not abandon the people. Hence, I accepted this position. Dai Mu Bai explained. I understand, Xing Tian responded. Your Holiness, should you grant me one request, I shall willingly surrender. Dai Mu Bai addressed Bibidong. Speak. Bibidong grith. Treat my people well. Dai Mu Bai implored. No problem. Your Majesty, we cannot surrender. This is our ancestral legacy. An official on the wall argued. Can you withstand the assault from the spirit hall? Dai Mu Bai replied, casting a cool glance at the speaker. Your Majesty, we still have an army. We still have our vassals. The official insisted excitedly. Is your life so valuable that there's but weeds? Dai Mu Bai continued to regard him with indifference. Your Majesty, they are merely commoners, born to serve us. To die on the battlefield, defending the nation, is their honor. The official grew increasingly agitated. It seemed Xing Tian was correct. Dai Mu Bai suddenly interjected. The official was taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Dai Mu Bai's words. Chapter 225. Xing Tian's Anomaly, Your Majesty. What do you mean by that? The official asked. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as a blade plunged into flesh. The official looked in disbelief at the sword that had pierced his chest, unable to fathom why Dai Mu Bai would kill him. Xing Tian's words ring true. Perhaps it is indeed only the Wuhuan temple that remains oblivious to status distinctions. Dai Mu Bai remarked with a calm demeanor. Your Majesty, the official exclaimed with great difficulty. As the sword was drawn, the official fell to the ground, unwilling to accept his fate. Is there anyone else who opposes this? Dai Mu Bai inquired coolly. However, the officials who had accompanied him atop the city walls were rendered speechless at the sight of the lifeless body below. Your Holiness, the remaining individuals must rely on your judgment to sift through, Dai Mu Bai said to Bai Bai Dong. To his surprise, the White Tiger Emperor was remarkably magnanimous. I, Bai Bai Dong, pledge to you that they shall be my subjects from this day forth. Bai Bai Dong addressed Dai Mu Bai with the respectful title of White Tiger Emperor. Excellent. Dai Mu Bai nodded approvingly. Xiao Qian, you shall no longer be a queen, nor will you enjoy a life of luxury. Will you regret following me? Dai Mu Bai asked Lu Qian. I do not regret it. My affection has always been for you. Lu Qian replied, wrapping her arms around Dai Mu Bai's. Very well, Dai Mu Bai said, gently patting her hand with a smile. Your Holiness, allow the members of the Wuhuan Temple to accept the Douluo Empire. Dai Mu Bai instructed Bai Bai Dong. Do you truly feel no remorse? Bai Bai Dong asked with curiosity. Once one has tasted the sweetness of power, it is challenging to relinquish it so easily. Why should I feel remorse? This position was never rightfully mine. Even if my father and his kin had lived, it would not have fallen to me. It was never mine to begin with. So why should I feel remorse? Dai Mu Bai spoke with a nonchalant air. Very well. Rest assured, your subjects will fare better in the future. Bai Bai Dong understood that this was Dai Mu Bai's sole concern. I shall find contentment in that, Dai Mu Bai replied. What are your plans from here? At that moment, Xing Tian suddenly interjected. I do not know. Wherever the path leads, I shall construct a simple shelter, cultivate a modest plot of land, and lead the life of a farmer, Dai Mu Bai said, embracing Lu Qian. You have changed, Xing Tian remarked. Indeed, I have long since transformed. Ever since the demise of my father and his kin, Dai Mu Bai smiled at Xing Tian. Is that so? It appears I played a part in this transformation. Xing Tian responded calmly. Perhaps, I do not harbor hatred for you. You offered them an opportunity, yet they abandoned it, so it matters not. But remember, Xing Tian, you must always shine brightly. Should you ever falter, it will be the end of you. Dai Mubai warned. Very well. If I should fall, my life shall be yours. Xing Tian replied. I shall take my leave. Dai Mubai declared, soaring into the sky with Lu Qian, disappearing from the view of the onlookers. Xing Tian, you are simply letting him go? Bibi Dong questioned. Why not? Xing Tiangi's Da'at Bibi Non. Do as you wish. In truth, I envy Dai Mubai's current state, free to go wherever he pleases and do as he wishes. How wonderful! Xing Tian reflected on Dai Mubai's departing figure, feeling an unfamiliar weariness wash over him. He pondered the purpose of his journey thus far, uncertain of what he had truly sought. Initially, he aimed to curry favor with Tang San, but gradually he recognized that he surpassed him. Thus, he resolved to cease his sycophancy and live for himself. This shift led to an imbalance in his mindset, culminating in the conflict and animosity towards Tang San, and so on, with everything flooding back into his consciousness. When an ordinary person suddenly acquires immense power, their mindset often becomes skewed. Perhaps I am but a reflection of the ordinary. Tang San, do not blame me. Only one of us can survive. Xing Tian thought to himself. Xing Tian, what occupies your thoughts? Qianren Xuen nudged him. Nothing of consequence. The matter here has been resolved. Let us return. I am somewhat fatigued, Xing Tian replied, departing without waiting for the others. Huo Wu and Qianren Xue exchanged glances, perplexed by Xing Tian's sudden transformation. Our leader bears too great a burden. Mohong Yun certainly the mox. His words left Qianren Xue and Huo Wu momentarily stunned. He has always considered us, from the Stardow Forest to the Slaughter City, and from the Slaughter City to Sea God Island. Do you believe he needed to venture to those places given his strength? Mohong Yun pondered. They shook their heads, realizing that, indeed, Xing Tian had no need to visit those locations. Aside from gaining the title of God of Slaughter in the Slaughter City, he had acquired nothing else. Even that title was later bestowed upon Qianren Xue, elder sister. The reason our leader is so earnestly assisting the Wuhuan Temple may well be connected to you. Mohong Yun suggested. Me? Yes, for only if the Wuhuan Temple unifies the continent can peace be achieved, and in such a scenario, you would gain access to the continent's resources. While these resources may not elevate your power significantly, they will ensure you do not appear too weak upon entering the divine realm. Mohong Yun elaborated. Is that truly the case? Hien Rein Su inquired. These are merely my conjectures, but I believe them to hold merit. The reason our leader acted as he did today was influenced by Dai Mubai. Do you remember his dream? Mohong Yun suddenly asked. Dream? Wasn't his dream to ascend to the divine realm and dominate? Hien Rein Su replied. Elder sister, I thought you understood our leader, but I see now I was mistaken. Mohong Yun sighed. Isn't that so? Huo Wu asked. I wonder if you recall when our leader once expressed his wish to live in seclusion within the Stardow Forest. Much like what Dai Mubai described earlier, farming and leading a simple life, Mohong Yun stated, shaking his head. He then glanced back at Qianren Xue and hurried after Xing Tian. Little Wu, is what Fatty said true? I have no recollection. Qianren Xue turned to Huo Wu. Sister Xue, it seems we have never truly considered Brother Xing Tian's feelings. We have always assumed that what we needed and desired was also what he wanted, yet we have overlooked his own sentiments. Huo Wu's eyes began to glisten with tears. Indeed, he has never prioritized himself, Qianren Xue remarked, gazing at Xing Tian's retreating figure. Meanwhile, another voice echoed in her heart. Perhaps all he has done is for my sake, for he has long known I would inherit the divine position. Qianren Xue thought this due to having overheard the conversation between Xing Tian and Qiandao Lu during her own inheritance. At that moment, Xing Tian had confided in Qiandao Lu that he had known all along that Qiandao Lu would perish during the process of Qianren Xue's inheritance. Upon reflection, it is rather peculiar to recall the journey back from Haishan Island, during which Xing Tian spoke a multitude of strange words to Qianren Xue, words that she did not take to heart at the time. Now, in hindsight, it seems that Xing Tian was already cognizant of these matters and had commenced his scheming long before. Who would have thought that this young man, Xing Tian, harbored such a facet? Bibi Nong remarked softly. Boss, your emotional fluctuations were quite pronounced just now. Ma Hongjun stated as he caught up with Xing Tian. Was it really that significant? I don't think so, Xing Tian replied nonchalantly. Indeed, it was. Ma Hongjun asserted, nodding earnestly. Very well, if it was, so be it. Xing Tian shrugged. What shall we do next, boss? Ma Hongjun inquired, attempting to shift the topic. Home, to sleep, and then to rest. Xing Tian declared. Huh? Ma Hongjun was taken aback. You heard me correctly. Home, sleep, rest. Xing Tian reiterated. All right then, Ma Hongjun conceded. Before long, Qian Rinxue and Huo Wu joined them. Without uttering a word, they each took hold of Xing Tian's arm and strolled alongside him. What is going on with you two? Xing Tian asked, bemused. It's nothing. Come on, let us go home. Qian Rinxue replied with a smile. Yes, Xing Tian Gij, let us head home. Huo Wu added. Let us go home. Xing Tian chuckled softly. Upon their return to the Wuhuan Palace, the atmosphere had grown exceedingly tense, with passers-by moving about in haste. It appeared that the unification of the continent was imminent. Xing Tian observed the hurried individuals and remarked, Let's go home. He patted Qian Rinxue and Huo Wu's hands. Once they arrived at the small courtyard, Xing Tian promptly retreated to his room, his actions a mystery. Xiao Wu, shall we go together tonight? Qian Rinxue suggested to Huo Wu. In the past, Huo Wu would have blushed at such a proposition, but after today's events, she felt no embarrassment. Nodding vigorously at Qian Rinxue. That evening, Qian Rinxue and Huo Wu exerted their utmost to please Xing Tian, leaving him momentarily taken aback. However, he could not afford to be timid at this juncture. Ultimately, he transformed the situation from passive to active, achieving victory. 3 days later, Xing Tian, accompanied by Qian Rinxue and Huo Wu, along with reinforcements from the Wuhuan Palace, set forth towards the CMO forest. Saint Spirit Sect, I am coming. Xing Tian gazed towards the direction of the CMO forest, his voice low and resolute. Previously, Xing Tian had declared that the existence of the Saint Spirit Sect was unnecessary, and thus he was determined to fulfill this. Xing Tian, are you confident? Qian Rinxue inquired during their journey. I am unsure, but I should have some level of assurance. My knowledge regarding the Saint Spirit Sect is limited. All I know is their general location lies within the CMO forest, Xing Tian responded. Boss, how do we go about extinguishing the so-called sect? Ma Hongjun asked. Upon entering the CMO forest, we shall seek out the Xie Bao Junju Zai. He should possess the knowledge we require, Xing Tian explained. Xie Bao Yun Shu Sai. What is that? Huo Wu queried. The king of the CMO forest. His true form is a massive eye, and his strength is comparable to that of Di Tian. Xing Tian pondered before answering. In that case, Xing Tian Gij, what is Di Tian's strength? Huo Wu pressed on. Xing Tian was momentarily stumped by Huo Wu's question. He was uncertain of Di Tian's exact strength, but believed that in a confrontation, he would emerge victorious. I am not entirely sure of Di Tian's strength, but if it comes to a life-and-death struggle, I should prevail, Xing Tian asserted. Then it stands to reason that dealing with the Xie Bao Junju Zai should pose no significant challenge. Qian Rinxue remarked. Not necessarily. As far as I know, the Xie Bao Jun employs mental attacks, so we should refrain from initiating combat at first. Otherwise, I may struggle to protect you all. Xing Tian cautioned the group. Fear not. We shall not act impulsively, Qian Rinxue assured. That is reassuring, Xing Tian nodded. Their movements were devoid of any concealment, for this was not an affair requiring secrecy. Master, they are approaching us. A figure clad in black addressed a woman in black atop a dais within a vast underground empire located in a valley of the CMO forest. Oh, he truly has come? The woman in black mused. Indeed, in addition to him, he has brought along a dozen or so individuals from the Wuhuan Palace. A dozen? Xing Tian truly holds my Saint Spirit Sect in high regard. Send word. There is no need to retreat. I wish to see how he intends to obliterate my Saint Spirit Sect with merely a handful of people, the woman stated coldly. Understood, master, the black-clad figure affirmed, as both he and the rest of the sect viewed Xing Tian's approach as a harbinger of death, confident that he could never rival their strength. A month later, Xing Tian and his companions arrived at the outskirts of the CMO forest. What a repugnant aura. The members of the Wuhuan Palace sneered upon entering the forest. That is to be expected. The soul beasts of the CMO forest are predominantly of evil or dark attributes, or else it would not serve as the base for the Saint Spirit sect. After all, like attracts like Xing Tian remarked with a smile. Let us proceed. I believe the people of the Saint Spirit sect are already aware of our movements, he continued. Boss, if they are aware of our presence, are you not concerned they might flee? Ma Ongjun queried. Flee? Why would they run? Xing Tian countered. Boss, if they do not flee, it means they are waiting for us to arrive. Ma Ongjun responded. If I were them, I would not run. Xing Tian looked at Ma Hongjun. Why is that? Ma Hongjun asked. Where are we? This is the CMO forest, the headquarters of the Saint Spirit sect. They have developed here for many years. The numbers may not be vast, but they have at least a few thousand. We are but a handful of individuals. Do you truly believe they would be intimidated? Xing Tian explained. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun shook his head. Were he in their position, he would not feel fear either, for even in overwhelming numbers, they could easily dispatch a mere dozen opponents. Thus, my deliberate pace serves to allow them to realize my approach. They believe that a mere dozen of us are easily manageable, and I shall demonstrate how we will dismantle their Saint Spirit sect, Xing Tian declared confidently. Hearing this, Qian Rinxue harbored no doubts, for among the few accompanying individuals from the Wuhuan Palace, at least 6 possessed elemental spirits, namely those of water and fire. Their presence reminded Qian Rinxue of the earlier events concerning Haotian's sect. Now, Xing Tian was undoubtedly 100-fold stronger than before. Let us proceed and pay a visit to the local sovereign, Xing Tian suggested. The Xieyin Baojun was relatively easy to locate, as they typically resided in the central region of the forest, a common trait among all soul beasts. Upon reaching the heart of the CMO forest, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any sound. Boss, this is quite strange. There is not a single sound to be heard, Ma Hongjun remarked, surveying the area. That is to be expected. After all, this is the domain of the Xieyin Baojun, Xing Tian replied coolly. All right, you all stay here. Venturing further may be overwhelming for you. Xiao Shui, let us proceed. Xing Tian instructed Qian Rinxue. Understood, Qian Rinxue affirmed. As Xing Tian and his companion ventured toward the heart of the domain, an inexplicable oppressive force suddenly manifested in the atmosphere, directly impacting their psyche with its intangible weight. Intriguing, yet it amounts to naught for me, Xing Tian remarked with a faint smile. Upon reaching the core area, they discovered the ground was barren, with the soil transformed into an exceptionally hard surface. It appears the evil eye tyrant possesses a formidable mental prowess. Even the earth here has become so resilient, Xing Tian noted as he stamped his foot. Xiao Shui, refrain from speaking for the time being. When a moment arises, I will instruct you on what to do, he advised Qian Rinxue. Understood, she replied without hesitation. Evil Eye, we have arrived as guests. Will you not extend a welcome? Xing Tian projected his mental energy, calling out. Shortly thereafter, the ground trembled, and a colossal eye erupted from the earth. This eye was enormous, surrounded by numerous terrifying tendrils, exuding a sense of dread. Who are you? Why have you trespassed in my territory? A powerful mental force surged toward Xing Tian and his companion. Do not be alarmed. We harbor no ill intent. We merely seek information. Xing Tian responded with nonchalance, undeterred by the mental pressure, observing Xing Tian's indifference to his oppressive force. The evil eye tyrant realized these two individuals were not to be trifled with and withdrew his mental pressure. Information? What kind of information could you possibly seek from me? The evil eye tyrant inquired. Information regarding the Holy Spirit sect, Xing Tian stated bluntly. Holy Spirit sect? Are you aware of the connection I share with them? The tyrant scoffed. Indeed. Otherwise, why would I come to you? Xing Tian shrugged. You must be that Xing Tian, the one they speak of. The evil eye tyrant exclaimed suddenly. Indeed, I am Xing Tian. It seems my reputation has even reached you, Xing Tian replied with a smile. Do you intend to annihilate the Holy Spirit sect? The tyrant queried, the air around them thickening with tension as an invisible force bore down upon them. Evil Eye, I am uncertain what you stand to gain from collaborating with the Holy Spirit sect, but I assure you, should you ally with me, your rewards will far exceed theirs. Xing Tian asserted, locking eyes with the tyrant. Far exceed? Young man, do not speak so boastfully. The tyrant retorted with a snort. Xiao Xue, show him. Xing Tian commanded. And upon hearing this, Qian Ringshu understood his intent. Suddenly, her aura shifted, emanating a peculiar energy. What is this? The evil-eye tyrant was captivated, his mental energy fluctuating wildly as he gazed at Qian Ringshu. How do you find it? Xiao Xue is the newly appointed deity, a fallen angel. Xing Tian proclaimed. Human. Though her aura intrigues me, it does not persuade me. The tyrant quickly regained his composure. The divine hierarchy of Xiao Xue was refined by me, and within it lies a concept known as the 7 deadly sins, Xing Tian explained. The 7 deadly sins? Were they? The tyrant inquired. Their pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust, Xing Tian enumerated. For reasons unknown, as Xing Tian articulated these 7 terms, the evil-eye tyrant felt a tremor within, as if sensing that missing this opportunity would result in significant loss. Is that all? Begone. I shall not divulge anything, the tyrant abruptly declared. Xing Tian momentarily found himself at a loss for words. This defies logic. Are the novels of my past life mere fabrications? Although I have not read about that overbearing Hu Hao, I have certainly heard of the evil-eye tyrant. Surely the 7 deadly sins must hold greater significance than whatever Hu Hao possesses. Xing Tian pondered. As the tyrant spoke those words, he felt a pang of regret. His statement was merely an attempt to assert his value. However, seeing the hesitation on Xing Tian's face stirred a hint of apprehension within him. Very well. We shall not intrude further. We will seek our answers elsewhere, Xing Tian declared resolutely. Xiao Xue, let us depart. He instructed. Qian Ringshu nodded in agreement. Are you leaving just like that? The evil-eye tyrant mused internally. No, this girl cannot leave. He suddenly thought. You may depart, but she must remain. The tyrant commanded firmly. Oh, what is this? An attempt at coercion? Xing Tian's lips curled into a wry smile. This girl is of great use to me. You may leave. But she cannot. The tyrant insisted in an irrefutable tone. Chapter 228. Confrontation with the evil-eye tyrant. I say, Evil-eye, have you lost your mind? Do you think we would dare approach only to fear you? Xing Tian regarded the tyrant as if he were a fool. You human whelp. This is the forest of evil spirits, my domain. Anyone who enters must submit to my authority, the evil-eye tyrant declared. Then by all means, make a move and see what happens. Xing Tian's tone turned icy. Arrogant, the tyrant exclaimed, unleashing a formidable mental pressure that bore down upon Xing Tian and his companion. Since Qian Ringshu had ascended to godhood, she remained unfazed by the tyrant's mental oppression. Xing Tian, too, only paused momentarily at the onset of the mental pressure before returning to normal. Insufficient, far from adequate, if this is all you can muster. The outcome of today remains uncertain. Xing Tian stated impassively. I shall demonstrate why I am the king of the forest of evil spirits. The evil-eye tyrant roared. Incensed by Xing Tian's words. Mental paralysis ray, he bellowed, unleashing a brilliant blue beam from his colossal eye, aimed directly at Qian Ringshu. Choosing Xiao Xue? You have truly made a grave mistake. Xing Tian lamented, shaking his head with a sigh as he beheld the tyrant's aggression toward Qian Ringshu. As expected, when the beam was merely 3 feet from Qian Ringshu, it halted abruptly and gradually dissipated. What is happening here? The evil-eye tyrant inquired, astonished. Is that all you have? Qian Ringshu scoffed. The tyrant snorted disdainfully. Evil-eye gaze. He continued, summoning an unseen, eerie aura that began to permeate the air, emanating from his massive eye. As Xing Tian locked eyes with the evil-eye tyrant, he felt a surge of power wash over him. Quickly, he closed his eyes, unwilling to meet the tyrant's gaze. However, at that moment, a fierce wind struck, and Xing Tian was caught off guard, swept away by the tyrant's tendril. In the instant that Xing Tian shut his eyes, the evil-eye tyrant lashed out with his tentacle, propelling him away before he could react. Interesting. Xing Tian rose, brushing off the dust. I shall not falter. You will not switch your soul technique. He retorted with a cold smile, extending his mental energy outward. "Oomph, are you insulting me?" The evil eye tyrant sneered, sensing Xing Tian's mental energy and responding with a chilling laugh. "Mental energy field," he muttered. As Xing Tian's spiritual force extended beyond his corporeal form, he was immediately met with an overwhelming pressure that dulled his senses considerably. Truly, the king of the Yema forest possesses formidable prowess. Xing Tian remarked with a smile. "Oomph, young man, I shall grant you another opportunity. Release this young girl," the evil eye tyrant declared. "Then let us see if you possess the ability," Xing Tian retorted. Subsequently, he summoned his Guanxi martial spirit. "Long time no see, my old friend." Xing Tian gently caressed Guanxi, whispering fondly. As he spoke, Guanxi vibrated several times, acknowledging Xing Tian's presence. Evil eye, that felt quite exhilarating, did it not? "Now it is my turn." Xing Tian suddenly opened his eyes, addressing the evil eye tyrant. Xing Tian's true form, he bellowed, unleashing a brilliant light from his being. As the radiance faded, a headless giant, equal in stature to the evil eye, emerged, wielding an axe in one hand and a shield in the other, exuding a fierce aura. What is happening? Qian Rengshu gasped upon witnessing Xing Tian's true form. She recalled that his mental state seemed far more stable now. Moreover, the aura of the summoned Xing Tian had significantly diminished. Yet why did it now appear even more potent than before? Perhaps it is the influence of the Yema forest, or the presence of the evil eye tyrant. Qian Rengshu mused, observing the confrontation between Xing Tian and the evil eye tyrant. Upon transforming into the battle god Xing Tian, his combat style became bold and unrestrained. He charged at the evil eye tyrant, who, of course, would not allow Xing Tian to approach unchallenged. Tentacles lashed out from all directions toward Xing Tian. However, he was well prepared. With a swift motion of his shield, he blocked the incoming tentacles and then swung his axe, severing several of them. The severed tentacles inflicted pain upon the evil eye tyrant, causing him to become increasingly enraged. "Dare to wound me? You shall all perish." The evil eye tyrant roared in fury. This was followed by an overwhelming wave of mental pressure, accompanied by various psychic assaults. Initially, Xing Tian held the upper hand, but as time passed, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. "This cannot continue. If I remain under such suppression, I may ultimately be the one to lose," Xing Tian pondered. In truth, Xing Tian had not been using his full strength against the evil eye tyrant, as he aimed to subdue him for Qian Rengshu's benefit. Moreover, the evil eye tyrant was well suited for the 7 deadly sins, which is why Xing Tian had refrained from delivering a fatal blow. However, that did not mean the evil eye tyrant was holding back. He unleashed his full might, and as time progressed, Xing Tian began to find himself on the back foot. Damn it! No time to hesitate. Gritting his teeth, Xing Tian resolved to strike first. If you can survive, we shall see what happens later. With this thought, he abandoned his earlier caution, hurling his shield forward and then darting behind it, charging toward the evil eye tyrant at great speed. Yet, this did little to hinder the evil eye tyrant, whose mental power enveloped the area. The tyrant easily evaded Xing Tian's shield. However, Xing Tian had no intention of attacking him directly. Instead, he leaped into the air, summoning a colossal axe blade that descended upon the evil eye tyrant. "Oomph, a mere trick," the evil eye tyrant scoffed, showing no fear of the incoming axe. With a mental shockwave, he shattered the axe blade effortlessly. "This is bad. Xing Tian is in danger." Even Qian Rengshu began to worry for him. Yet, suspended in the air, Xing Tian merely smiled faintly. Is it truly that easy? Indeed, the shattered axe light transformed into countless tiny blades, continuing their assault toward the evil eye tyrant. This attack cannot be evaded. Realizing the impending threat, the evil eye tyrant's heart raced. He had never anticipated that his own assault would inadvertently empower Xing Tian. Ultimately, the evil eye tyrant could only retract all tentacles around his core, shielding himself. Thud, 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 thud. A series of sounds echoed as the myriad axe lights struck the evil eye tyrant, who, being a massive target, had little recourse. Chapter 229. Subduing the evil eye tyrant. Qian Rengshu was left astounded by the scene before her. She had initially thought Xing Tian was in peril. The swift turn of events was astonishing. I want you all dead. Every last one of you," The evil-eye tyrant was thoroughly enraged, pain having driven him to the brink of madness. Temporal light, he suddenly roared, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy from his being. This is bad. Upon sensing the energy, Xing Tian's heart tightened, and he quickly retreated to Qian Rengshu's side. Little Snow, retreat quickly, Xing Tian urged, pulling her backward. Do you think you can escape? The evil-eye tyrant sneered at Xing Tian's actions. The wave of energy radiated from his eyes, causing space itself to fracture in a glass-like shatter wherever it spread. What the hell? Space is fracturing. How formidable is this? Xing Tian exclaimed in astonishment, watching the wave of destruction advance. He exerted all his strength, pulling Qian Rengshu along as they fled. Only when they escaped the core area did the fractured space begin to heal. Thank goodness. That was too vicious. No wonder he is the king here, Xing Tian thought, still shaken. Are we going back? Qian Rengshu inquired. Of course we must. After using that attack, he should be considerably weakened. If not now, when shall we act? Xing Tian replied. Are you not afraid he will strike again? Qian Rengshu asked, eyeing him. If we are unlucky, that is simply fate. If we do not go now, I will feel unsatisfied. Xing Tian insisted. Very well. As you say, I shall accompany you into danger today. Qian Rengshu chuckled. Gulme, let us confront him, Xing Tian declared, taking her hand. When Xing Tian and Qian Rengshu reached the location where the evil-eye tyrant had been, he had vanished, leaving no trace of the previous battle. It seems that after using that technique, the evil-eye tyrant suffered repercussions. Otherwise, he could not have fled. Xing Tian observed the now-cleared area. How shall we find him? Qian Rengshu asked. Simple. Xing Tian smiled. We shall do it this way. He instructed her. Will this truly work? Qian Rengshu questioned. Absolutely. Xing Tian replied confidently. Very well. Qian Rengshu nodded in agreement. Soon, an enigmatic aura began to emanate from her once more. Indeed, this was the energy of the 7 deadly sins, wielded by Qian Rengshu, the fallen angel. Before long, Xing Tian sensed the probing presence of a spiritual force. I thought you would show no interest, Xing Tian remarked with a grin. Little Snow, be cautious. He is currently spying on us, he warned Qian Rengshu. Where is he? She asked, maintaining her composure. I do not know. I am still uncertain of his exact position, Xing Tian admitted, shaking his head. He has become more cunning. Qian Rengshu smiled. He has not always been foolish, merely lacking in wisdom. Xing Tian chuckled. As Xing Tian uttered these words, his mental energy continuously scanned the surroundings, aiming to ascertain the location of the evil-eye tyrant. Xiaoxue, lend me your strength, Xing Tian exclaimed. No problem, Qian Rengshu replied with a smile. Immediately, an overwhelming aura emanated from her, so intense that even Xing Tian found it challenging to withstand. My goodness, what a formidable enchantress! Who could possibly endure this in the future? Helpless, Xing Tian positioned himself behind Qian Rengshu. Upon noticing his action, Qian Rengshu transformed the area behind her into a sanctuary. Xiaoxue, I've located him. It's near that tree in the front right. He must be either behind it or underground, Xing Tian suddenly informed Qian Rengshu. Understood. She responded with a wink. Wait, I can't handle this, Xing Tian quickly interjected. Subsequently, Qian Rengshu unleashed the power of the 7 deadly sins towards the direction indicated by Xing Tian. This deliberate bait was something the evil-eye tyrant could not resist. He sprang forth from his hiding place, swiftly approaching Qian Rengshu. I've been waiting for you. Xing Tian transformed instantly, charging forward and pinning the evil-eye tyrant to the ground, denying him any opportunity to unleash his skills. Ultimately, the evil-eye tyrant was left on the brink of collapse. Xiaoxue, it's your turn, Xing Tian declared. No problem, I have the 7 deadly sins ready, Qian Rengshu replied. Then, she raised her right hand, and a dark vortex materialized in her palm, drawing the evil-eye tyrant into it. Excellent. Xing Tian nodded approvingly as he observed the tyrant being absorbed. Xiaoxue, can you access his memories? Xing Tian inquired. Absolutely, Qian Rengshu affirmed with a nod. Then let us see where the Holy Spirit sect is located, Xing Tian urged. All right, she replied, closing her eyes to delve into the evil-eye tyrant's memories. Moments later, Qian Rengshu opened her eyes. What did you find? Xing Tian asked. I found a general location. However, The evil eye tyrant didn't have the exact coordinates of the Holy Spirit sect's headquarters. Nonetheless, he had previously tracked the sect's leader, so he possesses a rough idea of the location, Qian Ringshu explained. A rough location will suffice. That's good enough, Xingtian responded. Let us proceed to meet up with the others and then head over, Qian Ringshu suggested. Let's go. Xingtian took her hand as they made their way to the area where Ma Hongjun and the others were waiting. The group was deeply concerned for Xingtian and Qian Ringshu, as the earlier surge of energy had been overwhelming, causing them much anxiety. We located the Holy Spirit sect. Let us head there now, Xingtian announced. Great, no problem, Ma Hongjun and the others affirmed. I wonder who the leader of the Holy Spirit sect is in this era? It should be Zhongli Laogui, unless I'm mistaken. The next leader seems to be someone named Yi Shixue or Yin Shixue, Xingtian mused on the way to the sect. As he pondered on this Yi Shixue or Yin Shixue, a thought crossed his mind. We shall see, who knows? He chuckled suddenly. Boss, what are you thinking? Why are you grinning like that? Ma Hongjun inquired, drawing closer. Grinning? Am I? Xingtian coughed lightly. Yes, it's quite evident. Wu chimed in. You wouldn't understand. You simply wouldn't. Xingtian shot a meaningful glance at Ma Hongjun. The latter felt a chill run down his spine under Xingtian's gaze. Chapter 230. The Holy Spirit Sect Boss. You don't have any inappropriate thoughts about me, do you? Ma Hongjun asked, a hint of fear in his voice as he regarded Xingtian's expression. PFF, you're overthinking it. Xingtian rolled his eyes at him. Fatty, your happiness is about to arrive. Xingtian chuckled inwardly. However, while Xingtian's imagination painted a rosy picture, the unfolding events were beyond his control. Upon arriving at the Holy Spirit sect's territory with Qian Ringshu, they were met with a desolate valley, barren of any vegetation. According to the Evil Eye's memories, this is where the leader of the Holy Spirit sect vanished. Qian Ringshu declared. Vanished? Xingtian questioned. Yes. His mental energy was expansive, but he dared not extend it too rapidly. Thus, when his energy followed the leader of the Holy Spirit sect here, the individual was already gone. Qian Ringshu elaborated. Understood. Xingtian nodded. Bring forth the water, he commanded, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Brother Xingtian, are you planning something? Hu wondered, as images flooded her mind at the mention of water. Indeed, since we cannot find an entrance, we shall compel them to reveal themselves. Xingtian grinned. Release the water and let it flow abundantly. He instructed those from the spirit hall. Yes, my lord, they responded. Following his command, the elemental spirit users began to unleash their soul abilities. In an instant, torrents of water cascaded from the sky into the valley. Master, the valley is being inundated, reported a figure clad in black to the leader of the Holy Spirit sect. Water? Are they attempting to force us out with this? Ha ha ha. Xingtian isn't as formidable as he thinks. The leader of the Holy Spirit sect laughed boisterously upon hearing the news. Master, what should we do now? The black-clad figure inquired. Ignore them. Let them make their commotion. How naive. My Holy Spirit sect has stood firm here for countless years. We have weathered far greater storms, the leader replied dismissively. My lord, I believe this volume of water should suffice, one of the spirit hall members remarked as the water level reached their knees. That should be enough. Cease the flow, Xingtian instructed. Once everyone halted, Xingtian remained motionless. Xingtian, what is the next step? Qian Ringshu inquired. Let us wait a moment, he replied. Wait for what? She pressed. Do you think the Holy Spirit sect, having established a stronghold here for so long, will be affected by this water? Xingtian posed. If this water is of no use, then why bother with it? Ma Hongjun questioned. Who said this water is useless? Xingtian shot a glance at him. Boss, didn't you just say that? Ma Hongjun retorted. I said that this amount of water is currently of little consequence, but that does not imply it holds no value. Xingtian chuckled. What scheme are you concocting now? Qian Ringshu shot him a skeptical look. This is no mere scheme. Xingtian replied earnestly. All right. You never reveal your plans until the very end, she conceded. Xiaoxue, have them set up camp at the top of this valley. Attacking the Holy Spirit sect will not be a quick endeavor. Xingtian directed. Fine. I'm curious to see your strategy unfold, Qian Ringshu agreed. Subsequently, she organized the others to establish their encampment. 3 days later, the water in the valley receded, leaving behind a muddy terrain. Come, continue the flow. Xing Tian urged the soul masters. Huh? Yes, indeed. Continue, he prompted, gazing at the valley. The members of the spirit hall glanced at Qian Rengshu, who nodded in affirmation. Soon, torrents of water began to pour once more into the valley. Master, they had begun to release water again. The scene remained shrouded in darkness. The same dim room. The same cloaked figure reporting on recent developments. I thought he possessed some remarkable abilities, but it appears otherwise, the leader of the Shengling Jiao remarked with a cold snort. Master, what are Xing Tian and the others planning? The cloaked figure inquired. It's nothing but a ploy to disrupt our supply lines. They intend to sever our provisions. And if they succeed, chaos will ensue within the Shengling Jiao, providing them the opportunity to locate the entrance. However, they underestimate us. The leader of Shengling Jiao replied with a mocking smile. I will take my leave now, said the cloaked figure. You may go. The leader waved his hand dismissively. Xing Tian, your approach is the most foolish of all. Do you think the Shengling Jiao has survived all these years without anticipating such a scenario? You're still too young. I foolishly regarded you as a rival, but it seems I was far too earnest. The leader of Shengling Jiao chuckled to himself. 3 days passed, and Xing Tian ordered another round of flooding. This marked the third time, and even Qian Renxue found it difficult to grasp Xing Tian's intentions. Xing Tian, we've been here for over 10 days, and you've been flooding this place without revealing your purpose, Qian Renxue said. Soon, very soon. Xing Tian replied with a grin. Another 3 days elapsed, transforming the valley into a marsh, with the surrounding vegetation now completely submerged. It's nearly time. Xing Tian observed the valley with satisfaction. Come for the final round. He directed the members of Wuhuan Temple. They had grown accustomed to the routine, so no questions were asked. They simply got to work. Before long, the valley was once again knee-deep in water. Excellent, excellent, Xing Tian remarked, surveying the water. All right, fire element soul masters, evaporate this water, and you water element users, keep supplying more. We cannot allow it to dry up. Xing Tian commanded. It's coming. It's coming. We will finally witness brother Xing Tian's ultimate technique. Hu Wu exclaimed excitedly. What's the fuss about? Ma Hongjun said casually, yet his eyes and clenched fists betrayed his anxiousness. Is it coming? It's been so many years since the last time. Some from Wuhuan Temple had witnessed Xing Tian's technique during the attack on Wuhuan City by Haoyin sect, and they recognized the steps involved. Put in some effort. I guarantee you will be astonished. The elders advised the newcomers. Elders, what exactly is young Master Xing Tian doing? Some newcomers, driven by curiosity, asked. You will find out soon. It's a spectacular sight, truly a once-in-a-century phenomenon. Those who had previously seen the technique responded. Chapter 231. The Descent of the Thunder Dragon Zhongli, the Old Ghost. The newcomers listened intently. Their curiosity piqued. Driven by intrigue, they increased their efforts and soul power output, eager to witness the grand spectacle described by the elders. As time passed, the water in the valley evaporated. Yet the water level remained unchanged due to continuous replenishment. Meanwhile, beneath the valley, at the headquarters of Shengling Jiao, the cloaked figure said, Master, Xing Tian is up, they're doing who knows what. Pay him no mind, replied the leader. However, Master, many followers are nearing their breaking point. They claim they cannot endure this any longer and wish to confront Xing Tian. The cloaked figure warned. The leader's body momentarily stiffened at these words, but quickly regained composure. You may leave now, he said calmly. Yes, Master. Xing Tian, your psychological tactics are undeniably effective. I underestimated you, the leader of Shengling Jiao mused, gazing at the pitch-black ceiling. If Xing Tian were aware of the leader's thoughts, he would surely be astonished. What a dramatic character Zhongli is. So much emotional turmoil and inner conflict. Xing Tian mused, recognizing this as the most genuine reflection of his thoughts. However, Xing Tian, you underestimate the rules of Shengling Jiao. Enjoy your triumph for now. Your good days are numbered, Zhongli declared ominously. Unbeknownst to Xing Tian, he was focused intently on the ominous cloud looming above the valley. Xing Tian, is it nearly time? Qian Renxue asked, eyeing the darkened sky. She had witnessed a similar phenomenon years ago, but this time felt significantly more intense. Not yet. We must wait a little longer, Xing Tian replied, shaking his head as he observed the cloud. After approximately half an hour, he finally instructed them to halt. That should suffice. Stand back, and today I shall show you what divine might truly is, Xing Tian announced with a smile. Ma Ongjun, glancing at the ominous cloud above and recalling the previous incident, decided to retreat to a safe distance, wary of potential repercussions. Hurry. If you don't want to be caught in the fallout, now is the time to move, the members of Wuhuin Temple urged. Elders, is it really that terrifying? Some newcomers asked. You'll find out soon. It's not just terrifying, it's profoundly terrifying. Xiao Shui, watch closely, this is divine might. Xing Tian suddenly addressed Qian Renxue. With a swift motion, a tiny lightning bolt shot into the clouds. This small bolt of lightning acted as a fuse, and once it entered the cloud, a thunderous roar echoed from within. What a sensation! I never expected to witness it again after all these years, sighed the Soul Lightning Element Soul Master among the Wuhuin Temple group. He was the same Soul Master who had stood beside Xing Tian years ago and had since ascended to the rank of Soul Daw. He was eternally grateful to Xing Tian for demonstrating the power and terror of Lightning Element Soul Masters to the world, though he had yet to replicate Xing Tian's feats. As thunder rumbled from the clouds, Xing Tian soared into the sky. Last time, he had merely floated beneath the clouds, but this time, he ascended directly into them. What is the boss doing? Ma Hongjun wondered, confused by Xing Tian's actions. Right? This wasn't how it went last time. Huo Wu chimed in. Just watch. Xing Tian surely has his own plan. Qian Renxue reassured them, her trust in Xing Tian unwavering. As Xing Tian entered the clouds, he beheld numerous azure lightning bolts dancing within. He couldn't ascertain if this was the same as what he had experienced in his previous life, but he presumed it was unlikely. With a smile, he brushed aside such thoughts and began to manipulate the lightning within the clouds. Previously, he had merely conjured an illusion of a Qilin, but this time he intended to craft something monumental. As his spiritual energy spread throughout the clouds, the lightning gradually coalesced under his command. This time, Xing Tian conjured 9 thunder dragons, fearing that a single strike might not suffice to deal with the Shengling Jiao. Hence his extensive preparations. As Xing Tian moved, the people outside gradually sensed an invisible pressure emanating from the clouds. Indeed, it was this very pressure. Those who had previously witnessed such a scene shouted with fervor. Even Qian Renxue felt a surge of excitement, for such a spectacle was truly rare. Sister Xiao Shui, have you noticed that this oppressive force is even greater than in previous years? Huo Wu inquired, drawing closer to Qian Renxue. It seems Xing Tian intends to resolve the issue in one fell swoop, Qian Renxue replied, glancing at the valley below and nodding. As time passed, approximately the duration of a jaw's stick, the rumbling thunder from the clouds abruptly ceased. Just as the crowd was left in confusion, a beastly roar shattered the silence. Subsequently, Xing Tian emerged from the clouds, hovering just beneath them. I declare today, the Holy Spirit sect shall be obliterated. His voice, infused with soul power, reverberated outward in an instant. Some soul masters who had been training in the evil spirit forest had noticed the peculiar dark clouds in the sky. But due to their location in the heart of the forest, they lacked the means to investigate. Upon hearing Xing Tian's voice, they realized it was indeed man-made. Whose voice is that? What is the Holy Spirit sect? Someone asked. I don't know, but we should retreat for now. Something feels amiss. Some individuals, valuing their lives, began to withdraw. Wait just a moment, others urged. After Xing Tian's proclamation, the clouds began to shrink and transformed into a deep azure until no dark clouds remained. Only a vast expanse of blue thunderclouds. This is incredible. The members of the Wuhuin Temple exclaimed in astonishment. Behold, a thunder dragon descends. Xing Tian softly articulated, and the thunderclouds began to roil violently. Look, something is emerging from the thunderclouds. A soul master training in the forest suddenly shouted. They gazed upward to see a dragon's head slowly protruding from the clouds, followed by a second, a third, and ultimately, 9 dragon heads emerged from the clouds. As the heads broke through, an overwhelming pressure radiated outward from this epicenter. This pressure dispersed rapidly, enveloping much of the forest. Anyone within this range, be they human or soul beast, was pinned to the ground, unable to move, with only a few powerful beings managing to stir. What is this? How could there be such immense pressure? Those pressed to the ground cried out in agony. Gradually, they observed the thunderclouds above begin to contract and then split apart. Before their eyes appeared 9 colossal dragons forged of lightning. This is a dragon. A thunder dragon composed entirely of lightning. The crowd gasped. Wait, look. At the center, surrounded by the thunder dragons, there is a person. Someone with keen eyes spotted Xingtian in the sky. Who is this person that can command the thunder dragons? They exclaimed in awe. However, regardless of their astonishment, Xingtian was oblivious, as he was focused on identifying his target for attack. This spot will do. It appears relatively vulnerable, Xingtian finally decided, fixing his gaze upon a rock wall in the valley. Fortuitously, this very wall was the entrance to the Holy Spirit sect. Thunder Dragon, descend. Xingtian slowly raised his hand, uttering the command. As his hand descended, a cacophony of roars erupted, and the 9 thunder dragons charged directly toward the valley. Xingtian did not merely select that rock wall. He also targeted several other locations within the valley. To him, it was inconceivable that the Holy Spirit sect, having operated here for many years, would possess only a single entrance. Yet, if he covered the entire valley with his assault, even if there were multiple exits, they would struggle to escape in time. Xiao, keep an eye on the surroundings. The Holy Spirit sect is not so simple. Qian Rengshu suddenly heard Xingtian's voice. Initially taken aback, she then signaled for everyone to spread out and observe their surroundings. A deafening roar erupted, transforming the entire valley into a sea of lightning. Due to the valley being previously soaked with water, when the thunder dragons descended, the entire valley became a conductor. Uncertain of what materials the leader of the Holy Spirit sect utilized underground, Xingtian opted for lightning, as it was a versatile force, especially when combined with water. While Xingtian stirred chaos above, the Holy Spirit sect below faced dire consequences. The construction theme of the Holy Spirit sect underground was made of high-grade steel, which possessed excellent conductivity. Because of Xingtian's thunder dragons, the entire subterranean realm became a tumultuous sea of lightning. The turmoil wreaked havoc within the Holy Spirit sect, resulting in numerous casualties, inciting the sect leader's ire. Bring me out to confront this Xingtian, the sect leader commanded. Yes, sect leader. Xingtian, I admit, I underestimated you. I did not anticipate such cunning, but it ends here, the sect leader declared coldly. Suddenly, while admiring the spectacle, Xingtian sneezed. Achoo! Who is insulting me? It can't be that old ghost Zhongli. He mused, rubbing his nose. Abruptly, Xingtian sensed a massive accumulation of powerful and malevolent energies within the sea of lightning. Finally willing to show yourself. Xingtian chuckled softly. With a thunderous boom, a massive pit appeared in the valley floor, and torrents of mud began to rush into it. Yet, before it could fully commence, someone intercepted the influx of mud. Xingtian, I must admit, you possess some skill. But do you truly believe you can eradicate my Holy Spirit sect in one fell swoop? You are sorely mistaken. A sinister voice echoed from the pit. Oh, a rat has emerged, Xingtian remarked, momentarily surprised by the voice. You insolent child. A figure clad in black shouted at Xingtian. I knew you would come out. I have prepared a grand gift for you. Do you like it? Xingtian taunted. It won't harm the foundation of my Holy Spirit sect. Zhongli scoffed. Zhongli, this is merely the beginning. Xingtian waggled his finger. You know me? Zhongli was taken aback. How rare. Xingtian rolled his eyes. Watch closely. This is the true gift I have prepared for you. He snapped his fingers. Suddenly, Zhongli sensed an imminent life-threatening crisis. Quick dodge, he shouted. However, The others lacked his awareness. In an instant, a thunder dragon materialized above their heads and lunged downward. With a thunderous crash, another massive hole formed in the valley. How tragic, Xing Tian mused, surveying the charred remains scattered across the ground. You shall die, Zhongli bellowed in rage. Come on, Xing Tian shrugged, utterly unconcerned. Di, Zhongli, radiating a foul and rancid aura, charged at Xing Tian. Suddenly, Zhongli Laogui was taken aback, and he gazed in disbelief at the sword tip protruding from his chest. Oh, Xiaoxue, could you not let me bask in my triumph for a moment? Xing Tian remarked, casting a glance at Qianren Shui, who stood behind Zhongli Laogui. We must act swiftly. We cannot afford to delay, Qianren Shui declared as she drew her sword. Very well, Xing Tian acquiesced. With a gesture, Qianren Shui extended her hand towards Zhongli Laogui's lifeless body, and a whirlpool materialized, drawing the corpse within. What are you doing? Xing Tian inquired. The 7 deadly sins. This individual is perfect for wrath, Qianren Shui responded. All right. It seems everyone is capable of selecting their own targets now. Impressive, Xing Tian remarked. Let us move. The others are already pursuing the remaining foes. The Holy Spirit Church is indeed like a rat. Their exits are not limited to this one, Qianren Shui stated. It is expected. However, those pursuing them are merely a handful of minions, unable to stir much trouble. Xing Tian replied, Saintess, we have discovered a woman in a secret chamber at the headquarters of the Holy Spirit Church. Someone suddenly approached Qianren Shui and announced, And this matter requires my attention? Qianren Shui questioned, regarding the messenger. Saintess, this woman is unlike the others. She is suffused with an aura of light. The individual replied, An aura of light? It cannot be Shishui, can it? I recall that one of her martial souls is the Light Phoenix. Xing Tian pondered internally. Take me to see her, he instructed the messenger. Yes. Upon arriving at the secret chamber, they found the woman had already been carried out. What has happened to her? Xing Tian inquired. We do not know. When we arrived, she was already unconscious, and she possessed 2 contrasting auras. We helped dispel one of them, a member of the Spear Hall explained. This should not be, Xing Tian thought to himself. Chapter 233, Yi Shishui. This should not be, Xing Tian mused. He had never encountered Yi Shishui before. In his previous life, he had not watched the 2nd season of Douluo Dalu. He had only seen the 1st. Yet, he vaguely remembered that in the 2nd season, Yi Shishui appeared to be the leader of the Holy Spirit Church. Furthermore, she had a son with Zhongli Laogui. However, the current situation before Xing Tian presented an entirely different narrative. Yi Shishui appeared to have been abducted, and it seemed as though there was an attempt to forcibly infuse her with the energy of an evil soul master. Am I mistaken in my script? Is this truly how Yi Shishui is? Xing Tian pondered with uncertainty. What are you thinking about? Qianren Shui nudged him, noticing his daze. Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Just found it a bit peculiar, Xing Tian replied. Peculiar? What is peculiar about it? Qianren Shui asked. Why would the Holy Spirit Church, a stronghold of evil soul masters, kidnap a girl endowed with a martial soul of light? Xing Tian queried. Who knows? Qianren Shui shrugged. Well then, let's take her back. Xing Tian instructed the Spirit Hall personnel. Yes. What? Are you interested in this girl? Qianren Shui inquired, observing Xing Tian. Perhaps. I'm quite curious about what abilities she possesses that would warrant her abduction by Zhongli Laogui. Xing Tian nodded. You can simply ask her later, Qianren Shui suggested. That is true. I shall inquire then. Xing Tian agreed. Leave a few individuals here. The rest should return and summon the main force. This is the stronghold of the Holy Spirit Church, and there may be numerous valuable items. Xing Tian declared. It is not a matter of possibility, but certainty. Do not worry. I have already arranged it, Qianren Shui assured him. Then let us depart. Xing Tian concluded. Upon returning to the Spirit City, Bibi Dong began mobilizing personnel to tidy up the aftermath in the evil spirit forest after learning of the situation with the Holy Spirit Church. In an instant, news of the church's downfall swept across the continent. Many were unaware of the true nature of the Holy Spirit Church. However, after explanations from those in the know, they realized that, apart from soul masters, there also existed evil soul masters, who were indeed malevolent. Unbeknownst to them, Xingtian, or rather the Spirit Hall, had gained a new following of admirers. 2 days later, Yi Shishui awoke. Saintess, young Master Xingtian, the girl has awakened. The maid attending to Yi Shishui announced to Xingtian and the others. Oh, she has awakened? Let's go take a look. Xingtian replied. Upon entering Yi Shishui's chamber, 2 maids awaited them at the door. What? Why are you not inside the room? Xingtian asked, reporting to the young master. That girl seems to be particularly fearful of us. Ever since she awakened, she hides beneath the covers whenever anyone enters the room. We had no choice but to wait outside, one of the maids explained. Oh, this is intriguing. It seems she had an unpleasant experience in the Holy Spirit Church. Xingtian remarked. Xiaoxua, let us go inside and see. Xingtian suggested. Upon entering the room, Xingtian observed Yi Shishui bent over the table, consuming the food prepared by the maids. Upon noticing their entrance, she froze momentarily, then rapidly swallowed her food and dashed to the bed, enveloping herself in the blankets, as though that alone could provide her with a sense of security. Hello, we are not bad people. Could you tell us your name? Xingtian gently inquired as he approached the bed. However, he received no response. When Xingtian placed his hand on the blankets, he felt Yi Shishui tremble. As he attempted to pull the blankets away, he suddenly sensed an aura of malevolence emanating from Yi Shishui. Xingtian gasped, halting his actions. Once he ceased his movements, the malevolent aura dissipated. What is the meaning of this aura? Xingtian contemplated. He then glanced at Qianren Shui, who had also sensed the aura. Thus, when Xingtian looked over, Qianren Shui raised her brow in response. Do not worry. We're not bad people. Just rest easy here. The 2 maids at the door are solely here to care for you. You need not fear them. Vingxian, risusuret yejishui. Let us depart for now. Seeing that he still received no response, Xingtian said to Qianren Shui, We shall leave for now and return in a few days. Xingtian told Yi Shishui. After they left, Yi Shishui peeked out from beneath the blankets, watching their retreating figures with an expression that conveyed an indescribable emotion. Take good care of her. If she continues in this manner, simply place her meals in the room each day and wait a while before entering to tidy up. Ensure the room is clean daily. Xingtian instructed the 2 maids at the door before departing. Understood, young master. The maids responded. In the room, Yi Shishui had already emerged from the blankets. Having overheard Xingtian's instructions, yet her expression remained inscrutable. Thus, Xingtian and the others continued to check on her intermittently. Although their efforts yielded little immediate results, she gradually began to lower her guard against them, while she no longer hid beneath the covers upon their arrival. Any sudden movement from Xingtian would still send her diving back onto the blankets. By the way, prepare a wooden tub for the room today. Fill it with water for bathing, and then wait by the door. On this day, after visiting Yi Shishui, Xingtian instructed the maids at the entrance. Yes, young master. Time passed once again, and Xingtian could now touch Yi Shishui's small head. However, whenever Xingtian's hand rested upon Yi Shishui's crown, he could sense her body stiffening instantly, as if an energy within her surged uncontrollably. Fear not, I shall not harm you. Xingtian spoke to Yi Shishui in as gentle a tone as he could muster. Upon returning to the courtyard, he encountered Ma Hongjun. Boss, have you gone to see that little girl again? Ma Hongjun inquired. Yes, Xingtian nodded. Boss, you aren't falling for this little girl, are you? Ma Hongjun remarked with a lewd grin. What nonsense are you thinking? Xingtian shot him a glare, then circumvented him and proceeded to his room. Looks like I'm about to gain another sister-in-law. Ma Hongjun chuckled as he watched Xingtian's retreating figure. Initially, Xingtian had intended for Ma Hongjun to pursue Yi Shishui, but the situation had unfolded unexpectedly, and he chose to remain silent. Yi Shishui's current state was not something an ordinary person could handle. Apart from Xingtian and the 2 maidservants, no one else could approach her. On several occasions, Xingtian thought to send Ma Hongjun to check on Yi Shishui, yet after Ma Hongjun's first visit, he refused to return. That visit had triggered an explosive outburst of Yi Shishui's energy, leaving Ma Hongjun to suffer greatly. Xingtian was bewildered by what Ma Hongjun had done to provoke such a reaction from her. Since that incident, he no longer dared allow others near Yi Shishui. After the Ma Hongjun episode, Yi Shishui had grown distrustful even of her maidservants. Apart from Xing Tian, no one was permitted in her vicinity. Xing Tian could not fathom why Yi Shishui now only recognized him. Any intruder who approached her would instill fear, and any slight movement towards her would incite the malevolent force within her to erupt. Thus, Xing Tian became Yi Shishui's caretaker, while Xing Tian devoted himself to Yi Shishui. The Wuhuan Temple had established dominion over the continent during this period, diligently working on drafting new policies and recruiting officials. Boss, I've heard that the Wuhuan Temple plans to introduce new policies and a national title at the beginning of next year, Ma Hongjun informed Xing Tian one day. Isn't that quite normal? Xing Tian replied. What I mean is, since I have some free time, I do like to dabble in governance. Haha. Ma Hongjun chuckled. That's up to you. If you wish to pursue it, then go ahead. Xing Tian encouraged. All right. I shall seek a position when the time comes. Ma Hongjun declared. Yes, that sounds good. Xing Tian affirmed. So, boss, is that little girl still silent? Ma Hongjun asked. Well, she doesn't seem as frightened of me lately, Xing Tian responded. Boss, could she be mute? Ma Hongjun suddenly speculated. I doubt that, Xing Tian replied. You haven't even met her. How can you be so sure? Ma Hongjun retorted. Enough. Go attend to your own matters. I shall take my leave. Xing Tian waved him away. When Xing Tian arrived at Yi Shishui's side, he was surprised to find her not in her room, but daydreaming in the pavilion of the courtyard. I have arrived, Xing Tian called out to her from the entrance. Yi Shishui glanced at him briefly before returning to her reverie. The weather is splendid today. It's nice to bask in the sun, Xing Tian remarked as he settled beside her. Yi Shishui cast a sidelong glance at him, but remained silent. Are you still accustomed to being here? As I've said before, we are not malevolent beings. We will not harm you. Consider this your home. Xing Tian had grown accustomed to her silence, often engaging in monologues during their time together. Why are you so kind to me? She unexpectedly inquired. It's not such a grand gesture. I simply feel you are quite pitiable, Xing Tian replied. What did you say? It was only then that Xing Tian realized she had spoken. I can always speak. I merely choose not to, Yi Shishui declared. You spoke. Xing Tian was taken aback. My name is Yi Shishui, she added suddenly. Ye Jishui, what a beautiful name. Xing Tian remarked, now composed. Do you wish to know why I was in that place? She asked abruptly, a flash of pain crossing her features at the mention. Xing Tian noticed this fleeting anguish. If it is too difficult to discuss, you need not share, he said gently. My name is Yi Shishui. I live in a small village outside the CMO forest. That village may no longer exist, she mused. A village? There doesn't appear to be any towns near the CMO forest. Xing Tian pondered silently. Our village was quite small, with only a few dozen households. Yet it was beautiful, and the people lived in harmony, Yi Shishui continued. Xing Tian remained silent, attentively listening to her. I vividly remember the day our parents took us to the city for our martial spirit test. Several children from our village were exceptionally talented. She reminisced, a faint smile gracing her lips. Upon returning to the village, everyone was ecstatic to hear the news. Such events were rare, and that day, every household prepared delicious meals for a celebration in the village square. Her tone brimmed with joy. However, just as we were rejoicing, disaster struck. They came, executioners, demons, harbingers of calamity. With that, a look of terror overtook her countenance. Enough, let's not speak of this further. Xing Tian interjected softly, unable to bear her distress. Yet, Yi Shishui was oblivious to his plea. They stormed into the village, slaughtering anyone in sight. The only ones spared were the children. All others, regardless of age, were mercilessly killed. Blood was everywhere. Corpses lay strewn about. Grandfather, mother, they too perished at the hands of that man. Yi Shishui's eyes widened in horror, her body trembling as she spoke. All right, let us cease this discussion, Xing Tian urged, rising to embrace her gently. Yi Shishui paused momentarily before yielding, resting quietly in his arms. After a time, her emotions finally began to settle. I'm all right now, she whispered. Hearing her voice, Xing Tian returned to his seat opposite her, oblivious to the fleeting look of longing in her eyes. Thus, our village was destroyed by them, and my friends and I were taken to that dark, desolate underground. Yishi Shui continued. I do not understand why the other children and I were separated. I was taken to a room alone, where they injected something into me daily that made me feel utterly miserable. It induced sleepiness, and while awake, I felt an unbearable discomfort, a voice in my mind urging me to kill, yet I did not wish to. Tears streamed down Yishi Shui's face as she recounted her torment. All right, let us cease our lamentations. The Holy Spirit sect is no more. It has been utterly destroyed, sighed Xing Tian with a twinge of sorrow. Yishi Shui lifted her gaze to glance at Xing Tian, then instinctively flung herself into his embrace, weeping bitterly. Let out. Crying will ease the pain. From this moment forth, such tragedies shall no longer befall us. Xing Tian gently reassured, patting her back. Chapter 235. The Tranquil Continent thus, in Xing Tian's embrace. Yishi Shui wept freely, her cries resonating with heart-wrenching sorrow. As time passed, her sobs gradually diminished, and eventually she succumbed to slumber nestled against him. Observing the peacefully sleeping Yishi Shui, Xing Tian tenderly lifted her and carried her into the room, gently placing her upon the bed. I never imagined you have endured so much. I once thought my own trials were formidable, yet upon hearing your tale, I realize mine are but trifles. Xing Tian murmured to himself as he gazed at her serene form. Take good care of her. Fulfill her wishes as best as you can. He quietly instructed the maid at the door before slipping away from the room. Yes, young Master Xing, she replied. If she seeks me, inform me promptly. He reiterated. Understood. I shall take my leave now, Xing Tian said. Upon returning to his courtyard, Xing Tian discovered that Qianren Shui, Huo Wu, and Ma Hongjun were all absent. Inquiring with the servants, he learned that Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu were preoccupied with matters of state, while Qianren Shui had retreated once more into seclusion. Another retreat? It seems the time to ascend to the divine realm is drawing near. Xing Tian mused. Forget it for now. Let us proceed step by step. He chuckled, shaking his head. He remained uncertain of the true extent of his strength, yet he was confident in establishing himself swiftly in the divine realm. For the time being, he resolved to relish the tranquility of his current life, for once he reached the divine realm, chaos and bloodshed would undoubtedly ensue. Lying on his bed, he gazed at the ceiling, reflecting on his thoughts. With Qianren Shui and the others absent, each day began with Xing Tian visiting Yishi Shui, spending moments in conversation before returning to his courtyard to enjoy tea and fish. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. During this time, the Wuhuan Temple established a nation named Hanwu, marking this year as the first year of Hanwu. Xing Tian made an appearance during the founding of the Hanwu Empire, which was constructed upon the ruins of the former Wuhuan city. Following the establishment, he provided several suggestions regarding the governance system, and the current county system employed by the Hanwu Empire was indeed proposed by him. Initially, many wished to continue with the previous governance model, yet a faction opposed it, arguing that since a new nation had been founded, everything should be anew, rendering the old system unacceptable. However, they found themselves at an impasse when it came to devising a new system. At this juncture, Bibi Dong suddenly thought of Xing Tian, an inexplicable voice in her heart assuring her that he would have a solution. Very well. Let us put this matter on hold for now and revisit it in a few days, she ultimately decreed. After the court meeting, Bibi Dong made her way to Xing Tian's courtyard. Your Holiness, what brings you here at this hour? Xing Tian inquired, surprised by her visit. What? Am I not allowed to come? Bibi Dong replied with a smile. That's not it. I merely thought you would be engaged in court matters at this time. Xing Tian explained. The court session has been paused due to certain matters, Bibi Dong sighed. Could you elaborate? Xing Tian inquired, suspecting that her visit was indeed related to the court discussions. As expected, Bibi Dong shared the details of the court meeting and the challenges surrounding the new governance system. This is quite manageable, Xing Tian exclaimed with a smile. Oh, please enlighten me, Bibi Dong urged. Subsequently, Xing Tian devised a governance structure that combined the previous framework of the Wuhuan Temple with the county system from his past life during the Qin dynasty. Initially, Bibi Dong found little of significance, but upon hearing Xing Tian's explanations, her eyes lit up with realization. Indeed, the Wuhuan Temple has branches in every corner of the nation. Even the larger cities host our subtemples. Your county system is perfectly suited for us, Bibi Dong declared. Precisely. Each county can establish a Wuhuan temple, which serves a dual purpose, awakening martial spirits for local children and supervising local officials, achieving two objectives with one initiative. Xing Tian elaborated. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Bibi Dong nodded vigorously. I shall take my leave. I will implement your system, she announced as she rose to depart. Safe travels, Xing Tian replied with a smile. Thus, Xing Tian's county system began to flourish in this world. Bibi Dong honored her commitment, ensuring that under her governance, the populace thrived. And with the presence of the Wuhuan Temple, officials dared not engage in corruption, leading to an increasingly virtuous atmosphere within the Han Empire. Excellent, excellent. If we can maintain this trajectory, it would be splendid. Xing Tian nodded upon receiving this news. It seemed his assistance in unifying the continent for the Wuhuan Temple was indeed a prudent choice. As for Qianren Shui, she remained in seclusion, and Xing Tian estimated that her emergence would coincide with the time of ascension to the divine realm. I wonder how things fare with the Silver Dragon King. Once Xiao Shui emerges, I shall reach out, he pondered. Oh, how tedious. Everyone is occupied, leaving me all alone. Xing Tian sighed as he surveyed the empty courtyard. In truth, Bibi Dong had extended numerous invitations for Xing Tian to take up a position within the Hanwu Empire, yet he declined, as he was not fond of the political atmosphere, resulting in everyone being busy while he remained idle. Just as he was engulfed in boredom, a maid suddenly announced the arrival of Yi Shishui. What? That little girl has come? Xing Tian exclaimed in surprise, for he believed Yi Shishui never ventured out. It was unexpected for her to seek him out. However, upon reflection, he realized he had not visited her in 2 or 3 days. Please show her in, he instructed the maid. Yes, young master. Moments later, Yi Shishui entered, escorted by the maid. What brings you here? Xing Tian asked upon seeing her. You haven't visited me in 3 days. Yevishu replied, nervostikulachen hergarment. My apologies. I've been a bit busy these past few days, Xing Tian quickly responded. Come sit, do not be so formal. Consider this your home, he said, observing her shy demeanor. Yi Shishui took a seat opposite him, quietly gazing at him, creating a moment of awkward silence. Young master, the fruits have arrived, a maid announced, breaking the tension. Chapter 236. The era of the gods has arrived. The arrival of the maid alleviated the awkwardness between them, allowing Xing Tian to regain his conversational footing. Here, have some fruit, he urged Yi Shishui eagerly. Thank you, she replied softly. Are you adjusting while here? Xing Tian inquired. Yes, she nodded. That is good. Here, there is no need for formality. If there is anything, just instruct the maid, Xing Tian said to Yi Shishui. Yi Shishui nodded in acknowledgement. After exchanging these words, Xing Tian found himself at a loss for further conversation, leading to an awkward silence enveloping the atmosphere once again. At that moment, Yi Shishui was focused on eating fruit, and without Xing Tian initiating dialogue, she certainly would not be the one to break the silence. Thus, one consumed while the other observed, with neither daring to speak. The maid, witnessing the uncomfortable situation between Xing Tian and Yi Shishui, could not help but stifle a laugh, as it was her first time observing Xing Tian in such a manner. Just as Xing Tian was on the verge of succumbing to the tension, an unexpected event shattered the stillness. As the awkwardness reached its peak, an inexplicable pressure descended upon them, manifesting in a peculiar manner without a discernible source. However, while others might have struggled to identify its origin, Xing Tian was not so easily deterred. Initially, he felt some weight from the pressure, but he soon acclimated to it. It was none other than Tang San, that rascal. Xing Tian raised his gaze to the sky and beheld Tang San. At that moment, a swirling portal had suddenly appeared in the heavens, and the pressure emanated from that very vortex. Tang San was gently drifting toward the portal, enveloped in a brilliant azure light. Others might have been oblivious to the identity of this figure, but Xing Tian recognized it instantly, for the beam of light surrounding him was infused with the divine power of the water attribute. Having battled against the sea god's phantom, Xing Tian was well acquainted with this aura. Xing Tian, I await you in the divine realm. The day you ascend is the day you meet your demise. A chilling voice echoed in Xingtian's ears. He turned to see Tang San looking back at him from the sky. Although Xingtian could not discern Tang San's expression, he was certain that he was smiling, and quite brightly at that. Rest assured, I will take good care of your parents. When I ascend to the divine realm, I shall bring them to reunite with you. Xingtian remarked with a smile, his voice not loud, but confident that Tang San could hear him, just as he could hear Tang San's words. How dare you? If you harm my parents, I will ensure our paths will never cross in peace. Tang San's furious voice resounded, laced with both wrath and fear. What do you do to me? Do you think that ascending to the divine realm renders you invulnerable? Xingtian replied with a chuckle. Upon hearing Xingtian's words, Tang San began to struggle violently, as he no longer desired to ascend. Initially, he had thought that ascending to the divine realm was a matter of immense pride and honor, but after hearing Xingtian's threat, he feared that his parents would undoubtedly suffer Xingtian's relentless wrath. Yet, Tang San's struggles proved futile. The more he fought, the swifter he was drawn toward the portal. Suddenly, his voice rang out once more. Xingtian, should anything happen to my parents, I will stop at nothing to ensure that the entire Douluo continent pays for it. With that, Tang San was drawn into the swirling portal. Oof. Anyone can boast. You still have to descend before you can speak of it. Xingtian sneered, gazing disdainfully at the sky. Once the portal vanished, the oppressive pressure dissipated, and the Douluo continent returned to normalcy. Still trying to threaten me? How tiresome. After the pressure lifted, Xingtian cast one last glance at the heavens and muttered. In truth, Xingtian had never intended to use Tang San's parents as leverage. However, whenever Tang San provoked him, he would say such things purely to vex him, having discovered that Tang San's parents were indeed his Achilles heel. What has happened? Yi Shishui suddenly inquired. Nothing much. Someone has ascended to godhood. That was merely his ascension to the divine realm, Xingtian replied nonchalantly. Ascended to godhood? To the divine realm? Ye Jishui exclaimed in astonishment. Xingtian himself was quite surprised, realizing that Yi Shishui could indeed display a range of emotions. However, his surprise was brief, as he returned to his usual demeanor. Indeed, that awkwardness was the manifestation of ascension. Xingtian chuckled. Are there truly gods? Yi Shishui asked with curiosity. Of course. Did you not feel it just now? Xingtian remarked. I always thought those were mere legends. Ye Jishui replied. Aren't gods omnipotent? She suddenly turned to Xingtian. Presumably, he answered, gazing at her. Can a god bring the dead back to life? Yi Shishui asked earnestly. They should be able to, but since I am not a god myself, I cannot say for certain. Xingtian observed Yi Shishui's expression and, for reasons unknown, did not wish to disappoint her. Hence he offered that remark. Can I become a god? Yi Shishui inquired. Certainly. With diligent cultivation, you will surely ascend to godhood. Xingtian replied with conviction. Thank you, Xingtian. I must return to my training. Ye Jishui exclaimed. Standing abruptly before Xingtian could respond. In the following days, Xingtian did not see Yi Shishui again. According to the maid, she had entered seclusion, instructing her to convey to Xingtian that she would manage the matter within her body and would undoubtedly become a god. Keep it up, you can do this. Xingtian murmured to himself while standing outside the secret chamber. Days passed, and nearly a week had elapsed since Tang San's ascension. On this day, another wave of pressure descended from the sky. Who could it be this time? Xingtian wondered, gazing curiously at the heavens. Yet, all he saw was a swirling portal and a beam of light, with no one visible within it. What is going on? He puzzled. Just then, a grand voice reverberated. Dai Mu Bai. Hurry back. If you wish for me to inherit your divine position, it must include Shao Qian. Otherwise, I would rather perish. At that moment, Xingtian heard Dai Mu Bai's voice, which echoed across the continent. After Dai Mu Bai's proclamation, the voice fell silent, perhaps in contemplation. Dai Mu Bai, if you insist on this, the divine position shall be shared between you two. Do you accept? After a pause, the voice resonated once more. I accept, Dai Mu Bai shouted. With his declaration, figures began to emerge from the beam of light, revealing none other than Dai Mu Bai and Lu Qian. I never expected you to ascend to godhood as well. Are you the god of war? Xing Tian whispered, observing Dai Mubai and Lu Qian within the light. I wonder if the remaining members of the original Shrek Academy will also attain divine positions. He mused, watching Dai Mubai and Lu Qian disappear. Perhaps due to the unification of the continent or other reasons. Shortly after Tang San and Dai Mubai ascended to godhood, another individual unexpectedly followed suit. To Xing Tian's astonishment, it was none other than Yi Lingling, the girl with the 9-heart sea-star martial soul. Remarkably, Yi Lingling inherited the legacy of the 9-color goddess. Yi Lingling has become the successor of the 9-color goddess? Xing Tian pondered. It seemed reasonable. After all, the 9-heart sea star was not inferior to the 7-treasure glazed tile. Otherwise, the legacy of a 9-heart sea star would not have been so demanding. And it was likely that it had little to do with the 7-treasure glazed tile. After witnessing Yi Lingling ascend to the divine realm, Xing Tian remarked, I wonder who will be next. I am truly looking forward to it. Xing Tian reclined in his rocking chair, gazing at the sky, and squinted as he spoke. Approximately half a month had passed, and once again, that familiar oppressive aura descended upon the continent. During this time, the populace had grown accustomed to this sensation, knowing they merely needed to lie flat on the ground for a while until it passed. Thus, when the aura enveloped them, they instinctively complied. Surprisingly, it was Zhu Zhuqing who ascended to divinity, a revelation that caught Xing Tian off guard. Zhu Zhuqing? This is truly unexpected. Who would have thought that despite her current state, she would still attain a divine position? I wonder if she embodies the goddess speed. Xing Tian mused with a smile. In truth, he had become indifferent to who inherited which divine position, as the ultimate outcome remained unchanged. What difference did it make? Now, only the plump fellow and Xiao Wu were left to consider. In the original narrative, the plump fellow seemed to be the phoenix god, while Xiao Wu appeared to lack a divine position. She shared a divine status with Tang San, yet without him, could she still achieve divinity? Xing Tian pondered. Boss. Just then, Ma Hongjun rushed in, flustered. Plump fellow, what brings you back today? Xing Tian inquired with a smile. Boss, something major has happened. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his face filled with urgency. What is it? Are you about to ascend to divinity as well? Xing Tian chuckled. How did you know? Ma Hongjun looked at him in astonishment. No way. Are you really going to become a deity? Xing Tian sprang from his chair. Yes. A voice in my head told me that a divine miracle will occur in 7 days, Ma Hongjun replied. Xing Tian found it peculiar that the plump fellow had not undergone any trials, and his martial spirit was no longer the 9-headed phoenix. How could he still ascend to divinity? Regardless, he thought, achieving divinity is ultimately a good thing. It guarantees longevity. Boss, are you listening to me? Ma Hongjun asked, noticing Xing Tian's silence. Of course I am. What's the big deal? Agree to it, and then go to the divine realm to gather intelligence for me. I will follow shortly, Xing Tian instructed. But boss, I don't want to go. Ma Hongjun hesitated. Don't want to go? Why not? Xing Tian questioned. Because. Ma Hongjun stammered. Spit it out. Xing Tian urged impatiently. Because I have someone I like. I don't want to leave them behind to become a deity. Suddenly, Huo Wu's voice echoed from the doorway. What? Plump fellow? You're in love? Xing Tian exclaimed. Astonished. Yes. Ma Hongjun nodded. Somevat bashful. Really? How far has it developed? Xing Tian asked. Ma Hongjun stuttered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Never mind. Just tell that girl you are about to ascend to divinity and ask if she wishes to accompany you to the divine realm. Remember, plump fellow, once a divine position is shared, you'll be inseparable. Make sure to explain everything to her, and then let her decide. Xing Tian advised. Yes, boss. I'll go tell her right away. Ma Hongjun agreed and dashed off. Xiao Wu, what brings you here? Please don't tell me you are also about to ascend to divinity. Xing Tian said with a smile. Brother Xing Tian, you are truly remarkable. I hadn't even mentioned it, and you guessed it. Huo Wu exclaimed in surprise. Just then, Xing Tian, having taken a sip of tea, could not swallow it in time and spat it all out. No way. You also have a divine position? What's going on? He asked Huo Wu. I don't know either. The voice just suddenly appeared in my head, Huo Wu explained. All right, ascending to divinity is not a bad thing. By the way, what is your divine position? Xing Tian inquired. I am the god of Azura. Huowu replied honestly. Cough, cough, cough. The god of Azura? Are you certain? Xing Tian was again taken aback. Yes, that is what the voice said. Huowu confirmed. Well then, you should go and train diligently to prepare yourself. Xing Tian said. Oh, brother Xing Tian, what is your divine position? Huowu asked. I have no divine position, but don't worry. You all go ahead to the divine realm, and I will follow shortly. Xing Tian smiled. Brother Xing Tian, I believe in you. Huowu nodded and then departed. It seems that only Xiao Wu remains. Xing Tian remarked after watching Huowu leave. Young Master Xing, someone has arrived from the Xing Do Great Forest. Someone suddenly informed him. Xing Do Great Forest? Please let him in. Xing Tian instructed. Shortly after, a robust young man was brought in. Xiao Xiong, where have you been? I've been searching for you for ages. Do you know that? Xing Tian exclaimed in frustration upon seeing the newcomer. Boss, let me explain. Xiao Xiong quickly replied. Explain? What is there to explain? I put in all the effort to search for you in the Xing Do Great Forest, and you return after just a few days, only to go missing again? Xing Tian shouted at Xiao Xiong. Boss, calm down. Xiao Xiong, recognizing his mistake, hurriedly said, Come here and sit down. In truth, Xing Tian did not intend to punish him. It was just that Xiao Xiong's disappearance had caused him considerable worry. Where have you been during your absence? Were you in the Xing Do Great Forest? Xing Tian asked once they were seated. Boss, it's not that I didn't want to inform you, but my master forbade it. Xiao Xiong explained. Master? What master? Where did you get a master? Xing Tian questioned. My master is the old bear from the core circle. Xiao Xiong said awkwardly. Old bear? Oh, I know who you mean. Did he come find you? Xing Tian asked. Yes, my master came to find me. Xiao Xiong nodded. Wow, that old bear is quite something, coming here to poach me. Xing Tian remarked. All right, boss, we can catch up later. I came here with a task. Xiao Xiong suddenly said. A task? What task? Xing Tian inquired. There are mainly two. Xiao Xiong held up 2 fingers. Tell me, were they? Xing Tian prompted. The first is about Xiao Wu. Xiao Xiong stated. Xiao Wu, what happened to her? Xing Tian asked. She's fine, but she will be leaving soon. Xiao Xiong replied. Leaving? Where to? Xing Tian questioned, puzzled. Xiao Wu told us that a voice in her head instructed her to inherit his divine position, and that she would be taken away after some time. Xiao Xiong explained. Divine position? What? Xiao Wu has one too. What is it? Xing Tian hurriedly asked. She didn't say, so we don't know. Xiao Xiong shook his head. All right, I understand. What about the second matter? Xing Tian inquired. By the way, boss, before I came, Xiao Wu asked me to convey a few words to you. Xiao Xiong suddenly recalled. What words? Xing Tian asked. Let me think. I remember. Xiao Xiong raised his head suddenly. Don't be so dramatic. Just say it. Xing Tian rolled his eyes at him. Xiao Wu Jia mentioned Xing Tian. I am uncertain whether you have received the news of my ascension to divinity, but I have indeed been informed of it. I also promised you that you would seek a resting place for souls and subsequently resurrect my mother. Once I have settled in the divine realm, I shall embark on this quest. I trust you, hence I will assist you in your search first. I shall await you in the divine realm. Is that all? Xing Tian inquired after listening. Yes, those are Xiao Wu Jie's exact words. Xiao Xiong nodded in affirmation. Very well. I understand. What about the second matter? Xing Tian asked. The second matter is a message from my master for you. Xiao Xiong replied. Your master? It must be Di Tian. Xing Tian remarked. Quite close. Xiao Xiong chuckled, scratching the back of his head. All right, go ahead and tell me. Although Xing Tian had an inkling, he still wanted Xiao Xiong to express it himself. My master instructed me to inform you that Lord Yinlong Wang may require some time to recover, and she requested whether you could postpone entering the divine realm for a while. Xiao Xiong said, How long until Lord Yinlong Wang recovers? Xing Tian questioned. My master did not specify, but from the way he spoke, it seems it may take a while. Xiao Xiong replied. Understood. Xing Tian nodded. You should return and inform Di Tian that I could delay my entry into the divine realm, but it will not be for long. I will arrange for someone to contact him. If Lord Yinlong Wang has not recovered by then, I must apologize, for I cannot wait. Xing Tian said to Xiao Xiong. Boss, rest assured, I will deliver the message. Xiao Xiong stood up and declared. What? Are you leaving already? Xing Tian asked, observing Xiao Xiong's movements. Boss, I need to relay the message back first. I will come to see you in a few days. Xiao Xiong responded with a grin. All right, off you go. Xing Tian said somewhat impatiently, watching Xiao Xiong. Then, boss, I shall take my leave now and return in a couple days. Xiao Xiong said. Very well, travel safely. Xing Tian advised. Absolutely. Do not worry, boss. Xiao Xiong waved goodbye to Xing Tian. Xiongda, your son has grown up and become a capable individual. Though I have not fulfilled my promise to make the name of the Jin Kong, Xiao Xiong, resound across the continent, I wonder if you will hold this against me. However, Xiao Xiong has now found his own path, perhaps better than following me closely. After Xiao Xiong departed, Xing Tian gazed at the sky and murmured to himself. The following day, Ma Hongjun brought a young lady to see Xing Tian. Boss, this is the girl I mentioned to you. Her name is Xiao Yu. Ma Hongjun introduced. Come, have a seat. Xing Tian greeted Ma Hongjun and the girl warmly upon seeing them. Xiao Yu, pray tell, how did you manage to capture the heart of the chubby one? After they settled, Xing Tian inquired with great curiosity. Boss, please spare me some dignity. Ma Hongjun replied, So me va embarrassed. Xiao Yu, you have no idea. At first, the chubby one swore that women were nothing but trouble. I told him that if he was capable, he should steer clear of them. Do you know what he said back then? Xing Tian chuckled at Xiao Yu. What did he say? Although Xiao Yu felt shy, she mustered the courage to look up at Xing Tian. Boss, have some mercy, Ma Hongjun urged, trying to signal Xing Tian. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Ma Hongjun's awkward expression made Xing Tian burst into laughter. Boss, please share. Xiao Yu, now entirely unshy, was consumed by her curiosity. The chubby one told me he would never seek a woman in his lifetime, for women would only hinder his speed in battle. Xing Tian finally revealed. Ma Hongjun covered his face in despair. So, I am particularly intrigued. What method did you employ to make the chubby one obedient to you? Xing Tian inquired, gazing at Xiao Yu. Honestly, it was nothing special. Hongjun is a really good person. He saved me. Xiao Yu responded, reverting to her earlier bashful demeanor. Oh, I see. Chubby, even heroes are no match for the allure of beauty. Xing Tian winked at Ma Hongjun. Hee. Ma Hongjun scratched his head sheepishly, remaining silent. By the way, Chubby, have you told Xiao Yu yet? Xing Tian suddenly asked. Not yet. I wanted you to see her first. Ma Hongjun replied. What do you want me to see? If you made up your mind, just say it. Xing Tian rolled his eyes at Ma Hongjun. What is it? Xiao Yu asked. The chubby one is about to ascend to divinity in the near future. Xing Tian stated directly. Ascend to divinity? Hongjun, are you leaving me? Xiao Yu turned to Ma Hongjun, her face filled with concern. Seeing her like this, Ma Hongjun felt a pang of compassion and pulled Xiao Yu into his embrace. Do not worry. I will not abandon you. Ma Hongjun assured her gently. But boss said you would ascend, and after that, will you have to live in the divine realm like those before you? Xiao Yu questioned Ma Hongjun. Chapter 239. The time has come. Xiao Yu, do you wish to be with the chubby one for a lifetime? Xing Tian suddenly asked Xiao Yu. Yes, I will only marry Hongjun in this lifetime. Xiao Yu replied earnestly. Good. Your words are sufficient. Xing Tian responded. What do you mean? Xiao Yu looked puzzled. Do you remember the second person to ascend to the divine realm? Xing Tian asked. I do. Xiao Yu nodded. Without speaking further, Xing Tian glanced at Ma Hongjun and then at Xiao Yu. Boss, you cannot mean? Xiao Yu exclaimed in surprise. Precisely. Just as you surmised. Xing Tian affirmed with a nod. But won't this have an impact on Hongjun? Xiao Yu voiced her concern. It might have some effect, but forget it. I do not wish for that. Before Xing Tian could finish, Xiao Yu firmly rejected the idea. Xiao Yu? Ma Hongjun looked at her. Hongjun, I truly desire to be with you. Never depart, but if being together comes at such a price, I cannot agree to it. Xiao Yu declared. Why not? Would it not be good for us to ascend together? Ma Hongjun exclaimed excitedly. Hongjun, if I were to ascend with you, it would mean sharing your divine position. And in turn, your power would be greatly diminished. How could you stand firm in the divine realm then? Xiao Yu explained. Xiao Yu, rest assured. As long as you and the chubby one genuinely love each other and remain steadfast, his power will not wane. Xing Tian realized that Xiao Yu is afraid of being a burden to Ma Hongjun. Is that true? Xiao Yu looked at Xing Tian. Indeed. Xing Tian confirmed with a nod. Hongjun and I truly love each other. Xiao Yu expressed. Very well. Chubby, let us proceed as Dai Mubai did. Fear not. If the sky falls, I shall support you. Xing Tian proclaimed. Thank you, boss. Ma Hongjun and Xiao Yu bowed deeply to Xing Tian. Enough of the sentimentality. You two lovebirds can go enjoy yourselves. Xing Tian chuckled. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun and Xiao Yu felt a bit shy and then walked away hand in hand. Everything is coming together. How wonderful. Xing Tian murmured to himself as he watched Ma Hongjun and Xiao Yu depart. 7 days later, that familiar pressure descended once more. This time for Ma Hongjun and Xiao Yu, as Ma Hongjun had agreed with Xing Tian to emulate Dai Mubai, and thus he did so. However, the outcome was not particularly impressive, yet the result was indeed favorable. After a considerable period of stalemate, Ma Hongjun finally ascended to the divine realm with Xiao Yu. After another 9 days, Huowu also ascended to the divine realm. At the moment of her ascension, Xing Tian told Huowu to wait for him, promising he would follow shortly. He urged her to quickly locate the fatty Dai Mubai and Yi Lingling, as they would need to unite against any potential troubles posed by Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing. Following Huowu's ascension, the continent experienced a prolonged period of tranquility. Xing Tian calculated that it seemed only Xiao Wu remained. Approximately 6 months later, Xiao Wu successfully entered the divine realm as well. It seemed that those who were destined to become gods had done so. The rest now depended on him. He muttered to himself. During this time, Xing Tian often found himself sitting alone, lost in thought, speaking softly to himself. A year after Xiao Wu became a deity, Qian Rinxue finally emerged from her seclusion, having spent the longest period in meditation in her history. However, Xing Tian sensed that her gains were substantial. Xiao Shui, how is it? Did you achieve anything? Xing Tian inquired upon seeing Qian Rinxue. The gains were immense. The evil eye tyrant and Zhongli Laogui have both become my 7 deadly sin demons. Qian Rinxue replied with a smile. That's good. We have more means of self-preservation. Xing Tian responded with a grin. What about Fatty and Xiao Wu? Qian Rinxue suddenly asked. They ascended. It happened last year. They are both in the divine realm now. Xing Tian explained. Ascended? Qian Rinxue exclaimed in surprise. Yes, they have both become deities. Xing Tian nodded. Subsequently, he recounted to Qian Rinxue the events that transpired during her period of seclusion. I didn't expect so much to happen during my retreat. It seems we cannot delay any longer. Qian Rinxue remarked. I have been waiting for you. Our ascent to the divine realm will not be an easy task. Xing Tian chuckled. I understand. The angel god, after all, Qian Rinxue said nonchalantly, as if she did not regard the angel god with any concern. Indeed, I suspect she has already made arrangements in the divine realm, merely awaiting our arrival. Xing Tian stated. Then let us surprise the angel god. Qian Rinxue suddenly laughed. I was thinking the same, and I believe we can bring one more person along. Xing Tian suddenly suggested. Who? Yi Shi Shui, Ye Ji Shui. Who is that? Qian Rinxue asked, puzzled. The girl we rescued from the Holy Spirit Church. Xing Tian clarified. Bringing her along? Would that be appropriate? Qian Rinxue questioned. It will be fine. Yi Shi Shui is extraordinary. I suspect she possesses a twin martial soul, and they are of opposing attributes. Xing Tian asserted. Oh, do tell. Qian Rinxue inquired with curiosity. Based on my observations over the past year, I discovered that her martial soul is the radiant phoenix, but alongside it, she has another soul that she has never revealed. From the occasional aura she emits, I can discern that it possesses an attribute that is in direct opposition to light, as it exudes an incredibly sinister energy. Xing Tian explained. But is it right for us to exploit her in this manner? Qian Rinxue expressed concern. Do not worry. I will explain everything to her. I will not keep anything hidden. Ultimately, whether she wishes to assist us will depend on her own choice. Xing Tian assured. All right, as long as we are clear about it. Otherwise, she might resent us later. Qian Rinxue agreed. Xiao Shui, when will you ascend to the divine realm? Xing Tian suddenly asked. Do not fret. I can now control my aura very well. Once we are all ready, it will be time for our ascent. Qian Rinxue replied with a smile. That's wonderful. Xing Tian responded cheerfully. He then embraced Qian Rinxue, grinning as they moved toward the room. Are you out of your mind? It's broad daylight. Qian Rinxue exclaimed, her cheeks flushing as she nestled in Xing Tian's embrace. It's fine. No one else is coming in. Xing Tian reassured her. The following day, Xing Tian emerged from his quarters, feeling refreshed, and instructed the maidservants to take care of Qian Rinxue. Afterward, he made his way to Yi Shishui's courtyard. He intended to discuss the matter with her, but deep down, Xing Tian did not wish to deceive Yi Shishui. From the very inception of this plan, he had no intention of concealing the truth from her. He would reveal everything, including the associated risks, leaving it to her discretion whether to assist. Chapter 240, Ascension to the Divine Realm, Finale. When Xing Tian arrived at Yi Shishui's courtyard, she was having breakfast. Upon seeing him, Yi Shishui warmly invited him to join her meal. Over the past year, she had grown accustomed to everything here and no longer felt fear towards the others in the spirit hall. It seemed she had begun to overcome her psychological barriers. However, Xing Tian knew that during the silent nights, she would occasionally hide under her covers and cry. Yet, he chose not to confront her. Everyone has their own way of coping, and he felt it was not his place to comment. Shishui, I came today to discuss a matter with you. After finishing breakfast, Xing Tian got straight to the point. What is it? Yi Shishui asked, curious about the reason for his visit. You know that Fatty and Huo Wu have ascended to the divine realm. Xiao Shui and I are also close, but there are some special circumstances regarding Xiao Shui. Xing Tian explained. Special circumstances? Yi Shishui inquired, intrigued. Yes, Xiao Shui's divine position is derived from the energies of the Shura god and the angel god, which formed a new divine position. Thus, from the moment she ascended, the angel god has taken an interest in her. Xing Tian elaborated. How can I assist you? Yi Shishui asked. With everyone becoming deities, I suspect the angel god has already set her plans in motion, waiting for Xiao Shui and me to fall into her trap. Xing Tian said. Yi Shishui remained silent, indicating for him to continue. Therefore, we would like to request your assistance. I know you possess a twin martial soul. Xing Tian stated. How did you know? Yi Shishui responded, slightly anxious, her fear evident as she looked at him. Shishui, do not worry. We will not judge you. Remember, there are only evil martial souls in this world, not evil people. We cannot change our martial souls, but we can change ourselves. As long as you hold kindness in your heart, you are a good person, Xing Tian assured her, gazing steadily into her eyes. Is that true? Yi Shishui asked, searching his face for sincerity. Indeed, as long as you refrain from using your martial soul for wrongdoing, it is not an evil martial soul, Xing Tian affirmed earnestly. Upon receiving his reassurance, the fear on Yi Shishui's face began to dissipate. It is precisely because you have a twin martial soul, and your second martial soul opposes the angel god, that we require your assistance. Xing Tian explained. But I cannot contend with a god. Yi Jishui epresit had apprehension. Do not worry, you will not have to fight the angel god. We merely need the energy from your second martial soul. Xing Tian clarified. Energy? After you use it, can you help me rid myself of this second martial soul? Yi Shishui suddenly asked. Rid it? Why would you want that? Xing Tian was taken aback. As many would covet the possession of a twin martial soul, yet she wished to be free of it. Because I dislike it. It is the reason my parents died, and my friends in the village perished. I cannot stand it. Yi Shishui declared through gritted teeth. All right, I shall do my utmost to assist you. When the time comes, we can harness the power of the angel god to purify your second martial soul directly, Xing Tian declared. All right, I will help you. Yi Jishui nodded affirmatively. Very well. I shall come to fetch you then, Xing Tian proclaimed as he rose to take his leave. Wait, Yi Shishui suddenly called out to him. Is there something else? Xing Tian inquired. Yi Shishui hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Could you? What is it? Do not hesitate, speak boldly, Xingtian encouraged with a smile. Could you grant me a divine position? I wish to resurrect my parents. Yi Shishui said, her face flushed as she looked up at Xingtian. Ha, is that all? Not an issue at all. I will bestow you the divine position of the angel god, as your first martial soul is quite compatible with it. Xingtian replied with a grin. Xingtian, thank you. Rest assured, I will exert all my efforts to help you defeat the angel god. Ye Jishui Kunanchit had feast resolutity. Good. In the coming days, make sure to rest and adjust yourself. Our adversary is no ordinary foe. Xingtian said as he walked away. Yes, you can count on me. I will not let you down. Yi Shishui said, gazing at Xingtian's departing figure. Father, mother, once I ascend to godhood, I will surely resurrect you. Ye Jishui Wowitsidantli. Clenching her fists. Upon returning to the courtyard, Qian Rushue was lounging on Xingtian's rocking chair, basking in the sun. Upon seeing Xingtian return, she opened her eyes and glanced at him. How did it go? Qian Rushue inquired. Yep, Yi Shishui agreed, but she has a condition. Xingtian replied. What condition? Qian Rushue asked. She desires a divine position. I have consented. Xingtian explained. A divine position? Simple enough. We shall grant her the angel god position, and thus the angel god will become our ally. Qian Rushue responded with a smile. Truly, you are my woman, thinking along the same lines. Xingtian chuckled. Shameless. Qian Rushue shot him a look. When shall we take action? She asked. Let's wait a bit longer. I will visit the Douluo forest in a few days to see the Silver Dragon King. Once I return, we shall prepare to assault the divine realm. Xingtian declared. All right, when do you plan to go? Qian Rushue asked. Tomorrow. The sooner I go, the sooner I return. Xingtian replied. Good. By the way, Xiaoxue, now that the continent is unified, during my absence, please assist your mother. This place may soon become our stronghold. If we breach the divine realm, it will serve as our base. If we meet an unfortunate end there, at least our deeds will be remembered here. Xingtian advised. Understood. Qian Rushue nodded. The following morning, Xingtian set out towards the Douluo forest. Upon reaching the core area of the forest, before he could say anything, Little Bear approached him. Boss, what brings you here? Little Bear exclaimed in surprise. Did you forget your old boss after finding a master? Xingtian feigned anger. Boss, how could that be? It's just that my master wouldn't let me come. He said being with you would lead me astray. Little Bear reluctantly shifted the blame to his master. You old bear, daring to slander me. Xingtian retorted. All right, boss. Let us set aside the matter of my master for now. It is Lord Dishiang who sent me to fetch you. Little Bear quickly redirected the conversation. Very well. Let's go meet Lord Dishiang. Xingtian affirmed. Little Bear, relieved that Xingtian had dropped the earlier topic, led the way. Upon arriving at the Lake of Life, Lord Dishiang had been waiting for Xingtian for quite some time. So, are you all prepared? Dishiang asked upon seeing Xingtian. Indeed, I have come to assess the condition of the Silver Dragon King's injuries, Xingtian replied. My lord's injuries are largely healed, but he requires a few more days of rest, Dishiang informed him. As Dishiang spoke, Xingtian glanced at the Lake of Life, noticing a significant drop in its water level. How many days of rest specifically? Xingtian inquired. I do not know, Dishiang replied, shaking his head. Silver Dragon King, I will await you in Spirit City in half a month. If you do not arrive, our contract will be rendered void. Xingtian called out to the Lake of Life, turning away without a backward glance. Dishiang did not attempt to stop him, as he found no justification to do so. After Xingtian departed, the Lake of Life stirred slightly. My lord, Dishiang immediately knelt in reverence. From now on, the Douluo forest will depend on you. You must unite. Do you understand? The Silver Dragon King's voice resonated from the lake. Yes, my lord, Dishiang affirmed. All right, you may leave now. In half a month, I will seek out Xingtian. At that time, I will entrust you with the Lake of Life. The Silver Dragon King instructed. Thank you for your bestowal, my lord. Dishiang replied. After exiting the Douluo forest, Xingtian did not rush back, but instead spent a few days with Daming and Erming, reminiscing before returning to Spirit City. You're back. When shall we set forth to the divine realm? Qian Rushue asked. In half a month. I have issued my final ultimatum to the Silver Dragon King. We will depart for the Divine Realm then. Xing Tian stated. Very well. We shall wait another half-month. Qian Ruxue agreed. Half a month later, the Silver Dragon King arrived as promised, and Xing Tian could scarcely believe that the young woman before him was the legendary Silver Dragon King. Everyone is here. Let us prepare to enter the Divine Realm. Xing Tian announced. No problem. I am ready at any time. The Silver Dragon King affirmed. I have no objections either. Yi Shishui nodded in agreement. Xiaoxu, commence. Xing Tian signaled to Qian Ruxue. All right, she responded, nodding. Qian Ruxue then released her aura, enveloping the entirety of Spirit City in her overwhelming presence. As her energy surged forth, the sky began to stir, and a swirling portal gradually formed. A familiar pressure descended upon the continent's inhabitants, though this time it felt even greater than before. Are you ready? Qian Ruxue asked, as she observed the vortex. We have been ready for quite some time. Let's go. Xing Tian replied with a nod. Indeed, let's proceed. Qian Ruxue echoed. A beam of light then enveloped Qian Ruxue, Xing Tian, the Silver Dragon King, and Yi Shishui, gradually ascending into the sky. Angel God, Divine Realm, I am coming. Are you prepared? Xing Tian mused as he gazed at the swirling portal. Synopsis. Xing Tian traverses the Douluo continent, acquiring the ability to simulate martial souls. From that moment on, a saying began to circulate throughout Douluo continent. You may conquer any individual in this world, but there exists one whom you cannot defeat, and that is yourself. Xing Tian embodies another version of you.